An unlucky young man accidentally reincarnated into the novel he had written, only to discover he had become the most hated villain in the entire story. As the youngest son of a prestigious family, this little brat was incredibly arrogant, having spent his childhood bullying and beating the household servants. He even despised his own biological mother because of her humble origins, and brutally abused even a 5-year-old girl. It was such bad luck for our protagonist, no sooner had he reincarnated than he had to clean up the mess left by this little monster. To make matters worse, 9 years later, the clan would be annihilated, and he would be sent to the guillotine to lose his head. Fortunately, he knew the future and had a plot editing system. Not only did he steal all the opportunities and the harem of the male lead, but he also turned his rival into his own best friend. Well, that's what best friends are for, right? On his first day in this world, Cha Sung-min woke up startled and instinctively shouted that he had to go to work. What time is it? His sudden scream made the maid in the room jump in fright. Immediately, she knelt and pressed her forehead to the ground, trembling as she begged, I'm sorry. I've committed a terrible sin. Please forgive me." Looking at the unfamiliar maid, he was confused and wondered who she was. She didn't look Korean, nor did she seem Western. He asked blankly, "Where am I?" This question only made the maid more panicked. She slammed her head against the floor until it bled, weeping and pleading, "Forgive me, my lord. I didn't wake you on time because I didn't know you had to wake up early today. Please forgive me, it's all my fault." Seeing her forehead bleeding, he asked in a panic, "Are you okay?" But even a single step forward from him made the maid's eyes widen in terror. She shrieked, "Ah, please don't hit me." The scream echoed throughout the mansion, and shortly after, she fainted on the spot. He stood frozen, wondering to himself, she fainted just because he stood up? That was how his first day in this world went. It was a start that left him in total shock. By the second day, he was forced to accept the reality that his name was now Rason Maon, not Cha Sung-min anymore. The system's status window clearly displayed that he possessed a talent for battle magic along with the trait of irregular thinking. That morning, a young boy carrying a thick notebook entered Rason Maon's room. The boy bowed respectfully. "Young master, I will record your daily journal." It was Hampton, Rason Maon's attendant. When he questioned the reason for keeping a journal, Hampton stammered in fear. "Yes, I will finish it quickly. I promise." Watching Hampton sit down nervously to write, he suddenly remembered a setting from his novel. Heirs of prestigious families were always monitored by human cameras, people assigned to record their daily activities until they turned 14. Seeing Hampton glancing at him furtively, he accidentally stepped closer. His sudden movement made the boy jump, causing him to spill the ink bottle and drop the notebook on the floor. Hampton knelt in terror, rushing to clean it up. I'm sorry, I'll clean it up right away." At that very moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. His body suddenly moved on its own, beyond his control. Looking at the young boy cowering before him, a violent urge surged within Rason to kick him. And then, his body automatically unleashed a powerful kick directly into Hampton's face. Rason Maon looked at his own body in horror, realizing it felt like it had an automatic mode for abusing others. That was when Rason Maon's terrible memories truly began to flood his mind. At 4 years old, Rason Maon already knew how to use a toy stick to brutally beat servants, and one of those poor victims was Hampton. By the age of 5, upon learning of his true identity, he had become furious and screamed at his birth mother, "Someone like you? My mother?" In truth, Rason Maon was the son of the family head, DK Cha, and a maid named Soso. He was deathly afraid of his strict father, DK Cha, but toward his gentle mother, Soso, he showed no respect at all. He even casually spat on her and drove her away. Get lost. Recalling these shameful memories, he could only hold his head in frustration, but that wasn't even the worst of it. Throughout his childhood, Rason was truly a genius at doing terrible things. There were too many incidents of destruction and abuse for him to remember them all, from beating maids and chasing servants to kicking the household staff. After 7 years of being a total terror, the most serious incident finally occurred when he was 8.5. That time, Rason had used a wooden stick to brutally beat a young girl, grabbing her hair and yelling, "You stupid, ugly brat, be my punching bag." The victim was Rosaline, the 6-year-old daughter of the prestigious martial arts family, the Von Grandels. The consequence of this arrogance was that his father had to humble himself and bow to the head of the Von Grandel family to settle the matter. Because of this, just before turning 9, Rason was punished by being sent to this remote, secluded mansion. Only a few days before he transmigrated, the brat was still madly smashing furniture and screaming, "Bring the verdant chocolate to me." Thinking of this, he was speechless, wondering just how obsessed with chocolate this kid was. Rason Maon was originally a side character in the famous sword-and-sorcery novel that Casin had written in his previous life. The character was designed to be incredibly despicable, but he remembered clearly that he had never written such a detailed background or life for such a minor, insignificant character. This could only lead to one conclusion. This world was not entirely written by Cha Sung-min. It was a real world, one that had never been fully fleshed out in the original work. Therefore, the events unfolding according to the laws of this world helped him recover almost all the memories, even though they were all just garbage. By the third day, sitting blankly on the bed, he understood that he had no choice but to accept the fact that he had transmigrated. This was absolutely not a dream, and he couldn't keep wallowing in shock. Rason Maon was just a despicable minor character in the novel he wrote. He hadn't even described his appearance or abilities in detail, because to him back then, Rason was just a background character, barely appearing at all. Without a specific development plan, he had just conveniently tossed battle magic talent onto him and left him there, never giving him a chance to shine. Readers even left confused comments asking where this character had come from. Because of that, no one knew his true potential. And ultimately, the end for this piece of trash was to be sent to the guillotine at 17. Thinking of that unplugging from the world, he felt a shiver down his spine. He resolved to make survival his top priority. Currently, Rason Maon was only 9, meaning he had 8 years to prepare and change his tragic future. However, just as he felt a glimmer of hope, he trembled again, realizing an even harsher reality. Even if he could change the fate of being beheaded in the next 8 years, he would eventually have to face the true protagonist of the novel, Casin. According to the original work, Casin was destined to be the mortal enemy of the Maon family. The hatred stemmed from the fact that the family head, D.K. Cha, had accidentally killed the eldest son of the Casin family long ago. As this secret was gradually revealed, tensions between the two sides escalated to their peak, leading to a brutal war known as the War of Sword and Magic. And of course, because of the protagonist's plot armor, the Casin family won completely, while slaughtering and annihilating almost everyone in the Maon family. Thinking about the future destruction of his clan and the fact that he would die regardless, he could only sigh and wonder what he could possibly do in this situation. Remember, Cha Sung-min was the one who created this world. Although it was initially just a world he wrote to relieve stress after tiring hours at the company, yes, he was the one who created it. All the golden hands advantages of the protagonist Casin were written by him, and he knew the future of this world better than anyone. Therefore, as long as he acted properly, he could definitely live a peaceful life like in his previous life. No, it could even be better than that. Looking at the magnificent, sparkling bathroom in front of him, he had to admit it was even larger than his apartment in Korea in his past life. Standing in the middle of the luxurious bedroom, he told himself, "You only live once." Being the youngest son of such a wealthy family wasn't actually that bad. Although the battle magic skills of this body hadn't been revealed yet, and even the previous Rason Maon didn't know what he was capable of, at least he was a battle magic genius, with the bloodline of the Maon family, one of the 3 greatest clans in this world. Starting off with a silver spoon like that, he reminded himself to think positively. Except for the fact that this body used to be a brainless idiot, and would be beheaded at 17 if he didn't change, then clearly he could enjoy a life of luxury far greater than his previous one. He believed he could do it, because 8 years was still a long enough time to prepare. Of this body haven't been revealed yet, and even Rason Maon himself previously had no idea what he was capable of. But at the very least, he is a genius of magic combat, carrying the bloodline of the Maon family, one of the 3 greatest clans in this world. Born with a silver spoon like that, he reminds himself to stay positive. Aside from the fact that this body used to belong to a brainless brat destined to be beheaded at age 17, if he refuses to change, he could easily enjoy a much more luxurious life than in his previous one. He believes he can do it, because 8 years is more than enough time to prepare. Just as he steeled his resolve, a flash of blue light erupted before him, making him jump in surprise. It was the same system text he had seen when he first transmigrated here. A bright blue notification box was clearly visible. The character's special ability had been activated. The Holy Eye had been activated. He stood there, stunned and disbelieving. This was the Holy Eye, an exclusive skill that belonged only to the protagonist of the famous novel, Swordmaster. So how could a side character like Rason possess such a skill? The system notification hovered clearly before his eyes. He wondered in shock. Then the system text he had been seeing all this time must have been a result of this ability. But why did he have it? He clearly wasn't the protagonist. But then, he just shrugged it off. That didn't matter anymore. Because ever since he arrived here, the common logic of this world had long since flown out the window. The protagonist's power in the novel Swordmaster was truly absurd to the point of madness. It was a typical action story where the hero was so strong he could destroy an entire continent all by himself. And that's not all. If the protagonist couldn't destroy the entire universe, could you even call it a top-tier novel? But the biggest problem here is that he would use that world-destroying power to wipe out his entire Maon family. While deep in thought, he suddenly felt a strange energy vibrating around his body. A pale blue ring of light suddenly appeared and circled him. It was something completely invisible to the naked eye, giving the feeling that some divine eye was scanning and examining his body. He realized in amazement that this ring was the first mana circuit in this magical world. A circuit is a mana belt formed around the user's heart. It is an essential core element for casting magic, acting like a battery that provides energy according to the world settings that Casin Maon created. Even just this first circuit requires one to go through an extremely grueling process of study and training to possess. It is a high-level academic field that requires infinite money and patience. So, there is absolutely no way a good-for-nothing brat, with a temperament as terrible as Rason Maon's, would work hard or train diligently to achieve this. He himself had no memories of ever practicing magic. So, did it just appear on its own? Just then, a knock at the door rang out, cutting through his thoughts. At this hour, the uninvited guest was definitely Heir. Her voice came timidly from outside. "Young master, may I come in?" He answered calmly. "Come in." The door opened, but as soon as he saw the person entering the room, he froze in shock. Heir entered the room and immediately knelt before him. Seeing this, he suddenly remembered an extremely ridiculous rule that the old Rason had set for himself. "Every time you dare look me in the eye, you'd better kneel down immediately. Understand? What a jerk with ridiculous rules." But as soon as he looked directly at Heir, the holy eye suddenly activated, scanning her and displaying a blue system info box. Heir. Main attribute. Assassin. Characteristic. Cannot be analyzed. He was completely stunned, wondering how the main attribute of a young maid could be assassin. He searched his memories, but he was certain he hadn't written any such setting. But then he realized the world of Swordmaster was a crazy place, where power and violence ruled by the law of the jungle. This meant that someone had deliberately planted a young female assassin next to a piece of trash like Rason Maon. And the person behind this was none other than those competing for the inheritance in the Maon family. Faced with this brutal truth, he knew that no matter how noble his background was, one slip-up and he would be dead. He told himself to stay calm, and tried to put on a fake smile to hide his confusion. The girl in front of him was a real assassin. If he showed any weakness, she could finish him off. Watching Heir trembling on the floor, he realized all her previous crying and fear were just a perfectly orchestrated act. Her acting skills were good enough to be a professional. He cleared his throat, trying to sound as natural as possible. "Ahem, Heir, get up." She hurriedly replied, "Yes, young master." To quickly get rid of her, Rason Maon ordered, "Go out and get me some fresh chocolate." Heir looked surprised and stammered, "Chocolate? Sir?" Inside, he just wanted her to disappear so he could have space to think. So he immediately roared, using the arrogant tone Rason Maon usually used to intimidate her. "Are you questioning me? No, sir. I will go get it right away." As soon as the door closed, Heir walked down the hallway with a suspicious look on her face. She smelled something fishy, feeling that young master Rason Maon was now very different from before. Filled with suspicion, she told herself she had felt this way a few days ago. The aura of that good-for-nothing young master had clearly changed completely. Although Heir didn't know exactly what had happened, it was certain a major shift had occurred. Even though this change wasn't fully apparent yet, she told herself she still had to quickly report this to that person. Heir's figure disappeared into the deep hallway of the mansion. Meanwhile, in the room, Rason Maon sat deep in thought, deciding to review all the events once more. Currently, he had been exiled to this remote mansion. This meant he had been completely pushed out of the sight of his strict father and was also struck from the Maon family's inheritance list. For a waste of space like the former Rason Maon, losing the chance to become an heir to this mage family would be the end. But for him right now, it was a huge advantage, because the Maon family played a key role in the forces opposing the protagonist's swordmaster side. To survive that destructive war, for now, he would have to pretend to be an ordinary person, not competing for power. But luckily, as Casin Maon, the author who created this world, he not only understood the future, but now also possessed the protagonist's holy eye. He knew his fate and the location of powerful ancient artifacts. Therefore, he absolutely had to join this war of succession. Otherwise, he would remain a disgrace to the Maon family and meet a tragic end. He was currently only 9 years old, and decided he would officially enter that fateful battle at the age of 10. According to the original work, the original jerk Rason Maon would continue living a pathetic life after age 10, only to get a one-way ticket to the afterlife at 17. But he was different. In this remote mansion, he could enjoy luxury, eat well without worrying about money, travel freely, and enjoy a lavish life different from his previous one. The only secret to surviving and enjoying himself was keeping himself in the middle, not too outstanding but not too weak either. This was the classic survival tip he had learned from his days in the military in South Korea. Rason thought to himself, his behavior in this world was now clear, and it was time to get to work. Just then, a system notification popped up. Due to insufficient mana, the holy eye effect is officially disabled. At the same time, a knock came at the door. Heir timidly entered the room, trembling as she apologized. "I'm sorry, young master, I couldn't get you any fresh chocolate. They are truly very hard to get." Contrary to the usual fiery rage of the old Rason, he just calmly replied, "It's fine." In reality, Rason didn't want any chocolate. He was just making excuses to get Heir out so he could have space to think. Seeing Heir looking back in confusion, Rason immediately regained his usual arrogance and snapped, "I said it's fine. Now get out." To avoid suspicion, he knew he still had to play the part of this jerk Rason Maon for a while. Plus, there was one chilling detail that made him cautious. Heir moved without making a single sound, a true mark of a professional assassin. When Heir was still hesitant to say more about the chocolate, Rason Maon shouted, "I told you it's fine. Get lost." The maid just bowed and wished the young master a good day before retreating. Walking down the hall, Heir couldn't help but be shocked. She wondered if she had heard wrong. A guy who was addicted to chocolate like Rason Maon could easily say, "It's fine." This abnormality made Heir wary. She decided to observe for a while longer before reporting this to the person behind it all. A week later, at the Mabel estate grounds, Rason Maon called Hampton over and ordered briefly, "Get ready." The young attendant asked in confusion, "Yes, sir? Get ready for what?" Rason Maon replied calmly, "We're going to the training ground." Hearing those words, Hampton's heart nearly stopped, unable to believe his ears. Seeing the boy freeze, Rason immediately dropped into a threatening tone to maintain his cover. "Questioning me? Do I need to repeat myself?" Hampton panicked, rushing off to prepare. "No, sir. I'll schedule it right away, young master." Rason Maon silently reevaluated everything he had plotted over the past week. To survive in this brutal world, his first goal was to enter the war for succession and prove himself to be a decent human being. To do that, the second step was to dive into rigorous training. His ultimate and most important goal was to survive and become independent by any means necessary. Rason clenched his fist with determination. To make this plan a reality, there were critical things he needed to verify immediately. His first mana circle, combat magic, and the holy eyes this body possessed. It was time to put them to the test. Hampton sprinted down the hallway to prepare, shocked to realize that young master Rason Maon had truly changed. He remembered the bruises on his body from being beaten within an inch of his life by the young master before. But instead of resentment, Hampton told himself that being hit wasn't something to be angry about, but rather something to regret. He blamed himself for not serving the young master properly. But what confused Hampton the most right now was why the seventh young master suddenly wanted to go to the training ground. Seeing Hampton's blank expression as he stammered, "The training ground? Sir?" Rason immediately used his holy eyes to scan the boy's information. The system panel appeared, leaving Rason Maon speechless once again. Name: Hampton. Primary attribute: poison. Characteristic: cowardly shadow. Rason couldn't help but shudder, wondering, first a maid who is an assassin, and now a poison specialist by my side? What the hell is going on? He wondered, when Hampton had learned poison arts, and he was certain the boy had been waiting for the right moment to get close to him all this time. Yet, according to the world setting, any heir candidate of a mage family would have a retainer trained since childhood. They were brainwashed to be absolutely loyal and willing to sacrifice their lives for their master. And the shadow assigned to the seventh son of the Maon family was Hampton. Rason Maon thought, even trash like me has a shadow protector? But regardless, Hampton was still a well-trained retainer of the Maon house. Both of them quickly moved to the secondary training ground. Looking at Rason Maon's back, Hampton felt secretly happy that his young master had finally decided to train. But he couldn't help but wonder why he had changed so suddenly. Hampton wasn't afraid that the young master would cause trouble. But what really bothered him was how everyone around them, from the maids to the servants, looked at him with disdain and coldness whenever Rason acted. Hampton told himself he must trust his young master completely. Meanwhile, Rason Maon looked ahead and quietly cursed under his breath. What hit his eyes was a modern skyscraper, standing tall amidst the ancient fantasy world. He blamed his past self for being too lazy when setting up the background, but at least a modern place like this felt easier to breathe in. The system panel immediately notified him of his current location, Training Ground 1. According to the setting, every training ground like this would have at least one manager. The automatic glass door slid open, and a man wearing a black cloak and sporty sunglasses stepped out. He wore a welcoming smile. "7th, young master, you're here. I'm Noah, the manager of the lift training ground." Seeing this, Rason nodded politely. "Yes, nice to meet you." His unexpectedly gentle attitude caught Noah off guard, but he quickly bowed in return. "It's my honor, young master." But hidden behind that fake smile was intense rage. Inside, Noah was screaming wildly, trembling with anger, as he remembered the grudge from a year ago, when he was slapped in the face by Rason just for not bowing politely. What made him burn with fury was that this bastard didn't even seem to remember his face now. Standing opposite Noah, Rason silently used his holy eyes to scan his information, but it completely failed. He understood that this manager's power was certainly far superior to his current body, and it was understandable that he couldn't read the stats of a training ground manager. To stay safe, Rason told himself it was best to treat him with a little kindness. He said calmly, "I'm starting my training today. What kind of monster is suitable for me?" This statement left Noah frozen in shock at his attitude. Seeing his bewildered expression, Rason continued, "Yes, give me some advice. Something fitting for my age, 9 years old." Hearing those two words, 9 years old, the fire of hatred in Noah's heart flared up intensely. He cursed to himself, wondering how he could ever forget the age of the devil who had made a fool of him for 396 days, 8 hours, and 32 minutes. Vicious schemes began to swirl in Noah's mind. He wanted to find a way to deal with Rason Maon in the most logical way possible, so no one in the family could blame him if an accident occurred. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Noah wore a sinister smile and proposed. The 6th young master successfully hunted a shroom monster when he was 9. Hearing the name shroom monster, Rason immediately searched his memory for the settings of this creature in the original story. It was a creature about 50 centimeters tall, shaped like a large mushroom, moved by hopping around, and was the lowest level monster. Seeing that the target was quite safe, he agreed. "Fine, let's do that." Noah bowed respectfully. "Very well, I will prepare it immediately. I will set the battlefield as the mushroom forest. It will take about 3 minutes. Finished, he turned and walked away, whistling triumphantly. Watching his retreating figure, Rason couldn't help but suspiciously wonder, why is he so excited? The shroom monster isn't really that strong of a monster. No wonder the 6th young master could easily destroy it at age 9. To prepare, Rason closed his eyes and began to focus. After just 3 minutes, he could clearly feel the mana circle moving in his chest. Thanks to his innate talent for combat magic, and the prestigious blood of the Maon family flowing in his veins, his body automatically fell into a state of self-awareness, helping him grasp how to operate magic quite naturally. Seeing Rason was ready, the manager Noah fake bowed and led the way. "Please go this way, sir." Immediately after, a surge of light covered Rason Maon. The system panel immediately notified him that he had successfully teleported to the mushroom forest illusion. Before the simulation room closed, Noah's voice echoed in, full of fakeness. "Good luck, sir." Standing in the middle of the gloomy forest filled with glowing mushrooms, Rason Maon suddenly heard strange rustling sounds. He became alert and wondered, is that it? From behind a rock, a dark shape with glowing eyes suddenly jumped out, letting out a piercing shriek. "Coo!" It was a giant shroom monster, with a menacing, black maw. Standing outside the observation room, Hampton yelled anxiously to guide his master. "Young master, the shroom monster's weak point is its body. Since it's a mushroom-type monster, it's highly resistant to fire." Looking at the monster dancing frantically before him, Rason thought, that's a shroom monster? Looking at a monster move like that is actually pretty creepy, but there was no time to hesitate. Rason immediately took a combat stance, his eyes flashing with a cold blue light. "All right, let's do this." He clenched his fists, and blue mana surged, crackling like electricity, enveloping his hands. Standing behind the protective glass, Noah watched his every move with his jaw dropped in shock. At that exact moment, a system message popped up, "Body's will confirmed," and immediately after, the notification, "Combat magic within the body has awakened." A massive surge of energy erupted. His eyes now blazed with the powerful light of the holy eyes. Through the magic crystal ball, Noah was observing the scene intently. He smugly thought to himself that before joining the Maon family, he was a famous mage in the Dorothy region, even hailed as a genius in his hometown despite his questionable fashion sense. Yet, an arrogant man like him had to endure the humiliating shame of being slapped in the face by the brat Rason Maon in the past. Noah seethed with hatred, recalling Rason Maon's past insults. "You dare call yourself a person when you only bowed 82 degrees? You mocked me when I didn't bow exactly 90 degrees. With a twisted, satisfied smile, he roared through the crystal ball. "Today, I will pay you back for everything. I have upgraded the shroom monster to the highest level." Immediately, the giant mushroom monster shot forward with extreme speed. Noah thought triumphantly. Combat magic was always considered inferior and looked down upon in the mage family. With this close-quarters martial arts magic, Rason Maon will never be able to injure an enhanced shroom monster. He was certain his revenge had been a complete success, and mocked him. "Is retribution coming this early, my young friend?" But Noah's smile instantly vanished. His eyes widened in horror when he saw the next scene through the crystal ball. Instead of dodging, Rason launched himself into the air, his fist wreathed in fiery blue magic, striking the monster directly. The massive, head-on punch created a terrifying shockwave, obliterating the giant mushroom monster instantly. Witnessing this insane spectacle, Noah's jaw dropped in disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes. A single punch? Rason landed gracefully. The mushroom monster had been completely annihilated, dissolving into thin air. Just then, a blue system notification appeared before him. "Novice combat magic level attained. You have used your awakened combat magic. A small amount of irrational thought has been fulfilled. Novice combat magic has been stored." Feeling the surge of energy, Rason thought to himself, "This is absolutely incredible." The system continued. "Novice combat magic has been stored in the mana circle." Rason Maon stood silently in the middle of the simulation arena, his entire body enveloped in a massive white-blue aura, radiating like a blazing fire. Looking down at his own hands, he couldn't help but be shocked, wondering, what kind of power is this? Seeing Rason Maon destroy the monster with just one punch, Noah, standing behind the protective glass, was left completely frozen, cold sweat dripping down his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is this? Is this really pure combat magic? Noah knew full well that combat magic was a type of spell accompanied by immense physical destructive power. A mushroom monster was typically highly resistant to physical impact, yet Rason had taken it down with such ease. Noah trembled, wondering what the hell had happened to this young master over the past year while he hadn't seen him. Meanwhile, in the simulation room, the system announced that the monster was no longer qualified to serve as a training dummy. Rason calmly agreed. Wiping sweat from his brow, Noah proposed over the radio, "I'm thinking about increasing the difficulty a bit." Hearing this, Rason hesitated for a moment. "Difficulty? How much? If it's too hard, that'll be a hassle." "I don't have much mana left," Noah explained. "The next target will be a red mushroom monster. They have the same shape as the regular ones but are much faster and stronger. Especially if you don't destroy them quickly, they can replicate themselves." Even though he loathed Rason Maon, Noah reminded himself to hold back for the sake of his livelihood, and to gather information to report to his superiors, assuring him that if the situation became too dangerous, he would stop the training session immediately. Rason thought to himself that in his past life, he had never created a creature like this, but perhaps this was a variant that had evolved from the original settings. He nodded in agreement. "All right, young master, the monster is spawning." Noah's voice echoed from the blue light, and a red mushroom monster with a vibrant red cap appeared. Rason Maon observed it calmly, wondering if it had any differences from the previous one other than its color. However, the very next second, he immediately felt a slight sense of despair as the monster suddenly spun at a terrifying speed, charging toward him like an arrow. A loud explosion rang out. The monster didn't stop, continuing to spin and attack relentlessly. Its powerful strike landed squarely on Rason, creating a massive shockwave that sent him sliding back a long distance. Rason Maon quickly regained his balance, observing his opponent closely. Indeed, this red mushroom monster was both strong and incredibly fast, completely unlike the slow creature from before. However, looking at its movement trajectory, Rason narrowed his eyes confidently. To someone who understood every rule of this world as he did, its techniques posed no threat at all. Just as the monster continued to charge at breakneck speed, he quickly erected a magic shield, directly deflecting the monster's attack trajectory. Witnessing the scene through the surveillance monitor, Noah nearly dropped his jaw, shouting, "He deflected it." After the collision, the red mushroom monster was sent flying away. Looking at his opponent struggling to regain its balance, Rason realized one thing. This monster's attack style was actually quite simple and easy to predict. He told himself he needed to use the abilities he had developed earlier to finish the fight. Rason Maon clenched his fist, activating a novice combat spell called Weight Leverage. But just as the magic began to form on his hand, it suddenly flickered and died. The system screen coldly displayed a notification: insufficient mana. Rason Maon turned pale, cold sweat breaking out as he realized the harsh reality he was completely out of mana. In the nick of time, Rason acted on instinct. He swung a powerful punch, sending the red mushroom monster flying far away. The mushroom monster was completely defeated. Standing in the middle of the practice field, Rason was still in shock. He wondered what had just happened, because in that decisive moment, he felt as if time had slowed down around him. Even though he didn't fully understand the cause, he silently felt lucky that, thanks to that strange phenomenon, he had been able to defeat his opponent. Immediately after, another system notification appeared. This is the first time you have exhausted all the mana in your body. Due to lack of mana, the Holy Eye will be deactivated. Looking at the notification, Rason told himself he would have to look into this once his mana recovered. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Hampton was holding a cup of hot tea, his soul half departed after witnessing the entire training session of his master. The boy's eyes widened in astonishment, constantly asking himself, "What did I just see? Did he collect personal power on his own?" Standing nearby, Noah took a sip of tea and asked in a low voice, "Hampton, has the 7th young master's birthday passed yet?" Hampton hurriedly and respectfully replied, "Yes, it will happen next year." Witnessing Rason's unbelievable power, Noah broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. How on earth could he be that strong when he hadn't even reached his birthday yet? Looking at every step Rason Maon took, Noah was horrified to realize that he had even formed his first mana circle, something that could absolutely not be achieved naturally. Meanwhile, the boy Hampton standing beside him was tearing up with emotion. The boy thought to himself that his young master must have worked day and night until he was exhausted to achieve such results today. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hampton immediately ran over, hugged Rason tightly, and shouted, "Young master!" The sudden action of his attendant left Rason stunned. Seeing everyone's reaction, Rason Maon realized he had made a huge mistake. He still didn't understand everything about this world, and showing off such overwhelming power right now would only bring him trouble. To cover for it, Rason told himself he needed to put on an act. Immediately, he closed his eyes and collapsed to the floor, pretending to faint from exhaustion. The sudden incident made both Hampton and Noah panic and scream. "Young master," Noah quickly commanded. "Hampton, call the healer mage on the 2nd floor." Hampton immediately sprinted off. Yes, lying unconscious on the floor, Rason thought to himself, "Is the situation really so bad that I have to find a healer? But at the very least, there must be medicine or a healer mage on the 2nd floor to help him recover his depleted mana." On the 2nd floor of the training facility, the bald healer mage was nodding off, snoring on his chair. The sound of running and Hampton's frantic screaming startled him so much he nearly fell over. "Are you the healer mage?" he replied irritably. "Ah, you scared me." When he heard Hampton report that the 7th young master was injured, the mage immediately sat up, looking serious. "Really? That is a big problem." But then, he paused. Suspicious. The 7th young master? Not the 6th? Hearing Hampton confirm and introduce himself as the 7th young master's associate, the healer mage changed his tune faster than a flip of a pancake. "Wait, so the 7th young master is actually here? What is that good-for-nothing doing here?" Hampton anxiously explained the situation to the healer. He defeated a mushroom monster and then took a critical hit from a red mushroom monster. Hearing this, the healer was stunned, asking, "What? How?" Hampton delivered the final blow by using combat magic. Looking at Rason lying unconscious on the bed, the healer began to break into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, if the 7th young master's body was damaged due to the side effects of combat magic, then someone with limited ability like himself would be in a very difficult spot. To avoid trouble, he came up with an idea. First, try his best to see what happens. If it doesn't work, he would pretend he was trying, then quickly pass the responsibility by sending him to a high-level mage. There were many talented mages in the main building. Handing the 7th young master over to them was the safest plan for him. Thinking and acting, the healer immediately raised his hand to cast a spell. A flash of holy light erupted, and he shouted, "Enter the flow of mana." Warm mana enveloped Rason Maon's body. But as the healer had predicted, his body didn't react at all. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself that his healing spell was indeed useless. Well, let's just quickly end this charade and send him back to the main house to get it over with. However, just as he was about to give up, Rason's purple eyes suddenly opened wide, glowing with spirit. Raison's sudden awakening left Hampton, the healer, and the young attendant astonished, exclaiming, "Young master!" The healer stood frozen, looking down at his own hands in confusion. He wondered, could it be that his skill level had finally improved? But he immediately brushed that thought aside, knowing full well he was good for nothing. The only logical explanation now had to be Rason Maon's own incredible regenerative ability. Waking up, Rason Maon looked straight at the healer and calmly said, "Thank you." The short sentence was like a bolt of lightning, leaving all three people in the room staring in utter confusion. "What?" Rason Maon calmly repeated, "I said thank you." This dizzying change in attitude from a notoriously arrogant villain left the healer, Hampton, and his attendant completely frozen in their tracks, shouting, "Huh?" after causing such a shock in the healing room with his uncharacteristic politeness. Rason returned to his room to rest. Shortly after, Heir entered, looking exhausted and breathless. She bowed, hands trembling as she presented 2 Verdant chocolate bars, and anxiously apologized. "I managed to get the Verdant chocolate, but there were only 2 bars left. Please forgive me. You asked for 3. Please forgive me. I will try to find more." Contrary to Heir's fear, Rason calmly replied, "It's fine, just leave them there." This gentle response left Heir completely stunned. She asked in confusion, "Yes?" Seeing the weariness on Heir's face, Rason secretly thought she looked terrible and didn't want to bother her further. But to maintain the cover of his former spoiled brat persona, he snapped, "I just finished training and I'm tired. Don't bother me anymore. Get out." Heir hurriedly bowed and retreated. "I understand, young master. Please get some rest." In the kitchen, the servants were buzzing with excitement. A maid, unable to believe her ears, asked, "Really? Did the young master actually go training?" Hampton, standing nearby, puffed out his chest and confirmed, "I told you so." That's right. During training, the young master, the boy's story, left the surrounding maids clutching their heads in astonishment, unable to believe it. Upstairs, Rason Maon unwrapped a Verdant chocolate bar and took a large bite. In his previous life, he hadn't cared much for sweets, but he had to admit that this chocolate was in a league of its own. As soon as he put it in his mouth, the chocolate melted on his tongue, bringing a warm, pleasant sweetness that spread throughout his body, as if he were floating on cloud 9. But that feeling of relaxation was quickly cut short. Rason's purple eyes suddenly glowed as his holy eye skill automatically activated. He was astonished to realize the effects of the chocolate were seeping into every corner of his body. The mana channels on his hands suddenly lit up with blue mana, accompanied by a system notification. A small amount of mana has been absorbed. Rason Maon was shocked to realize this was the reason the old Rason Maon could possess such a large amount of mana, despite only partying and causing trouble all day. Immediately after, the system board continued to display, "You have discovered an illogical fragment of thought." It felt as if his character had just taken a step forward, helping to connect the random probabilities of this world together. Rason Maon sat up, deep in thought about how eating chocolate could replenish mana. According to the world's setting, to gather mana, ordinary mages would have to suffer in the middle of nowhere, traversing hellish landscapes full of dangerous monsters just to accumulate a tiny bit of mana. Yet now, Rason's body possessed a special constitution that could easily absorb mana just by eating sweets. Even he, as the author, hadn't set this detail. That must be why the system called it an illogical fragment of thought. Rason Maon lay back on the bed, eating chocolate and sighing in frustration as he realized the only side effect of this free mana source was that his body was steadily gaining weight without control. Trying to recreate the feeling of punching the monster earlier, Rason closed his eyes and focused his mind. Immediately, the system board displayed a notification. Delayed motion attribute has been activated. Rason was still confused about what kind of ability this was when a frantic knocking sounded at the door. He grumbled, "I already told you I don't need anything else today. Heir." But outside, it was a servant announcing a visitor. Rason Maon coldly replied, "Tell him to get lost." But before he could finish, the door was kicked open with brutal force. A teenager with striking orange-red hair and an expensive aristocratic outfit entered the room. It was Casin Maon, the 6th young master and Rason's older brother. Upon entering, Casin Maon shouted in an arrogant, disdainful tone, "My brother arrives, and you don't even stand up to greet him? Did you throw your manners to the dogs? Do you want to eat bird poop again, huh?" Looking at the person who had barged in, Rason Maon secretly thought this was the brother this body feared so much in its memories. To avoid revealing any flaws, he quickly stepped off the bed and bowed politely. "Brother, you're here?" But his subservience only made Casin more smug. He pointed his magic wand at him and mocked, "That's why you never get anything done, always as slow as a piece of trash." Casin Maon glanced at him with contempt and ordered, "What are you waiting for?" Rason Maon asked blankly. "What?" Casin Maon immediately shouted, "Get down and crawl. Like a bug. Are you going to kneel or not?" No sooner had he finished than he cruelly swung his wand straight at Rason Maon's head. In that hairbreadth moment, the system board suddenly displayed, "Delayed motion attribute has been activated." Rason was amazed to find every movement of Casin turning into slow motion in his eyes. He realized this delayed motion ability was truly powerful. This was definitely an extremely useful skill to help him turn the tide in any situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Rason Maon moved like lightning to block the attack. With a precise swipe, he directly diverted and knocked Casin's wand away. The unexpected and powerful resistance from his usually weak younger brother made Casin Maon stagger, nearly face-planting on the floor. He stared at Rason in shock and blurted out in confusion, "What did you just do?" Facing Casin's astonishment, Rason Maon calmly replied, "I was just exercising my right to self-defense." This statement immediately enraged Casin, who roared, "How dare you, you trash! Say it again!" Rason Maon asked blankly, "Say what?" Casin gritted his teeth and threatened, "Say that damned thing again, you piece of trash." Without hesitation, Rason said bluntly, "Damned thing." Casin Maon stood frozen for a few seconds before widening his eyes and asking, "What?" Rason Maon kept a straight face and explained, "You told me to say damned thing." The teasing from the younger brother, who had always been submissive, drove Casin Maon into such a rage that he was trembling all over. He roared in anger, "You bug! I'll kill you!" Casin screamed like a madman and immediately rushed in to attack. At this moment, thanks to the holy eye, Rason could clearly observe the flow of his opponent's mana. He noticed a circle of surd mana around Casin's heart and guessed he would release energy from that very spot. Immediately, Casin Maon channeled water magic and screamed, "Die!" At the same time, the system info appeared, confirming, Casin Maon, water attribute, trait, foul-mouthed. Looking at the swirling water around Casin Maon's hands, Rason secretly analyzed, water attribute. He will release the elemental power in front of him, near his chest. Thanks to understanding his opponent's mana trajectory, Rason was confident he had completely predicted Casin Maon's next move. All he needed to do now was land a precise strike to end the fight. Casin Maon launched his decisive blow, but it missed completely. He exclaimed in shock, "Well, what?" In the blink of an eye, Rason Maon had agilely dodged and closed the distance. Exploiting the opening, he landed precise punches on Casin Maon. Finally, Rason poured his strength into one powerful punch straight into his brother's stomach. The blow was so strong it made Casin Maon spit blood, screaming in pain before collapsing to the floor, coughing incessantly. Cough, cough. Looking at the bloodstains on the floor, Rason Maon couldn't help but be shocked. He looked down at his own hand, thinking, "Damn it, I thought I held back enough strength." Realizing the situation was serious, Rason Maon hurriedly shouted for help. "Hampton, call a doctor." Standing thoughtfully while watching Casin in pain, Rason learned his lesson. He understood that because his combat magic had only just awakened and wasn't stable yet, his ability to control his power was still hit or miss and couldn't be as precise as he wanted. Hampton rushed into the room upon hearing the loud noise, asking about the situation in a panic. Rason Maon could only snap at the boy to hurry and call a doctor. Looking at Casin, who was kneeling on the floor and coughing up blood, Rason thought to himself that he might have gone a bit too far. But on the bright side, through the recent fight, he had found the most effective method to deal with mages. His first goal of surviving until age 17 now had a lot more hope. The next day, news of the shocking battle quickly spread everywhere. In the living room, Heir was astonished to hear Hampton recount the event. She couldn't believe a good-for-nothing, like Rason could defeat the sixth young master, Casin Maon. Hampton admitted it was completely irrational. If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't have believed it either. The boy hesitated, wanting to share his honest thoughts with Heir, but she immediately asked back, "Why? Are you going to say you're just a shadow?" The pointed question caught Hampton off guard, leaving him visibly startled. Heir, sipping her tea, casually remarked that the foolish young master hadn't changed a bit. Hampton immediately pushed back, bluntly pointing out that Heir wasn't just some ordinary maid, given how her movements were always so silent and precise. Heir smiled faintly, not denying it, only saying that anyone could see that. Seeing this, Hampton asked seriously if she really thought Rason Maon was just a lazy boy. Heir took a sip of her tea, telling him to continue. Hampton insisted that as his 10th birthday approached, the 7th young master had truly begun to change. Meanwhile, Rason Maon had found a very special place. Standing before a grand, ancient architectural structure, He marveled to himself. This was the Star Library, where he would learn to control and manipulate mana. Gazing at its magnificent exterior, Rason joked internally that this place looked more like a shopping mall than a library. The system interface immediately popped up with a notification confirming his current location. He was surprised that a place this important had never been visited by the original Rason Maon. Stepping inside, Rason was completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the library. All 3 floors were filled with towering bookshelves. As he wondered how many books were kept here, a refined voice suddenly echoed from behind, answering that there were about 200,000. Rason Maon jumped and turned around to find the source of the sound. A beautiful woman with long, wavy gray hair gracefully descended before him. Rason cautiously asked for her identity. The woman smiled gently and introduced herself as the librarian of the Star Library, Heir Maon. While Rason began his first steps in a luxurious room in the mansion, the conversation between Hera and Hampton was becoming incredibly tense. Setting her teacup down gently, Hera asked Hampton suspiciously, "You're saying he's already preparing for his 10th birthday? And you think he's hiding his true self? Does that even make sense to you?" Faced with the maid's skepticism, Hampton stood firm in his speculation. He insisted, "I believe the young master has been doing this on purpose for the past 10 years. Even though Hera didn't believe him, Hampton provided the most convincing evidence he had witnessed with his own eyes. "I saw it with my own eyes. The young master has completed the first mana circuit." Upon hearing the words first mana circuit, Hera's expression shifted slightly. Hampton continued, "Do you think that circuit could be completed in just a few days? Think about it. The 7th young master's recent behavior has been quite strange, and he even trained to take down the 6th young master so easily." Hera pondered this, admitting it did make sense. Hampton continued to persuade her, "You're his personal maid, aren't you? You have some grasp of his actions these days. All these reasons suggest the 7th young master is playing the fool to hide his true skill." However, Hera remained cautious, saying, "It still doesn't feel right. His combat magic is just average, after all." Not giving up, Hampton insisted. "No, I'd bet my reputation that I'm right." When Hera demanded to know why he was so sure, Hampton looked her straight in the eye and declared proudly, "Because I am his shadow. He has definitely shown me his future." They both fell silent for a moment. Hampton lowered his voice and added, "If anything happens to the 7th young master, we'll both suffer the consequences. So, why don't we cooperate?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hera cut him off. She stood up, looked out the window, and coldly said her condition. "If he decides to visit the library one day, I will look into it." She had heard that all members of the Maon family had to study at the Star Library to prepare for the struggle for succession, as it was the only place to learn the best strategies for that purpose. Just as predicted, Rason Maon's next destination was the Grand Star Library. Rason Maon stepped inside and unexpectedly encountered the librarian. "I am the librarian of the Star Library, Heir Maon." The name Heir Maon left Rason completely stunned. She was an author from the novel. He dug through every memory in his head, but was completely helpless. "Heir Maon? Who is she? I really don't remember her." Just as he was in a state of confusion, the system interface suddenly popped up before his eyes. It displayed a name that left him completely shocked, Heir Maon. He couldn't help but scream internally. "What? Heir Maon?" Meanwhile, she was still smiling and bowing politely. "It is such an honor to meet you, 7th young master." He stood frozen for 5 seconds, marveling that a figure of such caliber was standing right in front of him. According to the original novel, while Heir Maon didn't directly declare war on the protagonist Casin, she was a legendary archmage who had appeared in the world's most significant historical events. He remembered the details clearly. When the kingdom of Revedon's soldiers screamed, "Kill that witch," she had confronted an entire empire by herself. As a mage possessing extraordinary power, Heir Maon had easily defeated the tyrant King Tennek and his entire army with a single wave of her hand, instantly freezing the whole legion in place. Her terrifying ice power had even frozen the entire great castle of Revedon into a massive block of ice, standing tall amidst the falling snow. In the future, she would be known to the world as a key archmage in the brutal Northern Sea War that was about to break out. Looking at the woman before him, he realized everything. Currently, she should have been heavily wanted across the entire continent, but by hiding under the identity of a librarian for the Maon family, she was able to safely escape the search of outside forces without anyone knowing. This made perfect sense, as the Maon family library was considered a holy site for mages, where all the original and manuscript copies of magic books from around the world were stored. To manage such a massive treasure trove of knowledge, all the librarians here had to be true archmages. They had the supreme privilege of managing and freely reading every precious magic book in the library. He couldn't help but feel incredibly overwhelmed. Why was a legendary witch, a woman who once froze an entire castle in folklore, standing right in front of him as a simple librarian? While he was still confused, Evelia Maon smiled gently and politely invited him to the second floor to wait at a table. He could only respond awkwardly. Sure, she said she would go prepare some tea, and asked him which kind he preferred, asking if he liked black tea. Even though he was terrified, he stuttered, "I like black tea," to maintain politeness. Evelia Maon nodded and quickly left to prepare it. Seeing her figure fade away, he exhaled a sigh of relief. This world was truly too dangerous. But thinking back on it, he felt incredibly lucky that this was the first time this body had set foot in the library. If he hadn't transmigrated into this body, he couldn't imagine how the original, ill-tempered Rason Maon would have acted rudely in front of a legendary archmage. That guy would have definitely torn the books apart, smashed things, and ended up getting blown away by Evelia Maon. As he was deep in thought, Evelia Maon returned. She gently set the tea on the table and asked, "What kind of book are you looking for?" He went straight to the point. "I want a book related to mana cultivation." Hearing this, Evelia Maon asked again to clarify. "What kind of mana cultivation book do you want?" He replied nonchalantly, "The most basic one." His answer left her incredibly surprised. Evelia Maon asked doubtfully, "For someone from the prestigious Maon family like you, is it really necessary to read such basic introductory books?" To avoid suspicion, he laughed it off and explained, "One must start from the basics to build a solid foundation." Hearing that, Evelia Maon was slightly surprised but quickly bowed. "Please wait a moment. I will find it for you." After saying that, she immediately used magic, gliding away among the massive bookshelves. In just a moment, an ancient black book with intricate gold patterns automatically flew off the shelf. Evelia Maon brought the book and landed in front of him. Taking the book, he nodded slightly. "All right, you can go now." Evelia Maon bowed respectfully. "Understood. I hope you will contemplate something here and quickly let me return your peace and quiet." He eagerly flipped open the first few pages. The book stated that mana was a term for all types of energy existing in nature. One had to store mana in the heart and create a circuit to become a mage. It sounded very theoretical and easy to understand, but as soon as he flipped to the next page, he froze. Right before his eyes were rows of complex mathematical formulas: Lagos' 8th equation theorem, Prato's 7th mathematical formula, and the answer to e to the power of 648. His head felt like it was going to explode. What the hell is this? How is this called a basic book? As a modern person, how could he possibly self-study and understand such complicated magical theories? He dropped his head onto the table, sighing in frustration because he couldn't understand a single word after reading for so long. But in his moment of greatest despair, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, if I can't learn on my own through normal methods, I still have another ultimate weapon. That's right, it's time to use the Saint's Eyes. He immediately activates his Saint's Eyes to analyze the magic grimoire. A notification panel appears. Magic Initiation Grimoire Analysis. 5% complete. He chuckles bitterly. Never expecting this skill to directly analyze a complex book he couldn't read a single word of, it looked just like a computer screen. This skill is truly overpowered. However, what worries him is that there is a monster in this world who can use this skill even better than he can. Before he could dwell on it, the notification panel popped up again. 22% analyzed. The Saint's Eyes couldn't continue due to a mana shortage. He wonders to himself, if the progress hits 100%, will he be able to understand all this confusing theory? It seems for now, he must prioritize solving this body's mana deficiency. He closes the book, telling himself that's enough for today. When he returns to the mansion, Hampton is already waiting, bowing respectfully. "Welcome back, young master." He nods slightly in response. But then, the boy hesitates before dropping a bombshell. "Madame Soso, from the Mapo mansion, has come to visit you." Hearing the name Soso, he freezes in shock. He looks up at the balcony above and essentially goes into a trance. A woman with long brown hair stands silently there. Her gaze is fixed directly on him. He is stunned, wondering what on earth is going on. Why would Rason Maon's mother suddenly appear in this remote place? Looking at the woman's silhouette, the painful memories from Cha Sung-min's past life come flooding back. When he was in his old world, he always longed to see his mother again, because he lost her at a very young age and never had the chance to see her ever again. The long beep of the heart rate monitor in the hospital room back then, along with his own heart-wrenching cries, are still vivid in his memory. "Mom, don't leave me. Mom, don't go." His mother passed away from a vicious cancer when he was still an innocent child. Ever since the day she left, the life of an orphan like him became incredibly dark. He was constantly bullied by other kids, beaten brutally on the streets, and subjected to bitter insults. How dare a motherless orphan like you offend me? Since those dark days, he has gone through countless inner struggles and torment. But what shocks him the most right now is why the woman standing on the balcony has a face exactly like his late mother from his past life. He stares at her blankly, then his saint's eyes automatically activate, displaying information that leaves him frozen in astonishment. So, the mother of Rason Maon, turns out to be a master at the early stage of the six-seed realm. The warm aroma of tea fills the living room as the silver-haired maid, Heir, silently pours tea for the mother and son. Sitting across from his mother, Rason bows his head slightly, a complex feeling rising within him. Looking at the kind mother before him, the terrible memories of the old Rason suddenly rush into his mind. He remembers the scene where he once shouted in her face, "A person like you is my mother?" Thinking about his past systematic failures, the current Rason can only break into a cold sweat, wondering how that kid could utter such cruel words to his own mother. After hesitating for a moment, Rason speaks up to break the silence. Mother, I don't know where to start." His confusion makes So look at her son in silence. Standing by and observing the entire conversation, the maid Hera, with her sharp blue eyes, cannot help but be suspicious. She wonders to herself if the seventh young master is truly not a scumbag, and has just been pretending all this time to deceive everyone. Could all of this be part of a plan to prepare for the life-and-death battle for the inheritance? Thinking of this, Hera reminds herself that she absolutely cannot underestimate this kid anymore. Ignoring the prying eyes around him, Rason gathers his courage and bows his head sincerely. "I apologize for the actions I've taken in the past." The sudden apology leaves So completely stunned. She widens her eyes in surprise, looking at the son who had always been so unruly. Rason Maon looks straight into his mother's eyes and softens his voice. "I don't know if you believe me or not, but I've become more knowledgeable than before. The person I was before is very different now." Seeing her son's sudden maturity, So trembles slightly. She lifts her teacup and responds in an emotional voice. "Is that so?" Rason Maon keeps his head bowed. "I'm sorry for everything I've done." The mother only bows her head, listening in silence. But just by hearing her tearful voice, Rason Maon understands everything. So quickly sets her teacup down and stands up to take her leave. "I'll head back now. I still have things I need to do." Even though she uses having things to do as an excuse, Rason Maon knows perfectly well that his mother no longer works as a servant, so in reality, she doesn't have much to do. Recalling that moment, the system information panel suddenly appears before Rason Maon's eyes. Name, So. Characteristics, mother of Rason Maon, early stage of six-seed disease. Seeing the words six-seed, Rason Maon is shaken. This was the vicious disease that Cha Sung-min suffered from in his previous life. It is an extremely rare illness, characterized by 3 green dots appearing on the chest, and it has absolutely no cure. If the disease progresses to the 3-dot stage, you might as well consider your ticket to reincarnation booked. Luckily, only 1 dot has appeared so far. Just after stepping out of Rason Maon's room, the mother stands silently in the hallway, covering her face with her hands and sobbing, an indescribable emotion rising within her. "On such a happy day, why can't I stop crying? This is the first time my only son has proactively called out Mom with such warmth. Mom, can you set aside an hour for me every day? I will prepare keratin grape tea from the stacked mountains, so let's drink tea at this time every day. Okay, can we?" Receiving her nod in agreement, Rason Maon smiles slightly. Standing by the window, he watches his mother's figure fade away in the courtyard. He thinks about the keratin grape tea from the stacked mountains. Even though it's a very niche type of tea, if drunk regularly for a month, it can completely cure the vicious six-seed disease. To Rason right now, no matter how much of a scumbag his previous self was, this woman is still his mother. Watching her lonely figure walking on the small path through the mansion grounds, Rason whispers to himself, "No matter what, she didn't abandon Rason Maon. Don't let your illness get worse, Mom." The scene shifts to late at night in a simple wooden room, where So sits listlessly on the bed under the dim candlelight. She wonders if what happened during the day was a dream. She clenches her fists, telling herself that if it wasn't a dream, then it truly was a miracle. Her son, Rason, seems to have changed completely right after his 10th birthday, as if he turned into a different person. Looking at the burning candle, So whispers a message to her late husband in the afterlife. "Are you listening to me up there?" She places a hand on her chest, her heart overflowing with both emotion and bewilderment. Every day, I will be able to drink tea with Rason Maon. I think Rason Maon has changed a lot. Seeing him change so much, I'm just so stunned. So sobs with happiness, telling herself she's very glad. Sounds strange, doesn't it? The night passes, the candle eventually succumbs to time and dies out, making way for a new day to begin at the mansion. In his private room, Rason calls the silver-haired maid inside, Hera. Hera quickly approaches, bowing respectfully. Yes, young master? Rason Maon looks at her with a serious expression. I have a very important favor to ask of you. Hearing the words very important, Hera's assassin instincts immediately kick in. She becomes extremely vigilant, cold sweat breaking out, along with a series of suspicious thoughts. Important? Did he find out my identity? Is he testing me? He isn't going to order me to go on an assassination, is he? But in complete contrast to her tension, Rason just says casually, verdant chocolate. Hera gasps in surprise. Yes? Rason continues to command. Get the highest quality, as much as you can. Hera freezes, wondering, is he serious? Before she can steady herself, the little master adds one more thing. Oh, and one more thing. Hera immediately puts on her confident smile, thinking, okay, he must be saving the most important thing for last. She is certain this will be a secret mission or some dangerous order. But Rason just says calmly, remember to get me some candy from the Ruden bakery too. All of Hera's expectations crumble completely. She can only accept defeat in the face of this young master's sweet tooth. An hour later, a giant mountain of chocolate and candy is stacked high on Rason Maon's desk. Looking at the result before him, Rason cannot help but be amazed by the magic called money. Just as I thought, the power of wealth and influence is truly terrifying. He mentally calculated that one chocolate bar costs 20,000 gold, roughly equivalent to 5 million Vietnamese dong. With over 100 chocolate bars on the table, Hera had spent nearly 500 million Vietnamese dong in a short hour just to carry out his order. This extravagance made Rason hunger for power more than ever. He told himself that at any cost, he must win the succession battle of the Maon family. Rason stepped closer to the table to inspect the pile of sweets. Just what I wanted. He realized the most expensive type cost 30,000 gold, while the cheapest was 10,000 gold per piece. The key point is that his coin purse is proportional to the amount of mana he can absorb. Rason Maon sat in a chair and began to eat the chocolate with relish. Immediately, a system notification appeared. You have obtained a small amount of mana. Tasting the candies from the Ruden bakery as well, Rason Maon realized he could also replenish mana from them. His violet eyes narrowed slightly as he discovered an important rule. There was only one conclusion. The candies and chocolates share a common ingredient that helps recover mana. Rason called out for Hampton. The young attendant immediately opened the door and entered. I am here, young master. Rason Maon immediately gave his order. Bring the head baker from the shop here to me. 30 minutes later, the bakery's head chef was present in the room. Standing before the door, the man trembled, wondering why he had been summoned. Did his candies have a problem? Thinking of the seventh young master's history of causing trouble, who had just beaten his own brother, the chef couldn't help but be terrified. The chef feared that someone as ruthless as Rason could easily take his life, silently praying that nothing terrible would happen. Seeing him standing still, Rason cleared his throat. Even that small sound made the chef jump, and he hurriedly stammered, I am here, young master. Rason Maon went straight to the point. What did you put in the candy? Seeing the chef still hesitating, he spoke sternly. Tell me all the ingredients. Don't hide anything. Overwhelmed by fear, the chef immediately knelt on the floor, bowing his head in apology. I'm sorry. That is my fault. Rason Maon saw this and quickly corrected him. No, it's not what you think. I just want to know the recipe. Hearing that, the chef breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly revealed the recipe. Ah, the recipe has sugar from the Dorothy region, 1,000-year-old herb powder, 2 tablespoons of herb powder and, Rason Maon asked, is that all? The chef insisted. That's right. Young master, I swear that is all there is. Rason Maon immediately realized the core ingredient in the verdant chocolate was the 1,000-year-old herb. He smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself that if he ate the herbs directly, he could absorb mana to his heart's content. Meanwhile, at the sub-training area, Manager Noah sat thoughtfully in his chair, frustrated, wondering why everyone coming here lately kept asking about the seventh young master. He told himself he only had 2 things to say about him. First, he took down a monster with a single punch, and second, he cured himself from magical recoil with a dispel spell. Just then, a reporter came rushing into the room, shouting, Manager, have you heard the news? His sudden appearance startled Noah. The reporter, out of breath, reported, the 7th young master defeated the 6th young master. The fight was so intense that everyone is talking about it. Hearing the shocking news, Noah jumped up, shouting, "What? What the hell?" Recalling Rason Maon's devilish smile, Noah broke into a cold sweat and could only tremble. That guy is truly insane. Since when could he defeat the sixth young master so easily? Even if it was a quick-cast magical battle, the bald mage sweated, speculating. Perhaps because his 10th birthday is coming up, Rason Maon had poured all his strength into that battle to assert his presence to the family head. That meant he had made leaps and bounds that no one had previously expected. Noah continued to analyze. Normally, mages move very slowly, so they have to use displacement magic like Blink to support them. But a mage only 9 years old like Rason absolutely should not be able to use that kind of high-level magic. The bald mage admitted he had never known the 7th young master possessed so many skills, and both of them needed to pay more attention to him, because he was now very different from the past. Pushing his goggles up, Noah determined that the magic he used seemed very strange. They looked like forgotten ancient spells that no one has ever learned. This made his colleague feel uneasy, wondering, where could a jerk like Rason have learned such forgotten magic? Could he have really hit the jackpot and encountered some special fate? It seems the 7th young master's upcoming birthday will definitely be very interesting. While those around him were constantly gossiping and doubting, Rason was currently in his own room, nonchalantly chewing on the 1,000-year-old herb leaves. Immediately, the system board flickered continuously, notifying him that he had successfully absorbed a small amount of mana. Rason was extremely excited because he had finally found a hack to get energy efficiently, without worrying about gaining weight, like eating chocolate. Actually, thanks to the amount of verdant chocolate the old host had eaten over the last 10 years, a huge source of energy had already been accumulated in his body. Now, when that energy gathered in his heart, it would create heat, helping his body absorb even more mana. While chewing the herbs, Rason calculated that as long as his mana increased, his Holy Eye skill could remain active for longer, helping him easily learn many high-level spells at the library. 3 days later, at the library, Rason cheered with joy as he finally achieved his goal. I did it. The system board continuously displayed notifications that information on the magic introduction had been successfully analyzed. The Holy Eye had absorbed all the information, but immediately after, another unexpected notification appeared. The Great Sage's book on easy energy cultivation reveals a hidden page. Rason Maon had not yet understood what was happening when the ancient book on the table suddenly flipped its pages, with lightning speed, revealing previously unknown secrets. The system board suddenly displayed information about the 77th book of the Great Sage Albedo, titled The Simplicity of Energy Cultivation Magic. Looking at these words, Rason Maon couldn't help but wonder who the Great Sage Albedo was and what secrets this book ultimately contained. To find the answer, he understood he had no choice but to return to the Starlight Library once more. Thinking of this, Rason Maon couldn't help but shudder when remembering the librarian, Heir Maon, a terrifyingly icy archmage. Although deep down he extremely wanted to avoid getting involved with this dangerous witch, for the sake of survival, he told himself he must face her. Lost in thought, Rason Maon was suddenly startled when the maid Heir appeared in a Spider-Man-like pose, hanging upside down from the ceiling. However, Rason Maon still tried to keep a calm appearance to hide his embarrassment at this sudden appearance. Immediately after, Rason set off for the Starlight Library. Stepping inside the magnificent hall, he felt a cold chill permeate the space. Clutching the old magic book in his hands, he looked around, searching for Heir Maon. Where is she? But before he could steady himself, Heir Maon's voice suddenly rang out from right behind him. Are you finished reading? Her silent appearance made Rason Maon jump. To save face, Rason hurriedly stammered, trembling as he handed the book back. Yes, right, here it is. Heir Maon raised her eyebrows in surprise. You read it really fast. Rason Maon regained his usual confidence and replied nonchalantly, well, those are just the basics of using magic. Taking the book from his hand, Heir Maon only flicked her wrist slightly. Instantly, the book flew into the air and neatly tucked itself into its proper place on a high shelf. Witnessing this display of smooth, non-chanting magic, Rason was astonished, wondering how she could do something so extraordinary so easily. Just as he was marveling, Heir Maon asked, Are you looking for another book? Rason Maon immediately seized the opportunity and inquired, do you know the 77th book of the Great Sage, The Simplicity of Energy Cultivation Magic? Heir Maon calmly confirmed that the book was indeed in the library. Seeing this, Rason ordered, Then bring me a copy. But Heir Maon's expression suddenly became more serious. She hesitated. However, Heir Maon explained that the book was classified as B rank, possessing extremely complex content that was a headache for beginners. Hearing that, Rason just waved his hand and laughed it off. It's fine, I'm just reading it for fun. But just as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became strangely stifling. Evelia Maon closed her eyes, her nose sniffing continuously like a puppy sensing a strange scent. The close proximity, combined with the bizarre action of the legendary Archmage, made Rason freeze completely, cold sweat running down his face, a feeling of extreme fear rising within him, clearly sensing the killing intent covering him. This feeling was not normal at all. It was exactly like an S-rank monster sniffing and scouting its prey. Evelia Maon stood up straight and called out softly, "Seventh young master." Rason Maon was still shaken from the earlier investigation, stuttering as he replied. The librarian's purple eyes flickered slightly, and she continued, "You have a very sweet scent on you." Hearing the word sweet, Rason was confused, wondering what she meant, until something clicked. He hurriedly rummaged through his pockets. "Ah, you mean this?" He pulled out a verdant chocolate bar. Rason Maon held it out to Evelia Maon and asked in a friendly tone, "Would you like to try some?" The librarian immediately refused. No. Yet, her eyes remained fixed on the candy, and she blushed slightly before adding, "But if you insist on giving it to me, I will accept it." This contradictory behavior left Rason Maon speechless. He thought to himself, "Huh? Is that even a way to accept a gift? Something's not right." His sixth sense was warning him that there was something odd going on here. What is it? Rason Maon decided not to overthink it. He grabbed his magic book, walked to the door, and waved goodbye. "All right then, I'm heading out." But just before stepping outside, a thought struck him, and he mused that he should probably say something. Rason Maon turned back and smiled at Evelia Maon. "There's plenty of chocolate at the Mabel estate, so feel free to visit sometimes. I'll tell the staff to give it to Heir." This unexpected invitation left the legendary Archmage momentarily stunned. Walking out of the magnificent library hall, Rason Maon waved goodbye while laughing bitterly inside. "Haha, she won't actually come, right? Please don't come. It was just a polite gesture." She probably knew that too. Just then, a familiar sound rang out. The system notification appeared, 42% complete. The Holy Eye could not be activated due to lack of energy. Back in his private room at the estate, Rason sat at his desk and opened the book by the great sage Albedo titled The Simplicity of Magic, Easy Energy Cultivation. But after studying it for a while, he could only sigh in frustration. It didn't have as much information as he had hoped. The book's content seemed to be nothing more than the author's narcissistic rambling. "I am a great mage. I can even use every type of magic, isn't that wonderful? But if you want to use magic like I do, you must learn the basics that I teach." A while later, Heir and Hampton were staring at him with looks of utter astonishment. Hampton could only gasp, "Whoa." Rason was working hard, jogging around the estate grounds, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Watching from afar, Hampton remarked to Heir that the seventh young master had been incredibly busy lately, going from the Star Library to the Mabel estate, and now he was even diligently exercising. However, Heir, with the keen eyes of an assassin, realized this was no ordinary jog. Just as Hampton was bewilderedly asking about it, a graceful voice suddenly spoke up from behind to explain. It was actually a process of using physical exertion to melt the massive amount of energy condensed within him. The silent appearance of the librarian, Evelia Maon, made both of them jump in shock. Heir broke into a cold sweat, feeling wary because, as a professional assassin, she had been unable to sense this woman's presence at all. Hampton quickly regained his composure and curiously asked if the librarian had come to the Mabel estate, receiving a nod of confirmation from Evelia Maon. Looking at the librarian's contemplative expression, Hampton couldn't help but wonder why a top-tier mage who usually remained neutral in family affairs would suddenly visit in person. Was she here to evaluate Rason Maon's strength, or did she want to be his backer in the upcoming power struggle? Watching Rason Maon's silhouette running further down the path, Evelia Maon remarked that the young man was truly different from all the terrible rumors. At that moment, Heir remembered something. She rummaged through her pocket and timidly offered a verdant chocolate bar, explaining that this was a gift the seventh young master had told her to give to Evelia Maon if she visited. Heir the maid was extremely worried, thinking that, for an archmage of such noble standing, gifting such a common chocolate bar could easily be seen as an insult. But contrary to Heir's fear, Evelia Maon's face softened. She accepted the candy decisively and casually said that she could not refuse the young master's sincerity. Watching the librarian walk away with the chocolate, Heir stood frozen in confusion, wondering what Rason was planning and if there was some special relationship between them that she didn't know about. 3 days later, in Rason Maon's private room at the Mabel estate, a system bell chimed brightly. The blue notification board displayed the text, "The simplicity of magic, easy energy cultivation, has been fully analyzed. It will be deeply imprinted in your mind. Rason Maon shouted with excitement as he finally achieved his goal and fully mastered the great sage's energy cultivation book. But the joy was short-lived. The next second, his eyes widened in shock as he felt a surge of magic power suddenly erupt with a deafening blast. The pain hit so fast that Rason collapsed instantly. A loud thud echoed, the great sage's mana cultivation manual. But that joy didn't last long. The next second, his eyes widened in shock as he felt a sudden surge of magical energy explode with a deafening bang. The pain hit so hard that Rason collapsed instantly. A loud crash echoed through the room, and his entire body was enveloped by blue mana, screaming wildly and discharging like lightning. Rason Maon clutched his chest in pain, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He realized in horror that the massive energy accumulated in his body was completely out of control and had become more violent than ever. If he couldn't find a way to control and suppress this wild mana, his heart would surely explode immediately. Facing the boundary between life and death, he understood that in this cruel world, he could lose his life at any moment if he couldn't master his energy. Rason Maon gathered all his strength, activating his holy eye to find a way to suppress the violent mana. He told himself he had to stay calm. There was still enough mana in his body for him to focus on regulating it. Rason Maon sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to guide the mana back to his heart. The system notification appeared. Primary mana cultivation has been etched into your heart. Thanks to this success, the system continued to announce that previously hidden settings were now fully available. Rason excitedly realized he could now see much more information. The system board displayed, "Other world settings have been unlocked." This helped Rason finally understand the strange behavior of the librarian, Heir Maon. Her character information sheet appeared in full. Name: Heir Maon. Age: 27. Attribute: Ice. Personality: cold but pure, sometimes very fierce. But right below that, a very absurd setting appeared. Chocolate is the best, accompanied by a small heart icon. Rason froze for 5 seconds, wondering what on earth that was. Then, a memory from his previous life in the modern world suddenly flashed in his mind. It was the time he had agreed to babysit for a friend. He remembered that while he wasn't looking, his friend's mischievous son had taken a pen and scribbled "Chocolate is the best" right next to Heir Maon's character settings in his notebook. It turned out the legendary Archmage's obsession with sweets stemmed from a child's prank in the real world, scribbled by his friend, who had used a pen to doodle and scrawl the words "Chocolate is the best" right next to the character profile of Heir Maon in his notebook. It turned out this legendary Archmage's obsession with sweets all stemmed from a mischievous prank by a child in the real world. This ridiculous truth left Rason Maon speechless, but before he could compose himself, a blast of heat suddenly hit him. He shouted in panic, "It's burning! What's happening?" But as he calmed down, Rason realized the fire surrounding him wasn't hot at all. Amidst the blazing flames, a mysterious figure slowly stepped out, making him wary. A sneering smile and vibrant red hair appeared, accompanied by a provocative voice. "Hey, idiot, why are you pretending to focus? Do you want to die?" Stepping out of the flames was an incredibly alluring but dangerous woman. Immediately, the system information board appeared, confirming her identity. Name: Rason Maon. Age: 29. Attributes: fire, earth, water. Personality: tyrannical, powerful, and fierce. Seeing the name, Rason couldn't help but scream internally in horror. He immediately recognized Rason Maon as a crazed mage, possessing 3 extremely rare magic attributes. But what made Rason shudder even more was her hidden description that had just appeared. Despises those who are weak and pathetic. Hobbies: dismembering bodies, accompanied by her twisted thoughts. "Oh, should I cut you into pieces? I just can't control myself." This brutality made Rason silently curse. Cutting people up? That's sick. Seeing Rason Maon still silent, Rason Maon pressed him with a murderous look. "Answer me. Why were you pretending to concentrate?" By instinct as a child, Rason almost blurted out an apology. But at that moment, he jumped and clamped his hand over his mouth. He broke into a cold sweat, reminding himself, "Damn it, that was close." He knew all too well that Rason Maon was someone who absolutely loathed the weak in this cruel world. If he dared to lower himself and apologize to her now, he would likely be snatched away to become her house cleaner immediately. Rason Maon understood that Persa was actually just trying to test him. He quickly regained a cold expression and retorted bluntly, "I wasn't pretending." Rason Maon raised an eyebrow and asked sharply, "Then what was it?" Even though he was terrified, Rason Maon decided to take a gamble to save his life. He looked straight into his scary sister's eyes and declared, "I'm very suspicious of your intentions, sister. Rason Maon's bold remark fascinated Persa Maon. She smiled slightly and said, "Interesting. I'm sure you've realized that I've been paying very close attention to you." Rason Maon calmly replied, "Then go ahead and continue to expose your hidden motives. What you said makes me feel that what you want to know about me is whether or not I'll actually apologize." Hearing this, Persa Maon suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The laughter echoed through the room, making Rason Maon uneasy, wondering if his performance was truly effective. After her laughter died down, Persa Maon looked at him searchingly. "Do you see that? So the rumors that you've changed are true." Rason Maon frowned slightly. "Rumors?" He quickly brushed it off with a vague answer. "I'm just trying to grow up like everyone else." However, Persa Maon extinguished any hope he had with a cold, cryptic question. "Do you think you're still a baby, baby boy? When you think it's too late, does that mean you could have done it faster?" Rason calmly replied to his sister's question, but Persa Maon only curled her lips in a bewitching smirk. Instantly, the scarlet flames surrounding her transformed into a giant fire serpent, lunging forward to coil tightly around Rason Maon's neck. Persa coldly spoke up. "If you think it's too late, go to sleep. Kids who stay up late won't grow tall." Despite being surrounded by flames and constricted by the serpent, Rason tried to remain calm, looking his cruel sister straight in the eye. "I know I can't become the family head, and I know my place, but you could use my help in the battle for the throne, couldn't you?" Persa Maon raised an eyebrow, the flames on her hands flaring up with interest. Good, go on." Rason continued, "At least I still have some value." Persa gave a look of utter disdain. "What value could trash like you have?" Unfazed, Rason confidently replied, "That depends on the capabilities of the person using me. After all, a legitimate child of the family always has their value. So, whose useful tool do you want to become?" Rason Maon thought to himself that she was essentially trying to probe which side he would choose in this brutal power struggle. He replied shrewdly, "I don't know much about my brothers and sisters, so I don't know who has the potential to become the family head." In his mind, the image of Avelia Maon appeared the one who, according to the rules, would succeed as the family head and become the next mistress of the clan. However, to earn some pocket money from Persa, Rason struck a nerve with her. "But I do know that you are wary of our two older sisters." This statement immediately touched Persa's pride, causing her eyes to turn ice cold. The fire serpent wrapped around Rason Maon's neck suddenly hissed fiercely, tightened its grip, and flared up, scorching his body. Excruciating pain struck him, and Rason Maon writhed in the searing flames as if being burned alive. But instead of begging pathetically, he gritted his teeth and forced out each word. "I heard you were very charming, but I didn't expect you to treat me like this. I also know you hate lies and despise flatterers even more than hearing unpleasant truths. I can follow what is right, but I will not submit to force." Noticing her younger brother's sudden toughness and spirit, Persa Maon waved her hand, causing the fire serpent to vanish completely. Freed from the flames, Rason collapsed onto the floor, exhausted and gasping for air. Rason Maon coughed violently. He tried to suppress the pain and spoke, "I believe you have forgiven me since I spoke the truth." But her only response was a bewitching smile. Persa coldly spat out the words, "You fool," and waved her hand, launching a powerful sphere of energy straight into Rason Maon's chest. The impact was so strong that Rason felt like he had been hit by a giant bowling ball. He fell to his knees, coughing incessantly. However, when he looked down at the floor, he was stunned to see a bright red apple rolling right in front of him. Rason Maon wondered in shock, "What is this? An apple? Did I get hit by this apple?" At that moment, a system notification box suddenly appeared. "Combat magic. Beginner's defense has shielded your heart from high-level mana. Indomitable will. Combat magic has been etched into your magic circle." He couldn't help but be bewildered. He never expected to learn new combat magic just by getting hit with an apple. From the doorway, Persa turned her back and walked away, nonchalantly ordering, "Eat it." Rason Maon hesitated and asked, "Are you letting me off the hook?" The tyrannical sister replied coldly, "I told you to eat it." Rason looked at the apple, wondering if she really wanted him to eat it. He carefully picked it up to examine it. As soon as he touched it, the system board immediately displayed a shocking notification. Katia, a precious item containing extremely expensive and rare energy. Rason was completely stunned. He knew full well how incredibly difficult it was to obtain such a precious Katia. He thought to himself, a treasure like this could surely only appear in the possession of the youngest son of the Maon family. In the original novel, the protagonist, Casin, was surrounded by brilliant glory, so for him, eating a Katia would only be a waste. Thinking this, Rason Maon sighed and told himself it was best not to compare himself to that monster. That night, at the Main family estate, Persa Maon sat lost in thought at her desk. She muttered with interest, "What a kid who loves to get beaten. He must be a masochist." He actually created his first magic circle at only 9 years old. The more she thought, the colder Persa's eyes became. She realized that if Rason had been pretending to be a stupid bastard all this time to deceive everyone, then he was truly a cunning snake. But that very cunning was exactly what she needed to prepare for the upcoming power struggle against her 2 older sisters. Persa Maon tapped her finger on the desk, telling herself that a coward who knew how to hide like Rason Maon would be the perfect pawn. Because his potential was limited, he would never have the chance to threaten her position as family head. A loud crack echoed as Persa Maon used her hand to snap the thick wooden desk in two, demonstrating her determination. She thought smugly, "A useful pawn on my chessboard." Immediately after, she called out in a low voice, "Sendo." From the shadows, a loyal subordinate wearing a black mask appeared and knelt at her feet. Persa Maon quickly ordered, "Continue spreading the rumor that Rason is a bastard, so no one forces him to leave. If possible, stop him from meeting the other brothers and sisters in the family, but remember not to be too obvious. Now, I'm quite curious whether he'll actually eat that Katia." She commanded Sendo to try his best to watch and monitor closely how Rason Maon would use that gift. Seeing that his master seemed too concerned about the youngest brother, Sendo remarked, "It seems you quite like him." Persa Maon curled her lips slightly, explaining that it would be very troublesome if someone rumored she had killed her own brother. Moreover, this game would be much more interesting if Rason didn't eat that apple but kept it for another scheme. Persa Maon's eyes gleamed with killing intent amidst the red flames. She thought to herself, "It would be truly stupid to pass up food served right at your mouth. And when he does, I'll have a perfectly legitimate reason to make him kneel with his face to the wall for plotting behind my back." At the same time, somewhere else, a system notification box immediately popped up. Warning. Warning. Consuming an overdose of Katia can lead to death. Absorption requires the assistance of an experienced mage of the water, ice, or wind element. Rason sat blankly looking at the red apple in front of him. He wondered how much of a dose was appropriate. He asked himself why the third young lady, Persa Maon, would give him this. Could it be love at first sight? But immediately, Rason dismissed that thought. Persa was not an ordinary person. She only gave this apple out of curiosity, or simply because she felt like it. However, if he successfully absorbed it and grew stronger, she would certainly find a way to use him. Rason worried about whether he would be kept or discarded after losing his utility, but if he didn't eat it, Persa Maon would surely cut off his limbs as she threatened. Therefore, he had to eat it. To be safe, Rason understood he needed help from a water, ice, or wind mage. Immediately, the name Heir Maon, the librarian who possessed powerful ice magic, appeared in his head. If he could latch onto this big shot, his chances of survival would be much higher. But Rason Maon had another worry. What if Heir Maon became greedy and killed him? She could easily fabricate a reason that he died from consuming too much energy, while claiming she tried her best to save him but failed. In the end, she would easily snatch the precious Katia. Just as he stepped out of the tiger's den, he fell right into a pigsty. Just as Rason was panicking, a sudden knock-knock sounded at the door. Heir Maon's voice came from outside. "It's Heir Maon. May I come in?" Rason Maon was startled. He understood that he couldn't hide the apple anywhere, because a grand mage like her would immediately feel the strong mana the Katia radiated. Rason took a deep breath and calmly said, "Come in." In his head, he quickly plotted a new plan. As soon as Heir Maon entered the room, Rason spoke directly. "Heir Maon, I won't try to hide it because I'm sure you've already sensed it." He placed the apple on the table, sat opposite the librarian, and continued, "As you can see, this is a Katia." Looking at the bright red apple, Heir Maon replied softly. Well, not wanting to waste any more time, Rason Maon looked her straight in the eyes and made a bold proposal. "I want to make a deal with you." Heir Maon raised an eyebrow and calmly asked, "What kind of deal?" Rason got straight to the point. He admitted that he couldn't absorb the Katia fruit on his own and desperately needed her help. However, the librarian flatly refused. She stated that, as a librarian, she had to remain neutral and would not participate in the war for succession under any circumstances. Faced with her blunt refusal, Rason calmly explained that he had no intention of dragging her into that conflict. What he truly wanted was to ascend higher as a true mage, an heir to the great mission of magic. Seeing the boy's resolve, Heir Maon silently wondered what the mission of magic really was. Rason Maon replied, "It is to become a shining example within the world of mages." Listening to these words, Heir Maon looked at him thoughtfully. She realized that for a long time, Some bored person must have been maliciously spreading rumors about the seventh young master. Sitting across from her, Rason nonchalantly affirmed that he had absolutely no intention of becoming the family head. Evelia Maon frowned slightly, because she knew full well that the members of the Maon family had always dedicated their entire lives just to fight for that supreme position. Rason Maon explained that this had nothing to do with power. He simply wanted to increase his own capabilities. Even so, Evelia Maon maintained her neutral stance. She advised him to seek support from the mages at the main house. But Rason immediately brushed it off. He knew well that he couldn't trust anyone at the main house, as they had surely been heavily bribed by his brothers and sisters long ago. His eyes showed a desperate determination meant to move her heart. "Please, help me. I want to protect my weak mother." The sincere confession from the bottom of Rason Maon's heart took Evelia Maon completely by surprise, leaving her frozen for a few seconds. In her mind, a horrific scene suddenly flashed back. It was the sight of a burly guard roughly grabbing the hair of a poor woman and shouting, "How dare you not pay your taxes?" Seeing his mother being abused, her young son frantically lunged forward to pull the guard's arm, screaming in agony, "Let go of my mother, you monster!" But that weak resistance only irritated the guard further. He coldly drew his sharp sword from its sheath, muttering with contempt, "You damn annoying pest." Despite the mother's terrified screams, the cruel guard switched into butcher mode and thrust his sword through her chest right before the poor child's eyes. The child's heart-wrenching cries echoed as the mother collapsed into a pool of blood. The ruthless guard sheathed his sword and spat out coldly, "Damn it, so annoying." The child wailed miserably, hugging his mother's cooling body. "Mom, no! Mom, open your eyes." Witnessing that brutal scene, the surrounding townspeople could only gossip and stir. Some sympathetic souls asked what they had done wrong, while others with cold blood mocked that the person who died was just a monster who deserved it. Standing in the middle of the crowd, a young girl in a hooded cloak silently witnessed it all. That was the painful past of Evelia Maon. Facing the tyrant king and an army armed with shields and swords, that lonely woman did not take a single step back. When the soldiers crazily charged to attack, she calmly unleashed ultimate ice magic, freezing every enemy in a single moment. That cruel memory made Evelia Maon understand the helplessness of the weak better than anyone. Back in reality, before her stood the seventh young master, Rason Maon. The boy was only 9 years old but had spent his entire life under surveillance and cold neglect. As the youngest son of a prestigious mage family, but with a mother who was a servant discarded by the clan, Rason had to choose to act like a useless fool, lowering himself just to survive. Seeing Rason clench his fists against his chest, his eyes determined as he declared, "I want to protect my weak mother." Evelia Maon was slightly shaken. She realized that when he said those words, the boy was being completely genuine. However, she also understood that it was a nearly impossible goal, because the other succession candidates in the Maon Clan were far stronger than him, while Rason was just a looked-down-upon bastard with a lowly background. For someone in such a low position as him, wanting to protect his mother and rise within the family was nothing more than a delusion, a completely impossible dream. Yet, standing before such a crazy ambition, Evelia Maon smiled slightly to herself, thinking that the dream wasn't wrong at all. Sitting quietly on her chair, the librarian pondered, "You can't win the lottery if you don't buy a ticket, and it doesn't have to be feasible to be called a dream." And she believed that the very process of struggling to pursue an impossible goal is when people are truly living and dreaming. Evelia Maon sighed softly and said coldly, "I'm not helping you just because you gave me chocolate, okay?" But looking at Rason Maon's expression, she also understood that she had been completely won over by this boy. To prepare, Evelia Maon explained her plan. To summarize, "I will freeze the mana that will overflow when you consume the katia. Then I will slowly melt it so your heart can absorb it." As soon as she finished speaking, she began to cast ice magic, enveloping the katia fruit floating in mid-air. Rason lay down neatly, waiting for his turn, nervously anticipating the energy absorption process. However, Evelia Maon did not forget to warn him about the extremely terrifying side effects. Your body might freeze solid as a side effect of this. Hearing this, Rason's face paled. Inwardly, he worried that his body would indeed freeze solid. Evelia Maon maintained her calm expression and continued, "If you're lucky, you'll return to normal in a few months. If you're unlucky, it could take a few years. And if you're truly unfortunate, you might even die." Her terrifying calmness made Rason Maon tremble as he blurted out, "Don't say that so calmly." Seeing the little master's worried face, the librarian comforted him softly. "However, I am a quite capable ice mage, so I will do my best to ensure that doesn't happen." Looking at the katia fruit emitting a frigid, icy energy, Rason lay on the bed, hesitation rising in him should he stop consuming this. But then he quickly pushed that thought away. Rason Maon reassured himself that in life-or-death situations like this, the success rate is usually higher. Moreover, he knew Avelia Maon's character settings very well. She was actually a person who cared deeply for others. Her detailed explanation of the dangers was just to help him prepare mentally. He told himself this was like a gamble with high odds, and in this world, there is no investment without risk. Rason Maon made up his mind, looked straight at Avelia Maon, and firmly ordered, "Do it." However, the librarian paused for a moment and said, "However, I am still a mage. I don't work for passion, so you must compensate me for my time." Hearing the word compensate, Rason frowned slightly and asked, "Compensate?" Avelia Maon tilted her head nonchalantly and replied, "That's right. It's not much, since it's just compensation for my presence, so I think 24 chocolate bars will do." The legendary archmage's closing the deal moment was so absurd that Rason could only silently nod in agreement. Meanwhile, in the damp dungeon of the main building, the third young miss, Rason Maon, was standing next to a bloodied prisoner, glancing at her subordinate. She smiled cunningly and asked, "Has he eaten the Katia yet?" The informant standing in the dark corner reported respectfully, "Yes, he has received the help of the librarian, Avelia Maon." Hearing this name, Rason Maon's expression changed in shock. "Avelia Maon? That ice witch?" The informant nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I believe he has captured her heart." Sendo bowed his head to report to the third young miss, "Rason Maon, I apologize, but I cannot investigate the details, because I cannot deceive Avelia Maon's senses." Persa curled her lips and asked back with underlying meaning, "Is that so?" She secretly marveled that her youngest brother had actually obtained a trump card that could move the heart of the legendary archmage. In truth, the Katia fruit she had given him was of a high-end, special variety. Without a mage of Avelia Maon's caliber to help him, Rason would have surely lost his life the moment he ate it. Persa guessed that Rason had known Avelia Maon's true identity early on, which was why he sought her out for help. Sendo agreed. "It seems so." Persa continued to ask, "The way you speak makes me believe he has succeeded in starting to consume it." Sendo confirmed that was correct, but added one extremely strange detail. When Rason Maon pressed to ask what that was, Sendo revealed that the seventh young master's body seemed too rigid. This news took Persa by surprise. "Really?" Sendo affirmed that even an ice mage like Avelia Maon was astonished. The rate at which Rason Maon was absorbing the mana was freezing at an unbelievable speed, and the strangest thing is that both his physique and his mood remain completely unchanged. Rason Maon smiles slightly, thinking this proves that Rason's heart is incredibly strong, truly worthy of a member bearing the bloodline of the prestigious Maon family. She immediately asks Sendo how long he thinks her youngest brother will take to fully absorb all of that massive mana. Normally, a mage would need 3 years, but Persa boldly bets everything that Rason can finish it in just 1 year. However, Sendo's answer leaves her completely stunned. The female intelligence agent states in a low voice, "At his current pace, I think 3 weeks is reasonable." This unbelievable figure leaves the third young lady speechless with astonishment. What? Meanwhile, late at night at the remote mansion, amidst the silence, Rason suddenly sits up in bed. His expression changes, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. He pants heavily, clutching his chest, trembling as he feels something abnormal. "Damn it, my body." A violent surge of heat suddenly erupts from within his body. Rason Maon's entire form is enveloped in a blue aura of mana. He grinds his teeth to endure the extreme pain and only has time to scream in his mind. So hot. Rason runs continuously for hours on the mansion grounds. Even after running for a long time, he is surprised to find that he doesn't feel tired at all. A rooster crows, signaling the start of a new day, but Rason Maon continues to stride forward. However, accompanying that abundant stamina is an uncomfortable, burning sensation, making him think his heart is about to explode from mana overload. Realizing that simple running isn't enough to release the massive amount of mana, Rason shouts for Hampton while the boy is still yawning, not yet fully awake. He orders his attendant to take him to the mansion's waterfall garden. Standing before the rushing water, Rason doesn't hesitate to dive in, struggling against the pressure of the cascade. He realizes that climbing the waterfall consumes much more energy than running, helping him burn off mana more effectively. Panting, he orders Hampton to carry several huge weights over. Under the 1,000-pound pressure of the water, his Iron Will combat magic automatically activates to protect Rason Maon's body. He persists, training without rest even as his breathing becomes increasingly heavy. That extraordinary effort is quickly rewarded as the system continuously announces level ups. The Iron Will skill has been upgraded to a higher level, better protecting his body, and his heavy usage combat magic is also upgraded to the high-level version. Rason Maon smiles to himself as if he's found a diamond, clearly feeling his body becoming lighter than before. He continues to increase the difficulty by asking Hampton to add 20 kilograms of weight, leaving the young attendant stunned. 1 week later, the weight is increased to 30 kilograms, and another week later, the figure hits 50 kilograms. Hampton, while struggling to carry the heavy pile of weights, anxiously advises the young master not to push himself too hard. But Rason just smiles calmly and replies that he is still fine. He notices that he sleeps very little lately, yet his body is always full of vitality. Meanwhile, at the main building, the informant Sendo is kneeling and reporting the situation to the third young lady, Persa. Sendo concludes that Rason has completely absorbed the massive source of mana from the Katia fruit, while also judging the seventh young master's body to be truly terrifying. Hearing this, Persa, who is casually reading documents, just curls her lip and asks with underlying intent, "Is this a person or a battery?" Sendo continues to report the details of Rason Maon's situation to the third young lady, Persa Maon. He climbs the waterfall in the garden empty-handed every day. Hearing this, Persa Maon flips a page of her book and asks curiously, "Without using magic?" Sendo explains that he actually uses combat magic to support himself. Persa Maon closes her book nonchalantly, stating that while combat magic develops quickly and early, it has certain limitations, and Rason Maon just needs to fulfill his role as a supporting character. Well, that's enough. But Sendo immediately adds a detail that catches her attention. But he is also carrying 50 kilograms of weights. Persa Maon is momentarily surprised and asks, "Not 5 kilograms?" Sendo firmly confirms and adds that Rason can even climb a 30-meter-high waterfall in under 5 minutes. Hearing this, Persa bursts into loud, excited laughter. She thinks her brother's body is surely undergoing a serious energy overload and wonders to herself how many days the young man has left. Sendo expresses concern, saying that if it continues like this, he will die in 3 months. He explains that Rason Maon's body is currently holding too much mana, and without some sort of special power to protect his body, he will sooner or later explode and die. Seeing the critical situation, Sendo suggests, if you help him, he might survive. Third young lady Persa Maon. But Persa Maon immediately refuses coldly. She believes that giving him the precious Katia fruit was already enough, and orders her subordinate to continue observing the situation. However, hidden behind that indifference, Persa Maon faintly smiles with calculation. She tells herself that if Rason is really about to die, she must force him to reveal the secret of how he managed to move and convince the legendary librarian, Evelia Maon. Meanwhile, in his private room, Rason looks at himself in the mirror and is very satisfied. Thanks to the intense mana absorption and harsh training, his body has become firmer and healthier. He thinks to himself, "After absorbing the mana, it seems I've changed a lot." A while later, at a tea party in the garden, Soso looks worriedly at her son, who has visibly lost weight. She pours tea and asks, "Do you think you are losing weight too fast?" Rason smiles calmly, explaining that his weight only drops because he exercises diligently. "I'm becoming more handsome every day, mother." Soso takes a sip of tea and gently turns to compliment the maid. "Hera, your tea-making skills are getting better and better." Receiving praise from the lady, Hera blushes, smiles brightly and happily, and replies, "Thank you, my lady. You are becoming more beautiful too." Watching this harmonious interaction, Rason, sitting nearby, cannot help but be surprised. He thinks to himself, Hera is strangely friendly with mother. Whatever, I guess it's a good thing. Looking at his mother's rosy and radiant face, Rason smiles with relief. He tells himself that his mother's illness has improved significantly, and everything in his new life is progressing very well. Lying on his bed to rest, Rason Maon activates his holy eyes and applies the easy mana training method. He murmurs as he calculates the time. Today is the 20th of December 2018, according to the Heipon calendar. Only 4 days left until December 24, the eve of Stella Nation, the night before the birthday of the King of Hapan, the man who founded the first human empire. But what Rason is actually concerned about is not that king, but another important event about to take place. According to the original rules he wrote himself, on this December 24, Rudia, later known as the Fire Assassin, the nemesis of mages and a one-armed blood assassin, will appear at the West Gate. Rudia will be exiled to the West Gate of the Maon family after enduring humiliating insults. In the original story, Rason only wrote briefly that she was captured by the third young lady, Persa. Now, putting all the pieces together, he is shocked to realize why Rudia lost an arm. The cruel Rason Maon had looked at her hand and smiled maliciously. "Your hand is beautiful." It was the deep hatred for the Maon family that turned Rudia into a core ally who fought on every battlefield alongside the protagonist after forming the Fire Pact. Possessing the special power of the Fire Assassin, she is an extremely powerful trump card beside the male lead. Rason thinks to himself, if he could go one step ahead to take the Holy Grail of Fire from Rudia, that would be great. While lying in bed lost in thought, his soul suddenly jolts. He realizes there is a strange aura in the room. Activating the Holy Eyes, the system board immediately displays the information of the person cloaked in invisibility in the dark corner. The third young lady's shadow. Cold sweat runs down his forehead. Rason Maon tells himself, when did this person sneak in? And it is best that he pretends to know nothing. If not for the Holy Eyes, he definitely wouldn't have been able to detect her. However, the system suddenly issues a warning. Because he is using the easy mana training method, he cannot turn off the Holy Eyes. If he attempts to disable it, it will lead to mana overload. Rason Maon can only curse internally. To avoid suspicion, he decides to lie still and pretend to be sound asleep. He hopes the tail will automatically leave. At this moment, hiding in the corner of the room, the masked informant of Rason Maon breaks out in a cold sweat, unable to hide his astonishment as he wonders, what is this? Can he train mana even while sleeping? Mana training is inherently an extremely arduous technique. Even a small mental fluctuation can lead to death. But the third young lady's informant, Sendo, can only stand frozen in shock as he sees Rason Maon sleeping soundly while channeling his magic power. Sendo scratches his head, not knowing how to report this bizarre situation to his master. Initially, he had disregarded the basic training method Rason Maon took from the Starlight Library, thinking the amount of energy absorbed wasn't worth mentioning. But now, even when drifted into sleep, Rason can still maintain his training with a very stable mana flow. Sendo, even though he has flipped through the introductory book on magic analysis and the easy mana training method, is still completely powerless, unable to find the secret behind this strange mana training of his. Not only that, Rason Maon also successfully absorbs the full amount. The massive mana source from the Katia fruit, combined with Avelia Maon's support, has significantly improved his physical condition. Sendo suspects that Rason has concentrated all the mana in his body toward his heart. Strangely enough, his heart hasn't suffered any dangerous side effects. On the contrary, it's growing stronger, and the mana flow around his body has become more stable than ever. What terrified the informant most was that Rason Maon didn't need to create a second magic circle or implant any body-strengthening spells, yet he still possessed such fearsome physical strength. Noticing the unusual durability of Rason Maon's heart, Sendo told himself he absolutely must report every detail to the third young lady tomorrow, then quickly glided away, vanishing into the night without a sound. As soon as the pursuer's presence faded, Rason Maon opened his eyes slightly, glanced around, and thought to himself, "You really think I didn't know?" It turned out he had long since detected the informant and deliberately pretended to be fast asleep to deceive him. The night of the Stellanation festival had finally arrived. Wind chimes rang out joyfully throughout the space. In the middle of the secluded courtyard of the mansion, a giant pine tree was gorgeously decorated with sparkling lights, shining brightly under the starlit night sky. Standing beneath the shimmering lights of the ceremony, Rason Maon softly called out, "Rudia Hampton." Both attendants immediately stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "As you wish, young master," Rason Maon ordered coldly. "Follow me." Hearing this, Hampton and Hera silently trailed behind their young master. After walking a short distance, Hampton couldn't help but be curious. Rason Maon then asked, "Yes, where are we going?" Rason Maon replied calmly, "To the outer west gate." Hearing this, Hampton was stunned and asked, "The outer west gate?" The Maon family has 4 west gates in total, and the outer west gate is the one furthest out. And today, on this Stellanation night, Rason Maon and his 2 trusted attendants were heading straight for it. Rason Maon's only goal right now was Rudia, the blood assassin, who would later be known as the nemesis of mages and a fearsome one-armed magic user. Rason's eyes were filled with determination. He told himself that he would meet her. At the same time, at the west gate, a girl in a black hooded cloak was gasping for air, completely exhausted. Suddenly, a man lunged out and shouted, "You bastard!" as a fiery red flame erupted intensely. In a fit of rage, the girl screamed with murderous intent, "Today, I'll put all of you on the chopping block." At the same time, Rason Maon looked up at the watchtower standing tall in the dark night, silently wondering if this was truly the outermost west gate. As the three of them walked down the stone hallway, Hampton leaned in close to his ear and excitedly suggested, "Are you planning to pay the sixth young master a visit on the way? I've prepared plenty of paralyzing poison for him." Contrary to his attendant's enthusiasm, Rason just coldly replied, "No." The blunt refusal made the boy wilt like a noodle. "Are you sad, young master?" Hampton jumped in alarm, hurriedly stuttering his denial. "Yes, I mean, no, not at all. That doesn't make me sad in the slightest." But before they could keep walking, screams and the glare of red flames from the west gate cut off their conversation. A guard was sent flying, screaming in pain. "Stop her!" Amidst the raging inferno, a girl with black hair and blazing red eyes was frantically casting fire magic, screaming with murderous intent. "I will kill every single one of you." Immediately the system window displayed her information. Name, Rudia. Primary attribute, fire. Personality, a total blockhead. A loyal daddy's girl. Rason was secretly amazed. It was definitely Rudia. He thought to himself that he had designed her to be simple-minded, acting without thinking, but he hadn't expected her to act this recklessly in reality. Witnessing the chaotic scene, Hampton asked, trembling, "What's wrong with that girl?" Rason Maon observed his opponent closely, telling himself that with her current physical condition, she absolutely could not have triggered her poison resistance in time. Sensing the opportunity, Rason Maon called out, "Hampton." The boy quickly replied, "Yes, young master." Rason Maon ordered instantly, "Use the paralyzing poison, target that girl, and by any means necessary, paralyze her right now." While Rudia was still screaming wildly amidst the flames, Hampton immediately took the order. The boy leaped into the air, decisively firing a concealed weapon loaded with paralyzing poison. A dart streaked through the air straight toward the target. Just as Rudia was roaring, "I'll burn you all to a crisp," a loud explosion occurred, and a thick, green cloud of toxic smoke erupted, engulfing Rudia. Hit by the poison unexpectedly, the girl only managed a muffled sound. "Ugh, you damn." She lost consciousness completely. Watching Rudia collapse to the ground, Rason told himself he had to clean up this scene quickly before anyone discovered it. Right after Hampton's paralyzing smoke knocked the girl out, the gate guard with reddish-brown hair immediately pointed at Rason Maon, shouting angrily, "Who are you? How dare you interfere here? Show us your ID." Facing that aggression, Rason remained calm and replied nonchalantly, "I'm just someone passing through from the inside. Calm down. Are you guys really gate guards with that kind of attitude?" He looked around at the ruined battlefield and added sarcastically, "At this rate, you'd be better off herding ducks." Even though he was insulting the guards, looking at the unconscious girl on the ground, Rason secretly admitted that it wasn't really that the guards were weak, but rather that Rudia was just too strong. Not wanting to drag this out, he took on the attitude of a debt collector and declared to the guard, "I'm taking her with me." Hearing this, the guard protested frantically, "You can't do that. State your identity." Immediately, Hampton stepped forward and cleared his throat loudly. "Ahem." The attendant started his unparalleled praise of his master, the brilliant and talented young mage of the Maon family, the successor to the family's bloodline. A pioneer with a vision ahead of his time, a powerful figure on the path of magic, a genius adventurer daring to set off on his own expeditions. Watching Hampton drone on with such pride, Rason broke into a cold sweat, thinking helplessly, "He's so dramatic at this rate. He's going to keep praising me forever." Finally, Hampton concluded loudly, "He is the seventh young master, Rason Maon." Rason Maon stood there with his arms crossed, looking arrogant, and smirked. "Do you finally understand now?" But contrary to the awe he expected, the guard started twitching from shock and shouted indignantly, "What kind of nonsense is this? You idiots don't even know what the seventh young master looks like. Young master Rason Maon could never be as handsome as you." This critical hit left Rason completely stunned, his face turning dark. Was that a compliment or an insult? He felt dead inside, heartbroken because he had only lost a little bit of weight. To regain his authority, Rason snapped, pointing straight at the guard, "Hey, what's your name? I will definitely remember it." "Do you really think anyone would dare walk out of the Maon estate and impersonate the seventh young master?" The guard scratched his head sheepishly and muttered, "You do make a good point. Everyone knows the seventh young master is a useless, ugly pig." Hearing this, Rason Maon immediately cut him off. "And yet, you still believe I would dare impersonate the seventh young master, you idiot?" Standing beside him, Hampton looked at him with sparkling, admiring eyes. "But in my eyes, you've always been cool." Rason Maon ignored him and coldly gave an ultimatum to the guard. "If you still feel I'm untrustworthy, just send someone to the family to confirm it." The guard broke into a cold sweat, answering flustered, I'll do that later. But Rason Maon looked down at the guard with a sharp, icy gaze and declared, once you have confirmed that I am indeed the seventh young master, then you will pay a heavy price for having the audacity to doubt me today. The authoritative threat made the guard tremble, and he fell to his knees to apologize. I am terribly sorry, seventh young master. Still, he couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, young master, why are you so intent on taking that girl? Rason narrowed his eyes. Why? I didn't think you'd be so inquisitive. He cleared his throat and suddenly changed his tone, blushing slightly while covering his mouth with a fake laugh. Because she's very beautiful. This reason left the guard completely speechless, and he could only nod in defeat. I see, sir. Meanwhile, Hera, standing behind, could only stare with a blank expression at her master's brazen lie. After resolving the trouble, they took the black-haired girl, who was now tied up and gagged, back to their room. Rason sat back in his chair with the calm demeanor of a person in power. Hera and Hampton stood on either side, guarding the girl lying motionless on the floor. At that moment, a blue system notification window suddenly appeared before Rason's eyes, blinking brightly in mid-air like a firefly. It notified him that an incident had occurred that could affect the plausibility of the plot. Rason wondered in surprise. An incident? He realized that this world had begun to analyze the tiny changes he had created to automatically readjust itself. Immediately after, the girl's red eyes suddenly widened. She began to struggle continuously, making muffled, angry sounds through the tape over her mouth. Rason Maon observed closely, thinking to himself, although he wasn't entirely sure, it looked like she was cursing or swearing at him. Rudia's character design was truly very simple, even a bit naive. Let me try treating her in the most basic way. Thinking is doing. So, Rason Maon spoke calmly. Hey, I heard your father is sick. I will help you. The offer hit home, making Rudia jump like a cat on a hot tin roof, staring at him with wide eyes. Rason Maon continued to probe her psychology. My mother is also very ill. I know why you came here. Looking at the cloak and the crescent symbol on your left chest, you must be a mage from Han. On top of that, you use fire attributes. So, you must be a firebird. Am I right? The young master's insight made Hampton, standing beside him, break into a cold sweat, secretly admiring him. How does the young master know all of this? Rason spoke nonchalantly. The Heir region is located in the south, next to the Fire Dragon mountain range. I heard that in the last few years, a plague has broken out there. Rason continued calmly. I know how to cure that disease. I also know you came rushing to this family without any plan, other than hoping we would save your life for free. Rason Maon's statement silenced her immediately. He added, if you understand what I'm saying, then nod twice. After a moment of hesitation, the girl nodded repeatedly in agreement. Seeing this, Rason ordered the maid, Hera, remove the tape from her mouth. Hera quickly stepped forward and firmly ripped the tape off. Rason asked, there, are you any calmer now? The girl gently rubbed her stinging face, looking up with fiery red eyes at him. She trembled and asked, will you really help me? Seeing her desperate expression, Rason Maon thought to himself, I bet she said the same thing to Casin. He crossed his arms and replied calmly, yes, when I say I'll do something, I do it. The girl still couldn't hide her suspicion. Why would you help me? Rason retorted, do I need a reason? The girl lowered her head and muttered, I heard that nobles like you never help anyone for free. Rason Maon asked curiously, who said that? She replied softly, my father. Rason Maon then asked, then why did you come to my family's estate knowing we wouldn't help you for free? The girl immediately insisted, I'll give them a good reason to help me. I have some valuable items among my possessions. Hearing the phrase valuable items, a light bulb went off in Rason's head. He immediately understood everything. The valuable item she was talking about was none other than the Holy Grail. This was the rare, golden opportunity that the protagonist, Casin, had seized in the original plot to recruit her to his side. But now, this prize would belong to Rason Maon. He looked straight into the girl's eyes and declared firmly, I will cure your father. Rason's promise left her completely stunned, her eyes shining with hope. Really? But he added, but you'll have to sell your soul to pay off the debt. Hearing about the high price, the girl suddenly slumped, looking worried as she twisted her hands together. I'm out of money. Rason Maon calmly replied, you can pay me back later. How much money do you want? Rason said coldly. I won't know the price until I examine the illness. The girl pleaded anxiously. Then please, just save my father. Rason asked if she could even afford it. The girl immediately pledged, I guarantee I'll pay, no matter the cost. Rason Maon then suggested, you mentioned you had some items, right? She didn't hesitate at all. I'll give them all to you. Rason Maon smiled with satisfaction. All right, that's enough. Not wanting to waste time, he turned to call Hampton. The young manservant hurriedly responded, Yes, young master. Rason immediately ordered him to collect some herbs that were over 10 years old and distribute them to the Han region. Seeing Hampton looking confused, he explained the formula in detail. If you boil those 15-year-old herbs in silver seawater for 18 minutes, it will become a cure for the plague in the Han region. Rason Maon's revelation left Hampton completely frozen, his eyes wide as he asked in astonishment, This is the first time I've heard of such a preparation method. Could you explain it to me again, young master? Seeing Hampton still looking like a deer in headlights, Rason firmly brushed it off. Don't doubt me, just do as I say. His master's conviction completely convinced Hampton. The boy bowed respectfully. I understand. I will do as you instructed. In his heart, he felt an immense sense of admiration, silently thinking that the seventh young master was truly incredibly cool. Just then, the maid Hera approached and asked timidly, Young master, may I ask you a question? Rason Maon calmly anticipated her intent. What is it? Are you curious about how I learned this healing method too? Hera didn't deny it. Yes, to be honest, based on common knowledge, this method is too baffling. Facing the skepticism of the assassin maid, Rason's eyes narrowed proudly. He delivered a short, heavy response. Because I am me. The arrogant answer left Hera bowing in respect. Thank you for teaching me, my lord. Looking at Rason Maon's authoritative back, Hera couldn't help but be shocked. The confidence radiating from this 9-year-old boy made her realize he was truly just like the powerful Lord Maon from her childhood memories. Not wanting to waste any more time, Rason turned to the black-haired girl tied up on the floor and smiled, saying, Rudia, I'm going to let you go now. But as soon as she heard that, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. What? The next second, a burst of fiery red flames suddenly erupted violently around her. The girl shouted angrily, What did you just say? Her fiery red eyes locked onto Rason Maon, asking with killing intent, I never told you my name, so how do you know it? The direct hit of that question made the smile on Rason's face vanish instantly. He froze, cold sweat pouring down as he realized he had been too careless and had slipped up by revealing classified information. In his mind, there was only one panicked thought. Oh crap, I just blew it. I never said my name. How could you possibly know it? Facing the piercing question, Rason sweated bullets, scolding himself for making such a blunder. But he quickly regained his composure, telling himself not to panic. He smirked confidently and said, Relax, is it really that strange for me to know your name? Rudia still squinted at him suspiciously. Yes, it is very strange. To distract the girl, Rason offered a tempting bait. Once this is done, I'll give you the 15-year-old herbs. How about that? Seeing Rudia remain silent, Rason added, Or should I reveal the secret to that medicine? Although she desperately wanted the cure for her father, Rudia still muttered suspiciously. Very strange. Rason retorted, Why do you think those benefits you're getting are strange? His pressure made Rudia start to tremble and sweat cold, but she remained stubborn. Something smells fishy. Rason raised his voice with the authority of a master. Do you know that you are being rude to your benefactor? If you're going to have that attitude, then get lost. Being called out, Rudia lowered her head toward the floor. Rason didn't stop. He continued to overwhelm her spirit. Are you treating my kindness toward you like trash? Before the coldness and pressure from the seventh young master, Rudia's spirit completely vanished. The girl hung her head, whispering an apology. I'm sorry. Rason tilted his head and snapped. Speak up. Rudia repeated softly. I'm sorry. Rason Maon kept his arms crossed and said arrogantly, I can't hear a thing. At this point, Rudia couldn't take the pressure anymore and shouted, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Seeing the girl's sincere attitude, Rason Maon thought, That should be enough. He said calmly, I accept your apology, but you cannot leave. Rudia looked up, bewildered, and asked, Why? Can't I go home? Rason reminded her coldly, Don't you remember what you did? Breaking into the Maon family estate and attacking the gate guards. Memories of the intense battle outside the west gate came back, leaving Rudia speechless, only able to stammer. That Rason continued to ask to get to the bottom of it. You said you came here to find medicine to save your father. So, what did the guards say? Rudia lowered her head, her red eyes filled with sadness. She choked out the story. They said this wasn't a place for someone like me to come. They mocked me and said that people who are about to die, like my father, have nothing to do with the Maon family. Rudia clenched her trembling hands, tears starting to fall. And they said he would die. I wanted to be with my father, but they told me to let the old man kick the bucket. Seeing the strong girl now sobbing helplessly, Rason felt a pang of compassion. He immediately turned to the maid. Hera, let this lady leave immediately. Get her out of my sight. Hera bowed. Yes, young master. As soon as she was untied, Rudia reached up to wipe the tears from her face. She looked up at the young savior in front of her, choking out. But who are you? Why are you being so kind to me? Me, Rason Maon. Hearing the name Rason Maon, Rudia startled and muttered it to herself. Then, as if remembering something, she gasped, the pathetic bastard of that family? Her blunt words made Rason Maon only offer a forced smile as he asked, Yeah, is that what I'm known as? Rudia nodded. That's right, they say you're trash. But immediately after, she gave a radiant smile, looked him straight in the eye, and affirmed, But I don't think you're that kind of person. You're a good person. At that very moment, a familiar system notification suddenly appeared before Rason's eyes. A change affecting the plot had occurred. Rason thought to himself, Wait, is the script glitching? The system continued to analyze, pointing out that Rudia was Casin's future ally, an incredibly talented blood assassin and fire mage. Looking at the girl in front of him, Rason wondered if taking a step ahead to ally with Rudia was truly the right decision. But seeing her warm smile, he quickly brushed aside his hesitation, telling himself, Just seize the present. I'll figure out the future later. That night, at the M Mansion, Hampton wore a large backpack full of herbs and entered the room to report, I have found all the herbs you requested. Young master, I will go to Han now. Rason asked calmly. All right, how long will it take you to get there? Hampton replied respectfully. About 3 days. Sir. But before leaving, the young servant hesitated, stopping to ask, Young master, I'm sorry, but may I ask you one question? Why are you helping that girl, Rudia? Facing his servant's query, Rason Maon pondered and replied, It just gets on my nerves to see people die from a disease that can be cured. If he is our father, we must save him at all costs. He looked out the window and continued, For me, helping someone isn't a big deal. His magnanimous answer deeply moved Hampton. The boy immediately knelt and bowed his head. Thank you for the lesson, sir. Rason, bewildered, asked back, What lesson? Hampton choked back tears and explained, We belong to a great family, and you made me understand that we shouldn't abandon the poor and pitiful just because of that. That is what a great family should do. Bowing before his great master, absolute loyalty swelled within Hampton's heart. The boy thought to himself, I have found the light of my life. Hampton hoisted his heavy backpack onto his shoulders and walked away decisively. I'm leaving now, young master. Watching the boy's back gradually disappear, Rason Maon thought, Honestly, my goal is to get the Holy Grail, but saying it like that earlier was probably for the best. 2 days later, at the secluded mansion, the sound of footsteps echoed loudly through the hallway, making the maids working there scatter in panic. An arrogant and cold voice rang out from behind. Did the fool pick up a new toy? The door was pushed open roughly. The third young lady, Rason Maon, walked in with a bewitching smile on her lips. Oh, let's see. I'm quite surprised by the trash this bastard picked up. But the moment she saw the person in the room, the smile on Rason Maon's lips froze. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Rason Maon stared intently at the young man in front of her and blurted out, Who are you? In our family history, there has never been a man this handsome. Standing before her was an incredibly handsome and elegant youth. He turned around calmly and replied gently, Rason Maon, your youngest brother. The breathtaking transformation of her brother greatly intrigued Rason Maon. She approached him, curling her lips slightly. Interesting. I'm quite curious. It seems you are still hiding something. Rason maintained a blank expression. I'm not hiding anything. But in his mind, he thought, other than the fact that I am the one who created this world. Rason Maon narrowed her eyes dangerously. But do you know, before she finished, she suddenly closed the distance, brought her beautiful face close to Rason's ear, and whispered enchantingly, Why are you so cute? A man shouldn't be this dazzling. The close proximity and the invisible pressure from his sister left Rason Maon frozen, a deep fear rising in his heart. Oh boy, my heart is racing. In that instant, Persa's crimson eyes flashed with a devilish light. The system board immediately displayed a notification. Beginner Battle Magic. Steadfast will is protecting you. Rason Maon was secretly amazed to realize her battle magic activated automatically when looking into those eyes. So, how did you become like this in just 3 weeks, huh? Then, she casually reached out and patted Rason's head dotingly. Very good, this face is approved. If you keep growing like this, I will cherish you even more. However, Rason firmly brushed her hand away and replied coldly, I don't need that. The bold act of resistance caught Persa off guard. What? Rason Maon understood that this tyrannical sister was actually still constantly testing him. He looked straight into her eyes and declared clearly, "I want to be your rival or your partner, not someone to be pampered." Seeing the determination and superior spirit of her youngest brother, Persa Maon curled her lips and smiled with intrigue. "You look pretty tasty when you're feisty." Persa wore a bewitching smile and whispered a chilling threat. "Your heart would surely be a wonderful piece of art if it were ripped out, wouldn't it?" The threat made Rason Maon break into a cold sweat. He tried to stay calm and replied, "Cut the creepy jokes." Persa burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha, do you think I'm joking?" Immediately, she shifted her attention to Rudia. "Regardless, I want to see your toy." Rason Maon was startled to realize Persa was an extremely talented fire element mage. Surely she sensed that Rudia was a fire spirit with immense potential, so she wouldn't let this go. To protect Rudia and prevent the future from being altered according to the original plot, Rason bravely stepped in front and declared, "She is my toy. The thing I brought back. I have no obligation to show you, and I have no intention to do so." His defiance caused Persa's face to darken. "Daring to challenge me?" Instantly, a violent red mana exploded from Persa Maon, pressing down on Rason Maon's body. The terrifying pressure made him struggle to hold his ground. Fortunately, the system board immediately announced, "Skill, steadfast. Will is resisting external harmful energy." Persa leaned in close, looking sinister. "Look at yourself. Someone of your rank daring to defy me? A bastard with nothing but stupidity." Thanks to the Saint's Eye helping to activate basic magic cultivation, Rason Maon gritted his teeth, enduring as if his whole body were being crushed under Persa's mana. Seeing his perseverance, Persa Maon retracted the pressure slightly and smiled. "I'll give you a chance." Rason panted and asked, "How so?" Persa curled her lips. A flicker of blue flame ignited on her finger. "You're learning battle magic, right?" "That's right, and only at the beginner level. I will only use one finger to cast battle magic, stripping away all attributes and using only pure battle magic." Seeing this, Rason Maon asked in surprise, "You study battle magic too?" Persa Maon replied nonchalantly, "A little bit. I read about it for 5 minutes before coming here." The arrogant declaration of the genius sister made Rason Maon break into a cold sweat, but he still smirked with determination. "Today I'll show you what I'm capable of." Persa excitedly made her move. "Our youngest brother is quite cunning." "I like that." She flicked her finger gently, and a giant fire serpent immediately shot toward Rason Maon. At that very moment, Rason Maon's Saint's Eye quickly analyzed and provided a notification, "Magic illusion detected." Knowing this was just a diversion, Rason did not waver. He channeled power into his fist and lunged forward, shattering the fire snake in one blow. Witnessing his brother's decisive punch, Persa Maon smiled in approval. "He has truly grown since then. Do it. If you win, I will never eye your toy again." Rason shivered. He knew he had to go all out for this fight. Persa Maon suddenly changed her expression, her eyes glowing with cruelty as she gave her final warning. "If your toy isn't interesting, I'll cut it into pieces." Rason Maon stood opposite his sister Persa. He clenched his fists with determination and declared, "I will definitely defeat you at any cost, big sister." Looking at his youngest brother brimming with spirit, Persa Maon smirked with contempt. In her mind, she thought, "I didn't expect this kid to try so hard to entertain me." To her, Rason wasn't even the 5th or 6th person in the family. He was just the most pathetic piece of trash abandoned by their father, the family head. Without a second's hesitation, Rason lunged to attack. His speed was nothing compared to a genius like Persa. "Moving like a turtle, darling. Haven't you eaten?" A powerful burst of pressure from her finger shot out, hitting Rason Maon squarely, causing him to cry out in pain and be thrown back. Rason Maon struggled to land, his feet carving into the floor to maintain balance. Observing her brother's state, Persa Maon silently judged, "He couldn't even dodge that. He only knows how to charge in and attack. His head must only be for growing hair. Planting trees probably doesn't require tilling." However, she had to admit that Rason choosing to learn defensive magic in combat was an extremely correct and wise decision at this moment. Standing firm after the collision, sweat began to pour from Rason. He silently analyzed the current situation. "The longer this fight lasts, the more disadvantageous I become. The massive gap in strength makes dodging and counterattacking too difficult for me." At that moment, the high-level steadfast will basic battle magic technique automatically activated to protect his body. Yet, even with the defensive magic's support, Rason still felt his chest tighten, and an extremely unpleasant feeling of nausea rushed over him. He grimaced in pain. "She only used one finger, and I'm already suffering from mana vibration." At that moment, the system suddenly announced, The easy mana cultivation method has begun to control the circulation, helping Rason quickly stabilize the mana shock in his body. Realizing that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had arrived, he told himself this was the best moment and immediately lunged forward. The high-level gravity basic battle magic technique was activated immediately. Targeting Persa's right thigh, Rason moved as fast as lightning and used all his strength to grab her leg. Rason Maon's sudden close-quarters move caught even a genius like Persa by surprise. Taking advantage of his opponent's moment of shock, he was determined to bring her down. A loud thud echoed as Persa was knocked down to the floor. Not wasting a single second, Rason continued to apply the high-level gravity technique, channeling all his glowing blue mana into his fist and delivering a powerful blow downward. However, Rason Maon's eyes widened in pain as he realized the bones in his hand had completely shattered, and fresh blood began to ooze profusely. Even though he was in enough pain to grit his teeth, he tried to stay calm and concluded, "Playing tricks like this is cheating." Lying on the floor, Persa Maon still wore a calm, smug expression and replied softly, "Correct." Looking at her youngest brother, Persa smirked and asked, "Did you guess I'd be surprised?" and lunged at me from the start. Rason Maon frankly admitted it was his only choice. She continued to taunt him, "So that's why you surprised me and tackled me so roughly? Like a butcher grabbing a pig?" Gasping for air from exhaustion, Rason replied, "Isn't that just how battle magic always is?" Persa Maon sighed in annoyance and muttered, "That's why I've always hated battle magic. It's so lacking in elegance." Even with his hand severely injured, Rason smirked confidently, asserting that it might not be pretty, but she had been knocked down by him regardless. Persa smirked back, acknowledging he had a point, but in the next second, she snapped her fingers, and a massive wave of magical pressure erupted, blasting Rason Maon away. The violent impact sent him crashing to the floor with a loud thud. Rason groaned in pain, coughing up blood as he struggled on the ground. Seeing her younger brother in such a pathetic state, Persa smiled with amusement. "You won the bet, so I won't keep my eyes on your toys anymore." She turned to walk away, but didn't forget to leave a cryptic remark. "However, little brother, I'm going to take a much greater interest in you from now on." Walking down the hallway, Persa Maon mentally reevaluated the strength of her youngest brother. Just as the informant Sendo had reported, Rason's body was truly incredibly sturdy. Even though she only used one finger, her last attack contained a massive amount of destructive energy. Yet he managed to withstand it using his resilient skin. Rason Maon's extraordinary toughness deeply intrigued Persa. She told herself she wanted to see just how far this boy could go, even though he was still quite weak for now. She glanced back and said, "See you later, brother," then immediately turned into a blazing fire and vanished completely. Left in the room, Rason Maon clutched his painful chest, moaning incessantly. Meanwhile, Persa Maon walked away, deep in thought. What caught her attention even more than his sturdy physique was the fact that Rason Maon had swallowed her mana whole. She concluded that he had intentionally absorbed that flow of mana. While there were special-type mages in this world capable of absorbing others' mana, Rason's case was a bit different. That was why she had intentionally poured in a bit more mana to test him. And as expected, when she pushed the mana in, the boy had indeed absorbed a portion of it. From the shadows, the informant Sendo appeared beside Persa Maon and suggested, "You really should cherish the seventh young master, my lady." "That kid is quite interesting," Sendo asked curiously. "It seems you've given him some new gift, haven't you?" Persa Maon smiled calculatingly. "Yes, that's right. But that thing will shatter his body if he doesn't know how to handle it properly." Inside his room, Rason Maon collapsed to the ground, one hand clutching his chest, gasping for breath amidst the rubble. He thought to himself that every time his sister Persa visited, he ended up in a life-or-death situation like this. The system window continued to display that the self-regeneration technique was in the process of healing his body. Looking down at his hands, Rason saw the wounds slowly closing and the bleeding stopping. However, this magic had consumed most of the mana in his body. Immediately after, a strange resonance occurred between the self-regeneration, his easy mana training method, and an external factor. Rason Maon sat tiredly on the floor, blankly staring at the blue notification window that had suddenly appeared. Conditions for body reconstruction met. Starting reconstruction process. He could only exclaim in shock, "What?" Intense pain immediately surged from deep within Rason Maon's body. The system warned that this reconstruction process would be accompanied by extreme pain. He collapsed to the floor. Rason gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to stay conscious at all costs. He felt as if his entire body were shattering simultaneously, his bones inside dissolving into fine powder. A dark, black liquid began to ooze from his ears and trickle down. The pitch-black fluid continued to pour from Rason Maon's eyes, nose, and mouth. The bone-deep pain was so intense that he couldn't help but scream in agony. The gruesome sound of bones shattering and cracking echoed from his hands. Just then, the self-regeneration technique activated automatically. Rason realized that as soon as his bones shattered, they were immediately reassembling at a dizzying speed. At the same time, the high-level iron will technique flooded his body to support him. Right in the middle of Rason's desperate struggle for life, the room door was kicked open violently. Heir and Rudia rushed into the room in a panic. The maid screamed in distress, worried for the young master, seeing Rason Maon kneeling on the ground emitting a brilliant white light amidst a thick fog. Heir wondered in a startle if he had been poisoned. But she quickly dismissed it, as no poison could be this potent, and wondered if that strange mist was being produced by his own body. Just then, the system coldly announced that the body reconstruction process required a massive amount of mana. Rason Maon began to panic, as he clearly felt the mana in his body being drained away like a bank account at the end of the month. With no idea where it was all going, the situation became even more critical as the system continued to warn him. If the mana deficiency continued, the reconstruction process would be interrupted and cause extremely serious side effects. Rason Maon lay helplessly on the floor, thinking in despair as he realized he had not a drop of mana left to sustain himself. At that critical life or death moment, he suddenly opened his eyes in surprise as he felt a warm energy suddenly envelop him. Right in front of him, Rudia was pouring all her strength into it. Rason Maon, I'm not sure what's happening, but I will help you. The system immediately announced that Rason's body had begun absorbing a pure source of mana. Rason quickly realized this was the Crimson Flame, the fire holding massive energy directly related to the refinement setting he had created himself previously. Even though he knew Rudia was only acting on instinct to save him, he was incredibly touched and silently thanked the girl. Thanks to this timely assistance, the raging energy was gradually tamed and stabilized. A system chime rang out, announcing that the body reconstruction process was officially complete. Immediately after, another shocking notification appeared. A segment of the novel related to the unfinished plot had officially been unlocked. Seeing the light gradually fade, both Heir and Rudia rushed over and anxiously called out his name. At the same time, the system displayed glowing blue text. The basic heavenly rank trait hidden deep within Rason's body had been successfully activated. He had also met the basic conditions to begin training in high-level combat magic. The innate attribute hidden deep within Rason Maon's body, known as the heavenly rank, was officially activated. Looking at his new, toned, and power-filled body, he couldn't help but be shocked, wondering, heavenly rank? Isn't that the limited edition feature I designed exclusively for the protagonist? In the original work, when heavenly rank was combined with the sword saint attribute, it created an ultimate attribute called the Heavenly Emperor. That was the original physical attribute of Casin, the true protagonist of this novel. Rason Maon was completely bewildered, from the holy eye to the protagonist's innate physical attribute. How could a background character like him possess all of these things? But there was no time to think. He turned to his maid and said, Heir, get me some clothes. Heir quickly bowed her head. Yes, young master. Looking at the two girls in front of him, Rason reminded himself that he must not let anyone know about this. Shortly after, good news from the Heiran region quickly reached the Mabel estate. Upon receiving the news, Rudia was overjoyed, unable to believe her ears. Really? My father has truly recovered? Heir smiled and gently handed the letter to the girl. Yes, this is his letter. Seeing the familiar ink, Rudia was moved, exclaiming, This is truly my father's handwriting. In the letter, Rudia's father wrote that the villagers were now much healthier, and thanks to the secret medicine sent by the seventh young master, the plague that had ravaged them for so long had completely vanished. Holding the letter, Rudia wept with happiness. This is wonderful. Witnessing the girl's joy, Rason Maon smiled slightly, a very pleasant feeling rising in his heart. Turning to look at Rason, Rudia declared with gratitude, I will definitely repay this debt of kindness. Rason raised an eyebrow. Debt of kindness? Rudia stated clearly, Yes, you are my benefactor. Seeing the girl's serious attitude, Rason crossed his arms and replied, Well, that's one way to put it, though it lacks a bit of humility. But in the next second, Rudia suddenly stepped closer, her red eyes shining with determination. She declared loudly, I will become your contractor. The sudden proposal left Rason completely stunned. He immediately realized this was the Fire Pact, an extremely sacred form of fire contract. According to the rules of the novel, this was the destined pair that the protagonist, Casin and Rudia, were supposed to sign at the Great Nord Denti Gorge. The Fire Pact was an ultimate contract that firefolk could only sign once in their lifetime, requiring absolute loyalty until their final breath. Facing Rudia's sudden proposal, Rason calculated internally. If he agreed to sign the Fire Pact right now, the original plot would definitely be changed permanently. The protagonist, Casin's strongest ally, the future blood assassin, would disappear from this world entirely. But then, he quickly brushed aside his hesitation. What on earth did Casin's business have to do with him? He was the one in danger and needed to escape his shadow before turning 17. Resolving himself, Rason cleared his throat and agreed. Ahem. If that's what you really want. Receiving his consent, Rudia beamed with a radiant smile. The little girl immediately swore a solemn oath. I, the Fireborn Rudia, do hereby swear a lifelong oath before the eternal flame. Instantly, a surge of warm fire magic flared up, enveloping them both. Rason stared in astonishment at the glowing magic circle beneath their feet, whispering to himself that this was the legendary fire oath. Right then, a system notification board suddenly appeared before his eyes. Holy Eye is decrypting new information displaying world appraisal. Before Rason could even understand what was happening, the next lines appeared. The signer of the fire oath has attained authority over the berserker's rage. He suddenly remembered that in the original novel, he had designed Rudia to enter a berserk state whenever she got angry, due to her simple-minded nature. And now, the system notified him that the holder of this authority would have the ability to control, like using a TV remote, the entire mana source of the contract signer whenever they fell into a berserk state. But before the joy could even take root, the next system warning hit him like a bucket of cold water. Side effect: the death of the bound signer. Rason Maon turned pale, his heart pounding in terror. A side effect is death? Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily pulled his hand back and shouted, "Whoa, hold on. This sounds even worse than bank interest rates. Wait a second, Rudia, I don't want to sign this." The sudden refusal left Rudia completely bewildered. She hurriedly asked back, "What? Why don't you want to sign the contract? This contract is really useful, you know." Rason shook his head firmly. "No, not at all." Hearing that, Rudia still tried to persuade him. But father said it was great. To quell the girl's stubbornness, Rason Maon challenged her. "How is it great? Try and explain it to me." Caught off guard by the hard question, Rudia became flustered, just stuttering. Rudia tilted her head, confusedly asking, "What was it again?" Seeing that she didn't realize the severity of the problem, Rason stepped closer, gripped Rudia's shoulders, and warned her seriously. "Listen carefully. If you become a signer of the Fire Oath, you will have to sacrifice your entire life for me." Yet, contrary to his anxiety, Rudia's fiery red eyes lit up with excitement. "Sacrifice? That's good. Sacrifice is a good thing." The girl's strange nonchalance left Rason confused, and he asked her why. Rudia smiled radiantly, and innocently replied, "It sounds cool." Rason Maon could only remain speechless at her innocence. He broke into a cold sweat and continued to explain the true danger. "But if you go berserk, I won't be able to stop you." Rudia looked blank. "What does that mean?" Rason Maon spoke in a low voice. "If I can't stop you, you will die." Rason bluntly exposed the cruel side effect of the fire oath, the death of the bound signer. Yet Rudia maintained her determined expression and declared, "We are ready to die for our bound partner. That is the honor of the Fireborn. We call it the path of valor." Looking at the girl's prideful expression, Rason Maon could only hold his head in helplessness. He thought to himself, the fact that she said that so innocently made it even more terrifying. He sighed and frankly expressed his point of view. "I don't want to kill you, and I don't want to handle your funeral arrangements. No way. Rason Maon, you're just overthinking it. I won't die." Rason Maon made a wry face, telling himself that the more he tried to persuade her, the more he seemed to be adding fuel to the fire. Not wanting to keep going in circles, he decisively grabbed Rudia's wrist. "Listen to me." Rason looked directly into her eyes and seriously reminded her, "You're only 9 years old. You're too young to become a signer." But Rudia still stubbornly argued back. Age isn't the problem. Rason Maon then used logic to convince her. "I'm not a Fireborn. Don't impose the Fireborn's beliefs on me." Hearing the word impose, Rudia hesitated slightly. Imposing is a bad thing. Rason nodded in agreement. "Right? I don't want to be imposed upon either." Rudia lowered her head, her voice dropping with disappointment. "Doesn't Rason like a person like me becoming Rason Maon's signer?" Seeing her pitiful look, Rason smiled gently and kindly explained, "It's not that I don't like it, but that responsibility is too great. We are still too young. Who knows if we can carry out something as sacred as the Fire Oath?" Listening to Rason Maon's reasonable explanation, Rudia nodded slightly. I understand, so I will wait. Instantly, a system bell rang, and a blue notification box displayed the text, Fire Oath has been cancelled. Rason Maon exhaled in relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Unexpectedly, Rudia looked up at him and smiled, saying, Rason is a good person. Rudia nonchalantly explained, My father said so. The signing of a fire oath must be organized solemnly, and the signer must be carefully chosen. Rason Maon frowned slightly. Is that so? Rudia's eyes crinkled mischievously. Father said, if I sign the oath, I will become a perfect tool. He also said that if someone refuses the fire oath with a valid reason, they are definitely a good person. In her heart, Rudia recalled her father's advice that Rason was an extremely trustworthy person, and she absolutely must not let someone like him slip through her fingers. Sitting in the room, Rudia was happily chewing on a chocolate bar, praising how delicious it was. She looked at Rason radiantly and said appreciatively, You helped my father, and you even gave me such good food. Rason Maon, you really are good. But Rason Maon just folded his arms and nonchalantly reminded her, Rudia, it's time to give me the good stuff. Hearing this, Rudia asked back, confused, the good stuff? The girl's confusion quickly passed when she remembered something, and she exclaimed, Ah, right, the good stuff. Standing opposite her, Rason calculated in his head. He knew for sure that the good stuff was the Holy Grail of Fire, the ultimate relic associated with the Fireborn. According to the original novel, it was hidden deep in the Dragon Mountains near the Heir region, right beneath a small stone tomb that only a Fireborn could activate. Rudia excitedly added, There are some good things near our house. They're extremely, extremely good. My father said so. Rason squinted, probing. So, what's its name? His heart hammered with anticipation. In his heart, he kept screaming, hoping she would say the words Holy Grail of Fire. Yet Rudia scratched her head and replied, The name? I don't know. The answer left Rason stunned, and he asked back helplessly, You don't know? While stuffing more candy into her mouth, Rudia innocently explained, People just said it's a good cup. Rason Maon could only hold his head in frustration, blaming himself for setting this girl's personality to be way too innocent in his past life. Unable to rely on Rudia, Rason Maon closed his eyes and activated his holy eye to research information about this treasure himself. The system board immediately displayed the details. The Holy Grail of Fire could create a type of water called fire water on a 100-year cycle. This miraculous water possessed extremely powerful purifying energy, capable of removing anything that invaded the mind and body. Rason's purple eyes glowed with excitement. Possessing this treasure, he would never have to worry about being poisoned or falling victim to fearsome mind control magic. He wouldn't even have to worry about running to the restroom after eating expired food. This was truly an invaluable item that helped one live a life free of illness. Despite some concerns about the system's strange footnotes, Rason quickly brushed them aside. Whatever. He threw his long red coat over his shoulders and decisively called out, Let's go, Rudia. The girl excitedly ran after him. Let's go. But just as they were about to step outside, the maid Hera approached and timidly reminded him, Young master, do you need me to call for a guardian envoy? Her question made Rason stop in surprise. A guardian envoy? He broke into a cold sweat as he remembered an important family rule he had almost forgotten. Whenever they went out, members of the main line of the Maon family always had to bring an escort mage, also known as a guardian envoy. And even Rason Maon, the youngest son who was considered the useless one of the family, was no exception. Standing in deep thought, Rason worried about what excuse to use to explain his desire to go to Rudia's homeland of Heir. If the main family knew he was going all that way just to get a good cup, they would certainly become suspicious. And you simply couldn't lie smoothly to them like some scripted dialogue. The biggest hurdle was that a 7th Circle mage would be shadowing you 24/7, making every move you made subject to strict surveillance, leaving no room for concealment. More dangerously, every guardian was a close aide to one of your siblings. In this cutthroat war for the throne, recruiting talent is the deciding factor, so the bodyguard following him must surely belong to someone else's faction. Standing in the room with Hera and Rudia, Rason Maon's pacing clearly shows the hesitation in his heart. He truly doesn't want to give up the Fire Holy Grail, but should he risk his life to get it or accept giving it up to survive? After weighing his options, Rason decisively stomps his foot as if challenging fate. All right, the decision has been made. The person Rason Maon has chosen to follow and protect him is the mage Jay. As soon as he receives the notification, the middle-aged mage with sharp features and a grizzled gray beard blurts out in shock. What? Jay had always had an incredibly bad impression of Rason Maon. He can't believe his ears, and thinks to himself with contempt, that idiot chose me as his bodyguard. I guess he isn't so foolish after all. He knows how to pick them, doesn't he? Memories from 3 years ago suddenly flood Rason Maon's mind. At that time, his former self was only a 6-year-old child, but already incredibly arrogant. He clearly remembers grabbing Jay by the chin and shouting, "You are nothing but a guard dog, and I am your master. Understand? Understand? Then lose that attitude, you lowly creature." Looking back on that terrible past makes the current Rason Maon hold his head in regret. Was I really playing the villain that well at just 6 years old? He says to himself. His bodyguards back then were all great mages, at least at the 7th circle level. Yet the old Rason dared to insult them like that. Lost in his memories, the voice of the maid, Heir, breaks the silence. Young master, how should I write the reason for this? Rason Maon asks back, dazed. The reason? Rason Maon casually offers an incredibly childish one. Just say I'm going out to play, and there's lots of good chocolate out there. Hearing this, Heir just breaks out in a cold sweat and replies awkwardly, well, that won't do. Yet, despite the absurdity, the 7th young master's request to leave the manor is quickly stamped and approved. Immediately after, steady footsteps echo outside the manor courtyard. A middle-aged man, with a tall, sturdy frame wearing a dark cloak, slowly walks in. That is Jay, one of the top bodyguards of the Maon Clan. Standing on the breezy balcony, Rason smiles slightly and takes the initiative to welcome him. Welcome, Jay. Hearing the call, the middle-aged bodyguard stops and raises his cold, sharp eyes to look at the young master standing high above. Jay's face shifts slightly, and he asks in a low voice, "How are you, sir?" Walking down the hallway leading to the mansion, Jay carefully observes his master's new appearance and remarks quietly, "You've changed a lot." Rason calmly replies, "Yeah, a little." Noticing the other's hesitation, Jay speaks up. "May I ask you something?" Rason quickly guesses his thoughts. "I suppose you're curious why I chose you as my bodyguard, right?" Jay admits it bluntly. "That's right. To you, am I any different from a guard dog?" Looking at Jay's silent demeanor, Rason thinks to himself that he surely still remembers every single insulting word from 3 years ago. A great mage who possesses 7th circle magic like him surely has a brain that runs faster than fiber optics. Rason stands on the balcony, looking down from above, and says nonchalantly, "Since you are a guard dog, obviously you must protect your owner, too." The provocative statement makes Jay so angry he could blow a fuse. Although Rason Maon is quite worried about facing a high-level mage head-on, he knows that apologizing now wouldn't solve anything. "To me, you are the most loyal dog in that pack. At least you will never stab me in the back." Jay asks in a low voice, "Do you trust me?" Rason Maon flatly answers, "No." When Jay asks for the reason, Rason explains, "I don't trust a person named Jay. I trust a bodyguard named Jay. I know you are a very ambitious man." Rason Maon knows full well that Jay is a man of great ambition. As long as their interests align, he is willing to accompany him all the way. So, in a sense, he is very trustworthy. In the original story, Jay was initially loyal to the 4th young master, Saron, but later suddenly switched sides to work with the 2nd young lady, Evelia. Hearing Rason's words, Jay curiously asks, "Why would my greed make you consider choosing me?" Rason calmly replies, "Because I believe that one day you will be able to help me." Jay counters, "How?" In his heart, he still quietly scorns him. Rason is just a good-for-nothing parasite with no real power. Yet, Rason Maon immediately pours cold water on him by saying bluntly, "Even though you outwardly pretend to be loyal to my 4th brother, deep down, you still want to work for my 2nd sister, right?" The words hit the nail on the head, leaving Jay completely stunned, wondering how his secret was exposed. Jay tries to regain his composure and coldly replies, "I am a bodyguard. I owe no loyalty to anyone." Rason Maon smiles slightly. "I knew it. Then why are you asking so many questions? Do bodyguards need a reason to protect their master?" Rason Maon looks him straight in the eye and declares clearly, "I am ordering you as a member of the Maon Clan. You must protect me." Facing the young master's aura, Jay can only remain silent for a moment before bowing. "As you command." Jay cannot help but be confused, wondering why someone who had been a born idiot for so long could change in such a terrifying way. Truly, one should never underestimate others. Jay remembers the recent rumors about Rason Maon defeating the 6th young master, Casin Maon. Even more surprisingly, he managed to create a 1st circle magic ring on his own, without anyone teaching him. Seeing the blue mana fluctuating around Rason Maon, Jay internally assesses that this is not a normal first circle spell, but one that contains an amount of mana equivalent to 2 second circle spells combined. This power is so terrifying that even the genius second young lady, Rason Maon, hasn't been able to master it at the same level. Jay tells himself that Rason Maon is definitely hiding a monumental secret and decides to keep a closer eye on him. At this moment, Rudia runs ahead excitedly, shouting, "Let's go see my father." Rason Maon and Jay quietly follow behind the little girl toward their destination. Rason Maon sets foot in Heir, Rudia's hometown. This place is known as the Land of the Fire People, those who were said to have ruled a vast territory in ancient times. However, ever since the Phoenix, a bird possessing incredibly powerful strength, appeared, their influence has not been as prominent as before. Now, no matter how you look at it, Heir just looks like a remote village, specialized in producing clean produce. The sound of barking dogs rings out at the entrance of the village, breaking the silence. As soon as she arrives, Rudia lets out a sigh of relief and immediately sprints forward, calling out loudly, "Father!" The girl's thunderous shout makes Rason Maon cover his ears and wince, as the volume is surely enough to burst his eardrums. Just then, a figure rushes out from the village to greet them. It is Hampton. The young attendant had arrived 2 days earlier to distribute medicine. Hampton, gasping for air, quickly bows. "I apologize for the late welcome. I didn't know the young master was coming." Rason Maon calmly says it's okay, while Rudia hurriedly asks, "Where is my father?" Having received the answer that he is in the house from Hampton, the little girl rushes past the boy, charges inside, and shouts, "Father!" Looking at Rason Maon's back, Jay narrows his eyes suspiciously, a strange feeling rising in his heart. He cannot help but recall the shocking revelations the seventh young master made before they left. "Even though you outwardly pretend to be loyal to my fourth brother, deep down, you still want to work for my second sister, right? I believe that one day you will be able to help me." Those words, which hit the bullseye, make an experienced mage like Jay tremble. He tells himself he has never revealed his true intentions to anyone. Yet a 9-year-old child like Rason Maon could grasp his inner thoughts so easily. At the same time, inside the house, Rudia's father emotionally hugs his little daughter after their days apart. Rudia also chokes back tears as she calls out to her father. Walking out into the yard, Rudia's father and his little daughter bow respectfully to the seventh young master. "Thank you, young master." Observing from behind, Jay is stunned by the massive amount of mana fluctuating around Rudia. He thinks to himself, it's unbelievable that a 9-year-old girl possesses such powerful mana, and wonders when the seventh young master learned how to sniff out talent like a metal detector. Rudia beams as she holds her father's hand, happily boasting, "Father, Rason is very kind. I brought him here to give him a gift." The father gently pats his daughter's head, smiling in agreement. "That's right, my dear. If someone is kind to you, you must repay them." Witnessing this warm scene, Jay stands in the corner, mouth agape, as if he just swallowed a frog. He thinks to himself, what? The little girl just praised this nasty guy for being kind, and she's repaying him? Looking around, Jay is even more stunned to realize that all the villagers are looking at Rason with incredibly affectionate and grateful eyes. He wonders why someone so famous for being useless and cruel like the seventh young master is welcomed so warmly in this remote land. But then, he clicks his tongue and dismisses the thought, telling himself that whatever he does, it doesn't matter to him. Jay stands silently, watching Rason Maon with great vigilance. He cannot help but be suspicious. The guards had no idea about this. What had he been doing behind their backs? And for how long? While Jay was lost in thought, Rudia had already grabbed Rason Maon's hand, pulling him along as she said, "Follow me. I'll show you something." Curious, he followed her, wondering to himself. The three of them ventured deep into a dense forest. Rudia took the lead, pointed ahead, and exclaimed, "Here it is." Before their eyes stood a crude stone grave built from large rocks, with a simple wooden cross stuck on top. Jay couldn't help but be surprised. A stone grave. Just then, Rudia stood before the tomb, closed her eyes, and began to chant a strange incantation. Lasad, Lali Li, Lata. As soon as the spell ended, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. The large stones began to collapse and crack open. Right in the middle of the rubble, an ancient chalice emitted a brilliant radiance, slowly levitating into the air. Witnessing this shocking scene, Jay was frozen solid like a statue, stuttering in astonishment. What? The holy chalice floated amidst a fierce, burning ring of fire. Jay immediately sensed a massive surge of energy fluctuating around it. He realized with horror, what the hell was this? That holy chalice was infused with fire energy. Looking over at Rason, who stood silently beside him. Jay wondered in shock. He said he was going to get a souvenir, but now he's pulling out such hot gear? Meanwhile, Rason Maon intently watched the chalice. He secretly thought he could feel a very strange energy coming from it. This was the holy fire chalice. Just then, his purple eyes suddenly narrowed in surprise at an unexpected development. A blue system notification window suddenly appeared before his eyes. Only those who have formed a covenant with a fire spirit can drink the pure fire water from the holy fire chalice. Those without a covenant who drink it will vomit and suffer abdominal pain until they die. Looking at this terrifying warning, he thought to himself, so to drink this, I am forced to form a fire covenant with Rudia? But the situation became even more urgent as the system continued to notify him. The pure fire water in the holy chalice was gradually oxidizing due to contact with the outside air. The longer it was left exposed, the more the pure fire water would lose its effectiveness. Watching the energy slowly dissipate, he anxiously told himself, if this keeps up, the pure fire water will turn into plain water. There was no time to hesitate. Yet, his heart was still deeply conflicted. If he accepted the fire covenant, he would have to personally control Rudia's berserk power. In the original story, even a powerful protagonist like Casin had to struggle intensely just to control her when she went berserk. Could someone like him actually do it? But he also understood clearly that this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity would never come again. Facing this dilemma, he wondered to himself, what would the author, Cha Sung-min, do in this situation? And then he narrowed his eyes as he found the answer. Surely he wouldn't let his protagonist die early in the first chapter. Perhaps the author himself would make the same decision. He resolutely stepped forward, gripped Rudia's shoulders, and declared sternly, let's form the fire covenant. The statement left Rudia stunned, prompting her to ask back with joy, really? Not wanting to waste time, he urged the young girl to hurry as there wasn't much time left. Rudia excitedly agreed immediately. Watching from behind, Jay witnessed a magical ring of fire erupt, enveloping them both. At the same time, the holy fire chalice floating in midair began to undergo strange changes. Witnessing this, Jay was incredibly amazed to realize that the long-lost light of the holy fire chalice was returning, radiating a brilliant glow, more sparkling than ever. Looking at Rason, who stood calmly in the middle of the fire, the middle-aged bodyguard realized he had been played into a trap. The excuse of going out to play and eat chocolate by the seventh young master was clearly just a smooth lie to deceive everyone. This entire incident had obviously been calculated carefully by him beforehand. Jay was even more shocked when he sensed the pure fire mana erupting from Rudia. Its power was so terrifying that it could rival the fire magic of the third young lady, Pa. Staring at Rason Maon's back, Jay thought to himself that the information about the seventh young master had definitely been wrong. This kid was absolutely not the good-for-nothing the rumors described. Soon after, the fire gradually died down, and Rudia collapsed to the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. The girl quietly announced that the fire covenant was complete. At the same time, the system notification appeared, confirming the fire covenant was successful. Rudia officially became Rason's fire contractor, and the original plot now had a variable as massive as a mountain. Rason realized the intense heat from earlier had completely vanished. The system sent continuous notifications. The holy fire chalice had undergone covenant purification and was upgraded to a pure holy fire chalice. Consequently, the fire water inside was also upgraded to pure fire water. Without hesitation, Rason grabbed the holy chalice and tilted his head back to drink the miraculous water. He secretly judged that it tasted no different than sparkling spring water, but the very next second, the system issued a warning. He had consumed pure fire water and needed to have enough strength to control the heat surging inside him. Immediately, the easy mana training method automatically activated, beginning to control and harmonize the heat spreading throughout his body. As soon as he drank the miraculous water, Rason Maon immediately felt an incredibly terrifying surge of heat. The burning sensation from his stomach began to move and incinerate straight toward his heart. Understanding that he needed to focus intensely to harmonize this energy, Rason sat cross-legged on the ground and said softly to his bodyguard, "Bodyguard, I entrust my safety to you." Witnessing that, Jay couldn't help but be amazed. He realized the seventh young master was practicing mana right on the spot. Although this training method didn't look particularly outstanding, the fact that Rason was nonchalantly meditating in broad daylight like this was truly an incredibly reckless act. Jay wondered if this kid really trusted him that much, because while practicing mana, even the slightest outside interference could cause his body to suffer serious injury. As a veteran bodyguard, Jay knew all too well that the seventh young master was smart enough to smell the scent of death. "I trust you, bodyguard Jay. I will respond with trust." Touched by his master's absolute faith, Jay immediately took action. He waved his hand to cast a powerful magic barrier to protect the surroundings, determined not to let anyone disturb his training process. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, the system window flashed continuously. Combat magic auto-regeneration is active. Rason Maon closed his eyes tightly, enduring the pain. He thought to himself, this water was truly not ordinary. Its berserk heat was eroding his heart, as if he were being dipped directly into a vat of oil. But thanks to the timely support of the system, the easy mana training method succeeded in controlling and suppressing the pure fire water, helping Rason Maon's body begin to slowly absorb this pure energy. However, because the amount of mana in his body dropped severely, the system issued a warning that the absorption effect would be temporarily disabled. Feeling the fire energy gradually subside, Rason opened his eyes. He secretly regretted that the absorption process had been cut short and told himself that next time, he would definitely have to try again. The sky quickly turned to night. Beside the warm, flickering campfire, Jay asked in a low voice, "Are you finished, my lord?" Rason Maon nodded slightly and replied, "It took longer than I thought." He turned to the middle-aged bodyguard and said sincerely, "Thank you for protecting me." The seventh young master's polite attitude surprised Jay a little. He bowed respectfully. "It is nothing, that is my job. Congratulations, it seems you have achieved new power." "Yeah, it's nothing too major." But the peaceful atmosphere was quickly extinguished. Jay stepped closer and reminded him sternly, "However, young master, this is the Dragon Mountain area." Rason replied calmly, "I know." Jay narrowed his eyes, looking into the deep forest. He reported vigilantly, "There is a powerful mana flow from the middle of the hillside. They are moving toward us without hiding. They are intentionally letting us know of their presence." Hearing this, Rason Maon's expression changed slightly, and he asked, "Are you sure?" Jay affirmed it resolutely, and thought that the powerful mana flow emitted from the holy chalice earlier had attracted the attention of those people. This news made Rason Maon restless and dripping with sweat. He knew full well that Jay was a mage possessing 7 circles of magic, yet even someone as tough as him had to admit that the mana flow was very strong, proving that the upcoming opponent was definitely a formidable foe. He asked, "Do you recognize them?" Jay replied contemplatively, "Yes. If my intuition is correct, they aren't just anyone. They are a group of swordsmen. I can feel their unique energy. They are approaching very fast. I will soon have to face them. Is their killing intent? Uncertain." Jay warned that those approaching possessed very high skills. In this world, swordsmen and mages were inherently opposed and rarely got along. Rason Maon wasn't sure why they appeared here, but he understood he couldn't run away. If he ran now, you would surely be executed by your stern father before you even turned 10. Besides, with JP, a grand mage possessing 7 magic circles right by your side, why fear and run away? Just sit back, relax, and wait for them to deliver their lives to you. Rapid footsteps echoed, and then, from the air, 2 cloaked figures jumped down, causing the group to stiffen in alert. Rason Maon's divine eye skill activated immediately. His eyes glowed with a cold, purple light to scan his opponents. But as soon as he saw who had appeared, Rason was completely stunned, unable to help but curse under his breath. The biggest and most important variable of the story had officially shifted. The person standing before him was the true male protagonist of this world, a genius among geniuses, someone possessing countless golden fingers bestowed by the author. He was the superpowered monster from the classic novel created by Cha Sung-min himself. The system status window appeared clearly before Rason Maon. Name, Casin. Rason was extremely bewildered, unable to understand why this monster would appear here at this time. The 2 groups stood facing each other in the gloomy forest, tension thick in the air. Looking closely at his opponent, Rason noticed the exquisitely carved blue eagle emblem on his left chest. Casin was the 2nd young master of the prestigious Sword House S, the same age as the 7th young master, Rason Maon. Accompanying Casin were 2 loyal guards of the famous Sword House. At that moment, the system window displayed another piece of important information. The 3 most prestigious families in this world always have the ability to detect each other's presence through their unique mana signatures, similar to how wild animals recognize their own kind. Therefore, Rason was certain that Casin had also realized from him that he was the young master of the Maon family. Casin stepped forward decisively. In total contrast to everyone else's tension, the 9-year-old boy bowed his head very politely and spoke up. "I came here after sensing a powerful surge of mana. Even though he's only 9, his demeanor is truly incredibly refined and courteous." Rason Maon repeated softly, full of suspicion. "A powerful surge of mana?" Casin replied nonchalantly. That's right. My guards and I both felt an explosion of fire mana. Casin's confirmation made Rason Maon think to himself. Even JP said the same thing. He didn't expect the mana from the Holy Grail to be strong enough to draw the attention of such experts. He looked straight at Casin and asked, "Is that why you came here?" Casin nodded slightly. Yes. I was very curious. This curiosity perfectly matched Casin's original character settings. Ever since he was young, he had an uncontrollable curiosity. That was also the driving force that helped him continuously improve and reach the supreme level later on. It seems you know who I am. Seeing the other's guarded look, Casin continued, I'm not entirely sure, but I suspect you belong to the Maon family. Since you look older than me, you must be the sixth young master. He paused for a moment, then began to speculate like a brilliant detective. But I heard the sixth young master studies water-type magic, and I can't sense any water elements from you at all. Casin continued guessing. Are you the fifth young master? Looking at his opponent's curious expression, Rason began to struggle internally. He really didn't want to get involved with Casin at all, and briefly thought about just letting him mistake him for the fifth brother to save himself the trouble. But he quickly dismissed that thought. If it were discovered later, things would only get more complicated. He had to change his plan. Casin muttered to himself, refuting his own hypothesis. But the fifth brother studies earth-type magic. Then, as if realizing something completely absurd, it can't be, are you the seventh young master? Seeing his identity exposed, Rason smiled sheepishly. Haha, I'm quite different from the rumors, aren't I? Casin nodded frankly, admitting it. You're completely different. The spectacular transformation of the seventh young master not only surprised Casin, but even the guards hiding in. The shadows of the sword house dropped their jaws at how handsome he had become. To break the tense atmosphere, Rason took the initiative to suggest, now that we're friends, let's stop being so formal. The sincere suggestion made Casin very happy. He replied excitedly, then from now on, I'll speak freely. According to the original setup, Casin had possessed everything since childhood, from the love of his parents and the teaching of the best masters to a perfect education to become a future ruler. However, he always lacked one thing, a friend his own age. His family couldn't fill that void, and Casin had never had a true friend. Rason thought to himself that this was understandable, because in this world, no one would dare to just walk up and make friends with the young master of the prestigious sword house. Looking at the girl standing next to Rason Maon, Casin curiously asked, Is she your friend? Rason glanced at Rudia, thinking that in the original story, only a special person like her could stick to the future protagonist like glue. Rudia, at this moment, was very natural. She beamed and took the initiative to introduce herself. I'm 9 too. You're really handsome. My name is Rudia. And you? The girl's straightforward compliment made Casin blush with embarrassment. He stammered in reply. Casin? Rudia repeated happily. Casin? Casin nodded slightly to confirm. Yeah. Looking over at Rason Maon, Casin still couldn't shake his shyness. He blushed slightly and whispered a compliment. That's a cool name. And you're quite the looker, too. To brush off the awkwardness, Casin cleared his throat and regained his serious expression. Ahem. Rason, I'm very curious about that mana wave from earlier. Can you explain it? He asked further. So, did you get a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Rason Maon replied calmly. Yeah, that's right. But, in his heart, he thought, even though I created it myself. Casin asked, full of curiosity about the secret of the treasure. What power does that fire mana have? It's so mysterious. Rason didn't hesitate to reveal part of the effect. The pure fire protects me from external influences. Like poison? Rason nodded slightly. Yeah. Casin smiled appreciatively. That's awesome. Observing from behind, the guard JP couldn't help but worry. He knew all too well that the sword house was much stronger than the Maon family. If they truly wanted to attack, his side would be like an egg hitting a rock. But what gave JP the biggest headache was the carefree, nonchalant way the seventh young master Rason Maon was chatting with Casin. Meanwhile, the little girl Rudia was extremely curious. She pointed at the sword at Casin's waist and innocently asked, Wow, is this a sword? Can I hold it? Rudia's natural friendliness made Casin slightly flustered, but deep down, he didn't feel bad about it at all. As for Rason Maon, he thought to himself that after this, perhaps they would never have the chance to meet again, so it was best to leave a good impression. Thinking this, Rason proactively reached out his hand and called to Casin. Rason smiled and said, This is the first time I've met someone from the S family, and we're the same age too. Rason Maon's sincere words touched Casin's heart. He happily reached out to shake Rason Maon's hand tightly and replied excitedly, This is the first time I've met a friend my age too. Right then, Rason immediately took the initiative to probe. I heard people from the sword house spar with swords before becoming friends. What do you call it? Casin replied gently that it was a duel. Rason Maon nodded slightly, and then made a bold proposal. A duel, huh? Do you want to try it? I heard it's mandatory to do that before becoming friends. Hearing this, Casin smiled and replied, Sounds exciting. Why not? I'll indulge you. Casin's expression shifted, his hand placed on his sword hilt, and he said in a low voice, Are you asking me to participate in this duel now? Rason Maon smiled confidently, a blue monocurrent still radiating intensely around him. He answered decisively, That's right. Looking straight at the strongest person in the world, Rason Maon told himself this was the best opportunity to directly test how large the gap in power between him and Casin currently was. Witnessing this direct confrontation, the guard JP standing behind couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. He worriedly thought to himself, They're truly young and inexperienced. Do they want to get themselves killed early by challenging each other? The situation was truly very sensitive, with guards from both sides following closely to protect them. Standing in the shadows, the two anonymous guards of the sword house were also alert. One commented that situations like these were truly not safe at all. The other replied coldly, Even so, that doesn't mean we can't intervene. As for JP, he understood clearly that no matter what happened, the seventh young master was still a son carrying the proud blood of the Maon family. He told himself, That reckless streak is definitely inherited. It's hard to stop even if I wanted to. But looking toward the opponent, JP gritted his teeth in even greater tension. He thought to himself, Not to mention the enemy family is watching us right now. If we do something untoward, it will surely be seen as an insult to the Maon family. To break the suffocating atmosphere, Casin curiously asked Rason, Do you practice swordsmanship? Rason Maon replied nonchalantly, No, I only practice offensive magic. Hearing this, Casin raised an eyebrow. Offensive magic was said to be rarely studied. Rason Maon smirked mysteriously. And yet, for some reason, offensive magic happens to be my specialty. Even so, Casin couldn't hide his bewilderment. He asked further, Then why do you want me to participate in this duel? The people in the family won't like it. Instead of answering directly, Rason Maon looked straight into Casin's eyes and asked a lethal question in return. You don't have any friends, do you? The seventh young master's piercing question left all the surrounding guards completely frozen. The two anonymous guards from House X could only stare in shock, while Heir broke into a cold sweat, screaming in panic inside her head. Is he trying to get us all killed? What kind of insane thing is he saying? Yet, Rason Maon kept a straight face. Rason spread his hands explaining, I don't have anyone, either. Well, that's how it is. I'm the same as you. Casin lowered his head in silence, pondered for a moment, and softly replied, That's because it's our duty to carry on the family legacy. Rason Maon sighed slightly, looked at his friend, and said, And for me, finding a friend is probably even harder than it is for you. Casin looked up in surprise and asked, How come? Rason Maon explained his family's ruthless rules. My family's laws are absurd. They strictly forbid making friends indiscriminately. Unless the other person is at my level, the two families must meet and get to know each other first before the two of us are allowed to meet as friends. Hearing such an unreasonable regulation, Casin frowned, deeply dissatisfied. How could that be called friendship? Rason Maon smiled faintly and nodded in agreement with the young swordsman. He was right, that wasn't friendship. Rason Maon explained that was why he didn't have any friends, but he was certain the X family would allow him to make friends. That is also the reason he wanted Casin to join this duel. At that very moment, the Holy Eye system automatically activated, translating the state of the world and explaining that, for a renowned swordsman, a duel is a symbol of mutual trust. Rason Maon smiled and continued, This is about trust and concern between two people, because if you can't trust each other, a match can easily lead to serious injury. Casin admitted that Rason was right, and was surprised to see that he knew so much about them. The system continued to announce that for a weaker person to voluntarily challenge a stronger person to a duel is the greatest proof of absolute trust. Rason Maon understood that he himself was undoubtedly the weaker one, while Casin was the stronger one. He crouched down to prepare, explaining that he would use combat magic, which could also be considered a form of martial skill. Casin calmly placed his hand on his sword hilt, declaring that he would use holy arts and only basic sword techniques from the S family, drawing his gleaming blade from its sheath. Casin offered to let Rason attack first for 3 moves since he was fighting bare-handed. Rason Maon softly asked Casin, before the match began, who did he think would win. Before Casin could even answer, Rason confidently smiled and replied, Obviously, you'd win. Casin paused slightly, then asked, But why did you think I was challenging you? Because you want to be friends with me. So does winning or losing even matter anymore? Rason Maon's expression turned serious, affirming that in a true duel, winning or losing is not important at all. He wasn't challenging Casin because he wanted to win, but simply because he wanted to be his friend. Even as friends, we have to keep things professional. Come at me, and don't hold anything back. Casin added a small remark, don't go crying if I leave you with a few bruises. Rason Maon smiled and replied, I know. He crouched down, preparing to lunge forward. I will give it my all. Casin, you must do your best too. Under the close supervision of guards hidden in the shadows, the duel between the 7th young master of the Maon family and the 2nd young master of the X family officially began. Without a moment's hesitation, Casin lunged forward with terrifying speed, swinging his sword straight at his opponent. In that split second, Rason's slow-motion attribute automatically activated, making everything around them seem to stop. Seeing the blade coming dangerously close to his face, Rason couldn't help but be shocked, thinking to himself, Casin is actually insane. He just shouted the name of the skill, and the sword was already right in front of my face. He thought to himself, if he could just dodge by jumping away, he would have a chance to win. Saying is doing, Rason immediately turned around, his cold, purple eyes locked onto his target, but Casin didn't give him a chance to catch his breath. The young swordsman swung his blade with lightning speed, cutting through the air. Casin's terrifying speed left Rason Maon stunned, wondering how his opponent could hack his speed to the point of not letting him breathe. Rason Maon quickly analyzed. To take full advantage of close-quarters combat magic, he had to get close to Casin. However, his opponent was incredibly cunning, constantly swinging his sword to push him back and maintain a safe distance. If he recklessly charged in, he would surely be shredded by that sharp blade. More dangerously, even at a distance, he was still at risk of being hit by Casin's incredibly fast long-range sword strikes. Witnessing this overwhelming power, Rason Maon truly understood the aura of an original protagonist. At first, he didn't even dare to dream of being able to defeat this monster. But then, his purple eyes flickered. Thanks to the support of the slow-motion attribute and the holy eye, he could see the trajectory of Casin's attacks. Once he understood his opponent's next move, the opportunity to get close opened up before him. Rason put force into his fist, activating his horizontal punch technique and lunging forward. In reality, this was just a feint to bait Casin into using his familiar sword thrust again. But Rason Maon's plan immediately crumbled when he realized something unusual. He was horrified to see that Casin hadn't fallen for the trap. He had instantly changed his technique the moment he saw his opponent wasn't dodging. Casin decisively switched to a completely different attack, with a violent, glowing red sword aura. In that life-or-death situation, Rason Maon was completely helpless because he couldn't dodge in time. He could only grit his teeth and take the hit. The moment the blade struck down, Rason Maon's high-level Iron Will defensive magic automatically activated. Even though he tried to block the blow with his hand to minimize the damage to his body, the power from Casin's strike was still too terrifying, directly causing a powerful mana shock inside Rason Maon's body. He collapsed to the ground, coughing uncontrollably in despair. The blue mana stream around him also gradually faded. Feeling Casin's cold blade pointed straight at his throat, Rason Maon gasped and calmly declared his surrender. I lost. Watching the duel come to an end, the guard JP standing outside the barrier could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, it was fortunate that neither young master suffered any serious injuries. Casin quickly sheathed his sword and rushed over to ask about his opponent. Is your hand okay? Rason Maon shook his head and gave a bitter smile. He admitted that while he was fine, the feeling just now was like being hit by a giant steel pillar, leaving his entire body exhausted and sore. Looking at the wound on his hand, Rason remarked, You really know how to defend. Casin responded with surprise. You blocked it with your hand like that. And you're saying that? Then the young swordsman continued. No, I'm just very impressed. Those flashes of light that suddenly appeared really caught me off guard. Casin's words left Rason Maon confused, wondering, flashes of light? Why would he say that out of nowhere? He glanced toward Rudia, who was sitting quietly in the distance, and felt suspicious. Did Rudia secretly do something? Everything happened so fast, so suddenly. I didn't even see what happened. Casin suddenly pointed his sword out and introduced, This sword is an artifact. Rason asked in amazement. Really? Casin casually added, I can even cut steel with it. Hearing this, Rason Maon felt a chill down his spine, cold sweat breaking out in panic. He screamed internally, Then why did you use that terrifying thing to slash my hand? Seeing Rason Maon's expression, Casin quickly explained, Of course I tried to. Control my power to the lowest level possible, but I'm still very impressed by your defensive technique. It was really unexpected. Rason sat helplessly on the ground and gave a wry smile. Thank you. I knew I would lose beforehand, but I didn't expect the gap in our skill levels to be this vast. Seeing Rason sitting on the ground, Casin reached out to pull him up. Looking at the hand extended in front of him, Rason was momentarily startled. Casin said gently, "Some people I fight have a much harder time than you. Well, compared to you, those guys are much weaker." Rason took Casin's hand to stand up and asked with a smile, "So you mean that was unusual? For a weaker person to struggle when fighting a stronger one is normal. If it were you, I'm sure you would win." Rason Maon's sincere and understanding words moved Casin deeply. The young swordsman wore a radiant smile, looked him straight in the eyes, and whispered, "I've met someone like you for the first time. I'm very glad I met you today, Rason Maon. Let's meet again sometime." With that, Casin and his two guards quickly vanished into the quiet night. Looking at the backs of Casin's group as they left, Rason and JP stood silently in the quiet forest. At that very moment, a system chime rang out, and a blue notification box suddenly appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. Just a small loophole was enough to change the plot slightly. Rason Maon frowned, full of worry. Another change? As he was lost in thought, the guard JP suddenly asked in a low voice, "Seventh young master. This might be outside my understanding, but may I ask you something?" Rason replied nonchalantly, "Ask away. Since when did you learn light attribute magic?" The sudden question made Rason completely freeze. He widened his eyes in surprise. "I did? When?" But then, Rason remembered something. He recalled Casin's earlier words about the flashes of light that had caught him by surprise. He immediately focused his mind, thinking, "Wait, I feel something. I can feel the heat radiating from my body." Rason Maon held his hand up, in front of his face, and was extremely shocked to see a faint blue energy glowing and enveloping his hand. The heat wasn't strong, but he could clearly feel it flowing steadily inside his body. Rason's entire body was covered in that warm aura. That was the mana current gradually becoming imbued with the heat from the pure fire and water he had absorbed earlier. Although the heat was no longer as strong as before, Rason Maon was certain that it still existed within his body. That was mana with heat properties. To better understand what just happened, he decided to use the Holy Eye to re-examine the combat situation with Casin. In his recalled memory, the moment Casin swung his sword down, Rason had reached out to block. But in that very life-or-death moment, a burst of flame had suddenly erupted from Rason Maon's fist. The sudden appearance of that fire, leaving a genius like Casin frozen for 5 seconds, completely shocked. The system interface displayed a notification explaining that his fire mana had successfully merged with the pure hydro fire mana within his body, and this fusion was executed incredibly smoothly thanks to the easy mana training method. It turned out that because he had proactively converted all the pure hydro-fire source, instead of separating the water and fire elements, he could now easily use this special type of mana. Although, according to standard theory, utilizing elemental properties in combat magic was almost unheard of. Those capable of this extraordinary feat had to be high-level mages or, more accurately, monsters possessing destructive power like the third young Miss Pa. However, even for them, using this type of mana wasn't very efficient, so they rarely used it. Witnessing the young master's abnormality, his bodyguard JP could not help but be amazed. He approached and asked in a low voice, "How did you do that?" Rason just shrugged and calmly replied, "I don't even know." The seventh young master's indifferent attitude left JP extremely suspicious. He stared at the boy, cold sweat breaking out as he thought to himself, "There's no way he doesn't know. He just doesn't want to reveal it to me, wanting me to keep my mouth shut." Looking at Casin's back as it gradually disappeared into the night, JP shuddered, realizing that this trip to this remote land had actually been calculated meticulously by the seventh young master from the start. He even suspected that the accidental meeting with the second young master of the X-Sword family was staged like a movie script by the brain of this 9-year-old kid. Rason Maon's scariness made even a seasoned archmage like JP wary. He told himself, a perfect plan that didn't leave any gaps for the guardians to detect. There must be a powerful, high-caliber godfather behind him, backing him up, and that person would have to be at least at the level of the third young miss, Persa Maon. Thinking of this, JP reminded himself that from now on, he had to act more cautiously in front of the seventh young master. He said in a low voice, "I will lead you to the Maon family estate." Rason nodded slightly. "All right." But just as the two were about to set off, the young girl, Rudia, walking beside them, suddenly stopped and stood there. Rason turned back in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?" The very next second, a brilliant red flame erupted fiercely around Rudia. She shouted angrily, If you don't stop, I'll burn everything down. I thought we were already friends. It turned out the little girl was angry just because she thought Rason didn't consider her a friend. Understanding the issue, Rason Maon sighed in relief and gently explained, "Oh, so the little miss is acting up because she's feeling insecure, huh? Kids these days, the definition of friendship is bigger than the sky to them." To coax his little friend, Rason smiled slightly. "You are my friend, too. Then why did you say earlier that you didn't have any friends?" Cornered by the question, Rason broke into a cold sweat, flustered as he tried to cover his tracks. "Well, that was I just made friends again." Seeing his confused expression, Rudia asked again, "Really?" Rason quickly nodded, admitting his mistake. "It's my fault, really. I'm sorry." Hearing the sincere apology, Rudia blushed slightly, happily asking again, "Really?" Rason Maon affirmed decisively, "Really. Rudia is my friend." The little girl finally broke into a radiant, happy smile. "That's how it should be. Remember, I'm your friend. Don't you dare forget it." Watching the two children interact, JP could only remain silent, speechless. Rudia added triumphantly, "Of course. I'll forgive you just this once." After the eventful trip, news that the seventh young master had gone out just to eat chocolate spread to the family's main building. Here, mages and servants were constantly gossiping. A guard mocked, "That brat, he actually went out just to eat chocolate." Another sighed, "What a happy life." But another mage asked, puzzled, "Why does the family head let him act so freely as he pleases?" The colleague beside him could only shake his head. "Who knows? I'm curious too." The brown-haired mage continued to gossip maliciously. "There are dozens of ways to send him to his grave while making it look like an accidental death." JP stood nearby, his face extremely stern, and stated in a low voice, "It's too abnormal. The family head is letting him survive, with only the punishment of exile." Looking toward the majestic mansion, a huge sense of doubt rose in JP's heart. There was something shady here. He involuntarily remembered Rason's shocking proposal from before. "Even though you are currently loyal to the fourth brother, would you like to switch to serving the second sister? Because I feel like I can help you this one time." Thinking of the sharp eyes and the terrifying confidence of the seventh young master at that time, JP shuddered, wondering if perhaps he had calculated this move from the very beginning. Time passed quickly, and the night of the 5th of January 2019 arrived. In the magnificent dining room of the mansion, a lavish banquet table with all kinds of premium dishes, from snow crab and beef to hot soup, had been prepared. Rason Maon and his mother, Lady Soso, were happily enjoying a warm dinner together. Lady Soso smiled slightly and politely said to the maid serving them, "Thank you, Hera." Hera quickly bowed respectfully and replied, "It is my duty, ma'am." Although on the surface she always appeared to be a devoted and gentle maid, behind that mask, Hera was actually a professional assassin with terrifying abilities. Sitting at the dining table, Rason secretly wondered why his holy eye skill was still continuously activating. To learn more about his mysterious father, he softly asked his mother, "Mother, what kind of person is father?" In reality, in the memories of the author's original Sung Min, the character had absolutely no memories of his father at all. He had never met him even once, and it seemed the original entity always harbored an extreme fear of that powerful man. It was as if he had deliberately erased every memory the boy had of him. Falling silent for a moment, Lady Soso sighed slightly and sadly replied, "He is a lonely person." Looking at his mother's sad expression, Rason Maon pondered. Right at that moment, a blue system notification screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. The head of the Matan family, DK Cha, loves only the maid Soso. This truth left Rason extremely astonished. He thought to himself, "So, that strict father actually held such deep feelings for my mother." But a sudden voice made Rason Maon nearly lose his soul. "Calling me a lonely person? Immediately after, the large mirror hanging on the wall erupted with a brilliant golden magical light, swirling to form a spatial portal. From within that blinding radiance, a tall man with slicked back hair and a black cloak stepped out decisively. The sudden appearance of the man with cold golden eyes made Rason Maon pale, his heart screaming in terror, "DK Cha." Seeing the family head, Lady Soso immediately knelt down respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Family Head." DK Cha approached slightly and said in a low voice, "Don't be so distant, Soso." Rason also hurriedly bowed according to family etiquette. Although he tried to stay calm, he still couldn't help but shudder when he clearly felt the terrifying magical pressure weighing down on every inch of his skin. The room suddenly became stifling to the point of suffocation, making Rason Maon wonder, in a panic, how this old man could possess such destructive aura that it made the very space tremble. Under DK Cha's cold gaze, Rason felt as if his entire body was screaming danger, his chest tightening so much he could barely breathe. Sitting down, DK Cha broke the silence. Rason Maon, the boy replied softly, "Yes, Lord Family Head." The strict father immediately went straight to the point. "I heard there was an unpleasant incident involving your brother." Rason Maon thought to himself, if he is talking about the battle with the sixth brother, then that is completely true. But he quickly regained his confidence, reassuring himself that DK Cha was a character he had created himself, and with his personality, he wouldn't easily blame him. Yet, the man suddenly growled, "Why did you do that?" Rason clenched his fists, telling himself, "This is the biggest test of thick-skinned courage that I must pass to keep the situation under control." Rason calmly replied, "He punished me with his fists, and I felt the honor of a mage had been insulted." DK Cha coldly countered, "He punished you in the wrong way, and you responded to him in that manner. So you mean you did nothing wrong?" Rason Maon stated firmly, "Yes, I didn't do anything wrong. As a mage, I just wanted to end that meaningless fight as quickly as possible." He further explained that he didn't use any underhanded moves. He simply wanted to force his sixth brother, Casin Maon, to treat combat magic with the same respect as martial arts. He declared bluntly, "I don't believe the reason we have to fight to the death is just for the sake of our sibling rivalry. I've realized that we aren't true enemies." He continued, speaking of martial arts clans like House von Grandel or swordsmanship clans, saying they should be the ones kneeling at their feet, licking their boots, crawling like insects. That is the goal we should be aiming for, instead of wasting our energy trying to kick each other out of the game. Rason Maon's bold answer made DK smirk in approval. "Well said." Encouraged, Rason Maon continued loudly, "My sixth brother should actually be thanking me, because I gave him the guild shows a massive gap in power, all because they fought against martial arts families like a bunch of maggots. If he's still holding a grudge against my mother for that, then he doesn't deserve to be a member of the Maton house." Watching his youngest son standing before him, DK Cha secretly evaluated, "I never had any expectations for the sixth or seventh child, but this seventh one seems better than the sixth." Even though he acted incredibly tough, Rason Maon was shaking in his boots inside. He swallowed hard, wondering if his recent performance was enough to fool this terrifying father of his. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up. Soso was the only woman DK Cha ever loved, and he still loves her to this day. Following that, information about the incomplete plot was also revealed. The hidden card that allowed Rason to survive until the age of 17 wasn't because of good karma, but because he was a clone of So. This shocking information made Rason Maon realize, with a start, that it was actually his father's love for his mother that acted as a protective charm for a wretch. A useless son like the original Rason could survive for the past 17 years. In the original novel, the details weren't mentioned, but Lady Soso would pass away in a few years due to a cruel, incurable disease, and her death was what completely destroyed the final wall protecting Rason Maon, leading him to finally face the guillotine. In the past, DK Cha intentionally treated Soso coldly and exiled her to an isolated village, never even visiting her. He did all of that just to shield her from the other wives in the family, protecting the true love of his life from any harm. However, the former Rason was too weak and incompetent, nothing more than a useless piece of decoration, unable to help his father or protect his poor mother. Facing this cruel truth, Rason's eyes burned with determination. The conclusion was now crystal clear. If he could truly live up to his own name and be strong enough to protect his mother from the shadows, then the entire future landscape would definitely change. The youngest son was really something else. He knew full well that his father, DK Cha, actually hoped he would become stronger. Sitting at the dining table, Rason frankly declared, "I think I should give it my all." Hearing that, DK Cha calmly stated, "Like I said, combat magic is a technique with clear limitations. It can only develop up to a certain point. It's weak. You can't even call it a proper skill. It's more like a half-baked technique. However, just because there are clear limits doesn't mean you should just sit there and do nothing." Facing his father, Rason responded firmly, "Even if I give it my all, if something isn't meant to be, it won't be. I'm not saying I will become the family head. I don't have the stature to achieve that." Rason continued to assert his position. "However, I can assist whoever becomes the next head. My magic might have clear limits, but my own potential is undefined. Please don't forget, I still carry your blood." "Father," he turned to look at his gentle mother and declared, "I will definitely stand tall and protect my mother." The firm, filial declaration left Lady Soso incredibly surprised and moved. Even the head of the house, DK Cha, offered a satisfied smile at the remarkable maturity of his youngest son. Sometime later, Rason received a note from an attendant, which simply read, "Come to the main banquet hall of the Maton house." Looking at the bold handwriting, he immediately recognized his father's messy chicken scratch, no different from the draft paper outside the Maple Mansion hallway with Hampton. Rason understood that the Maon family tradition for his 10th birthday had officially been scheduled. This was a mandatory tradition for all mainline members upon turning 10, where the whole family would gather to enjoy a simple banquet. But the most important thing for Rason Maon right now was that this was where the field for his body reinforcement would be set up. Body reinforcement for a bot. Mage is completely different from a normal person's. Instead of simple physical training, this is the most crucial method to help them gather elemental mana to define their primary attribute, including elements like fire, water, earth, light, lightning, metal, and shadow. To prepare for this major event, Rason donned a very elegant black suit with a bow tie. Looking at himself in the mirror, he smiled slightly, whispering to himself, "Quite different from my first time transmigrating, not just in appearance, but in my mental state too." The sound of the door opening echoed, and Rason, along with a maid, stepped forward, heading straight toward the magnificent entrance of the Maon banquet hall. He realized this was the venue for his 10th birthday. Looking at the gorgeous long banquet table, the system immediately announced that liberation magic had been permanently cast upon it, leaving him in awe of the extreme luxury of the Maon family. When Rason asked about his seat, the maid pointed to the chair directly opposite the family head. But when he asked about his mother, the maid timidly replied that Lady Soso was not invited to this banquet. This result was entirely within Rason Maon's expectations. Just then, an angry, trembling voice rang out from behind him. The person who just spoke was the 6th son, Casin Maon. Seeing Rason Maon in his new, elegant appearance, he widened his eyes in surprise and shouted, "Are you Rason?" Contrary to his brother's anger, Rason calmly smiled and greeted him. "Hello, dear brother. Has the spot I kicked stopped hurting yet?" The question hit home, leaving Casin Maon stunned, angrily thinking that this useless youngest brother was just acting arrogant after one lucky win. Seeing that, Rason continued, adding with full confidence, "You think you only lost because you lost your guard? Feel free to challenge me whenever you want. However, this time it will hurt even more. Since then, my skills have improved quite a bit." Casin gritted his teeth as he brushed past him, whispering a threat. "Just wait. I'm going to take care of you." Watching Casin's retreating back, Rason thought to himself that having his brother want revenge like this was more interesting than being trembling in fear. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor rang out. The third daughter, Protagonist Maon, stepped in with a seductive smile. "Oh, our adorable youngest brother, you're here early." She curiously asked if he liked playing with the Rudia toy she brought back last time. Rason Maon calmly replied, "Yes, she's quite good at playing with fire." Protagonist Maon smiled regretfully, because she lost the bet and couldn't take Rudia away, but she insisted that a bet is a bet. Sitting at the banquet table, Casin Maon heard this and asked in surprise, "Sister, you made a bet with that trash?" Casin Maon couldn't believe his ears, cold sweat dripping down as he realized that the stupid youngest brother had even won a bet against the tyrannical sister, Persa. While the atmosphere in the banquet hall was extremely tense, elegant footsteps echoed from the hallway. Sensing a massive wave of magical pressure approaching, Rason Maon startled and turned his head in surprise. Appearing at the banquet hall entrance now was a woman with long, straight, golden hair and an incredibly cold demeanor. That was the final grand mage of the family, Evelia Maon. Big sister Evelia, who was destined to be the next head of the house, was an incredibly impressive mage. Despite her humble appearance, if it was for the family's honor, she was ready to do anything. Like the third sister, Persa, Evelia was a true 7th-level mage, possessing light as a primary attribute and shadow as a secondary attribute. But the most ironic thing was that in the original novel, Evelia was the first love of the male protagonist, Casin, only for her to be beheaded by his own hand in a brutal war. Later, returning to the banquet table, Evelia Maon tilted her head to look at him and spoke, "This kid really had quite a transformation today." He calmly replied, "I'll take that as a compliment." The big sister smiled slightly. Naturally, looking at the two powerful sisters in front of him, he thought to himself that he was about to lose his mind. Facing both Persa and Evelia directly, he fully realized his own arrogance. Just focusing on half-hearted training would absolutely never be enough to survive in this family of monsters. Even if he squeezed out every ounce of his potential to climb to the highest position, he wasn't even sure if he could reach their mid-level tier. At this moment, other members of the family also entered the hall one by one, including the pink-haired brother and the ladies of the Maton house. A total of 10 people gathered at the long table, except for the eldest son who had gone missing and the sixth son. Sitting majestically at the head of the table, the family head, DK Cha, spoke in a deep, warm voice, breaking the silence. The youngest is 10 years old now. Congratulations. Other members also chimed in. Congratulations, congratulations. He bowed respectfully. Thank you, father. But he knew full well that this gathering wasn't just a simple birthday tea party. This was actually a show of strength where the siblings of the family gathered to report and showcase the bloody achievements they had made. Avelia stood up firmly and respectfully reported to her father, I have taken care of the bongo at the spring. Right after that, the pink-haired brother stood up with a smug smile, clearly reporting his achievement. I have captured the spirit, master of the north, Karen, and sealed her in the devil's coffin. We have also slaughtered over 20 spirit masters under Karen's command. DK Cha nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Maon smiled and bowed to thank her father. Following the pink-haired brother's report, it was the third sister Persa's turn to step up. She began to report on her spoils of war. He brought Sylvia's wings, an artifact raised within the abandoned temple. At the mention of Sylvia's wings, Rason Maon couldn't help but startle in surprise. Meanwhile, Maon slightly curled her lips into a sinister, smug smile. Sylvia's wings were, in fact, an ultimate holy artifact capable of massively boosting elemental mana for mages who possess defensive attributes. To seize this treasure, Maon had ruthlessly slaughtered the entire guard force, including 30 priests, 7 monks, and 17 holy knights of the temple. Faced with such brutality, Patriarch Maon calmly asked, It seems we've used the temple as an example. So what is the Holy Kingdom's response? There hasn't been any announcement yet, but I think an official statement will come soon. The Patriarch took a sip of tea, deep in thought. The most those people could possibly demand was an apology. He then coldly declared, An apology? Just ignore them. It was a powerful move, showing the extreme confidence of the Maon family head. Just because someone from the Holy Kingdom dared to offend a member of his family, the Patriarch had retaliated brutally, knowing full well they would never dare declare war on the Maon family. Just then, a frantic knocking echoed at the door. The Patriarch calmly ordered, Come in. The door opened. Sendo, known as the Patriarch's Claws, entered respectfully. He carried a wooden tray holding magic scrolls and placed it before Rason Maon. The Patriarch looked at his youngest son and gave a brief command. Which one do you like? Pick fast, kid. On the tray were 7 magic scrolls with different elemental attributes, prepared by the family head himself to set up the body-strengthening formation for Rason Maon. Immediately, Rason Maon activated his holy eyes to observe more closely, but a strange phenomenon occurred that left him stunned. The mana waves flowing from the 7 scrolls suddenly converged on their own, steaming intensely, and merged into one. This created a single scroll that emitted a brilliant pinkish-purple light, floating in the air. Without a second's hesitation, Rason Maon reached out, grabbed the legendary scroll, and said, His actions left the entire banquet hall in complete shock. Sister Persa widened her eyes, exclaiming in surprise, What? Sixth brother, Casin Maon and the other brothers also jumped up in alarm. Standing opposite them, second sister Avelia Maon coldly observed, her heart filled with shock as she realized the truth. He had chosen the transcendent attribute. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Rason Maon held the brilliantly glowing magic scroll high and decisively declared, This is the one. I'm choosing this one. The long banquet table suddenly fell into a stunned, breathless silence. Everyone held their breath, looking at the youngest brother once considered trash. Breaking the suffocating atmosphere, Patriarch Maon spoke up. Avelia Maon. The eldest blonde sister immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, father, the Patriarch asked in a deep voice. Did you tell the boy about this? Avelia firmly replied, No, father. He turned to the other children and asked, How about you? Both third sister Persa and the brother beside her answered in unison, We didn't either, father. Then are you telling me that a 10-year-old child is analyzing mana waves on his own? Even you, Avelia, couldn't do this at 10. Faced with their father's question, Avelia Maon glanced at her younger brother and honestly admitted that he was even better than she was back then. Witnessing this, third sister Persa Maon rested her chin on her hand, wore a seductive smile, and thought, How interesting. I didn't think he could do this. Avelia continued her analysis. Perhaps he has a knack for combat magic. The growth rate of combat magic increases very rapidly in the early stages. That's why Rason Maon could do that at only 10 years old. Hearing this, the Patriarch nodded in agreement. That is the conclusion we can draw right now. None of us learned combat magic at that age. Right after that, He looked straight at his youngest son and ordered, "Bring me the scroll of the transcendent attribute." Rason Maon didn't hesitate. He clutched the pinkish-purple scroll tightly and walked step by step toward his father. The 10th-year ceremony of the Maon family was a crucial milestone. Usually, members would receive 7 scrolls corresponding to the 7 basic elemental attributes to choose the best body-strengthening magic for themselves. Among them, red represented fire, blue was water, silver was steel, dark brown was earth, yellow was lightning, black was shadow, and white represented light. Combining all 7 of these attributes using the proper method would allow the practitioner to achieve the elemental system attribute, and from there, the ultimate transcendent attribute would officially emerge, granting the owner the supreme ability to control and manipulate all 7 elements at once. Even knowing that possessing all elements in one entity usually didn't yield good results, he still decided to move forward and hand it to his father, the patriarch. Looking at the scroll, the patriarch spoke softly. "I didn't expect you to go this big." Rason Maon calmly replied, "I'll take that as a compliment." His confident attitude immediately enraged the 6th young master, Casin Maon. "What's with that attitude toward father? Does he have no concept of fear? Shut your mouth." Immediately after, the family had announced, "Evelia will be in charge of conducting the body-strengthening magic for you." This decision shocked Rason Maon. He questioned, "I was under the impression that you would do it, father." The patriarch smirked slightly. "If I did it, there's a 99% chance you'd lose your life. But if you want me to, I still will." His father's warning sent shivers down Rason Maon's spine, leaving him anxious as he realized he was facing a terrifyingly high mortality rate. He hurriedly asked, "Will it be different if Evelia Maon does it?" The patriarch explained, "In that case, your survival rate will be 50%. Her mana isn't as violent as mine." Rason Maon broke into a cold sweat, wondering if he was being too foolish in choosing this transcendent attribute, but he quickly brushed off the hesitation, telling himself he wasn't allowed to regret it and had to overcome this life-or-death challenge at all costs. Rason Maon turned to his blonde second sister and said, "Sister, I'm counting on you." Evelia calmly asked, "Do you trust me?" Rason Maon firmly answered, "I trust your skills." Evelia's expression suddenly became serious. She warned, "Father was too confident. In my opinion, the success rate will be even lower than that. The transcendent attribute requires an immense amount of mana and is highly destructive, so the body-strengthening magic used to conduct it will also ravage your body just as violently." Hearing this, Rason Maon worriedly asked, "What do you think my survival rate is?" Evelia placed her hand on the magic scroll and replied coldly, 50% at best. He asked again, "If you try your absolute best?" Her answer remained unchanged. It was still 50%. Rason Maon hesitated and asked, "Do you want me to choose another attribute scroll?" Evelia shook her head slightly. "Those who walk the path of magic do not impose their opinions on others, but I hope you will be truly strong." Looking at his sister's determined gaze, Rason Maon was silent for a moment before decisively declaring, "I will still choose it." Seeing her brother's resolve, Evelia immediately ordered, "Take off your clothes." Rason Maon was startled and asked in confusion, "Wait, do I really have to take it all off, sister?" Evelia Maon replied nonchalantly, "Everything except your underwear." Rason Maon sighed softly. He began to unbutton his shirt, revealing his toned body, preparing to enter the painful strengthening ritual. When Rason Maon completely removed his outer layer to reveal his extremely firm and healthy six-pack, the entire banquet hall fell silent. Looking at that perfect physique, third sister Persa rested her chin on her hand and wore a seductive smile. A series of questions arose in her mind. How could a body this muscular belong to a kid who was only 10 years old? Just a month ago, Rason Maon was still a useless, chubby boy. Persa Maon secretly wondered what earth-shattering secret her youngest brother was hiding. From seeing through the transcendent scroll to this shockingly transformed physique, her morbid curiosity surged again as she thought, if this beautiful face and body were used as a decoration, it would be truly exquisite. Ignoring the prying eyes around him, Rason Maon stepped decisively into the center of the glowing magic circle. Second, Sister Evelia Maon gently placed her hand on his chest and respectfully reported to the patriarch, "Father, Rason Maon's 10-year ritual. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to perform this body-strengthening magic." But just as the formation was about to activate, Rason Maon suddenly opened his eyes and spoke up. "Sister, wait!" His sudden action made Evelia freeze. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Did you change your mind when you saw death waving at you with those 50% odds?" Rason Maon replied calmly, "No, I have something to tell father." Rason Maon's declaration immediately caused a stir of astonishment throughout the banquet hall. Sitting majestically on the family head's chair, The patriarch asked in a deep voice what it was. Lying on the formation, Rason Maon looked directly at his father and clearly proposed, "If I survive, please grant me one request." This bold offer made the family members think to themselves, "This kid is indeed very clever to know how to take advantage of the opportunity." But others secretly laughed, thinking that only a fool would dare to make a request during this life-or-death 10th-year ritual. Evelia leaned down to remind her younger brother about how the Maon family traditionally had the head of the house perform the body-strengthening magic. But that tradition had currently been disrupted. Rason Maon immediately used sharp logic to persuade his father. Although his elder sister, Evelia Maon, was very talented and could be considered his father's equal, he felt he deserved to make a request. Watching his younger brother's arrogance, his sixth brother, Casin Maon, smirked sinisterly, silently cursing and hoping their father would ruthlessly kill him for the debt. However, their father, Duke Cha, maintained a calm expression. He asked in a low voice, "What is that request?" In the presence of the entire family, Rason decisively stated his demand. "From now on, I ask that you allow my mother to enter this hall." This shocking request was like a bomb dropped into the banquet hall, causing all the ladies and family members present to be so stunned that they froze. One lady at the banquet table immediately changed color, breaking into a cold sweat, and angrily retorted, "A lowly concubine dares to step into this hall? Why is your mother so inferior? Her inheritance rights and background are different from ours." The lady's opposition did not make Rason Maon flinch. "I am father's son, and I also carry half of my mother's blood. Saying my mother is inferior is indirectly saying that I am inferior, and it's equivalent to calling father inferior, because his blood is flowing in me too." This sharp argument left the lady beside him speechless, startled, and terrified. Sitting majestically on the family head's chair, Duke Cha asked in a low voice, "Why do you want that?" Rason did not dodge the question, answering straightforwardly, "That is because mother wants to see father." Duke Cha was momentarily quieted by his son's answer. Rason secretly calculated that although this would force him to confront the other three mothers in the clan, but in exchange, having his father, the family head, on his side was far better. He knew very well that his mother was his father's greatest weakness. After a moment of silence, Duke Cha spoke. "How insolent, but very well. If you survive, we'll talk later. Focus on keeping your life." The family head's approval left the other ladies incredibly shocked and angry. Lying on the magic circle, Rason smiled faintly, confident. "I will not let you down, father. I will try my best." He told himself that this life-or-death trial was only halfway through. His second sister, Evelia Maon, stepped forward, gently placed her hand on Rason's chest, and began to activate the magic circle. A brilliant surge of magical power flared up as she chanted clearly, "I will begin the process. Those who walk the path of magic heed the command of the ritual and the 10-year pact. I, Evelia Maon, command you. O guide of the will of transcendence, enveloped by the great and intense source of mana." Immediately, a massive, extreme surge of mana exploded, engulfing Rason Maon's entire body. Intense pain struck like lightning. Wild, violent energy rampaged crazily through his body. Rason's eyes widened, and he screamed in pain as he clearly felt his flesh being seared. "It's so hot!" Amidst the extreme pain where he felt he was about to lose consciousness, Rason Maon suddenly found himself falling into a dark, undefined space of his subconscious. From the deep void, a voice echoed, "I will help you." Rason looked around, confused, realizing he was standing alone in the darkness. Huh? His limbs were intact, but he couldn't feel anything. Ah, I remember this feeling. It's like being under anesthesia at the hospital. Memories of the days lying in a hospital bed in his previous life suddenly surfaced in his mind. Suddenly, a bright red spark flared up in the middle of the endless night, along with an unexpected greeting. "Hello." Rason jumped, startled, and blurted out, "What is that?" The warm spark floated right in front of his face. Rason looked closely in surprise, and completely froze when he recognized its shape. "What? This holy grail is appearing too?" Rason Maon stared blankly at the warm spark floating in front of him. Its shape was indeed very similar to the fire holy grail. The cup suddenly asked, "Do you remember who I am?" Rason Maon blurted out, "The fire holy grail." He was confused, asking himself why, when he was clearly being infused with mana to strengthen his body in the real world, did he appear in this strange space? And why was this cup here? But the cup, which had eyes and a mouth, immediately denied it. Wrong. When Rason asked again, confused, it calmly declared, "I am not the fire holy grail." Rason asked, bewildered, "Then what are you?" The cup confidently introduced itself, "I am the transcendent holy grail." Hearing the unfamiliar name, Rason's expression changed slightly. He immediately wanted to use his holy eye to analyze its background, but the system interface did not respond. He understood that because he wasn't strong enough yet, he couldn't read the information about this artifact. The cup explained further that, in reality, the Fire Clan had a disastrous misunderstanding from long ago, and then a person named Albedo poured fire magic into it. All right, you don't need to know who Albedo is. He's just an old man. A legend being called an old man, the name Albedo left Rason Maon stunned. Wasn't that the legendary archmage? In the original story, if the Saint Albedo was just a fictional self-proclaimed character, Albedo was a real legendary figure whose existence many believed in. The cup tilted its head and continued. Regardless, I want to help you. Rason Maon was secretly vigilant, wondering why it wanted to help him, so he asked directly, how do you intend to help me? The cup floated closer and remarked, you have a special body, leaving Rason Maon bewildered. It explained that in the era when it was created, this constitution was called a saint body. This news shocked Rason. The cup continued. Your body is strong, but not enough to receive the massive amount of mana you are trying to push into it. The reason is that your magic circle is already saturated. It leaned in close and asked, what do you think will happen when that terrifying power enters your body while it's in that state of saturation? Rason replied, I'll be blown to pieces immediately. The cup decisively confirmed, exactly. The cup sighed slightly. But I don't want you to die, Rason Maon asked curiously. Why? It lowered its face, looking dejected, and explained, if you die, I'll have to fall into hibernation for a long time, at least another century. That would be boring. Rason Maon immediately pressed for the solution. How do you intend to help me? The cup proposed brilliantly. I will absorb that excess mana for you. I love that flavor. Immediately, a purple stream of magic flared up powerfully between the two. Rason calculated that if he couldn't absorb this transcendent mana himself, his body would definitely explode and die. So, he had no choice but to trust this cup. As soon as he nodded in agreement, a sound played, and the system notification board immediately displayed the text. The Fire Holy Grail has desperately searched for its true master. Rason was shocked, remembering the original plot. In the original story, the Fire Holy Grail was destined to belong to the male lead, Casin, and at that time, it didn't behave in such a cute, nonsensical way like this. The cup looked at him and smiled, saying, it's hard to explain, but you meet the criteria to be my master. Rason Maon was still bewildered and asked, why? You are full of flaws. That makes you the perfect partner for me. The cup's words made Rason Maon frown, asking back, full of suspicion, what do you mean? You'll understand soon. I'll be blunt. Be my master. The cup laughed excitedly. Now I will melt into your heart and absorb that mana. I will be completely reborn as the transcendent Holy Grail. Rason asked hurriedly. And then what? Seeing his second sister, Avelia, struggling to maintain the magic circle outside, the cup reassured him. There are many strange incantations. That scary sister of yours will probably handle it all. Don't worry, I'll rest in your heart for a bit and will come out when necessary. Rason Maon asked. When necessary? The cup affirmed. Yes. You have to use me for many things. At the same time, the system board displayed a notification. The transcendent Holy Grail will dissolve into its true master's heart and become another mana circle. Rason Maon realized in amazement. In other words, I'll have an extra mana circle? But before the joy could even take root, he was shocked to realize that his body in his subconscious was gradually fading away. He thought in a panic, if I don't accept its help, is my body disappearing? If this keeps up, I'll die. Just after making a deal, he was already preparing to log out. Facing the boundary of life and death, Rason gritted his teeth in resignation. I don't want to die. I still have so much to do. The image of his kind mother, So-So, appeared in his mind, fueling his intense will to survive. Without a moment's hesitation, Rason Maon opened his eyes wide and shouted, Holy Grail, be my partner right now. Receiving the agreement, the cup smiled and replied, done. A massive, golden red wave of fire energy immediately exploded violently. Rason Maon felt the great power surging. This is the power of the transcendent Holy Grail. The scene switched back to the real world in the banquet hall. The light gradually faded. Sister Avelia sighed with relief and respectfully reported to the family head. Father, the body-strengthening magic infusion is complete. Duke Cha nodded coldly. Well done. In the middle of the circle, Rason woke up, panting heavily amidst the smoke of mana radiating around his newly toned body. Am I still alive? Is this a dream? but he immediately realized this was completely real when he felt the strong heartbeat from his chest. No, it's not. My heart feels different. On the other side of the table, Evelia Maon bowed her head, reporting worriedly to her father, Duke Cha. I finished the spell, but it was not successful. Due to some points I didn't detect, the mana and the strengthening spell were rejected and did not assimilate. It's because I'm not skilled enough. Hearing this, he stood up and decisively declared, "The boy is finished. Let's wrap up the banquet." Lying on the platform, Rason thought to himself, no, it wasn't rejected. The Holy Grail absorbed it. Seeing his father turning to walk up the stairs, Rason called out, "Father." He firmly repeated their previous agreement. "You promised to bring mother back." His father paused, but without looking back, he left behind a cruel remark. Promises should only be kept for those who are worthy and capable. Watching his father's figure fade away, Rason sat up abruptly, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Even though everyone considered him a failure, he thought that getting his father to agree to the deal was a huge step forward. He wondered if his father and Evelia Maon truly didn't know about the existence of the Holy Grail. But thankfully, it hadn't appeared directly to reveal any flaws. Rason put on his noble attire again, clutching his long coat, thrilled to realize he had just gained a powerful ally, and that his body enhancement magic had been a complete success. Rason Maon turned to call his maid. "Let's go, Hera." But just as he took a step, a murderous aura, as cold and sharp as a blade, suddenly enveloped the entire room, leaving him frozen in shock. Looking back, Rason shivered as he realized Hera was bowing her head, radiating a deadly red aura. The assassin maid said in a low voice, "I would like to ask you something." Hera stood there with terrifying, glowing green eyes. Rason immediately activated his holy eye to scan her information, but the system displayed a cold notification. Is the system glitching? He thought. At least give me some basic info. Why would she suddenly reveal her true colors while his father was still here? Just then, the system notified him that their current location was the Grand Banquet Hall, which was encased in top-tier protective magic. Rason Maon quickly deduced that the only mage here capable of casting such high-level protective magic was none other than his father. Hera looked straight at him and asked, "Do you know what I just found out?" Rason broke into a cold sweat. "Am I supposed to?" The maid spoke in a low tone. "Your attitude toward me has changed." To cover it up, Rason replied, "I've just been stabilizing myself lately." Hera bowed her head slightly, and the blood-red aura around her intensified. She asked bluntly, "Who do you think sent me?" Rason Maon pondered for a moment, then calmly replied, "Probably my father." Hera was slightly taken aback and asked, "Why do you say that?" "Because you didn't bother to hide your aura in the main building." His answer left the assassin maid utterly shocked. Hera asked for confirmation. "You can sense my aura?" Rason Maon chuckled nervously. "Yeah, it's very sharp and terrifying." However, Hera poured cold water on him with a sarcastic remark. "Weak as a snail, it's right for me to mock you. You're only 10 years old. Of course you're weak." Looking at Hera standing opposite him, a sense of extreme fear surged within Rason. He told himself that her killing intent was so terrifying, it made him want to run away immediately. But in reality, she was too fast, and he had no chance of escape. Rason Maon reassured himself that if she was sent by his father, she definitely wouldn't harm him. He looked straight at Hera and analyzed, "You're emitting your aura, yet no one else is coming. There are plenty of mages here who could sense even a trace of aura, so there must be something blocking it to keep others from noticing. For instance, protective magic, and no one can use protective magic here without my father's permission. You received his orders and revealed your true face to me." Hera listened silently, then nodded in acknowledgement. "You're right. He said I could do anything to you if you couldn't analyze the situation." Hearing the phrase, "do anything," Rason couldn't help but feel startled and panicked. Hera continued, "But he also said if you belong to the Maon family, it's normal to be able to do that. You don't seem disappointed." Rason sighed. "But why show yourself now when you've hidden it so well for so long?" Rason suddenly understood everything. Today was the day he was officially visiting the main building to meet his father, and his father had deliberately created this secret barrier. Today, his father wanted to test his strength without any hesitation. Rason quickly got into a defensive stance. He declared clearly, "I see. Father wants to test me." Facing him, the maid Hera drew her sharp longsword from its scabbard, coldly confirming, "That's right. Honestly, I didn't think you'd be able to figure it out." Rason smirked and asked, "What did you think would happen?" Looking at the murderous Hera, he gave a fake smile, beads of sweat forming. "I realized as soon as I let my aura slip that you were annoyed. Aren't you underestimating me a bit too much?" Faced with the young master's sharp wit, Hera suddenly retracted her dagger, She placed a hand on her chest, bowed respectfully, and said, "I will introduce myself properly. My real name is Heir, but you may continue to call me Heir." The name Heir made Rason freeze completely, his eyes widening in shock. "Wait, I made her up. Why is she standing here in flesh and blood?" In his memories, this was the legendary name mothers use to scare naughty children. If you keep being bad, Heir will come and take you away. According to the original novel setting he had written himself, Heir was a legendary assassin so terrifying that even the strongest people in the world trembled in fear. Even the most prestigious swordsmanship families had once used all their power to hunt her down, but they all suffered miserable failures in the end. The infamous Heir was standing right in front of him. Damn it. Looking closely at the maid, Rason thought, can an assassin that strong really be this young? To probe, he said, "I've heard of you before. The prestigious swordsmanship families were supposed to be hunting you 15 years ago, right? So is your current appearance a disguise?" Heir coldly dodged the question. "I will not answer that." Knowing he couldn't extract more information, Rason clenched his fists and asked seriously, "Well, okay then. How will you test me? Are you going to give me a test paper?" Heir's eyes suddenly narrowed, flashing with a murderous green light. "As you likely know, my specialty is assassination. If you can deflect my attacks even once, you win." As soon as she finished speaking, Heir vanished without a sound, leaving the banquet hall empty, as Rason Maon remained on high alert. He immediately activated his Heaven's Eye to search for her location, but the system notification coldly reported, "No presence detected." He was shocked to realize that even his Heaven's Eye couldn't detect Heir's position. Just as he was struggling, her cold voice echoed, "Your father told me to eliminate you if you didn't meet the standards." Hearing the word eliminate, he felt a chill down his spine and thought in panic, "Eliminate me?" Sensing the incoming killing intent, he quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Wait." He swallowed hard and asked, "What do I get if I win?" Heir was silent for a moment. Then suddenly, footsteps echoed right behind him, along with a calm voice. "I didn't expect you to ask for a reward." He jumped and turned around, sweat pouring down as he realized she had been standing right behind him all along. Even though he clearly heard her voice in front of him just a moment before, Heir looked at him with sharp green eyes and asked, "What do you want?" He stated his condition straightforwardly. "From now on, stay with me." Heir tilted her head slightly. "I am your maid, young master." "Of course I will do that." He shook his head to correct her. "No, not just as a maid. I want you to protect me." Looking at the assassin maid, he smiled slightly and continued. "You said it yourself, I'm very weak," he declared clearly. "So, until I am strong enough, protect me." His proposal made Heir pause for a moment. After a while of silent thought, she bowed her head and replied, "Very well." Receiving the nod from the legendary assassin, he smiled contentedly. "Good, that's enough." Immediately afterward, he quickly retreated into a defensive stance. Standing in the middle of the vast banquet hall, he told himself that although he was quite confident to do anything right now, he first had to sense something. Currently, even his Heaven's Eye was completely helpless, unable to detect her location. He understood that if he couldn't see with his Heaven's Eye, there was no way he could read Heir's ultra-fast movement patterns. He focused intensely, scanning his surroundings, knowing for sure she was targeting him while in stealth mode. Even though she had issued threats in such a terrifying tone, he knew, "You don't have the heart to kill me. I know it." Rason Maon quickly analyzed the situation. He told himself that eliminating him was actually just an empty threat from Heir. That meant if she attacked his vital points, it would be a script error. If he couldn't guess where she was, the only way was to defend himself to deflect her attacks. Deciding to let himself be attacked to lure his opponent out, Rason Maon guessed that Heir would likely lower her guard and be limited in her striking position, only being able to aim at his arms or legs with non-lethal strikes. At that moment, he would surely detect her location. Furthermore, he still had two trump cards, slow motion and Heaven's Eye. Rason realized with a start that the slow motion attribute not only slowed down time, but also allowing him to clearly see the mana flow in slow motion. Suddenly, the mana quality around him shifted completely. A system notification box popped up. The mana sealed within his heart was reacting violently to his enemy's will. Instantly, his high-level combat magic reacted to this source of mana, replacing his previous skills with upgraded high-level defensive ones. Rason Maon realized that the transcendent Holy Grail had released the mana in his heart, pushing all his abilities to the next level. Thanks to this, he could see exactly how Heir would attack, whether from the side or at his legs. Rason Maon's eyes burned with newfound confidence. He thought to himself, "No, I can see it clearly now, it's the legs." Just as Hera lunged forward with a low, dangerous strike, Rason Maon told himself he could definitely dodge it. But if he dodged, he wouldn't be able to deflect her attack, and the duel would be meaningless. Using his own body as bait, he decided to take the hit head-on. The system immediately announced that his defensive combat magic was in effect. A dry, metallic clash rang out, accompanied by sparks flying wildly as Hera's strike slammed directly into Rason Maon's defensive layer. In that very moment, Rason Maon closed the distance and threw a counterpunch at her. However, she instantly blocked his fist with her hand. Hera raised an eyebrow, calmly commenting, "You almost broke my jaw just now." Rason Maon kept his stance firm and asked, "Well, does that count as a deflection?" Hera remained silent for a moment, surprised by the young master's grit, then replied, "Indeed. The challenge is officially over." Hera decisively sheathed her dagger and declared, "I will keep my promise." The maid bowed respectfully before him and stated, "From this day forward, I will devote everything I have to protecting you." Young Master Rason Maon left, leaving Hera alone in the middle of the vast banquet hall. He looked down at his hand, blood dripping onto the floor. Rason Maon smiled with relief, thinking, "I won. The big fish has taken the bait." He had officially brought the legendary silent assassin under his command. Shortly after, the scene shifted to an ancient stone mansion under a gloomy, overcast sky. Inside a quiet office, Hera stood solemnly and began reporting the entire incident to the powers behind her. "I will begin my report." It seems the seventh young master had already anticipated my attack method. Otherwise, I cannot explain how he managed to deflect that strike. Hera continued to analyze the duel more deeply. "I also believe he didn't intend to dodge the blow. I suspect he calculated that I wouldn't actually kill him. There was no other way he could have deflected my attack. I think it was a clever decision. But there is one very strange thing. My dagger was coated with Melia poison, yet he grabbed it with his bare hands. The blade definitely cut his skin. But even though the poison should have entered his system, he is perfectly fine. He has better poison resistance than an antidote itself. I am trying to figure out why. But for now, I believe his mana neutralized the poison. The crucial part is whether he did that on purpose, or if it was just luck." With that, Hera activated a teleportation spell and vanished in a flash of light. "I will get to the bottom of this." Hera stepped outside and closed the door. She pondered the young master's astonishing transformation. "I knew he had changed, but I didn't think he would be able to deflect the strike and neutralize the Melia poison. Over this past month, he has changed so much. This kid is finally worth protecting." After some exhausting days, Rason Maon finally had a rare moment of respite. He strolled through the quiet night street, letting out a sigh of relief. "Man, that was incredibly tiring. I'll take a break since I'm finally allowed to relax for a few days." But that peace didn't last long. A magic cup burning with orange-red flames suddenly floated right in front of him and smugly asked, "I did a great job, didn't I?" Its sudden appearance startled Rason Maon. "Oh my god, I didn't know you had a physical form." He hurriedly looked around and warned, "Don't just jump out like that." The cup answered nonchalantly, "You're the only one who can see me, so just praise me already." Rason Maon asked, bewildered, "For what?" The cup immediately revealed a shocking truth. "Because that pretty lady's dagger had Melia on it, remember?" Rason Maon was confused. "Melia? What Melia?" A system notification box popped up, explaining the toxin in detail. Melia was ranked as one of the deadliest poisons, extracted from a venomous horned starfish inhabiting the southern seas, and the victim would die within 5 minutes without proper treatment. Staring at the notification, Rason Maon turned pale with shock. "Deadly poison on that dagger?" He quickly asked the cup, "So you just ate it to prevent the poisoning?" The flaming cup replied, "I didn't prevent it. It's still in my belly." "Poison? That's a delicacy. I swallowed it all." However, it didn't forget to warn him, "But you must be careful. If my stomach takes too much of a shock, the poison will backfire and your body will melt." Hearing that terrifying prospect, Rason Maon shouted loudly. Hampton, the young attendant carrying a large backpack, came running over in a panic. "Yes, I'm here, young master." Hampton quickly ran to the bench where Rason Maon was sitting and reported respectfully, "I am here." Rason Maon got straight to the point. "You know what Melia is, right?" Upon hearing the name of the poison, Hampton's eyes lit up with excitement. He asked eagerly, "Poison? Awesome. Who does the young master want to get rid of?" Rason Maon snapped, "I'm not planning to use it. Where did you get such weird ideas?" He quickly moved on to the more important matter. "So, what about the antidote?" Hampton replied casually. "The Melia antidote is much easier to find." Rason Maon immediately ordered, "Then go find it and bring it here." The young attendant accepted the order and ran off. Understood. I'll get it done immediately. Watching Hampton's back, Rason Maon thought to himself that he was truly lucky to have such capable partners. He had a legendary assassin as a maid and a poison expert as an attendant. But just as he exhaled in relief, a soft rustling sound behind him made him jump and turn around. Appearing before Rason Maon now was a girl with short, gray hair, wearing an elegant men's vest. Rason Maon was surprised. "Heir, you changed your clothes?" Heir explained nonchalantly. "Another maid will take my place." Rason Maon narrowed his eyes. "So now I'll have two shadows?" Heir nodded. "Is that a problem?" Looking at her completely different demeanor, Rason Maon remarked, "Your attitude has changed." Heir replied coldly, "Because I don't need to wear that fake mask anymore. Do you know that you're a great actor?" Heir answered calmly, "Acting is a necessary requirement to be an assassin." Rason Maon asked Heir directly, "You coated that dagger with deadly poison, didn't you?" The sudden question startled Heir for a moment. Rason Maon explained calmly that he had actually figured it out long ago, but he had intentionally pretended not to know, just to prove to her that he would be fine even without an antidote. His goal was to make Heir stop underestimating him so much. Heir warned him seriously that Melia was a lethal poison, but Rason Maon cut her off and recited its origin perfectly. "I know, it's from the venomous horned starfish in the southern seas, right?" Rason Maon's superior knowledge left Heir completely stunned. Deep inside, a profound sense of respect welled up. She realized she had been looking down on this young master for far too long. Looking at Rason Maon, Heir declared loudly, "I promise to protect you. I have set a time limit until you are strong enough. When you are good enough to beat me, then I'll quit." Heir affirmed that, as his second shadow, she would do her best to protect him at any cost. To prepare for the next step, Rason Maon ordered her to go find some powdered eastern puntia cactus and bring it back. Heir quickly accepted the order and left. As soon as she disappeared from sight, Rason Maon suddenly felt an intense, dry thirst in his throat. He hurriedly shouted for more water. Even though he knew that puntia cactus powder was extremely bitter, for some reason, his body was craving that powder with water like crazy. Seeing Rason Maon's struggling expression, Heir worriedly advised him to go home and seek a physician. But Rason Maon brushed it off, gasping and shouting, "There's no time." He hurriedly scooped handfuls of green cactus powder into a glass of water and guzzled it down frantically. As the water hit his throat, a cool, blue light unexpectedly erupted around Rason Maon. Witnessing the scene, Heir was completely stunned, clearly sensing that something inside his body was changing dramatically. At the same time, the system notification chimed repeatedly. Special requirement completed. The eastern cactus powder contains a small amount of an unidentified substance. This substance is reacting with the Melia poison. The unexpected chemical reaction is causing the spirit of the cup, sleeping in your heart, to suddenly awaken. It was drunk, constantly complaining of nausea, then vomited up a pile of green liquid before shattering into pieces on the floor. This substance reacted with the deadly Melia poison, and the unexpected chemical reaction caused the spirit of the trophy, which had been sleeping in his heart, to suddenly wake up. It was completely drunk, constantly groaning in nausea, before vomiting a pile of green liquid onto the floor and shattering to pieces. Right after that, Rason Maon clutched his chest tightly, feeling the agony as his heart grew larger and larger. Suddenly, a violent surge of blue mana erupted, unleashing magical lightning that enveloped his entire body. Rason Maon screamed in terror. "What? A mana backlash?" Standing beside him, Heir was extremely worried, but she didn't dare to touch him, knowing it would cause Rason Maon to lose his life immediately. She could only clench her fists, telling herself that she must protect him through this crisis at all costs. Heir watched from afar, her heart filled with helplessness and anxiety. She silently vowed, "I promise to protect you until you become stronger. I'm not a mage, so I have no idea how to help him right now." Facing Rason Maon's life or death situation, she told herself there was only one solution left: to actively absorb that erupting mana into her own body and sacrifice her life in his stead. At this moment, the system issued continuous warnings that Heir and Melia were reacting violently after combining. Even a small amount of transcendental mana, also known as composite mana, could create a devastating reaction. Rason Maon writhed in agony, gritting his teeth as his heart swelled intensely, completely beyond the control of the transcendental attribute mana. Just then, the system displayed a strange notification. Mana cultivation is highly accessible. The pain intensified. Rason buckled, feeling his ribs cracking under the pressure. The system continued its cold announcements. Even the transcendental attribute mana cannot fully control the violent reaction of Heir and Melia, and this is only part of the necessary requirements. Rason Maon asked blankly. Requirements? The board clearly stated that, without the blessed body of a famous martial arts family, a practitioner could not survive this brutal, crushing pressure. Reading this, Rason could only curse helplessly. Is the system mocking me? I'm almost dead here. However, the next notification lit a final spark of hope. Conversely, those possessing special bodies would have the ability to withstand this pressure. A prime example is the Saint body. Rason immediately snapped to attention and cheered in his mind. The Saint body, I can withstand it. Just then, the soul of the transcendental Holy Grail in his heart chirped in a playful tone to reassure him. Ah, it's better now. Just trust me, big brother. The power of the transcendental Holy Grail instantly erupted, helping Rason guide the chaotic flow of mana. He thought to himself, your ability is a huge help. I guess you meant that mana cultivation is highly accessible, right? A massive blue light suddenly flared up. Watching from afar, Heir was extremely astonished to see Rason Maon's chest gradually returning to normal. She couldn't believe her eyes. What the hell is going on? What about the laws of magic? But in the very next second, a fierce red fire suddenly ignited, surrounding Rason Maon. Heir gasped in shock. Fire? The wild orange-yellow flames exploded violently, as if to incinerate the entire banquet hall. Heir had to cover her face from the terrifying heat. She clearly felt that something inside Rason was changing fundamentally. Her eyes widened in surprise. Based on everything she knew, this shouldn't have been possible. As the light and fire gradually settled, Rason stood tall in the middle of the room with an incredibly calm demeanor. His eyes glowed with powerful blue light, and around his two hands, two radiant magic circles were condensing and spinning. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, Heir froze completely, a sense of absolute shock rising in her heart. How could he suddenly produce two magic circles? No one had ever acquired a second magic circle at only 10 years old. But clearly, two real magic circles were right before her eyes. Seeing Heir staring at him, Rason spoke up. Heir, are you planning on staring at me like that forever? Heir quickly bowed to apologize and offered him her congratulations. Quite surprised that Heir could see the two circles, Rason Maon asked, and she nodded to confirm. He let out a soft sigh. Yeah, I almost died. Heir curiously asked if he had stabilized the mana explosion on his own. Rason Maon smirked smugly. Yeah, I'm pretty great, aren't I? However, the cold maid immediately extinguished his arrogance. You just got lucky, don't get too full of yourself. Hearing her harsh words, Rason could only go silent, thinking she never gave him a single compliment. However, looking at himself, Rason Maon knew he had gathered all 6 critical elements. The deadly poison Melia extracts from northeast prickly pear cactus, the transcendental mana saint body trait, the easy mana cultivation method, and the transcendental Holy Grail. Everything was complete. He turned to her and said, Heir, do you want to do it? Like last time, Heir was momentarily startled and asked to clarify his intention. Late that night, both of them headed to the training area, entering the control room to find manager Noah asleep and snoring, with a book covering his face. Rason Maon's loud call of Noah made him jump, nearly falling off his chair, as he hurriedly stammered excuses that he was just deep in thought. But the moment he regained his composure and realized the person standing before him was the 7th young master and Heir, Noah couldn't help but ask, What are you doing here in the dead of night? Adjusting his glasses, Noah looked down and immediately froze, cold sweat pouring off him. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the 2 glowing magic circles on Rason Maon, wondering if his eyesight was failing him. Because only a month ago, he had only 1 circle. Glancing at the maid standing nearby, a mage's instinct also helped him realize that Heir seemed to be an extremely dangerous assassin. Noah suddenly recalled JP's warning, where he mentioned that a major plan was underway and advised him to be prepared, because someone was plotting something against the 7th young master. Looking at the 2 glowing circles, Noah tremblingly realized that JP's words were entirely accurate. Looking at Rason and Heir, Noah silently assessed that for a 10-year-old child to have a second magic circle, he was far too relaxed. Feeling the unusual atmosphere, he reminded himself that it seemed dangerous. Better not look any further. He then quickly put on a fake smile and asked, How can I help you, sir? Rason Maon coolly ordered, I want to spar with my shadow. Noah looked blankly at the maid standing next to him, stunned. Since when did that maid become a shadow? However, he didn't dare to be overly curious and hurriedly led the way. All right, a large open space will do, right? Receiving a nod from Rason Maon, both walked away. At that moment, Heir suddenly glanced at Noah with green, murderous glowing eyes, making the manager's spine chill as he broke into a cold sweat, telling himself, I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything, I'm just a stone statue. Both quickly teleported to the center of the empty training area, standing opposite Hera, who was already holding her daggers. Rason spoke up. Hera, you already understood my skills from last time, right? The maid replied softly. Yes. Rason Maon clenched his fist, smiling as he said, Can you just spar, based on my skill level? Seeing Hera wonder if she needed to account for the fact that he now had a second magic circle, Rason explained. I'm testing a few new things. Hera asked. What should I do? Rason Maon instructed. Don't try to kill me. Just attack a bit slowly. Hera's eyes flashed with a sharp, greenish light. She reminded him that enemies wouldn't be so kind. But Rason Maon simply replied calmly, Your family. Who would kill their own family? His words, full of trust, made Hera momentarily waver. Hera spun her daggers around, agreeing. Fine. Standing before his opponent, Rason focused his mind, and two radiant blue magic circles appeared around him. He thought to himself, My shadow, I have 2 circles now. The amount of mana I can hold changed when the 2 circles merged. Feeling the surging energy, his purple eyes glowed. I understand now. I can move mana at will. I'll circulate it throughout my entire body. Immediately, the system board displayed a notification. Beginner combat magic has been influenced by high-level mana. Beginner combat magic has leveled up. From gamer to master in the blink of an eye. Rason Maon took a confident stance and shouted, All right, let's go. The very next second, Hera lunged forward, moving at a terrifying speed that tore through the wind and completely vanished from his sight. Rason Maon vigilantly observed his surroundings, thinking that with the same fighting style as last time, he still couldn't see her. But this time was different. With his breakthrough to 2 magic circles, Rason Maon's heavenly eye could now observe and capture Hera's every superspeed movement. That was the superior difference between having 1 and 2 circles. Not only that, his delay trait had definitely been enhanced much more than before. Still lunging forward like a moth to a flame, Hera didn't know she had been outclassed. Rason focused intensely, preparing to receive the next blow. As soon as Hera closed in, Rason immediately activated his delay trait. Everything around him suddenly seemed to slow down, making it easy for him to read his opponent's intentions. She's aiming for my leg again. Thinking he would dodge this time, Rason nimbly leaped up, twisting his body to dodge the sharp blade, sweeping across Hera's low range in a spectacular fashion. The missed strike left Hera astonished. She widened her eyes, wondering, he dodged it? Could he see my movements? Not letting his opponent recover, Rason used the momentum to spin in mid-air, channeling brilliant blue mana into his fist, and unleashed a powerful, direct punch from above. Witnessing the terrifying power and speed of the young master's counterattack, Hera's green eyes constricted in shock. Rason's punch grazed past, creating a violent gust of wind that tore through the air. However, the level of a legendary assassin was still an insurmountable wall. The moment Rason finished his move, Hera had already moved behind him like a ghost, coldly pressing a sharp dagger against his neck. Rason froze, glancing at the freezing blade against his throat, sighing in frustration. You're as fast as a cheat code. My eyes still can't keep up. Hera slowly withdrew the sharp dagger and coldly declared her surrender. I lost. I promised to use the same skills as last time, but I broke my word. Yet, she had to admit to herself that the young master had grown stronger. You've gotten a bit stronger, haven't you? Rason Maon smiled faintly and replied, Yeah, I have 2 mana circles now. Hera sighed. I didn't expect the difference to be this huge. Seeing that, Rason smirked triumphantly. Are you complimenting me? But the maid immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him. No, you're still very weak. Rason snapped back helplessly. Can't you just compliment me once? While the two were busy arguing, they were completely unaware that in a dark corner, their every move was being closely monitored through a magic orb. Standing in the observation room, Manager Noah kept his eyes glued to the orb, cold sweat pouring down like rain. He screamed in terror in his mind. What am I looking at? That 10-year-old child, a mage, shouldn't be able to use moves like that. If she didn't use magic, it would be impossible to track her movements. And the destructive power of that attack was just as great as it was a month ago. That last strike of hers was the most terrifying. I've never seen anything like this. The sparring session ended, and Rason and Hera walked out into the hallway to prepare to leave. Rason Maon waved goodbye. We're heading out. Sorry for being so late, Noah. Noah hurriedly bowed to see them off. Oh, it's no problem at all. Goodbye, young master. But the moment the door closed, Noah suddenly stopped in confusion. He apologized? A person as notoriously arrogant and rude as the 7th young master had actually taken the initiative to apologize, making him highly suspicious. Suddenly, a sharp blade was pressed against Noah's neck from behind, causing him to freeze, cold sweat dripping down. Hera appeared right behind him, her eyes glowing with a deadly intensity. She threatened in a low voice, "Forget everything you saw today." Terrified, Noah stammered, trying to cover it up. "I didn't see anything. I was just, taking care of personal business." Hera leaned into his ear, warning him coldly. "The young master has his second mana circle, but he hasn't fully mastered it yet. Do you understand?" Noah trembled, feigning ignorance. The young master already has 2 mana circles? But deep down, he was screaming in terror as he realized a crazy truth. A 10-year-old child possessing 2 mana circles. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. Sensing Noah's compliance, Hera retracted her dagger and said coldly, "Good. Being sensible is the only way to keep your head." She then immediately vanished in a flash of ghost teleportation light, leaving the manager standing stunned and terrified in the dark room. What just happened? Time quickly passed, and on the sunny grounds of the Mabel estate, Rason was shirtless, diligently doing pull-ups to train his body. He continuously counted 245, 246, 247, 248. Watching from a distance, both Hampton and Hera silently observed the young master's extraordinary effort. Hampton approached and bowed respectfully. "Young master, you have a letter." Still hanging upside down from the bar, Rason asked, "A letter? For me?" But the moment he saw the contents, Rason Maon's eyes widened in shock. The impact was so great that he startled himself, falling off the bar and landing miserably on the ground. Hampton rushed over, panicked. "Young master, are you okay?" Rason Maon sat up abruptly. "A letter sent from the Sword Clan? This must be the wrong address." He gripped the letter tightly, his heart racing in panic as he realized a shocking truth. "I didn't write this part. This is a variable." Rason Maon strode through the stone hallway of the mansion, his heart tense as he thought about DK Dad suddenly calling for him. He guessed that this sudden meeting must be related to the strange invitation from House S that he had just received. Before that, the moment he held the letter, Rason had decisively ordered his 2 attendants, Hera and Hampton, inform the main house. "I've passed the 10-year-old ritual, and now I must officially participate in the succession war," he told himself. "You have to enter the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. It's better to be on the tiger's side. If I'm going to be a villain, I might as well go big." Hearing this, little Rudia suddenly shouted excitedly from the tree. "Me too. I want to catch the tiger cub too." Rason smiled faintly and said, "Rudia, you can come along. Casin wants to be friends with you too." Hearing the name of her new friend, Rudia beamed with happiness. "A friend? I want to have more friends too." Back in reality, Rason walked down the long corridor toward the main hall. He reminded himself to use his abilities as a writer to analyze and imagine future scenarios. Receiving an invitation from the clan, considered the greatest enemy of Maon, certainly held deep significance. The giant doors of the main hall opened, and stepping into the magnificent space, Rason saw his father, DK Dad, standing imposingly high above. Beside him was his second sister, Evelia Maon, with her familiar cold expression. Looking at his father's towering figure and his sister's sharp gaze, Rason secretly made a resolution. "This world is mine now, and I will rewrite the ending." At that moment, a new variable appeared, directly affecting the original plot. Rason Maon stepped firmly in front of his father and spoke up. "Did you call for me, father?" DK Dad replied calmly. "Yes." Rason asked again, "Are you giving me a task?" DK Dad's golden eyes glowed with immense pressure. He said in a deep voice, "You should know why I called you, shouldn't you?" Facing his powerful father's cold gaze, Rason asked straight out, "Is it because of the invitation from the Sword Clan?" The moment Rason Maon finished his sentence, a loud explosion rang out. A powerful wave of icy mana grazed past Rason, directly destroying a corner of the towering hallway right beside him. Rason Maon froze completely, cold sweat breaking out as he looked at the attack that had almost taken his life. He turned, asking in shock, "Why would you do that on purpose?" Facing his son's questioning, DK Dad kept his cold expression and replied nonchalantly, "On purpose? Why would you think that? If I really wanted to kill you, you would have been dead long ago. But I didn't," Rason Maon stated firmly. "I don't remember doing anything wrong." Hearing that, DK Dad narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "House S should be groveling before us like insects." Rason immediately nodded in agreement. "I agree. They should kiss our feet and kneel on the floor." However, DK Dad immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Your actions don't show that." Facing his powerful father's suspicion, Rason explained calmly, "It is true that I met Casin in Heir and challenged him to a duel. According to their traditions, it's like a friendship ritual." DK Dad immediately demanded, "How did you know Casin was there?" Rason Maon did not flinch, quickly giving the answer he had prepared. I just happened to run into him. I'm not friends with him. I was hunting. Hidden magic is much more dangerous than visible magic. Observing the dialogue from behind, his second sister, Heir Maon, could not help but be shocked. She thought to herself that ever since the 10-year-old ritual, she had vaguely sensed something abnormal. But only now did she truly believe that her youngest brother had completely changed. But why does everyone spread rumors that he's a good-for-nothing? Heir Maon mused, deep in thought. It doesn't change. Human nature never changes. If Rason Maon has always been like this, then it means someone deliberately spread those rumors. Who could possibly do that? Her eyes suddenly turned toward DK, who was standing majestically on the high platform, a feeling of extreme shock welling up in her heart. Father? While Heir Maon was still busy speculating about her father's conspiracy, Rason stepped forward, looked up at his father, the Duke, and boldly declared, I'm staking my claim on that inheritance. His announcement to join the succession war left his older sister, Heir Maon, standing beside him in complete shock. He calmly continued to his father, even though my siblings have already secured their own territories and loyalists within the family, that's fine. I just happened to be born a bit later. Rason Maon frankly stated that he couldn't grow stronger by staying here. Therefore, he wanted to go out into the world and build his own power base. The Duke narrowed his eyes and asked, Are you saying you want to drag outsiders into the war against your own siblings? Rason didn't shy away, firmly replying, It's the only choice I have. The Duke sternly questioned his youngest son. Do you even know what you're saying? Rason Maon maintained a look of complete confidence. I know exactly what I'm doing. Casin will be the first asset in my empire. A well-trained dog can take down even a tiger. Standing in the middle of the grand hall, the Duke dropped his voice, offering a cryptic warning. Sometimes, they bite their master's back, you know. Hearing this, Rason smiled with an arrogant smirk. Just as you said, Father, if that happens, then that must be my fated destiny. It would be my fate to be devoured. He clenched his fist resolutely. But I will train my dog thoroughly. He will become a famous hound that knows how to bark, crawl, and lick when its master gives the order. Rason's madness combined with his sheer nerve drew a faint, intrigued smile from the Duke. After the tense conversation with his father, Rason and his sister, Heir Maon, strolled through the hallways of the mansion. Heir called out to him softly. Rason replied respectfully. Yes, sister? She asked curiously. Did you already know this would happen when you received the invitation? Rason Maon answered casually. Yes, except for the fact that I didn't know who would be sent to accompany me. In reality, Rason had calculated long ago that his father would never let him go to the estate alone, so he would surely send a guard to escort him. The person had to be reliable and capable, and it turns out my beautiful sister has become my high-class nanny. Heir glanced at her younger brother and remarked, You speak as if you've practiced this 100 times in your head. Rason Maon chuckled and scratched his head to cover it up. Ha ha. Well, if I don't practice, I get nervous easily. Watching her brother's back, Heir pondered to herself. At his age, I couldn't even talk to father like that. Rason and Heir paused their steps. She looked down at their feet and said in a low voice, I want to ask you one more thing. Her words caused Rason to stop in surprise. Heir turned, her sharp golden eyes locking onto her brother as she asked bluntly, Did the magic enhancement ritual really fail? Rason smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, No. His firm answer made Heir immediately press further. Then what happened to the transcendent mana on the scroll? Rason tilted his head and explained slowly. Sorry, sister, but I can't say. Faced with her curiosity, he added calmly, Father told me to keep it a secret. Knowing this involved their father, Heir sighed. I understand. However, complex calculations began to stir within her. She told herself that Rason was definitely a major variable that their father had intentionally placed in her hands. Because without backing or special strength, a 10-year-old child could never speak to their strict father with such confidence. Heir silently judged that how she utilized this strategic card named Rason depended entirely on her own ability. If she couldn't control and make good use of this variable, their father would certainly take him away and hand him over to another sibling in the family. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had been graciously granted to her first, and you are my investment project. I am not allowed to lose. Interrupting her train of thought, Rason Maon suddenly spoke up. Are you curious? Let me give you another shock. Heir turned back with a hint of suspicion. What is it? Not keeping her waiting long, Rason extended his hand forward and began to focus. From his palm, a vibrant, pure pink-purple mana erupted violently, shooting out sparks of magical electricity that crackled continuously. Witnessing the scene before her, Avelia went completely still, her eyes widening in absolute shock. Seeing the wild yet incredibly stable mana fluctuating in the palm of her 10-year-old brother, she could only gasp. Transcendent mana? Rason calmly showcased the brilliant pink-purple transcendent mana right in his palm. He explained that this was the transcendent element he had chosen. Although its core was still fire mana, the power radiating from it was terrifying. Observing his sister's expression, Rason secretly realized she was using her high-level mage perception to see deep into the mana flow inside his body. Breaking the silence, Avelia called out. "Rason," he replied respectfully. "Yes, sister?" she advised him gently. "Don't push yourself too hard. I already recognize your potential." Hearing that, Rason withdrew his mana and asked blankly, "Huh?" Avelia explained that attempting to maintain a transcendent mana entity would put an extremely terrible burden on his heart. Rason was startled, thinking to himself that in his previous life, he really hadn't known about this detail. Avelia continued to analyze, saying that at his young age, possessing a second magic circle so early already caused his heart significant strain. If he continued to force himself, he would ruin his own future and never be able to become a legendary mage. She looked at him affectionately. "I want to see you succeed." Rason Maon bowed his head. Yes. A wave of confusion rose in his heart, wondering why his usually cold older sister was suddenly treating him so kindly. He also recalled a strange detail. Their strict father, the Duke, hadn't mentioned anything about him breaking through to the second magic circle. Interrupting his thoughts, Avelia revealed more important information about the invitation from the famous swordsmanship family. She said they hadn't just sent an invitation to the Maon family. The renowned martial arts family, the von Grandels, would certainly be there too. An alliance between those two colossal forces had the power to change the world. Hearing this, Rason searched his memory and realized a brilliant talent from that martial arts family, someone his own age, would also be there. That person was none other than the apple of the von Grandel family's eye. Rosalind. Avelia continued. To travel to the Vestia continent, the martial arts family will use the teleportation gate the Mayons have already constructed. Hearing this, Rason decisively declared, "I will go there to wait for them." His sister was surprised by his initiative and asked why. Rason replied frankly, "Because I didn't treat them properly." Thinking of this, the terrible memories of his previous self flooded back into Rason Maon's mind. It was when he was 8.5. Back then, he had crazily used a wooden stick to brutally beat poor little Rosalind while she knelt crying on the ground, shouting, "You look like a fish. Do you want to be beaten to death?" It was this very arrogance and cruelty that forced his father to apologize and banish him to a remote estate. Rason Maon turned to his sister. "Don't worry, I'm going to clear my name." Avelia asked with some surprise. "Apologize?" Rason was firm. "Yes, I was wrong." Hearing her brother's answer, she sternly reminded him about the pride of a mage. "Our family does not bow to anyone. A mage will not bow if they are in the right. If you make a mistake, fix it. But fix it with style." But just then, Rason realized something felt a bit off. Before he inhabited this body, the old Rason Maon didn't have any combat skills. So how could a loser like him have defeated the daughter of the most prominent martial arts family on the continent? The system notification board appeared immediately to answer his questions. Rosalind was the only daughter of the famous Grandel martial arts family. She was naturally very sensitive and kind, and she absolutely disliked violence or harming others. However, the future Rosalind he had set up in his novel was an extremely violent and impulsive person. It turned out, the reason for this complete transformation stemmed from that very beating by the old Rason. Being defeated by the loser son of a magic family had made Rosalind extremely angry and resentful. She realized the importance of strength and began to train like a maniac. Her father, the head of the von Grandel family, was eager to teach her himself. Already possessing innate talent, yet having previously refused to learn martial arts, Rosalind progressed at an astonishing speed, making the entire Grandel family incredibly excited. Rason could only go silent, realizing this was the butterfly effect, where a minor supporting character like him had indirectly changed and shaped the personality of one of the most important characters in the story. A giant stone staircase led straight up to a glowing spatial gate in the blue sky. Walking beside him, the little girl, Rudia, exclaimed excitedly, "So exciting. There must be lots of delicious food at Casin, right?" He smiled and replied, "Yeah, there's plenty." Trailing behind, the young attendant Hampton looked at his back and calculated silently. He worriedly thought about Rason actively socializing with their mortal enemy, the von Grandel family, and whispered to himself that one day the Maon family would have to defeat them. However, Hampton dismissed that thought himself. The boy teared up, moved by the belief that Rason must surely have a grand plan for the future. and accompanying a kind master like the young master was a great honor. Overwhelmed with emotion, Hampton suddenly burst into loud sobs, leaving the maid Hera, who was walking beside him, speechless as she watched the boy sniffle. To reach the rendezvous point at Sword Tomb, the group had to undergo a continuous teleportation journey, crossing a total of 22 space gates from the Sunflower Plaza to the Midnight Small Forest, then crossing the cold Black Sea before setting foot at the central gate of the Sword Tomb. The dizziness and exhaustion from the constant teleporting made Rason Maon break into a cold sweat, and he could only silently groan at how unbearable it was. However, the situation behind him was much more miserable. Because Hampton was too weak, he couldn't handle the strain and completely crashed right after they arrived. Stepping into Sword Tomb, one of the largest teleportation gates located near the Set clan. Although the name sounds quite ominous, this city is extremely vibrant and busy. Seeing Rason looking tired after the continuous teleportation, his older sister Heir Maon immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Rason Maon nodded slightly. "I'm fine." His sister then informed him about the next schedule. The Grandel family is scheduled to arrive in 4 hours. Taking advantage of this free time, Rason immediately suggests, "I'll practice my mana while we wait." His older sister agrees instantly. Sure. While the servants quickly head off to book hotel rooms, Rason sits cross-legged right where he is, focusing his mind to begin his mana training. Observing his youngest brother from afar, Heir Maon can't help but ponder, what kind of trick is the kid trying to pull now? Meanwhile, at the Maon family's main estate, another secret conversation is taking place. Lord DK Cha calls his trusted guard over in a low voice. He reveals, "I met the youngest one earlier." Sendo, caught off guard, asks with surprise, "Do you mean young Master Rason Maon?" Receiving a nod of confirmation from his lord, Sendo curiously asks about the result of the recent ritual. Did the magic enhancement ritual fail? However, DK Cha provides an unexpected answer. It didn't succeed. Sendo is extremely shocked. "I saw it. It looked like a failure." The Lord explains, "It happened inside the boy's heart." A bewildered Sendo asks, "What do you mean?" DK Cha replies reflectively, "I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like it before. It melted into Rason Maon's heart. I think it might be the transcendent chalice." DK Cha begins to recount a closely guarded historical secret. Years ago, the legendary mage Albedo traveled the world with that chalice. But right before he passed away, he realized the chalice wasn't actually the transcendent chalice. Sendo looks confused. "I've never heard of that before." DK Cha replies nonchalantly, "Of course not. It was only recorded in the Maon family history. According to the records, the first Lord of Maon had a very close relationship with Albedo. After the legendary mage died, the transcendent chalice suddenly vanished and was eventually forgotten by the world." DK Cha continues, "I investigated and found out that the child, the youngest one adopted, belongs to the Fire tribe. That's why I think he can absorb anything into his heart." He smirks slightly and asks his subordinate, "Do you know what the First Lord called the transcendent chalice?" Seeing Sendo shake his head, DK Cha reveals, "A sub-magic circle." Sendo admits, "This is the first time I've heard that." The Lord continues, "Albedo called it a portable charger." Sendo asks blankly, "A charger?" DK Cha explains, "So, the legend was just a power bank all along." Still confused, Sendo presses him, "Are you certain the young master absorbed the transcendent chalice?" DK Cha asserts, "There's no other way to explain this." Sendo asks further, "What does this mean?" DK Cha gazes forward, deep in thought. Right now, the boy has 2 magic circles and can even control a bit of elemental mana. Hearing these words from Lord DK Cha, Sendo is completely frozen in astonishment. His brain needs a moment to process the shock. DK Cha muses, recalling the past. "When we were young, we were both called prodigies. I was talented in magic, and you had strength." He turns to look at his trusted guard and asks, "Could you have had 2 magic circles by the age of 10? Sendo bows his head slightly and answers in a low voice, "It's possible." However, DK Cha pours a bucket of cold water on him. "Don't dream of it. You'd collapse instantly." The Lord's firm statement makes Sendo break into a cold sweat. He knows his own physical limitations all too well. He was never meant to live past the age of 20, perhaps not even 17. Yet, DK Cha says thoughtfully, "But the youngest one has no problems at all. That foolish kid." DK Cha has to admit that this is truly impressive. But what puzzles him most right now is, why now? Why did the boy show absolutely no signs of talent before turning 10? DK Cha's eyes narrow, filled with caution. Without a moment's hesitation, the Lord gives a definitive order. "I am giving you a mission. Sendo immediately drops to one knee, respectfully accepting the order. Please, tell me. DK Cha commands coldly. Keep an eye on Rason Maon, don't let him die, Sendo asks. Until when? The Lord's face remains emotionless as he says one final, resolute sentence. Until I die. Back in the present, at the sword tomb, Rason is focusing on his meditation to regulate his mana when he suddenly opens his eyes in surprise. He senses a powerful aura approaching and thinks to himself, the famous martial arts family has arrived. Looking up at the high stone staircase, where the portal is glowing brightly, two figures emerge. Their aura is quite different from that of the sword-wielding families, carrying a wilder vibe and immense physical pressure. Rason Maon steps forward with a calm smile, taking the initiative to greet them. Long time no see. From the portal, two figures gradually emerge under the brilliant light. One is a giant of a man with imposing gray hair. Walking beside him is a young girl with pink hair tied in twin tails, her red eyes filled with caution. From a distance, Rason calls out, Rosalind. Hearing her name, the girl turns back, looking confused. Huh? Who's that? He looks familiar, but so strange. Rason Maon's current handsome and elegant appearance makes Rosalind completely unable to recognize the rude brat who beat her up years ago. However, the instincts of a martial arts genius quickly help her recall everything. Rosalind lands gracefully from above, shouting angrily, Why are you here? Watching her land safely after leaping back from dozens of steps, Rason is secretly amazed. What the? She landed perfectly from so high up, but he quickly regains his composure, tilts his head, and says, I wanted to apologize to you. Hearing the word apologize, Rosalind asks blankly, Apologize? Then she suddenly bursts into maniacal laughter. Pooh-ha-ha. Once she stops, Rosalind's face darkens instantly, her eyes glowing with murderous hatred as she grinds her teeth and repeats, Apologize. Seeing his opponent's terrifying expression, Rason breaks into a cold sweat and thinks to himself, Looks like she's really snapped. This is much tenser than I thought. Just then, heavy footsteps and a deep rumbling laugh echo from behind. A massive, bare foot steps onto the stone stairs with great power. The giant gray-haired man walks forward, crosses his arms, and says in a deep voice, Isn't it polite to greet the elders first? Rosalind calls out, Uncle. Facing a person of such status, Rason immediately bows politely. Hello. The man looks at him and asks, Do you know who I am? Rason Maon replies clearly, Of course I do. You are the mentor and leader of the Grandel family. The Battle King, Magner, right? The man smirks. Exactly. Battle King Magner is the second most powerful person in the Grandel family. He is Rosalind's uncle and the younger brother of the current family head. In terms of pure martial arts, he is even stronger than the current Lord Grandel. Battle King Magner looks at Rason searchingly, a powerful aura surrounding him. I was planning to teach you a lesson when we met, but Rason Maon remains calm, standing opposite him. His composure secretly surprises Magner. He didn't expect this kid to be completely unfazed by his aura. Rason Maon continues, Because I was in the wrong, I want to find a way to make amends with both of you. You want to be forgiven in the way of a martial artist? Then, without giving him a chance to answer, the girl lunges forward with overwhelming killing intent, screaming, Then let me kill you! A powerful punch is aimed straight at Rason Maon's face. But facing this swift attack, Rason Maon only tilts his head slightly to observe, his cold purple eyes not blinking once. Witnessing this, Magner stands behind, impressed, seeing that the kid didn't even bother to blink in the face of danger. Rosalind smirks provocatively. Huh, I thought you'd be scared. Then try blocking this. Immediately, his system activates, automatically applying the slow-motion attribute. The self-defense combat magic kicks in. A loud collision rings out as Rosalind's punch strikes Rason's magic barrier, creating brilliant sparks of light. Rason grinds his teeth to endure the shock, but thanks to the protective magic, he holds steady. While Magner watches the entire match intently from afar, the Battle King ponders. Is that martial arts magic? What kind of strange technique is he using? Let's see. He can actually react quickly and take the hit using only defensive magic. Rason Maon brushes the dust off his clothes and stands up. Seeing that the opponent has no intention of attacking again, Rosalind shouts angrily, What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting back? Contrary to the girl's aggression, Rason bows his head sincerely and says, I'm sorry. The sudden apology leaves Rosalind completely frozen, stuttering in confusion. What? Rason Maon explains seriously. When I'm wrong, I admit it. I live like an adult. He thinks confidently to himself. I've lived in a modern society before, so apologizing isn't hard at all. However, upon hearing this, Rosalind blushes in frustration, turns away, and shouts, What the hell are you babbling about? Rason shrugged slightly. You know how guys are. I only bullied you because I wanted to get your attention. His somewhat senseless explanation makes Rosalind sigh in utter exasperation. Ha. But the very next second, the pink-haired girl suddenly spins around and delivers a powerful kick straight to Rason's knee. The unexpected kick makes Rason Maon cry out in pain, clutching his knee and dropping to the ground. Arg, my knee. Just then, the system automatically activates the defensive combat magic to protect his body. Rosalind turned away coldly, uttering a remark filled with scorn and boredom. Rason asked, confused, "What was that?" Rosalind spun around furiously and snapped, "It's so boring when you don't fight back after I hit you. You need to hit back. That's the only way to make me feel better." Seeing she was still not calmed down, Rason Maon stood up, brushed off the dust, and replied calmly, "Fine, but not right now." Suddenly, a muffled sound of clapping interrupted the conversation. The War King Magner stepped forward, arms crossed in agreement. "If you want to fight, go to the arena. Fighting is forbidden here." Rosalind grumbled stubbornly at her uncle. "Why? Only killing this scumbag will make me feel better," Magner said sternly. "Look around you." At that moment, they both realized a large crowd of citizens had gathered, whispering, discussing, and pointing in their direction. Some guessed a major fight was about to break out, while others were curious about when these two major families had started feuding. "Causing a scene here isn't a good idea. If we start brawling, it will ruin our reputations." Despite his words, Rosalind stubbornly yelled, "Who cares?" Rason Maon, standing beside her, added calmly, "If we fight here, people will get hurt." Rason's reasonable statement made Rosalind pause in surprise. Standing nearby, the War King Magner silently judged the 14-year-old boy to be remarkably wise for his age. "You said you would apologize," Rason responded calmly. "I keep my word, but let's choose somewhere else instead of this place." Rosalind grumbled. "What other place could possibly be better?" Magner nodded in agreement. "He's right. We need to go somewhere without civilians." But as soon as he finished speaking, a deep, warm voice suddenly resonated directly inside Rason Maon's mind. "Good acting." Rason jumped, cold sweat dripping as he realized this voice belonged to the War King Magner, even though the man was still standing silently without moving his lips. Magner continued his telepathic warning. "From now on, try to pretend to be friendly. Don't let rumors spread that a conflict occurred between the Grandel and Maon families. That is all." Rason Maon was shocked, wondering how a martial arts master could use such a sophisticated telepathy technique to talk to him. Just then, a blue system notification window suddenly appeared before his eyes. The War King Magner has become interested in Rason Maon. This character will analyze and evaluate all of Rason Maon's actions. A variable that could affect the plot has appeared. This game is getting tougher. Rason Maon squinted, realizing he could now clearly see how the War King would evaluate his actions. But before he could steady himself, another shocking notification appeared. The Heaven Mage suspects a lack of probability, a variable affecting probability, and the plot has appeared 3 times. There is suspicion regarding the existence of this world. Seeing the name Heaven Mage, his father Rason couldn't help but feel terrified. Both his father and the War King Magner were starting to doubt the authenticity and existence of this world due to the constant variables. Shortly after, the system chimed. Success. 2 requirements met. You have successfully intervened in the thoughts of an influential character through intentional behavior. A brilliant blue light erupted, accompanied by text displaying, "Ultimate privilege. A new ability is being created. Character Rason Maon will be granted the creator privilege." Rason Maon was completely overwhelmed by the massive wave of digitized energy enveloping his body. He wondered, "What is this?" The system continued. "Congratulations. You have received the privilege to fix world errors. The probability deficit system will be transferred shortly." A soft sound echoed, and a thin system page floated before Rason Maon. Curious, he reached out and took Evelia Maon's character information card. It clearly stated, "Character Evelia Maon, age 27, ice attribute, personality, cold but naive, occasionally a bit cruel." So amazing. Rason Maon's eyes widened in surprise, cold sweat running down his forehead as he flipped the page over. Rason was shocked to look at the system card in his hand, wondering if these were really settings he had created himself. The scribbled words, "Chocolate number 1, were clearly visible. Looking closer, he realized the system contained all the character information he had written in the past, from a sugar-addicted Evelia Maon to a Persa Maon, with the cruel hobby of bisecting people, and even the silent assassin, a legendary killer who made the whole world tremble. However, Rason also realized that the unfinished gaps in these settings were even greater than the amount of text written. He told himself that these flaws were what created a realistic world full of variables. A greater concern arose within him. Why was he reincarnated into Rason Maon, and why were these opportunities and plot links created for him to hold? At that moment, a ding sounded, and the system panel abruptly displayed a cold notification. You have reached the time limit for using the settings. In the blink of an eye, the entire system interface vanished as if it had never existed. Rason looked at his empty palms in shock, realizing he could only view it for a certain amount of time. He calculated that the display time seemed to last only about 1 minute, and he would have to wait a certain period or fulfill a special requirement to reactivate this privilege. Interrupting Rason's thoughts, Master Magner approached and spoke, "Let's go eat. Deal with the drama later." Rason quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. "Yes, War King." Following behind the Master and Rosaline, Rason wondered what other terrifying changes the future held. The three quickly moved to an old-fashioned restaurant in the heart of Sword Tomb City. Upon entering, Master Magner immediately greeted the blonde woman waiting at the table with a hearty tone. "Evelia Maon. Long time no see." The mage looked up and replied slowly, "Hello, running into you guys again?" Witnessing Evelia's peak demeanor, Master Magner crossed his arms and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, it seems you've gotten stronger since the last time we met." Facing the legendary War King, Evelia sipped her tea and declared nonchalantly, "I think I'll be able to defeat you in 5 years." Her bold challenge didn't make Magner angry, he just laughed loudly. "Ha ha, I'll accept your challenge whenever you're ready." Evelia smiled slightly and continued calmly, "When I was little, I could challenge you whenever I wanted, but I can't do that anymore." Rason Maon understood the reason. Evelia Maon was now a high-level mage and one of the pillars of the Maon family's future, so she couldn't just challenge a representative of another family for fun anymore. Looking at the serious woman in front of him, the master curled his lips and teased, "You've lost that cuteness you had when you were a kid." After that impressive exchange, the group returned to the table. Master Magner happily brought up Evelia's past, saying that when she was little, she would charge at him all the time, and had even once burned all his hair while he was sleeping. Evelia Maon calmly sipped her tea, admitting she had tried to burn his head, but failed. Rason Maon just broke out in a cold sweat, telling himself it was hard to keep up with this conversation. Just then, Rosaline shyly approached, blushing as she introduced herself as a daughter of the Grandel family. She looked at him bashfully and asked if he remembered her from 2 years ago. Looking at this shy appearance, he was completely stunned, wondering if this was really the violent kid from before. Rosaline suddenly clenched her fists with determination, declaring to Magner and Evelia that she wanted to become stronger because female warriors were often at a physical disadvantage compared to men. Evelia commented, "Limited talent. And your methods aren't quite there yet." According to what he had designed, soul combat was a very special kind of power. While swordsmen used swords and mages used magic, martial artists used their own physical abilities. Soul combat helped the human body overcome all normal physical limits to perform seemingly impossible feats. Rosalind declared with passion that she would train hard in soul combat to become as strong as her older sister, Evelia Maon. The meal quickly ended with stacks of empty plates on the table. Seeing the massive pile of cleared dishes, he could only be stunned at the terrifying appetite of the Grandel aunt and niece. Master Magner announced that the portal would be reactivated at 7:17 p.m. and offered to travel with them. Evelia agreed, but she quickly turned to ask Magner for some private time to talk to Rason, as there was still about an hour before their appointment. He was startled, wondering what she wanted to talk to him about. After Magner and Rosalind bowed and left to wait at the portal, he and Evelia took a walk along the brilliant sunset beach. Walking beside him, Evelia asked if it was time to talk about what happened earlier. He asked curiously if she was referring to the incident at the portal. Evelia Maon glanced at him and asked directly, "Out with it. What are you plotting? And did you know beforehand that Rosalind would attack you?" He nodded slightly, admitting, "That's right. That's why I came. If I was planning to settle a grudge with her, you should have just mentioned the family's demilitarized arena and asked to settle things there." "Are you asking why I used combat magic there?" "That's right, because the Battle King Magner was there. And Magner is the second strongest person in the Grandel family. You knew for a fact that a master like him, after witnessing the fight, would immediately start wondering how effectively you used those combat magic techniques. The combination of combat magic and Magner's presence was the key, not to mention a veteran warrior like him. Surely must have noticed the abnormal amount of mana inside you. Meanwhile, Rason is notorious everywhere for being a thug. The most logical conclusion Magner could reach after piecing everything together is that you've either truly changed or you've been secretly groomed in a special way to achieve this transformation. Someone like Rason Maon shouldn't be able to understand Magner so well. But if you actually predicted all of that and intentionally set up this situation, then it's truly impressive. He'll think you're the ace card the Maon family is secretly nurturing. He'll definitely want to know everything about you, making it obvious to everyone else that he's their ace. My dear sister is waiting to see the show. Looking at her 10-year-old youngest brother standing in front of her, Heir Maon silently marveled to herself. I think I finally understand why father said that. Even though combat magic has limited growth potential, the ability to plan everything out and calculate both the immediate situation and the possible outcomes is truly excellent. And the most terrifying thing is that he's only 10 years old and already this cunning. Heir Maon looked at Rason, inwardly assessing that her youngest brother's potential now surpassed anyone else's. Even without father's orders, she wanted to turn this child into a piece under her own command. I met Magner when I was 14, as a pilgrim, not as a mage. You know that the successors of the Maon family must go through pilgrimage levels and seek the truth before being recognized as a candidate for the family head position, right? Rason Maon nodded slightly. Yes, sister. Heir Maon spoke calmly. Back then, I didn't even know who he was. If I had known, I would have tried harder to kill him. Seeing her sister's gentle smile that seemed full of killing intent, Rason Maon felt a chill down his spine, thinking, Sister, your expression is warm, but the words you say are so brutal. Memories of 14-year-old Heir Maon came back to her as she struggled, panting in a bloody battle against the Battle King. Heir Maon continued to talk about the encounter back then on the snow peak. He told me to kill him if I wasn't happy, and that he would give me 3 chances. Rason Maon marveled silently. He didn't know how many memories she had with him, but they seemed like good ones. In any case, he is the type of person who must get to the bottom of whatever he finds suspicious or curious. Heir Maon smiled slightly, even if it was a budding mage trying to kill him. If he's curious enough about you, he'll approach you himself. Walking on the golden sand under the sunset, Heir Maon reminded him. Rason, we still have about 30 minutes. Rason replied respectfully, Yes, sister. Why don't we go on a little sibling date? This is a trade city, so there must be plenty of things to see. But Heir Maon poured cold water on him effortlessly. Most of the trade cities I've been to have been destroyed. Because of me, I don't go shopping. I go to shut the stores down. Faced with her destructive declaration, Rason wasn't afraid at all. He stepped forward decisively, took her hand, and smiled. Let's go. I'll lead the way. The youngest brother's warm and confident action caught the archmage Heir Maon slightly off guard. Under the brilliant sunset of the beach, the two siblings silently walked, holding hands. Their figures slowly faded into the horizon. Scene changed to a busy corner of the Swordgrave city. Master Magner and little Rosalind were walking quietly among the crowded streets. As he walked, the veteran Battle King was constantly piecing together the abnormal behavior of the Maon boy. He remembered 2 years ago, when Rason was just 8. He was a massive thug and very unruly. Yet now, when faced with danger, he could calmly say, Everyone will get hurt if we fight here. That terrifying composure and maturity show that the current Rason Maon has become a completely different person. It's impossible for someone to change so drastically in just 2 short years. This kid must be possessed by Oscar. His image has been distorted to deceive everyone. But why would the Maon family go through so much trouble to do that? Could they be trying to achieve some top-secret goal, which is why they set up this scheme? There must be a huge conspiracy hidden behind this. Even the fact that the Seth family sent an invitation to the Grandel family for this event was actually just a minor card to set the stage. What the Maon and Seth families are truly aiming for is the relationship and the underground calculations between these two massive forces. Clearly, there is a mysterious chess piece being moved that the Grandel family is still completely unaware of. In terms of strength, the Grandel family is much weaker than the two giants, Maon and Seth. Therefore, if any unexpected situation suddenly occurs, the Grandel family could easily be swallowed whole by the other two forces. Thinking of that terrible prospect, Master Magner couldn't help but grit his teeth. If Rason Maon is truly the center of all the conspiracies the two families are secretly plotting, then he must find out exactly what this kid is up to. After days of preparation and rigorous strength tests, the time to depart for the Seth family finally arrived. Standing before the massive, glowing spatial gate, Battle King Magner couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. To have the gate operated by you yourself is truly an honor. Heir Maon smiled slightly, but her next piece of advice made the veteran Battle King break out in a cold sweat. Be careful when teleporting. You remember I still have one chance, right? Mentioning the old debt, Magner's complexion changed, and he replied awkwardly, "Oh right, I will be careful." And then, with firm footsteps, the whole group walked straight into the brilliant light of the spatial gate. As soon as they set foot in the other world, a violent wave of dizziness from the instant teleportation made little Rosalind feel faint. What kind of teleportation is this? I feel like my soul is about to fall out. Contrary to Rosalind's struggle, Rudia was completely alert. The teleportation light disappeared completely, opening up a lush, windy green meadow before the group. Seeing Evelia Maon behaving so gently this time, Magner asked curiously, "Aren't you going to do anything?" The female mage replied calmly, "That's right, no destruction this time." Amidst the peaceful space of the meadow, a loud, excited shout suddenly echoed from afar. "Rason, Rudia, you must be tired after traveling such a long way." The person who ran over to greet them was none other than Casin, the second young master, and the person most likely to inherit the prestigious Seth family. His personal appearance caught the Battle King Magner by surprise. He whispered to Evelia Maon, "The Seth family has never come to greet us themselves." Approaching his peer, Rason smiled and greeted him. "Long time no see, Casin." Looking at Rason's handsome appearance, so different from before, Casin was very impressed. "You've grown up a lot compared to last time," Rason explained calmly. "It's magic." But the friendly atmosphere was suddenly broken. Rudia lunged forward at extreme speed. She spread her arms, decisively squeezed in between, and pushed Casin away. Her face was full of hostility as she shouted, "I am the one closest to Rason. Back off, Rudia." The aggressiveness and stubbornness of the girl made Rason Maon, standing behind, sweat in silence because he was speechless. Contrary to Rudia's tension, the male lead Casin kept his gentle smile and replied slowly, "I don't think friendship has levels. It's just that Rason and I share the same thoughts and goals, so we decided to become friends. Isn't that what's important?" Casin's philosophical yet also incredibly clueless logic left both Rudia and Rason Maon completely frozen. Question marks were flying around the black-haired girl's head as she thought, "Goals? Rason, what is he talking about?" But to maintain her status, Rudia still tried to shout stubbornly, "Regardless, I'm still the one closest to him." Seeing how cute the girl was, Casin smiled and suggested, "But we can also be friends." That remark hit home, causing Rudia to immediately blush with embarrassment, only being able to mumble in response, That's true. I'll be your friend too. Thank you." Just then, firm footsteps echoed from the stone steps, and a haughty voice interrupted the atmosphere. "Young Master Casin." The group turned and saw Rosalind in her orange-pink martial arts uniform, slowly walking down. "I'm sorry. I met a friend I've been longing for. So I got a bit excited." "You don't need to be so formal. I'm younger, so you can just talk normally." "So annoying. He's so friendly and sociable with them. Why does he act so distant in front of me?" Watching all of Rason's expressions from afar, Battle King Magner curled his lip, his eyes revealing clear admiration. He secretly judged, "The kid is truly brilliant. It seems he intentionally engineered this current situation." Looking at Ruson's back, the seasoned War King couldn't help but shudder. This kid was an old soul hidden in a child's body. Without wasting any time, Rason took the initiative and turned to Casin. "Casin, I want to ask you for a favor." Seeing his new friend confusedly ask, "What is it?" Rason Maon decisively declared, "I intend to spar with Rosaline right here." Rason Maon's bold decision left Casin incredibly stunned. "Spar?" Rason Maon calmly suggested. "Can you arrange a place for us to hold this match?" An unprecedented duel was about to take place. The opponent was the only daughter of a prestigious martial arts family. The setting was the training grounds of a famous swordsmanship family, and members from all three of the world's greatest clans would gather to watch this bout. This wasn't merely a children's scuffle. It was an official debut stage, to establish the status of the scoundrel Rason Maon before the entire world. News of the shocking duel quickly spread throughout the Say family's training grounds. The disciples were buzzing with excitement. One person curiously asked, "Who do you think will win between them?" Another disciple immediately replied with conviction, "Rason Maon is a stupid little scoundrel, so of course Rosalind will win." Another person hesitated. "I heard Rosalind still can't control her battle soul well." The person next to them then concluded, "If that's the case, their physical abilities will decide who the winner is. Then wouldn't Rosalind still win?" They had absolutely no idea that the scoundrel Rason Maon's main skill was actually a terrifying combat magic technique. Meanwhile, in the majestic observation room overlooking the arena, the head of the prestigious Casin family stared thoughtfully down at the field. He turned to ask his son, Casin, who was standing beside him, "Son, what do you think about this match?" In the quiet room of the Say family, Casin softly expressed his envy for the upcoming duel between his two friends. The boy smiled and said to his father, I'm very jealous. Obviously, sparring with a friend would be fun. People seem to think Rason was a stupid scoundrel. I also used to think that, but he is actually very kind, and I think he'll be a formidable opponent. Opponent? You have an opponent of your own age? Casin confidently replied. Right now I'm superior, but in the future, it's anyone's guess. Watching his son smile, Keisha fell into deep thought. So that's how it is. In his heart, the shrewd family head of the Sword Clan began to doubt. He silently analyzed. I guess the information about that child was intentionally distorted. That meant Rason was the trump card the Maon family wanted to hide, and this battle was staged by Cha. Returning to the conversation, Kezia curiously asked his son, Who do you think will win? Casin flatly replied, I think Rason Maon will win. The answer left Kezia extremely stunned. Rason Maon? However, Casin unexpectedly added a contradictory sentence. But, I think Rason Maon will lose. Facing his father's confusion, Casin's fiery red eyes narrowed slightly. He explained, Rason Maon is very kind. He understood that Rason Maon's kindness might be a fatal weakness when facing a competitive Rosalind. Sensing the intrigue of the match, Keisha stood up and casually said, I guess I'll have to go watch the match tomorrow as well. The father was just as eager for drama as his son. Casin excitedly asked, You're going too? Then I can introduce my friend to you. Keisha smiled slightly. My son's friend? I'm really looking forward to it. The next day, at the heaven-piercing sword arena, under the windy sky, the giant sand arena was prepared for the duel. From the stands, Evelia Maon's group, War King Magner, Casin, and family head Kezia had all gathered to watch. Standing in the middle of the sun-drenched arena, Rosalind crouched down to warm up, her eyes bright with excitement. I've been looking forward to this day. Across from her, Rason also took a decisive stance. He told himself he could no longer hide, no more concealing his strength. It was time to let loose. After all, this was his official debut arena. The very next second, Rosalind unleashed her full power. She stomped her feet and lunged forward with terrifying speed, leaving a long trail of dust on the field. She launched herself into the air, channeled all her battle soul into her legs, and delivered a powerful, sweeping kick from above. Rason Maon stood below with intense focus, his mind preparing to block the lightning-fast first attack. At that very moment, Rason Maon's slow-motion movement talent was automatically activated. Rason Maon silently analyzed the situation. If it's a test of physical strength, I have the advantage, because Rosalind can't control her battle soul yet. Thanks to his ability to see trajectories in slow motion, Rason easily sidestepped, dodging Rosalind's wind-tearing strikes with incredible fluidity. Who could possibly compete with him like this? Refusing to give up, Rosalind spun around and delivered a lightning kick straight at her opponent's head. Instantly, Rason Maon's defensive combat magic technique was activated, creating a solid mana shield that blocked the dangerous strike. Rosalind was completely shocked. She thought to herself, I was going to break his arms and ribs with that move, but it felt like I hit water. Rason's perfect defense left family head Cassia, Casin, Evelia Maon, and War King Magner in the stands wide-eyed with amazement. Rosalind gritted her teeth and unleashed an even more violent, fiery kick, shouting, Don't get arrogant just because you got lucky and blocked one move. You still have a long way to go. But Rason Maon calmly raised his hands to firmly block her powerful kick. Rosalind roared with excitement and intensified her relentless attacks. The sound of physical impact echoed repeatedly across the dusty arena. Rason nimbly dodged and countered with a powerful punch, forcing Rosalind to lean back and evade by a hair's breadth. Both of them quickly backed away, putting a safe distance between each other. Rosalind was already gasping for air from the exertion. Opposite her, Rason stood firm in a perfect defensive stance, his entire body wrapped in a stable blue mana flow. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the stands was shocked. War King Magner's eyes narrowed in surprise. He silently observed, Is this kid playing with his opponent? Looking at Rason's top-tier fighting style, Magner marveled, The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. The rumors about Rason Maon are definitely fabricated. That boy has been strictly trained by the Maon family. Rosalind began to gasp heavily, dripping with sweat from missing her attacks. She felt extremely frustrated and angry, asking herself why she couldn't land a hit. Opposite her, Rason Maon remained in his stance with a confident smile. He had long since discovered a fatal flaw in Rosalind. In this battle, the longer it dragged on, the more force Rosalind put into her rapid attacks. But that very haste and impatience caused her to reveal countless openings, and Rason Maon had quickly seized them all. He only chose to counterattack during moments that were truly safe. This was a fighting style that could only be executed when one possesses power far superior to their opponent. Watching Rason Maon's performance from the stands, War King Magner thoughtfully judged. He's defending, while showing that he's much better than Rosalind, truly a Maon child. Although combat magic was considered one of the lowest forms of magic, Rason Maon was proving himself better than a true martial artist. Magner mused that, although they were still just children, both possessed terrifying potential. He concluded that Rason intentionally displayed his skills for two reasons. One was to prove that combat magic could absolutely outperform martial arts, and the other reason was to showcase the Maon family's power right where the three most prestigious families in the world were gathered. Casin silently analyzed. Rason was likely secretly trained by the Maon family as a mage specializing in combat magic a long time ago. He completely agreed with Magner's assessment, but deep down, he couldn't help but wonder why the boy chose this moment to reveal his strength. Casin came up with his own answer. It seems Rason Maon has been silently enduring and secretly practicing combat magic all this time, and now he wants to use this very real battle to prove himself and seek his own breakthrough. In the stands, War King Magner remarked to family head Casin that Rason Maon certainly knew his actions would be discovered. Casin smiled. The Maon house is showing us their teeth with this kid. Witnessing her younger brother's performance, his older sister Avelia Maon understood Ruson's true plan. Meanwhile, the boy Casin beside her could only excitedly exclaim in admiration. On the arena floor, Rosalind began to lose patience with her opponent's defensive style. She angrily shouted, "How long do you intend to just keep defending?" Rason Maon kept his calm expression and replied, "Until you're not angry anymore." His nonchalant answer only made Rosalind angrier. She clenched her fists, channeled all her power, and hissed in rage. "If that's your intention, then at least show some fatigue." Immediately, Rosalind unleashed her full power, activating her battle soul technique to deliver the finishing blow. The punch, wrapped in Rosalind's violent battle soul, struck Rason directly, creating a terrible shockwave. Without dodging at all, Rason took the hit head-on. The sound of bones cracking echoed gruesomely. Seeing her opponent severely injured, Rosalind was extremely stunned and angrily asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" Rason Maon gave a calculated, thin smile and explained, "It seems you've been itching to take a swing at us." His reckless behavior made Rosalind scream in anger. "What kind of fighting is this? Drink this." "A potion?" Rason Maon sat down on the ground, calmly declaring his surrender. "Forget it. I'll just let you win, so we can get this over with." Sighing helplessly at her kindness, Rosalind softened her tone and explained that she had actually used her battle soul in that last blow. "You're so kind that I don't even feel like being angry anymore. I forgive you. You've got a broken bone, so I won't hold a grudge about earlier." Rason Maon smiled faintly, wiped the blood from his lips, and thanked her. Just then, Choi Han came rushing down from the stands, calling out to Rason Maon loudly. As a lonely boy without friends, Choi Han loved hero stories and always saw the world through a positive lens. That was an epic fight. "You're my hero." Watching Choi Han's excitement, Rason Maon, still sitting on the ground, just blinked, wondering if he really liked the fight that much. He glanced at the potion in his hand, thinking to himself that battle magic truly progressed rapidly in the early stages. Seeing Rason Maon had finished fighting, Choi Han turned red, shouting with extreme excitement, "I'm so happy that my friend has gotten stronger." "Wait, are you officially challenging me?" Rason Maon was completely stunned by the protagonist's sudden challenge, breaking into a cold sweat. To avoid this troublesome fight, Rason Maon tiredly sat on the ground and waved him off. "Thanks, but I'm just too exhausted." Battle magic consumed a lot of mana, so seeing his opponent decline, Choi Han blinked and asked, "Really? I wanted to fight you when you were at your best." Rason Maon thought with a tremor, "If I fight that damn protagonist right now, I don't think I'll survive." The young swordsman asked again, "Then will you fight me tomorrow?" Seeing the anticipation in his eyes, Rason Maon analyzed that he probably wanted to spar to celebrate his birthday. He smiled and agreed. "Sure, fine." Immediately after, Rason Maon activated his healing magic, and a warm blue light erupted, enveloping his body, quickly healing all the wounds caused by Rosalind's blow. Once recovered, Rason Maon walked over to Rosalind, who was sitting in a corner of the arena, and called out softly, "Rosalind, I want to ask you for a favor." Rosalind, holding her water bottle, glanced at him warily. "Me? What is it? Are you planning to humiliate me? You know I wouldn't do that." "Then what?" Rason Maon stood opposite her and explained seriously. "When you hit us, I felt something." This kind of demand was hard for anyone to handle. The vague statement made Rosalind's expression change instantly. She glared at him with disdain. "What? Are you some kind of pervert? Rason Maon broke into a cold sweat, explaining hurriedly. I don't know, I could almost feel it, but I'm not sure. Rason Maon bowed and pleaded. Lend me a bit of your secret technique, and I promise to repay you fully. Why should I help you? Rason Maon quickly offered a promise. I'll make it up to you later. Hearing this, Rosaline fell into deep thought. She remembered the painful days in her past when she promised herself every night that she would get revenge on this brat, Rason Maon. But then she sighed to herself. Whatever, everything's a mess now anyway. From afar, Duke Fredo von Eruhaben witnessed the whole scene and spoke up in support. Haha, just give it a try. Rosaline hurriedly bowed in obedience. Yes, sir. Fredo smirked, secretly impressed by Rason Maon's initiative in daring to openly challenge his opponent, thinking that the son of this prestigious magic family was really not bad at all. With the Duke's approval, Rosaline turned to Rason Maon and said, Fine, I'll help you once. Remember to repay me. Rason Maon smiled and bowed, thanking her. He declared a very formal vow loudly. I certainly swear it by my title as a future mage. Rason Maon's proud declaration startled his older sister, Violan Henitus, who was watching from afar. She gave a mysterious smile, thinking, did the kid really say that? It was as if he were saying he would join the succession war as a potential heir of the Henitus family. Rason Maon's proud announcement was made right in front of the heads of the two most prestigious families in the world. Returning to the arena, Rosaline asked for confirmation. I just need to hit you like before, right? Rason Maon smiled calmly. Yes, I'm ready. Rosaline narrowed her eyes, telling herself she shouldn't even call this power ordinary martial arts anymore. Without hesitation, she channeled her strength and unleashed an extremely powerful punch, carrying a violent battle soul straight into Rason Maon. I hit him, but he's still standing. What does that mean? The direct collision created a massive shockwave that made Rason Maon groan in pain. Yet, in the very moment he took the hit, Rason Maon's eyes widened in surprise. He broke into a cold sweat, clearly feeling an abnormal resonance. There was definitely a reaction. The mana in his heart was reacting to Rosaline's incomplete battle soul. Seeing his opponent still standing firm after the punch, Rosaline asked with a hint of surprise, Is that all? Rason Maon forced himself up and decisively demanded. Again, Rosaline continued to unleash her attack, delivering another powerful punch that created a loud boom. Standing in the stands, Duke Fredo observed with a very stern expression. He wondered to himself, this kid is crazy. Is he fighting or committing suicide? Down on the arena floor, Rason Maon persisted in shouting, witnessing the strange phenomenon. The CIA family head turned to Violan and asked, What is the young master doing? Violan replied with a pensive look, It seems the mana in Rason Maon's body is reacting to Rosaline's battle soul. The CIA head asked curiously, How is it reacting? Violan shook her head. I'm not sure. I just know there is a reaction. Down in the arena, another thunderous punch slammed into Rason Maon, creating a violent shockwave. The pain forced him to his knees, gasping for breath. Rosaline ran over in a panic. Are you okay? Rason Maon gritted his teeth and endured. Inside his head, he was completely shocked. He was certain that his transcendent mana was indeed reacting strongly to Rosaline's battle soul. But this completely contradicted the original story. According to the settings he had written himself back then, battle soul and mana were two completely conflicting sources of energy, absolutely impossible to harmonize or resonate with each other. Rason Maon's purple eyes shrunk in shock as he realized a terrifying truth. The accuracy of this world was decreasing. Immediately, a blue system notification window popped up before his eyes. You have discovered an inaccuracy yourself. You are granted energy to fill in a missing factor. Rason Maon realized in shock that his mission in this world full of logic holes was no longer just about survival. Suddenly, a blue light erupted. The setting book he had written in the real world suddenly appeared, floating in his hands. Rason Maon exclaimed in surprise, Huh? The setting book from before? From afar, Rosaline and Fredo, who were busy watching the drama, were frozen in place. In the next second, all color around them drained away and turned gray. Time had completely stopped. Rason Maon understood that whenever the world was reset, time would automatically pause for him to make edits. Rason Maon hurriedly flipped open the setting book. A line of text appeared clearly. The battle soul of the renowned martial arts family and the mana of the renowned magic family are two things that can never be mixed. But the system continued to display a note about the contradictory reality. But in the match between Rason Maon and Rosaline in May 2019, Rason Maon's mana reacted to Rosaline's battle soul. Right below was an incomplete space with the words, The reason is, Rason Maon broke into a cold sweat. Realizing he was forced to fill in this blank to legitimize the contradiction, he held the glowing magic pen in his hand, telling himself that the pre-written settings ended here, and now it was time for him to write the rest himself. Yet, he was also extremely worried, because if he carelessly wrote an unreasonable excuse that conflicted with previous settings, he could very well accidentally turn himself into the destroyer of this entire world. He had to find the most perfect reason. It had to be a completely logical reason that absolutely did not contradict any of the original novel's settings. The most accurate reason was this. Instead of blaming external factors like transcendence, the Holy Grail, transcendent attribute mana, or a holy body, he realized that focusing directly on Rason Maon himself was the optimal choice. Because if he made himself a character outside all the world's common rules, he would be completely free from all probabilities and would not be caught in any of the world's prearranged plots. That meant Rason Maon would officially become a special individual, a unique existence beyond the system's control. Immediately, a brilliant blue light erupted from the setting book. A system notification window appeared. Based on acquiring the missing probability factor, you have gained the privilege of adding one line. The add one line privilege can be used for 10 seconds. He broke into a cold sweat, confused, wondering, I just added one sentence and I'm already out of creative mana? Scene transitioned to late night at the Henatus estate. A knock, knock, knock echoed, abruptly breaking the silence of the night. Inside the room, little Rudia was slumped on the floor, leaning against a wooden cabinet, snoring soundly. A persistent knocking at the door jolted her awake. She opened her eyes, dazed. Rubbing her eyes, she walked over, opened the door, and called out, "Who is it?" Standing outside was a middle-aged man with long gray hair, a stern expression, and a dark, bushy beard. "Where is Rason Maon? I thought you came here to cause trouble for your benefactor." Rudia frantically blocked the doorway. Just then, Rudia turned her head and saw Rason Maon walking over. Ah, Rason Maon. The War King Magnar was thoughtfully observing Rason Maon. He silently judged that the boy had trained his body well. The mana, which was completely different from the fighting spirit, was flowing throughout his entire body. Typically, most mages only focus their mana within their hearts. However, Rason Maon's body was incredibly unique, almost like a mutant's. Using mana becomes extremely difficult if a mage trains their muscles too much, like a martial artist would. Yet, Rason Maon's body had been trained perfectly, specifically adapted for battle magic skills. Seeing his firm, 8-pack abs, little Rudia couldn't help but be curious. She shyly stepped closer and poked them. "Your stomach has 8 little steamed buns. Can I touch them?" Responding to the girl's curiosity, Rason just coldly crossed his arms and refused. His golden abs were off limits for touching. Rason Maon turned to call for Heir. The assassin maid quickly approached. "Yes, young master." Witnessing the scene, the War King Magnar could not help but be astonished to realize that Heir's movements were on a completely different level. He silently wondered, how could a 10-year-old child like Rason Maon possibly use such a powerful expert as his servant? Afterward, the group sat down at the banquet table together. Heir respectfully served a plate of fresh fruit before bowing and retreating. "I assume you came to see me because you are curious about battle magic techniques." "That's right. You piqued my curiosity," he continued calmly. "Me too. I'm curious about martial arts as well." Rason's bold revelation made the War King, who was eating fruit, suddenly choke and gasp, his eyes widening in shock as he looked at the boy. Magnar coughed violently, hurriedly trying to regain his usual stern appearance. He narrowed his eyes at Rason Maon, scrutinizing him. "You seem quite confident that I will tell you about martial arts." Rason Maon smiled confidently and replied, "I know perfectly well that you're itching for it, too." The 10-year-old boy's self-assurance and grit made Magnar sigh in agreement. "Fine." He leaned back in his chair and said in a deep voice, "Even if you are taught martial arts by me, it doesn't guarantee you'll become a master. That is why that prestigious swordsmanship family is inviting outsiders. Meanwhile, elsewhere, secret schemes are still unfolding. Ironically, my father's eyes can no longer see clearly. Even the head of the DK family cannot plant spies in the swordsmanship clan for many reasons. Although that place is the enemy's strongest den, in some aspects, it is the safest place for certain people." Looking at Rason standing before him, Magnar stood up and suggested, "Then let me take a look at your body. Take off your shirt and turn around for me." Rason Maon nodded. "All right." Then he quickly removed his outer shirt. When Magnar touched the boy's bare back, he was shocked. His back was both smooth and incredibly sturdy, not at all like the body of a 10-year-old child. A physique this perfect could absolutely AD us. not be achieved after just a few days of normal training. Magner said, in a low, cautionary voice, my fighting spirit will circulate through your body. Do not resist it. Just go with it. Feeling the War King's large hand placed on his shoulder, Rason asked suspiciously, are you sure there are no side effects? Magner only replied with two decisive words, trust me. The War King Magner placed his large hands on Rason's shoulders to channel his battle aura into the boy's body. He probed in a deep voice, what can you do if you intend to turn on me? Facing the invisible pressure, Rason did not flinch but calmly replied, I trust you, but I have to hack first. This attitude made Magner silently judge the child in front of him as an extremely cunning brat. Although Rason had created a situation that made it impossible for him to see through everything, the boy's wise behavior and intelligence really made the War King astonished. A cryptic smile touched the boy's lips. At that very moment, a blue light suddenly flared up. Taking advantage of the privilege to add a line of code with a 10-second duration, Rason immediately opened the settings book. After the dramatic duel with Rosalind, countless thoughts had popped into his head. As an author, he asked himself what he should grant his character. And so, Rason decisively put pen to paper, adding a new setting. The swordsmanship family's martial arts. The fighting spirit reacted to Rason Maon's mana, helping Rason Maon develop without suffering any side effects. As soon as the line of text was completed, a massive, fiery red wave of energy suddenly erupted, enveloping Rason Maon's body. The legendary fighting spirit had officially merged and entered his body. Witnessing this shocking scene right before his eyes, the War King Magner was completely stunned. He exclaimed in confusion, what in the world? What kind of monster is this child? A major question arose in his mind. Was this what the Moon family was intentionally trying to show him? Looking at the child before him, who could easily harmonize with the fighting spirit, a mischievous smile played on the War King's lips. He thought to himself, this is surely the arrogant declaration of war that the Moon family is sending to the world. Magner probed in a deep voice, who did you learn battle magic techniques from? Rason curled his lip, replying confidently, I'm self-taught. The War King continued to analyze. I have analyzed your body. A mage who can absorb fighting spirit. This is truly the first time I've ever witnessed this. Rason nonchalantly admitted it. Yes, before this, I didn't even know a mage could do that. You're admitting that a member of the Moon family will grow up and use martial arts alongside fighting spirit? Rason smiled boldly. Yes, I will learn what I need to learn. His answer left Magner deep in thought. Until now, the Moon House had always considered swordsmanship mediocre. They always viewed martial arts as only for the weak, and looked down upon anyone who wasn't a mage. Yet now, a mainline child of the Mason family was progressing rapidly, proactively learning and developing martial arts perfectly. This crazy contradiction made the veteran War King suspicious. He looked straight at the boy, and asked bluntly, Kid, tell the truth. Whose illegitimate child are you? Facing Magner's skepticism, Rason Maon maintained his composure and declared clearly, if you're asking who my father is, obviously my father is Cha. The War King Magner suddenly burst into loud, hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, I've never seen anyone like you before, so what do you want from me? Rason Maon asked calmly. Can I speak? Magner narrowed his eyes, looking at him coldly. You were going to say it anyway, right? Don't waste time, just say it. Faced with the expert's prodding, Rason looked the opponent in the eye and decisively made a proposal. Be my advisor. I guarantee it won't be a loss for you. Clenching his fists, Rason silently analyzed his situation. He realized that he currently had a connection between his magical and martial abilities. And that was precisely why his battle magic had always been lacking. To survive, he told himself he absolutely had to shore up this fatal weakness. Rason's purple eyes shone with determination. His bold proposal left Magner extremely astonished. You just said an advisor? Rason responded nonchalantly. Yes, that's what I said. Do you think the Mason house will allow it? Rason affirmed confidently. I will ensure that they allow it. The 10-year-old boy's determination made the War King break into a cold sweat. He asked bluntly in shock. What? Who are you? Rason replied clearly. I am the 7th son of the Mason family. Magner immediately interrupted. That's not what I asked, Rason continued. And also a mage, who wants to learn martial arts. His answer left Magner just sweating profusely, muttering in terror. The kid is crazy. Are you trying to throw the martial arts world into chaos? Do you know what you're saying? He analyzed that a mage from the Mason house learning martial arts was no different than the entire Mason clan bowing down and admitting defeat to the Grandel martial arts family. However, Rason gently brushed his hair, flashed a confident smile, looked the War King in the eye, and added a lethal remark. If you don't accept, you lose. Take your pick. The statement hit the nail on the head, leaving Magner completely stunned. A sense of extreme shock welled up within him. He thought to himself that he had been pushed into an inescapable situation by this 10-year-old boy. It was the curiosity to probe Rason Maon's special body that had made it impossible for him to decisively refuse from the start. And in some respects, he admitted he had completely lost to this kid's wisdom. Sighing helplessly, Magner sat back in his chair and said in a deep voice, "I admit that I am interested in what you said." Rason, standing nearby, asked, "But you aren't? Aren't you interested in battle magic techniques?" Rason declared clearly, "Battle magic will be at its most effective when combined with fighting spirit and martial arts, creating my own style. Who could possibly beat me?" His arrogant declaration made the veteran war king's heart race with excitement. He thought to himself, that absolutely doesn't sound like something a typical mage from the Maon house would say. Magner smirked and asked, "Are you showing us your strength because of this? Ever since you met Rosalind?" Rason Maon smiled and replied, "Yes, I noticed you were watching me." Magner probed further to confirm, "It seems you have something else in mind." "Then what was that duel for?" "Because of this?" Rason Maon replied casually, "That's right. I also want Rosalind to stop being mad at me." Rason Maon smiled confidently at Sword King Magner and made an enticing offer. "Do you want to see the birth of a new martial art?" Rason Maon laid out his plan bluntly. "I intend to have a prestigious swordsmanship family look after me here." Sword King Magner was shocked and countered immediately. "Others will treat you like a hostage." But Rason Maon remained calm and replied confidently, "That's just because I'm a little bastard. It has nothing to do with whether I'm part of the family or not. In exchange for me staying with the S family, Father will surely gain some benefits." Magner narrowed his eyes to verify his hunch. "The main reason you want us to look after you is because this place is the safest, right?" Rason Maon admitted calmly. "Yes." Faced with the resolve of the 10-year-old boy, Magner could only shake his head and exclaim, "This is truly insane. I'll be straight with you. I can't tell if you were raised by the Maon house or if you're some kind of freak." Rason Maon smiled. "Thanks for the compliment." Watching Rason Maon's back, Magner was secretly stunned by his rock-solid steadiness. He realized this wasn't a rash, impulsive decision, but a grand plan, prepared well in advance. Magner told himself he had to uncover the truth behind this matter himself. To begin the monitoring process, Magner proposed, "You can start by becoming my disciple. I will analyze your fighting techniques and magic bit by bit, and observe your body and mana like a hawk. I will find everything the Maon house has prepared. In the meantime, see if you can take everything you can from me." The Sword King's proposal perfectly matched Rason Maon's wishes. He wore an excited smile. "Fine by me." While the negotiation inside the room had concluded, the young attendant Hampton sat hugging his knees alone on the corridor balcony under the quiet night sky. Piecing together the entire conversation he had overheard, Hampton couldn't help but tear up with emotion. The boy thought to himself, "The young master is someone so great that I cannot understand him. He was willing to let me eavesdrop because he completely trusts me." The world the young master dreams of is one where all three families gather, a beautiful world where everyone is happy. Overwhelmed, Hampton burst into tears, repeatedly wiping them with his sleeves. Just then, the maid Hera appeared suddenly from behind, held out a handkerchief, and said coldly, "Here, a handkerchief." Her silent appearance made Hampton jump in fright. "Ah, sister, you startled me." "Why are you here?" Hera replied indifferently. "Stop crying." Hampton took the handkerchief, still shaken, and said, "I still can't believe you're a shadow too." Hera remarked coldly, "At this rate, you'll have a heart attack. Why bother being a shadow if you're that weak?" Hera lowered her voice and asked, "Hampton, you must have heard the young master's decision." Hampton nodded slightly. "Yes, he said he would stay here. Once the birthday party ends, he will do what he desires." Thinking of the dangers ahead, Hampton couldn't help but clench his trembling fists. Hera looked at the boy and said, "We will have to risk our lives to protect him." Hampton replied firmly, "Yes, because that is the duty of a shadow. Even if the family head punishes me, I will still protect young Master Rason Maon, because he is my light." Under the dim moonlight, Rason Maon and his second sister, Avelia Maon, walked together. Avelia Maon smiled slightly and observed, "It seems you have something important to say. Why don't you say it? I feel these rare moments are so precious." Rason Maon looked at the flowers and asked, "Do you like TP flowers?" Avelia replied gently, "People are drawn to beautiful things, after all." She whispered, "Magic used to be the most beautiful thing to me." Cruel memories of bloody battles from the past suddenly flooded Avelia Maon's mind. Amidst the fiery battlefield, the desperate screams of the enemy echoed everywhere. "Damn it! I can't move. Standing from above, Evalia Maon coldly cast a burning magic circle and decisively chanted a vanishing spell. A terrifying surge of fire energy erupted, burning the entire enemy army into dry bones amidst their shrill screams. Evalia Maon sighed. But then it became the most brutal thing to me. At least flowers don't hurt people. Looking at the brilliant blue flowers under the moonlight, Rason smiled and proposed. Sister, next time I will definitely give you a bouquet. The sweet promise from his younger brother stunned the archmage Evalia Maon. Flowers! Her eyes flickered, and she broke into a gentle, warm smile. Those words move me. All right then, what does my younger brother want to say? Rason looked straight into his sister's eyes and declared firmly, I want to stay here with this swordsmanship family. Rason Maon's declaration made Evalia Maon pause. She asked sternly, Rason Maon, do you want to become the family head? Rason Maon replied without a moment's hesitation, Not at all. If you want, you can check me with your ability. Seeing her brother's confidence, Evalia Maon smirked. Unbelievable. Let's make sure. She reached out and began to chant, Edelo Kerano en Pitera. Immediately, a giant, glowing yellow magic eye appeared, activating her ultimate skill. The Eye of Truth, a powerful beam of light, shone directly onto Rason, making him jump in surprise. After thoroughly examining his mana flow, Evalia Maon closed her eyes to confirm, You're telling the truth. But she couldn't hide her suspicion as she asked, Then why are you being so eager? Rason Maon looked into his sister's eyes and gave a short, blunt answer. I want to live. The sudden response left Evalia completely stunned. Is it that hard to live at home? Rason Maon nodded slightly and explained in a low voice. Even my own brother, the sixth young master Casin Maon, wants to kill me. Meanwhile, in another hidden corner of the mansion, Casin was frantically practicing water magic, gritting his teeth and screaming in hatred. That bastard Rason Maon, I will definitely kill you. Back to the conversation under the moonlight, Evalia Maon frowned and warned her brother sternly. I know the war for succession is brutal, but there's no need to kill your own siblings. Rason Maon immediately poured cold water on her, countering, It's not just that. Our house is full of people stabbing each other in the back, sister. The brutal truth from her youngest brother left Evalia stunned, her eyes wavering. She tried to regain her composure and asked, All right, then if that's the case, why do you want to stay here? Rason Maon replied decisively. I want to become stronger. Rason Maon smirked and declared clearly, I want to protect my mother and myself. The youngest brother's filial and brave answer deeply shook Evalia. In truth, Evalia loved the Maon house unconditionally. For this prestigious family, she was willing to become the most ruthless devil to destroy enemies, but she could also be a compassionate guardian angel. Memories of the bloody battles of the past suddenly returned as enemies rushed to attack, screaming, Die, witch! Evalia Maon did not hold back. She waved her hand to cast golden magic chains, binding and wiping out the entire enemy army in the blink of an eye. But for her own siblings, her heart bled. She always told herself she didn't want to kill them. She wanted them to live. Evalia shed a tear that rolled down her cheek. She understood that slaughtering each other in this war of succession was completely wrong. She loved everything about the Maon house, and because of that immense love, she deeply despised the brutal war of succession taking place within her family. She hated that the people of the Maon house were always pointing swords at each other and making their own kin bleed. Because of that, Evalia Maon decided she would try her best to become the next family head. To achieve that true peace, she needed a supreme magic, a power that surpassed everything else. Evalia Maon was a mage who frantically sought that. Recalling the original story, people often said Evalia Maon had continuously hunted the Banrock evil spirit for 10 long years. It was a mission many times more difficult and dangerous than the feats other siblings in the family had accomplished. Yet, she still accepted, venturing into dangerous places to confront that giant fire monster, because she chose to hunt monsters instead of slaughtering people. Looking at the second sister standing in front of him, Rason felt a sense of self-reproach rise up. All the lines he had once written so carelessly while in his old world had now become fate, the cruel reality binding their lives. When he was an author, it was easy to write about someone's death. Words were meaningless, but the pain was real. But for Evalia, those were real, painful tears when witnessing the castle in flames and her loved ones falling. He glanced up at her and called out, Sister, looking his second sister straight in the eyes. His gaze burned with an unprecedented determination as he spoke clearly. If I told you that I want to become strong enough to protect you, would you be proud of me? Evalia Maon looked at her younger brother in bewilderment, murmuring in disbelief. Protect me? Then, she suddenly burst into a hearty laugh. Seeing his sister's radiant smile, Rason could only scratch his head shyly. This was the most genuine smile he had ever seen from Avilia Maon. She teased him gently. "You want to protect me? That's the first time I've ever heard that." She thought to herself how comfortable and light-hearted she always felt when talking to this younger brother. Rason Maon immediately seized the opportunity, earnestly requesting, "Please help me. I need to get father's approval." Avilia Maon hesitated, thinking their father would likely not agree. Yet, Rason Maon's eyes burned with resolve, and he stated firmly, "I will convince him." The next morning, at a palace modeled after the Gyeongbokgung Palace, classical music resonated throughout the space. Rason Maon walked down the hallway, thinking to himself that he might have been too hasty in putting everything together, as the classical music felt a bit out of place here. Suddenly, Rudia, in a magnificent evening gown, rushed over, tugged at his shirt, and shouted, "Rason Maon, look over there." Her sudden appearance startled him. "Rudia, where did you get that outfit?" Ignoring his question, Rudia excitedly pointed at the banquet table. "Do you see that cake? It has 4 layers." Rason could only give a helpless nod. Watching his little friend's eyes sparkle with innocence in front of the giant cake, he thought to himself, "I find your sparkling eyes even more interesting." The party officially began. Everyone gathered around Casin and his brother to offer their congratulations. "Happy birthday, Casin. Congratulations." Casin, in a dapper black suit, gave a radiant smile. "Thank you, everyone." Rudia quickly ran over, pulled a pitch-black rock from her pocket, and presented it with great excitement. "Here, a rock for you. Now, let me eat some cake." Casin happily accepted it. "Thanks, Rudia." Without waiting, the little girl asked immediately, "You're welcome. Can I eat the cake now?" Standing nearby, and witnessing this unique gift, Rason broke into a cold sweat, thinking it looked no different from the rocks he had seen by the roadside earlier. Shortly after, Rosaline shyly approached, holding a lovely red gift box with a bow in her hands. "This is a gift containing the sincerity of my family and me." Casin politely accepted the gift. "Thank you, Rosaline." The friendliness and closeness of the second young master made Rosaline blush with embarrassment. She stammered, "Oh, you're welcome." Right then, he looked straight at Casin and casually declared, "Why bother with gifts? My presence here is already a gift." Casin just smiled and replied, "Fair enough." Seeing Rudia next to him, puffing out her cheeks as she enjoyed her cake, Rason continued calmly, "Instead, I want to keep staying here and spar with you, although that's not exactly a gift either." Rason's proposal left Casin completely stunned. The boy widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Huh? Here? At my place?" Rason Maon nodded calmly. "I will ask my father for permission." Hearing this, Casin's eyes lit up with joy. "Really? That's quite an unexpected gift, isn't it?" Rosaline, sitting at the table, nodded in agreement. Casin smiled brightly. "Yeah, of course. It's always fun to be with friends." Rason Maon strode away, his mind clearly mapping out his plan. "That's right, I have 2 goals. Bring the chicken back to the coop and exhaust the martial arts instructor." In front of the glowing giant teleportation gate, the group prepared to head back. Casin stood on the hill, waving goodbye. "Rason, come back soon." Rason waved back. "Yeah, I'll be back soon." Beside him, Rudia also wore a radiant smile. Watching Rason's back disappear through the gate, Rosaline stood still, deep in thought. "He is definitely not the Rason Maon I used to know. Next time, I hope the next time we meet, we can greet each other with a smile." Hearing this, Rudia sniffled with jealousy. "I wanted to say that first." Avilia Maon glanced at her brother and warned him in a low voice. "Little brother, do you know the dangers involved? If father loses his temper, our whole family is doomed." Facing the pressure of her warning, Rason Maon maintained a calm expression. He replied quietly, "I'm confident." Darkness blanketed the imposing and cold Maon family mansion. Rason walked alone down the deep hallway leading to the grand hall. He shivered as cold sweat broke out. He could feel the bone-chilling cold. The giant wooden doors creaked open slowly, revealing a vast hall glowing with mystical blue mana. From above, the deep, authoritative voice of the family head, Father DK, echoed, "No need for pleasantries. I have already received a full report from Avilia Maon. You say you want to stay with the Sword family?" Rason stepped forward decisively and bowed respectfully. "Yes, that is correct." Father DK stood majestically on the observation platform, his cold gray eyes looking down at his youngest son as he asked in a low voice, "Do you know what this looks like to outsiders?" Father DK radiated a massive wave of magical pressure that weighed heavily on the space. The father's anger left Rason Maon completely frozen. He thought in shock. Insulting. Just then, a blue light burst from his hand. The system notification screen coldly displayed information about the weapon in his hand. Dagger of sudden death. If a mage below the third circle touches the blade, they will die instantly. Looking at the sharp, magic glowing dagger in his hand, Rason broke into a cold sweat, realizing that the price for this insult was death. He tried to stay calm, looked up at his powerful father standing above, and called out, "Father." Rason Maon raised the glowing dagger firmly and asked calmly, "Do you remember the Hound Sword family?" Father DK replied nonchalantly, "Yes, they are excellent expendable pawns." Thinking of his new friend, Rason analyzed that the boy he met, Casin, was especially vulnerable regarding human relationships and emotions. Father DK smirked and retorted, "Is that the only reason you want to stay with the Hound family?" Rason Maon clearly presented his plan. To the rest of the magical world, the combat magic skills I am researching are not yet complete, but I have seen the potential of those spells, Father DK asked coldly. And then, Rason continued, "As you know, I have completed my second magic circle, and there is something special hidden within my body." Hearing this, Father DK's expression shifted slightly. He asked in a low voice, "Are you referring to the Transcendental Holy Grail?" He quickly regained his composure and explained further, "The Transcendental Holy Grail, my special physical abilities, and the magic too, my body has also reacted to the battle spirit of the famous martial arts family." Rason held up his hand, which was radiating streaks of red mana, to prove that he had absorbed a small portion of experience from that battle spirit, and it was slowly accumulating within him. "I have received an invitation from the Sword family." Setting the scene at the rival family's imposing mansion, Rason continued his explanation. "From that, the relationship between me and that family has been established. It is an interaction between two families to achieve the best results. Can that be considered a successful first step?" Analyzing further the opponent's behavior, the Sword family does not resort to small arguments or petty opinions when dealing with matters. They also have their own perspectives on my wanting to stay there to further my martial arts knowledge. To prove his ironclad determination, his eyes glowed with bravery as he took a life or death oath. Go big or go home. Seeing his youngest son willing to bet his life, Father DK smirked with amusement. "I assume you are confident in succeeding?" Rason Maon bowed. "Yes," Father DK asked in a low voice. "Then what is the next step?" Next is Rason Maon knelt on one knee before his father and clearly presented his plan. "We propose cooperation to them first. I am sure you understand the importance of an alliance between families." Hearing this, Father DK narrowed his eyes and thought. Rason Maon continued his sharp analysis. "In my opinion, absolute power and strength are effective methods of rule, but a warm embrace and mutual trust must always exist. Furthermore, vision and humility are what create a truly sustainable ruler." Father DK stared at his youngest son, his voice dropping threateningly. "You speak well, but if you fail to deliver, I will make you disappear." The immense pressure from his father made Rason Maon shiver and break into such a cold sweat that he hiccuped. Seeing that expression, Father DK retracted his killing intent and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Fine, go. I will watch to see if you can do what you say." Rason hurried to bow. "Thank you. I will definitely try to live up to your expectations, Father, but I am still small. I am only 10 years old." Father DK's eyes instantly glowed with danger. "Are you complaining?" Rason smiled slyly and added, "So, I still really need the warm love of a mother. Please let me go to the Sword family with my mother." Surprised by this incredibly clever request that hit the nail on the head, Father DK paused for a moment before bursting into a hearty laugh that echoed throughout the hall. "Ha ha ha." The head of the Maon family looked at his youngest son with amusement. "Look at that. You know how to move people's hearts. This kid is so talented. So why has everyone always called him useless? Unfortunately, his talent is battle magic. I can't help but feel suspicious, but it's also strange. Why didn't anyone realize it sooner?" Suddenly, a sharp, cold blue light flashed before Rason Maon's eyes. System notification. The Divine has doubted the low probability of success for this event. Therefore, things will become more difficult. Because of this doubt, the success probability has decreased. Staring at the notification, Rason Maon froze completely, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He realized in horror, "Damn it, I was just walking a tightrope, and now the rope is getting even thinner." While Rason is dealing with this terrifying system variable, inside a quiet study in the main house, Evelia Maon is wearing glasses and intently studying an ancient book. A knock-knock sound echoes, breaking the silence. Evelia looks up toward the door and says, "I didn't expect you to visit my room, Persa Maon." The door opens, and the third daughter, Persa Maon, walks in with her seductive, wavy red hair. She smiles and probes. Sister, why are you reading that? Why are you looking at a basic magic book? Evelia calmly closes the book. It's nothing. Persa glances at the book on the table and murmurs, Alberto's 77th book. A Beginner's Guide to Mana Cultivation. Rason Maon is reading that too. I guess it's a pretty popular book. Evelia takes off her glasses, puts them on the table, and speaks sternly. Persa, there is something I need to tell you. Persa Maon smirks. I also want to tell you something. Sister, huh? The two most powerful women in the family stand facing each other in the middle of the large room. The atmosphere suddenly becomes more suffocating and tense than ever. Evelia Maon declares decisively, golden magical energy flaring around her with great authority. I won't beat around the bush. I am going to take care of and keep a close watch on our little brother. Refusing to back down, a violent, deep red fire suddenly erupts around Persa. She offers a bewitching, cold smile in response. You don't stand a chance, sister. He is mine. Watching the magic flames begin to rise around Persa Maon, Evelia Maon thinks to herself, could father have given Persa a chance as well? That is the real issue, is it that whoever gains the boy's acceptance gets to protect him? Evelia says coldly. I already told you, this is not your concern. Persa, in reality, this has nothing to do with you. The boy must be handled by me. Hearing this, Persa sneers provokingly. Do you think just because you rely on your power, you can do whatever you want? That's not how it works. You've had plenty of chances to kill me before. Cruel memories of the past at Nuia Canyon flash back as Persa struggled on the ground, covered in blood, while Evelia Maon looked down sternly from the top of the cliff. Persa Maon continues, how could you be more vicious than me? But you didn't do it. Back in reality, Evelia Maon immediately releases a violent golden mana aura and coldly interrupts. You have misunderstood. The red flames around Persa Maon also flare up intensely in defiance. Is that so? The very next second, a terrifying magical explosion erupts, shaking the entire mansion violently. After the fiery collision, Persa Maon kneels on the ground, her mouth bleeding, but she still wears a crazy, stubborn smile. See, you really are soft. Immediately, Evelia steps forward and stomps hard on her shoulder. Persa Maon winces in pain but still forces herself to ask, why do you care about the youngest so much? Evelia stands over her, looking down with authority, and declares coldly, what I do is my business. Lying at her sister's feet, Persa still wears a provocative smile. The way you react just makes me want him even more. Evelia looks down coldly and asks point blank, so, what do you want from him? But the only response is Persa's evasive remark, he's just so cute. Not wanting to listen to any more nonsense, Evelia shouts, stop playing games, and then decisively stomps hard on her sister's shoulder, making Persa Maon moan in pain. Even while being violently controlled, Persa Maon grits her teeth and reveals a secret. I heard that he has already reached the second magic circle, you think. I don't know that? The kid has secrets. I have to find out what they are. It's so interesting. A second magic circle at 10 years old. She reveals that she even sent a shadow to follow Rason Maon, but for some reason, the shadow suddenly disappeared without a trace. Listening to these words, Evelia realizes that Persa is just as obsessed with their youngest brother as she is. She understands that the real reason Persa Maon came here today was just to probe and observe her reaction when mentioning the matter. Evelia Maon withdraws her mana and coldly commands, get up. Adults will be here soon, because this last battle was too chaotic. Persa Maon smiles secretly, her expression bewitching, but her eyes flare with calculation. Witnessing her sister's cold reaction only makes the desire to seize their youngest brother burn more intensely than ever within Persa. Meanwhile, in his private room, Rason suddenly wakes up with a start. A cold chill runs down his spine, making him tremble and break out in a cold sweat of terror. Sitting blankly at the large dining table, Rason is still shaken. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Haha. Just then, a plate of hot, fragrant spaghetti with meatballs is brought to the table. Young master, here's your food. It's spaghetti and meatballs. Looking at the dish in front of him, Rason breathes a sigh of relief. He thinks to himself, having a legendary assassin like Heir constantly by his side will help keep the chances of him being assassinated at the absolute minimum. Rason Maon nods slightly in thanks. Heir flashes a radiant smile and kindly advises the young master, eat up, and then go early. Okay? Seeing Heir's unusually kind attitude, Rason Maon can't help but feel suspicious. He thinks she is acting kinder than usual in a very suspicious way. Immediately, Rason activates his heavenly eye to check the plate of spaghetti in front of him. The system panel scans it and displays an orange warning line. The food shows signs of Sakin poison. Rason Maon furrows his brows, wondering what Saken is. Immediately, the system provides the answer. Saken is an extremely dangerous poison for ordinary people without mana, but for those who possess strong mana, this poison barely has any effect. To probe the maid's attitude, Rason Maon calmly calls out, "Hey, Hera?" She asks back timidly, "Yes, what is it?" Rason Maon points to the plate and asks bluntly, "Is there anything special in this food?" Hera maintains a calm expression and replies, "Nothing at all. In fact, in Rason Maon's memories, this body has been continuously eating saken and has grown up with it since he was 3 years old. To him right now, that type of poison might not be anything special, but what if the other person really intended to poison him?" While Rason is still deep in thought, a loud noise sounds outside the door. His servant boy, Hampton, rushes into the room, kneels on the floor, and cries miserably, "Young master, I messed up, just punish me." Seeing Hampton's tear-stained face, Rason says confusedly, Stand up first, then explain." After listening to Hampton stammer through the situation, Rason sighs and interrupts, "I understand. How did you know, sir?" "Oh, intuition, I suppose." But his answer deeply impresses Hera. She suddenly pulls out a pair of glasses and puts them on. Her eyes light up with admiration as she exclaims, "You have amazing observe judgment skills. You must have smelled the saken. How clever of you to answer with intuition." Watching the maid's strange actions, Rason Maon can only sweat, thinking to himself, where did she even get those glasses? Hera takes off her glasses, smiles with loyalty, and declares, "You always exceed my expectations. I will continue to do my best to be your shadow and help you become stronger." She gently continues, "Oh, and by the way, the meal was specially cooked by me, so there's no need to worry about anything strange in it." Hearing this, Rason smiles radiantly. "Thank you, Hera." Late that night, having returned to his bedroom, Rason Maon lies out on his bed to rest. The fire magic cup suddenly flies and hovers before him, whispering in a low voice, "I'm already here, but it's still poison." Rason Maon answers casually, resting his head on his hand, "That kind of poison is nothing." Seeing the stubborn young master, the cup suddenly turns bright red. Its eyes spin in a drunken daze, and it says, "Look at me, I'm feeling great." Listen to this. Late at night, while Rason Maon is resting, a soft knock sounds at the door. Rudia sneaks her head in and whispers, "Rason?" Rason sits up in surprise and asks, "Rudia?" She walks fully into the room and asks curiously, "When are we leaving?" Rason calmly replies, 8 o'clock in the morning. Hearing that, Rudia impatiently suggests, "Can we go now?" But Rason brushes it off. "We can't go through the teleportation gate now." Seeing that they can't leave immediately, Rudia looks dejected. "Is that so?" Then, without any reservations, she casually climbs straight into Rason Maon's bed, pulls up the covers, and says, "Then I'll just go to sleep. If I sleep now, tomorrow will come sooner." Rason Maon is left speechless, watching his stubborn friend lying beside him, losing his sleeping spot just like that. Seeing Rudia quickly fall into a deep sleep and snore right next to him, Rason Maon sits up, feeling helpless. He whispers, "Hera, are you there?" Instantly, Hera appears like a shadow. "Yes, young master." Her silent appearance makes Rason Maon jump in shock. "How long have you been there?" He quickly regains his composure and orders, "Take her to her room. But don't wake her up, okay?" Hera closes her eyes and accepts the command. Understood. With just a flick of her hand, she uses magic to gently lift Rudia's body into the air. Rason silently exclaimed, "Hera is amazing, shipping people in a heartbeat." The next morning, under the breezy blue sky, the family carriage was ready in front of the mansion. Looking at the primitive carriage, a servant said hesitantly, "It's a pity we have to travel by carriage." Rason Maon replied nonchalantly, "It's fine. In this world, traveling by luxurious magic carriages is reserved only for top-tier nobility, similar to supercars in the modern world." Rason Maon told himself that showing off like that would only make other mothers in the family more jealous, and he didn't need to attract that unnecessary jealousy. At this moment, the carriage started to roll. Rason Maon sat inside and silently mapped out his plan. Having the help of the sword-fighting clan could help him complete his plan. The carriage crossed the lush green meadows and entered the flat, stone-paved road of the city. After a long journey, the carriage finally stopped in front of a majestic, ancient-style mansion. Stepping down from the carriage, Hera announced softly, "We have arrived at the Sea Clan." Just as he stepped down, Rason suddenly froze when he heard a loud, excited call from the top of the steps. "Rason." He looked up and smiled slightly. Standing there was Casin. The boy gave a bright smile in greeting. "I knew you would come." Rason Maon walked up the steps decisively and happily replied, "I'm here." Casin. I kept my promise. The first goal upon arriving here was a real duel. Looking at the massive arena, standing tall before his eyes, Rason secretly thought that everything was going according to his plan. He tightened his cloak. A bright purple mana flared up fiercely as he turned around. Rason Maon looked straight at his opponent and declared firmly, I won't hold back this time, Casin. His eyes shone with determination, telling himself he must give his all for this debut battle. It's on, no need to hold back. Entering the dramatic duel at the training ground of the Zay clan, Rason stood opposite his peer, Casin. Looking at his opponent, standing in a defensive stance with a glowing sword in his hand, Rason silently assessed that he had changed and improved a lot since they first met. Now he had mastered combat magic techniques combined with spells much better than before. However, facing a true monster like Casin, Rason understood that he needed to compare and verify his strength against his own. Although he knew he couldn't defeat the second young master of the Sword Clan just yet, he reminded himself he still had to do his best, because this would surely be his most formidable opponent in the future. Looking at the confident smile on Casin's face, Rason couldn't help but ponder and recall the character settings he had written himself back in the day. That's right, he was the one who established the personality and strength for this character. In the original story, Casin was destined to be an absurd existence that no peer could compete with. Casin was a genius among geniuses, possessing such extraordinary talent that he could easily overshadow every other talent in the world. However, the most terrifying thing about this monster was not just his innate talent, but the fact that no matter how excellent he was, he always worked harder than anyone else. This is the most bugged character the author ever wrote. The youngest son of the Zay clan is the strongest crystallization of both persistent perseverance and supreme innate talent. Even though he was the same age as Casin, Rason had to admit that his opponent's talent was on an overwhelmingly superior level. Not giving him time to think, Casin suddenly channeled his energy and shouted loudly. Power Seal! A brilliant, blinding point of light suddenly erupted before Rason Maon's eyes. The next second, a streak of red sword energy surged toward him at a terrifying speed. Rason nimbly dodged the lightning-fast attack, feeling stunned as he realized both Casin's speed and damage were much stronger than before. The system panel immediately sounded a notification. Slow-motion talent had been automatically activated. In the state of slowed time, Rason Maon's vision worked at its maximum to analyze his opponent. He keenly noticed Casin's heel rotating slightly, and immediately read his next move. That power seal technique was actually just an opening distraction to prepare for the real killing blow, the sword slash that followed. However, he was also secretly worried, wondering if he just dodged like this, Casin would definitely close the distance to corner him into a blind spot. Casin's speed was so terrifying that it made Rason Maon's slow-motion ability almost useless. Rason thought to himself, the fact that he used sword energy in a one-on-one duel might not have been intentional, but it unintentionally created a great advantage for him. Just as Rason predicted, Casin thought to himself, using sword energy in a one-on-one duel is actually against the usual rules. Rason Maon immediately stomped his feet to gain momentum, channeled blue lightning mana as he turned, and told himself, he has an opening. I must take this opportunity. With terrifying speed, he launched himself like a lightning bolt, throwing a lightning-coated punch straight down. A jarring collision sound rang out, making him stumble back a long distance with great effort. Seeing his opponent trying to dodge, he became more excited and pushed forward with the determination to close the distance even faster. Even though he was on the defensive, Casin maintained a terrifying calmness. His red eyes focused on observing every move of Rason, secretly planning a trap. Keep coming, just one more step, and I'll immediately counterattack. The next second, he poured all his mana into his fist, erupting with wild lightning energy. A deafening crash echoed throughout the arena. The power of sword energy and lightning collided, creating a huge, brilliant mana explosion, blowing everything around into a thick cloud of smoke and dust. The terrible collision on the field made even the Sword King, Magner, and the middle-aged master sitting in the stands widen their eyes in surprise. Rason's unpredictable combat techniques also made Casin extremely shocked. The young sword genius thought to himself, his combat style is different from everyone I have ever fought. I will lose if I lower my guard. Staring at Rason Maon, Casin could not help but feel confused, wondering how his opponent could have made such a significant leap in such a short time. Although he knew that mages always have a fast rate of growth and strength, Rason Maon had almost turned into a completely different person. Standing in the stands, watching every move of the two children, Sword King Magner secretly evaluated that Rason was actually quite legit. He told himself, if it were Rosalind, the match would surely have ended right after Casin's first attack. But Rason Maon not only defended against it, but immediately launched a counterattack. Witnessing Rason Maon's innate talent, Sword King Magner gritted his teeth, a thought of regret welling up in his heart. What a pity, why did such a good talent fall into someone else's house? But then he immediately dismissed it, scolding himself for having such a crazy thought. Standing next to him, the middle-aged master also closely watched the match. He silently judged that against a monster-like opponent such as Casin, Rason Maon did not show any signs of weakness at all. Although he knew that if Casin truly brought killing intent, Rason Maon would not be able to hold his ground. But what surprised the master most was Rason Maon's extremely accurate ability to predict movements. The boy from the Maon house had actively chosen to step forward just as Casin swung his sword energy. That was absolutely not a random action, but one that Rason Maon had calculated in advance. He had patiently waited, taking full advantage of the moment his opponent raised his sword to immediately close the distance and exploit the opening with his own combat magic skills. Watching Rason's form on the training grounds, the middle-aged master narrowed his eyes in contemplation. He thought of the head of the Maon family, Dekara Maon, and wondered what mysterious message this 10-year-old boy had brought from his father. After a series of fierce clashes that drained their stamina, both boys were finally exhausted. Rason Maon and Casin sat slumped on the sandy arena floor, leaning against each other while gasping for breath. The intense sparring match temporarily came to an end, accompanied by their tired yet satisfied breathing. I've heard that mages grow in strength very quickly, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. I still lost, though. Does it really matter who wins or loses in a spar? The sword-wielding boy flashed a bright, energetic smile. I'm happy. Rason frowned suspiciously. Why happy? Casin turned to look at his friend, explaining excitedly. Because my friend has become so strong, so quickly. Seeing Casin's pure smile, a complicated feeling welled up in Rason's heart. Don't even dream about it. This guy is a boss character. Rason Maon felt a bitter sting. In other words, no matter how hard he worked to improve, Casin would always be one step ahead. That was the absolute setting of this world, an impenetrable wall he would never be able to overcome. Looking at his overly optimistic friend, Rason Maon warned in a low voice, "Don't be so happy." Casin asked in confusion, "Why not?" Rason Maon turned away, leaving a gloomy silence behind. "It's fate. One day, we're going to have to fight to the death." The sudden remark made Casin freeze. "What do you mean?" Rason coldly exposed the cruel reality. "It's destiny. I'm from House Maon, and you're from the Zhai family. The blood feud between our two houses is destined to be irredeemable." But contrary to Rason Maon's pessimism, Casin shouted firmly, "So what? We're friends. I'll always think of you as a friend, and we'll always be friends. But we can't be free in a world where people fight for power." 9 years old, and as profound as an old man, he hadn't expected a 9-year-old like Rason Maon to have such a deep understanding of the burden of power. In the stifling atmosphere, a sudden ahem cut through the air. The middle-aged master stepped forward, smiling proudly. "You two did well. You're so young, yet already so excellent. I'm proud of both of you." Casin hurriedly bowed respectfully. "I am truly honored," the master commented softly. "I heard that mages can develop their power very quickly. That certainly seems to be the case." Not missing the opportunity, Rason stepped forward and declared clearly, "I want to become stronger." The master smiled in approval. "That is good." But Rason Maon's eyes burned with determination as he emphasized every word. "Not just stronger, I want to become stronger than Casin." Rason Maon's arrogant declaration left Casin completely stunned, only able to mutter in shock, "Stronger than me?" Looking straight into the 10-year-old's fiery, determined eyes, the master let his smile fade, a profound shock rising within him. This kid is serious. He's not messing around. He smirked with interest. "Great, you'll be an excellent rival." Then he asked in a low voice, "So, how do you plan to achieve that?" Standing before two of the world's top experts, Rason didn't shy away. "I intend to learn martial arts from the War King." This insane and shocking request from a mage of the Maon house left both the master and the War King, Magner, completely frozen, their eyes wide with utter astonishment. Facing Rason Maon's bold request for apprenticeship right in front of the head of the Zhai sword family, War King Magner could only scratch his head and offer a helpless smile. Deep down, the veteran expert couldn't help but marvel. What a cunning brat. He dares to make this announcement right in front of the head of a prestigious sword-wielding family. That means I absolutely cannot treat him unfairly while we are still on the Sea House grounds, he analyzed. But letting an heir to a magic family learn martial arts from the second strongest person in the martial arts family could easily be misunderstood as the martial arts family having some shady intentions toward the magic family. Yet, the boy decided to do it anyway, which proved his determination was immense. Recognizing the grit of the 10-year-old, War King Magnar smirked and agreed. Very well. As promised, I will teach you martial arts. However, the middle-aged master asked worriedly, but has your family permitted this? Yes. I have already told the family head that I will study in coordination with both families so that we can exchange and refine knowledge from both sides. His answer completely shocked the master. He stared in astonishment, cold sweat dripping down. The head of the Maon house allowed this? Impossible. Elder Dakara would never believe it. War King Magnar crossed his arms, offering a meaningful smile as he looked at Rason Maon. By the way, there is a test for those who want to learn martial arts. Immediately, a familiar blue system notification appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. Every potential heir to a prestigious martial arts family must complete a test before learning martial arts. Rason narrowed his eyes, wondering, a test? The system window quickly displayed the details. The test must be completed before the age of 10, with the goal being to hunt a blood tiger or a white tiger. Adults are not permitted to help. Rason Maon thought, I understand. Blood tiger and white tiger. Without a moment's hesitation, he looked straight at War King Magnar and declared firmly, I will hunt the white tiger. Rason's quick decision surprised Magnar greatly. I hadn't even finished explaining, yet it seems you've studied our family quite thoroughly. Seeing his friend preparing to take on a dangerous challenge, Rason turned to persuade him. Casin, can you come with me? I know I'm not allowed to receive help from adults. Casin asked in confusion, a white tiger? Are they strong? Rason Maon explained seriously. Extremely strong, and they're as big as a house. Rason's vivid description made Casin break into a cold sweat, muttering in terror. What kind of tiger is as big as a house? Are you kidding? But the next second, War King Magnar suddenly wore an incredibly sinister smile. He interrupted in a low voice. You misunderstood one thing. I never said you had the choice between a blood tiger or a white tiger. So, my order for you is to go kill a blood tiger. Contrary to Magnar's smugness, Rason just smirked confidently and replied calmly, blood tiger or white tiger? I'll kill both. His casual agreement left the War King completely stunned. His eyes widened in shock, and he couldn't help but scream inwardly, this brat! He wanted to hunt a blood tiger from the very beginning. Casin, standing nearby, remained completely clueless. He asked curiously, Rason Maon, how do you know all this? Rason Maon turned and replied happily, I read it in the library. At this moment, War King Magnar could only cry internally as he realized he had been completely led by the nose. I've been tricked by this kid again. Actually, secretly hunting a white tiger is extremely difficult. From the start, his true goal was to hunt the blood tiger, so he intentionally chose the white tiger first to trick me into changing the order. Running a hand through his hair in frustration, War King Magnar sighed. You're quite clever. Rason smiled cheekily in response. I learned it all from you, sir. War King Magnar narrowed his eyes seriously, but inside, a sense of immense satisfaction and excitement welled up. I might have just gained a student even more exceptional than I ever expected. After cleverly convincing War King Magnar to set the blood tiger hunt as the test, Rason's group began preparing to leave. Sitting in the lounge, Casin happily snacked away. Comparing the trip, are we hunting tigers or going camping, guys? Casin shared excitedly. This is my first time in Garon. I've heard the mountain formations there look unbelievable. Garon is actually a mid-sized city located at the edge of the continent's eastern end. The target of this trip, the blood tiger, resides in the Terran mountain range right next to the city. However, even though it's right next to Garon, the group still had to walk continuously for 4 days to reach it. Although the Terran mountain range is famous for being quite dangerous, it is normally very peaceful. Because, aside from that super-powered blood tiger monster, no other strong monsters live there. Seeing that the trip sounded interesting, Rudia immediately leaned in, her red eyes sparkling with excitement. Let me tag along. Hunting will be fun. Rudia, I'm not going there to play. But Rudia stubbornly pouted, trying to persuade him. But you said you were going camping. I love camping. I've camped many times with father. Seeing the girl was so determined, Casin finally set a condition. I'll let you come if you get permission from your family head. After resolving the permission procedures, the group officially set off. Looking at the magic scroll glowing with a cool blue mana in Rason Maon's hand, Casin couldn't help but marvel. Magic is amazing. I'm obsessed. They prepared their luggage before departing. Casin thoughtfully asked, should I put your stuff in too? Oh, no. I'll take care of my own things. The group quickly moved through a series of continuous spatial teleportation gates. As the crimson sunset descended on the horizon, Casin announced, we've reached Garon. He advised the group, Let's rest at an inn for a bit before moving on, since we've already passed through several gates. As they set foot in the city, the exhaustion and hunger from their long journey hit them all at once. Rudia collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and whined, Rason Maon, I'm starving. Casin, hurry up and get everyone moving. There has to be a restaurant in this town, right? Let's go. But as they stepped down the stone stairs into the city center, Casin suddenly froze, full of suspicion. It was so strange there wasn't a single soul around. The vast city of Garan appeared eerily silent, not a person in sight, with the wind blowing forlornly through empty houses under the bleak sunset. Just then, a middle-aged man scrambled past in a panic. Rason Maon tried to step forward to ask what was happening, but the man jumped back in terror. What's going on? Casin asked quickly, trying to get some answers. This is Garan, right? The man stammered. Huh? Of course it is. Run! Run away now! Do you want to die by staying here? Rason Maon and Casin were stunned, their faces turning pale. Before the two boys could understand what was happening, the man bolted, only managing to shout one final terrifying warning. The bandits are coming. Casin was left confused, wondering about these bandits. Meanwhile, Rudia was so hungry she had lost all her energy. She grabbed Rason's sleeve and whined, I'm running on empty. Feed me. Rason Maon could only sweat, trying to gently comfort his little friend. Just hold on a little longer. He approached a wooden house by the road and knocked, calling out, Is anyone there? Silence. Standing in the middle of the desolate street, viewed from above, Rason Maon fell into deep thought. I don't think we arrived at the wrong time, but I never expected something like this to happen in Garan territory. This should be a relatively peaceful city, right? What kind of bandits could wipe out an entire city? Suddenly, a chilling, sharp aura, as lethal as a sword, enveloped the entire area, making Rason Maon's eyes widen in shock. Right in front of the three children, a massive beast with fiery red fur, black stripes, and glowing white eyes emerged. It was a blood tiger. Its deep, guttural growl shook the very ground beneath them. Facing this giant creature, the group looked tiny, but Rason Maon immediately noticed something odd. This wasn't a wild blood tiger. There was someone sitting arrogantly on its head, arms crossed. Rason immediately activated his heavenly eye to scan the enemy. Through his vision, the rider's identity was revealed. Ken, a tamer class. Rason Maon was stunned, wondering why this bastard was here. Even though Ken wasn't a heavily detailed character in the original story, Rason remembered him clearly. He was the leader of the Fragrant Pine Gang, a notorious group of bandits and a formidable power that operated outside the control of the three great families. Rason Maon realized with horror that the once bustling city of Garan was now a ghost town because of this very bandit leader. Looking down from above, Ken folded his arms and spoke with a tone of utter contempt. Who are you lot? Just a bunch of kids, right? Not even worth my time. Facing that arrogance, Rason Maon remained calm and asked clearly, Are you the bandit who's been threatening this village? Hearing the question, Ken pointed at himself and burst into maniacal laughter. Me? A bandit? Ken's eyes narrowed dangerously. He wore a sinister smile and declared coldly, I'm not a bandit. I'm just someone who enjoys hunting humans. Ken's murderous declaration sent shivers down Rason Maon's spine. He quickly analyzed the dire situation, thinking, even with Casin here, if we fight Ken right now, we're dead. To buy time, Rason asked calmly, So, you're trying to hunt us? Rason Maon pressed him with sharp logic. I really don't know who gave you the right to hunt here. This is Garan. There should be 7 high-level swordmasters stationed here. So why would they let someone like you run amok? Facing the roaring blood tiger, Rason fought an internal battle. He wondered if there was a secret deal between the powers that be, or if this was just a terrible probability created by his author's privilege. But there was no time to think. The giant blood tiger suddenly erupted with a violent, fiery red energy and charged forward. Rason Maon only had time to scream a warning, It's coming, while Casin drew his sword, ready to face the destructive attack. Just as the blood tiger leapt from the wall, the system suddenly notified him that the uncertain probability had been understood, granting Rason Maon the author's privilege. Gripping his pen, Rason Maon quickly overwrote the settings in his notebook. I'll rewrite the script. Let's see what you can do now. The reason Ken could hunt in Garan as he pleased was something the villagers were deeply suspicious of. Rason Maon was confident this edit would work perfectly. Instantly, a massive magic circle erupted, covering the area. Yet, the blood tiger continued to roar and charged straight at the 3 kids. Hacking the game and it still glitches, this is so annoying. The tiger's speed was much faster than Rason Maon had imagined. The lightning-fast attack created a massive shockwave. Rason was thrown back, falling to the ground. He struggled to look up, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw that both Casin and Rudia were miraculously unhurt. Rason Maon shouted, "Casin! Rudia!" As you can see, that dangerous thing is a blood tiger. If we take a direct hit, we're finished. However, it has one distinct habit. It only runs in a straight line. Before Rason could finish his explanation, Rudia, driven by extreme hunger, lost all patience. "I am so hungry," she shouted, unleashing a massive fireball toward the monster, leaving everyone stunned. Her red eyes blazed with fury as she poured all her energy into a giant fireball, screaming, "Get this tiger out of the way so I can eat." The blast, carrying terrifying heat, flew straight toward the blood tiger, but the leader, Ken, just smirked, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The next second, the giant blood tiger opened its blood-red maw and calmly swallowed Rudia's entire fireball whole, to everyone's shock. Watching the harmless attack, Ken folded his arms triumphantly and laughed. A young mage. How amusing. He looked at the three children and made an arrogant offer. "Do you want to join Fragrant Pine? If you do, I'll spare your lives." "What is Fragrant Pine?" Ken answered casually. "Fragrant Pine are the owners of these mountains." "So, you're just bandits then?" Ken smirked. "Exactly. But bandits doesn't sound very sophisticated, does it? So, what about my offer?" Not making him wait, Casin decisively drew his glowing sword from its sheath, a red aura erupting around him. The young swordsman clearly declared, "I don't have the slightest intention of joining a bunch of bandits. I swear on this blade, I will take the heads of you bastards who have been threatening the villagers." Ken narrowed his eyes dangerously and smirked. "Still talking big when you're about to die?" Amidst the suffocating life-or-death atmosphere, Rason Maon suddenly stepped in. "Wait." The bandit leader paused. Rason Maon asked clearly, "Why aren't you asking who we are? This is a situation where three little children are confronting a blood tiger, you know." Ken fell into a contemplative silence. Watching his reaction, Rason smiled confidently. He thought to himself that the setting value he'd just written had been properly applied by his author's privilege. It turned out that thanks to his author's privilege, Rason had seen through the whole truth. The reason Ken could hunt freely in Garon wasn't just for sport. He had received orders from someone to conduct this test. From the very beginning, the test had been meticulously planned, and the direct heirs to the families were never truly in danger. This was how Rosalind, from the martial arts family, had successfully hunted a giant white tiger in the past without losing her life. Rason Maon looked confidently at Ken and declared, "That means you already knew who we were. And the reason you keep saying these nonsensical things, even though you already know who we are, means you're waiting for something." His words hit the nail on the head, causing Ken's expression to change completely. He could only listen in silence. Rason smirked, emphasizing every word, "and the thing you are waiting for." At that moment, the space behind Ken suddenly tore open. A brilliant golden light, spiraling out to create a massive spatial portal. Rason wondered in shock. Could it be? From the blinding radiance, a woman with long, flowing golden hair and powerful, glowing golden eyes stepped out. The overwhelming pressure she emitted made Rason freeze in place. He stammered in disbelief. "Sister Evelia Maon?" Standing beside him, Casin was completely bewildered, his face flushing with confusion, his eyes glued to the Grand Mage. Meanwhile, their companion immediately sensed that the atmosphere was anything but normal. Rason Maon smiled triumphantly as he realized all his deductions were absolutely correct. Everything was going perfectly. He began to piece together all the absurdities since they had arrived in Garon. The gatekeepers in a major city like this should, at the very least, be extremely powerful third-circle mages. We can't just let bandits run wild on our land, can we? Besides, it's even stranger that the villagers were so panicked they locked their doors and fled just because of a hunting announcement. Even the leader, Casin Maon, isn't actually a notorious villain, and he hasn't even truly harmed anyone here. A heavily fortified city like Garon is definitely not a place where just anyone can run amok, especially under the flimsy excuse of a training exercise. All these clues lead Rason Maon to only one conclusion. The next second, the giant scarlet tiger that was roaring suddenly became unstable. Its body slowly dissolved into shimmering specks of magical dust. Cain watched in shock as the reality around them rippled and shattered. Rason silently confirmed that this wasn't the real Garon. It was actually an artificial space constructed with great sophistication. And in this world, there is only one person who possesses enough massive mana and peak control to do that, and that is his older sister, Aya. Looking at her youngest brother with a stern gaze, Evelia Maon asked, "Pretty smart. When did you figure it out?" Rason Maon smiled nonchalantly and replied, Everyone started fleeing this place. Ia raised an eyebrow and continued, "If that's the case, was your fight against the Scarlet Tiger just for show?" Rason didn't dodge the question, frankly admitting, "That's true. I thought I should add a bit of motivation to the test. So confident, but who is out there?" Rason Maon turned toward the windy forest edge and spoke respectfully. "What do you think, sir?" "Sir." From the shadows of the ancient trees, the muscular War King Magner slowly stepped out. He crossed his arms and said, "He passed the test." Watching the giant scarlet tiger standing obediently behind him, the veteran War King couldn't help but marvel in admiration, truly as expected of someone from the Mason and Say families. To be able to show such incredible composure in front of the scarlet tiger is truly admirable. Right after War King Magner made the announcement, Rason had passed the test. The person posing as the bandit leader, Sen, hurriedly knelt, bowing to apologize to the young masters for his rudeness during the trial. Big Sister Ia gently reassured him that there was nothing to apologize for, as this artificial space was created through the coordination of herself and the War King. Magner, the subordinate, was deeply moved by the tolerance of the great mage. Standing from the side, observing the two children, War King Magner silently made his own assessments. He realized that Rason was the one holding the initiative and had the upper hand, even though he previously thought Casin was stronger and would be the leader. Rason's sharpness and composure fascinated the War King. He thought to himself that teaching this kid in the future would certainly be very interesting. Magner stepped forward to explain further that the Grandel family did not actually require the successors to defeat the Scarlet or White Tigers immediately. Hearing this, Casin quickly asked to confirm, "Was the purpose of this test to test our courage when standing before an enemy?" War King Magner smiled with satisfaction. "That's right," Casin continued, arguing confidently. "The guardian spirits protecting us must also be hiding around here." The friend's remark made Rason Maon jump in surprise. He immediately activated his 1,000-mile eye skill to scan the ancient forest. Indeed, the blue glowing spots of the guardian spirits were floating everywhere around them. Rason Maon silently marveled at Casin's sharpness. Because the 10-year-old sword prodigy was able to deduce such an accurate truth on his own, Rason Maon told himself, if he weren't the author who knew every setting of this world, he surely would have fainted from fear the moment the giant scarlet tiger appeared, and would never have been able to keep his cool to analyze the situation. At this moment, the giant scarlet tiger had completely lost its ferocity, standing still for Rudia to gently pet it. War King Magner curiously asked Casin, did he attack the scarlet tiger because he believed in the guardian spirits? Receiving a nod of confirmation from the young boy, Magner remarked that this was not a completely satisfactory answer. However, Casin remained firm. He turned to look at Rason and declared loudly, "Strong alone isn't really winning. Someone who is strong and relies only on their own power will never be able to achieve a true victory." Casin gripped the hilt of his sword, boldly expressing his life philosophy. "Even if I have many shortcomings, I can still find reliable people by my side to compensate for them, and I think that means I have lived a meaningful life." Seeing the resolute expression of his peer, Rason was silently shaken. He realized Casin was not afraid or scared to admit that he was still weak and had many flaws. Instead, the young sword prodigy quickly discovered the presence of the guardian spirits and placed his complete trust in them. He told himself, for a child raised in a prestigious family of mages like him, the immutable rule of survival was always to trust only in one's own skills and what one possesses. Therefore, Casin's humble yet incredibly powerful confession was something a typical mage would never say. The sincere words from the bottom of Casin's heart not only shook Rason Maon's thoughts, but also touched a deep, hidden corner in the soul of the great mage, Rason Maon. Standing under the brilliant sunset, she closed her eyes, complex emotions rising within her. These were humanistic thoughts that someone who always had to plunge into bloody battles, like her, had never dared to think of. Ia wondered why the naive words of that child could make her heart ache so much. At that very moment, a system chime rang out suddenly and sharply, accompanied by a shocking notification. A new variable directly affecting the plot's progress had officially occurred. Rason was startled, but because his proficiency in the 1,000-mile eye skill was not yet high enough, he completely couldn't see what the hidden variable was. Breaking the silent atmosphere, War King Magner stepped forward. "The guardian spirits are also your power, Casin. But what about you, Rason? Did you realize the guardian spirits were around too?" Rason Maon smiled confidently and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, but realizing it wasn't thanks to Casin, it was thanks to myself." The boy began to analyze sharply. As someone who will potentially inherit the legacy of a renowned mage family, and was officially invited to a prestigious swordsmanship family, I understand my position. A child like me should absolutely not be harmed while accompanying a child of the Sei swordsmanship family. Not only would that seriously damage the dignity of the Sei family, but Raison's eyes flashed with a calculated purple light. He curled his lips and continued. It would even open up a huge opportunity for my family, the Mage family, which they have been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, Ia was extremely surprised and asked, "An opportunity?" Raison firmly affirmed. "Yes, that's right, sister, an opportunity." Yet, deep down, Ia felt a great sense of unease. She told herself that would only be a heavy insult to the Mason family. Her gaze became very serious, and she questioned in a low voice, "Brother, are you joking? You call such a dangerous thing an opportunity?" Facing his sister's suspicion, Raison explained calmly, "That's because I am not you. I am not someone who holds an important position like you." Thinking about himself, Raison was clearly aware of his position in the family. Just recently, he was still considered useless trash, someone not worth worrying about in the Mason house. Rason Maon said in a low voice, "If someone like that happens to lose their life in a regrettable accident, the Mason house would simply benefit by being able to get rid of someone they consider a thorn in their side." Rason clearly declared the cruel truth, and this accident could also be used by the Mason house as an excuse to threaten the Sei family. The overly rational and cold analysis of the 10-year-old youngest brother left Evelia Maon completely shocked. She stared at him silently, a feeling of extreme pity rising in her heart. Why, when saying such bitter words about his own family, could Rason still maintain such terrifying calmness? Should that be the way a 10-year-old child thinks about their own family? Seeing his sister's serious expression, Rason Maon quickly explained to dispel the suffocating atmosphere. Please don't misunderstand, sister. I don't hate my family. I'm just saying that from a rational perspective." But before he could finish his sentence, Aya resolutely stepped forward, pulled Rason into her arms, and hugged him tightly. The sudden action of his big sister left Rason frozen in surprise. Evelia Maon pressed her face against her brother's shoulder and whispered gently, "Rason, the blood of the Mason family is still flowing in your veins. It's heartbreaking to hear those words from a child like you. I hope that the Mason family name doesn't place too much of a burden on your shoulders." Feeling the sincere warmth from his sister, who was usually so cold, Rason Maon's eyes softened. He replied softly, "Thank you, sister." While the two siblings were having an incredibly warm moment, off to the side, little Casin stood silently, their hands clenched into tight, trembling fists. "Is that kid losing his mind?" Suddenly, Casin looked up. "Rason Maon, I can be your best friend." The sudden proposal from the young master of the Sword Clan left Rason stunned, leading him to ask back, "Huh?" Casin seemed deeply moved after witnessing everything that had transpired. The young boy continued, swearing his intentions with sincerity. "I can try to be more friendly. I'll do my best to change." The male lead's excessive enthusiasm left Rason breaking into a cold sweat, thinking helplessly to himself, "We're in the middle of a tense drama. What on earth is this guy doing?" Just then, however, Rudia suddenly rushed over, wrapping Rason Maon in a tight hug while whimpering, "Rason Maon, I'm hungry." The young girl laughed brightly, dispelling all the tension in the air as she excitedly announced, "The exam is over, so we can finally go eat. Right?" "That's right, Rudia. We should get going." A few days later, at the Mason family estate, a frantic knocking echoed through the quiet sauna, shattering the stillness. From inside a long bathtub filled with rose petals, the deep, warm voice of the War King, Magner, called out, "Come in." Rason Maon stepped firmly into the room, and seeing his middle-aged master soaking in leisure, he bluntly proposed, "I want to go to the Terran mountain range." Marner asked in slight surprise, "To Terran?" "That's right, master. I heard the scenery there is absolutely breathtaking. I want to see Terran with my own eyes, not a Terran created by magic." "Going on a trip, kid?" Rason shook his head and replied, "No, master." Marner pressed further, "Then what do you want to do?" "I found a message in the city, in the spatial dimension my sister created the other day. It's something she left for me." He thought to himself, obviously, this was a lie. But as the author of this world, he could easily create a logical excuse for himself. Marner asked curiously, "So, what is it?" Rason Maon calmly explained, "I was only told that it's something resting deep within the Terran mountain range. Even though it's an artificial space, I can feel a strange flow of magic there. I think that was my sister's way of telling me she arranged something for me in the Terran mountain range." Hearing this, Marner was completely bewildered, a series of confused question marks appearing around his head. "Then why don't I know about its existence? Even a master can be out of the loop sometimes." Rason smiled back mysteriously. The Mason family has their own way of communicating. The answer made Marner break out in a cold sweat. The War King thought to himself, do they communicate with each other through magic? They really are abnormal. Even so, he lowered his voice to confirm if it was okay to tell him this important information. You are my master, after all. Rason held up 2 fingers and continued clearly. There are 2 reasons why my sister communicates with me in such a strange way. First, she does it to keep it a secret from Casin, who could be considered my future rival. Marner nodded in thoughtful agreement. She would certainly do that. Rason analyzed clearly. Second, she intentionally does it to test if I can figure out her message. By communicating with me like that, she killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Marner pressed. So, what exactly is in the Terran mountain range? Rason Maon replied, I'll know what it is when I see it for myself. But she gave me some clues about the location. Magner asked directly, so, where is it? In that exact moment, Rason's eyes glowed with the purple light of the Saint's Eye. He thought to himself that he knew the exact location. It was a priceless opportunity predetermined for the S-House in the main storyline, the place where the 1,000-year-old dragon armor was hidden. Rason Maon told himself that if he could convince Marner to come along, the risk for this trip would be reduced to the absolute minimum. It's near the head of Dragon Mountain, one of the 108 peaks of the Bak Bass mountain range. The mention of Dragon Mountain made Magner's eyes suddenly shrink in shock. He was startled and thought, Dragon Mountain? Noticing his master's unusual reaction, Rason asked curiously, Is something bothering you, master? Marner quickly regained his composure. Nothing at all. I just have a few fond memories of that place. Rason Maon, exhausted, complained, Master, I've gone through so many spatial portals that I feel nauseous. Can we rest here for a day? Marner turned his head away and refused coldly. No, time is money, didn't you know? Rason grimaced, trying to explain. I know, but it takes 3 days of walking to reach Dragon Mountain. Marner narrowed his eyes and countered. What are you talking about? 1 day is enough. The master's bold declaration left Rason Maon gaping in amazement. What? You're flying while I'm crawling? Magner walked on nonchalantly, dropping a cold threat. If you don't pick up the pace, I'll leave you behind. Rason Maon panicked and chased after him. Take me with you. Marner glanced back slightly. If you can't even keep up with this old man, how do you expect to accomplish anything? Driven to a corner, Rason shouted indignantly. I'm a mage, for heaven's sake. Marner suggested casually. Use teleportation. Rason broke into a cold sweat and yelled helplessly. How is a second circle mage supposed to use teleportation? If you can't do it, just drag yourself along. Having said that, he strode away, leaving Rason Maon behind. Rason Maon could only shout after his master in frustration. The grueling journey had truly begun. Rason Maon panted heavily, sweat pouring off him like rain. While running out of breath, he cursed under his breath. The old man is crazy. This isn't a pilgrimage, this is a death march. With his stamina depleted, Rason completely collapsed. He fell to his knees and groaned. I can't walk anymore. A wave of intense nausea suddenly hit him. Rason clutched his mouth, while Marner stood with his arms crossed, watching from behind. Marner clicked his tongue in disdain. Why is someone so young, so weak? But hidden behind his cold exterior, the veteran War King was actually incredibly surprised. He thought to himself, he actually lasted longer than I expected. I thought he would have fainted long ago. Even Rosalind couldn't have made it this far. Marner looked closely at his young student, a shiver of respect rising in his heart. He had used a bit of his own battle soul, but for a child whose roots were those of a mage to make it this far was truly impressive. However, to provoke him, he still mocked him. If you're this soft, how can you ever be my disciple? Hearing the provocation, Rason lifted his cold, sharp eyes to look at his master and countered with a lethal question. Are you planning to retract the statement you made to the head of the C family that day? The question hit the nail on the head, making Marner jump in surprise, his eyes wide as he stared at Rason Maon. Seeing his master's intense reaction, Rason Maon looked confused. Magner quickly turned away to hide his embarrassment, fumbling for an excuse. No, nothing. But when he glanced back at his student, the War King felt a chill down his spine as he discovered a terrifying, stark truth. His student's breathing had already returned to normal. This super-speed recovery ability made Magner shudder in genuine fear. What if he possessed a complete battle soul? To dispel his astonishment, Magner urged him on in a stern voice. How long do you intend to sit there? The road is still long. Rason complained lethargically. I already told you it usually takes 3 days. Marner chuckled mockingly. Is the Mason family standard only this much? Provoked by the challenge to his family's pride, Rason curled his lip in response. Maybe so, then firmly forced himself to stand up and keep walking. Looking at the imposing back of the War King, Magnar, drifting forward, Rason could only grit his teeth and endure. The mountain path was rough, rocky, and treacherous, yet his master moved with terrifying speed. Every one of his footsteps was strangely light and graceful. Not even a single speck of dust touched his hem. Rason was amazed to realize he was truly gliding like the wind, leaving him far behind. Wind? A thought flashed through Rason Maon's mind when he suddenly felt a cool breeze blowing strongly from behind. Until now, he had only been focusing on circulating mana throughout his body to maintain his stamina. But what if he changed his method and used his own vast mana as a medium to assimilate and blend into the wind? He decided to act on it. Rason immediately adjusted his flow of mana. The very next second, a cool blue aura of mana erupted, enveloping his entire body. Rason smiled excitedly as he realized his body suddenly felt light, his movements far more graceful than before. Immediately, the familiar system notification appeared. Battle magic for beginners. Attribute optimization, inscribed in your body, has been awakened. The wind attribute optimization skill has been successfully activated and stored in your mind. Rason Maon thought to himself that even though he couldn't become a mage specialized in a single true attribute like others, thanks to his superior mana, he could completely utilize multi-elemental power to support battle magic. This was the unique path he had chosen. Up ahead, War King Magnar glanced back, looking amazed. He internally judged that this young student had just figured out a new movement skill in the blink of an eye. However, maintaining that terrifying speed had drained all of Rason Maon's energy. In the middle of the night forest, shimmering with the light of magical butterflies, he panted heavily, sweat pouring down as he realized he had completely used up the mana stored in the transcendental chalice. He had hacked the game too hard and crashed on the spot. Even the soul of the cup in his heart groaned in exhaustion from the energy depletion. Unable to endure any longer, Rason Maon collapsed, only managing to utter one final lament to his master before falling completely unconscious. Looking at the 10-year-old child lying there fast asleep, the veteran War King couldn't help but shudder in horror, wondering how a mage could move non-stop on foot for 100 kilometers in just 50 short minutes, like a real monster. War King Marner sighed to himself. He's asleep? Well, the road is still there if he doesn't walk. If he can't take it, then so be it. It's because he's weak. That was how my brother and I learned and strived in the past. The veteran expert couldn't help but ponder, reminiscing about his own 10-year-old days. A 10-year-old child able to move non-stop on foot for 100 kilometers in just 50 minutes. Well, if you don't go, the road is still there. If you can't handle it, then you can't. That's just because you're weak. That was how my brother and I learned and strove in the past. The seasoned master couldn't help but reflect on his own 10-year-old self. A 10-year-old child capable of traveling 100 kilometers on foot in just 50 minutes. It was a horrific feat that neither Magnar nor his older brother, the family head, could have ever achieved in their youth. The next morning, as the first rays of light broke through, Rason Maon was still dreaming when he suddenly felt his body being dragged harshly across the ground. He jolted awake, squinting up, and immediately let out a terrified scream. "Master, what on earth are you doing?" It turned out that the hulking Master Magnar was casually grabbing his disciple by the leg and dragging him along like a sack of potatoes. Hearing his disciple's scream, Magnar let go, dusted off his hands, and grumbled with a pained expression. "This frail body of mine had to carry you the whole way." Looking at his master's hulking, guardian-like physique while hearing him claim to be frail and fragile, Rason could only stay silent, his face etched with helplessness. "Ugh, I'm tired. You're on your own now." Despite the violent wake-up call, Rason Maon breathed a slight sigh of relief, rubbing his throbbing forehead. "Right, thank you, master." He looked up and was completely overwhelmed by the breathtaking scenery before him. Towering, jagged mountain peaks covered in white snow pierced the blue sky. At the foot of the mountain lay an ancient town with peaceful red-tiled roofs, stretching out over lush green grass. That's right, this is the head of Long Sun. Rason Maon silently mapped out his plan. Pretend to go for a walk, but actually go treasure hunting. Observing the deserted houses around them, he quietly noted, "It seems this is a ghost town." Magnar, standing beside him, answered in a low voice, "It was probably once home to a community of people." Suddenly remembering a detail, Rason Maon turned and asked curiously, "Didn't you say you had some memories regarding this place?" At the mention of the word memories, Magnar's face darkened with frustration. He coldly dismissed it. "You don't need to know." Noticing the atmosphere becoming stifling, Rason quickly changed the subject. "There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I'll look around a bit." Magnar turned away as well and replied nonchalantly, "Do as you please." Immediately after, the secrets of this place, buried for 30 years, began to unfold clearly through the system's lens. This used to be a small town, occupied and inhabited by a brutal gang of bandits 30 years ago. However, the fate of that gang came to a complete end when a young Magner happened to pass through. With the terrifying physical strength of a martial arts genius, Magner had single-handedly finished off more than 10 ferocious bandits with his bare hands in the blink of an eye. That bloody massacre was completely erased, and the public never knew it existed. Watching the violent scenes reconstructed through his heavenly eye, Rason couldn't help but shudder in shock. Was my master a god of slaughter in his youth? However, the final piece of information displayed by the system was what truly left him frozen in shock. This was the place where Magner first met Mai. Mai was the name of the poor young girl who had been kidnapped by the bandits years ago. From the very first glance, Magner had fallen in love, and to save his beloved, he hadn't hesitated to wipe out the entire gang with his bare hands. But tragedy struck when it was revealed that Mai had been poisoned beforehand. Magner had frantically carried her through the pouring rain with a slim hope, yet all efforts were in vain. Mai drew her final breath in his arms before they could escape the mountains to find a physician. The agonizing, heart-wrenching screams of a young Magner echoed deep in the forest under the freezing rain. Seeing those painful memories through his heavenly eye, Rason thought to himself, "So, this is the reason why a renowned master like the War King chose to live in solitude, never marrying. To this day, it's all because he never forgot the image of his first love." Returning to reality, Rason asked, "Master, is there something special here?" Magner just coldly turned his back and gave a blunt reply. "Find it yourself, kid. Don't ask so many questions." Being rejected so flatly, Rason scowled, grumbling internally. "What would it cost you to help me a little?" But Magner continued to pour cold water on him. "That's none of your business." Not wanting to argue further, Rason Maon turned away decisively. "I'll go look for clues myself." Watching his young disciples back, Magner waved his hand slightly. "Fine, I'll rest a bit. I'm old and frail, after all." Separating from Rason Maon, Magner quietly stepped toward the edge of the forest, where an ancient, moss-covered stone well sat silently under the twilight. In truth, this old well was where he had personally disposed of the bodies of all the bandits after the massacre 30 years ago. Even though 3 decades had passed, in his heart, the War King still harbored doubts about their true identity. Were they really just a regular gang of bandits, or was there another conspiracy hidden within? To clear his confusion, Magner extended his hand. He channeled his mana, intending to inspect the depths of the well. "Should I check again?" But the moment his mana touched the mouth of the well, Magner's eyes suddenly widened in shock. "Huh? That's impossible." Looking down into the empty well, he was horrified to realize that the entire pile of dried bones that should have been lying there had completely vanished without a trace. Someone had secretly cleaned them out. But what was the purpose of this? Suddenly, a haunting, deep red protective barrier flared up violently around the mouth of the well, blocking any intrusion from the outside. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, the War King's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Good. The tail is finally showing, isn't it?" Magner's entire body erupted with a violent, violet mana, and thunder rumbled around him as he stood with his arms crossed before the glowing barrier. The fact that a special defensive barrier had been set up in such a remote place proved that the situation at the head of Long Sun was not simple at all. Without a moment's hesitation, Magner immediately channeled a scorching red fire energy into his fist, ready to solve the problem with brute force. I'm not sure what the barrier is for, but smashing it should do. But just as he prepared to strike, Rason Maon's sudden call from behind startled the War King. "Master, is there something there?" Magner quickly retracted his mana, turned his head, and fumbled for an excuse. No." Contrary to his master's confusion, Rason curled his lips, flashing a triumphant smile. "I see it." The power of his holy eye immediately helped him see through the hidden secret. It was a blood crystal, where the legendary 1,000-year-old dragon armor was hidden. The system interface quickly analyzed. The well has a dark, bewitching barrier spell. The blood crystal has been activated due to the effect of this high-level barrier. Rason Maon was secretly amazed. "Wait, this wasn't in the script I wrote." He stepped closer, leaned down to observe the purple energy swirling in the well, and asked curiously, "Master, do you know about this barrier spell?" Magner narrowed his eyes and countered, "Barrier spell? And why do you ask?" Rason Maon replied nonchalantly, "Because you already knew there was a barrier on the mouth of the well." This sharp response left the War King impressed. This kid Magner stood with his arms crossed, watching from afar, filled with suspicion. He wondered, how could a martial artist like me understand magical barrier spells? Rason Maon continued to stare into the well, analyzing with keen insight. It's strange to set up a barrier on the mouth of a well and not use it. To create a high-level barrier like this costs a lot of time and money. Hearing this, Magner smirked and replied, "There are more crazy people out there than you think." Rason tapped his finger lightly on the cobweb-covered rim of the stone well, judging that the barrier had likely existed for over 10 years and was still functioning perfectly. The exceptional knowledge of his 10-year-old disciple left Magner deeply astonished. He asked in a low voice, "What are you trying to say?" Rason Maon looked up, his eyes shining with confidence as he declared, "This well is cultivating the barrier itself." Master Magner was completely stunned and flatly dismissed it. "You say this well formed its own barrier? That's absurd." But Rason's assertion accidentally touched a deep, hidden corner of Magner's mind. The bright red spider lilies of painful memories suddenly rushed back, staining the War King's mind in crimson. He muttered with frustration, "Wait." Memories from 30 years ago appeared vividly the time a young Magner had used all his strength to massacre the brutal bandit gang to save his beloved. And right at this very stone well, he had personally dumped their bodies to hide them. It was also right here that destiny had allowed him to meet Mai for the first time. But happiness was short-lived. Mai had fallen into a critical state because she had been poisoned by the bandits. Magner had frantically carried her through the deep forest in the pouring rain with a slim hope of saving his love. In the War King's memories, on the way down the mountain to find a doctor, Mai had truly breathed her last. But Rason Maon's analysis about the well forming its own barrier suddenly made him jolt in surprise. A highly irrational thought flashed through the War King's mind. Mai was very sick at the time, so how could she have walked around this old well freely? Rason Maon stood by the mouth of the well and calmly proposed a hypothesis. A logical hypothesis is that something with a will of its own created the barrier. This is truly a special case. My disciple is explaining this in a spiritual way. Huh? Hearing this, Magner narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is that what mages call it?" Rason thought to himself. He was comfortable revealing many things to his master because he knew he wasn't a gossip. He answered calmly, "Yes, that is what mages say about this kind of situation." To boost their trust, Rason decides to reveal a fraction of his powers. He looks the Battle King straight in the eye and says earnestly, "I have a secret I need to tell you." Magner raises an eyebrow. "A secret?" Rason declares confidently, "I possess eyes that can perceive many things others cannot." As proof, Rason Maon smiles mysteriously. "I can sense a name, Mai, coming from the well." That name hits Battle King Magner like a lightning bolt. His eyes widen in utter shock. "What?" Rason doesn't give him a moment to recover and adds, "This well is called the Well of Blood and Emotion. This is exactly what my sister wanted me to see." Magner's mind is in turmoil. He thinks to himself, he met Mai 30 years ago, long before this brat Rason was even born. Yet, by some miraculous means, the boy's eyes can clearly see through that buried history. Rason Maon steps closer, placing his hand on the stone rim of the well, and muses. "But the strange thing is, I don't feel any bloodlust here at all. Do you have any ideas?" Magner's expression darkens instantly. He curls his lip into a cryptic smile and asks, "Just how much do you already know?" Seeing his master's reaction, Rason Maon hesitated, awkwardly replying, "That's everything. I'm just looking into this well." But before he could even finish, a dark purple mana erupted from the well, blowing Rason Maon away. Witnessing this strange sight, War King Magner was on high alert. He stared at the thick, rising purple smoke and wondered, "What kind of smoke is this?" Rason Maon struggled to sit up, feeling just as confused. But from within that eerie purple smoke, a faint silhouette gradually appeared. It was the figure of a girl with glowing, hollow white eyes. The sudden appearance of this mysterious creature left both Magner and Rason Maon frozen, their eyes wide with shock. In that moment, a painful memory from 30 years ago suddenly flooded Magner's mind. The image of Mai, with blood on her lips, drawing her final breath in his arms under the pouring rain, appeared crystal clear. Watching the familiar figure slowly emerge from the mist, Magner trembled, cold sweat dripping down, as he stammered in shock. As Mai stepped fully out of the glowing purple light, she stood there with short black hair and elegant traditional robes. She offered a gentle smile and softly called out, "It's been a long time, Magner." The woman's appearance left Rason deeply shaken. He immediately recognized her as Mai, War King Magner's first love. But thanks to his special ocular skills, Rason quickly saw through her true nature. He thought to himself in horror, "Shake it off, master. That's a monster, not your ex-girlfriend." The purple smoke was actually a highly dangerous, seductive scent capable of bewitching and manipulating the human mind. Standing by the well, she sighed softly. "You've changed so much. Did you come here to see me? Is it because you still haven't forgotten me?" Facing the girl he had loved for the past 30 years, War King Magner replied in a deep, sincere voice, "I have never forgotten you." His confession made Mai reach up to touch her cheek, the smile on her lips becoming even more sinister and seductive amidst the blooming red spider lilies. She teased him. "Still missing me, are you?" Watching from behind, Rason quietly marveled at the depth of this emotion. He understood that a first love is always the most indelible and unforgettable experience for anyone, and Magner was no exception. But the romantic atmosphere suddenly grew, suffocating when Mai tilted her head and asked, "What do you mean?" War King Magner looked straight at the girl before him, delivering a cold answer that shattered the illusion. "I'm thinking about when you died," Magner said in a low voice. His words seemed to choke the very air around them. "That burden has weighed on my mind for so long, but now, I can finally let it go." Hearing this, Mai's expression flickered before she quickly regained her seductive look. She glided closer, leaned in near him, and whispered enchantingly, "Magner, it's been so long. Why don't we get a little closer?" Mai continued to pour honeyed words into the War King's ears, adding, "Let's go back to how it was when we were children. But now, you're much more mature and charming. It's wonderful that we've met again." But at that very moment, Magner suddenly shouted, "Rason Maon!" Hearing the call, Rason jumped, startled, and replied, "Yes!" The next second, Mai's eyes widened in horror, and she let out a piercing, painful scream. Magner coldly ordered his apprentice, and with a swift, decisive move, his steel-like hand gripped Mai's throat and hoisted her into the air with ruthless force. Strangled unexpectedly, Mai's eyes bulged as she struggled angrily. "What are you doing?" Magner remained calm, calmly declaring, "This is the first lesson I'm teaching you. Is this woman a monster or a ghost?" He stared straight at the struggling creature and continued his lecture. "There are two ways to hunt a monster. First, deal enough physical damage to kill it. Second, use spirit combat, mana, or other energies to destroy it." Completely restrained, Mai hissed with resentment. "Magner, I'm truly surprised. I didn't think you would be heartless enough to kill me." But Magner was unmoved. He threw her aside and coldly declared, "This is just a morning exercise." A violent crimson aura exploded from the War King's body, and thunder rumbled all around as he shouted, "One of the 4 basic concepts. Break." Witnessing this shocking display, Rason's eyes widened in extreme astonishment as he clearly sensed the terrifying energy coalescing. Without a second of delay, Magner threw a massive punch, unleashing a violent surge of aura straight ahead. The direct attack left Mai completely helpless. She shrieked in agony, coughing up blood as the dark mana was shattered to pieces. "What did you do to me?" Closely observing his master's move, Rason immediately grasped the key point. He thought to himself, "He didn't hit her physical body. He's attacking her soul. Master isn't fighting the person. He's attacking the spirit." The power from War King Magner's punch exploded, shattering the very space around the ancient well. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Rason couldn't help but realize that his master was using raw power to crush the illusion, locked in by a devastating attack. The monster, Mai, stared with wide eyes, screaming in agony. "Magner, do you really intend to kill me? Are you really going to do this? But you love me. How can you do this to me?" Yet Magner remained unshaken, his glowing hand continuing to exert pressure, sternly teaching his apprentice, "Watch closely how to slap an enemy in the face with pure force." Rason Maon quickly memorized this invaluable combat lesson. Breaking the space with enough force is sufficient to directly affect a monster's soul. In the moment Mai was struggling against Magner's power, Rason realized the opportunity of a lifetime had arrived. He decisively poured all his violent blue-purple mana into his fist, suddenly closing the distance to deliver the finishing blow. Struck repeatedly, Mai screamed in wild frustration, "How dare you be so cold-hearted to a beauty like me?" After his full-force strike, Rason clutched his chest, feeling the slight backlash. His chest felt tight from unleashing so much mana without preparation. "Well, it's fine now." Under the force of the teacher and student's combined attacks, Mai's monster form began to crack and turn into purple smoke, dissipating. But before she completely vanished, she still flashed an eerie, narcissistic smile and teased, "Oh, I suppose this is a contest between 2 men now? Are you both trying to kill me because only one of you can have me?" Watching the purple smoke drift away, Magner nodded in approval at his young apprentice. "Well done." Rason smiled humbly in response. "That's only because I have a great teacher." But in the next second, Rason wore a very cheeky expression. "But why didn't you just take her out with one move from the start?" Seeing Magner pause, he asked, "What are you talking about?" The 10-year-old boy casually teased, "I bet you didn't kill her immediately because you still love her." Rason Maon's prank immediately infuriated the War King. Magner delivered a powerful flick to Raison's forehead, making him see stars and cry out in pain. Ow! I didn't even have time to activate my iron will. Magner crossed his arms and walked away, a satisfied smirk on his face. This kid is pretty sharp, Rason Maon yelled in pain. Geez, are you trying to kill your own disciple? Magner casually brushed it off, saying next time he would teach him something else. Rason Maon smirked and asked, Can I guess what you'll teach me next? Rason Maon looked straight at his master and asked seriously, Is it about how to hide these eyes of mine? Magner calmly countered, What makes you think I would do that? Rason Maon explained, My siblings might get jealous. Looking at the young apprentice's serious face, a sense of confusion stirred within Magner. Why does he trust me so much? Standing by the ancient well, the veteran War King couldn't help but marvel, wondering why such a brilliant mutant as Rason could be born into the Mason mage family. Magner looked down into the deep well and asked, So, is this what Avelia Maon prepared for you? Rason replied firmly, Exactly. Although he himself was the one who wrote these settings in the original story, facing the reality, he couldn't help but ponder whether this was truly a man-made dungeon. In essence, man-made dungeons were just virtual spaces created by mages for a specific purpose. Rason Maon analyzed further. I think this is a natural dungeon, but she changed something about it. Hearing this, Magner shrugged and remarked, That sounds like something a mage would do. Then he let out a long, weary yawn, not forgetting to grumble about his second sister's personality. This kind of theatrics, why does she have to overcomplicate everything? Is she still a bit crazy? Rason Maon smiled to himself. I don't think she wanted to kill me, but there might be something here. A guardian, perhaps, standing by the ancient well. War King Magner nodded. Yeah, well, good luck. Without a moment's hesitation, Rason Maon turned and jumped straight into the pitch-black, deep well. The wind roared in his ears as he plummeted downward. Rason silently noted that it looked like a literal death pit. Pondering what had just happened, Magner stood there, stunned, and questioned himself. Wait, that's right. The bandits I remembered killing, were they just a product of my imagination? Was it all just a manipulated memory? And how did I not notice? And how could a monster as powerful as that one not realize it either? If Iaya had come here, she wouldn't have left it like this. Suddenly, a blue system window pops up. It appears right in front of Rason as he falls freely into the well. The character, the plot breaker, is questioning the possibilities of this world. Seeing the notification, Rason is startled, thinking, A plot breaker? Is that Magner? Immediately after, the system issues another warning. The plot breaker is questioning the lack of possibilities. The system continues. Capabilities have partially degraded. Seeing this, Rason's face turns pale and his heart sinks. Degraded? The settings again? He frantically pulls out his setting book while floating in midair. What the hell is this? It's bugged. A page appears clearly. After Magner visited this blood well, no one has rediscovered it in over 30 years. The reason no one could find it is Rason Maon quickly connects the dots to find a solution. That must be it. The original story said that Casin was the one to find this well, not the Monster Hunter Guild's explorers. I need to improvise a few lines to patch this plot hole. Rason Maon decisively writes in the book, Only those with the eyes of truth can see through such a clear disguise. Immediately, a blue light flares up along with a system notification. The deficiency in capabilities has been partially resolved. Rason thinks, Does that mean I'll get a bit more information? This time, he lands safely at the bottom of the deep well. The system window glows. Current location, the long-forgotten Dragon's Lair. Breaking the silence, Battle King Magner speaks up. My student. Rason turns his head. Yes? Magner crosses his arms and asks bluntly, Why aren't you using magic? The sudden question makes Rason flinch, sweat beading on his forehead. Magic? Magner continues. Yes, are you not going to use analyze or investigate or something? Rason sighs, explaining, But I'm only a second circle mage. Magner raises an eyebrow, skeptical. Does Rason Maon need to be a higher level to use those spells? I recall it only requires the third circle. Looking at his young student, the Battle King silently assesses that the mana Rason Maon possesses is already equivalent to the third circle. A 10-year-old kid with such a massive mana reserve should have ascended ages ago. Yet, he is still alive and healthy. Truly a defective product of creation. Magner speaks in a low voice, suggesting, Besides scouting, why don't we check for traps? Rason Maon calmly dismisses it. My sister wouldn't test me with a trial beyond my limits. Seeing the boy confidently walking through the darkness, Magner retorts, Fine, but can't you at least light a fire? Doesn't a first circle spell do that? Rason Maon holds up a finger, igniting a small wisp of light to guide them, and replies, "This is a dungeon. Wasting mana is unwise." His cautious attitude makes Magner sigh, as if watching an old man trying to lecture him. Both continue deeper inside. Rason takes a deep breath, sensing the surrounding atmosphere. It's as damp as an abandoned warehouse. It must be near here. Right. Close to this pool. Suddenly, a deep, majestic voice echoes throughout the cave. Turn back. Immediately, a brilliant purple light erupts from ahead. Magner looks at the light and asks, "Why did she leave this here?" Rason calmly explains, "I heard she picked up a toy that could emit purple light, so she called it the Bronze Giant." From within the glowing waterfall, a massive entity clad in dark gray iron armor steps out. Magner crosses his arms, commenting, "A giant? It's quite small for a giant." Rason Maon replies, "Of course, because it's not a real bronze giant. It was just forged to look like the real thing." The armored monster points its massive sword at them and commands loudly, "Turn back immediately. I order you as the guardian of these treasures." Magner warns his student solemnly, "It's not an easy opponent. You'll lose if you fight it." Rason Maon maintains a determined expression. "I know, but I can't give up here." The bronze giant erupts with purple electrical arcs surrounding its body and roars, "Turn back." Facing the overwhelming pressure, Rason focuses intensely. He thinks to himself, "My whole career is doomed if I make even the slightest mistake. That's why I brought Magner all the way here. This is the only chance." The monster begins to move, emitting threatening, grinding noises. In Rason Maon's memories of the original story, the protagonist Casin was severely injured and nearly lost his life from the bronze giant's very first strike. Its strength is truly terrifying. Yet, Rason's purple eyes glow with confidence. He promises himself, "I'm not stupid enough to let it eat me that easily." Rason Maon resolutely steps into the water and declares, "All right, let's do this." A blue lightning mana aura flares up, enveloping his entire body. "I'll take you down in one hit." But just as he finishes his sentence, the giant bronze giant begins to move. Its eyes glow with a dangerous purple hue, and the massive sword in its hand suddenly ignites with violent orange-gold flames. Witnessing this sudden change, Rason Maon squints in vigilance. Looks like things are getting interesting. The brutal flames from the massive sword explode violently, and the searing heat hits him, making him cry out in pain. "Ow! Hot! Hot!" A large patch of his shirt is incinerated by the intense heat. However, Rason Maon quickly regains his composure. He grits his teeth, telling himself that this pain is nothing compared to what Casin had to endure in the original plot. In the novel he wrote himself, the protagonist Casin could still wield his sword and fight tenaciously even after suffering grievous injuries. And this is his only chance. Watching the bronze giant continue to swing its sword relentlessly, Rason focuses, circulating the flow of wind-lightning mana around his body. He recalls that in the original, Casin dove straight into a direct confrontation with the bronze giant. But knowing his current capabilities, Rason understands clearly that he cannot win if he chooses a reckless, head-on fight with this iron monster. In that case, he has no choice but to activate cheat mode and bend the rules. Rason Maon thinks, "I just need to slip around a little to find an opening." As the opponent's flaming greatsword slashes past, he nimbly leaps up, dodging it by a hair's breadth. At the same time, Rason decisively activates defensive magic to protect his body. He smiles excitedly as he successfully lands on the opponent's very own sword. "Nice, I stuck the landing on this gold mine." Even though the heat from the blade is scorching, Rason grinds his teeth and endures. "Now, I just need to reach the giant's joints." Observing from afar, Battle King Magner nods in satisfaction. Not bad. Rason focuses intensely, quickly analyzing the situation to find an approach. "From here, I can jump to the point where I can strike the giant." He recalls key details from the novel he created with his own crafty mind. Casin used his sword to strike the giant's joints. That's where I need to aim. Fast as lightning, Rason leaps up, landing perfectly on the bronze giant's shoulder. He whispers confidently, "So, this is your Achilles heel. All right." To end the match in a single blow, Rason Maon begins to funnel all his violent purple mana into his fist. "All I need to do is dump every skill I have into those joints. I have to take it down in one shot." But just as he prepares to strike, a lethal green poison dart suddenly whistles through the air. Rason Maon flinches and narrowly dodges in a panic. How could I forget those? It grazed my burn. He instantly realizes this new variable. I didn't write this part into the novel. It was only in the draft. But I guess it exists here. The sudden appearance of a new enemy leaves Rason completely on the defensive. He had been too focused on just the Guardian. A massive explosion knocks Rason away, causing him to hit the ground with a painful thud. Arg. This isn't as easy as I thought. Watching his disciple in such a perilous situation, the Sword King, Magner, watches from above with a slight smirk. That brat, not letting the monster counterattack. Magner strikes decisively. A terrifying surge of power erupts, instantly blowing off one of the giant golem's arms. In that split second, with everything on the line, Rason quickly gathers all his combat power and violent mana into a single punch. His mana-infused fist strikes out, directly knocking the giant golem's lethal, massive blade off course. Yet, the overwhelming power of the stone monster is still too much. The shockwave from the collision sends Rason Maon flying back, causing him to collapse and cough violently. "Master, aren't you going to help me?" he thinks to himself, having intended to test a new skill to turn the tide. But the reality is harsh. Mastering it instantly is impossible. As the giant monster slowly approaches, the Sword King, Magner, can't help but mock him. "You're struggling this much against a few weak enemies? I used up all my mana in that surprise turn earlier." Magner scoffed, his voice laced with disdain. Yet, he secretly smirked with approval. "Fine, you've given me quite a show, so I'll put on a performance for you." Without another word, Magner stepped forward, his entire body erupting with a deep red battle aura that crackled like scorching heat. Watching his master's transformation, Rason Maon's eyes widened in shock. As he gasped, a massive, powerful entity suddenly manifested right behind Magner. Rason Maon was stunned to realize that Magner's battle soul, the one he had seen before, was even stronger than it had been. The sheer pressure radiating from the battle soul shook the entire cavern violently. Facing the roaring giant, Magner's expression darkened, his eyes burning with killing intent, as he coldly declared, "Collapse." The very next second, the crimson battle aura exploded like a bomb, incinerating and crushing the giant statue and a corner of the cave into dust. Rason Maon sat frozen on the ground, staring for a full 5 seconds at the magnificent destruction before him. He realized this was the highest level of word magic. He couldn't help but wonder if this was what the system meant when it said the words of the Supreme Being held immense power, and whether he could actually survive in a world teeming with such monsters. His exhausted body gave out, and Rason Maon slumped down, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Magner just coldly turned his back and told him to keep moving. At that same moment, under the bright glow of the full moon, 2 dark figures were sprinting at breakneck speed through the dense forest. It was Heir and her young servant, Hampton, whose constant running had him panting for air. The boy tearfully begged Heir to let him rest for a moment. Heir glanced back and teased, "How can you call yourself the shadow of the young master when you're this weak?" Hampton blushed, defending himself by saying he wasn't weak. It was just that Heir was too strong. Suddenly, Heir stopped in her tracks. She recalled the secret order Rason Maon had given her 2 nights ago. When he had been lying in bed, he'd instructed her to depart 2 days after him to head to Dragon Mountain, where the dungeon entrance was hidden inside an ancient well. Upon arriving at the exact coordinates, they immediately spotted the stone well looming in the forest. Looking at the lingering traces of energy on the ground, Heir confirmed that something major had happened here recently, and the dungeon entrance was definitely right beneath this well. Deep at the bottom, Rason was utterly exhausted. Despite his immunity to poison thanks to the transcendental Holy Grail and the Saken toxin, his body still ached, and his mana was completely drained. Rason Maon grumbled that his master should have acted sooner, but Magner just casually brushed it off, saying he was old and weak, so it was quite a struggle for him too. Rason Maon smirked, confidently deducing that if this place was so heavily guarded, there must be a treasure hidden inside. He stood up to lead the way, but not before turning to ask Magner if he had noticed anything strange here. The War King Magner smiled wickedly, silently impressed by his young disciple's keen instincts for realizing that the golem's body was actually protected by a special oil called letin. This oil was supposed to be odorless, and Rason Maon must have detected it the moment he got close and stood on top of the giant. Letin was a special oil widely used in the south to protect metal from dampness and prevent rust. Yet, even though this giant had been coated in letin, it was rusting unusually fast. Seeing Rason Maon's thoughtful expression, Magner pondered that letin was quite vulnerable to certain types of toxins, and it seemed his little disciple was silently calculating how to bypass this defensive layer. Rason Maon was carefully analyzing how the poison would corrode the letin and radiate outward. Therefore, the passage must be filled with poisonous fumes. Witnessing such sharpness beyond the age of a 10-year-old, Master Magner silently marveled that he really was Ively's younger brother. Standing before the entrance blanketed in thick, toxic fog, Magner confirmed in a low voice that it was indeed filled with poison gas. It was completely different from the poison on the arrow earlier. If he inhaled it, his arms and legs would be paralyzed forever. But the very next second, the War King turned back with a wicked grin and teased, "I can't help you, because I'm not a mage." Seeing his master's overly excited expression, Rason Maon broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, why is he so excited? But always staying one step ahead, he calmly replied, "I've already prepared something in case this happened." That remark piqued Magnur's curiosity, and he turned to ask what it was. At the same time, at the mouth of the ancient well above, the reinforcements finally arrived. Hampton poked his head into the dark well and asked anxiously, "Hey, are you sure this is the dungeon entrance?" Without a word, Hera gave him a sharp kick, sending him falling down below. "Sorry, Hampton." Hera quickly dropped her casual look. She peered cautiously into the darkness and told herself there wasn't much time left, then immediately rushed forward to find the young master. Deep in the dungeon, facing the rolling, deadly toxic fog, Rason smirked, a confident smile on his face as he declared, "If there's poison, there's an antidote." Meanwhile, behind them, Hampton slumped to the ground, panting in exhaustion. The boy shouted in frustration, "Hera, are you trying to kill me?" Ignoring his panic, Hera remained cold. She pulled out her weapon, ready to strike, and said, "You'll actually die if you don't get up right now." To a true assassin like her, pain was the best way to snap someone back to their senses. Thinking Hera was actually going to stab him, the boy ran while sobbing. Remembering the rare tenderness she had shown him when she gave him candy 2 years ago, Hera led the way. This way. The two finally found Rason Maon and the War King Magnur waiting at the cave entrance. Hera and Hampton immediately bowed in respect. "Greetings, War King." Magnur glanced at them and immediately recognized the subordinates. Looking at Hera, Magnur realized this was the mysterious maid he had seen before. Rason Maon casually explained, "Father gave them to me because I was lacking in so many ways." Magnur let out a hearty laugh. "Ha, your father did that, did he?" Looking at the maid standing silently behind him, the veteran War King mused, "A normal person always lets their aura leak out, but someone like her, who has absolutely no aura at all, must be a master who has reached the highest realm." Magnur remarked in a low voice. "You are the best assassin I have ever seen." Hera calmly replied, "I assume the assassins you've met have all gone to the grave, so I have to be the best." Magnur nodded. "You're humble?" Hera continued, "Of course. An assassin with too big an ego is bound to die. I view it as caution." Suddenly turning to Hampton, Magnur asked, "Do you have poison on you?" The young servant jumped, stuttering, "Yes, sir." Seeing Hampton trembling in fear, Magnur clicked his tongue, teasing him. "Shh, it's fine. What's your plan to protect the young master? You're shaking like a frightened cat." Hampton could only bow his head in silent endurance. Watching Hampton kneeling and grinding medicine on the ground, War King Magnur remarked, "Is that your plan? It seems that's why you were so confident." He curiously asked, "So, this kid is going to neutralize that poison?" Hampton, while quickly grinding the medicine in the bowl, honestly explained, "I can't completely neutralize it, but I can create a temporary antidote to protect the young master's body." Rason Maon stepped forward, placed a hand on the young servant's head, and softly called out, "Hampton." The boy quickly replied, "Yes, young master?" Rason Maon smiled warmly and offered his sincere thanks. "Thank you. You've done the best you possibly could." The praise from his master moved Hampton deeply, his eyes shining with emotion. "Of course, young master. I'm not afraid of anything when I'm by your side." "Here, young master." Hampton quickly offered a small, glowing black pill and instructed, "Young master, if you keep this in your mouth, it will resist most of the poison." Rason Maon took the pill, curiously asking, "It won't work if I swallow it, right?" Hampton started, waving his hands to correct him. "Ah, yes, you can't swallow it." Rason Maon squinted at the pill in his hand, his mind immediately replaying his old settings. In the original story, the protagonist Casin himself had to be bedridden for 3 days because of this dangerous poison. Knowing the plot in advance helped him easily find the optimal solution, as he was the author who wrote it. Rason Maon turned to order Hera and Hampton, "I'll be right back. Wait here." Receiving a "yes, sir" from his two subordinates, he and Magnur continued deeper inside. Walking through the dark cave, Magnur laughed loudly in amusement. "What a nuisance with this poison. I have a fantastic disciple." Rason just walked silently beside him, keeping his mouth shut to avoid giving anything away. They silently trudged past the green toxic fog, swirling under their feet. Suddenly, Rason stopped, his eyes narrowing in vigilance as he realized they had reached their destination. Before them stood a giant dragon relief, glowing brightly on the cliff wall, where the legendary thousand-year dragon armor was kept. Entering the inner chamber, a blinding light suddenly erupted, making Rason jump in surprise. He widened his eyes as he looked toward the glowing stone pedestal ahead and shouted, "Over there!" Suddenly, a system notification appears, confirming the item, Thousand-Year Dragon Armor. On a pedestal of exquisite gold, a glowing layer of energy armor floats, emitting an incredibly powerful aura. Rason Maon analyzes it internally. This spiritual item acts like a heart-protecting armor, capable of protecting the owner's heart at least once against fatal attacks. Seeing the shimmering light, he can't help but marvel, thinking it looks as if it has a life of its own. As the brilliant aura flares up, Rason asks in confusion, "What is this?" Instantly, a system notification box pops up with the text, "Only those with the qualifications of a successor can read this." Glowing ancient runes suddenly appear on the ground. Seeing that his master, Magner, has no reaction at all, Rason realizes that only he can see these words, thanks to his heavenly eye skill. Magner turns his head slightly and asks, "So, this is what Evelia Maon wanted to give you. Not a bad item." Looking at the glowing pedestal, Rason is filled with confusion as he realizes he never wrote this scene in the original novel. He mutters to himself, "The plot must have been rewritten by someone else, and even I, as the author, have no idea about it." But shaking off his doubts, Rason steps forward to claim the treasure. "After all, I just need to get this. The thousand-year dragon armor if I place it on my chest." The moment Rason Maon touches it, a fierce blue energy explodes, enveloping his entire body. Rason Maon's eyes widen in shock as he feels the heart-protecting armor melting and transforming into a form of mysterious power, flowing through his entire body. He smiles with excitement, realizing this is the ultimate treasure that will protect his life against fatal attacks in the future. The perfect fusion brings a feeling of immense comfort, so much so that the little Holy Grail spirit in his heart manifests and cheers with delight. "Wow, this feels great. I feel so comfortable too." Having acquired the priceless treasure, Rason Maon turns and says happily to his master, "Let's head back." "Thank you, master." But instead of congratulating his student, Magner gives a sly, squinty-eyed smile, extending a large hand to demand payment. "If you want to thank me, pay me back." After the chaotic hunt, Rason and Casin return to relax in the sauna of the estate. Soaking in the steaming hot water, Casin asks curiously, "Is that the thing you retrieved?" Rason Maon replies casually, "That's right." Casin explains further, "That's the armor that will protect your heart." But looking at Rason soaking completely naked, Casin cannot help but ask, bewildered, "You said you were wearing armor, yet you prefer to be stark naked?" Rason smiles slightly and explains, "Its form has changed, and I am wearing it right now." Hearing this surreal answer, Casin's eyes light up with excitement. "What? Really? That's so cool." Rason Maon grins smugly. "Of course, kid." He points decisively at his toned chest and confidently challenges him. "Do you want to try punching my heart? Unless you don't believe me?" Casin asks excitedly, "With my fist?" But instead of throwing a normal punch, the young man suddenly switches to kill mode. Wouldn't it be better to test it with a sword? Witnessing his friend's insane combativeness, Rason Maon turns pale, screaming in horror. "You have a sword in the sauna? Go easy on me." Casin marvels. "Wow, you're actually wearing armor." Outside the sauna hallway, Heir, the maid in a black vest, stands guard with great sternness, decisively blocking Rudia, who is holding a duck-shaped pool float and crying to get inside. "I want to go in there too." "You are not allowed." After Casin's dangerous prank in the sauna, a system notification suddenly appears before Rason Maon's eyes. Current durability of the thousand-year dragon armor is 32,100. The item will be destroyed when durability reaches 0. The durability of the thousand-year dragon armor can be restored with mana. Rason sighs, telling himself that the treasure almost became scrap metal, simply because he was too excited and wanted to test too many things on himself. Turning to his friend, Rason suggests, "Casin, can you stand guard for a bit? I want to use my mana absorption skill." Casin nods happily. "Sure thing." Rason Maon looks at Casin's retreating back and falls into deep thought. Is this what it means to be good friends constantly stabbing each other? Is this what Father meant when talking about the friendship of heroes? Shortly after, the system notifies him that the durability is increasing by 1 point per minute, meaning it will take about an hour to fully recover. Thanks to the abundant flow of mana, the thousand-year dragon armor is finally restored to 100100 perfection. Under the cool crescent moon of late night, Rason stands up. "Thanks, Casin." "Of course. No problem. See you tomorrow, Rason." He quietly walks alone along the stone path leading back to his room. After walking a bit, Rason calls out softly, Hera. Instantly, the assassin maid appears like a ghost behind him. Yes, young master? Rason touches his chest, making a bold suggestion. My heart, do you want to try stabbing it for real? Hearing her master's request, Hera closes her eyes, then suddenly opens them with eyes glowing a deadly blue in the middle of the night. She warns in a low voice, if I stab you with my full strength, you will definitely die. Are you sure about this? Hera's cold killing intent makes Rason Maon immediately shudder, breaking into a cold sweat as he stammers. Not sure. I'm quite scared, even with the 1,000-year dragon armor. Seeing his struggle, Hera calls out, Young master. Her expression becomes incredibly serious. She looks him straight in the eyes and encourages him. You must become stronger. You absolutely must be able to do this. The reminder from his loyal maid seems to instill a great burst of strength into Rason Maon. He smiles and affirms, You're right, Hera. I will do it. 1 year later, at the mountain range behind the Mason family estate, Rason's basic strength training is nearing its end. To train his physicality, he is forced to wear a tight black suit inside that has an incredibly heavy weight. Rason Maon complains painfully. This is impossible. This thing must weigh a ton. Master Magner sternly reprimands him. Don't try to wiggle out of it. It's only 300 kilograms. The more you whine, the worse it gets. Rason Maon, drenched in sweat, breathes heavily. I'll only wear it during training. Every day for him now is a pada, series of grueling, extreme physical training sessions. From the cool breeze, a gentle voice resonates. Long time no see. Appearing before them is Heir Maon, the powerful second eldest daughter and great mage of the Mason family. She holds a letter in her hand and smiles softly. I've sent you a letter. Magner folds his arms and greets the honored guest leisurely. Looking at the sister who has always supported him wholeheartedly, Rason Maon smirks, a warm and radiant smile appearing on his face. I missed you, dear sister, whom I respect so much. That is how Rason Maon began writing down his wishes in the letter to his second sister. Sitting on a bench under the brilliant cherry blossoms by the beach, Heir Maon smiles slightly while looking at her youngest brother and teasing him. I hope it's not just respect, but also affection. Affection would be better, don't you think? The sister's sudden teasing makes Rason Maon blush and ask back. Sorry? Heir laughs heartily. Haha, I'm just joking. So, do you want Rudia to go with me? Rason Maon nods decisively, confirming it. He explains that, as written in the letter, the fire spirit girl, Rudia, cannot develop any further if she continues to stay here. Just then, in a corner of the yard, Rudia is in an intense tug-of-war with a monkey over a banana. The girl pulls hard and screams in anger, Give it here, that's mine. I'll grill you and roast you, you little brat. Heir Maon turns to ask Rason, So, you want me to raise a child who doesn't even have the Mason bloodline? Rason Maon replies calmly, No, she is bound to me by a special contract, so she is forced to obey. Seeing Heir ask, And what about that? Rason smiles confidently at his sister and asserts, And I will also obey you. Rason's attitude makes Heir raise an eyebrow, meaning you will work under me? If I agree to that, then I must ask you a few things. Rason Maon is curious. What is it? Heir looks him straight in the eyes and asks sternly, What have you been doing for the past year? The question, aimed right at him, caught Rason Maon off guard. Deep down, he felt anxious, admitting to himself that for the past year, he hadn't trained or increased his mana at all like a true mage. To explain, Rason immediately flared a brilliant blue mana around his body and stated clearly, I've been focusing on helping my body adapt to the changes so I can absorb mana more purely. Combat magic techniques and transcendent attributes put a huge strain on the body. Rason's eyes glowed with a determined blue light. He continued, I will gradually transform my body to adapt and withstand that pressure. If you trust me and wait. Before he could finish, Heir Maon stood up abruptly, sternly cutting him off. Rason. The sudden pivot from his sister left. Rason startled. Yes? I mean, what do you think of me? The purest blood of the cloud line, the most promising candidate for the family head position, the one walking the path of great magic that is you. I'm your sister. I'm not talking about the fact that your mana hasn't increased since last year. I'm only asking how you've been living for the past year. The gentle question made Rason pause. He realized with a shock that he had completely misunderstood his sister's intent. It turned out that Heir Maon was just like Casin. Deep down, she always craved sincere affection from her family, and Rason Maon was perhaps the first in the clan to send her a letter of encouragement. Looking at his high-powered sister, lonely at the top, Rason offered a warm smile and proactively suggested, Sister, would you like to have dinner with me? As a member of the family, the two words family made Avelia Maon's gaze flicker. She felt a gentle warmth seeping into her heart. To make you happier, Rason playfully continued, I'll pick some flowers from the garden to give you later. The flowers blooming this season are very beautiful. Both stood quietly together under the brilliant cherry blossoms, but that peace quickly gave way to the silent night. At midnight, Rason Maon tossed and turned in bed. The strict warnings from Avelia Maon earlier kept ringing in his ears. I remember exactly how you were a year ago, so prove to me that you've grown. Rason Maon sat up abruptly, lost in thought. Prove that I'm different from a year ago, huh? He called out softly. Hera. Immediately, the assassin maid manifested from the shadows. Yes, young master. Rason Maon asked. You heard the conversation, right? Hera bowed slightly. Yes. Hera thoughtfully reported the schedule. I will wake you up in the morning so we can leave before 6. We aren't sure how long the trip will take. I will prepare the necessary rations and water. What kind of test do you think she has prepared for me? Hera calmly assessed. I believe it will be a method you have never tried before. Hearing that, Rason Maon's eyes suddenly glowed with confident blue mana, the corner of his mouth curling into a calculating smile. Is that so? The young man who held the script thought to himself. Avelia Maon will definitely have to accept this younger brother of hers. He made a firm resolution. All right, I will prove to you how much Rason Maon has changed. The next morning, under the clear early sun, Rason Maon walked briskly through the meadow, stretching his arms and cheerfully greeting his sister. Did you sleep well? Avelia Maon smiled as she walked beside him. Yes, you seem to be in a good mood. Do you know what you'll have to do? Rason confidently replied. Yes, that's part of the test, right? Then you must have thought about it a lot last night. Rason Maon nodded slightly. Yes, his mind was racing to map out a plan for the upcoming challenge. I have to prove I've gotten stronger even though my mana capacity hasn't increased. And the test must be completed in a few days without disrupting the trip, so there is only one possibility. Avelia Maon smiled slightly and asked, So what do you think I'll be testing? Rason Maon answered without hesitation. Hunting poison ogres at Byron Rocky Mountain. He thought to himself that it had to be that. Seeing him guess correctly, Avelia Maon smirked in confirmation. That's exactly it. Immediately, a golden teleportation circle glowed beneath her feet. Avelia Maon held out her hand invitingly. Shall we go? Rason gently took his sister's hand and replied, Yes, sister. But just as the spell was about to activate, he suddenly remembered something and asked, Oh, that's right. Can I bring Hampton along? Avelia Maon was briefly surprised. Hampton? The teleportation light erupted, carrying all three across space and dropping them onto a dark cliff under a gloomy night sky. Upon landing, the young attendant Hampton collapsed from exhaustion, panting heavily. The vertigo from the sudden teleportation left him completely drained. The boy whimpered. This is a bit too sudden, young master. Rason Maon scratched his head apologetically. Ah, sorry, Hampton. He began to observe the surroundings and realized their current location was the Red Pine Forest in Byron Rocky Mountain. The author, who had been reincarnated, recalled the detailed descriptions from his novel. This was one of the most dangerous places on the entire continent, the home of all kinds of ferocious monsters, and those vibrant red pine trees were symbols of deadly peril. Walking through the gloomy forest under the dim red moonlight, Rason turned to ask his sister, You're just going to stand by and watch, right? Avelia Maon calmly replied, Yes, as long as you don't die. Rason Maon understood his sister's intent. She would absolutely not intervene even if he lost an arm or a leg, unless his life was truly at stake. Just then, Hampton pointed ahead and shouted, Young master, there's a signpost over there. Rason Maon looked in the direction the boy pointed and discovered an old, tattered wooden sign. The system board immediately displayed a warning. Poison ogre tribe habitat. Highly dangerous. Do not approach. The sign indicated the direction they should continue. All three trudged along in the silent night. Hampton asked wearily, Young master, how much further do we have to go? Hampton breathed heavily in exhaustion. The boy couldn't stop complaining because Rason Maon had been saying we're almost there for the past hour. Seeing this, Rason calmly pointed and ordered the boy to start spreading the special powder he had prepared all around. Even though he was exhausted, Hampton quickly knelt to open the bag and follow his master's orders. Watching from afar, Sister Avelia Maon was suspicious, wondering if Rason Maon had brought this weak attendant along because he was afraid. She knew very well that Rason Maon couldn't handle it alone if the poison ogres attacked in packs, so she had prepared herself to step in and clear out all the monsters as soon as Rason Maon took down a portion of them. However, seeing the confident smile on her brother's lips, Evelia Maon realized the boy seemed to have a much more interesting plan. After Hampton finished spreading the necessary amount of powder, Rason told him to stop and asked if he knew how to climb trees. Looking at the towering tree trunk, Hampton trembled and broke into a cold sweat, worriedly replying that he would try his best. Not wanting to waste time, Rason told the boy to just climb onto his back. The young attendant hadn't yet recovered his senses when he screamed in panic as Rason Maon carried him on his back, moving at a terrifying speed. Witnessing her brother's extraordinary physical skill, Evelia Maon was extremely surprised to realize that Rason Maon's way of moving had become much lighter and stealthier than the previous year, thanks to the successful activation of a stealth skill. Just as Rason Maon had predicted, ferocious roars echoed through the forest when a pack of poison ogres, holding wooden sticks, caught the scent of humans and went berserk, rushing toward them. But as soon as they touched the trap area, the special powder Hampton had spread earlier immediately took effect, causing the poison ogres to go wild and fight each other to get to the bait prepared for them. This overgearing technique, full of dirty tricks, left Evelia Maon completely shocked. She said to herself, "A proud mage would never use such methods to fight." Standing on a high tree branch, Rason looked down at his sister. "I know I don't want to work for you as just a mage. I want to be something more special." Rason Maon and Hampton were sitting safely hidden on a high branch, carefully observing every movement below. "I see. Now I understand. This was your plan. After knowing the poison ogres live in packs, right?" From the branch, Rason Maon calmly nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Poison ogres live in packs, but they are not friendly toward other packs." He started to explain his plan in detail. Just use the meat as bait, and another group would get jealous, causing them to fight each other. Sure enough, under the faint red moonlight, another pack of poison beasts caught the scent of meat and immediately rushed over. Greed and hunger quickly ignited the fires of hatred between the two packs. A brutal civil war between the monsters officially broke out. Standing high above watching the scene, Rason Maon's eyes sparkled with excitement. He thought to himself, "It's started. Now I just need to sit back and watch the show." He relaxed, snacking on melon seeds, quietly watching the poison beasts madly tearing each other apart on the ground below. The battle became increasingly chaotic and bloody. The jarring sounds of weapons clashing echoed endlessly, along with the desperate screams of the monsters as the two packs slaughtered each other with extreme cruelty and no mercy. Observing the monsters' chaotic civil war from a distance, Evelia Maon silently counted the number of fallen poison beasts. 1, 2, 3, 4. The surviving beasts were panting heavily in exhaustion. Looking around the desolate battlefield, Evelia Maon concluded that this must be the last one. However, the final monster had no intention of surrendering. It growled softly, then suddenly unleashed a brilliant red aura, charging madly straight toward them. Facing the beast, Rason Maon's eyes flashed with a decisive electric blue. The poison imp smirked defiantly, but a second later, it was stunned. Rason Maon channeled all his violent lightning mana into his fist. A thunderous explosion echoed out, finishing it off in an instant. The battle over, the young boy Hampton tripped from his spot in the tree and tumbled to the ground, squealing. He scrambled to avoid the pile of monster corpses. How many are there?" Rason replied nonchalantly. 24 in total." Watching his younger brother's neat cleanup, Ia stood still, lost in thought. She wondered, how surprising. What would father think if he were here? Would he be angry? Or pleased? Watching her youngest brother adjust his collar, Evelia Maon assessed him silently. He was wearing a special protective item over his chest that weighed about 300 kilograms. Clearly, Rason's ability to move so nimbly and fight with such ease while carrying that massive weight was truly extraordinary. Rason Maon turned to his older sister, giving her a confident smirk. "I bet you've been dying to see me use magic." He began explaining the monster's attributes. If the goblin group links up and reaches more than 10, they'll elect a leader. I've marked all the caves we passed on the way here. The young man proudly brandished his glowing magic pen, declaring with a grin, "I'll show you my magic." Standing nearby, Hampton stared at the pile of carcasses, steaming with toxic venom, trembling with anxiety. More toxicity? As they ventured deeper into the dark, damp cave, a foul stench filled the air. Rason analyzed silently. If this monster's leader was once a warrior, it would surely step out to show off. But if the leader was a mage, the story would be completely different. Just then, the crude wooden staff held by the goblin leader began to shake violently. Right before them, the giant goblin mage was kowtowing, trembling in terror. Rason smirked. Exactly. The creature cowering before them was a goblin mage, sensing the overwhelming magical pressure radiating from Archmage Evelia Maon standing next to Rason Maon. It became more terrified than ever, losing all will to fight. Seeing the massive monster under a fear effect, Hampton jumped. Wait, this thing is the leader? Rason Maon glanced over, thinking Hampton looked even more scared than the goblin. Looking around at the cave littered with white human skulls, Rason Maon understood they likely fed on humans. He coldly brushed aside his pity. Whatever. A surge of blue-purple lightning mana crackled on Rason Maon's hand. To Rason Maon, this cruel world was only for the strongest to survive. After finishing off the last goblin, the explosive sound finally died down. Rason Maon turned to his sister. Sister, this is the combat magic technique I've been learning. Evelia Maon smiled approvingly. Well done, you've worked hard. But then, she narrowed her eyes, probing. Were you only this confident in approaching that goblin mage because you knew I was here? Rason Maon answered nonchalantly. Yes, I trusted you to protect me. Hearing his answer, her expression turned stern. She coldly warned him. Keeping that weak mindset and will isn't good for you. The sudden 180-degree turn from his sister caught Rason Maon off guard. But the next second, Evelia blushed, gave a radiant, gentle smile, and said, But I really like that answer. Rason was stunned, unable to react in time. Evelia stepped into the glowing teleportation circle that had just activated. This time I was testing you. Next time, it'll be my turn to show you what I can do. The teleportation light exploded and vanished, whisking the Archmage away in an instant. Looking at the fading magic circle, Rason Maon smiled to himself, thinking she seemed to be in a pretty good mood. His attendant, Hampton, stepped closer timidly. Rason turned and asked, Huh? What is it? Hampton scratched his head, nervously asking a killer question. Do we have to walk home? The attendant's question left Rason Maon completely frozen, his eyes widening in shock as he realized a harsh truth. His sister, Evelia, had casually teleported away alone. Rason Maon calmly made a decision. We'll stay in the mountains for a few days. This sudden choice left young Hampton bewildered. Wait, here? Rason asked. At least you've got some rations left, right? Hampton replied tremblingly. Yes, but seeing his attendant looking like he was about to cry, Rason calmly asked, Do you want to know why we're not heading back right away? Hampton jumped and waved his hands. Oh, no. Rason explained his true plan patiently. Because I let Rudia go with her. She will do what I tell her, and Heir will find out after Rudia leaves. Hearing this, Hampton immediately understood, his eyes shining with admiration. Oh, you want to return with Heir? Rason Maon smiled in confirmation. That's right. If we wait here, she will come to us. This place has no more goblins, so we'll be safe. The attendant asked seriously, Is the reason you came here to save everyone living in the unprotected zones? The question caught Rason Maon by surprise. Unprotected zones? Hampton lowered his head, explaining sorrowfully that these were people living in unprotected areas, and most of humanity was living in such dangerous places. Cruel memories from the past rushed into Hampton's mind. When he was just a child, crying helplessly as he watched fierce goblins wielding torches attack and slaughter humans in the dark. Hampton continued, choking back tears. My parents also died in an unprotected zone. I think you know that the goblins here love hunting humans. That's why you killed their leader. Even with tears streaming down his cheeks, the boy wore a happy, proud smile, declaring, I am so proud to be your shadow, young master. Seeing his attendant's over-emotional expression, Rason broke into a sweat, thinking he was overreacting to everything, but decided to just go along with it. He nodded with a smile. Yeah, that's right. This thrilled Hampton. You're truly amazing. But Rason Maon quickly pulled himself together, his former author's brain switching to high gear. Wait, if I were my sister, would I be satisfied with what I just did? Although she sounded somewhat satisfied, the Evelia I created would definitely have one more practical test. Suddenly, a spark of lightning flashed. Rason Maon's eyes burned with brilliant blue, power-filled light as he decisively activated his divine eye. Sensing extreme danger approaching from above, Rason immediately turned to order Hampton. Hampton, I'll count to 3. Run out of the cave without looking up. The command, reeking of danger, startled Hampton. As soon as Rason finished the command, his orange eyes widened in astonishment as he saw a majestic, giant silhouette slowly emerge from the darkness. The boss-level appearance was a cruel white tiger of the wilderness, sporting black-striped white fur and glowing blue eyes filled with killing intent. Witnessing the legendary giant beast appear before his eyes, Hampton was trembling with fear. Yet Rason remained completely calm, starting his countdown loudly. The white tiger bared its sharp fangs, growling threateningly, locking onto the two. Rason continued. 3. Right on cue. The attendant took off running for his life. As he bolted, Hampton was sweating bullets, thinking, wait, why isn't he coming with me? Is he planning to be the bait? But the boy quickly cast aside his doubt, telling himself he just needed to trust and follow the young master's orders completely. Behind him, Rason Maon stood calmly with his arms crossed, calling out to draw the monster's attention. Hey, forget about him and pay attention to me. The white tiger's blue eyes instantly flared, locking onto the 11-year-old boy, and it roared, charging straight at him. Rason thought to himself that his sister might be a bit disappointed that he cleared the test so easily, as what she really wanted to see were his limits. He knew very well that this was the practical challenge Avelia Maon had silently prepared to test his strength. A year ago, this would have been impossible, but the current Rason Maon had completely transformed. He decisively activated his basic combat magic technique while utilizing the wind attribute optimization skill. A violent, brilliant blue wind cyclone erupted, enveloping his body as the monster charged toward him with terrifying speed, claws bared. Facing the real white tiger, Rason focused intensely, bringing his hand, now coalesced with glowing, swirling winds, forward and muttering. The wind is strong enough, he declared proudly. Sister, I will pass all your tests. Rason Maon glided at extreme speed within the blue wind mana, smiling confidently. He suddenly appeared right beside the beast and declared coldly, I'm sorry, but playtime is over. Immediately, the system panel displayed a notification for the activation of his high-level gravity skill. Pouring in all his resources, Rason concentrated his entire blue-purple lightning mana and swung his fist, intending to finish off his opponent. A terrifying mana explosion erupted violently against the white tiger's massive body. Rason Maon smirked triumphantly. What do you think? That taste good? The beast roared in agonizing rage. A wild white tiger's level wasn't so easily broken. The next second, the beast turned the tables, counterattacking wildly and swinging its giant claws downward. The white tiger's lightning-fast attack left Rason Maon with no time to dodge. He realized in panic that he was going to be hit. In that hairbreadth moment, the system automatically activated a last resort skill, using beginner defensive combat magic. A thunderous explosion echoed, the ground cracking violently as the white tiger's claws slammed straight into Rason Maon's brilliant red defensive barrier, creating a shockwave that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. Rason quickly activated his self-healing skill. A cool blue flow of mana erupted, soothing his pain. But he realized a harsh reality. Even though he was faster, the white tiger was vastly superior in both strength and defense. Facing such a tough challenge, Rason decisively turned around and retreated at full speed toward the cave where Hampton was hiding to rethink his strategy. Constantly crushing green medicinal herbs in his hands, Hampton knelt down, weeping. I'm sorry, young master. Please kill me. His dramatic display left Rason confused. Why would I kill you? Rason calculated silently. The healing process had consumed a massive amount of his mana. He had to save it for the decisive moments ahead. Hampton teared up. I propose this. You won't get hurt if I act as the bait, he declared firmly, claiming that a shadow dying for its master was a glorious death. Hearing such foolish words, Rason coldly cut him off. Shut up. How would you know that when you're dead? And what would I do if my shadow died? I won't let you die. Rason Maon's warm affirmation completely shook Hampton. The boy looked at his master's back, a sense of absolute loyalty and reverence rising within him that far exceeded anything he had felt before. Just then, the white tiger's earth-shaking roar suddenly echoed from the cave entrance. Yet, the giant beast only roared from outside and dared not step into the cave. Noticing this, Rason narrowed his eyes and thought, the tiger can't get near the cave. He turned to Hampton. I thought it was strange when I arrived, Hampton asked curiously. Strange? Rason Maon began to analyze the mysteries surrounding this forest. Normally, in a place where goblins or poison imps live in such large numbers, like Bayan, there should be traces of them everywhere. Yet, around this area outside the cave, there are only a few traces left. This proved there must be a specific reason the poison imps were sealed and trapped deep inside the cave. Because they were isolated in a confined space, the imp's poison kept accumulating, becoming thicker and thicker, creating a terrifying miasma covering the cave. And that was why, despite its immense power, the white tiger could never enter the cave for fear of this poison. Hampton asked blankly, Young master, is it because, looking at the glowing formation and the magic chains imprisoning the poison imps deep in the cave, Rason immediately understood everything. That's right. My older sister Ia trapped the monsters here to use their miasma as a barrier, protecting this place from the intrusion of that ferocious white tiger outside. Knowing the truth, Hampton clapped his hands excitedly. I see. Then we should just wait here until Hera arrives. But Rason Maon replied coldly. No, he flatly refused the idea of just sitting around and waiting for a carry. His master's answer made Hampton jump in alarm. No, Rason explained. That's the safest way, but not the best way. We're going to kill the tiger before Hera gets here. Hearing this insane plan, Hampton's eyes went wide. Rason Maon remained completely unfazed and asked, You can make paralyzing poison, right? The young servant replied tremblingly, I can, but it wouldn't be able to paralyze a tiger that big. Rason Maon calmly reassured him, I don't need to paralyze the tiger. I just need to make the job easier. He told himself that if he could overcome this life-or-death challenge, Ea would surely give him a reward worthy of the difficulty. Thanks to Hampton's alchemy skills, a bowl of green paralyzing poison was quickly finished. Rason Maon then ordered him to coat all the goblin corpses with it. Hampton asked in confusion, The goblin corpses? Rason decisively hacked them into pieces and applied the poison. Immediately after, to realize his unique tiger-trapping plan, Rason gathered his mana, leaped, and lightning fast, threw the poisoned meat chunks out of the cave entrance as bait. The sound of crunching echoed creepily from outside as the white tiger casually devoured the bait, without a hint of suspicion. Hiding deep in the dark cave, Rason and Hampton listened silently to every movement of the beast. Time slowly ticked by. The sound of water dripping echoed steadily in the silence, counting down the seconds. 58, 59, Hampton whispered. That should be half an hour, the perfect time for the poison to take effect. Rason stretched and stood up, preparing for the final battle. Under the scorching heat of the sun and the effect of the potent poison in the bait, the giant white tiger was now completely exhausted. It lay flat on the ground, panting heavily, its long red tongue lolling out in fatigue. Looking at the worn-out beast, Rason stood up and calmly wrapped the black bandages around his wrists. He thought to himself, for an 11-year-old mage to hunt and kill a high-level white tiger alone is truly an impossible feat in the world of the novel I created. This applied to everyone in this world, not just mages. And he was certain that his brilliant older sister, Ea, knew that, too. That was why this test had been considered impossible from the very beginning. But Aya had intentionally set this challenge, simply because she wanted to see just how far he could go. Rason Maon clenched his fists decisively, his eyes glowing with resolute blue light. That is why I will show her the massive progress I've made over the past year. Memories suddenly flooded back into his mind. Time flew by. 2 years had passed since he transmigrated and took over the body of the good-for-nothing Maon, and according to the original settings he had written, Rason only had a mere 7 years left to live. His death had been foreshadowed in a very cruel way. Rason took firm steps forward. He was determined to change this world at any cost, to save his own life. To survive and master his fate, he had to become stronger than everyone else. Stronger than his genius sister Ea, stronger than his father, the family head DK, who possessed terrifying mana, and even stronger than Casin, the true protagonist of this world. A heaven-shaking roar echoed through the wild mountains as the white tiger used all its might to lunge forward, creating a massive wave of pressure bearing down from above. Facing imminent danger, Rason did not flinch. The corners of his lips curled into a confident, arrogant smile. Let's start round 2. Rason Maon was determined to survive and change his fate at any cost. Just then, the system panel suddenly sent a shocking alert. The character Rason Maon has responded to your strong determination. Flash strategy has been unlocked. Rason paused in surprise. Flash strategy? Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively activated this ultimate skill to seek his only chance at survival. A violent surge of blue lightning mana erupted. Witnessing this terrifying scene, his servant Hampton, standing nearby, froze, screaming in panic. Your mana, young master, it's increased by 4 times. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. With his current mana, Rason could only maintain the flash strategy for 3 short seconds, and the system rushed to provide him with a lifeline. Rason concentrated intensely, violent mana swirling around his body. He analyzed it internally. The flash strategy was essentially the skill of gathering all one's mana and unleashing it in a single moment. This was also the unspoken rule of the soul of combat that Master Marner had taught him before: strength, destruction, severance, and death. These 4 basic concepts were the secret family heirloom of martial arts to stop getting beaten up. Strength is the unity of both physical and spiritual power. Destruction is the total annihilation of both body and soul. Severance is creating an absolute straight line on a plane. and death is the end of that line. Memories of the harsh early training days with Master Magner suddenly returned to Rason Maon's mind. Back then, the 10-year-old boy wore a bucket on his head, yawning and grumbling to himself. He couldn't grasp these nonsensical theories at all, and thought the Holy Eye was useless when he needed it. Marner had patiently explained that all these hidden laws actually depended on the user's own will. All 4 hidden laws reflect the warrior's will. To prove this, the veteran Battle King firmly declared he would show him true power. He warned that if he struck down, this entire land would split in 2 and be completely destroyed. Hearing his master's destructive declaration, Rason didn't believe it at all. "What nonsense are you saying? This land was built by the family. You can't do that." But Magner wasn't joking. He decisively channeled his violent, glowing red battle aura into his fist. Sensing the terrifying killing intent beginning to condense, Rason screamed in horror, "Wait! Stop! Wait! He's not kidding!" Returning to reality, the cold splash of memory jolted Rason Maon awake. He panted heavily, cold sweat dripping as he finally understood his master's teaching. This was the power of the battle soul reflecting his own will. To avoid a late naked chicken meal, Rason decisively poured his entire resolute will into the wild mana, preparing to detonate it through the flash tactics technique. His eyes burned with killing intent. He coldly locked onto the charging white tiger and loudly declared, "I will kill you." The very next second, a massive, fiery red blaze of energy erupted, as if to incinerate the heavens and the earth, enveloping Rason's entire body as he shouted his determination, "I will become stronger." Rason Maon immediately activated his new skill, Flash Tactics. With lightning and fire blazing around his body, he lunged straight forward. The countdown began, only 3 short seconds remaining. However, because his feet moved faster than his brain, Rason Maon struggled as he realized he couldn't keep his balance while moving at super speed. With only 2 seconds left, without a moment's hesitation, Rason decisively activated his additional skill, Wind Attribute Optimization. A blue wind mana aura instantly exploded, helping him regain his balance and glide on the wind. The countdown hit the final second. Rason Maon's eyes blazed with killing intent as he poured all his strength into the decisive punch. This was the true way to use a battle soul to take an opponent's life. A massive, golden, flame-coated fist struck down, creating an earth-shattering explosion aimed at finishing off the white tiger. Witnessing that destructive power, Hampton, standing nearby, could only tremble and cry out, "Young master." As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the system board immediately displayed a cold notification. Mana depleted. Battle tactics and Holy Eye states ended. Rason panted heavily. "Thank you for the gift." Before face-planting on the ground, completely drained of energy. Seeing this scene, the young boy Hampton ran over in a panic, frantically shouting, "Young master, are you okay?" At the same time, the Holy Grail soul inside Rason Maon's heart also appeared, looking incredibly ragged and lethargically complaining, "Hey, my body feels weird. I feel like my mana is drained. It was fine just a moment ago." Rason lay motionless in a pool of blood, bitterly thinking to himself that he couldn't move his body. He didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. This tendon-pulling technique has huge side effects. He would need some time to master it, but the short-lived peace was quickly extinguished. From deep in the bushes, deep, guttural growls began to echo again. Hampton was startled and panicked. What? Another white tiger? There's still one more?" Lying helplessly on the ground, Rason opened his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, just as I predicted. Fortunately, the one who arrived isn't an enemy, but my maid, Hera. Watching the roaring beast, Hera coldly drew her sharp twin blades and declared, "Now, I'll let you rest in peace." 2 slashes carrying brilliant blue sword aura crisscrossed into a giant X shape, turning the white tiger into mincemeat amidst its desperate screams. Hera slowly sheathed her blades and turned to say, "I'm glad you two are still safe." Witnessing the maid's brutal skills, Hampton couldn't help but shake like a leaf. She's even scarier than the white tiger. Lying on the ground, Rason smiled faintly, telling himself he had seen everything that just happened. But his consciousness quickly faded. He completely lost awareness and slipped into a deep sleep. Hera quickly gave the order, "Hampton, carry the young master back." After that life-and-death battle, Rason Maon was unconscious and slept for several consecutive days. In that long dream, memories from his past life suddenly flooded back into his mind. He dreamed of himself in his old world, Casin. It was the image of an ordinary office worker, daily having to squeeze onto crowded subways, wearily facing mounting debts. Every night, he had to diligently sit in front of a computer screen, writing a B-list novel, hoping to change his life, living in the relentless cycle of struggling to make ends meet in his previous life. Cha Sung-min had sometimes almost forgotten that he was currently possessing the body of Rason Maon Mason. Rason woke up, his chest heaving with tired breaths. He realized he was lying on a soft bed, his body carefully bandaged. Seeing him move, Heir spoke up to acknowledge that he had finally woken up. Rason Maon lethargically asked how long he had slept and received the answer. About 3 days. A glass jar containing the glowing red heart fragment of the white tiger was placed right next to the bed. Before Rason Maon could panic, Heir calmly explained that because the white tiger had been slashed into pieces, she had taken the initiative to bring its heart back, as it was a supreme elixir for replenishing his mana. Rason sighed in relief and sent his sincere thanks to his loyal maid. However, one thing was deeply bothering Rason Maon. He looked straight at Heir and pointed out the anomaly. With the skills of a legendary assassin, she should have detected the presence of the 2 white tigers the moment she entered the mountain. He knew for certain that Leah must have asked Heir to do that to test his strength. Watching the little master accurately analyze every detail, Heir smiled faintly and admitted he was 100% correct. Setting aside his schemes, Rason decisively stepped out of bed and declared he wanted to go back to training because the lesson was complete. Despite Ha's worried questions, he loudly affirmed that he absolutely had to become stronger, because without power, he would be nothing in this life-and-death struggle. At the same time, in another space under a brilliant sunset sky, Avelia Maon was floating in midair, glancing back toward her younger brother's room. She smiled faintly and activated a flight spell, heading straight back to the main house. At the majestic palace towering in the blue sky, a deep voice rang out, asking about the result of the youngest's trial. Did the boy do well? Leah respectfully reported, yes, currently he has maintained the second circle. Hearing this, Duke Cha thoughtfully commented, a year ago, he still had something to boast about, but his current state is even worse than last year. There are a few things I want to ask. Avelia Maon, what did the youngest do that makes you so fond of him? Avelia Maon didn't hesitate, her eyes shining with determination as she replied, I like him a lot. As a mage, he still lacks a little something. But he is smarter than any child I have ever seen, and he isn't too arrogant or selfish, and I like that even more. If you allow it, father, I want him to be mine. Facing Leah's plea, Duke Cha turned his back and walked away, coldly leaving one sentence. That matter, you decide for yourself. Receiving her father's approval, Avelia smiled with relief. Thank you, father. After that day, time quietly passed. Winter, cold with white snow, gave way to autumn with brilliant red leaves, then to sunny summer days. And just like that, 3 long years had passed. Finally, the 1st of May, 2023, according to the Hippion calendar, had arrived. 3 years had passed since Rason Maon completed the challenge at Dragonhead Mountain. On the lush, windy green meadow, Rason, now a handsome young man, was lying comfortably, enjoying the warm sunlight. Heir's soft call rang out from behind, breaking the silence. The young master turned his head to ask, what is it? He had transformed into an incredibly handsome teenager, with long, romantic, orange-blonde hair. Heir respectfully presented a carefully sealed letter. Seeing the familiar wax seal, Rason understood that a letter from the family head had finally arrived. He softly called out, Heir, can you cut my hair like always? The steady sound of scissors snipping echoed through the quiet room. Heir asked softly, have you read the letter, my lord? Rason Maon replied calmly, I have. The Bonefog family has issued a summons back to the main estate. Rason began to explain the family laws. Members of the Maon Clan must embark on a pilgrimage between the ages of 14 and 16. So, you will be going on the pilgrimage as well? Rason clearly expressed his ambition. I will travel all over the world, collecting artifacts and recruiting people from outside the family. Heir curiously asked about his own followers. That's right, I'm going to gather more allies, just like you. As Heir prepared for the long journey, Rason Maon gently asked his maid, what is the first thing you'll do when we return to the main estate? Heir replied nonchalantly, I will have to clean my room, as I haven't been there in a long time. You aren't a servant, just let someone else do it for you. After meticulously trimming his hair, Heir stepped back and asked respectfully, how does it look, my lord? The young master looked into the mirror. Rason looked at his short, neatly trimmed, and energetic hairstyle, smiling with satisfaction. I like it. He turned to her, softening his tone as always. Thank you, Heir. The assassin maid bowed. You're very welcome. Seeing the poised demeanor of her 14-year-old young master, Heir curiously pressed, what are you planning to do first when you get back? The young master. Rason Maon's eyes grew dark and calculating. He replied calmly, I've been thinking about it for a while. Rason flashed a bright, confident smile and clearly declared his decision. I have decided that I will. News of Rason preparing to return to the main estate quickly reached Rudia's ears. The young girl was incredibly excited, writing and dreaming, looking forward to the day she would meet him again. However, before she could dream for long, a magical golden hammer unexpectedly struck her on the head, causing her immense pain. The person responsible was none other than the eldest daughter, Rason Maon. She sternly reminded Rudia to maintain proper etiquette and manners. In pain, Rudia held her head and sobbed, begging to be let go to be with Rason because she was tired of this restricted life. However, Rason Maon immediately poured cold water on her, declaring that Rason Maon was only returning to greet the family head and would leave immediately, so the girl would have no chance to meet him. Even though stacks of books were piled high around her, Rudia still smiled brightly and confidently, asserting that she was Rason's best friend. Rason Maon coldly declared that family always comes first. When Rudia tried to insist that she was Rason Maon's fire contractor, the eldest daughter of the Maon house flatly dismissed it, considering that contract completely meaningless. Not giving up, Rudia argued that if she married Rason Maon in the future, she would naturally become his family member as well. This bold statement immediately earned her another painful tap on the head from Rason Maon, along with a warning to speak more respectfully. Meanwhile, in another corner of the mansion's ancient corridor, the third daughter, Maon, was deep in thought, questioning the guard Sendo about her youngest brother's whereabouts. Hearing Sendo confirm that Rason Maon was indeed preparing to set out on a journey, Persa's red eyes suddenly glowed dangerously. She wore a bewitching smile, secretly thinking that after hearing the news that Rason had defeated her younger sister, she was seriously considering whether or not to break the boy's fangs, because in her eyes, he was just a lucky amateur. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a rude voice from behind. A group of muscular warriors covered in tattoos suddenly appeared and surrounded them. These people were henchmen of Heir. They angrily accused Persa's group of not only burning their belongings but also daring to steal Shinpia's wings along with a priceless ancient stone. The one-eyed leader with long gray hair decisively drew his glowing greatsword from its sheath and clearly declared that in the name of Lord Heir, he would execute them all. He growled, demanding to know where the ancient stone was hidden. Sensing danger, the guard Sendo immediately drew his sword to stand in front and protect his master. But Sendo froze completely when Rason Maon glided past him like a ghost. Persa remained as calm as if nothing had happened, casually complimenting the leader on how muscular his arm looked. The leader gritted his teeth and shouted, dismissing her words as pure nonsense. But Persa's glowing red eyes narrowed with murderous intent. She whispered that that arm would soon no longer belong to him. Furious at being looked down upon, the leader immediately reached out to grab Rason Maon's head and threw her flying. A henchman of Heir standing nearby remained extremely arrogant, laughing loudly and saying that the Maon Clan was nothing. However, another accomplice hurriedly shouted a warning to the group never to underestimate the power of the Maon family. But the very next second, the one-eyed leader's scream of agony rang out, as his arm was completely crippled under Persa's power. Persa smirked bewitchingly. Let's see which part I should choose as a decoration. Witnessing her cruelty, the remaining henchmen trembled in fear, but they quickly regained their recklessness, decisively drawing their swords and screaming, "What are we afraid of? Even if they are from the Maon Clan, there are only two of them. Let's attack and get our share, brothers." The whole group went mad and charged straight at the two. Facing the wave of attacks, Rason Maon calmly called out to Sendo. The loyal guard immediately replied, "I am here." A blazing red fire erupted fiercely, surrounding Persa's body. She wore a cold smile and declared, "The moment a single one of you touches me, I will take your life first." Heir's elite forces were completely helpless against the crazed slaughter of Rason Maon. Realizing they couldn't defeat this monster, the one-eyed leader tried to hold his wound and flee to report back to his master. Must hurry back to report the news. But before he could run very far, a sudden stabbing pain struck him. A dark, deathly shadow slowly materialized behind him, and the very next second, his head was in Rason Maon's hands. Rason Maon looked pensively at the head in her hand and remarked, "It looked nice from a distance, but I guess I was wrong." She then nonchalantly dropped it to the ground, cold and indifferent. She softly asked Sendo, "So, has the excursion of that trash finished yet?" Sendo bowed and replied, "If you mean young Master Casin Maon, then yes." The guard curiously asked if she intended to see him, but Persa flatly dismissed it. "No. I have no interest in incompetent worms." Sixth young Master Casin Maon was frantically practicing water magic, summoning a gigantic water dragon to prepare for his own schemes. Third daughter, Persa, couldn't hide her irritation. Even though she couldn't directly touch Rason Maon, she still wore a bewitching smile and told herself she had to set a clever trap for the boy. At the same time, in a small diner under a torrential downpour, the second young master of the swordsmanship clan, Casin, was leisurely having a meal. He shared with Rason his plan to travel everywhere for the next 2 years, to collect treasures and train himself to become stronger. He wanted to be independent, to avoid the scrutiny and harm from his siblings in the family, believing that having enemies who are also family is truly a misfortune. Before parting ways in the rain, Rason Maon stood up, proactively reached out his hand, and said, "Even when I return, we are still friends, right? You understand what I mean, don't you?" Casin smiled warmly and answered decisively, "Of course." The firm handshake between the two teenagers was like a promise for the future. Shifting scenes back to Rason Maon's small house, Lady Soso was busy packing luggage to prepare for the return to the main estate. Seeing this, the maid Hera hurried to intervene and wanted to do everything herself. However, Soso immediately refused, claiming she was better at organizing. And Hera was Rason Maon's shadow guard, not her servant. Rejected bluntly by the lady, the legendary assassin only knew how to blush and stammer helplessly. Soso smiled gently at Hera, and then asked in a low voice, "Do you think we can still be this close when we return to the main estate?" The question hit home, making Hera feel slightly sad. She lowered her head, admitting she didn't know for sure. Soso gently comforted her, saying that although the road ahead would be a bit difficult, everything would be fine. Suddenly, Hera's expression changed, her eyes glowing with blue light as she sensed a familiar energy appearing outside the door. Soso turned back and asked, "Rason, you're back?" Receiving a nod of confirmation from Hera, the kind mother smiled warmly and teased the maid. "If you keep that stern face, Rason will run away in a heartbeat. I cannot let the young master be too relaxed, for both our sakes and his as well." Immediately after, a magical teleportation light burst forth brilliantly and then vanished. A knock on the door broke the silence. Entering the room, Rason looked at his kind mother waiting there and asked softly, "Mother, did you know I would be returning to the main estate tomorrow?" Receiving a gentle nod from his mother, Rason Maon continued, "When I return, I will go to see father first, and I want you to come with me." The son's sudden request made Soso jump in surprise. Her heart hammered like a war drum when she thought about having to face her powerful husband, the family head, but she quickly reassured herself that everything would be fine. "There is one more thing I would like to ask of you, mother." At that exact moment, as Rason made his request under the pouring rain outside, the system notification board suddenly displayed a mysterious warning message. A variable affecting the storyline had occurred. Shifting scenes to the hallway outside the bedroom, Hera was standing guard silently when Soso stepped out and softly called her name. She was quite surprised to find that even as a legendary assassin who excelled at staying hidden, she had still been discovered. Hera asked curiously, "How did you know, my lady?" Soso smiled softly and replied, "I could sense your presence. I'm so happy to have you here with me. Thank you." Soso stepped closer, gently touching her wedding ring, and revealed, "Rason Maon told me to go meet him and the boy. The boy said he didn't want me living in hiding anymore. To be honest, I don't know if this is the right thing to do. Looking back, my life has been fine so far. My background is humble, so I can't really help Rason Maon. Every step I take is watched, and those gazes will become weapons pointed at Rason Maon. But the boy told me to just ignore it. He said I should do what I want because he would handle the consequences." She firmly declared that she would always support Rason Maon and no longer wanted to live in hiding as she had before. In the past, she always feared that her presence would bring harm to Rason Maon, because she knew for certain that those within the clan would always find ways to harm him. However, now that she witnessed Rason walking his own path, she understood that continuing to hide would not help her son at all. Watching the lady's transformation, Hera could not help but be amazed. Even though she knew Soso possessed no power, no magical knowledge or assassination skills, and absolutely no backing from a noble family, her iron will was truly extraordinary. Hera secretly realized that this boundless love and strong will were the reasons why the head of the house, DK Cha, had always secretly protected and loved her the most. The legendary assassin, known for being silent and elusive, was shocked and reproached herself for daring to underestimate the lady. She reminded herself to keep these thoughts buried, for if anyone else found out, she would surely be silenced. Hera silently wondered why someone who once viewed human life as nothing but grass had become so soft-hearted. The next morning, the moment to say goodbye to the clan to return home had finally arrived. "See you again, master." But the War King Marner maintained his gruff exterior and shouted angrily, "See you, my foot! Get out of here!" Don't you dare send letters or anything. I don't want to hear any gossip. And if I admit I'm your master, I'll punch you. It's embarrassing." Responding to his master's harshness, Rason Maon only gave a cheeky smile. "Yes, yes, I will write to you, master." The sound of the whip cracked, and the carriage decisively rolled away, taking Rason and Hampton with it. Sitting inside the cabin, Rason narrowed his eyes with determination, telling himself it was finally time to return to the Maon family to formally face the brutal war of succession. Watching the silhouette of the carriage vanish at the end of the road, War King Marner chuckled to himself, wondering if the cheeky brat would really write to him. However, he quickly grew contemplative, thinking about the journey ahead for his student. Marner knew for certain that at the teleportation gate leading to the main estate, there was surely a high-level mage from the Maon house waiting to receive him. Sitting in the carriage as it crossed the towering mountains, Rason tilted his head, calculating his next move, wondering which big shot was waiting on the other side of the gate to welcome him. Before the arduous journey across the Black Sea, Rason Maon called his close guard. Hearing her respectful response, he pondered and explained that because the route passed through dangerous deep waters, the main estate must have sent a high-level mage to assist them. Just then, the massive teleportation gate erupted with a brilliant blue light. Watching a figure slowly step out from the glow, Rason curiously wondered, "Who is that?" The moment the light dimmed, his eyes constricted in surprise. Appearing before him was none other than Heir Maon, the librarian of the legendary Starry Library. She bowed gently. "Heir Maon is at your service." Rason Maon silently assessed that she was a skilled ice mage, and the prestigious swordsmanship clan must have paid a significant price to invite her here. Flashing a smile to welcome an old acquaintance, Rason spoke up. "Long time no see." Standing behind him, Heir scanned the area and silently noted that the security here was extremely tight. Breaking the solemn atmosphere, Heir Maon waved her hand, weaving ice magic to create a tea set hovering in midair, and asked gently, "Would you like some Earl Grey, young master?" Looking at the tea radiating sparkling snow crystals, Rason Maon hesitated for a moment. As the Earl Grey tea sat behind its master, Heir grew anxious because she knew very well that her young master was allergic to this specific tea. Yet, Rason Maon still smiled and accepted. "All right." As soon as he took a sip, he happily realized this was actually cold tea, chilled with ice, which was incredibly refreshing. He praised it happily. "This is delicious." Seeing the young master's satisfied expression, Heir Maon smiled warmly. "Since you have returned, I hope you will visit the Starry Library often." Preparing to step into the teleportation gate, Rason Maon turned and called out, "All right, Heir Maon, I'm off." Receiving her respectful nod, the group stepped firmly into the brilliant light. While Heir was still wondering if the keyword chocolate was some sort of secret code between the two, the group officially entered the teleportation space deep beneath the ocean. Around the magical protective bubble, giant sea monsters with razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes roared continuously. Facing such a terrifying sight, young Hampton was so scared that his face turned deathly pale, while Rason and Heir remained completely calm. Looking at the humanoid light at the end of the tunnel, Rason announced, "We're almost there." The light shimmered, and the teleportation gate opened, bringing the group down to a windy cliff near the main estate. Rason Maon let out a sigh of relief. "I've arrived." In contrast to his alertness, Hampton couldn't handle the shock of the teleportation and began vomiting, leaning exhaustedly against the cliff face, wiping blood away. "I vomited a few times, but I'm fine, young master." Rason Maon looked at the boy helplessly, marveling at how fast the travel speed was. Just then, Heir Maon bowed respectfully and reported, "The luggage is all prepared. Let's head inside." Rason Maon nodded slightly. "Thank you, Heir Maon." He turned to look at his gentle mother, Soso, who was standing there trembling. "Mother, are you ready?" Facing this decisive moment, Lady Soso bowed her head in silence for a moment. Then she slowly looked up, her eyes showing clear determination, casting aside all her fears as she replied, "Yes." At the main estate of the Maon house, Lady Soso's return immediately became the hot topic of gossip among the maids. They whispered to each other with concern, "Lady Soso is back? Is she returning to face the wrath of the other ladies?" Some even felt sorry for her, thinking she must have lost her mind to dare return to such a nest of vipers. However, the buzzing gossip was quickly silenced by an overwhelming aura. From high above, the head of the house, DK Cha, radiated immense magical pressure and coldly asked Rason Maon, "You did this, didn't you?" Standing in front of his mother to shield her, Rason gritted his teeth, enduring the powerful killing intent that made him feel like he might faint, and replied firmly, "Yes." He told himself that only by bringing his mother here would she be safe, and he knew his father surely wanted that too. Faced with the question of why he thought that, Rason Maon replied calmly, "Because husband and wife should love each other. Doesn't father love mother?" The question left DK Cha completely stunned, able only to stare silently at his youngest son. Standing behind him, Lady Soso also bowed her head in melancholy silence. Breaking the tension, DK Cha asked in a low voice, "Tell me, how did Soso get here?" Rason Maon replied clearly, "My goal is to protect mother, because it is time for her to awaken and step into the light." He exposed the fact that his father had always tried to hide his mother's whereabouts to protect her, but then firmly stated the hard-won lesson he had learned. "The peace I had while hiding was not true peace. If one lacks the strength to suppress others, then there is no point." The bold argument from the 14-year-old boy made DK Cha's lips curl upward. He had to admit that his son was right. As a man, letting one's wife and child hide away was a failure. Looking at the son before him, a sense of belated self-reproach arose in DK Cha's heart. He secretly thought that the way he had chosen to protect Soso all this time was truly cowardly. It was the very cowardice he despised most. DK Cha heard Rason continue, "I know father had no other choice because I was also a useless son." Yet, Rason quickly regained his serious composure and clearly expressed his desire. "I want to have strength." Memories of Lady Soso's tearful confessions from years ago suddenly flooded his mind. Back then, she had cried and helplessly told DK Cha that she had no family background or power to protect Rason, and her only strength was him. Thinking of his mother's love for his father, Rason Maon smiled and continued, "Isn't that enough? After all, father is the strongest person in this world." Late that night, under the bright full moon, the head of the house, DK Cha, stood on the windy top of a high tower, looking pensively at the night sky. He softly asked the trusted guard walking up behind him, "Sendo, what do you think?" DK Cha sighed softly and turned to ask his friend, "As a friend, give me some advice." Sendo bowed his head slightly and spoke in a low voice, recalling a promise from years ago. "When you were young, you told me that I should live for the present rather than calculating for the future." The reminder caught DK Cha by surprise. He touched his forehead, asking himself, "Did I say that?" Sendo replied with a loyal smile, "And so, I have lived for the present." Those timelines converged, which is why I am standing by your side today. As DK's right-hand man, Sendo understands his master better than anyone. He bows his head slightly, showing his absolute trust. In his youth, Lord DK was never afraid of his own decisions. "I trust and respect every choice you make. Your mind is my compass, so please, do as you wish." Receiving such absolute loyalty from a longtime companion, Lord DK lets out a faint, relieved smile. "Thank you." However, the atmosphere suddenly grows heavy as Sendo begins to open up about his own tragic past. He gazes into the distance, whispering, "Before I met her, my world was nothing but ambition." His face shows a flash of painful sorrow as he remembers his late wife. "You know, a year ago, she left this world due to a mysterious illness." Warm yet bitter memories flood back. He sees the image of his wife, Hien Dio Lai, lying peacefully with her eyes closed amidst a field of pure white chrysanthemums. "After I met Lai, she became my entire world. She filled the void in me, but once she was gone, I was filled with regret. All those times I didn't live for the moment. If only I had lived those moments fully, I wouldn't be filled with such regret now." Sendo seeks solace in a glass of red wine in a dark room to escape his loneliness. He turns to Lord DK and offers a heartfelt wish from the bottom of his heart. "My lord, I hope your world will become warmer." He hopes Lord DK will never have to experience the pain of losing a loved one and living in regret as he does. Time quietly slips away as the scene shifts to the manor on a still autumn night. In a dark room, the maid Hera is sound asleep. Suddenly, Hera's green eyes snap open. The instincts of a legendary assassin instantly alert her to an unusual presence in the manor. Without a sound, Hera sits up decisively, her shadow stretching across the breezy window as she senses a murderous intent directed toward the young master's room. In the bedroom, Rason is still fast asleep, completely unaware that he is about to be forced out of this world, oblivious to the impending danger. A dark shadow suddenly infiltrates Rason Maon's room, preparing to take his life right in his bed. However, the lethal strike is blocked just before it can touch Rason Maon. Hera has fired a dagger, piercing the assassin's hand. The intruder smirks and speaks in a low, muffled voice. "Hera, you are still as skilled as ever." I tried my best to hide my presence. Seeing the intruder's face in the moonlight, Hera asks coldly, "Sendo, why have you come here?" Sendo replies calmly without hesitation, "I intend to take young Master Rason Maon's life." Who gave the order? Sendo's answer leaves her shocked. The master. The brutal truth leaves Hera stunned, and she asks back, the master? Why at this hour? Sendo flatly confirms he is not joking, and that he has to carry out this cruel command, regardless. Realizing she cannot stop him, Hera declares firmly, I will go with you. Sendo shrugs in agreement. If that's what you want, fine. On the way, Sendo glances at Hera and sighs. I'm still not used to this look. You really are like my daughter. Responding to his exclamation, Hera remains coldly silent. Sendo warns her, don't stab me in the back. Even if the wound heals, it still hurts. He walks to the bed and casts a teleportation spell, enveloping the unconscious Rason Maon. Sendo looks back at Hera and reminds her, you know this scar is here because I protected you. Hera replies coldly and decisively, I never asked you to do that. In the grand hall, Sendo and Hera kneel on the ground, bowing respectfully. I have brought young master Rason Maon, they announce. Sitting majestically above, Lord DK says in a deep, appreciative voice, well done. Seeing the maid standing next to him, the master narrows his eyes and asks Hera, why are you here? Hera bows her head and replies, to ensure the young master's safety. Lord DK questions, isn't Sendo the one you trust the most? Hera asserts firmly, yes, but I cannot let personal feelings ruin a major task. Her rational answer makes Lord DK nod in satisfaction. You are right. Hera, go get some rest. I will perform the ritual. Hera bows and retreats, thanking him. But just as the magic circle begins to activate and glow beneath his body, Rason, who was supposed to be unconscious, slowly opens his eyes and asks calmly, am I awake yet? The sudden alertness of the 14-year-old boy takes both Lord DK and Sendo by surprise. He should have been fast asleep from the sleeping potion, right? Rason Maon sits up decisively, his purple eyes glowing as he looks straight at his powerful father, and asks clearly, Father, what are you trying to do to me? Facing his son's questioning, the master walks over calmly and explains that the Maon family is well versed in incantations, and this physical enhancement spell is one of them. He says in a deep voice, now, I am about to carve the ritual onto your hand. Rason is astonished, for he knows full well this is a supreme magic spell created and named by his father, and it must be incredibly advanced. Lord DK adds that any other child in the family would have agreed immediately upon hearing of this ritual. Rason Maon looks around, realizing he is in a completely strange place, and immediately activates his saint eyes to scan, but the system freezes, and notifies him that it cannot decode this space. The master explains nonchalantly, this is just because the time and place are a bit unusual, that's all. Rason narrows his eyes, frankly expressing his suspicion. Besides, I don't understand why you had to perform this ritual in secret so late at night. The boy's sharp question makes Lord DK smile with amusement. He admits he loves that trait in him, but warns that his favor can sometimes be poison to him. When Rason asks why he is doing this, Lord DK replies, because I see that the heavens have granted you a gift. The next second, the magic circle beneath Rason Maon's feet suddenly activates. Ancient runes spin, emitting a deadly red light. Rason Maon is startled to realize something has just been activated inside his body. Extreme pain strikes as fast as lightning, so intense that Rason Maon nearly screams out loud. He grits his teeth and endures, clearly feeling as if thousands of needles are stabbing into his skin. Witnessing his son's resilience, Lord DK nods in approval. Well done. As the light fades, Rason looks down at his hand in shock and realizes a brilliant red magic tattoo has been carved deep into his skin. Lord DK asserts, one day, it will be useful to you. Rason asks, how? But a severe wave of dizziness hits him, leaving Rason Maon unable to stand. Lord DK leaves him with a mysterious answer. You will know, in time, before Rason collapses like a log onto the stone floor. Very quickly, Hera, the maid, appears to catch the young master. Watching his youngest child lying unconscious, Lord DK notes pensively that the boy didn't even scream once during the brutal purification ritual, and he must have endured truly terrifying pain. After undergoing the brutal and agonizing purification ritual that left him unconscious, Rason Maon slowly drifts into a deep sleep. In his delirium, he still hears his father's affectionate whisper, he's weak now, but suffering a little pain in exchange for his future is worth it. As the morning sun shines through the window and birds chirp, Rason Maon stirs and wakes up. As soon as he opens his eyes, he sees the radiant face of his friend Rudia leaning in close. Seeing him wake up, she cheers happily. You're awake, Rason asks, blankly. Rudia? Without any sense of reserve, the fire element girl whines, I'm starving. Rudia excitedly points behind her to where her older sister, Ia, is waiting, and brags, the witch sister brought me here. Evelia Maon steps forward, smiling slightly as she explains. This child was begging to see you. But seeing Rudia's lack of formal address, the eldest daughter of the Maon house feels a dangerous vein throb. She narrows her eyes and suggests, maybe you should leave her to me. I think she needs a lesson. The witch sister's threat terrifies Rudia. She whines and clings to Rason for help. Rason, no. I had to get up early. And then this. Looking at his little friend's struggle, Rason Maon can only sweat, thinking that she looks just like a child being bullied who is trying to complain to her parents. He sits up in bed, looking at his left hand, and suddenly realizes the glowing red magic tattoo from last night's ritual has evaporated without a trace. Rason wonders if everything that happened last night was really just a dream. Interrupting his thoughts, Ia flicks her hand, casting a golden magic chain that wraps tightly around Rudia and drags her away. Stop bothering Rason Maon, come here. Rudia clings to the bedsheets, wailing, I get bullied every single day. Looking at his sister's expression, Rason Maon thinks to himself that her mood doesn't seem bad at all today. Ia leads Rudia by the chain like a pet, turning to ask Rason about his next plans. When are you going on your next field trip? Rason Maon replies calmly. I intend to rest for 3 more days, then I'll go. Ia nods and says, Mother must be very worried about you. Upon hearing the words, your mother, Rason jolted in surprise. Evelia noticed her younger brother's unusual reaction and narrowed her eyes, asking, What's wrong? Rason Maon quickly regained his composure. It's nothing. I was mistaken. Being dragged along, Rudia erupted in anger, her body wreathed in fierce red flames as she summoned a massive fire dragon that roared behind her. Standing before the fiery girl's wild power, Evelia Maon remained completely calm. She looked at Rason Maon and said in a low voice, But I want you to see the truth. Suddenly, shimmering, mystical magic butterflies appeared all around her. You passed my test with flying colors. I examined you as the eldest daughter of the family, and now I'm rewarding you as a sister. Rason thought to himself, perhaps his second sister, Evelia Maon, was referring to the dangerous white tiger trial from before. Breaking the silence, Evelia Maon asked softly, Brother, can you get up and walk? Rason Maon immediately stepped off the bed and replied, Yes. The next second, a blinding light flared up, manifesting into a magical cloak that draped over his shoulders. Rason was stunned. A cloak? He asked curiously. Sister, this cloak, is this your creation? The system interface immediately displays detailed information about this treasure. This is a white dragon scale, a legend among blacksmiths, crafted with immense effort by the master dwarf blacksmith, Utali, and imbued with mysterious magic. Rason Maon is stunned, wondering, if this cloak is made from a white dragon scale, does that mean his older sister wore it on her previous expeditions? Ia nods in confirmation. Yes, it was the very cloak she wore during her past adventure. Rason Maon silently recalls the rumors that this treasure saved his sister's life many times, making it the most incredible gift he has ever received from her. Ia continues, But its power has diminished because I had it overhauled. Rason Maon asks, puzzled, What do you mean? Just this once, if you unleash its full power, it can help you defeat a mage below the 6th rank, Ia warns him. And remember, it can only be used once. Rason Maon shudders, realizing that the 6th rank is an extremely high level that those without special abilities rarely touch. He vows to himself that one day he will make the best use of this treasure. Rason bows his head in gratitude. Thank you for such a great gift, sister. Ia gently advises, I hope you return safely. I'm speaking to you as your sister now, but as the eldest daughter of the Maon family, when you return, you must be stronger. Rason Maon smiles with determination. I will. Immediately after, Ia uses a magic chain to pull the wailing and tearful Rudia along. Let's go. Watching his sister's back, Rason promises himself he must become stronger, to protect the things he cherishes. 3 days later, the moment for Rason's pilgrimage finally arrives. His attendant, Hampton, is in tears, sobbing as he hands over the luggage. Young master, I've put all the antidotes in the bag, he reports, and I've written down the instructions for how to use them. Rason smiles. Thank you, Hampton. Hampton cries loudly, trying to encourage him. Young master, you have to get stronger. Rason Maon turns to the 2 girls waiting for him. Thank you, Hera. Please take care of my mother. Finally, he goes over to shake Evelia Maon's hand. And you too, Evelia Maon. Take care of your health. Thank you for coming to see me off. Evelia Maon bows respectfully. Yes, young master. Evelia Maon, the maid, gently slips a small candy into Rason Maon's palm and whispers, Please take care of yourself. Looking at the candy, he thinks she has given him her favorite treat. He waves goodbye to the older maid, Thank you, Evelia Maon. See you again. According to the laws of the Maon family, he declares clearly, I will begin my journey to discover my own strength. As soon as he steps out of the castle gates, a sudden fiery explosion erupts in front of him, startling Rason. From within the thick smoke, a familiar figure rushes toward him, panting as she yells, I'm not late. Am I? Rason exclaims in surprise. Rudia? The little fire-human girl smiles mischievously. Hey, the witch sister let me go. She holds a letter in her hand. Rason takes the letter from his second sister, Evelia Maon, and reads it. I thought it would be better to teach you myself, but exploring the world is also a good idea. I've guided you for 2 years so you could learn on your own, so go ahead and travel with your friend. After all, she is your strength. Rason Maon ponders for a moment. She's not wrong. He turns to his friend. Do you want to come with me, Rudia? Receiving the invitation, Rudia is thrilled and yells, Of course, I'm so excited. The witch sister finally set me free. Let's not waste any more time. Both of them immediately set off at a fast pace, accompanied by Rudia and the floating Holy Grail. Rason smiles confidently, telling himself he must walk on his own 2 feet. On a lonely forest path at night, Rudia suddenly starts sniffing the air suspiciously. Confused, Rason turns to ask, What is it, Rudia? She freezes, her face twisted, and she clutches her head, crying out, Your clothes smell just like the Red Witch. Rason replies, bewildered, Evelia Maon? I don't smell anything. But then, Rudia suddenly beams, her eyes lighting up as she sees a large wooden house ahead. Wow, it's really here just like you said. This is the Fat Cat Inn, one of the 3 houses in the Salvation District. This place is run by a secret intelligence organization called Huyen Am Dark Echo. The organization has a close and mysterious connection to the head of the family, DK Cha, Rason's father. Rason walks up and knocks on the door, speaking clearly to the person inside. I'm on a pilgrimage and would like to stay here tonight. From behind the bar, the innkeeper smiles and gives a quote. A pilgrimage, huh? 30,000 for one night? 35,000 with meals. Checkout is before 12. But a little late is fine since it's been quiet lately. Rason Maon knows full well that this middle-aged man with the gentle exterior is actually Brick, a veteran intelligence agent of the Huyen Am organization. Rason suggests, please show us to our room. Meanwhile, Rudia is completely captivated by 2 cute cats. She sits on the floor, petting and cuddling them happily. Hearing the request, the innkeeper points to the wooden staircase and says nonchalantly, Up the stairs will be your room. The 3rd door, the largest one. Noticing the man's dismissive attitude, Rason Maon narrows his eyes and retorts, Aren't you going to show us up? Without waiting for an answer, he adds, It's so hot today, isn't it? The statement makes the innkeeper burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, you really love to joke. I haven't been able to sleep because it's so cold lately. Rason Maon doesn't waver, continuing to probe. With it being so hot, what should I eat? The strange question makes the innkeeper stop, becoming alert. He asks in a low voice, So, what do you want to eat? Rason Maon smiles and replies, A beer and 2 slices of pizza would be perfect. Hearing this, the innkeeper breaks into a knowing smile. Haha, then I'll prepare that for breakfast tomorrow. But the man doesn't know that Rason Maon is smirking to himself, thinking, he took the bait. The innkeeper breaks into a cold sweat, secretly assessing the kid in front of him. Isn't he a bit young to be drinking beer? Rason Maon glances at him sharply and replies nonchalantly, Perhaps. He turns to walk up the stairs and adds, Then I'll just play with the cats, leaving Rudia behind, still busy playing with the kittens in the lobby. In reality, the entire strange conversation was a series of sophisticated, coded passwords for the Huyen Am organization. Their code rules are unique. On a hot day, you must say it's cold, and on a cold day, you must say it's hot. Especially, if the contact is young, you must ask about beer, and if it's an elder, you must ask about candy. Rason had fully grasped these rules to easily establish contact with his father's intelligence network. This fascinating reverse speech style is the password to activate the network in this location. To operate as secretly as possible, the Huyen Am intelligence organization has accepted to work under the Maon family for a long time. This means that any member of the Maon house on a pilgrimage can enjoy ultimate privileges and benefits here. Realizing the identity of the special guest is the 7th child of the Maon family, the innkeeper quickly puts on a welcoming smile, though cold sweat beads on his forehead. He introduces them eagerly. We only have 2 cats here. One is Hobby, the other is Bellevue. Hobby is very mischievous, so he's a bit thinner, while Bellevue is chubby because he eats a bit too much. He smiles and asks, Which cat would you like to play with? Rason Maon looks down at his friend Rudia, who is happily playing with the chubby cat on the floor, and replies calmly, Probably Bellevue. The innkeeper jumps. raising an eyebrow in suspicion. Bellevue? It would be more fun if you chose hobby. But behind that fake smile, the mind of the Huyen agent is full of doubt. Is this kid from the Maon family trying to extort money from me? He wonders, sweating profusely. No matter how much money it is, it's nothing to a wealthy family like theirs. Why doesn't he just ask his family? He reasons that only when away from the Maon Clan can one seek independent financial benefits. Unwavering, Rason looks him straight in the eye and declares, I like the fat one. In his heart, he is calculating, it's a pity I can't take the artifact, but right now, I need the money more. Walking up the wooden stairs with Rudia to their room, Rason thinks, and if he refuses to help me, I know the rules of the game. If Huyen refuses to cooperate, the secret contract between them and the Maon house will immediately terminate, and this inn will certainly have to close forever. Cleaning up the plates in the lobby, the innkeeper bows his head in tension. His face suddenly becomes very serious, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he realizes he has been cornered by this 14-year-old boy. Meanwhile, in an ancient castle under the quiet night sky, another mysterious conversation is taking place between two men. DK Cha ponders, I see, but how did Rason Maon know about this? The loyal attendant, Sendo, offers a theory. Maybe he dug it up in some corner of the library. DK Cha is skeptical. Could the boy really find that exact book in that mess? Perhaps Avelia Maon helped him. Sendo wondered. I thought the librarian was always supposed to be neutral. He suspected that Avelia Maon might have been bewitched by the innocence of the youngest son of the Casin Maon family. In the distant library, Avelia Maon was currently relaxing, sipping tea, and casting magic to make ancient books float around him, completely unaware that he was being suspected. Patriarch DK continued his analysis. The other children would never visit such a dilapidated house or waste time reading those books. Sendo asked directly, Are you implying that you planned this for him? Patriarch DK, standing on the balcony looking down, coldly replied with a definitive tone, Opportunities are shared equally among all. Sendo smiled and remarked with a hidden meaning, You seem quite pleased. Patriarch DK replied smugly, After all, he is the only one who follows the path I have laid out. He thought to himself that perhaps today would be the final day for the Fat Cat organization. The dark night passed, and the warm morning sun shone down on the desolate Fat Cat Inn. Rason woke up from a sound sleep and stretched comfortably. But the moment he opened his eyes, he suddenly froze in surprise. Hey! What caught Rason Maon's eyes now was a pot full of shimmering gold coins that had appeared on his bed at some point. He was startled, his mouth wide open in amazement. Since when was I unable to sense anything? Looking at the pile of shining gold, Rason Maon silently calculated that this was about 3 billion grand, which is equivalent to $2.5 million. Just then, Rudia walked by, scratching her head and yawning, asking, What is it, Rason Maon? Breakfast? I was dreaming about those cats. Rason Maon asked, Dreaming about cats? Because we slept in the Fat Cat Inn? But the smile on Rason's face suddenly froze. Wait a minute, he realized a terrifying truth. Rudia dreamed? There were times when Rudia's dreams were the dream oracle. Memories of the old settings immediately flooded back into his mind. That's right. There was a dream about a brutal, devastating raid that had pushed the male protagonist, Casin, to the brink of death. Just then, Rason's heavenly eye system panel suddenly blared with a continuous flashing red warning. Rason Maon clenched his fists, an extreme sense of unease rising within him. The heavenly eye is also alarming me. Something is about to happen. Without a moment's delay, Rason Maon turned to look directly at his companion and decisively ordered, Rudia, burn the Fat Cat Inn to ashes. The sudden command left Rudia completely confused. However, the fire element girl quickly obeyed. In the very next second, a massive inferno exploded violently. The entire wooden inn belonging to the Huyen organization was engulfed in a sea of bright red flames, thick black smoke billowing straight up into the blue sky, burning everything to dust. A group of mysterious hooded assassins suddenly appeared from within the smoke and fire. One of them raised a hand and ordered, All right, let's charge in. Immediately, one of them lunged forward, using his strength to smash the sturdy wooden door. Noticing that their prey was moving, the team of assassins quickly activated a formation. Glowing magic circles surrounded them. The target was escaping and preparing to fight back. The seventh son only has 2 magic circles. Don't let him escape. But facing the dense encirclement, Rason Maon remained extremely calm. He gently shielded Rudia behind him. He curled his lips into a cold smile. That was quite a surprise attack, wasn't it? You all look pretty strong. You probably have a lot of information about me, but that information isn't entirely true. In the next second, Rason Maon's hair suddenly turned silver blue, and his whole body emitted the terrifying pressure of a high-level mage. His eyes glowed coldly. Now it's time to fight. The system immediately displayed a notification. The time for this Superman carry only lasted for exactly 1 minute. Rason Maon's shocking transformation left the assassin opposite him completely stunned. He trembled and blurted out, "His power has changed. He's a two-circle mage." Sensing extreme danger, the leader hurriedly shouted, "Magic shield, hurry!" The assassins immediately erected a sturdy defensive magic layer. But it was too late. Rason decisively waved his hand, releasing a massive surge of lightning energy. The destructive power easily crushed the defensive shield, creating an earth-shattering explosion that blew the entire group of assassins away. The enemies were sent flying in the thick smoke, vomiting blood in pain. But the raid didn't stop there. From high above, a massive fire element formation suddenly flared up. The remaining assassin used all his strength to summon a wild fire dragon that dove straight down, screaming crazily, "It's over! Even if you are a member of the Maon family, you won't be able to escape this. We will drag you to hell." A giant golden-orange flame exploded violently, as if to incinerate the heavens and the earth. Standing beneath the destructive fire, Rason looked up. He whispered, "Fireball? This is too much." Facing the giant fireball rushing down, the transcendental Holy Grail inside Rason Maon's heart suddenly appeared. It opened its mouth to swallow the wild fire energy and cried out excitedly, "Thanks for the meal." The destructive attack from the assassins was sucked dry, not a single scrap left, into the magic cup. Witnessing this absurd scene, the hooded assassins were instantly petrified, standing like statues before screaming, "What's going on?" One assassin's eyes widened in horror. "What?" At the same time, Rason's system panel continuously showed the remaining time for his power, increasing thanks to the massive amount of mana the Holy Grail had just absorbed. From 52 seconds, the number quickly jumped to 53 seconds, then shot up to 2 minutes. Rason Maon clearly felt the wild energy surging through his veins. His whole body was overflowing with mana, as if it were about to burst. He smiled arrogantly at the trembling assassins in front of him and coldly declared, "I was only planning to play with you all, but let's end this." He thought to himself that he had reached his peak magical strength. Inside the dark and cold interrogation room of the Maon family, the atmosphere was suffocating as a purple magic orb suddenly flared up. The deep, authoritative voice of Patriarch DK sounded, breaking the silence, "Take off his mask." Receiving the order, the subordinate replied respectfully and immediately cast magic to remove the blindfold. The person bound by glowing yellow magic chains, trembling with fear, was Brick, an intelligence agent for the Am organization. Patriarch DK coldly questioned him, "Why did you attack the Maon family and the Am team?" Brick's cold sweat poured out like a waterfall. He was shaking like a leaf, his teeth chattering as he tried to justify his foolish actions. "It's because I thought that was the way for us to keep our jobs." The answer made Patriarch DK pause, full of suspicion. "That's strange. I recall allowing that campaign to continue." Brick knelt on the ground, weeping miserably, and spilled the whole truth. "I am a member of the intelligence team. I thought the head of the Mason family wanted to know what was happening with the 7th young master and his ability to handle situations. The reason I attacked the 7th young master and the Am team is because he painfully recalled the moment he was easily defeated by Rason Maon amidst the burning ruins of the Fat Cat Inn. At that time, Rason stood from above, looking down arrogantly, and coldly declared, 'I won't ask who you are.'" Amidst the raging sea of fire at the inn, Rason locked his icy gaze onto the defeated Brick, who was struggling on the ground, and warned in a low voice, "This place is under the control of the Maon family. If a fire caused by magic becomes a disaster, the Maon family will immediately dispatch a magic investigation team." The system notification panel immediately displayed detailed information. Name, Brick, personality, a petty intelligence agent wanting to keep his job. Rason continued nonchalantly, each word feeling like it was strangling Brick's will to resist. "I don't care where I am or what I'm doing. Even so, the moment anyone dares to lay a finger on a member of the Maon family, right in front of the family's magic investigation team, they will be arrested immediately according to the law." Completely subdued by the 7th young master's pressure, Brick could only tremble, bowing his head submissively like a puppy to apologize. "Yes, 7th young master." However, Rason Maon still decisively brought his hand, which was gathering a stream of glowing red energy, directly onto his head and coldly passed judgment. "Brick, intelligence agent of you will be punished for daring to attack me. You would die if you really intended to kill me, but I will reconsider if you didn't have that intention." Feeling the strange power flooding into his body, Brick's eyes rolled back, his soul nearly departing as he screamed internally. This isn't magic. Without any hesitation, Rason decisively activated the wild energy. A glowing red light exploded violently, engulfing Brick's entire body, causing him excruciating pain. The system bell rang, announcing, "You have transferred a small amount of fighting spirit into the character Brick." After punishing the traitorous intelligence agent, Rason nonchalantly pulled his hand back and turned to call his companion. "Let's go, Rudia." The fire girl quickly followed. Yes, leaving behind Brick, who lay writhing amidst the ruins, clutching his bleeding hand and continuously groaning in misery. My little finger, damn it, I can't use magic." Rason Maon's ruthless fighting spirit had completely sealed the magic circuits in his finger, forcing him to endure endless torment. "I see not a bad gift." The deep voice of Patriarch DK sounded from behind the glowing purple magic orb. Standing before the master's imposing presence, Brick bowed his head respectfully. "I will continue to do my best." The family head continued his interrogation. "Were you the ones who started the fire?" "No, sir. That fire was caused by the young girl traveling with the seventh young master. Her name is Rudia." At that moment, the family head's mind was filled with astonishment at what Rason had displayed. He secretly marveled that his youngest son had not only neatly dealt with the ambushers, but also deliberately set the fire to ensure the family's investigation team would fail. Rason had anticipated their intentions early on, resisting them with incredible wisdom and confidence. That bold confidence was something even his two genius sisters, Aya and Persa, had never shown at his age. Rason had truly lived up to being a true scion of the Maon family. Withdrawing his magical pressure, the family head coldly declared, "Go. I officially grant you permission to continue your operations." Upon receiving this pardon, the magical chains binding Brick shattered instantly, and he kowtowed in relief. "Thank you, sir." However, the family head then said in a deep voice, "This is your reward for proving your capability. That finger has been causing you trouble, hasn't it?" Mentioning the finger into which Rason had infused mana to seal his magic circuits, Brick broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly trying to downplay it. "No, not at all. It's nothing." But before he could finish, a sharp magical beam, swift as a blade, suddenly flashed past. Brick's finger was instantly severed. The family head's lightning-fast, cold-blooded action left Brick completely stunned. His eyes rolled back as he screamed in agony within his heart. He just cut it off, just like that. Overwhelming pain and extreme fear gripped his mind. Brick trembled, thinking to himself that if that strike had been aimed at his neck, he would have been dead long ago. Swallowing his spit in resignation, he told himself he had to get out of this hellhole as fast as possible. The giant wooden doors opened, and Brick quickly stepped outside under the escort of 2 guards. Just as he reached the hallway, a soft meow startled him, causing him to look back. What met his eyes were the members of the Fat Cat organization waiting for him. On their heads and in their arms, they were carrying the 2 feline familiars, Hobby and Bellevue. Looking at his thoroughly bandaged hand, Brick smirked with relief, telling himself that he had at least managed to drag his soulless body out easily. Meanwhile, the fish roasting over the fire crackled, emitting a fragrant aroma. The little fire elemental girl chewed on her fish and asked curiously, "We've been walking for 6 days now. Where are we going?" Rason replied, speechless. "You're asking now?" Rudia gave a fake smile to smooth things over. "I was busy enjoying the scenery and forgot." Rason calmly announced, "We are heading to Holland." Hearing this name, Rudia asked blankly, "Holland? Do you mean the Holy Empire?" Seeing Rason Maon nod and ask if she knew about it, Rudia bragged, Hey, I read about it in the book that evil lady gave me. I took the test in it and got everything right." Seeing the little girl's excited expression, Rason Maon felt a pang of sympathy. He thought to himself that Rudia must have gone through an incredibly harsh training regimen under Aya. Rudia curiously pressed on, "But why are we going there? Is there something fun there?" Standing before the ancient stone signpost with 3 paths, Rason looked straight ahead and answered clearly, "We can get a lot of things there." Inside, he was brimming with excitement at the thought of the opportunities to come. After all, Holland was the place that hid countless legendary, supreme treasures and equipment that he himself had designed and written into his novel. Rason Maon calculated silently that he needed to quickly acquire a few treasures before the protagonist, Casin, came and took them all. Before them stood a wooden signpost pointing to 3 roads in the quiet, dark forest. Rason Maon immediately activated his divine eyes to scan the terrain. The system quickly scanned, helping him determine the direction. "We need to go to the Holy Empire of Holland." The other 2 paths would lead to the territories of House Grandel and the Red Forest. But as he looked closer at the ancient wooden sign, Rason suddenly froze in suspicion. Beneath the three-direction arrows, a cool blue magical aura suddenly erupted, revealing shimmering ancient characters. Rason pointed curiously and asked, "Rudia, can you read this?" Rudia glanced at it and replied nonchalantly, "Of course I can." Rason Maon was incredibly surprised to realize that the sprawling, complex script could be easily read with the naked eye, without the need for divine eyes. Rudia proudly pointed at the sign and read aloud, "Holy Empire of Holland. I've learned how to write that already." However, Rason Maon immediately shook his head to correct her. "Not that." Underneath, the little fire elemental girl looked around blankly. "Huh? What is there?" My eyesight is very good. Looking at the ancient characters pulsing with mana right below, Rason Maon's mind was suddenly filled with intense shock. He remembered his expedition with his master, Magner, to search for the ancient dragon armor from 1,000 years ago. The ancient characters glowing under the treasure pedestal back then matched this mysterious script on the sign perfectly. Rason quickly channeled his mana into the stone tablet, activating the system's automatic translation. "Hand over the item to my descendant." The two words "my descendant" left Rason completely stunned. Rason Maon decisively placed his hand, glowing with magic, onto the ancient script on the stone tablet. The very next second, a blinding light flared up, triggering the full automatic translation of the ancient script. "Whoever finds my item will receive the 1,000-year dragon armor. Or if that person possesses the White Swan's golden tooth, the Beast Eye, or the Staff of Holland." Witnessing the series of ancient characters appearing to surround the space, Rudia, standing next to him, only felt dizzy and lightheaded, spinning as she sighed. "Rason, there are just too many words." The final line of the system's translation glowed and concluded with the ultimate condition, "or possess the divine eyes." Rason narrowed his eyes, wondering, "Divine eyes?" At that exact moment, the spirit image of a middle-aged man with long, blue hair and a long beard, wearing a majestic hooded robe, stepped out. He spoke in a deep voice to introduce himself. "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Custeo. It is a pleasure to meet my descendant." The name Custeo, once uttered, left Rason Maon completely frozen, his heart screaming in shock as he realized this was the legendary archmage known in the myths. Seeing the mysterious entity appear, Rudia ran over curiously, sniffing him repeatedly, and then reached her hand through the spirit image, confused. "Is this guy Custeo? I don't smell anything, and I can't touch him either. Good grief, he isn't human." However, contrary to the two's astonishment, the holy grail inside Rason Maon's heart suddenly flew out, its eyes blazing with anger as it screamed right into the archmage's face. "You sickly old man, just as I was about to forget you, you show up again." Seeing the cup's furious expression, Rason Maon quietly pondered, remembering the original setup. Indeed, the very first owner of this holy grail treasure was none other than the archmage Custeo. Facing the cup's rage, the Custeo spirit image reassured it calmly, "He is not here. I am currently sleeping in the North Sea." The mention of the North Sea made Rason Maon's expression change in suspicion. He mentally recalled the descriptions in his novel. The North Sea was a forbidden zone located at the world's northernmost edge, a place so harsh and cold that no living creature could survive. That desolate, forbidden place was so terrifying that even the powerful magic family, the Metons, had never dared to venture there, let alone conquer it successfully. From within the glowing spirit image, Custeo said in a deep voice, conveying his hope, "I hope you will be able to awaken me. However, if you don't like it, that will be the fate I have arranged." The legendary archmage explained that for the sake of future calculations and benefits, he had decided to seal himself in the cold North Sea. He instructed, "To break the seal, you will need to prepare many items." Hearing this, Rason narrowed his eyes, wondering if these were the supreme magic items the legendary archmage had intentionally left for future generations. But Custeo suddenly issued a challenge. "However, you will have to complete 2 conditions to become my descendant." Custeo looked straight at him and declared clearly that the first condition was to possess the divine eyes, and the second was to possess the Holy Grail. Hearing this, the little cup hovering nearby stuck out its tongue, mocking him in a silly way. He advised him to find the land of Han, where the fire tribe still lived in secret. Hearing the mention of her homeland, Rudia, standing nearby, pointed at herself in confusion. "Does he mean me?" Custeo sternly explained that the key was to capture the heart of the Fire Clan. Because if you cannot establish the Fire Covenant, you can never receive the recognition of the Holy Grail. Go find the Holy Grail, then return here. Then, he immediately disappeared into the rustling of the winds, leaving Rudia to exclaim blankly, "Oh, he's gone." Rason slowly walked up to the ancient stone tablet, gently placing his hand, which was gathering a cool blue mana, onto the ancient text, wondering, do I just need to channel mana like this? Ah. As soon as the mana touched the stone tablet, the spirit image of the Archmage Custeo suddenly appeared again. He clearly declared, I am waiting for you, my descendant. But the next second, when he caught sight of the Holy Grail glowing with flames, nonchalantly hovering right next to Rason Maon, the Grand Archmage's stern face shifted in an instant, his eyes widening in pure shock. How is that possible? You've actually found the Holy Grail? He muttered to himself in disbelief, filled with awe at his young student's unimaginable speed. My descendant, you must have endured a grueling journey to obtain the Grail. Seeing his old master's panic, the small Holy Grail flared up with angry flames, snapping furiously. That damn old man. Meanwhile, Rason maintained a completely calm expression, his lips curling into a knowing smile as he casually replied, Yes, I had to go through quite a lot. The next day, Rason and Rudia soared through the white clouds on the back of a giant bird. The bird's cry echoed across the sky as Rudia exclaimed with excitement, Rason, we've reached the nameless abyss. Rason nodded in response. As he fiddled with the glowing golden fang in his hand, he fell into deep thought, the Grand Archmage's mysterious warning echoing in his mind. By finding the Holy Grail, Rason had officially taken his first step on the path to becoming a true mage. And since he had passed the first test, the Archmage had laid out a path for his descendants to uncover the truth. But the truth the Archmage spoke of lay within this very fang. The system panel immediately displayed its information. Loyalty Fang, an item containing the deep-seated loyalty of the Golden Tiger tribe. Rason realized the situation was becoming more complex, and his first move had to be tracking down the whereabouts of the Golden Tiger tribe. Without wasting time, Rason turned and called out, Let's go, Rudia. After thanking the giant bird for escorting them safely, they both leapt decisively from the bird's back mid-air. While Rudia was thrilled, bursting with fire magic to dive down eagerly, Rason remained perfectly calm, activating his wind attribute optimization skill. A stream of cyan wind mana erupted, allowing him to land with effortless, graceful ease. He told himself that he had become so accustomed to attribute optimization that everything felt as easy as pie. Watching Rason's agility, Rudia hovered in mid-air, thoroughly amused. That's so interesting. Can you do it again? But Rason quickly extinguished the young girl's hyperactive energy as he straightened his coat and replied, I don't have time for that, Rudia. The two began trekking across the desolate, barren land of the nameless abyss. Rudia curiously asked why they had come to such a remote place. Rason Maon calmly replied that their goal was to find the Crow tribe. Hearing that name, Rudia's expression shifted, and she said with disdain, Ugh, those cowards? My father says the Crow tribe is so timid they couldn't get a single thing done. She skeptically asked how Rason Maon planned to find such a reclusive and fearful race. Rason Maon decisively pulled a heavy sack of gold coins from his bag, which clinked loudly, and answered nonchalantly, Oh, I have my ways. To lure the Crow tribe out, Rason began dropping glittering gold coins onto the cracked ground of the nameless abyss. Seeing his strange actions, Rudia couldn't help but wonder, wow, that's such a waste of money. Rason just replied casually, It's only 1 grand. Anyway, he thought to himself that he possessed a massive fortune of 300 million grand from his previous schemes, so losing a few loose coins was nothing. I could spend this until the end of time and still not run out. Don't worry about it. Rason's plan quickly took effect. He noticed the crows had begun sneaking out to pick up the gold coins. Though they were extremely cautious, the truth was that the Crow tribe wasn't like humans. Long ago, humanity had hunted these creatures, viewing their jet-black wings as luxury items, killing them to sell at auctions for astronomical prices. Even today, that brutal history remained present, in human life through wing-shaped decorations. Because of that tragic history of being hunted for survival, the bloodline of the Crow descendants carried a deep-seated fear and a profound hatred for humanity that went bone-deep. The next day, Rason and Rudia set up camp in the middle of the rocky valley. Lying on the picnic mat, Rudia sighed softly. This is so boring, you're wasting time, Rason. Rason turned and asked, You don't like this? The girl smiled radiantly, playing with the butterflies and small birds nearby. Oh, no, lying here like this is the best. I wish we could stay like this forever. Rason calmly told her to wait a little longer. Get some rest, Rudia. Just then, from the shadows of the nearby cliffs, 2 pairs of glowing red eyes were silently watching them. Sensing the moment was right, Rason dragged out a heavy sack of gold coins. Seeing the massive bag, Rudia's eyes went wide with surprise as she exclaimed, "Wah, you were right, Rason Maon." From the shadows, a group of crows timidly emerged. The desire for gold had completely overcome their instinctual fear. The leader of the crow tribe knelt, stammering in a broken language. "Human more gold?" Rason Maon curled his lips into a smug smile, realizing the crows were no longer afraid of him. Looking at the half-human, half-bird creatures in front of them, Rudia excitedly exclaimed, "Look, Rason Maon, the birds can talk to us." Rason Maon leisurely held a gold coin in his hand and declared clearly, "I have plenty of gold coins." One of the crow subordinates asked with bright eyes, "Can you give us more?" "Of course." Rason Maon flicked the coin, letting it hover in the air. Immediately, the crows went wild, scrambling over each other in a chaotic, uncontrollable frenzy. "Mine! I saw it first." Another crow struggled to get closer to Rason Maon, pleading, "My family is struggling, can you give us more gold?" Rason Maon smirked, giving a cunning, fox-like smile. "Sure, why not?" He continued to toss more gold on the ground, causing the crows to bite and fight each other to claim the loot. Tuma, the crow, quickly snatched up a glowing gold coin, clutching the treasure to his chest. Tuma's eyes widened, ecstatic with joy, shouting inside, "Gold! Tuma is rich now." Having received gold from Rason Maon, the crow tribe was incredibly excited. They clamored, asking how they could repay this kindness. Rason Maon smiled slightly, decisively pulling the glowing golden fang out in front of them and asking, "Do you know what this is?" The appearance of the tiger fang made the entire group of crows instantly change their expression, shrieking in fear, "Caw! Caw!" This sudden panic left Rudia confused, and she asked why. Rason Maon calmly explained that it was because they recognized the true owner of this fang. Looking at the crow's reaction, Rason recalled his past in his previous world. Before he wrote the backstory for this tribe, he had read an odd article about how crows are known to repay human kindness. Based on that interesting detail, when he created the crow tribe as supporting characters in his novel, he gave them a core attribute: they must repay kindness. No matter what happened, the crow tribe would find every way possible to pay back a debt. Looking at the glowing tiger fang in Rason Maon's hand, the crows shrieked in terror. "That's the damn tiger's fang! That cursed tiger killed our family!" But even though they were shaking with fear, their absolute programming forced them to scream, "We must repay the debt! Repay the debt!" The whole flock of crows suddenly knelt, bowing their heads to the ground and shouting in gratitude. Watching this bizarre scene, Rudia giggled innocently. "The crow tribe says they'll repay you. They're so kind." Rason Maon could only laugh helplessly, thinking to himself that this forced repayment setting was truly terrifying. A brave crow stepped forward, introduced himself as Tuma, and offered to lead Rason Maon to the lair of that cursed tiger. Rason quickly realized his next objective was the Golden Tiger tribe. Just as Rason Maon had set up in his novel, the Golden Tiger tribe had a very small number of members, but they were extremely famous because each individual possessed monster-level physical strength, capable of crushing boulders with their bare hands. Tuma shuddered as he described the vicious tigers who hunted and ate his kin. Rason understood that this was the law of nature, and if he brought Rudia to such a dangerous place, she could easily get hurt. Rason Maon turned and gently told Rudia to stay and wait for his return. Even though she really wanted to go and see the tiger tribe, Rudia obediently smiled and agreed to follow his instructions. Rason Maon smiled and promised to return soon. Rason turned and ordered Tuma, "Let's go." Even though Tuma was terrified by the brutality of the tigers, he gritted his teeth and agreed to lead him to fulfill his duty of repaying the debt. To boost morale, Rason casually flicked a gold coin to the little crow. Receiving a reward beyond his expectations, Tuma went crazy with joy, weeping tears of happiness as he yelled, "Tuma will repay this. Tuma's life is changed." Tuma's luck made his peers green with envy, with some even wishing to be reincarnated as Tuma in their next life. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the bustling Von Grandel martial arts family estate. Amidst a garden of brilliant white spider lilies, a heated argument was taking place between two elders. The middle-aged man poured tea, grumbling in dissatisfaction, claiming the other was worrying too much because all it took was a snap of his fingers to neatly dispose of any enemy. But the gray-haired elder beside him shouted back in anger, warning that messing with the children was extremely dangerous because they, weak and easily erased from this world, like paper. Velituder Grandel, the stern patriarch of the prestigious Grandel martial arts family, spoke up, cutting them off firmly. "Enough, say no more." Yet, Magner, the king of war, remained incredibly indignant. "Wait a moment, brother. Those scumbags actually dared to demand Rosalind as a concubine, and even wanted her to bear their children. At the mention of his beloved daughter Rosalind, Velatuder's fury flared up, his face darkening into a terrifying mask. He roared in interrogation. Is that why you sent them to meet their maker in such a painful way? Magner quickly tried to downplay it. I only barely touched them. Who would have thought they'd drop dead just like that? Velatuder scolded him angrily, claiming that letting them die so quickly was too merciful. They should have been tortured and castrated first. This sudden cruelty from his brother left Magner sighing helplessly. I only do that to humans. Magner smiled bitterly, teasing. If anyone else heard this, it would be a huge problem. Who would have guessed that the great, warm, and righteous saint, the benevolent King Velatuder, could utter such savage words? Velatuder flicked his fan to dismiss his brother's teasing. Whatever, get back to the main point. How far along is Rason Maon in his training? He's mastered the 4 wills and the 3 basic combat styles of the Grendel house, but he could have learned that much just by reading a book. Magner narrowed his eyes, his voice dropping as he revealed a shocking truth. Rason Maon, that kid is holding on to a truth far more important than that. Velatuder was stunned, his question sharp and immediate. A truth? What kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Magner grumbled. Am I only good for making mistakes? His expression turned deadly serious. He stressed every word. That brat has completely absorbed my battle soul. This bombshell left Velatuder completely frozen in place. His eyes widened as he shouted in disbelief. No way. Battle souls and mana are 2 completely opposing, incompatible forms of energy. Are you telling me someone can possess both at the same time? Magner explained further. For now, it seems Rason Maon is only imitating it, but thanks to his incredibly sturdy physique, the results are astonishing. Velatuder narrowed his eyes in concern, fearing that if a monster like that were allowed to grow, it would cause immeasurable harm to the Grendel family in the future. Seeing his brother's anxiety, Magner spoke with a firm, low voice. I know. I'll take responsibility. If that day truly comes, as his master, I swear I will be the one to see him to his end. While the 2 elders discussed the looming threat, Rason was still walking leisurely through the nameless abyss. With a warm, radiant smile, Rason gently patted and encouraged his tiny companion. Come on. Be brave. Sitting alone in the empty tent in the dead of night, Rudia couldn't help but remember the bitter memories of the past. It was when her powerful second sister, Evelia Maon, had used a magic chain to choke her neck and drag her away, coldly mocking her with cruel words. You're going with Rason Maon? You're just a burden to him. After all, you're too weak. I can't let a lowly thing like you endanger someone like him. The insults from the eldest lady of the Maon house stabbed like knives into the fire user's pride. When Rason Maon had gently told her to stay there and wait for his return, although Rudia had agreed obediently, her heart was in agony. She knew she was weak. She admitted it to herself. She wanted to be by Rason Maon's side, but currently, she was just a burden. Yet, her resentment quickly turned into a fierce will to survive. Rudia's eyes ignited with red flames. She gritted her teeth in determination. No, I have to transform. I have to become stronger. In the next instant, a massive inferno erupted violently, enveloping her. Meanwhile, on the snowy path leading to the Golden Tiger tribe, Rason Maon and the crow Tuma were startled when they saw a red mana flame suddenly shoot straight into the sky from the mountain peak behind them. Tuma asked in a panic, Hey human, what was that? Rason glanced back and replied calmly, It's nothing. But inside, he was deeply shaken, recognizing Rudia's familiar mana flow. Just then, the system panel flashed an urgent notification. A variable affecting the plot has appeared. The Phoenix child is determined to become strong. The Phoenix fire god is watching that child. Rason Maon's jaw dropped in utter shock, and he stammered, Phoenix? The shock was so great that Rason Maon completely froze. In the author's memories, he knew very well that the Phoenix was a transcendent being, a supreme god he had created himself. Long ago, the Fire Tribe worshipped the Phoenix and possessed terrifying power sufficient to rule the entire continent. However, a cruel setting had been predetermined. The more divine power the Phoenix absorbed, the weaker its people became. In the original novel, this god almost never appeared or intervened directly in any events, and even the male lead, Casin, had never been influenced by any god. Rason Maon broke into a cold sweat. Realizing this, there could only be one reason. He told himself that his own holy eye and Casin's holy eye were completely different. At that moment, the crow Tuma suddenly jumped in terror, sniffing out a terrifying scent on the wind. Tuma shrieked as if facing the Grim Reaper and yelled, This scent! I've already paid off all my debts, okay? Human! Before Rason could react, the cowardly crow flapped his wings and flew away, vanishing from sight. Watching Tuma's back, Rason smiled in relief, feeling a bit grateful. It's actually impressive that a member of the cowardly crow tribe managed to bring me all the way here. Thanks. Tuma, no. Rason walked through the rocky, wind-swept, and frigid landscape when he suddenly stopped in his tracks at a harrowing sight. Ahead was a woman from the Golden Tiger tribe. Even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying physical pressure radiating from her. Opposite him, the Tiger tribe warrior with short brown hair and pointed beast ears cast a sidelong glance at him with eyes full of contempt. A human brat? Rason Maon bravely stepped forward and initiated the conversation. I came to meet the Golden Tiger tribe. But she coldly turned her back on him, flatly refusing. I have no interest in a child. I'll spare you this time, so come back when you've grown up. Seeing her prepare to leave, Rason hurriedly called out. Wait. I just want to ask one question. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he struggled with the thought of whether to use the loyal Fang to negotiate. But then, Rason firmly dismissed that idea. He understood all too well that members of the Golden Tiger tribe were famous for being arrogant. They only spoke to those with real strength and value. Abusing the Beast Fang right now certainly wouldn't help. The only way was to use his own strength to force her to listen. However, Rason Maon's act of holding her back immediately angered the Tiger tribe warrior. She whipped around, her golden eyes blazing with killing intent alongside a cruel smile. Even though I gave you a chance to live, I've changed my mind. The next second, her arm muscles suddenly bulged, covered in fur and sharp claws crackling with electricity. Rason Maon's eyes widened in surprise as he watched his opponent begin to transform. Wait, why does she look bigger now? The warrior's entire body erupted with a violent surge of power, turning into a giant, ferocious tiger roaring loudly. It's better if I just eat you now. A deep red, skull-shaped monoblast erupted, locking onto Rason Maon. The Golden Tiger warrior roared in fury. Are you begging for me to finish you off? Rason moved like lightning to her back. He firmly grabbed the tiger person's tail like a rope, leaving her completely stunned. She shrieked in horror. My tail, you bastard! Caught by her weak spot, the warrior still tried to act tough and threatened. If you let go of my tail and beg for mercy, I'll spare your life. But Rason understood this fatal weakness. In the lore of the Golden Tiger tribe, their tail was their life. If it were cut off after they had matured, they would certainly die. Rason smiled mockingly. Is that so? How scary. Then, he firmly squeezed the tail. What if I do this? The excruciating pain caused the warrior to instantly cry out, screaming in surrender. You villain! I know. Okay, fine. I lose. All right? Just let go, please. Rason Maon slowly let go and asked, So, do you acknowledge me now? The warrior hurriedly jumped back, panting heavily to recover her strength, grumbling bitterly. I let my guard down against a kid like you. Lowering my guard like that was definitely my mistake. Seeing the other party had calmed down, Rason gently suggested, So, why don't we sit down and talk for a bit? But the warrior licked her lips, her eyes glowing with danger, and coldly dismissed the idea of talking. I could easily send you to meet your ancestors right now. Why would I want to have a conversation with you? Rason Maon calmly adjusted his magic cloak, smiling confidently as he replied, Honorary members of the Golden Tiger tribe wouldn't do that, would they? His calm demeanor left the warrior deeply shaken, her heart screaming in terror as she realized this human boy seemed to have read the mind of her tribe. Not wanting to continue being hostile, she firmly sat cross-legged on the ground and introduced herself. My name is Mirang, so, what do you want to tell me? Rason took the glowing golden fang out in front of her and asked point blank, What do you know about this? Seeing the treasure in his hand, Mirang's eyes contracted in shock. She froze completely and gasped in astonishment. That's the fang of Tuan Ka. According to legend, the Tuan Ka Fang was one of the supreme holy relics left behind by the ancient heroes of the Golden Tiger tribe. It was a priceless treasure that the Golden Tiger tribe had been desperately searching for all these years. They were even willing to travel the world just to find its whereabouts. Mirang stared at the glowing fang in Rason's hand, full of skepticism. She wondered if this was really the holy relic from those urban legends, because even she had never seen it in person. She frankly admitted that if Rason had casually revealed this treasure earlier, she certainly would have eaten him and stolen it. Hearing this, Rason broke into a cold sweat, silently thanking himself for having the wisdom to subdue her first. He went on to ask why the Golden Tiger tribe was so desperate for this item. Mirang explained excitedly that possessing this fang was the only way he could officially step foot into the Golden Tiger village. Her revelation caught Rason Maon completely off guard. In his memories, the Golden Tiger tribe was famous for being solitary creatures who absolutely never lived in packs. He narrowed his eyes and asked point blank, "Why would a proud race like yours need to band together in villages?" She began recounting the tragic past of her tribe. It all started with a ruthless huntress, a woman who went on a crazed rampage, slaughtering every golden tiger she laid eyes on. If the Golden Tiger tribe hadn't decided to abandon their solitary ways to stand together as a pack, her race would have likely been wiped off the map long ago. The one who sparked that tragedy years ago was none other than Rason Maon's second sister, the Grand Archmage Rason Maon. The Golden Tiger tribe was forced to establish a village and build an army just to try and escape her relentless pursuit. However, Mirang honestly admitted that she didn't just go insane for no reason. It was because the tribal elders had foolishly provoked her first. Rason Maon broke into a cold sweat and wondered, "Not insane, really? Are you serious?" But then, Mirang's eyes suddenly flared, with pure hatred as she gritted her teeth, mentioning the real threat. "The real problem is the woman who came after. That crazy wench." The next one to slaughter the tribe was the tyrannical third young miss, Persa Maon. Claiming she wanted to surpass her sister Avelia's record of killing 30 tribesmen to be hailed as a hero, Persa went on a frenzied arson spree, burning everything to the ground. She laughed manically, declaring she wouldn't be satisfied until she had taken at least 100 lives from the Golden Tiger tribe. To have any hope of fighting back against that madwoman, the Golden Tiger tribe had to pool all their strength together. Hearing Mirang's story, Rason Maon couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine, sweating profusely at his third sister's brutality. Mirang recalled how, after the horrific purges by Rason Maon, the Golden Tiger elders tried to rebuild a few villages to rely on one another. Yet, that brief peace was quickly extinguished. The tyrannical third young miss, Persa Maon, appeared like a ghost of death, burning every village to ashes and brutally slaughtering anyone who stood in her way. Amidst the roaring flames and the gut-wrenching screams for help, Persa walked by coldly, her hands casually carrying 2 bloody tiger heads with an arrogant, reckless air. Standing before her at that moment was just one small tiger child. Trembling in terror, it was Mirang at 5 years old. Facing the bloodthirsty monster who had just murdered her entire tribe, Mirang could only freeze, leaving her fate to chance. Leaning her blood-soaked face toward the girl, Persa wore a chilling demonic smile and whispered, "Don't hate me. Do you know why you have to die?" Her burning red eyes locked onto the victim's resentful gaze, and she coldly spat out a bitter verdict. "Because you're weak. You treat the lives of the Golden Tiger tribe like a game." Persa then nonchalantly suggested, "If you want to vent your anger, come find me once you've become stronger." But then, she poured cold water on her hopes with utter contempt, crushing the air around them with a wave of her hand. "Though I know you'll always be weaker than me anyway." He realized with a shock that this was why Mirang had been left all alone, with no one to perform the tail-cutting ceremony for her when she reached maturity. She suppressed her grief. Mirang sighed softly. "But it's not like I'm still resentful. The adults in the village were weak, so it's only natural they lost their lives." Rason Maon paused for a moment, then curiously asked about the tribe's rules. "What is the reason you can't enter the village without the fang?" Mirang's face showed a flicker of sorrow. She mocked herself. "Because I'm weak. My physical constitution was never like a normal golden tiger's from birth. The Golden Tiger tribe doesn't accept anyone who falls behind." Her reasoning made Rason pause and reflect. He started counting on his fingers, trying to calculate the timeline in the original story. Wait a minute. When did Avelia hunt the golden tigers? About 6 years ago, he thought. He turned to ask Mirang, "How old were you then?" Mirang replied nonchalantly, "Me? 5. Her answer made Rason Maon's hand twitch in shock. "What? She was only 5 back then? That means she's only 11 now. And all this time she's been calling me a kid?" Even though he knew the lifespan and the way beastkin calculated age was different from humans, it still felt wrong. Seeing his expression like he'd just bitten into a chili pepper, Mirang narrowed her eyes. "What?" Rason Maon quickly changed the subject. He held up the glowing claw and asked, "Mirang, if I possess this, I can enter the village, right?" But Mirang immediately corrected him. "Not my village, but the Golden Tiger tribe's village. I don't live there." The moment she finished speaking, the fang in Rason Maon's hand suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. The system notification box suddenly popped up with blue text. "Tuan Ka's Fang has been renamed to the Fang of Loyalty." The system quickly displayed detailed information about the hidden quest. The Fang of Loyalty holds Tuan Ka's heart. The Grand Archmage's quest will officially appear when you place this item on the Golden Tiger tribe's altar. He understood instinctively that the legendary altar must be located deep within the Tiger tribe's village. To continue his journey, Rason smiled and proposed to Mirang, "Let me go with you." Mirang stretched slightly and agreed. Fine, but I'm not sure about it, Rason asked, confused. Not sure about what? Mirang warned Rason Maon about the dangers lurking ahead as they entered her tribe's territory. I might get beaten up and kicked out of the village. And you'll get eaten. She poured more cold water on him. Even if you have this fang in your hand, they'll just rob you, and that's that. You're so dense. But the very next second, she suddenly broke into a radiant smile, clapping her hands excitedly. But I'll still guide you. Looking at her cheerful face, Rason thought to himself that she truly wanted to go with him. Yet, he couldn't help but be worried, because the Golden Tiger tribe consisted of monsters with terrifying fighting spirits. Even a village full of people like that considered Mirang a weak little kitten. Facing the pressure from those giant tribesmen, Mirang told herself that if she couldn't overcome this difficult trial, she would never be strong enough to reach that woman. She encouraged herself. I can do this. Seeing her determination, Rason decided firmly, let's go. He turned to ask, where is your village? Mirang replied, the Dragon Mountains. Rason suddenly remembered an important detail. Rudia's hometown is right in these dangerous Dragon Mountains. Throughout the journey, the mischievous Rudia kept sticking close to Mirang to get to know her. Tiger-chan, my name is Rudia. Can I touch your tail? The hyperactive girl's behavior made veins pop in Mirang's forehead. In annoyance, she turned and pointed at Rason Maon. She's so noisy. Can I eat her? Rason Maon could only helplessly intervene. Absolutely not. That night, as the group was resting in their tent, a loud thud outside made Rason Maon and Rudia peek their heads out in alarm. Appearing before them was Mirang, dragging the carcass of a giant beast, and she said nonchalantly, meat. I found it on the way. If you guys want it, eat up. Rason was stunned to realize this was a saporon, a rare and extremely nutritious type of wild boar. The group quickly started a campfire to roast the meat. The savory aroma made Rudia shout excitedly, so good, while Mirang grumbled at her to turn down the heat. Because Mirang hated teleportation portals so much, the three of them had to walk for 3 whole days. But the cheerful atmosphere by the campfire made the trip not bad at all. Watching Rudia use her fire magic to grill the meat and chat happily with Mirang, Rason Maon thought to himself that the two girls were already stuck to each other like glue. The saporon wild boar meat was roasted to a golden brown, billowing smoke. Its flavor was incredibly tender and delicious, melting in their mouths. Seeing Mirang stuffing large chunks of meat into her mouth, Rason Maon curiously asked, are you planning to eat it all? I heard the Golden Tiger tribe wasn't that picky. Mirang shot him a sharp glare and replied bluntly, in your dreams. Our tongues are much more refined than you humans, so we're very picky. She even turned up her nose, criticizing the food in his bag for smelling weird. Looking at the fresh, perfectly preserved fruit stored via stasis magic in his inventory, Rason was speechless and thought to himself, how could food in here possibly go bad? She really is picky. Mirang then casually made a bone-chilling remark. Of course, human meat is still the best. Hearing this, Rudia was still innocently stuffing her face with a large piece of roasted meat and cheering. Mirang smiled slightly and said, eat up. Witnessing this tragicomic scene, Rason Maon could only break into a cold sweat and ask, why would you say that in front of a human? So, is golden tiger meat delicious too? Mirang replied coldly, it's not very chewy. Her deadpan answer made Rason jump in shock. You've tried it? After the meal, the group stood before an old wooden signpost. Follow this road to a cave. Go through the cave and down the mountain, and you'll reach Heir. Hearing that, Rudia turned to her two friends happily. I'll visit my father and then see you all later. But Rason immediately said firmly, stopping her. Rudia, you wait at the village. His sudden decision made Rudia blink in surprise, asking, and what about you, sir? Rason Maon replied decisively, I'm going to meet the Golden Tiger tribe. His answer made the fire spirit girl's spirits sink. Rason cast his eyes downward, feeling sullen as he asked himself, am I really that weak? Seeing the soggy dumpling expression on his little friend's face, Rason went quiet and thoughtful. He analyzed the situation internally. At her age, Rudia was certainly a gifted mage, but she was still far too weak to face the Golden Tiger tribe. He knew full well how brutal the Tiger tribe was, and letting her tag along now would only put her in danger. Sensing her master's worry, Rudia sighed softly. She turned to leave without a second thought and said, fine, I'll just go home to Dad then. Seeing her lonely figure walking away, Rason called out to her. Rudia. Hearing his voice, the fire element girl spun around suddenly. She beamed a radiant smile, her hands igniting with warm flames to form a heart shape as she declared loudly, Dad said, if I wanted to become stronger, I just had to tell him. I'll grow stronger and protect you. Because I've already sworn the fire pact with you. Rudia's determination and genuine affection brought a relieved smile to Raison's face. He told himself that perhaps this was best for her. Watching Rudia's figure fade into the distance, Rason began to walk, quietly mapping out his own plan. I'll complete the quest as well and grow stronger. The fiery Holy Grail soul suddenly zipped out, trembling and gagging as it struggled. Ugh, I hate this place. I feel like I've been sleeping here for 1,000 years. In other words, this is where I was sealed away. Rason squinted at the little cup, thinking, now that you mention it, this is exactly where I was sealed. He looked ahead and suddenly stopped in confusion, seeing Mirang kneeling on the ground, frantically digging through the dirt and rocks beneath a massive ancient tree. Rason wondered curiously, but why is she digging a hole? The Holy Grail, floating beside him, nonchalantly delivered a harsh truth. She probably doesn't know the password to enter the village. Rason Maon asked in surprise. A password? Ignoring their curiosity, Mirang continued digging with great enthusiasm, a wide, excited grin on her face. Rason was speechless at his friend's strange behavior. Why is she so happy? Hey kid, who are you? Are you from the Golden Tiger tribe? Rason Maon jumped in surprise and turned around, cold sweat trickling down. The man looming over him looked like a guardian statue emerging from the darkness. He was a true Golden Tiger warrior, with rippling muscles, dark skin covered in tiger stripes, and eyes that glowed with a fierce, murderous intent. Rason stood frozen in shock, thinking, the Golden Tigers really are huge. He glanced back at Mirang, and was shocked to see she had completely lost her bravado, her whole body trembling with fear. Rason thought to himself, Mirang is considered pretty burly, but this guy is even bigger than her. Looking at that expression, he really was a Golden Tiger. Right then, the system notification board popped up, explaining his companion's past. Mirang had been weak since birth, which was why she faced such hatred from her own tribe. Seeing Mirang's shoulders shaking violently, Rason felt a wave of empathy. She's this scared, yet she still wanted to come to this village? Pushing aside his pity, Rason turned to face the giant tiger warrior, who was growling threateningly. You're not from the Golden Tiger tribe. Why do you have the Tutankhamun fangs? Quest told me to come here. The answer made the giant narrow his eyes in suspicion. Quest? I've never heard that name. My name is Rason Maon. The name Maon hit the quiet space like a bomb. Mirang froze completely, muttering in shock. Rason Maon curled his lips into a smirk, radiating arrogance and confidence, as he dropped the final, devastating remark. I'm a relative of Avelia Maon and Persa Maon. Surely you recognize those names? Hearing the names of the two butchers who had brutally slaughtered their tribe years ago, both the giant tiger warrior and Mirang turned pale. I have connections to Avelia Maon and Persa Maon. You recognize those names, right? Rason Maon's provocative declaration echoed through the snowy mountain pass, instantly enraging the Golden Tiger giant. The deep-seated grudge of his tribe ignited his fury. He gritted his teeth and roared, "You bastard! I'm going to eat you alive!" Not stopping there, he glared at Mirang with eyes full of fire and shouted, "Mirang, you dead dog! How dare you bring someone from the Maon household to the doorstep of the Golden Tiger tribe?" The giant's accusation left Mirang in a state of absolute terror. She waved her hands frantically, stammering through tears. No, I didn't know. I only heard that. I would be able to enter the village, so I know, it's not like that." Seeing the situation spiraling into chaos, the giant growled and pointed straight at Rason Maon. "Explain yourself." But Rason Maon kept his expression completely calm, even taking a jab at his friend. "You said you were going to eat me, didn't you?" The jab hit home, making Mirang flush red and shout angrily, "I'll eat you after you explain." Facing the murderous aura of the tiger giant, Rason remained perfectly composed. The giant gnashed his teeth and proudly declared his tribe's resolve. "We are not afraid. We will die before we bow to your kind." But Rason stepped forward decisively and clearly declared his true purpose. "I came here to stop that, to fix the mistakes made by my sisters." Nonsense. You think we'd believe that? A mad dog of the Maon family spewing such lies? Rason didn't flinch. He resolutely held up the glowing golden fang in front of his opponent and declared, "I will place the fangs of Tutankhamun on the altar. Then I will inherit the will of Tutankhamun and quest to end the meaningless hunting of the Maon house." The power radiating from the legendary fang cast a brilliant glow, causing the giant to falter for a moment. But he stubbornly stuck his neck out and bellowed, "You think I'll believe that? My claws will be the judge." Rason's purple eyes narrowed with confidence. He replied coldly, "The altar will decide. I think it's not too late to figure out if Tutankhamun's fangs are the real deal or a fake, right?" An elderly figure limped out from the shadows, leaning on a wooden staff. Rason immediately recognized him and called out, "Village Chief Bakuya." The appearance of the seventh young master, combined with the fact that he knew his identity, shocked the chief. He widened his eyes and stammered, "How do you know my name?" Rason Maon smiled playfully and replied, "Well, the divine eye showed me the prophecy, and the sage Quest told me about it." The mention of Quest and the prophecy left Chief Bakuya deep in thought. He muttered, "Prophecy sage, I don't really remember that," then looked at Rason Maon suspiciously. "Have you seen the future?" Rason Maon clearly affirmed that he had seen a dark future, a future where his brutal sisters from the Maon family would spread destruction and chaos across the world. He looked the chief straight in the eye, his purple eyes glowing with firm resolve, and declared, "I have inherited his will and was reborn with the mission to stop my sisters." Witnessing the iron resolve of the 14-year-old, the system board immediately showed that Chief Bakuya's status had changed to excited. Rason Maon smiled triumphantly to himself. "He's completely convinced. Stop pretending to hesitate." Indeed, Bakuya stroked his chin, lost in thought. Breaking the silence, Chief Bakuya spoke slowly. "I don't know anyone named Quest, but I know a great deal about the Golden Tiger tribe." His revelation left the giant tiger warrior standing next to him wide-eyed in surprise. "Is that so?" Bakuya glanced at the warrior and sighed. "Yes, even though young warriors like you consider such things useless." He began to recall ancient memories, making the tiger warrior realize, "Are you talking about the legend of Tutankhamun?" Long ago, to prove his life-or-death oath, the hero Tutankhamun had resolutely pulled out his own blood-stained fang. He made a rock-solid oath to use his very life to protect the land of the Golden Tiger tribe alongside his companions. As the world's supreme ruler at the time, Tutankhamun had handcrafted an ancient stone altar and carved a hole that fit that fang perfectly. The legend says that in the future, when the sacred fang and the altar meet again, a great power will officially awaken. People believe that the great hero Tutankhamun will appear once more. At this news, Rason wondered if Tutankhamun and his companions had really fought side by side, because from what he knew, the Golden Tiger tribe usually hunted alone. He turned to ask Mirang to confirm if that was true. Mirang, the tiger girl, was startled. "Me? Well, I suppose so." But what bothered Rason Maon most was another strange detail. When Tutankhamun's fang touched the altar, a special reaction would occur. And that reaction was magic. The absurdity here was that the Golden Tiger tribe had no idea how to use magic, so how could their chieftain have performed such high-level sorcery? More importantly, it seemed that neither Chief Bakuya nor the warriors in the tribe had realized this strange contradiction. Rason Maon thought, "I was here a long time ago. It was all because of the sage Quest." Cutting through his train of thought, Chief Bakuya sniffed the air, then confirmed in a low voice, "You are not lying. I can smell the scent of this place on you." Having gained their trust, Rason spoke frankly. "I'm curious about something." The village elder nodded. "Go on," Rason Maon asked directly. "Why couldn't Persa Maon find you?" He immediately pointed out the suspicion. With Persa's terrifying strength, she should have easily exposed the magical barrier here. Rason Maon's question made village elder Bawiya pause in surprise. The old man looked down at his trembling hand gripping his wooden staff, his heart shaken by his own inner questioning. "He's right. Why didn't I notice the abnormality here?" Seeing the elder's shocked expression, Rason smirked craftily. He secretly understood that the reason no one noticed this strangeness was because the person behind the setup was the legendary archmage, Kut Theo. Who exactly is Kut Theo? And what hidden connection did he and the Golden Tiger tribe have? He analyzed internally. Tuan Ka wasn't a man who possessed absolute power to the point of dominating the world. But if I replace the name Tuan Ka with the legendary archmage Kut Theo, then all the absurd contradictions in this setup suddenly become perfectly logical. Rason Maon wondered if they would understand, if he told them Tuan Ka was actually Kut Theo. But more importantly, Rason Maon decisively spoke out to expose the truth. Kut Theo is the saint who used magic to hypnotize all of your tribe's people. The shocking revelation made both village elder Bakuya and the tiger warrior widen their eyes in astonishment. Rason Maon calmly continued, "And he is also the one who deliberately left Tuan Ka's fang behind." Standing nearby, Mirang was completely stunned, asking tremblingly, "Hypnotize everyone? Why would he do that?" Because that was the final wish of Tuan Ka, the great leader of a tribe full of self-respect. Completely convinced by the intelligence and superior insight of the 14-year-old, village elder Bakuya extended his withered hand and praised him. "You are quite smart, not like those barbaric humans at all." The old man decisively proposed, "I will personally guide you into the village. Let's go." Looking at the hand offered to him, Rason held his head high with satisfaction, telling himself he had successfully passed the first trial. He replied happily, "Sure thing." Then, he reached out and firmly grasped village elder Baoya's hand to establish the alliance. The group started moving forward. Seeing the tiger girl, Mirang, still hesitating and lagging behind, village elder Baoya looked back and called out, "Mirang, let's go." Upon hearing the elder's call, Mirang's tiger ears twitched in surprise. She quickly scrambled to follow. After a while of walking through the dense forest, a giant waterfall appeared before the group, foaming white as it poured straight into a crystal-clear, windy lake. Village elder Bakuya chanted an ancient spell in a strange language. Immediately, the surrounding space vibrated violently. Rason was startled, clearly feeling time and space bending. A wildly twisting magical current engulfed the group. Extreme dizziness hit Rason Maon, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure as cold sweat poured down like rain. He was shocked to realize this teleportation was much more dizzying than passing through a regular portal. If he showed even a moment of weakness, he would be instantly swallowed whole by this spatial vortex. But then, a brilliant light exploded and vanished, successfully carrying the group through the barrier. Stepping into the world on the other side, Rason looked around at the arid, red-sanded desert in confusion, wondering if this was truly the Golden Tiger tribe's village. The site of the ancient village gradually emerged. As they took their first steps, a tiger warrior guarding nearby suddenly sniffed with vigilance upon smelling a human. He hurried over, frantically questioning the elder if it was really a human. Village elder Baoya continued to walk calmly with his staff and replied placidly, "Yes, he carries the fang of Tuan Ka." The warrior rushed inside to notify the rest of the tribe. Standing before the beloved village elder Baoya suddenly choked up with emotion, a hot tear rolling down his wrinkled cheek. Bakuya silently prayed to the legendary hero, "Great leader Tuan Ka, you have finally saved us. What have you prepared for the Golden Tiger tribe?" Bakuya, Rason Maon, and the giant warrior silently walked deeper inside. Trailing behind everyone, the tiger girl Mirang watched Rason Maon's back, her chest pounding with breathless emotion. Mirang's golden eyes glowed radiantly, and the corners of her mouth formed a happy, excited smile as she realized she finally had the chance to return and stand on her tribe's land. Upon entering the ancient village of the Golden Tiger tribe, Rason's appearance immediately drew the attention of the warriors. They kept sniffing, then exclaimed in surprise, "I smell Tuan Ka. It smells just like Tuan Ka." Village elder Bakuya pondered for a moment and explained to Rason Maon in a low voice, "Everyone knows the scent of Tuan Ka, even if they have never met him. This must be a great trial for our entire clan." Saying this, the old man led Rason Maon to a giant stone staircase leading upward, where a fiery red pillar of light shone straight into the desert sky, and pointed, "It's over there." Standing before the stairs, village elder Baoya introduced solemnly, "This is the altar of the Golden Tiger tribe. There is a small hole on the altar up those stairs. Place the fang inside." Bakuya added in a low, cautionary tone, as if warning that if anyone unworthy tried to place Tuan Ka's fang there, the heavenly thunder would grow angry and kill them. The unexpected warning made Rason Maon's soul leave his body in shock. "What? I've never heard of this." Immediately, the system notification appeared, confirming that Archmage Cut Theo had intentionally set up this trial to prevent villains from stealing the fang. If an unworthy person tried the offering, Cut Theo's ultimate anti-human skill, Destructive Lightning, would descend. Looking at the long, rambling skill name on the system panel, Rason could only sweat helplessly and grumble. Seeing Rason Maon silent, village elder Boya narrowed his eyes, probing, "What? Are you afraid?" Rason Maon quickly regained his composure. He smiled confidently and replied, "No, I'm just sensing the breath of Tuan Ka and Cut Theo. So, shall we begin?" With that, Rason strode forward, walking toward the glowing altar. He focused his mind, telling himself he could definitely feel the massive magical source fluctuating here. Standing before the ancient stone pedestal, Rason gripped the glowing fang and reassured himself, "This won't be a problem since Cut Theo gave this to me himself." Rason decisively plugged Tuan Ka's fang into the seal on the altar. Immediately, the fang erupted in a blinding radiance, triggering an incredibly powerful magical reaction. A massive pinkish-purple light exploded violently, leaving Rason Maon stunned. Something had been activated. Witnessing the miracle, the tiger warriors standing below were completely shaken, falling to their knees simultaneously and bowing their heads while crying out in despair, "Tuan Ka, Tuan Ka." From within the brilliant halo, the spirit image of a man with long, flowing blue hair, wearing a light blue traditional costume, appeared. Unlike the aged appearance from their previous meeting, this was a much younger version of Cut Theo. A younger Cut Theo, he thought. As I suspected, they are the same person. From the ancient stone pedestal, Kutheo's spirit image turned its gaze toward Rason and spoke in a deep voice. Inheritor, you have brought me the Holy Grail. Rason Maon realized this was the same preset holographic image as before. Kutheo continued. Because you brought me the Holy Grail, I will grant you this. With that, the legendary Archmage's hand suddenly glowed with a very warm magical force. From Kutheo's glowing palm, a gem red as fire suddenly appeared. Rason Maon's expression changed, wondering, a gemstone? Before he could collect his thoughts, the stone suddenly emitted a blinding light, fired straight at the Holy Grail hovering nearby. The glowing red stone struck dead center in the middle of the small cup's forehead. Pookie thrashed around in a fury, screaming non-stop. Damn it, you jerk. Stop it. Don't put that thing on my handsome face, watching the cup's hilarious antics. The spectral image of Kuthar, the great mage, chuckled teasingly. I assume Pookie is crying his eyes out because of the pain? Being called by such a lame name, the cup's face flushed red as he retorted, Shut up, I'm not Pookie. I am, but Kuthar poured more cold water on him, unbothered. I'm pretty sure Pookie would just whine that he's the great Holy Grail, right? The small cup could only shriek in helpless frustration. He's so annoying. Ignoring the cup's pointless bickering, the spectral Kuthar turned his gaze toward Rason and continued seriously. Successor, if my predictions are correct, you might be walking the path of a mage, yet at the same time, you are not. Hearing this, Rason tightened his fist and analyzed it silently. On the path of a mage, yet not. He guessed the old man was alluding to his combat magic techniques. Kuthar continued to explain. No matter how talented a person may be, the human body always has its limits. One could never possess boundless power without the Holy Grail. That was the reason he had created this relic. Rason listened intently as Kuthar explained the role of the Holy Grail, which helped its user fuse with an attribute that would normally be impossible for a regular body to handle. Rason remembered that in the original story, the protagonist Casin had also received the Holy Grail, but couldn't unlock its potential because he didn't know this secret. Rason thought to himself, perhaps this relic was worth much more to him than it ever was to Casin. To verify this, Rason Maon glanced at the small cup and asked, So, I'm guessing the attribute you possess is fire, right? Upon hearing this, the Holy Grail tilted his nose up proudly and replied, Nope, you guessed wrong. I am truly magnificent. I possess every attribute. I hate this because it makes me look so ugly. But with the attribute stone, I can merge any attribute with my master. I assume that's enough explanation. The first attribute was supposed to be fire. At this moment, the spectral image of the great mage Kuthar began to flicker and fade. He smiled, leaving one final piece of advice. I am certain you will be able to utilize it to master elemental magic. The most important thing is that because this attribute has been deeply imprinted within the Holy Grail, no one else will ever find it. Being able to hide this ability will be incredibly useful when facing enemies. The great mage Kuthar's image began to fade away. He left behind a mysterious final message before vanishing completely. After some time, if you follow in my footsteps, you will learn many things. And if possible, follow in the footsteps of my dear friend as well. Kuthar dissolved completely, leaving Rason standing in deep thought before the empty altar. He wondered who this friend the old man mentioned could possibly be. Turning to the Holy Grail hovering nearby, Rason teased, You look pretty depressed, don't you? The comment caused the small cup to bristle immediately, and he shouted angrily, Who? Me? I'm the great Holy Grail. Rason nonchalantly tried to soothe him. All right, Pookie. That tacky name. The cup screamed in outrage. You can't treat me like this. It's so annoying. However, their argument was suddenly cut short by a violent tremor. The ground shook thunderously, startling Rason Maon. An earthquake? He quickly dropped to his knees to steady himself. But as soon as his hand touched the ground, he realized in horror that the earth was splitting wide open and the ancient stone altar was completely collapsing. The entire pedestal shattered beneath his feet, sending Rason plummeting into the deep abyss amidst Pookie's panicked screams. No! In that split second, Rason lightning-fast activated his wind attribute skill. A gust of mana surged, allowing him to land as light as a feather. Rason sighed with relief that was a bit scary. But as he looked up, he froze at the breathtaking sight. A swarm of muscular golden tiger warriors stood tall, surrounding him, their eyes glowing brilliantly in the dark, exuding immense pressure. Rason vigilantly asked himself, the Golden Tiger tribe? But then he quickly noticed something unusual. All of them were standing perfectly still, like stone statues. A long, weary sigh broke the silence. The village elder, Baoya, spoke slowly. When the shrine shattered, our chains were broken. Looking at the old man's sudden display of reverence, Rason Maon secretly wondered why he was acting so courteous all of a sudden, and curiously asked, "Chains?" Elder Baoya explained in a low voice. "The Golden Tiger tribe was once powerful enough to rule the world, but when our great chieftain Tuan Ka disappeared, God's shackles were tightened upon us." Rason whispered to himself, "God's shackles?" Right at that moment, the tiger warriors around them erupted with brilliant golden battle aura, and the elder declared clearly, "And at this very moment, God's shackles have vanished." The very next second, the swarms of tiger warriors transformed into beams of light and dissolved. Rason Maon stood completely frozen as he looked up at the fracturing desert sky, revealing a brilliant blue sky. The wind barrier was gone, and time and space around them were changing dizzily. Just as the barrier collapsed, the vibrant blue sky appeared. However, Elder Baoya spoke pensively. "Even after God's shackles have vanished, the Golden Tiger tribe is still incomplete." Finding this strange, Rason turned to ask, "Why is that?" The old man sighed and replied, "Because we lack our tails." The answer surprised Rason. Tails? In reality, the tail was the greatest fatal weakness of the Golden Tiger tribe. That was why they usually chose to cut them off at a very young age to avoid disaster. But now, without God's shackles, they had to have tails to unleash their full, ultimate power. At that moment, every eye turned toward Mirang, the only girl in the tribe who still had her tiger tail intact. Elder Baoya slowly recounted the ancient history. A very long time ago, there was a king of the Golden Tiger tribe. Of course, that was only symbolic. But aside from the great chieftain Tuan Ka, the Golden Tiger tribe has always been a matriarchy, after all. With that, the old man suddenly leaned down to look at Mirang and declared loudly, "I find you perfectly suited to be the current king of the Golden Tiger tribe." The sudden proposal made Mirang freeze for 5 seconds before she panicked and cried out, "Me?" Bakia explained gently. "It seems God's shackles previously weighed most heavily on you. So now that they are removed, the power hidden within you has been unleashed more strongly than ever." Looking at her hand, which was glowing with magical energy, Mirang muttered in shock, "I do feel a bit lighter." Witnessing this, Rason silently observed and analyzed the situation. He realized that Mirang had always been seen as the weakling. It turned out it was all because she had been bearing the heaviest of God's shackles. Furthermore, due to the tragedy years ago when her entire village was brutally slaughtered by the third daughter, Rason Maon, Mirang had no one to help her perform the tail-cutting ritual, which meant she couldn't enter the tribe's village. She had to endure harsh days of survival alone in the deep woods. Rason narrowed his eyes and thought, "That's why she happened to meet me." Was all of this just a coincidence? All the pieces of the puzzle suddenly locked together perfectly, to a terrifying degree. Rason asked himself in shock, "It's too perfect? It's as if someone orchestrated this whole thing. So, what about Kuthar? He must have controlled all of this." He realized he was seemingly just a pawn following the exact path that the legendary Great Mage had laid out 1,000 years ago. Interrupting his thoughts, Elder Baoya firmly knelt on one knee and swore, "I, Bakuya, of the Golden Tiger tribe, swear to cooperate absolutely with the Savior who rescued us from God's shackles." Immediately after, a swarm of muscular tiger warriors like Jicha, Ridura, Sander, and Jibo also knelt down, shouting their vow of unwavering loyalty. Mirang smiled with determination and declared loudly, "I, Mirang of the Golden Tiger tribe, swear to cooperate absolutely with the Savior who rescued us from God's shackles." Immediately, the system panel glowed, notifying him, "You have received a vow of loyalty from the entire Golden Tiger tribe." Standing before the entire tribe kneeling at his feet, Rason smiled with excitement. "I've gained the Golden Tiger tribe as allies. This is exactly what Kuthar wanted to give me." With God's shackles gone, the Golden Tiger tribe had now recovered their former ferocity. The whole village instantly sank into a festive, joyous atmosphere. After a day of feasting and celebrating with Rason Maon, the Golden Tiger tribe decided to go their own way. Now, they no longer needed a reason to live huddled together. Even though their current strength was not enough to defeat Rason Maon's terrifying sisters, at the very least, they now had enough power to freely escape their clutches. On the road, leaving the valley, Rason glanced at his companion and asked curiously, "But why aren't you going with them?" Mirang turned to answer nonchalantly, "Me? This is the direction I was planning to go anyway," Rason asked, bewildered. "Wait, why?" Mirang laughed mischievously. "Traveling alone must be pretty boring, right?" Seeing the girl's hyperactive expression, Rason could only sigh helplessly, thinking to himself, "Aren't tigers supposed to be extremely solitary creatures? What's wrong with her?" He then replied sluggishly, "Fine. Do whatever you want." Suddenly, both of them froze in shock. From a distance, a terrifying explosion erupted, followed by a column of thick black smoke and a blazing red inferno reaching toward the sky. Rason's face turned pale. There was fire in Heiran? Wait, that flame. The image of his third sister, the brutal Persa, with her vibrant red hair and a crazed, bloodthirsty smile, suddenly flashed into his mind. Looking at the column of black smoke and the red flames rising high into the sky in the distance, Rason immediately recognized it as Persa's destructive fire. But then he remembered something even worse. No, Rudia is already back in Heiran now. The image of the fiery girl, always wearing a radiant smile, flashed in his mind, making Rason Maon tremble with fear. If she runs into Persa, I can't waste another second. Rason Maon decisively activated his wind attribute. A blue wind mana burst forth violently, kicking up dirt and rocks as he took off at an incredible speed. He zipped past Mirang like a bolt of lightning, leaving the Tigerkin girl standing there in shock. Rason Maon gritted his teeth, telling himself he didn't have much time left, silently praying that nothing had happened yet. Watching the trail of mana and wind gradually vanish into the air, Mirang trembled, her golden eyes shrinking in horror as she sensed a familiar yet terrifying presence. Rushing over from afar, the village of Heiran was now completely engulfed in raging flames. Rason quickly approached the scene, decisively waving his hand to release a sharp wind, parting the thick, toxic smoke. Seeing the ruins and devastation before his eyes, he couldn't help but clench his fists. The village is burning, the people of Heiran. Just then, a loud, panicked cry rang out, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Young Master Rason Maon. A Heiran woman was running frantically toward Rason Maon. She wailed, desperately begging for help. "Help us, over there." Seeing the villagers in danger, Rason hurriedly asked, "What's happening?" But before she could reach him, the woman's eyes rolled back in terror, and she could only let out a jagged scream. The next second, a wild, brutal fire surged violently, incinerating all her flesh into a dry, crumbling skeleton right before Rason's eyes. In the blink of an eye, seeing the victim's gruesome death under such cruel flames, Rason stood frozen in shock. His eyes narrowed in disbelief as he saw Rudia lying unconscious on the burning ground. Amidst the desolate ruins and raging sea of flames, the third young lady, Persa Maon, stood there nonchalantly. She brought a bloodied finger to her lips, licking it seductively, and flashed a cruel smile to welcome her youngest brother. "Oh, there you are, my dear brother." Seeing Rason Maon burning with indignation, Persa glanced at Rudia, lying nearby, and spoke casually. "I saw Avelia Maon's little doll, so I played with her for a while." "Oh, right, she's your toy too, isn't she?" Rason Maon trembled with rage. He tried to suppress his mounting fury, and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here?" But Persa only tilted her head, giving a sarcastic smile in response. "Oh, am I not allowed to come? Can't you greet your sister a little more warmly?" Standing in the middle of the completely incinerated village of Heiran, Rason looked up at the fiery sky in pain. The pungent smell of charred flesh hung in the air, making his chest tighten. The whole village smells like burnt meat. Why? The image of his innocent, radiant friend Rudia cheering earlier immediately flashed into his mind. The long mountain range. So I can see my father again. That cruel contrast made Rason grit his teeth so hard that his jaw ached, veins bulging on his face from resentment. Why did she do this? Holding on to the last shred of his reason, Rason said coldly, "If you're waiting, then you must have something to say to me." But Persa curled her lips in contempt. "You? I did want to see you, but you're mistaken, you idiot." Saying that, Persa Maon pointed decisively behind her. "I came here because of her." Rason was horrified as the terrifying truth dawned on him. "Mirang, she was tracking me." Persa Maon nonchalantly declared her true target. "I need the Golden Tiger Clan's fangs." To the question of why, Persa just gave a cold laugh and answered with extreme cruelty. "Just for fun. Recently, I hadn't been able to use my detection spell on the Golden Tiger Clan, so I hired people to do it, and naturally, there were rumors that the Tiger Clan was around here." She laughed sinisterly, revealing that her information network, planted everywhere, had long since discovered Rason Maon's whereabouts. "You've worked so hard for me. I was even racking my brain trying to think of what you'd like while waiting." Finishing her sentence, Persa Maon pointed at the pile of charred remains. Where the dry skeleton of the poor Heiran villager was still burning, she coldly declared, "This is a special gift for you, because you worked so hard to hand the Golden Tiger Clan over to me." She nonchalantly treated the destruction of an entire village as a greeting gift for her youngest brother. The horrific memories of the past suddenly flooded Mirang's mind. It was when Maon slaughtered the entire Golden Tiger village. Standing before the 5-year-old Mirang, who was trembling with fear, the past Maon leaned in close and whispered cruelly, "Don't hate me, okay? Do you know why you have to die?" Maon spat out a bitter, contemptuous remark. "Because you are weak. If you're angry, then when will you be stronger? Come find me, although I'm certain you'll still be weaker than me." The painful past and the cruel truth just laid bare caused the Tigerkin girl, Mirang, to completely break down. Her eyes flared with hatred mixed with shock. Her whole body trembled before she collapsed to the ground. Mirang looked up at Rason with a tear-streaked face, crying out in agony, How long have you been deceiving me?" The system immediately displayed a notification. Mirang was in a state of panic following the psychological trauma. She was horrified to realize that the companion who had been by her side all this time turned out to be the younger brother of the bloodthirsty demon who destroyed her entire family. Ignoring his friend's misunderstanding, Rason maintained a cold expression. He looked straight at his brutal sister and questioned her in a low voice. "Persa, the innocent villagers." But Persa only curled her lips in contempt. "Guilty or not, people have to die anyway." Rason Maon remained firm. "The Golden Tiger clan is also innocent." Maon replied nonchalantly, "Of course, but I needed them unable to continue tolerating her sister's cruelty." Rason Maon decisively stepped forward. He declared firmly and sharply, "Her name is Mirang. She is my friend. You have been accompanying me throughout this journey, and I do not intend to hand my friend over to you, sister." Rason's firm declaration to protect his friend left the Tigerkin girl Mirang completely frozen in surprise. Opposite them, the third young lady, Maon, slightly gritted her teeth, annoyed by her youngest brother's stubbornness. She decisively raised her hand and said coldly, "I guess it's time to see just how strong you've become." Rason Maon jolted, realizing there was a magic seal on her finger. Before he could even steady himself, Persa decisively waved her hand, releasing a massive wave of fire. The orange-gold energy surged past Rason Maon, directly destroying and blowing away an entire area of land behind him in a catastrophic explosion. Looking at the scene of blazing devastation, Rason Maon whispered in horror, "That thing destroyed an entire area. This is the power of a level 6 fire spell." Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Maon wore a seductive and cruel smile, teasing him. "You know I missed on purpose, right? I won't miss next time. If you don't move, you'll lose your life. And if you move, your friend will die." Her threatening words made Mirang, standing behind him, completely panic. The next second, a massive, brilliant, orange-gold fire exploded violently. Facing the world-destroying lethal strike rushing toward him, Rason stood tall and firm, preparing to take the decisive attack. However, as the light faded, Rason remained standing firmly, completely unscathed, to the shock of his sister. Persa lowered her hand slightly. You knew I didn't intend to harm you." Maon clicked her tongue in disappointment. "How boring. I went to such lengths to prepare, hoping to find some fun." Rason Maon thought to himself, "That's the law of the Mason house, and she is forced to follow it." Persa curled her lips in excitement. This is going to be interesting." The next second, a crisp sound echoed as Rudia's arm, while she lay unconscious, was suddenly severed. Witnessing Persa's cruel act, Rason Maon was completely stunned. A surge of absolute fury erupted. Without a moment's hesitation, Rason decisively activated his ultimate skill. Violent lightning bolts exploded, and his hair turned a glowing silvery blue. The system board immediately announced the activation of Blitz Tactics. With his current mana, he could maintain Blitz Tactics for 1 minute and 30 seconds. Watching her younger brother's transformation, Maon stood with her arms crossed, looking arrogant. "What's this? Magic combat skills? Your mana has increased a little, but it's nothing to me." She wickedly proposed a game. "Why don't we play a familiar game? Just take one step, and you win. If you win, I'll return this tiger and your toy." Rason's eyes, blazing with lightning, locked onto his opponent. Lightning fast, he used all his strength to lunge forward. "You'd better keep your word." Facing the blitz attack, Persa flashed a devilish smile and raised her hand to cast a massive fire formation. "A challenge? Let's see how strong you've become." Violent, orange-gold flames roared intensely. Maon coldly warned that if he touched it, he would burn to ashes. Yet, Rason Maon resolutely dove into the sea of fire. He gritted his teeth, enduring the terrifying heat. Persa curled her lips in contempt. "What can you even do?" In the nick of time, Rason suddenly channeled all his lightning into his fist, simultaneously absorbing the surrounding fire energy to unleash an extremely powerful fire-infused punch. A deafening explosion rang out. The explosive power helped Rason Maon break through the defense and close the distance. Realizing the anomaly, Rason gritted his teeth and asked, "You absorbed the fire energy?" Her brother's sharpness greatly amused Maon. She thought to herself that it would be quite interesting. He had cleared the first level, so it was time for the next. Immediately, Rason decisively wrapped his arms around Maon. He exerted all his strength, determined to break her bones. But no matter how hard Rason tried, Maon's body stood as firm as a rock. He was shocked to realize that she was like a boulder embedded in the earth. She didn't budge at all. Watching her youngest brother struggle, Maon teasingly remarked, "You must have missed me a lot to hug me like this." Though sarcastic on the outside, she was secretly stunned by his defensive capabilities. His fire resistance is no joke. A normal second-rank mage would have died on the spot. Looking at the shimmering cloak on her brother, Maon narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Because of that cloak? Where did he get an item like that? The familiar mana signature from the cloak made her immediately think of the young lady Avelia Maon, who once wore it to destroy giant monsters. Maon gritted her teeth in hatred. "It reminds me of that annoying face." The very next second, Maon decisively waved her hand and activated a massive, glowing fire formation right in front of her. She released a wave of mana, and violent fire blasted directly at Rason Maon. The horrific heat and absolute pressure caught him off guard, and his entire body was completely submerged in the raging sea of fire. The excruciating pain burned his flesh, making Rason's eyes bulge as he screamed in agony. This level 6 fire energy was too terrifying. The massive amount of magic destroyed everything in its path, easily piercing through the protection of both his white dragon scale cloak and his 1,000-year-old guardian heartplate armor. Rason gritted his teeth, enduring the extreme pain. Even with the support of the Holy Grail in his heart, he struggled, realizing he had completely reached his limit. "I'm at my limit. It feels like my body is about to be torn to pieces." Witnessing Maon's brutal, destructive power from afar, the Tigerkin girl Mirang stood completely frozen. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably with fear, her eyes wide with horror as the traumatic memories of the past were violently awakened. In that moment of overwhelming fear, the few happy memories of her childhood suddenly flickered in Mirang's mind. They were peaceful days on the lush green meadows. As little Mirang was happily running under the shade of an ancient tree, a kind woman of the tiger tribe smiled and gently called out to her, "My little one." She gently placed a lucky 4-leaf clover into the girl's hand. "This 4-leaf clover will bring you luck. From now on, only good things will happen to you." Yet, that lucky clover suddenly burned violently amidst Persa's brutal flames. The happy memory was quickly torn apart by the tragedy of her clan's extermination years ago. The village was submerged in a sea of raging fire. Desperate screams and blood dyed everything red. A clansman used his last ounce of strength, trying to shield others with his body, and screamed in agony, "Run away!" The next second, a dark, grim reaper holding a sharp scythe coldly swung it, cleanly severing his body before the helpless little girl. Amidst the raging sea of fire, the grim reaper holding a giant scythe loomed tall. Below, the third young lady, Maon, was casually carrying 2 bloody tiger heads. In front of her stood only a small tiger cub, standing alone, watching the village burn to the ground. The tiger cub's eyes were filled with tears, reflecting the cruel fire consuming everything. The lucky 4-leaf clover fell from her claws and was instantly burned to ashes. Maon's demonic voice from back then echoed mockingly, "Don't hate me. Do you know why you have to die? Because you are weak. If you're angry, come find me when you're stronger." She lightly pointed her finger at the poor child's face and added a remark full of contempt, "Although I'm sure I'll always be stronger than you." Returning to reality, Mirang stood completely frozen, her whole body trembling as she saw Rason being submerged in Persa's violent flames, screaming in pain. While maintaining the glowing magic formation, Maon coldly dispensed despair. "It hurts, doesn't it? That's what it feels like to be weak, little brother. The weak will always be hurt by the strong, always having everything taken away, yet unable to do anything." Extreme fear made the image of the tiger cub, in the past and the Mirang of the present, merge into one. But right in the middle of the burning fire, Rason Maon suddenly widened his eyes, gritted his teeth in hatred, and loudly declared, "Once the weak take action, the world must change accordingly." Mirang's eyes widened in amazement at Rason Maon's ironclad declaration. The next second, a surge of lightning mana exploded violently. He shouted loudly, calling his companion's name. "Mirang," Rason Maon silently messaged her. This extreme fear was the wall she had to overcome on her own. because if she couldn't do that, she would be forever imprisoned in the darkness of the past. Mirang stood still, facing the extreme fear that had been gnawing at her mind since she was a child. She told herself she had to overcome it, because if she kept running away, nothing would ever change. Decisively casting aside her weakness, Mirang ripped off her outer cloak and threw it away. Her whole body erupted with violent, fiery red lightning mana, officially activating the most powerful combat state of the Golden Tiger tribe. Her beast eyes glowed with killing intent. She was determined to change her own destiny. The next second, before Persa could steady herself, Mirang's giant tiger shadow lunged forward with terrifying speed. Mirang decisively opened her mouth full of sharp fangs and bit directly into Persa's arm, breaking her initiative. At the same time, Rason Maon's mana source was completely exhausted. The system board immediately displayed a notification, ending the blitz tactics state, causing him to be completely drained and collapse to the ground. Lying helplessly on the ground, Rason struggled to look up and was shocked to realize, Mirang she bit, Persa Maon. Persa Maon showed no signs of pain. She contemplatively looked into the red, hateful eyes of the tiger biting her arm, then whispered, "Your eyes I remember now." Persa Maon's lips curled into a devilish, wicked smile as she recognized the child who had survived the massacre years ago. The system notification board suddenly displayed a shocking message announcing a major change affecting the plot. After injuring Persa, Rason Maon's group had temporarily escaped the dangerous sister, but deep down, he knew she would definitely not give up her intentions easily. Mirang walked over to Rason as he sat alone, looking at a map in the dark night. Seeing the basket full of fruit in her hand, Rason asked about Rudia's condition and received the answer that she was just sleeping. When Rason wondered where she got all the food, Mirang avoided the question, saying she gathered it from many places because she believed eating delicious food would help improve one's mood. Looking at the thoughtful beastkin girl giving her cloak to Rudia, Rason silently felt the empathy between the two. However, the scene accidentally triggered in Rason Maon's mind the haunting memory of the devilish eyes. In his memory, Rudia once coldly declared she would kill the father of Persa so the other would experience the extreme pain she was suffering. The irony was that Persa Maon's father was also Rason Maon's father. Not wanting to see Rason Maon hurt, Rudia shed tears and made a bitter request. "When I kill Persa's father, please kill me, Rason Maon." That is the right thing to do, isn't it? Breaking away from the dark flashback, Mirang's question pulled Rason back to reality, asking where they were going to go now in this situation. Rason Maon replied straightforwardly that their destination was the hunter's graveyard. Hearing about that foul-smelling place, Mirang couldn't help but wonder. Rason Maon explained, "We need to find magic herbs, a special potion capable of maximizing the amount of mana that can be imbued into a magic circle." This existence of this potion left Mirang extremely skeptical, as she had never even heard of it. Rason Maon calmly replied that it was because no one had ever seen it before, leaving the beastkin girl even more confused. Deep down, Rason understood clearly that after his confrontation with Persa Maon, his current power was nowhere near enough to touch her. More importantly, the fact that this world possessed a restorative force was truly astonishing. If Rason Maon had the privilege of controlling probability here, then in return, this world also possessed a primeval restorative force to maintain equilibrium. These two forces had always been at odds without him ever realizing it. To win, Rason realized he had to create a change that would make the primeval restorative force stronger, but he absolutely must not damage the probability itself. To achieve his goal, Rason told himself he could no longer hesitate. He became determined to find the potion at all costs to become stronger, because only overwhelming power would help him overcome the primeval restorative force. The cruel destiny that took his life at age 17, just like in the original novel, meant he could not just sit still and wait for death. Shortly after, the group arrived at their destination. Looking at the desolate scene before them, Mirang couldn't help but complain about how wretched the place was. With the keen sense of smell of the beastkin tribe, she covered her nose and grimaced, complaining that she could smell the stench of rotting corpses. Conversely, Rudia, walking beside him, appeared clueless as she didn't smell a thing, which forced Rason Maon to explain that it was because Mirang's sense of smell was much sharper than an ordinary person's. Venturing deeper into the hunter's graveyard, the gloomy, cold space and the cawing of crows made this place even more terrifying than Rason had imagined. Rudia trembled, fearfully clinging to his arm as she whispered that she felt like the place was haunted. However, Rason just calmly gave a blunt response that ghosts might be the ones afraid of her instead. "Oh my God, she's such a delicate girl," and he just hit her with that cold remark. Immediately, he activated his holy eye skill to scanned for clues in the surrounding area, and his vision was quickly drawn to information displaying flint. This abandoned graveyard, aside from being completely empty of people, had one unique feature. All the soil and stones here were flint. This was originally something ancient people used to create fire by rubbing them together. However, with the development of fire magic and spirit magic, this primitive type of flint had been completely forgotten by the world. Seeing Rason Maon lost in thought, Mirang impatiently asked where the potion actually was. His response that he would only know once he found it left the Beastkin girl shouting in astonishment. "You don't even know where it is?" Rason Maon remained incredibly calm, asserting with certainty that it was just around here somewhere. Just then, Rudia softly called out to Rason Maon with a face pale from the cold. She asked if the group could start a fire to keep warm. Rason Maon immediately and firmly refused. To her confusion, he explained that all the graves here were made of flint. Just a small spark catching on would cause the graves to turn into roasted skeletons instantly. Hearing this, Rudia fell silent in fear. Just as the clock was about to strike midnight, a violent tremor suddenly erupted, shattering the graveyard's silence. But immediately after, a giant treant monster with glowing red eyes stepped out from the shadows. It was N, a species with super tough skin and physical strength many times greater than humans. Thanks to its extreme survival ability relying only on water and light, they only appear at the hunter's graveyard at midnight, with the sole condition that there must be no fire in this place. I mean, it's a tree. Of course it's afraid of fire, right everyone? The monster asked why they didn't start a fire to keep warm in the cold night, thinking humans loved fire. Rason Maon calmly replied that he hated fire because he had been burned as a child, leaving Rudia quite surprised. This answer unintentionally pleased N greatly. It wore a smile full of sharp teeth, agreeing that fire was indeed very scary. Realizing Rason Maon's group had no intention of using fire, it let its guard down, remarking that he wasn't a bad person, and began to bury its roots deep into the ground. The monster shared that it and its ancestors, from its grandfather down to its mother, had been guarding this place for 3,000 years. Just then, a system notification box suddenly appeared before Rason Maon's eyes, revealing its identity as Inura, the gravedigger of the hunter's graveyard. At the same time, the system also provided a crucial clue. The gravedigger was looking for the hunter's ribs. Reading this, Rason offered a knowing smile. Perhaps it couldn't retrieve them itself and had to come to his group. Inura asked if he could bring it the hunter's ribs. Rason Maon immediately and confidently agreed. He knew well that at the current point in the original story, no one had yet set foot in this place. It wasn't until the future that Cain and his friends would obtain the potion from here. Not wanting to waste time, Rason Maon asked directly for the location of the grave with the rib cage, noting that the area was tainted by the smell of fire, making it unable to dig it up itself. It agreed to lead the way and turned to move. Rason quickly told the group to stick close to the giant tree. The destination was an abandoned grave, where an ancient sword was stuck firmly into the ground as a marker. This was the burial place of the hunter's ribs that Inura longed for. Without further delay, Rason Maon grabbed a shovel and started digging with all his might. After a while of hard digging, what was meant to happen finally did. An ancient wooden coffin was revealed, his eyes brightening with joy. The wood creaked as Rason Maon slowly opened the lid. Inside, it wasn't human bones, but the giant remains of a werewolf, a renowned hunter from the past. Even after all these years, the skeleton's torso still radiated faint traces of fire element mana. Rason used his hand to break off a rib, thinking to himself that this was more than enough for one monster. He smiled, held the bone out, and told it to take it. The gravedigger Inura immediately used its trembling roots to accept the treasure in extreme excitement. Holding the thing it had desired for thousands of years, Inura showed its sharp-toothed face and roared in joy. "Finally, I have the hunter's ribs. Thank you, human." Immediately after, the monster's giant body suddenly glowed brilliantly. This magnificent sight left the group in awe. Mirang shouted in excitement that it was glowing, while Rudia couldn't help but marvel at the shimmering beauty of the light particles and the magical butterflies fluttering around. It looked beautiful and poetic, except for the fact that they were in a graveyard, so it felt a bit out of place. Hee. In return, Inura spoke up. "Human, here is my reward for you." Immediately, a sprout suddenly shot up from the desolate ground and grew rapidly before Rason Maon's astonished eyes. A dark red bud bloomed, radiating a brilliant pinkish-purple light. Resting right inside the flower's pistil was a small, glowing vial of potion. The legendary potion capable of maximizing the magic power of a magic circle that Rason Maon had been looking for. Yet, instead of being happy, Rason Maon's eyes suddenly narrowed in suspicion. He realized everything was happening too easily. And such an important quest surely couldn't end that simply. There must still be something fishy going on behind the scenes. He silently wondered, could the quest to obtain such a precious potion really be this easy? He began to search through his memories of the original novel he had written himself. In the original plot, Kane's party only needed to find the location and complete the quest to receive this bottle of medicine. At that time, the main character only needed to take the initiative to guide the quest in the right direction. Was the quest really as light and easy as pie? But Rason Maon realized a major inconsistency. If the difficulty of this quest were only this easy, every mage in this world would become stronger way too easily, and that would certainly completely collapse the balance of the world he had painstakingly established. Immediately, a blue system notification appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. You have detected a deficiency in probability. Just as he predicted, the real problem started here. To clarify his suspicions, Rason looked at the giant tree monster and asked, Inura, why did you give me this potion? The gravedigger Inura slowly replied in a booming voice, because you found the ribcage for me. Rason continued to press, what does that ribcage mean to you? Looking at the hunter's ribs tied tightly with ropes, Inura explained that these ribs originally belonged to a great hunter. Why is that important to you? Rason Maon pressed further. Inura still honestly replied to Rason that its grandmother and mother had been searching for this ribcage for a very long time. In short, they had wanted this bone since their ancestors' time. Hearing this, Rason suddenly paused, a thought flashing through his mind. Wait a minute. Why would this creature crave those ribs so much? He remembered clearly that in the original work, there had to be a specific reason for this. Looking at the red rose at its feet, Rason was now completely certain of one thing. The quest this Inura creature gave had never appeared in the pages he had written before. Of course, these potions would still continue to be created like an endless loop from that flower. However, all of them were merely fakes. There was a very high possibility that this potion for increasing magic circle size would not provide the perfect effect at all. So, the plot has deviated from the original story. At that same moment, another system notification chimed. You have obtained a probability fragment. Rason connected the dots. Although in the original story, Casin's team received the potion after their encounter, the only description of its effect at the time was simply that it made them stronger. When he wrote the story, he himself never specified the exact percentage by which the magic circle's size would increase. Rason Maon's eyes narrowed, a flash of blue light sparking with resolve. He told himself there must be a hidden clue around here to help him solve this problem once and for all. Rason Maon immediately searched the area and discovered a crucial clue carved directly onto the coffin lid. Activating his divine eye, an ancient inscription appeared before his eyes. Burn the coffin to sacrifice an offering for the ashes. This was the sacrificial ritual for the ashes. However, Rason Maon quickly realized a fatal flaw in this challenge. If he immediately performed the ritual using fire attribute magic, it would trigger catastrophic magical explosions from the surrounding flint. Worse yet, the ferocious end species from all over the world would instantly mark him as their mortal enemy until the day he died. Damned if he did, damned if he didn't. Rason crossed his arms, deep in thought, trying to piece the probability fragments together. He realized why the gravekeeper here was an N, a creature that absolutely loathed fire. Normally, those who came here on a quest, after reading the inscription on the coffin, would immediately use fire magic to burn the offering, and just like that, they would accidentally trigger the deadly trap, turning the N gravekeeper into a brutal killing machine to exterminate anyone who dared to use fire magic here. The moment he understood the essence of the challenge, a blue system notification suddenly appeared. It confirmed that Rason Maon had collected the missing probability fragment, causing his area comprehension level to skyrocket. The notification gave clear instructions. Light a fire without using magic. Burn the coffin to sacrifice an offering for the ashes. That way, the door would be revealed. At the same time, thanks to his divine eye skill, Rason was astonished to see two other lines of text that had just appeared above and below the original inscription. He silently wondered if this was a hidden hint left by the author specifically for him. Without hesitation, Rason looked toward the giant tree monster and called out, Sura, do you know anything about the offering for the ashes? The sudden question made the creature blankly repeat it unconsciously. Oh, offering for the ashes. You speak of the offering for the ashes? Fire, what kind of hot fire? It doesn't burn right away. Suddenly, Sudra's eyes glowed brilliantly, as if a deep memory had just been awakened. It shouted in shock. I remember now. According to the traditions passed down through my clan, I am here to offer 77 offerings for the ashes in the coffin with the hunter's bone shard. Hearing this, Rason couldn't help but ponder. a creature that was extremely fire-averse and terrified of. Even the smallest spark of magical fire had the mission of personally offering these sacrifices, especially that suggestive number 77. In this real world, any other number might be a coincidence, but this one was definitely a destiny set in stone. Rason understood that providing a specific number in a literary world must surely carry some special meaning behind it. The number 77 immediately reminded him of his old world, where he had learned about Albeto's 77th book through his divine eye. It was a basic magic textbook. Practicing magic was incredibly easy, while here, people didn't know what its hidden variables were. Even though this book was often classified as anti-literature in this world, it was the very foundation that helped him develop combat techniques, serving as a prerequisite for higher-level magic later on. Sudra slowly continued its story. The ancestors of the species had long since offered sacrifices to the ashes after receiving help from someone else. But for thousands of years, they had only been able to offer 76 sacrifices. Sudra's ultimate mission was to complete the final 77th sacrifice. The monster tearfully recounted that the legend said that flame, while hot, might not be hot at all. But because of the terrifying tales the elders told about fire, Sudra had accidentally forgotten this story since it was a child. Listening to those words, Rason leaned down and picked up a piece of flint from the ground. He silently recited the hidden instruction. Light a fire without using magic. Burn the coffin to sacrifice an offering for the ashes. Smiling confidently, Rason looked up at the giant tree monster and called out, Sura. To the creature's confusion, he held up the flint in his hand and declared firmly, Your 77th offering if I do it for you. Is that allowed? Rason Maon's proposal left Rudia, who was standing nearby, stunned. She widened her eyes in shock and asked, You intend to start a fire using only stones? How could that possibly work? The reason Rudia was confused was that she had been able to use fire magic since birth, so she completely failed to understand other basic fire-making methods. Ignoring the two girls' surprise, Rason squatted down to gather some dry straw and calmly explained, First, I just need some flint, metal, and some flammable material like straw. Because in this world, magic families were never the only ones who knew how to work with fire. In this world, famous sword and martial arts families could easily buy magic fire anywhere at an incredibly cheap price. Because of that, they never needed to bother looking for other ways to create fire. This business of magic fire used as fuel was like trading coal in the modern era, and it was one of the economic lifelines controlled by the Maon family. For tribes that didn't possess fire magic like Mirang's Golden Tiger tribe, they had no choice but to follow a different mindset. To survive, one needs fire, and to have fire, one just goes and buries it. Meanwhile, the sound of flint striking together rang out continuously in the darkness. Mirang watched Rason struggling to start a fire and couldn't help but remark that this was truly foolish. However, Rason just told her to let him focus. He rubbed the flint against the metal with all his might to maximize thermal energy. A large spark suddenly flared up. Rason cheered when the fire was successfully created. Witnessing that sight, Mirang shouted in absolute amazement. Whoa, it actually created fire. Ignoring the grumbling, Rason Maon began the ritual by putting this physical flame into the pile of dry straw and tossing it straight into the hunter's coffin. Immediately, the fire roared to life. Seeing the fire appear, the monster recoiled in panic, screaming in fear. But the intense pain it feared did not happen. Sudra realized in a daze that this fire was not hot at all. Rason Maon smiled faintly, knowing his deduction was absolutely correct. The species was extremely averse to magical fire. Even a small spark of magic was enough to deal critical damage. However, they were completely immune to natural fire generated by physical kinetic heat. Yet, all this time, it had mistaken the two for being the same. Realizing this, Sudra was deeply moved. It bowed its head to send sincere thanks to Rason Maon for helping it complete the 77th sacrificial wish, something even its mother had never been able to do. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light erupted in midair, opening a brilliant golden door right above the burning fire. Just as the ancient inscription on the coffin said, Light a fire, burn the coffin to sacrifice an offering for the ashes, and the door shall be revealed. This door was the entrance to an artificial dungeon. Rason understood that once the fire went out, the door would also disappear, and there would definitely be a limit to how many people could enter. Rudia curiously asked where the door led. Rason Maon answered bluntly, It's an artificial dungeon, and he would head in, not forgetting to warn her that this place was very dangerous because it was usually guarded by a guardian deity. Contrary to her usual timidity, Rudia resolutely declared she would go with him. Her brave change surprised Rason, because she had always chosen to wait outside before. Seeing that, Mirang immediately began teasing Rudia, saying the girl wasn't even strong enough to climb or jump up to that floating door. The Beastkin girl told Rudia to climb onto her back, and then turned to tell Rason that she was only helping this one time. Immediately, Rason Maon activated his wind attribute optimization skill. The three of them leaped together into the brilliant golden door, entering the artificial dungeon full of unknown dangers. As soon as they stepped through, the golden door instantly slammed shut and vanished into thin air. The moment he stepped through the golden door, a system notification immediately chimed, confirming the 77th offering hidden scenario was complete, and the group had entered the royal gate. Rason Maon landed in a dark space. He told himself this was definitely an artificial dungeon, but it was so dark all around that he couldn't see anything. Right after that, the torches on the cliff walls automatically lit up, illuminating a giant cave with walls covered in ancient characters. Oh, walking in here feels like entering a cave belonging to some kind of legendary master. The sudden appearance of the cave left the whole group speechless. Gazing at the dense inscription-covered walls, Mirong asked in confusion where they were, while Rudia stared in awe at the massive amount of writing surrounding them. Just then, the system's auto-translation feature kicked in. "You've found this place, which means you have the qualifications to become my successor." As he ventured deeper, staring at the glowing stone pedestal ahead, Rason silently wondered if this place had also been left behind by Chiol. The system displayed the first condition: you must possess a special ocular power, such as a saint's eye. Touching the stone wall, Rason realized it was indeed thanks to his saint's eye that he could stand there. The system presented the second condition: your skills must be linked to mine. This detail made Rason Maon ponder if it was implying his battle spirit and battle magic. But the third condition that appeared truly shocked him: you must carry the blood of the Mason family. Rason was stunned. He couldn't believe the system had specifically named the Mason Clan. Right after, the identity of the place's master was finally revealed through the text. "My name is Albedo. From here on, I will entrust you with my story and that of my late friend, Chiol." Now, reading up to here, if the conditions are met, there's no way to escape. This truth completely stunned Rason Maon. He realized this place wasn't created by Chiol, but by Albedo. Ancient memoirs immediately began to replay the story of the past. Albedo and Chiol had always argued fiercely over one issue, as Chiol insisted that elemental magic was the most powerful. Meanwhile, in contrast to Chiol, Albedo valued combat skills more and believed elemental magic wasn't worth much. Deep disagreement and their massive egos kept them constantly clashing, like two warriors at opposite ends of a battlefield. Yet, behind those heated debates, they were people who understood and cherished each other more than anyone else. They traveled together like that until one day, an orphaned girl suddenly appeared amidst the ruins. That girl was Same. Moved by compassion for the child's pitiful situation, they decided to adopt her. Chiol took responsibility for teaching her magic, while Albedo diligently trained her in combat skills. Thanks to her natural intelligence, Sami absorbed everything incredibly quickly. The two gradually came to treat her as their own daughter, and raised her with all their hearts. When Sami reached adulthood, they respected her wishes and let her choose her own path. Much later, they received news that Sami had excelled and become the head of a major clan. No one knew what had happened during their time apart, but when they finally saw Sami again, they were shocked to find her lying weak and frail on her sickbed. By then, her heart had completely shattered. The only thing they knew for certain was that when a person tried to channel both combat magic and elemental magic into their body, the two sources of power would immediately clash violently within their heart. Sami had known this early on, but because she was afraid of worrying her two adoptive fathers, she had silently endured it and hidden the truth, eventually leaving her family and this world at the prime of her youth. Sami's passing left a massive void. Chiol and Albedo spent a long time drowning in pain and remorse, yet they understood that they could not remain mired in tragedy, for Sami had left behind children of the Maytan bloodline. To make amends for what they owed their poor adopted daughter, the two decided to prepare for the future carefully. Their sole goal now was to help Sami's descendants grow up in a peaceful world. To prevent a similar tragedy from repeating, they made a strict decision. Maytan children were allowed to choose only one of the two paths, either elemental magic or combat magic, strictly forbidden from practicing both. After reaching an agreement, Chiol volunteered to stay and directly take care of and protect the children, while Albedo chose to go into exile, settling in a completely unfamiliar place. Decades passed in that foreign land. Albedo finally had a breakthrough and discovered a brand new type of power. It was a special energy that had no conflicting reaction with mana, and he called it Battle Soul. When combat magic combined with this Battle Soul, it created a new concept called martial arts. because regular magic and battle soul did not react with each other at all. The possessor could practice both without fear of their body exploding. Looking at these lines, Rason Maon was deeply shaken. He realized this was the very setting he had casually written into his own novel. He thought to himself that a simple line he wrote years ago could lead to such painful consequences in the real world. Now, Rason Maon understood the whole story. This was the reason why elemental magic became so popular, while combat magic was forgotten by the Maon clan for all those years to protect their descendants. While Rason Maon was deep in thought, Mirang, standing beside him, impatiently asked Rudia, "What does it say? Can you read it?" Rudia hesitated, trying to translate each ancient character on the wall. If you find this place, it means you found me." Skipping the girl's conversation, Rason Maon continued focusing on reading the final part of the Ancient Testament, revealing the true reason for the creation of the battle soul. It turned out that even though he founded the Grandel clan himself, Cheel still held boundless love for the Mason children. He wanted his future successors to be people who carried that bloodline. For the red-haired warrior Cheel, leaving a legacy for his daughter's descendants was his way of making some amends. It seemed Cheel had also been harboring a similar intention for a long time. In his final years, he created the transcendental Holy Grail, a treasure that allowed one to pour different elemental skills into the Grail, while the heart would serve as the container for combat magic. Thanks to this miraculous fusion, the possessor could use both elemental magic and combat magic simultaneously without fear of their body exploding. Yet, this very grand invention was the source that caused the conflict between Cheel and Albedo to explode violently. To Cheel, the Grandel clan was the biggest obstacle in their way. The two had clashed in a battle that shook the heavens and moved the earth for 7 days and 7 nights. The more they cherished each other, the more their anger and disagreement boiled over. The horrific battle only stopped when both were completely exhausted and collapsed on the cold ground. Although their disagreement was undeniable, in his heart, Albedo had always considered Cheel his most precious friend, even though he mocked himself that his friend probably still hated him. Their egos were so big that neither would give in, right? Listening to the story of the past, Rason Maon stood still before the ancient wall. He pondered the relationship between Cheel, Albedo, and Same Mason, who had founded the Mason clan. His sharp intuition told him there was a completely illogical point in this story. If the two of them had truly fought to the death like that, Albedo's book should have been kept by the people of the Grandel clan. But Rason Maon remembered that the last time he went to the Mason library, that book was clearly there. What exactly was the mystery behind this? Just then, a blue system notification suddenly rang out. "You have discovered a missing probability." Rason Maon was shocked to realize this was a deficiency in probability. Immediately, the surrounding space froze, and time came to a complete stop. The ancient inscriptions, glowing on the stone wall, suddenly disappeared without a trace. Replaced by mysterious blank lines, the text was vanishing as he read it. Facing this, Rason Maon thought to himself that he had to write in the missing details of the plot. He quickly realized a warm truth hidden behind the conflicts of the two predecessors. Although they always argued fiercely with their mouths, in their hearts, Albedo and Cheel had always considered each other their closest soulmates, and above all, the boundless love they both had for their adopted daughter, Same, would last forever through time. As soon as he understood this crux, a system notification immediately rang out, confirming that Rason Maon had gained more probability by successfully supplementing the author's plot. Just as he predicted, this helped him earn a significant amount of probability. Right after that, the system continued to announce that the teachings of the great sage Albedo were being formed. Before the group's eyes, an ancient stone chest with gold trim suddenly rose from the ground and radiated brilliant light. The lid of the chest opened, revealing a glowing blue ancient book inside it. Was the Magic Optimization Manual, a simplified mana training method. Rason Maon couldn't help but be amazed, because as a child, he had only been able to practice the most basic magic. The ancient book before him was truly the ultimate magic training method he had been searching for. As soon as Rason Maon received the book, the system announced that the efficiency of the potion bottle had been upgraded tremendously from 20% straight to 100%. Looking at the brilliantly glowing bottle in his hand, Rason Maon was extremely excited because the potion's capacity had also been successfully upgraded. This was exactly what he desperately needed to learn a new mana training method. But before his joy could be complete, the entire cave suddenly shook violently. Huge rocks from the ceiling began to collapse one after another. Realizing the place was about to collapse, Rason Maon shouted loudly, telling the group to escape immediately. "I knew it," he thought. This place was always going to collapse once its mission was complete. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, accompanied by a sharp scream. Immediately after, the three of them, Rason Maon, Mason, Mirong, and Rudia, were teleported straight outside. Rason Maon jumped up in surprise to realize the group had returned to the hunter's graveyard. He held his head in confusion, wondering about the teachings of Albedo that had just appeared in the dungeon. But when he looked down at his hands, the ancient magic optimization book, the simplified mana training method, and the potion bottle with its capacity upgraded to 100% were still safely in his palms. Rason Maon Mason breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had kept these two priceless items, while also learning many secrets of the previous generation. Just then, Rudia yawned slightly and rubbed her eyes, saying she had just dreamed of Rason Maon Mason being spun around and then drifting into some corner. Hearing that, Rason Maon could only secretly hope it wasn't a prophetic dream. Meanwhile, Mirang, standing beside him, also rested her chin on her hand, looking suspicious. Seeing the expressions on the two girls' faces, Rason realized their memories of the recent artificial dungeon had been completely wiped. He suddenly turned around, wondering to himself, what about the Sudra Tomb Guardian? Right. Did it actually exist? Or was it just some illusion of yours? Right before their eyes stood a massive, ancient cherry blossom tree with lush foliage, its pale pink petals gently drifting in the breeze. Rudia stared at the cherry tree, bewildered, questioning whether it had even been there before. Rason Maon gazed quietly at the ancient tree. He understood that this was Sra, the one who had protected this land for over 1,000 years. As a testament to the love Albedo had for the tree and for Albedo, Rason stepped forward, gently placing his hand on the trunk, and whispered softly, "You've done well." Sudra wore a look of confidence and resolve. Rason kept these precious instructions in mind. He was certain he would create a brand new kind of power to carry on the will of Casin. Rason Maon has been meditating, completely motionless for 2 days straight, absorbing the magic book of Albedo. In the quiet room, only his steady breathing and the mana swirling around his body could be heard. At this moment, the system transfer process has reached 99%. In the corner of the room, Mirong and Rudia are playing cards to kill time. Looking over at Rason, Mirong curiously asks what he is doing, but Rudia can only shake her head in defeat. Right after that, the Beastkin girl loses another round of cards to Rudia. She is furious, having played against a card shark. Just then, a slight sound rings out, as a system notification confirms that Rason has successfully completed the mana optimization. Albedo's streamlined mana training method has significantly boosted his ability to interpret combat souls and manipulate mana. Rason stands up abruptly, clenching his fists to feel his new power. He thinks to himself, combat souls are essentially an energy form rooted in mana, so fusing them together is by no means impossible. With his current body, Rason is confident he can do it. Instantly, a massive surge of mana erupts. Seeing Rason Maon suddenly burst into flames of brilliant blue mana, Rudia rushes over to him in a panic and instinctively reaches out to touch his back to check on him. But the intense heat from the mana flames immediately burns her, and she cries out in pain. Seeing that scene, Mirang can only worry and ask what is happening to Rason while Rudia keeps blowing on her scorched hand. Oh my god, this hand looks like a piece of burnt chicken now. Ignoring the chaos outside, Rason Maon is currently focusing all his spirit on the transformation deep within his body. He keeps his eyes shut tight, imagining himself standing in the middle of the vast universe to observe the flow of energy. Rason begins to channel the massive mana source coming from the Holy Grail, using and directing that unique energy to snake through every blood vessel in his body, heading straight for his heart. The intense energy collides violently, frantically fusing into his pounding heart. Immediately, a system notification appears thanks to the effect of the streamlined mana training. The combat magic Rason Maon absorbed earlier has been successfully upgraded to intermediate level and embedded directly into his heart. The system consecutively displays 2 new skills that have been successfully activated, including intermediate combat magic, enhancement, and intermediate combat magic, physical weight. Looking at the mystical white aura surrounding his hands, Rason cannot help but be surprised at what his body has become. Rason Maon recalls his master's old teachings about physical training. His master once said that he would eventually become a sage, and it is the mana reacting to his deepest desires that has created 4 major transformations in his body. In particular, the enhancement helps the body become sturdy and stabilizes the soul. Recalling the image of himself as a child having to meditate underwater with a bucket on his head, Rason immediately realizes the truth. He understands that enhancement is just an upgraded version of the self-defense skill, while increasing mana will help his magic spells become more perfect. He confidently realizes he has successfully leveled up both his combat and defensive capabilities. Once he has strong support from the two seniors, Albedo and Cell, Rason is certain he can completely reach the power threshold of the first family head, Maon. Just as he is lost in the thrill, Rudia's voice suddenly breaks the atmosphere. Looking at Rason, she cannot help but ask in confusion if he is really Rason. Despite his calm response, Rudia still cannot hide her bewilderment. She places a hand on her chest and stammers that although it is indeed him, the vibe he gives off is just too strange. When Rason asks, she shyly explains that the aura he is exuding is like night and day compared to before. Rason Maon thinks to himself that it seems Rudia has vaguely realized the incredible changes in his body. Just then, Mirang walks in from behind and softly calls out to Rudia. The Beastkin girl seriously announces that she has something extremely important to say. That night, under the full moon shining brightly over the mansion, Mirang quietly walks alone in the dark forest. In the silent night, the sound of her footsteps rings out steadily. Back in the room, Rason straightforwardly announces his next decision. I'm preparing to return to the mansion. Hearing that, Mirang curiously asks if that is his home. Then she shrugs, acting indifferent. Geez, you made me think it was something major. What does you going home have to do with me? It seems the beauty is sulking. Rason seriously explains that staying at the Mason mansion would be very difficult for her. Mirang also frankly admits that she really doesn't like the feeling of being confined. Rason Maon continues about his plan. For the next 2 years, he will focus entirely on winning the family succession rights. Seeing him start to ramble, the Beastkin girl turns toward the door and cuts him off decisively. I don't like long-winded talk. Even when Rason says that perhaps he might need her help later, Mirang still coldly opens the door and walks out, leaving behind a final, decisive remark before departing. I don't care. I've played the role of your tale for so long, I'm bored of it now. Before turning to leave, Rason Maon tells her that if she needs to see him, she should come to the north gate of Mason. But Mirang just coldly refuses and slams the door behind her. Walking alone in the night forest, Mirang tells herself that she is sick of this place too. Just then, a wild rabbit suddenly hops by. She lunges at it in a flash, catching it, acting cute while playing with the rabbit. Looking at the small rabbit trembling in fear in her hands, Mirang suddenly ponders for a moment, then gently lets it go. Standing alone under the full moon, a strange sense of melancholy wells up in her heart. She should be happy now that she is free. Yet, looking at the bright stars in the night sky, Mirang can only sigh and wonder how much longer she has to wait. Meanwhile, in a room at the mansion, Rudia appears extremely worried as she sees Rason Maon packing his luggage to prepare for his 2-year journey. She advises him that he doesn't necessarily have to go out now, because if he returns, he will only receive sarcasm and attacks from those in the family. Understanding Rudia's concern, Rason calmly explains that he only needs to prove that he isn't someone they can use for entertainment, and that's enough. Faced with her question on how to do that, Rason confidently reveals that a friend is coming here to help him create fake evidence. It is a man who is galloping toward them on horseback. But on the road leading to the mansion, a horrific battle has just taken place. All the Crusader knights have been defeated and are lying scattered on the ground, groaning. The culprit behind this horrific scene is none other than Han Mut. The giant bull-headed sphinx monster is laughing gleefully at his achievement. Before the angry accusations of a surviving knight who calls him a murderer, Han Mut just gives a sinister smile with sharp fangs, contemptuously replying that he is not that bad. It's just that they are too weak. Han Mut laughs loudly in a terrifying way, mocking the strength of the knights. A light touch and you porcelain dolls shatter. How could I resist? But his smile suddenly fades when he hears the sound of horse hooves slowly approaching. Amidst the dark night, a mysterious figure in a black cloak is quietly riding a horse into the ruined battlefield. Realizing the danger of the person who has just appeared, the Crusader knights on the ground scream in panic, warning, "Run away! He's that murderer who escaped from Angkot." Ignoring the warning, the person in the black cloak still calmly approaches, calmly asking, "Can you move out of the way for a second?" This dismissive request immediately enrages Han Mut. The bull-headed monster goes crazy and roars. Huh? Move out of the way? Witnessing that cruelty, a knight cannot help but scream in indignation. Ugh, you inhuman monster. But the person in the black cloak dodges the attack in a flash and shifts to stand tall on the high wall before anyone knows it. Looking at the horse's carcass on the ground, the mysterious person coldly questions, "Why did you kill the horse?" It had nothing to do with this. Han Mut is shocked, looking up at the wall, unable to believe his eyes. When did you get up there?" Then he roars crazily, "I'll kill you!" Before he can finish, a powerful lightning magic attack strikes Han Mut's head directly. In the clouds of dust, the mysterious person lands very gracefully, coldly dropping a sentence. It's late, you shouldn't shout so loud. Live a little more calmly. Witnessing that horrific scene, the Crusader Knights are completely frozen in surprise. They gape and scream in extreme fear. Han Moot, a notorious monster who escaped from Angkot, could be defeated so easily in just one strike. Without caring about those around, the mysterious person smiles and removes the hood. Under the black cloak, the appearance of an extremely beautiful young girl with light pink hair tied in 2 bunches and sharp, haughty eyes is gradually revealed. Looking at the desolate surroundings, she mutters in annoyance. Why did you make me meet you in the middle of nowhere like this? Even if I get angry, 10 cows wouldn't be enough. Han. The pink-haired girl who easily defeated the monster Han Moot is Rosalind. Immediately after, she has found her way to Rason Maon's residence. Seeing her suddenly appear without any warning, Rason raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why didn't you knock?" Rosalind leaned casually against the door and replied, "You knew it was me, didn't you? Don't be so formal." Rason looked her over and remarked, "Rosalind, you've grown taller, haven't you?" That unexpected comment caught her slightly off guard, but she quickly regained her serious composure and got straight to the point. Why did you refuse to return to the Cloudton family?" Rason looked away, thinking to himself that the world turned out to be far more terrifying than he had expected. Rason's appearance and his recent actions had truly driven many people mad. Rosalind crossed her arms and continued. "The master always said that." Rason wondered to himself. "Master Magner?" Rosalind continued. "You've surpassed me." His judgment was spot on. Suddenly, her eyes flared with a sharp, orange light. She pressed him. "Why? Why can I feel a battle spirit coming from you?" At that moment, a jet-black mana mixed with mystical purple lightning suddenly erupted around Rason Maon, creating the image of a majestic black panther standing tall behind him. Rosalind gasped in astonishment. "You can actually use mana and battle spirit at the same time?" Seeing her reaction, Rason analyzed it silently. She could see through the battle spirit within him. So this was the greatest talent in Grandel. He suddenly remembered the patriarch of the Grandel clan and realized a truth. Furthermore, that old man was using him as bait to push Rosalind to improve, wasn't he? Not letting Rason think for long, Rosalind turned and commanded, "Follow me." The giant black panther, with glowing red eyes, representing Rason's battle spirit, let out a low growl in the shadows. Rosalind looked back and declared firmly, "Let's have a match." Wow, this girl is quite the fighter. She's such a bossy lady. Contrary to her enthusiasm, Rason Maon just calmly asked, "That's cold, but why should I do that?" The unexpected response left Rosalind stunned and stammering. What do you have for me? Don't tell me you didn't prepare anything." Rosalind blushed in confusion and explained, "Isn't this a perfect opportunity for us to test each other's progress?" In her heart, she thought that if it were Casin, he would have agreed immediately. But Rason extinguished that hope with a splash of cold water. "But I have no interest in that." Rosalind pouted in disappointment and asked, "So, you won't fight me? You want to fight me?" Hearing that, Rosalind's eyes lit up, and she answered decisively, "Of course." Rason Maon immediately offered a confident proposal. "Then let's bet. If I win, take me to the Grandel library. Conversely, I'll grant you one wish if you win. You seem quite confident, don't you?" Hearing that the prize was a wish, Rosalind couldn't help but waver. She scanned the surrounding terrain. She realized that a windy, dry grassland area like this was a huge disadvantage when facing someone, but for a fire-type mage who could damage an opponent without being affected herself, it was a different story. Rosalind warned him, "You should know that I don't do anything half-heartedly." Remembering Rason Maon's goal, she asked, "Come to think of it, you mentioned wanting to test the complexity of martial arts, right? Tell me exactly which one you're aiming for?" Rason Maon clenched his fist, smiled, and answered firmly, "Destruction." Hearing that arrogant goal, Rosalind stretched to warm up. "You say destruction? All right, here I come." Immediately, she dashed forward at terrifying speed. It was so fast that Rason Maon was shocked to realize she had entered his range in the blink of an eye. Although Rason managed to block the attack in time, the terrifying power from her fist still shook him. Rason Maon silently marveled that this incredibly powerful attack was surely the result of extremely harsh training. Not letting her opponent catch his breath, Rosalind stomped to gain momentum, continuously unleashing a flurry of attacks at extreme speed. Rason wondered if he should test a new technique right here. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his master-level battle magic technique, enhancing his power. Opposite him, Rosalind rushed in with terrifying speed, her legs cracking the ground beneath her. Yet, she wondered, in shock, what had just happened. Seeing Rason Maon still standing motionless amidst the lightning, Rosalind's memories suddenly flooded back. She remembered her father, the Grandel Patriarch, once promising that if she could land a direct hit on Rason Maon, he would grant her anything she wanted. Back then, young Rosalind was eating greedily, while confidently claiming she could easily defeat Rason, even though her father laughed and said it wouldn't be that easy. Returning to reality, Rosalind shouted in anger, questioning why Rason was only defending instead of taking the initiative to attack her. Responding to her impatience, Rason Maon simply praised her calmly. "You're good." When she continued to ask why, he replied coolly that it wasn't the best time yet. That dismissive remark made Rosalind blush with anger. Feeling humiliated, she roared and decided to start a real fight. Rosalind unleashed a powerful kick, with enough force to impact the air. Rason Maon was sent flying into the air and silently lamented that her leg strength was like being hit by a rolling mountain. Not letting her opponent breathe, Rosalind landed and immediately surged forward. She screamed in anger, continuously throwing fiery punches like a storm toward Rason Maon. Watching the rain of punches descending, Rason couldn't help but be amazed by his opponent's incredible stamina. He realized that each of Rosalind's attacks was enveloped in a powerful battle spirit. If it were anyone else, they would have surely exhausted their energy long ago. To avoid causing unnecessary damage to both, Rason decided to end this fight immediately. Fast as lightning, he closed the distance and locked Rosalind's body with a decisive martial arts hold, completely shutting down her frenzied attack. Rosalind could only grit her teeth in frustration, groaning as she found herself completely overwhelmed. Rason Maon held a mana-infused flaming fist in front of her face and calmly declared, "I win. Rosalind." Finally, the match ended peacefully. Amidst the silence, applause suddenly rang out, followed by praise for Rason. Rosalind turned in surprise, shouting, "Father, why are you here?" Looking at the middle-aged man in traditional clothing who had just appeared, Rason quickly recognized his identity. "I, the son of Mason, pay my respects to the dark benevolent king." Valader Grandel smiled kindly and told him there was no need to be so formal. Rosalind stood nearby, still pouting, complaining because her father had interfered in her business. Meanwhile, Rason Maon breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself he was lucky he had held back his strength. If he had accidentally injured Rosalind, his life would be over under the hands of that supreme patriarch. Valader Grandel waved his fan, curious as to why a child of the Mason family wanted to enter the Grandel library. Rason Maon replied frankly that he wanted to learn more about martial arts. His confidence and sincerity left the patriarch very impressed. He silently noted that this boy seemed to be the real deal. Satisfied with the answer, Valader Grandel announced he would send a formal invitation to the Mason family, making Rason Maon extremely excited as his plan had succeeded beyond expectations. Not stopping there, the patriarch also made a special exception, allowing him to enter the secondary library. This decision made Rosalind extremely frustrated, and she shouted in protest, because even she, his own daughter, had never been allowed to set foot in there. Valader Grandel thought to himself how nice it would be if Rason could stay by his daughter's side. He smiled and promised to see him again at the Grandel family as an honorary guest. After the unexpected meeting with the Grandel patriarch, Rason immediately set off to return to the Mason family. Just as he stepped into the annex area of the Mason mansion, Rason Maon's footsteps stopped when he suddenly felt an unusual presence behind him. Turning around, Rason realized the person standing there was Sendo, his father's close personal bodyguard and his right-hand man. Sendo coolly delivered the command. After checking on the lady, "Please come to the main house." When Rason Maon asked if his father was calling for him, Sendo just nodded and quickly vanished into thin air, leaving behind the sound of rustling fallen leaves. He truly lives up to his reputation as a bodyguard who comes and goes like the wind. Watching the bodyguard's figure disappear in a flash, Rason marveled that he moved exactly like a ghost. He told himself that his father actually still allowed him to visit his mother before meeting him. Rason gently pushed the door open and stepped into the annex. Seeing him, the maid Heir walked over to greet him and curiously asked if he wouldn't be going on another tour. Rason smiled in response, then directed his gaze toward his beloved mother and called out, "Mother, I'm home." Seeing her son return safely, Lady Soso smiled and welcomed him tenderly. "Welcome home, Rason. You've worked hard." Lady Soso kindly told Rason to sit down and rest for a moment before continuing his journey, then turned to tell Heir to go brew a pot of Luboa tea that she had prepared. Seeing his mother and Heir as thoughtful as ever, a feeling of indescribable warmth swelled in Rason's heart. He sat down excitedly, telling his mother about the experiences from his journey. Listening to her son's story, Lady Soso took a sip of warm tea and smiled kindly with full confidence. "That's my son, Rason." Rason Maon said goodbye to his mother to prepare to meet his father. Walking up to the door of his father's study at the main estate, Rason Maon took a deep breath, pushed it open, and said respectfully, "Father, it's me." Without any wasted movement, he ordered coldly, "Report. As the head of the family, I want to hear what you, as a candidate for this position, have accomplished." Turning around with sharp, probing eyes, Father DK continued, "Go on. I'm sure you have plenty to tell me about the changes in your body." The question hit the nail on the head, making Rason Maon hesitate for a moment, secretly wondering if he should reveal the whole truth. He understood that as long as his mother was still there, Father DK would still stand by his side. Determined to be honest, to build absolute trust, Rason smiled confidently and replied firmly, "I have never had any intention of hiding anything from you, Father. There are two conflicting souls currently within my body." Rason frankly explained to his father that he could simultaneously use both system elemental magic and combat magic. Although everything was currently at a basic level, he believed that once he fully controlled the combat soul, he would possess ultimate power on par with the first family head. What? He had confidence to spare? Hearing this, Father DK pondered and asked if anyone else knew this secret besides him. Rason Maon honestly replied that only his two companions, Rudia and Mirang, were aware of it. He declared that if it were him, those two girls would have been dead long ago to keep the secret. Rason Maon calmly asked back if it was because the dead couldn't speak, which Father DK agreed with. But he also admitted that a dead person couldn't help him with anything. Rason Maon stepped forward slightly, confidently countering that his father was born so powerful that he didn't need any help from anyone. But he was different. He couldn't shoulder everything by himself, and most importantly, he couldn't protect his beloved mother alone. Seeing the determination in his son's eyes, Father DK sighed and declared that he respected his decision. However, he sternly warned Rason Maon to keep this absolutely secret from his siblings, especially IA. Having received his son's solemn promise, Father DK continued to teach him a brutal philosophy of survival. A true hunter who wants to dominate should only show 7 parts of his strength and must hide the remaining 3. Meanwhile, juicy targets must be seized quickly. Hearing those teachings, Rason Maon secretly resolved that he wouldn't just stop at hiding 3 parts of his strength. He had to rise to a supreme position where he could comfortably display 100% of his power to the world. Seeing his son's firm resolve, Father DK gave a meaningful smile and pushed a letter toward him. Rason curiously asked what this was, and his father's answer left him speechless. It was an invitation addressed directly from Velatutor, the supreme head of the Grandel family. Velatutor highly valued Rason's potential. This decision was no different than publicly declaring to the entire nobility that Rason Maon was truly more outstanding than the genius Rosalind. Realizing this, Father DK smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, "Rason, it seems that child has finally started to get serious about this war of succession." Just then, a blue system notification suddenly appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. The Mage of Heaven has somewhat eased the suspicions regarding the probability deficit. "A few probabilities have been added," Rason mused silently. Just as he had guessed, his father was the legendary Mage of Heaven. He completely believed the story Rason had fabricated about hiding his abilities until he awakened at the age of 10. The fact that his father actively covered up these suspicions proved that he knew exactly that if the secret leaked, it would shock the entire continent. Rason hadn't expected the probability to be compensated for so easily in this way. Well, it is what it is. Keeping it under wraps is for the best. He paused and turned to call Hera. The maid immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, sir." Rason asked, "Have you prepared the things I asked for?" Hera nodded slightly. "Yes. Hampton and I have gathered everything within our capabilities." Soon after, in front of them was a pile of colorful, carefully wrapped candies, stacked high like a mountain on the table. Witnessing this scene, the library's female librarian with long gray hair blushed slightly. She stated firmly, "The library's librarian does not accept commissions paid with money from candidates in the War of Succession." Rason asked back, confused, "Commissions with money?" Rason Maon smiled and explained, "Returning from a long trip and bringing back some gifts for friends is only natural, isn't it?" The logical explanation left the librarian slightly flustered. It did make sense. But deep down, she still remembered how, last time, she had let her emotions get the better of her and helped him absorb the funds. There wouldn't be a second time. Rason Maon quickly waved his hands and laughed. I'm not here for that. Instead, could you help me find a few books?" Seeing his attitude, the librarian asked, "What kind of books are you looking for?" Rason's gaze became serious as he answered firmly, "All those related to the great sage Albedo." "Can you help me find all the books that mention the great sage Albedo?" Hearing this, the librarian nodded in agreement. "Well, That's simple enough. I'll scour the entire library and also send letters asking both the Sunshine and Moonlight temples for help. But just don't ask me to do anything illegal. The librarian wondered about the reason Rason was searching for documents on the great sage Albedo. Rason just smiled and asked back if there was any reason he shouldn't do so. Sensing his attitude, the librarian hesitated for a moment and then suddenly came up with an idea. She offered to show him a special book. She explained that although this book wasn't the best, it was extremely unique. It was Nozan's ice magic book for beginners. This was a record of Nozan's ice magic, the strongest among the ice magic schools, which was mastered by Heir Maon. Handing the book to Rason Maon, the librarian thoughtfully warned him that if there was anything he didn't understand, he could feel free to ask, and she would gladly explain it as a librarian. Rason took the book and observed it intently. He quickly noticed a strange point. The book didn't have the author's name inscribed at all. With his knowledge, he secretly guessed that this was surely a work written by her own hand. A bold idea immediately flashed into Rason Maon's head. If he could embed this ice magic into the transcendental Holy Grail, he would immediately possess an entirely new form of combat. If this succeeded, it would be hitting the jackpot, guys. Meanwhile, at the family's training grounds, high-intensity training was taking place very boisterously. Amidst the resounding applause, a giant water shark was moving powerfully. The person who had just performed that impressive move was none other than Rason Maon. Witnessing the excellent performance, the assistant wearing sunglasses didn't spare any praise for his skillful water shield technique, while also complimenting Casin on truly being a genius among geniuses of the Cloud family for possessing such excellent water defense abilities. He coldly declared that his own condition had never been better, and ordered his subordinates to call in his opponent. Before the bewildered inquiry of the assistant with sunglasses, Casin gave a sinister smile and coldly called out the name, Rason Maon. His eyes narrowed with killing intent, telling himself it was time to let Rason Maon know about rank and order and to show him where he stood. At the Autumn Mansion, the quiet night enveloped the entire space. At this moment, Rason was intently studying the Nozan Ice Magic book for beginners he had just received. The system indicated that the analysis progress was currently only at 3%. Standing at the door, Heir asked if he had ever looked for ice magic books before. Rason turned the page and calmly replied that he didn't recall ever doing so. Rason Maon secretly thought that perhaps the librarian, Heir Maon, really wanted to help him, but she still had to maintain a neutral attitude to avoid attracting attention. Meanwhile, Heir, standing behind him, couldn't help but reflect. Usually, librarians rarely contacted or interfered in each other's affairs. Yet, Heir Maon had proactively asked another library to find books for Rason Maon. This made Heir feel that something unusual was about to happen, and told herself to be more vigilant. The next morning, when a knock on the door sounded, Rason immediately told the person to come in. The door opened, and the person who entered was the librarian, Heir Maon. Upon seeing her, Rason greeted her joyfully and said he was just about to go to the library to see her. He had even thoughtfully prepared a plate of sweet chocolate on the table as a gift. But Heir Maon immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him by indifferently replying that she had come to see Heir because the two of them were old acquaintances. The harsh answer and her dismissive attitude left Rason feeling embarrassed. Haha. Heir Maon then turned to hand Rason Maon the ancient book he needed. She explained that she had found the great magic book of the great Saint Alberto. This basic practice was at the Sun Library. When Rason asked if this was the only one, Heir Maon nodded, confirming that at least in the system of libraries in Mon, this was the only one left. Rason Maon smiled, took the book, and expressed his sincere thanks to her, even though on the surface she still coldly declared, "I'm just doing my duty as a librarian," she said, though the rosy blush on Heir Maon's cheeks betrayed her shyness. Before she left, Rason didn't forget to remind her that the box of chocolates on the table was a special gift just for her. Shortly after, Rason took 2 books out to the lawn behind the mansion to focus on his studies. He activated his clear eye skill to boost his reading speed. However, the difficulty of the book Albedo had left behind was far beyond anything he had imagined. While his progress in analyzing Nozan's ice magic book quickly climbed to 23%, the progress on Albedo's book had only inched up by a mere 0.4%. Rason Maon lay sprawled out on the grass, sighing wearily as he realized he had wasted 6 grueling hours and had only managed to absorb half a page of Albedo's book. I think we've all been there, that feeling when the knowledge just doesn't sink in, right? It turned out that Nozan's ice magic book for beginners was much simpler than Rason had anticipated. Nozan was famous for having the highest realm among ice mages, but the book written by Avelia Maon herself summarized all the most critical points. He told himself he would continue analyzing Albedo's book when he had more free time. For now, Rason Maon decided to focus all his energy on finishing the ice magic first. Just as the system notified him that the analysis of Nozan's ice magic book had reached 25% and paused the analysis of Albedo's, a surge of transcendent mana suddenly erupted violently within his body. Rason was stunned to feel a frigid chill rapidly spreading through every cell. The transcendent holy grail in his body automatically activated, frantically absorbing this ice attribute. A moment later, a system notification appeared, confirming that the absorption of the level 1 ice crystal magic was complete, and the skill was directly embedded into his intermediate level, enhanced combat magic. Watching the shimmering blue, icy energy swirling around his arm, Rason was curious to see what kind of formidable power this new combination would bring. Even though it was only level 1 magic, he hoped it would exceed his expectations. To test its real-world strength, Rason immediately summoned Heir. Appearing respectfully before him, Heir bowed her head in response. Rason smiled confidently, asking her to be his target to test his new attack. Without a second's hesitation, Heir quickly got into a defensive stance on the rooftop under the vibrant sunset, declaring she was ready. Rason silently calculated that he would combine the enhancement skill, which boosted his physical capabilities to the maximum, with the level 1 ice crystal magic he had just learned. Rason told himself not to expect too much from a low-level spell, but he immediately activated his enhanced combat magic skill anyway. Instantly, a blast of extreme icy mana flared up, completely encasing his fist in a sharp crystal block. Rason Maon shouted a warning and lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch directly at Heir. Heir easily caught Rason Maon's ice-covered fist with her bare hands. She calmly asked if he was done testing. Rason smiled faintly, retracted his mana, and thanked his handmaiden. When Heir asked if he was satisfied with the result, Rason just shrugged and replied, "It's all right." Though deep down, he thought it was actually pretty impressive. Heir bowed, asked for permission to vanish and wait for further orders, and then disappeared into a light mist. Left alone, Rason mused that combining level 1 magic only provided a small defensive boost. He knew he would have to train much harder. That very night, under the quiet moonlight of the autumn mansion, Rason dived into a grueling physical training session. He performed thousands of one-armed push-ups, sweat dripping onto the cold ground. Watching from the balcony, Heir silently assessed her master's potential. For someone with the blood of the clouds, being able to use level 1 ice magic while only at level 2 wasn't exactly a groundbreaking achievement. But what truly shocked Heir was that Rason had only just read the ice magic book for a short time and was already able to use it proficiently. Not to mention, the power of his physical punch combined with magic far exceeded the single attribute spells of an actual level 3 mage. Witnessing the rapid progress, far surpassing any of his predecessors, Heir gained confidence that Rason Maon would succeed in everything. Suddenly sensing an intruder, Heir was startled. Down in the yard, Rason was also alarmed and turned around as a burst of light exploded right behind him. Out of the darkness, a figure rushed in at high speed. Rason was dazed to see it was Noah, the training grounds manager. As soon as he arrived, Noah was out of breath and shouted frantically to inform the young master of urgent news. Soon after, the group immediately headed to the family training grounds. The moment he stepped inside, Rason encountered Rason Maon. He held a glowing water orb in his hand, wearing a sinister, contemptuous grin. The vermin has finally arrived. Instantly, the system panel revealed that he possessed the water attribute, with the manifestation of revenge and a magic circle at level 3. Rason Maon loudly demanded to know if Rason had learned the level 3 defensive spell yet. Rason Maon replied calmly, full of sarcasm. "Looks like you get news fast, you pest. If it's a level 3 defensive spell, it must be the water drop shield, right?" The remark hit home, causing Casin to gasp in surprise. "How did you know?" Rason Maon just shrugged. "You're just too easy to read." Seeing the tense atmosphere, Noah tried to intervene, reminding them that Rason was on his pilgrimage. But Rason Maon cut him off, stating he knew that, joking that they were just there to bond as brothers. But let's be honest, that brotherly bond didn't sound very friendly. Noah nervously suggested he should report the incident to the main hall first. Before he could finish, a massive, ferocious water shark shot past Noah. Casin coldly warned that this was a private matter between the direct descendants of the Maon family and barked at Noah not to interfere. Under Rason Maon's overwhelming killing intent, Noah could only sweat and stay silent. Rason told Noah there was no need to rush, he could report it later. Seeing Caton's hostile attitude, Rason Maon knew his brother was truly determined to defeat him at all costs. Rason Maon flatly stated that keeping this a secret from their father was impossible. However, he turned his back and said nonchalantly, I don't like fighting here. In 2 days, I have to head to Grandello. Besides, if word got out that I beat my own brother, it would be a huge hassle. The arrogant declaration immediately bruised Casin Maon's pride. He flew into a rage, his face twisting with anger as he growled, Beat me? You? Casin laughed maniacally. Mocking me? Isn't it usually the weak who challenge the strong? Ha ha ha. Stop playing the clown. It seems you've lost your mind out of fear. Watching the confrontation, Noah silently admired Rason Maon's wit. Even at a disadvantage, the seventh young master successfully turned the tables to take control. Rason smirked, telling him he should be grateful he was on a pilgrimage. If I weren't on this journey, I would have beaten you into a living corpse already. Casin's fury reached its peak. He activated the water orb with a sinister laugh and roared, Oh, my dear little brother, why don't you try and beat me into a corpse then? Instantly, Casin Maon unleashed a water magic attack, forming a giant shark with razor-sharp teeth that lunged crazily toward Rason Maon. Well, it happened the two were now locked in battle. The ferocious, giant water monster surged forward as if to devour everything in its path, but Rason dodged it in a flash. Rason had closed in behind him before he even realized it, and warned him coldly, I'll say this once. Stay away from me. Taken by surprise, Casin Maon screamed angrily, Shut up, you low-life vermin. He frantically swung his magic staff to attack, shouting, You might have upgraded your magic circle, but your combat instincts are still the same. Rason effortlessly dodged the relentless attacks. Rason Maon's superiority left the assistant wearing sunglasses standing on the sidelines in shock, screaming, Switch the field! The surrounding space shifted instantly. Casin laughed sinisterly. You're just a level 2 mage with nothing but guts. I'll take my time breaking you down, don't you worry. Seeing his brother's smug expression, Rason Maon smiled knowingly. He told himself it had been a while since he saw Casin Maon, and this was the perfect chance to show him who was really in charge. The system announced the new location, as he strolled calmly through the magical mushroom forest, violet lightning crackling around him. He coldly declared, Let me teach you a lesson this time. Rason looked straight at Casin, firmly stating, The way to break magic is simply with stronger magic. Seeing Rason make an opening, Casin smiled smugly, thinking he had read his opponent's movements. Believing he could see what was behind him, he lunged forward, swinging his magic staff to strike from the rear, while simultaneously activating a third-tier water attribute spell called Water Drop Shield for defense. Facing Casin's swirling water barrier, Rason inwardly analyzed. So, that's the Water Drop Shield. The water vortex will crush anything that touches it. The closer you get, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Seeing Rason still charging in, Casin grinned triumphantly and shouted mockingly, You said the way to break magic is with stronger magic? A second-tier brat like you dares to say that? But before Casin could finish, Rason had already closed the distance with terrifying speed. His fist, wrapped in immense power, pierced straight through the water drop shield and slammed into Casin's face, sending him flying. The assistant wearing sunglasses panicked and shouted, Young Master Casin! Meanwhile, the maid Heir stood by, quietly observing and silently evaluating the young master's attack. Since our last encounter, I've discovered his strength isn't like a standard second-tier attack. There is something hidden within that magic circle, something even a third-tier mage couldn't fight against. At that moment, Rason glanced at the pale blue mana flowing around his hand, grumbling slightly at the uncomfortable damp feeling, but he knew well that this was the strongest second-tier magic he possessed. Lying flat on the ground, coughing up blood, Casin could only groan in agony. Rason's footsteps slowly approached. He looked coldly down at the defeated opponent. Does it hurt? I wanted to hit you a few more times, but I'll stop here. Looking at Casin trembling, Rason continued, If you didn't carry the Maitan name, you would have died here already. You should thank your father. Rason's violet eyes glowed with authority as he delivered his final warning. Be humble next time. With that, Rason turned his back and walked away, leaving the sixth young master humiliated, face planted in the dirt. Watching Rason's retreating figure, the fear and defeat suddenly stirred a haunting memory from Casin's childhood. Back then, Casin was just a weak boy, always trembling in fear of everything. The horrific memory returned, showing a hand offering him a sharp, blood-stained dagger, with a cold command to take it. The person behind that trauma was none other than his older sister, Persa Menon. With a cruel, excited smile, she pointed to a prisoner in chains, whose body was covered in bleeding wounds, and ordered her little brother, Come on, kill him the way I taught you. The hooded prisoner was tightly chained, trembling and pleading, Spare me, please. Young Casin held the dagger, his whole body shaking with fear, not daring to strike. The prisoner kept crying piteously, "Please, I want to live. Spare me." Caton's hesitation immediately enraged his sister, Persa. She struck her brother down to the ground with a cold insult. "You vermin." Persa looked at her weak brother with eyes full of contempt, declaring, "The weak like you are a disgrace to the Maon family." Caton could only cry, miserably enduring the brutal beatings from his sister. Because of that abuse, Caton shifted all his pent-up resentment onto Rason. He had kicked the young Rason away, then arrogantly used his staff to trample on his pride. "A pathetic failure like you is a disgrace to the Maon family, you vermin." That was the only way Caton found to regain a sense of power to survive in the Menon household. He repeatedly used his staff to beat the cowering Rason mercilessly. "Die! See how you hide your head like a coward." Back in the present, the humiliation of being defeated by Rason caused Caton to lose complete control. He frantically pounded his fist into the ground until it bled, roaring in anger, "Damn it! How dare you! You damn vermin! I will kill you!" Caton frantically poured all his mana into activating third-tier water magic. "Don't you dare underestimate me!" Realizing Caton had completely lost his sanity, the assistant with sunglasses panicked and shouted to stop him. "Wait, the match is already over." But Caton ignored everything, roaring as he fired a massive, fierce torrent of water straight at Rason. "Go to hell." Facing the crazed attack filled with pure murderous intent, Rason stood still, calmly watching the water rush toward him. Without a hint of flinching, Rason immediately activated his intermediate combat magic enhancement skill. Mana and violet lightning enveloped his body, creating a terrifying energy explosion that completely shattered Caton's attack. Witnessing his all-out strike broken so easily, Caton turned pale with shock. He muttered in resentment that even as the sixth young master, the Meton name was still just the Maon name, then roared crazily for Rason to die. But immediately after, Caton suffered a severe mana backlash. "I told you, why push yourself? You're going to suffer chi deviation for sure." Seeing the critical situation, the assistant rushed over, realizing Caton was being consumed by his own mana. He tried to help Caton control it while fearfully blocking his master from Rason, shouting at him not to touch him. Facing that defensive stance, Rason, with his glowing violet eyes full of authority, coldly declared that this was the fate of anyone who dared to challenge the Menon family, and that he was only sparing Caton's life this time out of brotherly ties. The immense pressure from Rason made the assistant tremble, realizing he was no longer the weak kid from days past, but truly someone carrying the blood of a fearsome mage. Rason coldly pointed out Caton's two disrespectful acts. 1. Attacking after the magic match had ended. 2. Letting his own mana consume him. For a mage, the inability to control one's mana meant their future was completely over. Meanwhile, the assistant could only helplessly kneel beside the gasping Caton, silently thinking that if Rason hadn't provoked the sixth young master, things wouldn't have turned out this badly. But Rason unexpectedly spoke up, telling the assistant to save Caton quickly, because if he missed this chance, he would never be able to use magic again. The assistant hurriedly obeyed. His mind was in a state of intense conflict. He understood he was making a life-or-death decision. On one side was the sixth young master Caton, and on the other was the authoritative seventh young master, Rason. The assistant stuttered. Just as he was about to answer, a haughty voice suddenly rang out from behind. "I never thought our youngest brother could be so cruel." Immediately after, a massive flame of mana erupted, burning so brightly it seemed to set the corner of the sky ablaze. The terrifying heat forced Caton and Heir to scramble back for defense. Looking at the raging flames, the assistant exclaimed in shock, "This mana fire, could it be?" Even Caton and Heir were stunned to recognize the identity of the person who had just appeared. Emerging from the fiery red flames was the third young lady, Persa Maon. "As expected of my little brother. I like it." Persa looked at Caton with a probing gaze and remarked, "But you still need to improve. You gave your opponent too many opportunities." Facing her sister's criticism, Caton smiled coldly in return. "Because I can't be as cold-blooded as you." Persa's sudden appearance at this sensitive moment made the atmosphere even more tense. Returning to a few minutes before the battle, at the Magic Academy, under the quiet night sky, a mysterious hooded figure in black, wearing a sword on their back, was quietly standing before a door engraved with glowing blue ancient characters. Stepping out from the shadows was Sean, the family head's trusted shadow guard. He spoke calmly, "Sendo, we meet again." Recognizing him, Sendo froze and called out Sean's name. She knew well that the third young lady was extremely interested in the seventh young master, Rason, so she asked guardedly if they were planning to kidnap him again. Sean smiled, reassuring her that he had received no such orders, while demanding she keep this meeting secret. Sendo could only helplessly agree. wondering what reason Sean would have for being here. Sendo quickly realized that the family head, DK Cha, had sent Sean here himself. This meant Rason was truly someone the family head was keeping a special eye on. Sean thanked her for her understanding, reminding her to keep it quiet, even from young Lady Persa, because all attention was currently focused on the 7th young master. Suddenly, Sean's expression turned serious. He urgently ordered Sendo to report immediately to the 3rd young lady, because the 6th young master, Casin's life is in danger due to a mana outburst. Returning to the training ground, Persa coldly looked down at her younger brother lying in a pool of blood, spewing bitter insults. What a vermin, just a vermin. This one is not fit to carry the Maon name. He is just trash. Casin lay motionless on the ground, gritting his teeth, enduring the humiliation he had suffered from his sister since childhood. Ignoring her brother's pathetic state, Persa decisively declared, "I will still take him." She flicked her fingers, immediately lifting Casin's body into the air. Persa coldly told the assistant, "If you aren't satisfied, feel free to follow," then activated a giant circular magic fire portal to leave. Before stepping through the fire gate, Persa turned her head to look at Rason, wearing a cruel and provocative smile. "Well, if you're so confident, then so be it." The magical flames roared intensely, and then vanished, taking Persa and Casin away in the blink of an eye. Watching the direction Persa had left in, Rason contemplated, realizing that the 3rd young lady actually cared quite a bit. A system notification screen popped up immediately to confirm it. Persa was actually quite fond of her brother. They say, spare the rod, spoil the child, but this sister clearly went about it all wrong. Yet, Casin could never fully grasp the lessons Persa tried to teach him. Terrifying memories from years ago came flooding back as Persa Maon leisurely sat there enjoying a meal in the middle of the forest amidst the loud barking of dogs. That was when the rift between the two siblings first began to show. As a child, Casin Maon had been tied tightly to a tree with ropes, his whole body trembling and crying pitifully as he begged, "I'm sorry, please, just let me go." Persa's way of teaching was truly not something an average person could ever endure or learn from. Persa Maon knew this well herself, but she would never admit it. Wearing a cold smile, Persa used a fork to skewer a raw, blood-dripping piece of meat and gave a firm command. "Eat." She shoved the raw meat directly into the mouth of her wailing younger brother, despite Casin choking and groaning in disgust. This wasn't teaching, it was pure abuse. The more Persa loved Casin, the more she forced him to endure extreme pain. That was the cruel way she chose to show her affection. Seeing Casin collapsed in a pool of blood with his body covered in torn wounds, Persa just clicked her tongue coldly and ordered him to stand up and walk. And to this very day, that twisted affection Persa holds for Casin has not changed one bit. Right at that moment, a blue system notification window suddenly appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. A variable that would affect the storyline had occurred. Rason Maon wondered in surprise why such a variable had appeared at this very moment. He stared intently at the text on the screen, his sharp intuition telling him that something unusual was about to unfold. Casin's physical state was gradually changing thanks to the harsh magical therapy sessions under Persa's supervision. It was a painful fusion of magic and mana, meant to reconstruct his mangled body. The strange and brutal relationship between Persa and Casin Maon was, in essence, the insane forging she put her younger brother through. Honestly, if I had a sister like her, I wouldn't be able to handle it. The next day, Casin received a summons from his father, for the simple reason of the shocking battle that took place yesterday. Standing by the window with a cup of tea in hand, Casin Maon thought to himself that he had anticipated this from the start and had already prepared his answer. The important thing now was that he had a perfect excuse. He told himself he would behave, as a proper mage, so as not to bring shame upon himself in front of the head of the house. At the main mansion of the Maon family, the atmosphere was thick with intense tension. The father coldly ordered both of his children to explain what happened last night. Casin spoke up first, explaining that he was just on a pilgrimage, but the father immediately challenged him with a sharp question, asking why he had continued the battle so recklessly that he suffered mana backlash. Looking down at the two children standing before him, the head of the Maon family shouted, demanding that both Casin Maon and Rason Maon answer quickly. The father actually knew the whole truth, but he still had to ask to see which one was honest and which one was lying. Facing the suffocating pressure from his father, Rason Maon realized this was just a probe, not a true test. He understood that his father was weighing them against each other to see who would be more useful to him. While Rason was silently calculating, on the other side, Casin Maon gave a faint, sinister smile. He told himself he would definitely use this situation to gain as many advantages as possible. Casin moved first, taking the initiative to explain. Casin Maon recounted slowly that he had previously sparred with his younger brother, and it was through that battle that he started to understand the true meaning of distance. For a mage, maintaining a safe distance is a matter of life and death. Therefore, to make up for this critical weakness, he had worked hard to learn how to use a water shield. He explained that he wanted to test how effective this water shield would be in a real fight, which was why he initiated a match with his brother to gauge his own progress. Seeing Casin's uncharacteristically calm attitude, Rason realized he was a bit different from before. The father coldly questioned whether Casin Maon truly understood what he was saying. Casin Maon firmly admitted that he was weaker than Rason Maon and that the results of the match spoke for themselves. He declared that he was completely humbled by his brother's victory. This reaction surprised Rason greatly, as the arrogant Casin of the past would never have uttered such humble words. However, Rason quickly understood that Casin Maon knew this was not the time to cling to useless pride. He knew well that this was the wise answer the father wanted to hear to soothe the situation. Casin Maon continued to bow his head in apology, admitting that his defeat and the subsequent mana backlash had tarnished the reputation of the Maon family. Facing his father's dark, imposing expression, he remained firm, promising to try his best from now on to be worthy of being a member of the family. The father nodded slightly in acceptance and turned to ask Rason Maon for his opinion. Rason Maon stepped forward confidently. He thought to himself that Casin had been quick-witted to turn the disadvantage around, and to win this game, he couldn't just sit idly by. Rason Maon looked his father straight in the eyes and stated that he was sure his father already knew the whole story, but the reason his father called them both here was out of curiosity about the motives and the process of the battle. Rason explained steadily that he had been challenged in his capacity as a member of the Maon family, so he absolutely could not avoid the fight. Rason's eyes glowed with determination as he firmly declared his resolve to destroy the challenger completely, forcing him to taste a bitter defeat and suffer mana backlash so that the person would never again dare to entertain the idea of challenging him. Hearing Rason Maon's murderous answer, the father coldly asked, "Even if that person is your older brother?" The question made Casin Maon, standing beside him, tremble. Rason remained completely calm and answered firmly, "I think I must be even more resolute, because the challenger shares my blood, father." But the father immediately pointed out the inconsistency. "You said you had completely destroyed your opponent, but it seems that was just talk. That was your initial intent. Yet, before you could land the final blow, the third young lady came to save Casin." Recalling the scene, Rason continued, "With my current level, I could not stop Persa, so I could only watch." Just as he finished speaking, Rason's eyes narrowed with pride. "I declare that once I surpass Persa, I will definitely not forget to collect this debt." Rason's bold declaration left Casin Maon standing beside him completely frozen. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking in horror, "What? Does this guy know what he's saying? He just declared he would take revenge on Persa." The father raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean by debt?" Rason Maon argued straightforwardly, "She overturned the judgment. I passed on the loser." This was clearly an abuse of power and a blatant disregard for my authority as a member of the Maon family. Rason Maon's insanity scared Casin Maon so much that his face turned as white as a sheet. He trembled, thinking, he's lost it. Hasn't he ever been punished by Persa Maon before? Are these two really Persa's younger brothers? The father continued to press, "How do you intend to collect this debt from Persa?" Rason Maon didn't hesitate for a second, confidently asserting, "I will overturn my sister's judgment. I will surely collect this debt many times over." Rason's ambitious and courageous answer unexpectedly pleased the father greatly. He curled his lips into an enigmatic smile and commanded indifferently, "Casin, you may leave." Casin hurriedly bowed, "Yes, sir," and then he quickly retreated. After Casin left, the father said to Rason, "I will investigate this matter." Rason Maon replied respectfully, "Understood." Walking through the large stone corridor, Casin Maon looked back at the tightly closed door. He thought enviously, "It seems father wants to talk privately with Rason Maon." Since when were they that close? Resentment and jealousy surged within Casin Maon. He gritted his teeth and asked himself, "I've worked so hard, too, why is there such a huge gap between him and me?" In total desperation, Casin muttered, "Can I become stronger?" Seeing his pathetic brother walking out of the room, Persa Maon didn't hesitate to mock him. "A worm like you wants to become stronger?" Though resentful, Casin Maon still bowed his head and admitted, "Maybe I am a worm, but I still carry the blood of the Maon family." Casin Maon's assertion of self-respect made Persa silent for a moment. "Taking care of worms is my hobby." The vague remark left Casin Maon puzzled as he asked, "What do you mean?" Not letting her brother wonder for long, Persa gave a firm command. From now on, at 10 a.m. every day, come to my room. As soon as she finished, she vanished into a violent burst of flame. Watching the fire dissipate, Casin Maon stood stunned in surprise. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become stronger under his sister's tutelage, Casin Maon turned red with emotion and shouted with determination, I will do my best." The sudden change in the relationship between the two siblings immediately triggered a system notification. Character scenario: Casin Maon has changed. A new variable affecting the story and its potential has appeared. Upon receiving this, Rason couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What exactly is this new change in the Grandel family? Back in the family head's office, the private conversation between father and son continued. Rason Maon frankly admitted, I have been learning void magic." Seeing his father's unsurprised expression, Rason secretly understood, of course. The Duke already knew. Void magic? That skill is quite difficult to learn. But once mastered, the results are incredible. The Duke's question immediately stirred a powerful memory in Rason Maon's mind. He mused that his father must be referring to the magic named after him. Rason faced his father and respectfully replied, "Yes, I am truly honored to carry the magic that bears your name, father." Even as he said this, he privately thought that he hadn't yet had a real chance to test it out. To test it, Rason decided to activate the magic to transform slightly. Immediately, a powerful flow of magic erupted, causing strange magical sigils to reappear, covering his face and spreading down his body. Rason Maon realized that this magic was even intertwining, but luckily, this time he no longer felt the pain he had experienced before. He realized that his father's special magic would be the perfect disguise, helping him completely hide the fact that he was secretly learning void magic. Standing before his son, the Duke sternly remarked that with this disguise, even a highly skilled person would find it extremely difficult to see through him, even for a rank 1. He lightly retracted his mana and calmly said that was enough. The next thing that happened left Rason Maon completely frozen in shock. The Duke looked at his son and asked a surprising question. "Do you know what you should say when you receive a gift?" The question was beyond all expectations, leaving Rason Maon stuttering in confusion. A gift? He quickly regained his composure, bowed respectfully, and replied, "Thank you, father." The Duke gave a slight nod and told him he could leave. Returning to his estate in the quiet of the night, Rason soaked in a hot bath to relax. He pondered the recent unusual event. In the original novel he had written himself, the Duke never gave gifts to any of his children. He only left behind items and a massive inheritance after his passing. But he never once mentioned the word gift. Rason realized that the magic his father had just given him was clearly not simple, nor was it just for hiding elemental magic. However, at this moment, it was difficult for him to see through it entirely. Rason Maon understood that someone like the Duke certainly wouldn't cast this type of magic on him twice for no reason. The fact that he intentionally used the word gift was a suggestive hint. Rason stood up and stepped out of the bathtub. He silently concluded that this was a new task his father had set for him. With a determined look, Rason told himself that no matter what, he would definitely find the mysterious power sleeping within this magic. Hampton had finished packing his luggage, and even though the giant backpack weighing him down made him tremble, he still tried to act strong, declaring loudly that he was ready to follow the young master. Seeing Hampton struggling, Heir kindly advised him to leave some items behind to lighten the load, but the stubborn boy insisted that this amount was nothing. Running to Rason Maon's side, Rudia cheered with joy because she had been allowed to accompany him. Rason Maon decisively signaled for the group to set off, heading straight for the famous Grandel martial arts family. This journey was extremely long and arduous because the Grandel territory was very far away. Not stopping there, they also had to hike over the massive Anfasu mountain range, where Hampton had to struggle to carry his heavy backpack behind them. Meanwhile, Rason Maon and Rudia were intently studying the map. Next, they had to row a boat across the longest and widest Amazon River in the world, which was teeming with giant crocodiles lurking under the murky water. After a week of facing countless dangers, the group finally set foot in Irip, the gateway to the Grandel territory. From here, it would take them about 3 more days of travel to actually reach the Grandel family. Looking at the desolate surroundings, Rudia couldn't help but wonder why, in such a vast place, there was no teleportation gate to save time. Rason explained that the Grandel family was extremely opposed to using them. Hearing her curious question as to why, Rason could only offer a wry smile, thinking to himself that it was because he had arbitrarily written that setting into the story himself. Written that setting into the story himself. As night fell, the group set up a tent and gathered around a campfire to rest and regain their strength. However, the peace of the trip was quickly shattered by rustling sounds in the bushes and pairs of glowing red, murderous eyes in the night. A grotesque giant spider suddenly lunged out to attack the group. Immediately, Hera swiftly dealt with the giant venomous spider before it could cause any trouble for the group. Rason Maon stepped forward and told Hampton to hurry and collect the venom from the carcass of this 200-year-old black spider. Seeing the massive monster taken down in a flash, Rudia couldn't help but marvel at how easily it had been defeated. After crossing the desolate Erip region, the group finally arrived at the gates of the famous Grandel martial arts family. By this time, Hampton was exhausted from the long journey of carrying the giant backpack on his back. Before them stood a giant blue iron gate, tightly shut and seemingly unguarded. Rason Maon curiously approached and gently placed his hand on the surface of the iron door to investigate. Immediately, a system notification appeared, revealing that this was an iron door inscribed with the signature battle soul amplification magic of the Grandel family. As soon as he touched it, Rason felt a powerful wave of energy vibrating through his fingertips. He gave a knowing smile. It was exactly as he had predicted. At the same time, in a peaceful garden inside the Grandel estate, the family head, Velatutor, was leisurely feeding fish in the lotus pond. He chatted with his younger brother, the gray-haired martial arts master standing beside him, remarking that thanks to Rason Maon, Rosalind hadn't gone astray under his teaching. The master retorted, arguing that the girl had grown up well on her own. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted when a subordinate rushed in to report that Rason Maon's group had arrived at the front gate. When Velatutor asked about the number of members, the subordinate quickly reported that the group consisted of Rason Maon, 2 bodyguards, Ha and Hampton, and a fire mage. The family head pondered, noting that such a simple formation was somewhat modest compared to the extravagant style usually seen from the Mason family. He curiously asked if Rason Maon had opened the iron gate yet, and received the answer that the boy had stopped immediately after placing his hand on it. Velatutor smiled, turning to ask his brother if Rason Maon could discover the secret hidden behind the door. The master confidently affirmed that Rason was extremely quick-witted. Although the secret of this door was something only true warriors of Grandel knew, when he thought about the eyes of the Mason boy, the master hesitated, full of thought, and then shook his head, saying, "Brother, forget what I just said." While the Grandel family head was still intently watching the carp in the pond, and thinking that the battle soul sleeping in Rason's body needed further monitoring, the atmosphere in front of the large gate was quite lively. Seeing Rason standing there silently pondering the battle soul amplification magic inscribed on the iron surface, Rudia curiously asked what was going on. Rason calmly replied that the door was indeed too heavy. Seeing an opportunity to shine, his attendant Hampton eagerly rolled up his sleeves, confidently declaring that he had been training extremely hard and wanted to try opening the door for the young master. Even though Rason Maon was still bewildered and hadn't managed to stop him, Hampton lunged forward, using all his might and yelling loudly to push the door. But even though he tried until his face turned red and he was drenched in sweat, the giant iron gate remained completely unmoved, leaving the boy in shock and questioning his existence, unable to understand why it was this heavy. Exhausted from trying too hard, Hampton collapsed to the ground, panting. He could only sheepishly blame the long, exhausting journey for his reduced stamina. While Rudia knelt down to encourage the boy, Rason also wiped away sweat and advised Hampton not to overexert himself. Looking at the towering gate before him, Rason Maon pondered the novel world he had created years ago. When writing the story, he had painstakingly set up every small detail for the famous sword family because it was the protagonist's origin. But he had neglected to build details for Grandel, making this martial arts family even more obscure than the others in the original work. Yet in this real world, everything operated perfectly. The iron gate before him was the clearest proof. It was imbued with special magic to resonate, amplify, and strengthen the battle soul of any direct member of Grandel whenever they touched it. Rason secretly wondered if the people of Grandel could automatically train and increase their strength just by opening and closing this door. To verify, he tried to clench his fist and was startled to realize that the battle soul within, in me, had actually increased a little just by interacting with that gate. Even though the effect wasn't huge yet and would take time to amplify, Rason was still incredibly excited and decided he would fully exploit this mechanic during his stay in Grandel. Under the watchful eyes of Hera and Rudia, Rason Maon strolled toward the massive gate, telling himself it was time to open it with his own hands. Harnessing the surge of power he'd just resonated with, he pushed forward with determination. A harsh, grinding sound of metal filled the air as the giant iron gate slowly creaked open. Inside the Grandel estate, Patriarch Velatutor was intently listening to a report from his subordinate about Rason opening the iron gate. When asked if Rason Maon did anything beforehand, The subordinate replied that the boy seemed to stand there thinking for a moment before making his move. Velatutor smiled slightly and asked about the gate's condition, only to be told they had adjusted its weight to the maximum setting. The patriarch remarked coolly that if one used soul force, opening the door wouldn't be too difficult, then asked where Rason Maon was headed. As soon as he learned the boy's destination was the martial arts hall, the gray-haired martial arts master standing nearby reminded his brother that even with using soul force, even a genius like Rosalind struggled with that maximum weight. Just then, another subordinate rushed in, begging to interrupt with an urgent report. The subordinate trembled as he revealed a shocking truth. Rason Maon possessed soul force within him, but he hadn't used it at all to open that massive iron gate. This news made Patriarch Velatutor jump from his throne in shock. The gray-haired master chuckled smugly, turning to tell his brother that he had warned him earlier. He wondered if Velatutor had accidentally created a monster just by wanting a simple exchange with the Maon family. The master laughed, calling Rason nothing more than a powerful idiot, and revealed another shocking detail. The boy from the Maon family was currently wearing a third-tier black cloak. This information left Patriarch Velatutor completely stunned. How could such an outstanding warrior be born from a mage family? To satisfy his curiosity about Rason Maon, he decided to pay a visit to the training hall. Meanwhile, at the Grandel family library, located inside the martial arts hall, Rason Maon's group had just arrived and received a very warm welcome from a chubby man wearing glasses. The man enthusiastically introduced himself as Anto, the librarian of the martial arts hall, and said he would personally take them on a tour. Upon hearing the name Anto, Rason Maon couldn't help but be startled. He immediately realized this was a character he had personally written about in his original novel years ago, and also a great martial arts master and the next-generation war king, possessing terrifying physical strength and surrounded by powerful lightning. Looking at the chubby, gentle figure before him, Rason silently doubted whether a librarian who looked so weak could really become a future war king. Because his current physique didn't have a single trait of a martial arts master, seeing the enthusiastic reception, Rudia smiled slightly and whispered to Rason Maon that it seemed the people of Grandel were very fond of him. However, the atmosphere suddenly turned awkward when Anto blushed and adjusted his glasses, then hesitantly asked Rason what the name of the beautiful young lady standing behind him was. Talk about a guy with 4 eyes having a keen eye for girls, right? Out of reflex, they both turned to look at Hera. Standing behind them, the silver-haired maid, who was usually cold and stern, just broke into a cold sweat, completely speechless at the other's suddenness. Anto's excessive fawning quickly made Hera feel extremely uncomfortable. Not wanting the librarian to continue being rude, she stepped forward and coldly reminded him, "Librarian Anto, the person I serve is standing right in front of you. Please show some respect." Hera's sharp warning made Anto jump. Realizing he had behaved inappropriately, he hurriedly broke into a cold sweat and bowed an apology. "Right. I got a bit carried away. I apologize for being rude, and I apologize to young Master Rason Maon as well." Faced with his remorseful attitude, Rason could only offer a forced smile. "It's fine." Seeing Anto's flustered appearance, Rason silently linked this to the events in the original storyline. Right, Anto was a playboy. In the original version he had written himself, this lecherous librarian had once intended to flirt with Rudia, only to have her use fire magic to burn his head bald. Returning to reality, Rason took the initiative to steer Anto back to business. "Librarian Anto, could you take us to Grandel's section?" But before his question could be answered, a deep, powerful voice from behind interrupted. "No need." Rason Maon startled and turned around, completely shocked to see 2 familiar figures walking toward them. Rason broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. Velatutor and Master Magner, where did they come from? The sudden appearance of the Grandel Patriarch and his old master left him deeply confused. Seeing the bewildered look on the Maon boy's face, Velatutor laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Well. I really love that blank expression of yours. But that group effort didn't quite work out, did it?" Standing nearby, Master Magner, with his gray hair and chest-length beard, also smiled enigmatically. He looked at his former student and teased him lightly. "Anyway, you were officially invited by my brother. What do you think? The first time in history a mage has been allowed to visit, right?" Standing before Rason Maon, Patriarch Velatutor observed him for a moment and silently assessed him. Even though this wasn't their first meeting, he couldn't help but be amazed that a mage possessed such special physical and soul force. Keeping his previous promise, Velatutor gave Rason Maon 2 choices: the 3rd-tier library or the 2nd-tier library. "Make your choice." "Wait, I came all this way. Why be so stingy, old man?" Realizing he could only choose one of the two places, Rason asked back in bewilderment. He tried to bargain to see if he could enter both, since the journey there had been arduous. But Velotutor immediately poured cold water on his hopes, asserting that he had only promised to let him see, not to let him see everything. Knowing he'd been played, Rason could only hold his head in helplessness, while Master Magner stood by, laughing at his student for getting a taste of his own medicine. Not wanting to remain passive, Rason Maon quickly made an unexpected decision. If that's the case, then I choose the martial arts hall. He wondered why Rason chose that place, because the martial arts hall wasn't even ranked as a third-tier facility of the family. Rason Maon calmly explained that he noticed the footwork of librarian Anto was much faster than he had imagined. He was determined to dig deep and get to the bottom of Anto's secret before giving up. Hearing Rason Maon praise Anto, Magner crossed his arms skeptically. He silently thought there was no way someone reached the level of a war king with just ordinary physical and mental abilities. So he turned and pressed, "Librarian, Anto, have you been training lately?" The question made Anto break into a cold sweat, only able to offer a forced laugh and adjust his glasses, deflecting by saying he had been a bit busy lately. The librarian's awkwardness made Rason Maon even more certain that something unusual was hidden in the martial arts hall. Seeing the determination of the Maon boy, Patriarch Velotutor agreed. "Fine, since you've chosen that, I'll allow you into the martial arts hall." Rason Maon flashed a triumphant smile and bowed to thank the King of Dark Charity. In his heart, he vowed to find the documents that the great sage Albedo had left behind there. Immediately after, the group was led inside the ancient martial arts hall of the Grandel family. Librarian Anto welcomed them with great enthusiasm. "Welcome to the martial arts hall. Looking for a specific book? Young Master Rason Maon, just come find me." Since someone was being this helpful, he'd have to be hopeless not to find what he needed. After thanking Anto, Rason Maon started walking along the towering wooden bookshelves. He immediately activated his holy eye to scan the surroundings. At first, everything seemed quite ordinary, but then, Rason's eyes suddenly narrowed, as his holy eye reacted violently and pointed directly toward an old book hidden deep on a shelf. Telling himself this was surely the answer he was looking for, Rason Maon pointed toward an old bookshelf and asked, "Librarian, may I see that book?" Anto slowly pulled the dark-colored book from the shelf and replied in a gruff voice, "This one?" As soon as Rason touched the book, a blue system notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. The secret technique of Tuan Ka, first form. The name left Rason Maon completely shocked. A series of questions about Tuan Ka, the leader of the Golden Tiger tribe and also another alias for Cell, immediately sprang to his mind. Everyone knew Cell hated the Grandel family to the core, so why would his book be resting peacefully in the Grandel library? Don't tell me they care about each other the more they hate each other. To find an answer, Rason turned to ask the chubby librarian. "Librarian, do you know anything about this book?" Anto laughed, waving his hand. "Haha, the courage of Tuan Ka, eh? Kids love these fairy tales." Seeing the other's indifferent attitude, Rason asked if he had ever read through it. Anto smiled slightly, closed his eyes, and replied that he had never read the content carefully. Rason Maon flipped through the pages and asked, "Rules say we can't take books out, right?" Anto raised a finger. He explained that this book must absolutely not be taken out unless he has direct permission from the head of the house. But reading it inside the library is perfectly fine. Suddenly, the librarian seemed to remember something, and he shouted in a panic, "Ah, wait, is copy magic strictly forbidden? This could turn into a big problem." Anto's frantic behavior only made Rason Maon chuckle helplessly, thinking to himself that he currently couldn't even use that kind of magic, so how could he possibly copy it? "Don't worry," he thought. "I'll just pick up whatever I can." Just then, Anto noticed Heir standing solemnly in the corner and excitedly approached her to start a conversation. "Is there anything I can help you with, my lady?" Heir maintained her icy cold expression and firmly requested a cup of warm tea for her young master. Anto enthusiastically asked which type the young master preferred and received a brief reply from the attendant. "Anything but lamp tea." Not giving up the opportunity, the chubby librarian leaned in close to ask if she wanted a cup herself, but Hera flatly refused. "I'm fine." Her extreme coldness left Anto to slink away, full of disappointment. Watching the poor guy's back, Rason shook his head, telling himself that this love-struck librarian would soon give up, once he realizes that Hera is someone who is incredibly difficult to approach. A while later, Anto hummed a melody in his head while leisurely brewing tea. He quietly reflected on the appearance of the Maon family heir at the Grandel library, especially the fact that the young man had found Tutankhamun's book. Unlike his reputation as a good-for-nothing scoundrel based on outside rumors, Rason was clearly giving him an entirely different impression. Anto wondered to himself if the Tutanka book would be successfully unraveled by him. Right at that moment, firm footsteps echoed from the hallway, breaking the silence. A girl with light pink hair tied in pigtails entered, loudly calling for Anto Rason Monday. Recognizing who had arrived, Anto hurriedly carried the tea tray and bowed in greeting. "Oh my, Lady Rosalind is here too? He is in the third reading room." Without a moment's hesitation, Rosalind crossed her arms haughtily and gave a firm order to lead the way. The chubby librarian quickly obeyed and led the pink-haired girl toward the reading room, where Rason was focusing on his study of arcane arts. As soon as she reached the room, Rosalind slammed the door open and loudly called for Rason Maon. "If you've arrived in Grandel, you have to let someone know." But before she could finish, she stopped in her tracks upon witnessing the scene inside. In the middle of the spacious and quiet library, Rason Maon was sitting alone at a reading table, completely immersed in his own world, unaware that anyone had entered. Rosalind stopped speaking and stood still, observing him. At this moment, Rason was utilizing his abilities to their fullest, actively blocking all unnecessary senses to push his reading and analytical speed to the highest level. Seeing him so focused, Rosalind didn't want to disturb him. She crossed her arms, leaned against the door, and patiently waited with Anto. 30 minutes passed in the quiet sunset, and Rosalind moved to sit opposite him, propping her chin on her hand, intently watching Rason Maon. In her mind, random thoughts suddenly arose. She had known him for a long time, and still held deep impressions of him from when they were younger. Yet, compared to the current Rason, she felt as if they were two completely different people. Looking at his serious profile, Rosalind wondered to herself how someone could focus to such an extraordinary degree, something she knew she could never do herself. Just then, Rason Maon tapped his hand lightly on the book cover and closed it, breathing a sigh of relief. Whoosh! That's enough for today. As soon as the system notified him that the Holy Eye was deactivated, his vision returned to normal. Rason jumped in surprise when he saw Rosalind's face right in front of his. He shouted in a panic, "Ah, Rosalind! How long have you been here?" She replied nonchalantly that she had been there for a while, causing Rason Maon to grumble and tell her to make a sound next time. "You'll kill me from a heart attack like this." Rosalind pouted and replied that she had made noise, then curiously asked what kind of book he was reading that had him so spellbound. Not waiting for Rason Maon to answer, she bombarded him with a series of questions. "So, how long do you intend to stay in Grandel? Do you need books about magic in this library?" Rason was sweating buckets and about to interrupt, but Rosalind had already asked about the core issue that had been bothering her for a long time. How can you use mana and soul energy to fight at the same time? Faced with her persistent curiosity, Rason suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter immediately angered Rosalind. She flushed and jumped up, shouting to demand why he was laughing at her. Rason quickly waved his hands to explain that it was just because she threw a pile of questions at him like that to figure out what he was worried about, right? With your personality, you probably couldn't have planned that far ahead. Did Lord Velotutor tell you? Rason Maon's blunt question made Rosalind blush, flustered, and stammer as she admitted, "Yeah. Why do you have to expose me like that?" Seeing her get grumpy, Rason asked softly, "What are you curious about?" "I'll answer you now." Rosalind leaned in close, directing her gaze toward the open book, and asked, "What book are you reading?" Rason Maon nonchalantly held the book out in front of her. "Here, see for yourself." Looking at the book title, Rosalind couldn't help but wonder, Tutanka's Courage? Why are you reading a fairy tale? Rason Maon smiled slightly and explained, "Read it carefully. The details are quite interesting." Hearing that, Rosalind sighed and complained, "I shouldn't have praised you. You were weird in the past, and you're still the same now." Both of them were so absorbed in their conversation that they didn't know that in the dark corner outside the door, the librarian Anto was still quietly watching them with a meaningful look. The next morning, at the Grandel training hall, a blue system notification suddenly appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. Tutanka's Arcane Art. Part 1 has been 95% analyzed. Looking at the text, Rason thought to himself, only one day, and the process is almost complete. This book titled Arcane Art is actually being analyzed much faster than I expected. Just then, a hand slowly placed a cup of warm tea on the table. Anto asked softly, "Does the young master like that book?" Rason Maon took the teacup and politely replied, "Ah, thank you, librarian." Anto smiled brightly and warmly, "You're welcome. Just call me if you need anything." But immediately after, the librarian suddenly asked another question. "Ah, that's right. Have you finished reading Tutanka's Courage yet?" The unexpected question made Rason freeze, his eyes sharpening with scrutiny. He put the book down and called out softly, "Librarian Anto." Rason Maon asked back bluntly, "Why do you keep monitoring me?" The direct question made the atmosphere in the reading room suddenly freeze, leaving the librarian Anto in silence. He quickly broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly explaining that he simply wanted to introduce a new type of tea to him. But Rason was not easily fooled. He continued to press with a sharp gaze. "Is the librarian's job to brew tea for me?" Sensing the other person's suspicion, Anto became even more flustered. He tried to argue that he was just an ordinary librarian. Although Anto appeared extremely calm on the outside, Rason Maon had quickly activated his holy eye to see through the man's heart. A system notification window immediately appeared, revealing his true identity. Anto Risant, a member of the Whitewood tribe with the mission to protect the covenant passed down through many generations. This information surprised Rason greatly because, in his memories, there was absolutely no impression of the Whitewood tribe. Looking at Anto, who looked just like an ordinary person, Rason closed the book and suddenly spoke up. "Librarian Anto, since you are the librarian of Grandel, you must be protecting the covenant through the generations, right?" The question hit the mark, leaving Anto completely stunned, with cold sweat running down his cheeks. He trembled and asked back how he could know that secret. Rason Maon calmly pointed to the book on the table and replied that it was all written in there. Hearing that, Anto blurted out a retort. "When I read that book, there was no such information at all." Waiting for exactly that, Rason Maon smirked triumphantly. He gently tapped his fingers on the book cover and exposed the man's lie. "Didn't you say you hadn't read this one?" Caught in his own trap, Anto could only remain silent, feeling embarrassed. Knowing he couldn't hide it anymore, he adjusted his glasses and sighed. Admitting that this book actually contained a lot of classified information, Anto slowly explained the ancient covenant of his family, a place that always hid great secrets, waiting for a worthy heir to appear to unlock Tutankhamun's legacy. When Rason Maon asked curiously if the head of the Grandel house knew about this, Anto turned his back and replied, "He knows, but he doesn't care." In Rason's mind, he suddenly reconstructed the settings he had once written in the original novel. According to the plot, Anto would become the next battle king in the future, the perfect successor to Grandmaster Magner, with terrifying physical strength capable of shaking the continent with just one punch and rendering enemies unconscious with just one glance. Yet, looking at the chubby and weak librarian in the present, Rason found it hard to find any signs of a legendary battle king. He placed his hand on the cover of the ancient book, wondering what was inside this book that was the key to helping Anto awaken that supreme power under certain special conditions. Rason's gaze sharpened with determination as he read the ancient words on the cover clearly. The true title of this book is Tutankhamun's Arcane Art, Part 1. Rason muttered to himself. Part 1, I think I can understand it completely in over a day. After that, I want to discuss this book with you. Librarian Anto, are you ready? Before the young Master Mason's resolute proposal, Anto paused for a beat, then bowed in agreement. Of course, immediately, a blue system notification popped up before Rason Maon's eyes. Variable affecting both the plot and probability has emerged. Thanks to his heaven's eye, the analysis progressed at a dizzying speed. The system displayed successive notifications. You have finished analyzing Tutankhamun's secret art. First form, heaven's eye fully absorbed. And what shocked Rason Maon most was the final message. Tutankhamun's secret art, first form, Vanthi, has been carved into your heart. Watching the electric energy wrap around his clenched fist, Rason Maon silently realized this was the skill he had prepared for himself while writing the story. Although not meticulously perfected, parts of its effects were already clear. This skill was so powerful that every single part of an opponent's body would feel as if it were being brutally torn apart by a savage beast. That was the true meaning behind the words Van 10,000 and Thigh Tier. Rason recalled the old settings from the novel he had written himself. Back then, the previous era's battle king, Magner, always believed that the most troublesome skill of the wheat, current battle king, Anto, was this Vanthi technique. Its power was so terrifying that those weaker than Anto would immediately feel their bodies being torn into 100 pieces, as if bitten by a ferocious monster, the very moment they touched the skill. Just as Rason had predicted, Vanthi was the ultimate key that helped Anto awaken and become a legendary battle king. Even in its first form, it served as a fundamental foundation. But that future battle king never forgot it, remaining loyal to it throughout his life. A knock at the door broke the silence of the reading room. Anto stood outside and asked softly, "Young Master Rason Maon, may I come in?" With Rason's permission, the wooden door creaked open. Anto stepped into the room and curiously asked about the topic of the discussion Rason Maon had scheduled earlier. Rason Maon turned around casually and replied bluntly, Tutan Ka's secret art. First form. I want to discuss Van The. Hearing that name, the chubby librarian's expression changed. He nervously brought his hands up to cover his face. Anto stuttered to explain that a discussion was meant to be a conversation where each person expressed their views on a topic, but the problem was, he claimed to know absolutely nothing about Tutankhamun's secret art, so how could he possibly discuss it with him? Rason Maon was not swayed by that excuse. He leisurely picked up the book and remarked that in every martial arts family's estate, there was always a training area designed specifically for practice. Anto nodded, confirming that there was indeed such a place near the guild hall. Immediately, Rason made a shocking declaration. I will demonstrate Van The there. His words left Anto completely frozen in surprise. Deep down, the librarian couldn't help but be intensely skeptical. After all, Rason had only held this book for 2 days. How could he have truly learned such a profound secret art so quickly? My God, can you believe it? To clarify the truth, Anto quickly led Rason to the training area behind the building. This library, often called the Guild Hall, was named as such because it possessed the sturdiest training ground in the family. Standing in the middle of the spacious training yard, Anto nervously asked what Rason Maon wanted him to do while he demonstrated. I'm going to use Van The on you, librarian. Naturally, I will avoid your vital points. Seeing the librarian still looking confused, Rason told him to hold out his hand. Anto swallowed hard, feeling tense, and hesitantly reached his hand forward. Instantly, Rason focused his spirit, channeling the powerful energy within his body. Mana and lightning surged, concentrating entirely on his 2 fingers. Feeling the terrifying force wildly tearing through and spreading across his body, the chubby librarian's eyes rolled back in horror, and cold sweat poured down as he realized the fearsome power manifesting right before his eyes. As soon as Rason channeled his mana to unleash Tutankhamun's secret art, the first form Van The, a terrifying surge of power in the shape of a massive, savage wolf's head erupted right behind him. But before the attack could touch Anto, a strange phenomenon occurred. The entire space and time around them suddenly froze. Rason realized in shock that time and space had stopped. Standing in the silent world, Rason Maon wondered in confusion. Is there another problem with the probability? What does this world want from me? He quickly analyzed the situation if there was a problem. It could only be related to Cell's duties at the Grandel family. According to what Rason knew from Albedo's memoirs, Cell absolutely despised Grandel. Yet, the contradiction was that the book about Tutankhamun's secret art was kept right in this family's library. He asked himself, why was it Cell, and not Albedo, the founder of Grandel, who wrote a book on martial arts? The more he pondered, the more Rason Maon realized the suspicious irregularities. Only now did he think of something that had been bothering him. Albedo and Anto, was the similarity in their names a coincidence? He sifted through his memories of his character naming habits back when he was an author in his old world. The prefix An was not a word he used randomly. Rason suddenly realized a chilling truth. An was the prefix representing disaster, and he only used it to name villains. Just then, a small explosion sounded, and the book in Rason Maon's hand began to smoke heavily. Successive system notifications revealed that Chol had hidden Tutankhamun's secret art in many different ruins, including Grandel. At the same time, Chol's feelings toward martial arts were actually very complex, as he had never thought he would have any connection to it one day. Rason Maon panicked, looking down at the book in his hands, and broke into a cold sweat as he realized, wait, there are too many blank spaces compared to before. The entire page was now just blank space, devoid of a single word. Immediately after, the system announced, with the privilege of the creator, one-time erasure authority has been achieved. Looking at this text, Rason couldn't help but shiver in fear. The fact that the system provided him with an eraser to remove the settings meant this mission was extremely dangerous, because this was a challenge related to modifying the probability of an old setting from the past. If Rason Maon accidentally messed it up even slightly, this entire world would collapse immediately, and he would certainly lose his life. But what Rason feared more than anything was the safety of the companions who were always by his side. Rason told himself, it's not just me who would die. I don't want this world to disappear. I cannot make any mistakes. He clutched his head in stress, trying to rack his brain while staring at the blank book. I have to remember where this problem lies. Looking at the empty pages, Rason immediately realized that Albedo's previous notes about Chol were actually based on his own one-sided assumptions, without any certain proof. In Albedo's memories, he always told himself that he would always love Chol as a friend, but he didn't know if the other felt the same way. He silently thought that perhaps Chol actually hated him, But Rason understood that was not the truth. To fix the missing settings, he immediately picked up a pen and wrote over the ancient book. Rason Maon wrote that Albedo never knew that Cheol also loved him deeply as a soulmate. Even though Cheol's feelings for him were a complex interweaving of love and hatred, this made Rason suddenly remember what his mother taught him when he was young. She used to say that love and hatred were only separated by a thin thread. Those two emotions were always so tightly intertwined that they could be completely reversed in the blink of an eye. From what Rason knew about Cheol, he even sincerely wished for Albedo's dreams to become reality. Even though in their era, merging two conflicting sources of power was nearly impossible, like a weak sprout struggling to grow on barren land. But Cheol believed that in the long run, everything would surely change, just like a small sprout that would eventually develop into a dense forest. With that conviction, Cheol quietly continued his research for many long years, and eventually, he truly grasped how to counter Albedo's combat magic by crafting unique magical potions. However, to test this newfound power safely, he had to find a completely new location, hidden far from the eyes of the Maon family. That's why he decided to venture into the gloomy, dense forests, forcing himself through grueling physical training amidst rainy, stormy nights to test his own limits. Because of this, he used the alias Tuan Ka to operate within the Golden Tiger tribe. Under this identity, he developed a new type of martial art for them, the secret martial arts. Hoping to realize Albedo's ambitions, he secretly hid the manual within the Grandel family so that Albedo's descendants could one day find it. He hoped that one day, the descendants of the Grandel family would mature and fully inherit Albedo's legacy. Rason told himself this was the most plausible theory he could come up with, yet he couldn't help but worry whether this world would accept it. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Probability deficit confirmed to be significantly restored. His one-time deletion right remained intact, and more importantly, he activated a special creator's privilege called Add 2 Lines. Realizing this was a massive reward for restoring the probability, Rason decided to invest it in the future of the librarian, Anta. He quickly picked up his pen to write 2 new settings. First, the Martial Hall's librarian is someone who always repays those who help him. Second, he possesses a natural innate talent for mastering Tuan Ka's secret techniques. The ancient book glowed brilliantly, signaling a truly worthwhile investment. Immediately, a burst of magical light surrounded Anta, leaving the librarian completely stunned. As the electrical current from the myriad strikes technique surged through, a deep gash instantly tore across Anta's palm. This scene left Rason Maon completely shocked. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that he had clearly used only a tiny amount of battle energy. Yet its destructive power was terrifyingly immense. Rason asked in a panic, "Librarian, are you okay?" Even though his hand was shaking in agony, Anto suppressed the pain and replied, "I'm fine." But right after, he looked up with wide, excited eyes and loudly pleaded, "Above all else, I want to see you perform it once more." Seeing Rason still bewildered, Anto excitedly added that something had just clicked in his mind. Worriedly, looking at the long streak of blood on the man's hand, Rason advised him to stop the bleeding first. But Anto was completely spellbound by the secret technique. He bowed and implored, "Please, just one more time, young Master Rason Maon." Seeing the librarian's determination, Rason silently realized that the extra settings he had written regarding Anto's talent had truly taken effect. Without further hesitation, Rason firmly replied, "Understood." He immediately raised 2 fingers, activating the 10,000 strikes technique once again. A burst of magical electric energy flared up, channeling directly into Anto's hand. Even though his body had to endure such agonizing, teeth-grinding pain, Anto still shouted wildly, "Ugh!" once more. Despite his hand tearing and bleeding even worse under the influence of the secret technique, his resolute scream echoed throughout the dojo under the sunset sky. One more time, again. The frantic experiment lasted until late at night. Looking at the bloody hand of his opponent, Rason proactively withdrew his magic and sternly advised, "Librarian, I think that is enough for today. You should treat your hand." At this, Anto stood there, panting, his body and blood-stained hands still trembling uncontrollably from the remnants of the battle aura. "Seventh young master, may I ask one more thing of you?" His sudden, respectful attitude surprised Rason Maon. He wondered why the other man had suddenly changed his tone so politely. He raised a hand slightly and asked, "What is it?" He decisively made his request. "I want to simulate that secret technique again." Rason Maon asked in surprise, "You want to simulate it?" Looking at the determined, chubby librarian, he thought to himself that it had taken him 2 full days of using his Heaven's Eye to master it. But thanks to the effect of the settings he had just rewritten, Anto's innate talent for Tutan Ka's secret technique was unimaginably strong. It was true that just one word could change a person's destiny. Rason encouraged him, "I will lend you a hand this time." As he predicted, Anto immediately focused his battle aura into his torn, bleeding finger and shouted loudly, 10,000 strikes. A surge of power taking the shape of a massive, fierce wolf beast erupted right behind him. The move ended, and Rason looked at the librarian's hand, realizing its power was only like a bee sting. Anto panted, admitting that using it was truly not easy, but he felt as though he had just caught a glimpse of something. Rason stepped forward and took Anto's hand, guiding him earnestly. Try focusing your battle spirit into your finger a bit more. Keep it stable, but at the same time, increase its density. He further explained that by doing so, the volume of the battle spirit would decrease, but the destructive force would increase immediately. Anto seemed to awaken. "Ah, I understand." He immediately braced himself and channeled his aura. Rason Maon continued to point out, "Keep it in this state, but the moment you touch your opponent, amplify it as much as you can." Witnessing Anto's lightning-fast progress, Rason was secretly amazed. With just one piece of advice, the man's technique had already reached such perfection. If he could improve this quickly without the Heaven's Eye, how terrifying would he be in the future? Right then, Anto softly called out, "Seventh young master." But Anto's next sentence left him completely stunned. "You are my master. What do you mean?" Anto emotionally explained that the 10,000 strikes felt as if it had been engraved deep within his body for a long time. He had never thought such power could be hidden in his bloodline. Anto knelt down to bow. He sincerely thanked Rason for awakening that power and implored, "Can you take me as your disciple?" Rason silently realized that the effect of the dojo librarian setting someone who always repays kindness had started to take effect. Rason scratched his head in confusion. "I find this a bit sudden, don't you think? I have realized that fate operates in such a way. Even so, I am from the Menon family, and you are from Grandel, right?" Anto firmly replied that he was, in the end, just a man working under a contract. Rason understood that Anto's family had served for many generations, and this was truly what he desired. Rason Maon smiled slightly, turned his head upward, and asked, "So, what do you think?" The master, an older man with long gray hair and a gray beard, crossed his arms and laughed with amusement. "Oh, I think this is quite interesting." His appearance made Anto jump in surprise and scream, "The Battle King!" The Battle King landed and smirked at Rason Maon. "By the way, how did you know I was hiding nearby?" "Just a hunch," the two discovered. Meanwhile, in another room of the Grandel mansion, Rosaline was dining with her father. She spoke up softly to ask if her father really didn't need to keep an eye on Rason. Rosaline expressed concern, believing that no one could predict what that kid from the Menon house was plotting. Hearing this, her father smiled in agreement, joking that he would believe it if someone told him Rason was 140 years old, not a 4-year-old child. Rosaline still couldn't help but feel uneasy that such a dangerous person was actively asking to study at the dojo. However, the head of the family immediately dismissed it. He sternly reminded his daughter that they were absolutely not allowed to monitor their guests. Allowing Rason into the dojo was a decision he had made personally, and this special authority was only reserved for those who know how to keep their word and promises. Her father's meaningful words startled Rosaline. She could only chew her food in silence and admit that perhaps she had been overthinking. Back at the dojo, the Battle King Magner stood on the balcony, curious, and asked Rason Maon how he could have detected his hidden presence. "Could it be that you saw me with those special eyes of yours?" His gaze shifted to the librarian Anto, and he sternly questioned why a librarian of Grandel would want to serve the heir of the Menon house as his master. The question made Anto break into a cold sweat in confusion. Seeing this, Rason stepped in to speak up for him, asking if what Anto was doing was against moral principles. However, the Battle King Magner calmly explained that Anto did not belong to the Grandel lineage, so he had complete freedom to choose where to live and whom to serve as he wished. Rason Maon smiled, feeling quite satisfied. He noted that this free-spirited approach was truly different from the rigid constraints of the Maon Clan. The Battle King also frankly admitted that if Rason appeared superior to Grandel, it was entirely the fault of his own family for not being strong enough. At this moment, he was no longer speaking as the vice-commander of Grandel. He frankly questioned, when he had learned that secret martial art, and if he really meant to say that he had only spent a mere 2 short days at Grandel to fully master it. He told himself that he had known Rason for the past 4 years, and this kid had never stopped bringing him one shocking surprise after another. He secretly thought that he had believed he understood his student to a certain extent, but it turned out he was a genius beyond his capacity to understand. Watching the battle aura in the shape of a massive beast roaring and erupting behind Rason Maon as he performed the move, Magner silently wondered how much more terrifyingly he would surpass expectations during his stay here. At this very moment, a blue system notification suddenly appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. The setting destroyer has started to become curious about the mystical setting. This made Rason immediately realize that the setting destroyer was none other than Master Magner. He silently analyzed that this term was highly likely implying that his master could directly influence the probabilities of the world. To have some private space, the Battle King Magner turned to the librarian Anto. "I have something to discuss privately with my disciple. Would you mind giving us some time alone?" Hearing this, Anto immediately jumped in surprise and hurriedly bowed in agreement. "Of course, because you are the master of my master, so you are my grandmaster." Before leaving, Anto emotionally raised his hands to make a heart shape over his head and shouted, "Master, I love you," leaving Rason Maon with no choice but to helplessly wave his hand in an awkward greeting. Greeting each other like that is a bit cringeworthy, guys. He thought to himself that he clearly had never agreed to take him as a disciple. Watching Anto's back as he ran away singing happily, the Battle King Magner couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, asking if that was how everyone in Grandel said goodbye to each other. When Anto was completely out of sight, Magner returned to his serious demeanor, declaring that he would get straight to the point. Faced with Rason Maon's puzzled questions, the Battle King crossed his arms over his chest, wore a confident smile, and pressed, "You held back just now, right?" Without waiting for Rason to answer, Magner firmly named the secret martial arts technique. The first form, 10,000 strikes, right? The comment hit the nail on the head, leaving Rason Maon completely surprised, cold sweat dripping down. Magner firmly ordered, "Use it with your full power." He suddenly made a bizarre request. "Take off your clothes." The sudden decision of his master left Rason extremely panicked, and he shouted, "Huh? Why clothes?" But Magner simply dismissed it. "Listen to your master." Though confused about what Master Magner was planning to do, Rason Maon complied and removed his outer layer, revealing a toned body with healthy, firm six-pack abs. Observing his student's physique, Magner nodded slightly. "I see. It hasn't been long since we last met, and yet you've grown so much, haha." Then, he suddenly asked a question that left Rason Maon frozen. "Why don't you learn martial arts?" Rason Maon asked back, bewildered. "I'm sorry, do you mean martial arts, the very thing I've been studying for the past 4 years?" The question instantly stirred up memories of his brutal childhood training, from dragging giant boulders under the scorching sun to balancing buckets of water all night long under his master's constant supervision. Those were just the basics. He hadn't even cleared the first hurdle yet, Rason asked in shock. "Then what about everything you've taught me until now? What are you even calling martial arts?" Marner smiled slightly and replied, "I never told you the true origin of martial arts." Rason quickly countered, "You said it came from battle aura. So, shouldn't you be helping me increase my battle aura?" Thinking about this, Rason Maon shuddered, wondering if that was even possible. Since the battle aura currently in his body belonged to the Grandel family, he wondered, then how am I supposed to improve my battle aura from here? Marner pondered. "That is exactly why I've been thinking for so long, and so I am about to do something I will regret for the rest of my life." With a powerful gaze, Marner declared, "This time, let me teach you the proper way to use battle aura." Seeing the terrifying surge of power from his master, Rason could only break into a cold sweat. He wondered, then what on earth have I been learning all this time? Marner began to explain slowly. "As far as I know, you mages use mana cultivation to absorb it, then store it in your hearts to create mana circles." Marner continued to explain that warriors like them did not use mana cultivation methods at all. Instead, they absorbed ki through meditation and channeled that energy into every muscle and nerve system throughout their bodies to build up battle aura. Marner looked straight at Rason Maon and declared, "I am going to teach you meditation, something ordinary people cannot learn." But then his gaze fixed on his student's eyes. "However, with your eyes, you surely must be able to do it with that mystical power. Can you analyze the book filled with Grandel's meditation techniques?" Rason Maon asked, astonished. "Is there really such a book?" Receiving Marner's confirming nod. "Yes, of course." He curiously asked about its location. The answer that it was in the master's first-class library left Rason Maon completely shocked. A first-class library? He worriedly asked if Marner even had the authority to do that, and if he had asked the Grandel Patriarch for permission. Marner replied nonchalantly, of course he didn't allow it. The blunt answer left Rason Maon flustered. "Isn't that stealing?" But Marner firmly denied it. "No. The Battle King, Magner, explained further. "No, not if we don't take it out of the library." Rason Maon stammered, confused. Excuse me? Marner pointed to his head and gave a mischievous smile. If we only use what is inside my head, then it's not stealing. The master's brazen logic left Rason speechless and caught off guard. He worriedly asked, what if the patriarch finds out? Magner just laughed heartily. Rason pressed on, do you really think he won't know? Magner replied coolly, of course he will know. If you thought otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified to be my disciple. Seeing his master's expression, Rason smiled cryptically, thinking to himself, of course there must have been a secret negotiation between him and the patriarch. Heh, no wonder he's so confident about not technically stealing. Everything had actually started a day earlier. In the Grandel family's secret room, deep within the mist garden, amidst the silence, the rustling footsteps of a figure slowly made their way into the gloomy garden. In the quiet mist garden, the Battle King, Magner, was holding a small flower. Watching his older brother, the patriarch Velotutor, busy gardening, Magner teased him, telling Velotutor to be honest, why go through the trouble of growing things he couldn't even eat? Looking at his brother's simple appearance now, it was hard to believe this was the world-renowned Black King. Velotutor wiped his sweat and held his hoe, replying that looks didn't matter here, then asked why Magner had called him there. Magner smiled slightly, replying that since this garden was his brother's private space, he trusted Velotutor understood what he was about to say. It was that I know your true intentions, so just say it already dynamic. Velotutor smiled and agreed. He declared that from now on, he wouldn't speak as the Grandel Patriarch, but as Magner's older brother and old friend. Their conversation quickly turned to Magner's disciple, Rason Maon. Velotutor confirmed he had seen it with his own eyes, witnessing Rason's battle aura amplify tremendously when he passed through the family's main gate. He stated that once Rason Maon learned to control and develop that massive source of battle aura, both of them would witness the rise of a great warrior unlike any seen before. Hearing such high praise from his brother, Magner smiled, admitting that Rason was the first genius he had ever seen who could surpass even himself. Facing Velotutor's question about whether Rason Maon's talent was limited to his body, Magner affirmed that his talent actually lay much more in his mind. Even at such a young age, Rason Maon was already 10 steps ahead of him. Recognizing the kid's infinite potential, Velotutor advised Magner to be the one directly responsible for teaching him. However, Velotutor immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him by pointing out that he understood Magner's martial ambitions perfectly well, the very thing that had elevated him to the position of Battle King. The Grandel Patriarch sternly reminded him of the family's ironclad rules. Magner was absolutely forbidden from taking what he learned from Grandel to the outside world. This rule applied to everyone, including the two brothers. Velotutor's face darkened with authority as he issued a harsh warning. If Magner dared to break the rules, he would have to give up everything he had achieved at Grandel. Facing his brother's threat, the Battle King, Magner, kept a very calm and composed smile. He raised an eyebrow, asking in return if Velotutor would really go as far as to cut his wrist tendons, his ankles, and completely cripple his battle aura. In the quiet garden, his older brother, Velotutor, turned a cold, sharp gaze toward Magner and issued a stern warning. I hope you won't make a foolish choice. If you raise Mason's son just because of some whim, there will come a day when he returns to Grandel. But as an enemy, despite his brother's concerns, Magner remained steadfast. He replied calmly, isn't that why I train him even harder? The more terrifying the enemy, the stronger Grandel becomes. Velotutor smirked, asking if Magner really thought he would just leave Rason Maon alone, even though the boy was learning Grandel's martial arts in an unorthodox way. Hearing this, Magner immediately raised his voice to defend his student. He is just a victim. It was me who forced him. No Grandel member is allowed to threaten a victim. Anger flared up. Magner clenched his fist and growled a threat. If you dare do that to Rason Maon, I will fight you. But in response to that challenge, Velotutor suddenly released a terrifying, deep, crimson killing intent. The massive pressure of his mana weighed down on Magner, causing him to instantly freeze, cold sweat pouring down in terror. Just as the tension reached its peak, Velotutor abruptly withdrew his killing intent. I cherish you, Magner. You are the only family I have left. Fine, you can go now. Magner bowed slightly, thanked his brother, and quickly retreated. Left alone in the garden, the Grandel Patriarch pensively looked at the green leaves. He pondered the fate of his family. Magic and swordsmanship in this world would continue to advance by leaps and bounds. However, martial arts had now completely reached its limit. As time passed, the Grandel family would surely lose its influence. This was something that had plagued Velotutor for years, and he still hadn't found a solution. But then, gently touching the young leaves, Velotutor told himself that he had started to find the answer to this difficult problem. Through Rason, if he could capture this genius, there was a high chance he would have the solution. Back in the present, Magner looked at his shirtless student and asked directly, "Do you want to learn orthodox martial arts?" Contrary to his master's expectations, Rason firmly refused. "No, I'll consider it later." The blunt answer made Magner snap. He shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Grandel's martial arts are something that even 1,000 gold pieces couldn't guarantee you a chance to learn." Rason remained very calm and explained, "That is exactly the problem. This is something only Grandel has." Deep down, Rason Maon clearly understood his own path. His biggest goal when he transmigrated into this world was simply to leave the Casin Maon family and live a peaceful life. If he truly learned orthodox martial arts from Grandel, he would definitely be dragged into a cycle of grudges for the rest of his life and become their enemy. Screw that. I don't need the extra stress. Rason firmly rejected Master Magner's offer to learn orthodox martial arts. As he put his shirt back on, he bluntly declared that he didn't want to learn it just to end up living his life in hiding like a rat. Deep down, Rason told himself that if he could just endure for 5 more years, he would finally be free, and he certainly didn't need to go looking for extra trouble. He turned to his master and said that all he wanted was to spar with the other disciples. This proposal caught Grandmaster Magner off guard, and he pressed him, asking what exactly he meant. Rason Maon calmly asked in return, "Didn't the head of the Mason family allow this before?" Magner hesitated for a moment, before admitting that such an arrangement did exist back then. Rason Maon adjusted his sleeves and slowly explained that he had lived in the territory for 4 years under that pretext to learn from his master, but in the end, he hadn't gained anything from him at all. Faced with Magner's bewildered expression, Rason continued, "It's because your level is too high, Master. My eyes simply can't analyze your movements." The Grandmaster was startled and asked what he meant by that. Rason replied that it was just as he said, the teacher is too skilled for the student to keep up. Rason Maon turned around, confidently declaring that he would learn martial arts by sparring with Rosalind. Hearing such a crazy idea, Magner couldn't help but ask skeptically if he really thought martial arts could be learned in such an absurd way. However, Rason curled his lip in a subtle, knowing smile, looked his master straight in the eye with his piercing purple gaze, and asked back, "Master, do you think it's impossible?" The powerful look and confidence radiating from Rason Maon left Grandmaster Magner completely frozen in shock at a claim so absurd it had never been heard of before. But as he looked down at his own trembling hands, the master suddenly felt a chill at the insane thought that this kid might actually be able to pull it off. Just then, a blue system notification window suddenly appeared before Rason Maon's eyes, reading, "The God of Schemes, Lade Onion, has taken an interest in the character Rason Maon." Rason looked up at the notification in astonishment, silently wondering, first the fire god Phoenix, and now the God of Schemes, Lade Onion? He contemplated it intently, feeling as though he had heard the name Lade Onion somewhere in the past. An image of a mysterious shadow with a sinister smile and a black cat on its shoulder flickered in his mind. Rason couldn't help but feel bewildered, wondering where these gods actually came from. He told himself that if gods really existed in this world, the one receiving these messages should have been the male lead, Casin, not him. But if he put the author's bias aside, there was no problem with him receiving this ability. Suddenly, Rason's eyes narrowed as an important memory flashed through his head. He was shocked to realize that the Holy Kingdom of Holen actually existed in this world. Holen was not just an important kingdom, it also helped maintain the balance between the 3 great families. The people there were devout believers who worshipped the God of Light, carrying a mission to uplift and heal the world. To achieve this, they used divine power, a strength entirely different from mana, soul combat, or chi. Standing there in deep thought, Rason told himself that gods truly existed in this world, and if the God of Light existed, it was highly likely that other supreme gods were hiding somewhere too. But wait, if that were the case, could others potentially borrow power from the gods as well? Were they all just puppets being pulled by the strings of fate? Thinking this, Rason realized there was a massive probability paradox for Casin. This world had gods, and anyone who possessed the eyes of the gods could see their will. However, throughout the entire story, Casin had never once seen the will of a god. Rason Maon remembered that when he first transmigrated into this body, his first trait was a lack of probability. It was worth noting that even the original protagonist of the story, Casin, possessed this same trait. So, did the gods not appear from the start, or did they only take notice under certain conditions? If he had just finished reading the novel like a normal reader, he might have forgotten this detail. But what if this world was real, and the protagonist was no exception? What if even Casin's personality had so many holes in it? If Casin truly possessed a massive lack of probability trait, this world would surely be destroyed, because it couldn't sustain itself without a stable amount of probability. Rason suddenly realized this might be the real reason he had been brought into this world. In a distant future of the novel that he never knew about, Casin might have found a way to pull another soul in, to act as a scapegoat for that fatal probability hole. The protagonist always gets all the advantages, after all. If that hypothesis was correct, what Rason Maon needed to do from now on was to actively attract Lade Onian's attention and turn that focus into his own greatest advantage. Lost in his thoughts, Rason was suddenly startled by Master Magner's voice. "Standing there like a fool in front of your master, kid?" He hurriedly apologized. "Ah, I'm sorry, master. My fault. How long have I been standing here spacing out?" Before he could finish, Rason was flicked on the forehead by his master, hard. He clutched his head and cried out, "Why did you hit me?" Magner put his hands on his hips and scolded. "Who told you to keep your master waiting so long?" And yes, standing there like an idiot for half the lesson is exactly right. "I will prove to you that I can learn martial arts by sparring with Rosalind." Looking at his student's determination in the sunset, Grandmaster Magner smiled expectantly. "Fine, I'll be watching." Just then, the system suddenly pinged with a notification. The god of schemes, Lade Onian, shows bias toward the character Rason Maon. Find what you need most, with a 3-day deadline. As night fell, a lavish banquet with all sorts of delicious food was laid out before Rason Maon, accompanied by a maid's announcement. "Young master, dinner is ready." Rason enjoyed every dish, silently remarking that the food in Grandel was much better than in Mason. Perhaps it was because he was an honorary guest that they were taking such special care of him. Rason Maon strolled leisurely by the lotus pond under the quiet moonlight, breathing a sigh of relief as he felt the peace of this place. It was an atmosphere he could never find back at the Mason estate. He told himself that once he fully detached from the family, settling near Grandel wouldn't be a bad idea. Suddenly, a deep, warm voice broke the silence. "Do you like the food here?" Rason jumped and turned around, realizing that the Black King Velotutor was standing there with a folding fan in his hand. He quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully. "Lord Black King, the food is excellent." Velotutor smiled, satisfied, before abruptly changing the subject. "Oh, that's right. I heard you want to train with Rosalind. Is that true?" Rason confirmed it decisively. "Yes, word travels fast to you, Your Majesty." Velotutor's eyes narrowed behind his fan as he asked slowly, "And you also said you would learn Grandel's soul combat and martial arts just by observing Rosalind?" Facing the probing question, Rason Maon maintained his confident smile and replied calmly, "Yes, that is what I said, sir." Right at that moment, hurried footsteps approached from behind. Rosalind appeared with a face flushed with anger. She yelled furiously, "You! What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Are you looking down on Grandel?" Seeing his daughter acting rudely, Velotutor glanced at her, warning, "My dear Rosalind, the head of a family is speaking with a guest." His rebuke caused the pink-haired girl to stop immediately. Velotutor turned back to Rason and continued leisurely. "However, I agree with Rosalind. Even though Rosalind's ability doesn't match Magner's, I don't think Grandel's martial arts can be learned just by observation." Rason looked up at the two of them, curling his lip in a knowing smile. "But you came to ask me personally, Father," Rason added confidently. "You must really want to find out if what I said is true." Velotutor admitted frankly, "Exactly. We people of Grandel do not shy away from challenges." Amidst the sound of insects chirping in the night, the family head made his decision. "If you want to, I will allow you to train with Rosalind. However, Rosalind will also observe you and your magical combat techniques. If her observation skills are better, she will gain much from this." Velotutor smiled subtly behind his paper fan and said lightly, "And if your observation skills are better than hers, you will grow stronger. I will be watching you both." Facing the gaze of a stern Rosalind and the direct supervision of the Supreme Family Head, Rason gave a confident, determined smile and affirmed that he was ready to spar with Rosalind. At the second training ground of the Grandel family, Rason Maon and Rosalind sat in meditation in the quiet space. However, Rason's mind was completely unable to focus on his energy training. He was constantly struggling with thoughts about the god of schemes, Lade Onian, silently wondering, what could it be that Lade Onian wants from me? Lade Onian had set a condition for him to find what he needed most within 3 days. Rason thought to himself, if he really found the answer, would the god actually give it to him? Seeing Rason Maon looking pensive, Rosalind glanced over but didn't want to disturb him. Night fell quickly, shrouding the ancient tile roofs of the Grandel estate in silence. Just then, a blue system notification window suddenly appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. Notification. The time estimated by the god of schemes, Lade Onion, has arrived, and the deity is prepared to ask you a question. Immediately afterward, Rason's consciousness was pulled into a strange space. He opened his eyes in surprise, looking around and wondering, where am I? Who am I? Before him now was a dark void, covered in thick, black smoke. Rason was confused, wondering where on earth he was, when suddenly a deep, booming voice echoed throughout the space, asking bluntly, "What do you need most?" At that same moment, a giant, glowing golden eye like a cat's suddenly opened right behind him. Rason startled and spun around, stunned to realize that this powerful, commanding voice was incredibly familiar. Emerging from the black mist was the massive form of Lydian, the god of conspiracy, in the guise of a black cat with glowing eyes full of power. Lydian slowly proposed a deal. "If you can guess what I'm thinking, I'll grant it to you. But the reward came with a brutal price. If you answer incorrectly, I will take your eyes as the price for trying to deceive me." The terrifying declaration left Rason Maon completely frozen, cold sweat dripping down in tension. Why was fate testing him like this? Oh man. Facing the oppressive, dark space, Rason immediately realized this was just an illusion created by the god of conspiracy, Lydian, to test him. He calmed himself, determined to stay focused and stick to the plan he had spent 3 sleepless days agonizing over. Looking at the giant black cat grinning sinisterly before him, Rason Maon silently analyzed what a god of conspiracy like Lydian would think was most essential for him at this moment. He remembered the first moment the god began to take notice of him, the moment the system notification popped up, stating that the god of conspiracy, Lydian, was focusing on Rason. Piecing everything together, Rason understood that since Lydian was not a god of martial arts, he certainly had no interest in Rason learning martial arts. Facing the giant cat, Rason reminded him that he had given him 3 days to find out what he needed most. Lydian chuckled, confirming it. Based on this clue, it was highly likely that he could still keep his windows to the soul. Rason Maon frankly expressed his doubt. He wondered why a god like Lydian chose that exact moment to focus on him, and he tried to narrow down the vague request into a single word. Looking at the glowing cube floating in his mind, Rason asserted that, based on his intuition, the thing the god mentioned was certainly not any tangible object. Rason Maon's sharp reasoning immediately piqued the god of conspiracy's interest. Lydian grinned wickedly and asked back, "So, what do you think it is?" Without a moment's hesitation, Rason looked straight into the god's burning golden eyes and declared firmly, "The thing you are thinking of, and also the thing you need most right now, is none other than Lydian's grace." The entire space seemed to freeze as Rason stood tall, facing the god's massive darkness, awaiting the verdict on his bold answer. Rason Maon flatly stated that what he needed most right now was Lydian's grace. This bold answer caused the god of conspiracy's expression to shift slightly. He grinned with amusement. "My grace? I like how your mind works. That's not a bad answer." Rason thought to himself, at least he hadn't angered this supreme god. However, Lydian immediately retorted, "So, does this mean the decision belongs to me?" Understanding that everything now depended entirely on the other party, Rason Maon couldn't help but ask, "If I had asked for something other than your grace, what would you have done?" Replying to that question, Lydian stated coldly, "Then I would have cut out your tongue, regardless of the answer." Witnessing the boy's resolve, Lydian let out a wild laugh. "I like your answer, so I will grant you something interesting." Immediately after, the giant black cat lunged forward. A pink system notification appeared. "The blessing of the god of conspiracy, Lydian, has been granted." Rason widened his eyes, feeling a powerful surge of magical energy frantically pouring in and altering the structure of his eyes, causing his pupils to shift into glowing magical circles. Right after that, another notification appeared. "The god of conspiracy, Lydian, has gifted you 2 eyes." His consciousness returned to reality. Rason Maon woke up with a start, realizing he was still standing at the Grandel family's second training ground. Beside him, Rosalind was still sitting in silent meditation. He dazedly wondered about the mysterious gift the god had just bestowed. Under the silent full moon covering the entire Grandel estate, Rason sat meditating alone in his room. In front of him were 2 open magic books. Immediately, system notifications flooded his view. The analysis process for Ice Magic for Beginners by Lydian has reached 78%, while the Grand Magic Book of St. Albedo was also inching up to 9%. Rason was incredibly surprised to realize he could analyze both magic books simultaneously without any decrease in speed. Previously, he had to give up on studying 2 things at once because it was completely ineffective. But now, everything had changed. helping his power growth rate increase at a dizzying pace. Truly, 4 eyes read faster than 2, everyone. Rason Maon flashed a confident smile. He understood that the 2 eyes gift, the god of conspiracy, Lydian, had granted was actually a special ability applied directly to his saint's eyes. This power was truly formidable, completely worthy of being called a gift from a supreme god. 1 week later, under the sun-drenched sky of the Grandel family, thanks to the 2 eyes gift from Lydian, Rason Maon's observation ability had reached an entirely new realm. Right then, at the training ground, Rosalind was closing her eyes, concentrating intensely to perform the family's signature meditation and breathing technique. Rason Maon observed every tiny movement, easily seeing through the flow of battle spirit circulating based on Rosalind's breathing, along with the entire process of accumulating and absorbing that massive source of battle spirit, deep into every fiber of her muscles. The gift from the god of conspiracy, Lydian, not only helped Rason increase his reading speed, but also brought him a strange sensation, as if his understanding of this world had become clearer than ever before. He became so immersed in his thoughts that he accidentally locked his gaze on Rosalind. This excessive attention quickly made the pink-haired girl feel confused and annoyed. Rosalind called out, "Hey!" When Rason Maon dazedly asked, "What?" she immediately snapped. "How long do you intend to stare at me like that? I don't know what you're trying to do. If it weren't for my father's orders, I wouldn't be in the same room with someone like you." Right, who could stand being stared at like that? Facing his friend's irritable attitude, Rason only smiled confidently. "Perhaps I understand now." The vague answer left Rosalind curious. "Understand what?" Rason replied frankly. "The way to accumulate battle spirit through meditation." This revelation left Rosalind completely stunned. She widened her eyes and asked, "You understand how to meditate now?" Thanks to Lydian's gift, Rason had successfully analyzed the unique meditation technique of the Grandel family. He began to focus his battle spirit around his heart and tried to amplify it. However, witnessing the unstable energy fluctuating around Rason, Rosalind immediately recognized the danger. She screamed in panic, and a decisive strike echoed, directly knocking Rason Maon flat onto the floor. Rosalind shouted angrily, "If you want to start meditating, you have to do it when an adult is present. Just one wrong move, and you could die from serious muscle damage." Rason, despite blood running down his head, smiled teasingly. "I didn't know that, but I'd probably die before that happened. If something bad happened to me, wouldn't it be better for you?" His joke made Rosalind blush. She shouted loudly to hide her embarrassment. "Defeating you is something I have to do with my own hands. I don't want you to self-destruct like that." As soon as she finished, she turned and ran straight out the door. "I'm going to get my uncle. Just stay there." Watching Rosalind's panicked, retreating figure, Rason gave a warm smile. He thought to himself, Rosalind might never admit it out loud, but deep down, she always cared about him. Girls say yes when they mean no, and no when they mean yes. After convincing the clan leader Velatutor to allow him to train with Rosalind, Rason Maon got to work immediately. As soon as Rason began to execute the Grandel family's new meditation technique, a powerful surge of energy immediately erupted around him. But things quickly spiraled out of control. The violent energy clash caused Rason Maon to suffer an extremely severe backlash. He painfully coughed up blood, his body trembling while enduring the terrifying pressure that felt like it was tearing his chest apart. "See that? I knew it. How could you learn it just by observing? I have to stop this right now." But just as he was about to rush in to intervene, the gray-haired elder standing nearby held him back. "Wait, just a little longer. If it's him." Meanwhile, Rason Maon was going through excruciating pain. He thought to himself that the blood vessels in his body were stretching as if they were about to snap. Everything was completely off from his calculations. On Rason Maon's face and skin, the red runes of DK Cha magic began to glow brilliantly to resist the overload. Deep in his mind, the transcendental Holy Grail panicked and appeared, loudly warning that if his mana continued to leak out, his body would definitely explode instantly. Realizing the life or death situation, Rason could only scream in pain. Witnessing Rason Maon writhing in a pool of blood amidst the wild energy flow, Rosalind could no longer stay calm. The young lady screamed in panic toward her father. "Father, if this keeps up, he's going to die." In contrast to the two girls' alarm, the martial hall instructor gently shielded his face with a fan, thoughtfully noting that this was definitely not a typical side effect of meditation. He turned to ask his younger brother, Magner, if he felt the same thing. An ancient memory suddenly surfaced in their minds, a towering, authoritative figure standing amidst the fog. Even Rason, in his delirious state, faintly sensed this familiar surge of power. He mused that the aura enveloping his body now felt exactly like that of the clan head, Menon. The image of his stern father appeared like an anchor, helping him maintain consciousness amidst the monostorm that was violently tearing at his body. Rason Maon whispered his father's name before completely sinking into darkness. After a long period of unconsciousness, Rason fluttered his eyelids and slowly regained consciousness. He stared blankly at the ceiling, wondering what had happened after he passed out. Upon waking, Rason was immediately met by Rosalind's furious gaze. Rosalind grumbled that she thought he had died back there, unable to understand how he could remain so calm. Rason gently asked how long he had been unconscious, and Rosalind's answer of 10 days left him stunned. He looked down at his hands, noticing that the glowing red runes of the DK Father ritual on his skin were gradually fading, eventually disappearing completely after the meditation ended. Rason Maon wondered if the recent meditation had truly been a success, and whether the system would display any new notifications. Immediately, a blue status board appeared before his eyes. It confirmed that his Celestial Foundation attribute had developed significantly due to complex factors, while successfully activating the War King Foundation attribute. This unexpected surge in power left Rason Maon utterly astonished. Just then, his attendant, Hampton, rushed into the room in a panic, crashing headlong onto Rason as he was still recovering. Where had Heir suddenly appeared from? She quickly dragged Hampton away to rescue her master, then kindly asked, "Are you awake, young master?" Seeing his thoughtful maid, Rason Maon sighed in relief. "Ah, Heir, thank goodness you pulled that piece of dead weight off me, or I would have passed out again." Heir's sudden appearance left Rosalind, standing nearby, surprised, wondering where she had even come from. With absolute loyalty and faith in her master, Heir looked at Rason Maon with a stern expression and affirmed, "I trust that the one I serve would not be affected by such side effects, right?" Lying on the hospital bed with bandages wrapped around his chest, Rason Maon smiled confidently and replied, "Of course." 3 days later, once fully recovered, Rason stood under the refreshing water of the bathroom to cleanse his body. He silently checked the system status board and realized a shocking change. With these 3 things, his base attributes had evolved from Celestial to War King. Rason began to piece things together, comparing his new power with the original plot. He knew well that the protagonist of this world, Casin, had also awakened the Sword Saint attribute, and according to his assessment, the War King attribute he had just achieved would certainly be on par with his opponent's Sword King attribute. However, what weighed most heavily on Rason Maon's mind right now was his mysterious father. Recalling the protective energy of the ritual, the DK Father that had saved his life in the nick of time during meditation, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Does this mean the DK Father had foreseen everything from the very beginning? Rason Maon told himself that if he ever returned to Mason, he would definitely find the answer to this question himself. Rason Maon repeatedly cast ice magic to test his strength. He quickly launched his second ice magic technique, ice piercing, creating sharp shards of ice that struck the target dummy. Looking at the sharp ice blocks in front of him, Rason silently recalled the Book of Naran Ice Magic, written by Avelia Maon's own hand. This book possessed a very special property, helping the user achieve maximum efficiency with minimal mana. However, his train of thought was quickly interrupted by a thick, suffocating bloodlust that suddenly appeared. Just outside Velituder's door, Heir stood tall, radiating a terrifying, lethal aura. Rason Maon realized that by exerting such powerful pressure, she must have wanted him to spar so she could test his strength. Rason Maon smiled faintly, and the battle energy surrounding his body glowed brightly. "I know exactly what you want to say, Heir." He understood that the agreement between him and Velituder had officially been set in motion. At this moment, Rason told himself he had to block Heir's incoming attack, not with magic, but with Grando's martial arts. Facing her master, Heir spoke coldly. She said that the skill level she had intended to use initially was only on par with the level Rason Maon had displayed when he first mastered the ice crystal. Rason Maon smirked, cutting her off. "You're speaking in the past tense, aren't you? Because now I know you've reached a new level." Immediately, she vanished and lunged forward at terrifying speed. Rason Maon focused intensely, his keen eyes helping him quickly predict the movement behind him to the right. But immediately after, he noticed something was wrong. "No, that's a feint. It's coming from the left." Before he could steady himself, Heir, with eyes burning with killing intent, had closed the distance from a blind spot and launched a powerful, direct punch toward Rason. As expected of an elite shadow guard, her moves are terrifying. Facing the lethal punch from Heir's blind spot, Rason Maon immediately activated an intermediate combat magic technique, strengthening his body and soul to the maximum level. However, Heir moved with incredible speed, continuing to dodge and pivot to launch a deadly strike from behind. Rason immediately realized her intent. There it was, behind his back again. He silently judged that Hera was fighting much more seriously than usual. To respond to his attendants' expectations and seriousness, Rason decided not to hold back. He decisively activated the first form of the Tuan Ka secret martial arts, Myriad Strikes. A massive surge of battle energy and dark purple lightning suddenly erupted violently, knocking Hera far back, forcing her to slide across the ground to keep her balance. The match ended, and Hera slowly withdrew her weapon. She looked at Rason Maon with a gaze full of respect and offered praise. "You have grown much more than I expected. Your combination of martial arts and magical combat techniques is excellent." Rason smiled faintly in response. "Thank you, Hera. For a mage's body to control magical combat techniques is truly difficult. Therefore, I can only utilize its full power thanks to the support of martial arts and fighting spirit." But deep down, Rason Maon knew Hera's true strength. He knew she could have easily dodged the previous attack if she had wanted to, but she had intentionally let it hit her to test his power. From outside the door, a silent figure stood, observing the entire battle between the two. Rason Maon thought to himself that the words he had just spoken were intended for Veletutor to hear. Immediately, a deep, crimson pressure blanketed the entire space as the clan head, Veletutor, slowly stepped forward. The terrifying aura of an entity that had reached the 10th level left Rason Maon unable to stop himself from breaking into a cold sweat. Veletutor spoke. "It seems martial arts really is only an auxiliary ability, since he was born as a mage himself." He asked Rason Maon if he shared the view that magic was the only high-level discipline in the world. Rason Maon understood perfectly that the other person knew he didn't think so. What an old fox, asking questions he already knew the answers to. Rason Maon pragmatically replied that because he came from a family of mages, where magical talent was far more potent than martial arts, investing in that stronger talent was only natural. That answer brought a faint, satisfied smile to Alberu's face. The Crown Prince immediately dropped his fighting spirit, and happily remarked that this was the first time he had seen someone from the Henetus household acknowledge another school of thought. His sudden shift in attitude made Rason Maon feel like he was dealing with a two-faced person. When Alberu asked if he had heard of the Desert of Death, Rason Maon confirmed that it was indeed territory managed by his Henetus family. Alberu suggested that Rason Maon retrieve an ancient book located within those lands, and also wanted him to bring Rosaline along. Upon hearing this, Rason Maon turned around and confidently set his own conditions. This bold move left Hillsman, who was standing behind him, completely shocked. He broke into a cold sweat, wondering how his young master dared to be so disrespectful to an absolute entity like Alberu. Faced with Rason Maon's firmness, Alberu coldly declared that if he had such an attitude, he could just go himself. "I think he's just bluffing. If he could go, he wouldn't be asking Rason Maon for help, right?" Rason Maon gave a sinister smile, confidently countering that if he went himself, the Henetus family would consider that an act of war against them. Rason Maon's audacity left Alberu extremely surprised. He privately noted that this kid was truly several steps ahead of him. Rason Maon continued, "The reason your highness wants to send Rosaline to the lands managed by the Henetus family is definitely because she needs to find something there." Deep down, Rason Maon began to piece together the facts about his family. So far, there were at most 3 candidates for the family head that the Henetus family monitored closely. The first had gone missing, the second was Violon Henetus, and the last was Basin Henetus. Alberu smirked in agreement and asked what his conditions were. Looking at Rason Maon, the Crown Prince had a hunch that this child might very well become the next successor to the Henetus family. Rason Maon smiled and replied that his condition was quite simple. He asked the Grandel family to help track down his friend. "Miru? I've heard quite a few things about her. She must have grown up a lot by now, right?" Rason Maon nodded in confirmation. "That's right. She recently fought the Mercenary King, but it was clearly an uneven battle. However, he had looked down on her because she came from the Golden Tiger tribe. Even though she gave it her all, she couldn't inflict any damage on that giant." Rason Maon continued thoughtfully. "I heard she had some impressive moves, but in the end, she still lost. After that life-or-death battle, a priest in the Holland region accidentally found Miru lying on the verge of death by the side of the road and managed to use holy magic to save her life." Hearing this, the prince couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Miru, a girl who was even afraid to walk home to her village alone, had the courage to fight the Mercenary King? That's hard to believe. He added, "I don't know what your relationship with Miru is, but let me tell you this. Those who can survive a confrontation with the Mercenary King can be counted on the fingers of one hand. First is Marner, your master. Next is Violin Henetus, your sister. Then there's the head of the Choi family, myself, and one last person. Even though this person wasn't known to the public," he analyzed further. "In other words, you have to be truly powerful to survive against him." Do you know why that cold-blooded, ruthless man spared Miru? He must have recognized her potential. He affirmed that this was also why he believed she would be a strong candidate for the next mercenary king. Hearing this, Rason Maon straight up asked if he would fulfill his request if he found her. Rason Maon explained that he really needed the help of Miru, Raon, and Hong, because he admitted he was still too weak. Rason Maon's confession left the prince completely stunned. He couldn't help but skeptically ask if he really thought he was weak. In response, Rason Maon just gave a very innocent smile, nonchalantly saying that he was just a 15-year-old child who hadn't experienced the hardships of the world yet. That attitude made the prince immediately close his fan, feeling a shiver down his spine at how terrifying the kid was. Even a genius like Rosaline was arrogant enough to think she was strong enough. Yet Rason Maon, who had far surpassed all his peers, always considered himself weak. He thought to himself that he truly couldn't understand what his standards for strength were anymore. To end the conversation, the prince declared he would find Miru within the next 2 days, not forgetting to remind Rason Maon to prepare Rosaline's mindset during that time. In short, everyone has their own work to finish. 2 days later, the giant stone door slowly opened. Rason Maon, along with Raon, Hillsman, and Rosaline, stepped outside. Right in front of them, a familiar figure with tiger ears stood with her arms crossed, waiting. Miru clicked her tongue, grumbling and asking Rason Maon why he called her, if it was going to waste so much of her time. Seeing their healthy beastkin friend standing there, the group couldn't help but rejoice. Rason Maon immediately called out her name and quickly walked over. Seeing the beastkin, Raon, standing behind, happily waved his hand and shouted, "Tiger." Hillsman and Rosaline watched in silence. However, Miru's attention quickly shifted to the unfamiliar pink-haired girl. She curiously leaned in, sniffing, and asked, "And who is this?" Rason Maon quickly spoke up, intending to introduce her. "Ah, she is." Before he could finish, Rosaline loudly introduced herself as the lady of the renowned martial arts family, the Grandels. Hearing her identity, Miru exclaimed, "Oh, so you're the apple of the Grandel family head's eye?" Suddenly, Miru poured cold water on the situation with a blunt question. "Are you two planning to get married?" The sudden question left Rosaline frozen, her face flushed with shock and embarrassment. Seeing the pink-haired girl's intense reaction, Miru nonchalantly explained that even from thousands of miles away, she had heard the rumors, then asked if they really didn't know anything. This marriage rumor gave Rason Maon a massive headache. He thought to himself that this was definitely a trick by that old fox Albaru to tease them. Meanwhile, Rosaline shouted angrily, denying it. She asserted that she would never like Rason Maon because he was not her type at all. Seeing her harsh reaction, Miru just raised an eyebrow and asked, "Really?" This awkward atmosphere made Rason Maon just want to escape immediately. But the trouble didn't stop. There, as Rayon, standing by, suddenly smiled brightly and innocently asked, "So, do you want to marry me?" The naive question made Rason Maon break into a cold sweat, asking if he actually understood what marriage meant. Rayon happily explained, "Marriage is simply when two people stay together forever." Just then, Miru stepped forward, proudly puffing out her chest and loudly declaring, "Let me tell you, Rason Maon is my man, because I think I have to carry his child." The Beastkin girl's shocking declaration left Rason Maon completely speechless, sweat pouring down like rain in his helplessness at her extreme possessiveness. Not wanting things to go too far and become even more troublesome, Rason Maon quickly spread his arms to stop everyone from arguing, loudly urging the group to head out immediately because they still had a long journey ahead to enter the Desert of Death. Miru decisively led the group. The Beastkin girl smiled confidently, declaring she knew a shortcut to get them there. The group quickly followed her into the desolate Desert of Death, where only dust and giant cacti stood tall. Looking at the bleak scenery, Rosaline couldn't help but wonder. "I thought unknown adventurers visited this place from time to time. This place is still in the Henatu's territory, yet there isn't even a teleportation gate?" Hearing her grumbling, Rason Maon gave a bitter smile and explained, "Do you know how much it costs to build a gate like that? My family is rich, but it's not like money grows on trees to just put them everywhere." However, the ominous atmosphere of the desert quickly made Rason Maon alert. Even though it was only noon, the surroundings had darkened unnaturally. To clarify his suspicions, Rason Maon decided to activate his record ability to scout. Immediately, a blue system notification appeared before his eyes. Current location, Desert of Death. Characteristic, dwelling place of the Shades. Reading this line, Rason Maon was secretly shocked. In his memory, these Shades were extremely dangerous parasitic entities, specializing in hiding in the shadows of living creatures to drain them of all their nutrients. Rason Maon realized the group needed to leave this hellish place as soon as possible. Just then, Raon quietly called out to him. Rason Maon turned back and asked, "What is it, Raon? I don't like those cacti. Can I deal with them?" Receiving Rason Maon's "Sure, go ahead," Raon immediately and decisively raised his hands. The little dragon unleashed a powerful fire spell. Anything that annoyed him got incinerated on the spot. The terrifying heat from Raon's flames not only blew away the thorny cacti, but also directly burned the parasitic shades hiding beneath them. The bizarre creatures could only scream in agonizing pain, and was quickly swallowed whole by the flames. Rason smiled and praised the girl. "Well done." As Rudia happily accepted the compliment, Rosalind, standing nearby, was left speechless, astonished by the sheer power of her fire magic. Just then, Mirang turned to Rason and asked, "You said there might be an ancient book around here, right?" Rason nodded in confirmation. According to the head of the Grandal clan, that was indeed the case. Trusting her keen sense of smell, Mirang leaned down close to the ground. "All right, let's see." She began sniffing the air to track the scent. But a moment later, her eyes widened in pure terror. Unable to hold it back, Mirang immediately doubled over and retched, leaving a bewildered Rason standing by her side. Covering her nose, the beastkin girl trembled and shouted, "What is that stench? It smells like rotting corpses. If I keep breathing this in, I'm going to die." Hearing the words "rotting corpses," Rason couldn't help but be startled. Rotting corpses? He immediately activated his holy eye to scan the area, but his vision remained completely clear. Rason pondered silently. "I can't see anything, even with my holy eye. It seems like whatever this is, it's been here for at least 3 days." The group had no choice but to stay vigilant and push deeper into the wasteland. However, they were completely unaware that right behind a large rock by the path, a strange man with a large nose was silently stalking and observing their every move. 3 days later, as night fell, Rason and Rudia sat around the warm campfire outside their tent. Looking at the flickering flames, Rason quietly realized a pattern. The ghosts began to move actively in the middle of the night. They had a strange symbiotic ability to inhabit any shadow, no matter how small, and the shadow cast by this very campfire was no exception. Rudia softly asked if he saw anything. Rason replied calmly, "You can see how many ghosts are swarming around us right now." This took Rudia completely by surprise, as she couldn't see a thing. When Rason explained that she would be able to see them once she reached a higher magic circle, Rudia questioned the logic. She was already a 3rd circle mage, while Rason was only at the 2nd circle, so why could he see them when she couldn't? Facing Rudia's relentless questioning, Rason awkwardly brushed it off, claiming he could see them somehow, perhaps due to his unique bloodline. Seeing her accept his excuse and smile, wishing him success in reaching the next circle soon, Rason silently reminded himself to be extremely careful when talking to Rudia from now on. The next day, the group continued their journey under Mirang's guidance. When Rosalind curiously asked which direction to go, the beastkin girl could only shake her head in defeat, as her sense of smell couldn't detect anything here. Just then, thanks to the help of his holy eye, Rason found the answer. His gaze sharpened with determination as he pinpointed the ghost's gathering spot. He pointed forward and shouted, "Over there, under the cactus patch. They seem to really like those cacti, don't they?" Receiving Rason's direction, Mirang immediately got into a stance and declared, "Got it, leave it to me." Moments later, the beastkin girl took off with terrifying speed, moving so fast that it created a piercing, whistling sound as she tore through the air. Witnessing that ghostly movement, both Rason and Rosalind standing behind could only gasp in amazement. "She's incredibly fast." In the blink of an eye, Mirang had closed the distance to her target beneath the cacti. She flashed an excited grin and roared, "So this is where you've been hiding?" She then put all her strength into a brutal punch aimed straight at the ground, blowing away the dirt and creating a violent tremor that shook the entire desert. Witnessing the terrifying physical power of the tigerkin girl, Rosalind couldn't help but widen her eyes and shout at Rason, "Was your friend already this strong?" Looking toward the cloud of dust, Rason also pondered in silent astonishment. He never expected Mirang to develop such overwhelming power in such a short amount of time. I guess some people are just naturally gifted. After the dust settled, Rudia unexpectedly discovered something strange inside the deep crater Mirang had created. "Rason, there's a staircase in the hole." Rason looked in the direction she was pointing, bewildered. Before them was an ancient spiral stone staircase leading deep into the dark underground. Rason quietly reasoned that a structure as sturdy as this couldn't possibly exist naturally in the middle of a desolate desert. It had to be a man-made dungeon. He wondered if the ancient book mentioned by the Velatad head was hidden deep within this dungeon. Standing at the edge of the pit, Rason decisively made his choice. They had to go down and see. He turned and called out, "Hera." Immediately, the silver-haired maid appeared from the black mist beside him. Rason ordered, "Protect me." Hera drew her sharp dagger, took a defensive stance, and replied respectfully, "As you wish, young master." Witnessing Hera's sudden appearance, Rosalind, standing nearby, couldn't help but be shocked, thinking, "She wasn't with us. I never expected her to secretly follow and protect them the whole way here." Rason turned and said, "Let's head in, Rosalind." He told himself that even with his combat spirit pushed to the maximum, he had struggled to see the ghosts around them. This proved the trial below would certainly be many times more dangerous. Rosalind looked at Rason, feeling deeply astonished. She thought, he can see those ghosts without even using his combat spirit, and his companions are all incredibly elite individuals. Rason's superiority stirred the pink-haired girl's pride. She promised herself she wouldn't be left behind. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared before Rason's eyes. The dangerous card character is starting to awaken. The text made Rason stop in his tracks, full of surprise. He wondered if the dangerous card the system mentioned was referring to Rosalind. Just then, from behind a large rock nearby, a strange man was sneaking around, stalking the group. However, his actions didn't go unnoticed. Hera was like a bolt of lightning. She appeared right behind him, pressed her sharp blade to his throat, and coldly questioned, "Who are you?" Caught off guard, the man trembled, cold sweat dripping down his face, and shouted, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spy. My name is Duran. I'm just an unknown explorer. I was only exploring the wasteland." Looking at the pathetic appearance of the one calling himself Duran, Rason immediately sensed something was wrong. Thanks to his holy eye, he concluded that this guy was definitely lying. He couldn't even consider him a normal human being. Hidden deep beneath his clothing were swarms of ghosts, writhing about. Either the ghosts had consumed his entire body from within, or he was a demon wearing a human skin. At the same time, the system sent another shocking notification. The dangerous card character has reached an opportunity to awaken. Ladian, the god of schemes, offers to assist in the awakening of the dangerous card. Rason quietly mused, realizing the god of schemes seemed to be using this opportunity to push Rosalind to develop her power. Seeing the suspicious stranger, Miran crouched behind them and suggested, "Rason, that guy is really suspicious. Can I eat him alive?" Rason didn't answer the beastkin girl. He turned to ask for the opinion of his pink-haired friend. "Rosalind, what do you think?" The sudden question caught Rosalind off guard. You're asking me?" Rason stated calmly. "Yes, I will follow your decision." Rosalind glanced at him, asking suspiciously, "Are you testing me?" Rason replied gently, "I'm just asking for your opinion." Noticing Rason's seriousness, Rosalind hardened her expression. She looked toward the person being held captive and analyzed the situation seriously. "I know very well how strong your shadow guard is." So, she found it very strange that it had taken her until now to discover him. Clearly, whoever is following us is not human. And to prove it, Rosalind immediately pointed out the biggest anomaly. This self-proclaimed explorer, Duran, hadn't left a single footprint on the sand, proving he wasn't a normal person. Exposed, Duran panicked and shouted, "How can that be? I'm just a light-footed person." Rosalind stepped forward, clenching her fist glowing with combat spirit, and demanded coldly, "Tell us why you approached us first. We'll decide whether to kill you after hearing it." Duran hurriedly explained that he was just investigating the desert on his own when he accidentally found their tracks and followed them, hoping it would lead to useful information. When Rosalind pressed him on what kind of information, he replied truthfully, "It's about an ancient book containing secret techniques." Hearing this, Rosalind wore an enigmatic smile. She revealed that her group had been searching for that book for a long time. Duran grinned obsequiously. "Oh my, what a coincidence." Immediately, Rosalind suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast, vicious kick aimed straight at Duran's head. Even though he was attacked suddenly, Duran moved like a flash, dodging by a hair's breadth. Rosalind smirked, looking smug. She pointed out that a normal explorer could never dodge an attack infused with 3-star combat spirit that easily. Backed into a corner, Duran retreated while clumsily arguing that dodging was merely a survival instinct for an explorer. But Rosalind had completely lost patience. She declared that she didn't believe a word he said, and that eliminating a potential threat in this desolate place was perfectly normal. Duran stammered in fear, saying that murder was wrong, and begged her to be merciful to a naive man like him. Rosalind smirked, pointing out that Duran was secretly hiding a vial of poison in his hand, ready to strike the moment she got close. As she had predicted, a vial of emerald green poison was already tucked inside his sleeve. Rosalind firmly demanded that he reveal his true form. Knowing he could no longer keep up the act, Duran let out a sinister smile. his eyes turning cruel as he brandished the vial and whispered, "Well, well, so we have a little miss who doesn't like to listen, do we?" She silently realized that she couldn't sense any life force from him at all. Plus, given that he had proactively revealed himself as soon as the artificial dungeon appeared, she pointed at him and demanded, You're the guardian of the ancient book, aren't you?" Faced with her sharp intuition, Duran flashed a wicked, ruthless grin. Impressive. "Yes, I am indeed that guardian." He slowly revealed his true identity. "My real name is Tsu Ye." Malicious green spirits began to float around his body. Tsu Ye chuckled darkly and continued, "But then again, my name never really mattered from the start, because the moment you laid eyes on that ancient book, your fates were sealed." Seeing the enemy go on the offensive, Mirang immediately shifted into a defensive stance and firmly told him, "Leave him to me." But Rason quickly grabbed the Beastkin girl by the shoulder. "Mirang, wait." As Mirang looked on, confused, Rason gave a cryptic smile. "Just stand there and watch for a bit." At the same moment, Rosalind darted like a flash of lightning from above to engage the purple demon. Facing her aerial assault, the purple demon looked up defiantly. "So, little fighter, let's see what you've got." Rosalind immediately unleashed a barrage of punches, imbued with a fierce fighting spirit, aimed straight at him. The massive impact created a powerful shockwave that blew them both back, forcing Rosalind to flip through the air and land, utterly stunned. She hadn't expected him to be this strong. Opposite her, the purple demon stood firmly, not holding back his praise for her impressive martial soul energy at such a young age. Yet, his gaze instantly hardened with murderous intent. He warned her he wouldn't show any mercy just because she was young, and let out a roar, threatening her to get out of the way unless she wanted to die here. Not stopping there, the purple demon turned and shouted, demanding that Rason Maon's group behind her leave immediately if they wanted to save their lives. Witnessing the enemy's arrogance, Rosalind turned around, frustrated, and barked at Rason Maon's group to hurry into the dungeon to find the ancient book instead of just standing there. Rason Maon calmly agreed, leaving the entire battle to her, and led everyone inside. Seeing his prey trying to escape, the purple demon lunged forward madly, roaring that he wouldn't let them enter so easily. But before he could take a single step, Rosalind was already upon him like lightning, ruthlessly grabbing his collar and slamming him to the ground with a powerful throw. Rason Maon only had time to glance back and tell her to be careful before charging into the pitch-black dungeon with his companions. Flattened on the ground, the purple demon gritted his teeth in resentment, demanding to know why she dared to stand in his way. Rosalind looked down coldly. Exposing his true colors from the start, he had only intended to get close and wait for an opportunity to betray the whole group. Having been exposed, the purple demon stepped back warily, admitting that her intuition wasn't bad at all. At that moment, Rosalind wondered to herself, if she had already seen through his scheme, Rason Maon must have known, too. So why did he leave this battle to her? The purple demon suddenly changed his attitude. He looked at Rosalind and asked slowly, "Let me ask you this. What is your purpose in living?" Before she could answer, he opened up about how, since he was born, he had to accept his fate and do his best while he still could. He wondered what he would do if the ancient book actually disappeared. When Rosalind asked him what he would do, the protector could only sit in silence, admitting he had never thought about that. True, his whole life was defined by guarding the book. If the book were gone, what would he even do? But then, the purple demon's gaze quickly turned cold again, asserting that even now, his only purpose in life was to protect the ancient book. Realizing time was running out, he decided to show her his true power. Instantly, a massive surge of battle energy erupted violently, swirling with dust and lightning around his body. The purple demon gave a cruel smile, warning her he wouldn't hold back and advising her to leave if she valued her life. The terrifying pressure from the opponent forced Rosalind to back away and defend herself. She was shocked to realize that the surging martial soul energy wasn't just 4 stars, but had reached at least the 5-star realm. A 2-star gap for martial artists in a one-on-one fight was a massive distance, nearly impossible to bridge. Even knowing she was at a huge disadvantage, Rosalind didn't waver. When the purple demon asked if her mission was to block his path, Rosalind immediately took her signature Grandel defensive stance and declared firmly, "That's right, at least until we get the book." The purple demon gave a sinister smile, looking at Rosalind as he spoke slowly. "I see. It seems you aren't afraid of death, even when staring it in the face." He spread his arms wide and said indifferently, "Don't lose it from now on. Actually, my mission isn't to protect the ancient book." Immediately after, the purple demon's body suddenly emitted a brilliant white light and then vanished into thin air. Witnessing the strange sight, Rosalind couldn't help but look bewildered, asking herself, he disappeared? It seemed he just said his mission wasn't to protect the ancient book. But Rosalind quickly realized something was wrong. Her face hardened with terror. Wait, he hadn't disappeared at all. Instantly, a burst of peak-level battle energy combined with red lightning violently attacked her body. Rosalind screamed in pain, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy flooding into her, as if she were about to explode. Too much martial soul energy had suddenly invaded her body. If she didn't meditate quickly, she would die. Was this entire dungeon a trap? At the same time, the purple demon's dark voice echoed in the shadows. I have completed my mission, but you all must pay the price. Immediately after, a blinding light flared up, teleporting Rosalind straight into a dark space. She looked around, dazed. Was this inside the dungeon? Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from deep within the dark cavern. Rosalind was startled and panicked. That sound, Rosalind rushed toward the scream and froze at the horrific scene before her. Lying on the cold ground, Heir lay motionless in a pool of blood. Stepping closer, she was horrified to see that both Mirang and Rudia had been defeated. Most painfully, Rason was screaming in despair as one of his arms had been severed. Witnessing the tragedy of her comrades, Rosalind was utterly overwhelmed. Was this dungeon really a trap? But she tried to calm herself. No, this must be an illusion. Nobody could be strong enough to wipe everyone out in the blink of an eye. Dragging her back to the desert ground, amidst the silence, a deep, powerful voice suddenly echoed in her mind. If you enter the dungeon right now, they will live, but your body will vanish. The threat made Rosalind grit her teeth in resentment. The mysterious voice continued to offer a cruel choice. Conversely, if you do not enter the dungeon, they will die. Will you choose your own life and receive a massive amount of martial soul energy, or will you choose to sacrifice yourself to save your friends? It is all for you to decide. While Rosalind was facing a life-or-death trial outside, inside the dungeon, the situation of Rason's group was completely different from what she imagined. Rudia called out to Rason. At that moment, Mirang was being lifted and suspended in mid-air. She wiggled a bit and sighed. I can't move my body. How interesting. Rason Maon quickly assessed the situation. It seems this isn't a dungeon, but a trap. Don't worry, we'll get out of here. Standing next to him, Heir asked with a serious expression, Young master, should I go outside and help Lady Rosalind? Rason calmly dismissed it. It's fine. She'll be okay. His confident answer made Heir nod slightly. I understand. Rason Maon looked toward the entrance, analyzing it to himself. It seems Lady Oneon wants to watch Rosalind. From the moment he stepped in, he knew there was no ancient book here. Mirang looked up at the void in front and exclaimed in surprise, This is new! How can I see that girl from here? Appearing before them, now was the image of Rosalind, coughing up blood and struggling against the malevolent energy outside. Rason explained slowly, That's called clairvoyant magic. He pondered the complexity of the place, a place where both binding magic and clairvoyance coexisted, not to mention the fact that they came here at the request of the head of the Grandel family. Seeing him so calm, Mirang turned to ask Rason, If it were you, what would you do? Rason didn't need to think, answering firmly, I would stand still. The pragmatic answer made the beastkin girl frown sarcastically. What a calculating guy. Rason smiled slightly and replied, That's just the way of the Menon family. Mirang sighed and commented, I almost forgot, you share the same bloodline as Persa. Rason remained calm. He explained why he wasn't helping, but Rosalind belongs to the Grandel family, and the Grandels always have their own ways, so I think Rosalind will find her way in. Hearing this, Mirang couldn't help but worry. Then her body will be torn to shreds. Rason Maon firmly denied it. I don't think so. Silently piecing together all the facts, considering every factor, his father and Velotutor were likely behind this. In that case, every conversation they had just had already been eavesdropped on. Rason showed no worry or fear. He pointed to the shimmering blue mana currents on the cave walls and said, The mana here is actually extremely beneficial to us. Looking at the amount of healing mana concentrated here, his superior knowledge left Rudia stunned, and she asked aloud, How do you know all of that? Oh boy, she started talking faster than her brain again. Seeing her flustered, Mirang teased, Are you picking on him because he only has 2 magic circles? After all, I am a mage myself. Rason Maon quietly gazed at the ancient magic circle, glowing brilliantly on the stone wall, silently telling himself, I'm sure that as soon as Rosalind steps in here, her body will be restored, and that will be the awakening opportunity that the god of strategy, Lade 1, mentioned. While the rest of the group was still trapped in the dungeon, Heir gently suggested, Then why don't I go out and warn Lady Rosalind about this? However, Rason Maon immediately stopped her and asked, Hera, we've been here for quite a while, haven't we? He pointed toward the illusion displaying the outside, noting that Rosalind hadn't moved at all. Only then did Hera realize something was wrong. She analyzed it thoughtfully. Now that you mention it, the flow of time in here and out there must be different. It's just a wall away, yet it feels like a completely different world. This truth made Rason Maon blame himself for overlooking such a simple detail. He silently analyzed the structure of this trap, a place converging 4 types of complex magic simultaneously: binding, clairvoyance, healing, and distortion. Hera commented with concern that there aren't many people in this world capable of casting multiple types of magic at once so easily. I don't know much about magic, but I've heard that combining 4 types of magic at the same time is impossible. Rason Maon nodded in agreement, explaining further that to achieve this extraordinary feat, the culprit must be a mage in the top 0.1%, at least reaching the elder rank of the Maon family. However, for a Menon elder to arbitrarily test a successor of the Grandel family is completely impossible, because such an action would be nothing short of a direct declaration of war between the 2 great families. Facing Hera's question, Rason gave a confident smile and affirmed, "Right, this test definitely has my old man's touch." Just as he predicted, the binding magic was officially and completely dispelled. As soon as she stepped over the rubble, Rosalind immediately put her hands on her hips and shouted, "You better repay me for the rest of your life. You have to treat me like your savior." Her slightly excessive arrogance made the atmosphere suddenly become incredibly humorous, especially Rudia, who mischievously mimicked Rosalind's angry expression perfectly. "Repay me for the rest of your life. You have to treat me like your savior. We're so embarrassed." Rudia's mocking imitation made Rosalind blush beet red from embarrassment. "Shut up, don't embarrass me anymore." Seeing the 2 girls bickering, Rason Maon could only laugh with amusement. He added a compliment. "That was actually a pretty good performance." "Right, don't be so mean, Rudia." Rosalind was so ashamed, she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She mumbled, "I didn't expect you all to be so casual. I'm so embarrassed I could die." To help his friend regain her composure, Rason stepped closer and said in a serious tone, "Now, hurry up and start meditating." Rosalind was startled and asked, "Here? You know I'll be putting myself in danger if I meditate here." Looking at her worried expression, Rason Maon gave a very gentle and warm smile. He calmly asked, "I mean, didn't you decide to risk your life from the very beginning? Just do it. I'll protect you." Rason Maon's masculine declaration and steady gaze made Rosalind's heart skip a beat. She could only stand there, blushing and stunned by his warm protection. Still flustered after Rason Maon's words, she blushed, waved her hands frantically, and shouted, "Hey, if you betray me, I won't let you get away with it!" "Hera, don't let your guard down until Rosalind finishes her meditation." Hera immediately bowed to accept the order. "Understood." As soon as Rosalind closed her eyes to focus on meditation, a blue system notification suddenly appeared. The god of strategy, Lade 1, was no longer interested in Rosalind. Witnessing that scene, Rason Maon pondered thoughtfully. He realized this didn't seem to be what Lade 1 really wanted from Rosalind. The combination of a martial artist and a god of strategy was truly a very strange one. Rason Maon started to have doubts in his mind. He wondered if this meant Lade 1 never intended to give Rosalind an awakening opportunity in the first place. Clearly, this god just wanted to test and check his own abilities, not those of the pink-haired girl. So why did he deliberately pretend to pay attention to Rosalind? Could it be that he was just probing to see if he would be jealous? He shuddered, realizing that the so-called god of strategy was simply enjoying this game. Rason Maon gave a wry smile, breaking into a cold sweat at the supreme god's cunning nature. Beneath the full moon covering the ruined wasteland, Rosalind was still straining in meditation. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. Seeing the powerful battle aura beginning to stabilize around her, Rason Maon stepped forward and asked, "Are you done?" Rosalind answered decisively, "Yes." Immediately, a system notification appeared, confirming the Joker item had awakened. Looking at Rosalind now enveloped in a blazing orange fire, Rason was secretly astonished to realize her martial soul had evolved to a level he barely recognized. Rosalind clenched her fist confidently and turned to say, "Thanks to you, I now have a 4-star martial soul. What a truly amazing result." Hearing this, Rason couldn't help but be startled and asked, 4 stars? In his heart, he was extremely skeptical because of the terrifying amount of power radiating from her. It showed that she should at least possess a 5-star martial soul. But no matter what, Rason understood that from now on, Rosalind would definitely develop at an astonishing speed. And this was exactly what the Velatutor Patriarch had been looking for all this time. Suddenly, a familiar system notification appeared. The creation privilege was activated, and the space and time around them once again completely froze. Rason Maon silently realized that Rosalind's awakening was actually just an excuse for Lade One to act. Right beneath his feet, a blue magic circle suddenly erupted with a blinding light, dragging Rason Maon into another mysterious space. Immediately, a blue system notification appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. The god of strategy, Lade One, has gifted you the Black Cauldron. A large, glowing ceramic pot appeared, floating in midair. Rason Maon reached out and grabbed it, unable to hide his surprise. The Black Cauldron. At the same time, the system continued to display historical information. 30,000 years ago, the god of strategy, Lade One, was just a minor god, born from the relationship between the god of knowledge and the fairy of trickery. Minor gods often actively participated in human events. They were very curious and easily interested in humans. An image of a bustling town appeared, where people were busy buying, selling, and haggling over every penny, completely unaware that a god was quietly observing them from above. They had no natural enemies and lived eternally through time. The gods were born with personalities similar to humans, but most had vanished into the flow of time. And finally, they would become bored, so they were always looking for new entertainment at all times. And the most fascinating creature was always the human, because no creature was as unpredictable or had as many emotions as humans. From lazing around at the feet of passers-by, to sitting on the laps of emperors, or inciting bloody wars between knights, everything was just to serve the god's amusement. The god of strategy had set his sights on Rason Maon, so he wanted to be directly involved with Rason Maon Mason. You will learn martial arts by sparring with Rosalind. Do you really think so? This is Grandel's martial arts. All those words were heard by the black cat that was lazily sitting and eavesdropping on them. Rason Maon smiled confidently, picking up a pen to write. At least this time is easier than the previous ones, because I've already been told the answer. He quickly filled in the blank, because Lade One was extremely impressed by Rason Maon's way of life. But just as the writing was finished, a black, hateful aura suddenly flared up behind him, and a deep, enchanting voice echoed, "That's right. Your life is truly very interesting." Rason Maon was startled and turned back, the voice whispering again, "I really like it." Rason Maon's face changed, breaking into a cold sweat with fear. This voice was accompanied by the giant black cat Shadow, grinning with a bizarre expression, continuously roaring in his ears, "I want to have you. I want to have you. I want to have you." Rason Maon clutched his head in pain and collapsed to the ground, screaming miserably. Rason Maon writhed in extreme pain. Bizarre black streaks like blood vessels began to spread across his face. He was horrified to realize Lade One was trying to take control of his body. Could it be that what he wrote had broken the barrier preventing Lade One from directly exercising his power? Between life and death, Rason racked his brain to find a way to escape this perilous situation. Just then, a glimmer of hope flashed when the system suddenly announced that the deficiency probability had been partially restored. The system continued to adjust the probability significantly and accurately, while preserving a one-time deletion right for Rason Maon. Receiving this precious lifebuoy, Rason Maon decided to use this right immediately to prevent Lade One's direct intervention into his body. He quickly performed the operation to erase the old setting and overwrite it with a new line. Lade One has always supported Rason Maon's lifestyle from afar because he feels entertained watching Rason develop on his own. As soon as the system confirmed the edit was successful using the one-time deletion right, Rason Maon immediately escaped the terrifying illusion. He collapsed onto the dungeon's stone floor, gasping for air and exhaustion. Rason reminded himself that he had almost lost his body just now because of a moment of carelessness. From now on, he had to keep this in mind to handle the world's layout more thoroughly. Seeing Rason Maon standing there dazed, Rosalind walked up from behind to ask what he was thinking about, but he gently brushed it off. Curious, Rosalind pointed at the large black vase placed nearby and asked about its origin. Rason looked at the vase and calmly replied, "That's just a normal vase." Just then, Rudia approached and whined that she was hungry, making Rason smile and suggest that the group head back to Grandello. But just as they were about to leave, the system window suddenly displayed a shocking notification. That black ceramic vase was actually the Black Cauldron, a legendary artifact created by the god of forging, Hephaestus. On the wooden boat gliding gently over the emerald water, Rason sat with his arms crossed, deep in thought. His mind filled with thoughts about the Black Cauldron that Lydian had just gifted him. He wondered why this manipulative god had given him this vase. Suddenly, a flash of light sparked in Rason's memory. He remembered someone closely related to this vase, someone often known by a nickname instead of his real name. That was Rop Fong, also known as the Sparrow Prince. In the original novel, Rop Fong was a powerful warrior who possessed a giant black sparrow. He would later become a capable ally of the male lead, Casin. Rason recalled a hilarious plot point he had written himself when Rop Fong declared, "I'll join if you help me find a mate for my sparrow." When Rason sat down to write the detail about the black sparrow's mate, he was actually just scribbling it in to add some flavor, without thinking deeply about it. That childish and silly detail was hated by most readers. However, in this real world, Rason Maon realized that the Black Sparrow's mate was very likely the Black Cauldron he now possessed. He told himself he would immediately look for traces of Rop Fong as soon as he set foot back in Grandello. Shortly after, the group finally returned to the ancient city of Grandello. But as soon as they stepped inside, both Rason and Rosalind were completely stunned by an unbelievable sight. Right in the garden amidst the lotus pond, Rason's father, Duke Maon, was leisurely sitting and drinking tea with the head of the Valader Grandello family. The sudden appearance of his father left Rason bewildered, wondering why Duke Maon was at Grandello at this time. Seeing his son return, Duke Maon took a sip of hot tea and spoke calmly. "You're here? I could hear your brain churning from here." The Duke glanced at Valader before turning to his son. "All right, so what conclusion have you reached?" Rason calmly analyzed the situation. He assumed his father had arrived at Grandello by teleporting an extremely long distance. Facing that predictable answer, Duke Maon just replied dismissively, "Well, anyone could have guessed that." Rason Maon then spoke with poise. "Teleportation is a special ability usually used for assassination. So, the fact that you, father, are allowed to freely use your power right here in Grandello territory shows that Rason realized that the relationship between the Maon and Grandello families, while quite good, was not yet excellent. He looked straight at his father and wondered, but if that's the case, why would you plan this mission together with the head of Grandello? Faced with his son's suspicion, Duke Maon arched an eyebrow and asked, "Are you implying that I collaborated with the head of Grandello?" Rason asked back firmly. "Is that not the case?" But Duke Maon simply replied coldly, "You're wrong." Although his father denied it, Rason still secretly analyzed that the magic used there was incredibly tacit, refined, to the point that no one other than his father could have cast it. The head of the Valader family interrupted the tension. He curiously asked, "So, young master of the Maon family, what have you gained after returning from the Desert of Shadows?" Rason Maon turned to look at Rosalind, gave a warm smile, and replied firmly, "A friend." The unexpected answer made Rosalind blush, confused, and stutter as she asked back, "You mean me?" "Yes, you and me." Seeing her embarrassment, Rason Maon nonchalantly confirmed, "That's right." Rosalind quickly turned her face away to hide her shyness. She put on a stubborn face and argued, "Who said so? I only came with you because we had the same goal. I wasn't swayed at all." Rason Maon gave a faint, teasing laugh. "That may be true, but didn't we save each other's lives?" Rason Maon's words made Rosalind completely freeze. Her face turned bright red as she shouted in embarrassment, "Ah! Ah!" Seeing the interaction between the young couple, the head of Valader smiled slightly. He whispered in his daughter's ear, "Rosalind, if you want to talk to him, you have to be very careful, or else one day he might lead you into his trap without you even knowing. I also wonder if he is the secret weapon the Maon family has been preparing." Duke Maon suddenly turned around to look at his son. The sudden look from his father startled Rason Maon. Right then, a system notification unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. Rason Maon was completely shocked to realize that, for the first time, his heavenly eye could see the Duke's true emotions. After the meeting, Rason and Rosalind walked down the hallway. He asked softly, "Rosalind, have you ever been to Pingfeng Mountain?" Rosalind shook her head and replied, "Never. I heard you have to cross a desert to get there, right? The warriors of the Grandello family will pave the way for me." Seeing the pouty look on her face, Rason remarked, "You seem unhappy?" Rosalind immediately turned back and replied irritably, "Oh, you think so? I have to climb Pingfeng Mountain with you. Of course I'm not happy." Rosalind followed Rason anxiously up the stone steps of the Grandello estate. She couldn't help but ask if he was being too confident. Regarding her worry about what would happen if he didn't reach the third magic circle in time, Rason still walked leisurely and replied nonchalantly, "Then I'll just die." The blunt answer left Rosalind completely stunned in disbelief. Rason Maon turned his head slightly and asked dryly if he looked like someone who was craving death. Rosalind stuttered in confusion, explaining that being purged by one's own father sounded incredibly terrifying. She pressed him, asking if he really wasn't afraid at all. To reassure his friend, Rason gently placed a hand on Rosalind's shoulder and lowered his voice, telling her not to worry. He confidently affirmed that he would definitely achieve the third magic circle within 2 weeks and return in time, then gave a slight wave to say goodbye, promising to see her then. Watching Rason's back as he walked away, Rosalind stood silently in the courtyard, her face suddenly flushed with shyness. In her mind, chaotic thoughts suddenly arose. She thought to herself, "This annoying guy used to be a reckless brat, yet I don't know when it happened, but he started looking so handsome." She hurriedly covered her face and ran away, constantly telling herself to pull herself together. Shortly after, in his private room, Rason immediately set to work preparing for the new journey. Seeing him packing his luggage, Hampton rushed over to ask what he needed to do next. Rason smiled and said that the group would move to the Kunu region in the Holland Holy Kingdom and stay there for about 2 weeks. Hearing this, Hampton explained, based on his knowledge, Kunu is a famous cultural city of the Holy Kingdom. Standing to the side observing, Hera asked with a stern face, "Why is he going there? What's his goal?" Rason Maon narrowed his eyes at his sharp-witted maid and asked back if she intended to report this to his father. Hera replied coolly that this was not something she was obligated to report. Rason leaned back in his chair and explained that he had told his father directly that he had to reach the third magic circle within 2 weeks. Faced with Hera's skeptical question about the feasibility of the plan, Rason frankly admitted, "Of course it's impossible." That was exactly why he needed to depart as soon as possible, because he absolutely did not want his father to know the process of how he attained the third magic circle. Looking out the window, Rason gave a meaningful smile and muttered to himself, "Leveling up in such a short time with normal methods is impossible." Unless early the next morning at the Grandello estate, Rason's group had finished packing to hit the road. Rason explained that the Beastkin girl would not be joining them on this journey. Although he really wanted to bring Mirang along, Rason had to accept her decision. Before leaving, Mirang only left a short message, "Don't look for me," and promised to return in a few days. However, because the 2-week deadline was extremely tight, Rason's group could not stop to wait for her. Meanwhile, on the windy balcony of the Grandello estate, a conversation between the two supreme family heads was also taking place, full of tension. Velater looked toward Duke Maon and asked if he really believed his son would achieve the third magic circle in just 2 weeks. Duke Maon nonchalantly admitted, "Probably not." The answer left Velater extremely surprised. He asked why Duke Maon let the boy go if he knew that. The head of the Maon family replied coldly, "That is because Rason needs to prove for himself that his previous claims weren't just empty words." Velater continued to probe, "Will you really step in to help if Rason Maon fails?" Duke Maon smirked coldly and affirmed, "That is the cruel law of the Maon family." His firmness made the head of the Grandello family break out in a cold sweat. I wonder if the Duke really trusts his son's capabilities, or if he still harbors ambitions of world domination. Faced with that question, the Duke just remains mysteriously silent. Velatutor sighs softly, musing that both of them now have too much to lose. From his beloved daughter Rosalind to the Duke's 7 children, they can no longer afford to risk their lives like they did when they were young. But the Duke immediately dismisses this, calling it the thinking of the weak, claiming that people like them were born to wage war. Understanding his opponent's cruelty, Velatutor asserts that he has no intention of attacking the Duke first. However, he also hardens his expression, delivering a stern warning. If the Duke's side dares to strike first, the Grandel family will do everything in their power to wipe the Duke's clan off the map. Hearing the threat from his old friend, the Duke he wasn't angry. In fact, he wore a sinister smile. That declaration was exactly what he had been expecting. He gently reminded Velatutor that the family's intelligence network had already silently infiltrated right under Grandel's nose without them ever knowing. Velatutor nonchalantly replied that Grandel would maintain a neutral stance on the surface, but they would surely show their true colors eventually. Both heads of the household clearly understood the path they had to take, while deep down, hidden undercurrents of schemes for their own families churned. Suddenly, a torrential downpour began to fall on the outskirts of the Holy Kingdom of Holland. Amidst the white curtain of rain, a massive Kivon space gate was emitting brilliant blue rays of light. The Kivon gatekeeper was grumbling and frowning under the pouring rain. "Why do I have to work on a day like this? So unlucky." Just then, Rason, along with Hera and Hampton, suddenly appeared behind him. Rason spoke up, "Are you the Kevon gatekeeper? We want to use the space gate." Looking at the group of youths standing in the rain, the gatekeeper assessed them with disdain and raised his hand to name his price. "Are kids like you even able to pay the fee?" Hearing the exorbitant figure, Hampton jumped back in shock. 5 million? Why is it so expensive? This guy is trying to scam kids. The gatekeeper sat leisurely on the steps, looking down at them mockingly. It seems there's a bit of a misunderstanding. By the way, it's 5 million each. He flashed a crafty smile and held up 2 fingers, adding, including the commission fee, your total will be 20 million. If you don't want to pay, you can just leave. Rason analyzed the situation silently. He knew full well that Spacegate usage fees could vary by distance, but this price was clearly a blatant robbery. However, he calmly told Hampton to take out the card and declared, "We'll still use the gate, but aren't you going to verify our identities first?" The question caught the gatekeeper off guard, and he scratched his head. "Ah, I forgot about that." Hampton anxiously pulled on Rason's sleeve, but Rason just gave a meaningful smile. He looked straight at the gatekeeper and said calmly, "I see you have a mark on your right hand, don't you?" The man hurriedly hid his hand, asking sullenly, "So what?" Rason walked closer to him, slowly analyzing. "I heard there's a disease caused by black butterflies in the south of the continent. Could that be a sign of the infection? Based on your outfit, it looks like you're a mage. However, the aura I sense from you suggests you're a warrior. What exactly are you?" Rason leaned close to the man's ear, a cold smile forming as he whispered the answer. "A bee." The reply left the gatekeeper completely shaken. Rason thought to himself that, up to this point, that was the pre-established password, a top-secret password to gain entry into the illegal underground auction house. Rason knew this was where illegal transactions for slaves and rare items took place, and that the mages of the Maon family were secretly overseeing the site for illicit profit. Rason nonchalantly took out his ID card and handed it to him. "This is my ID." The gatekeeper took the card suspiciously and muttered, "Let's see." But the moment he saw the name Rason Maon, his face changed instantly, his eyes bulging in terror. Realizing the terrifying identity of the person standing before him, he gritted his teeth and shouted in panic, "Damn it, time to run!" But his speed was no match for the shadow guards of the Maon family. Before his umbrella could even hit the ground, Heir had appeared right behind him like a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, amidst the pouring rain, she had completely subdued the gatekeeper. Heir's blue eyes looked down at him coldly and ruthlessly, ready to take his life at any moment. Standing in the heavy rain, Rason remained perfectly calm, holding his umbrella. He said softly, "Heir, kill him if he dares to move another step." Rason looked coldly at the gatekeeper kneeling on the ground and stated, "If you cooperate, I will spare your life. You know you're still of value." The gatekeeper trembled, thinking to himself, "Damn it, have they already traced me?" Rason continued, holding his umbrella, "And the fact that I know about this means the whole Maon family knows too. At the very least, our Maon family needs to save face, right? In short, you can't escape, B." The gatekeeper asked fearfully, "So, that's why the managers are sometimes executed?" Rason didn't deny it. "That's right. You all are nothing more than tools that can be discarded at any time. Even if you died right now, the world would carry on as if you never existed." Hearing those cruel words, the gatekeeper begged frantically, "Young master, if you've told me this much, then you intend to spare me, right? I believe I'm still of value, aren't I?" Rason replied calmly, "Of course, because you still have to lead me to the auction house." Although he obeyed outwardly, in his heart, the gatekeeper was calculating. "Once they've used up all my value, I'm a dead man." He told himself he had to pick the right moment to escape. Yet, as if reading the other man's mind, Rason smirked meaningfully. "Ah, don't even dream of running away. I've already marked you with the Ma scent. There's nowhere you can hide." Faced with the overwhelming power of the young master before him, the gatekeeper could only bow his head helplessly and think, as shameful as it is, I have to admit he's right. The name Rason Maon immediately stirred up rumors in the gatekeeper's mind. Wait, Rason Maon, isn't that the good-for-nothing 7th young master? Rumor has it he's about to be discarded, so why is he completely ignoring those rumors? Without letting him think further, Rason asked, "So, which organization do you belong to?" The gatekeeper hurriedly confessed, "This gate is run by the Magic Association by manager Halo." Hearing that, Rason turned to Hampton, "Write and submit a formal complaint to them. Say that he failed to verify my identity and even tried to overcharge us. Reporting these 2 offenses will give him a hard time." Hampton immediately saluted. "Yes, sir." The gatekeeper nervously asked if he would be fired after this. Rason smiled slightly, reassuring him that at most he'd just get a pay cut, because the Maon family didn't care about a remote, unprofitable place like this, and a troublemaker like him seen as trash causing a scene wouldn't lead to anything major anyway. The gatekeeper trembled, realizing a horrifying truth. If even the 7th young master, who was considered the weakest in the Maon family, was this scary, how terrifying would the others be? Not daring to delay a second longer, The gatekeeper hurriedly activated the Kivon space gate to send Rason's group on their way. Shortly after, the group set foot in Cainil, a bustling city in the famous Holy Kingdom of Holland. Looking at the crowds on the street under the clear blue sky, Rudia cheered excitedly when she saw the radiant, joyful faces of the people there. Hampton quickly explained that the Holy Kingdom of Holland was famous for being a place with many beautiful men and women, and it was even rumored that just breathing the air there could improve your skin. So many people were willing to pay to travel here. The boy didn't forget to flatter Rason, saying that no one could compare to his handsomeness, which made Rason laugh and thank him. Hampton proudly shared that he had been here a few times to find a type of medicinal poison called Delphi that only grew in this canal region. Just then, Heir leaned in and asked quietly if Rason had really cast a tracking spell on the gatekeeper earlier. Rason just calmly admitted he didn't even know how to use such a spell, he was just scaring him. The answer left Heir completely stunned. Rason chuckled to himself, knowing his attendant had seen through his ruse against the gatekeeper. To change the subject, Heir hurriedly asked where the group would go next, as the 2-week deadline now had only one short week remaining. Rason pointed toward a massive tower, standing tall in the center of the desert, and declared that they would spend a week there. Heir asked with skepticism if he could really attain the third magic circle in a place like that. Rason smiled slightly, calmly replying that he had to, because if he failed, he would lose his life, and he should try every possible way. Seeing his relaxed attitude, Heir couldn't help but worry, wondering how he could be so calm. Was he really not afraid of death? Deep down, she understood that Rason was not a person looking for death. Rudia was extremely excited. She ran ahead, calling for everyone to hurry up. 5 days passed quickly inside the ancient tower. At this point, Rudia complained tiredly, asking Rason how much longer the group had to run around here. Rason replied gently that it would definitely take a little more time. The answer made Rudia pout, reminding him that they had been doing this continuously for 5 long days. Heir silently watched Rason's back, her heart full of anxiety as the 2-week deadline now had only 2 short days left. If Rason couldn't break through to the third magic circle, the family's brutal purge penalty would surely descend upon him. But what confused her most was that throughout the last few days, Rason hadn't practiced at all, or made any effort to change his magic circle. She wondered what he was planning. Suddenly, Rason stopped in his tracks and gave a meaningful smile. The heavy stone door slowly creaked open, revealing him dressed in an elegant white priest's robe with gold trim. The man asked, probing to see who they were. His striking appearance immediately stunned both Rudia and Hampton. Their cheeks flushed as they marveled at how handsome he was. Without a hint of hesitation, Rason stepped forward and clearly introduced himself as Rason Maon, a man walking the path of magic. Looking at the elegant, center-parted blonde man in front of him, Rason immediately recognized his identity. He thought to himself, if he remembered correctly, this man was Aaron Jahas, the Pope of the Holland region. With extraordinary divine power, he had been the strongest candidate for the next master of this tower at just 31 years old. Rason couldn't help but feel bewildered, wondering why the city's second most prominent figure had suddenly appeared here. Aaron Jahas looked at Rason and spoke. So, you are a mage? It is a pleasure to meet you. Rason calmly asked back, oh, and who might you be? I am Aaron Jahas. Within this central tower, why have you people been loitering here for the past 5 days? A critical question. Could Rason really say he was just playing around waiting for an opportunity? Rason Maon smiled slightly and explained, a complete cycle takes 7 minutes, and I received instructions to walk around this place for 7 days. Hearing this, Aaron Jahas stroked his chin in thought. Instructions, you say? How interesting. Most people wouldn't believe such things. Yet, seeing Aaron's smile, Rason realized deep down that this man was hiding his true intentions. Even though he held the title of a priest of God, he did not actually believe in the divine. Rason knew this clearly because he was the author who had written that very backstory. In the past, Aaron had gone through events that left him completely disillusioned with the path of the priesthood. He had shattered his own cross and resolutely abandoned his noble position. After returning to secular life, Aaron delved into business and quickly became one of the wealthiest merchants in the world. Good heavens, with that kind of brain, this man was definitely born to be a CEO. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing the name Rason Maon, Aaron Jahas flinched in surprise. Wait, Maon? Could it be the Maon I know? Rason nodded to confirm. Yes, I am the 7th young master of the Maon family. From what I have heard, the Maon family's information network is the best in the world. Rason Maon smirked, giving a mysterious smile, and firmly played his trump card. I was told that if I walked around the tower for 7 days, the priest, who is not a priest of the central tower, would accept my request. Rason Maon's revelation sent a jolt of shock through Aaron Jahas. As a priest, I find that a bit unsettling, Aaron Jahas declared firmly. And there is no such thing as a priest who is not a priest in this tower. Only the true servants of God may offer prayers here. Unfortunately, it seems I cannot help you. I must ask you to leave. Aaron Jahas's face suddenly darkened with rage. He glared and shouted the order to eject them. I am ordering you to leave immediately. Facing the other man's fury, Rason remained extremely calm, smirking with confidence, thinking to himself that he had truly angered him, but in the end, he would have to accept his request. I apologize if my words seemed rude, but I am merely repeating what I heard through the instructions. Then, he narrowed his eyes and added a lethal jab. It seems there is something in this tower called the Jahas summoning ritual, right? Rason Maon's question completely shook Aaron, with cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. He thought in shock, how could someone from Maon like him know about the Jahas summoning? The Jahas summoning was never made public. Furthermore, it has only happened twice in history. Even with all the spies Maon has, they shouldn't know about this. Could he really have received instructions? Is this actually true? Stepping closer to Aaron, Rason slowly explained. You gave me instructions, claiming to be the creator, and that entity said my mana would be amplified in this place. Not stopping there, Rason Maon leaned close to Aaron's ear, wore a cryptic smile, and whispered, this is just my speculation, but you seem to be practicing magic or secretly researching it, don't you? The greatest secret had been exposed. Aaron Jahas's eyes widened in horror, and he thought tremblingly, how does he know? If this gets out, I will be. Seeing the other man so panicked, Rason smiled gently to reassure him. There is no need to be so tense, Aaron. Anyone looking at us would think I'm threatening you. Aaron gripped his fists in silence, sweat pouring off him. He hesitated and asked, are you sure those were instructions from the divine? If not, how would you know these things? You didn't think I was the one who wrote them, did you? Faced with Rason's sharp exposure, Aaron Jahas had to compromise. I understand. Then, I only want the 7th young master of Maon to accompany me. Saying that, Aaron led Rason into his private office, leaving Heir's group waiting in the great hall. Sitting across from each other at a luxurious long table, Rason opened the conversation. Aaron, people often say that priests never doubt one another, and that they are unconditionally tolerant and loving toward each other, right? I think that might actually be true. The cryptic remark made Aaron ask in confusion. What do you mean? Rason calmly pointed at the portrait hanging on the wall. Behind that painting, I see a space. There is a high probability that it is a secret passage. The exposure of the secret room left Aaron completely frozen, cold sweat dripping in terror. How did you know? Rason Maon answered with a calm smile. Anyone who can sense mana would notice that. Since all priests are brothers, perhaps they all know of that passage's existence, right? Kudo is in there, isn't it? Silence engulfed the large room. After a moment of contemplation, Aaron looked straight at Rason Maon with a serious expression. 7th young master of Maon. In my entire life, I have never said the word Kudo even once. Even as skilled as the Maon family is at gathering information, they could not possibly know about Kudo. Looking at the glowing blue potion bottles neatly arranged on the wooden shelves behind the secret passage, Aaron Jahas wondered in a panic. Did he really receive instructions from the divine? Does the divine truly exist? Contrary to his opponent's bewilderment, Rason Maon leisurely rested his chin in his hand, smiling smugly. The fact that someone can create a type of medicine by combining divine power with mana is truly astonishing. Rason Maon smiled at Aaron and asked if he truly believed Kudo would help him open the 3rd magic circle. In reality, the Kudo medicine was created using divine power. Although it could provide the foundation and minimal talent to help someone without talent open their 1st magic circle, it absolutely could not help someone open a 3rd magic circle. For that very reason, those who learned magic through Kudo would all have to submit to Maon to advance further on the path of magic. The appearance of Kudo was once seen as a sign of Maon's decline, but ironically, it only solidified Maon's position, making the family more powerful than ever. Rason Maon proposed that if Aaron gave him a bottle of Kudo, he would swear on his family's honor to keep this secret. He also added that he could not know if Aaron would continue to pursue the path of magic or remain loyal to his faith, but if he ever wanted to achieve something through Kudo in the future, he should come find him, and he would help as much as possible. Seeing Aaron's hesitation, Rason comforted him, saying he did not need to worry, because no matter what choice he made, the divine would not blame him. Becoming a priest was not the only way to serve, and the divine would always watch over him. Those underlying, understanding instructions, as if the will of the Creator had descended, touched the hidden corner of Aaron Jahas's soul, moving the priest to tears. To Aaron, Rason's words felt like light, bringing an extraordinary warmth he had never felt before. Wiping away his tears, Aaron decided that in 3 years he would come to Maon and promised that, by then, he would also give Rason Maon a bottle of kudo that he possessed. Rason, along with Hera and Hampton, walked away, but his heart was heavy with anxiety. A very serious problem had arisen. Looking at the blue potion bottle in his hand, Rason realized he had perhaps met Aaron Jahas too early. The system immediately displayed a warning. Kudo is unstable. This bottle of medicine was not yet truly complete. Rason Maon recalled Aaron Jahas's warning when he handed him the bottle, saying it could cause extremely dangerous side effects. To have a perfect version with no side effects, Aaron would need about 3 more years to research and develop it. When Rason pressed him about the side effects, Aaron had explained in a serious tone that this unrefined amplifier could completely destroy his mana circle. The explanation made Rason Maon shudder in shock. If that happened, it meant that he might be dragged back down to the first magic circle instead of opening the third as expected. Rason Maon turned to his attendant and asked, "Hera, how much longer until the deadline set by my father?" Hera replied softly, "About 3 hours, sir." The little time remaining left Rason Maon in a dilemma. If he returned to the first magic circle, "You're definitely going to be purged by father. But if you choose not to drink it, the end result will still be a brutal purge by the family." Closing his eyes tight, Rason called out softly, "Pookie, it looks like I'm going to need your help." The transcendent Holy Grail, Pookie, appeared with a weary expression and replied, "I can help." But Pookie sighed and explained that 3 measly hours were nowhere near enough time for it to handle the process. Rason Maon asked impatiently, "How much more time do you need?" Pookie answered firmly, "At least another hour." Rason pulled out his pocket watch to check the time. The ticking of the clock, like the rhythm of his own heartbeat, reminded him he had only 3 hours left. He knew his father's personality all too well. Father would never allow him to be even a minute late. He told himself that from now on, he couldn't afford to waste a single second. There was no way out now. He had to take the risk. Without hesitating for even a second, Rason decisively tilted the potion bottle and downed it. But the moment the last drop hit his throat, an extreme blue mana erupted violently from his chest. Rason Maon realized in horror that his mana was completely out of control due to the side effects of the potion. In this dire situation, he quickly sat cross-legged in meditation and shouted his command. "Hera, protect me while I perform the mana cultivation technique." Receiving the supreme order from her master, Hera hardened her expression and answered clearly. As the clock hit the 3-hour mark, Rason Maon kept his eyes tightly shut. By the 2-hour mark, Hampton and his companion standing beside him could only watch in helpless anxiety. When only 1 hour remained, the empty potion bottle rolled across the grass. And then, the decisive moment trickled down to those final, fleeting seconds. Rason was drenched in sweat, his body trembling as he endured the overwhelming pressure. He gritted his teeth and pleaded in frustration, "Please, I just need 5 more minutes." But at that exact moment, a cold, authoritative decree echoed from the void. A promise that couldn't be kept was no better than having no promise at all. A terrifying killing intent weighed down on them, leaving Hampton and Hera completely stunned, forced to brace themselves against the sheer terror. With that kind of pressure, his old man had arrived to claim his life. Stepping out from a halo of blazing lightning was father. His eyes glowed with authority as he delivered a stern warning. "The price of lying to me is steep. Rason Maon, you have only your own mouth to blame." The murderous aura radiating from the family head made Hampton tremble in fear. In contrast, even though Hera was sweating profusely, she maintained her composure, bowing respectfully in greeting. "Welcome, sir." Rason Maon was still struggling to endure the violent mana outburst. He urged the Holy Grail in his heart. "Pookie, are you done yet? I only need 5 more minutes." Even though his body was in agony, he slightly tilted his head to speak to the formidable father before him. "Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you properly." Immediately after, Rason turned to order his attendant. "Hera, buy me another 5 minutes." "As you wish, young master." Instantly, Hera lunged forward to stand between him and the family head. "Oh, Hera, are you defying me?" Responding to the probe, Hera didn't dare answer him directly, but silently drew her blades. "Not at all, sir. I am only following your orders, father." Father narrowed his eyes at the attendant, questioning her coldly. "You say you're following my orders, while pointing the blue dragon and white tiger weapons I personally bestowed upon you at me?" Hera remained resolute. "You ordered me to become the shadow guard for the 7th young master." Father replied in a low voice. "True, but pointing your blades at me is a different matter entirely. However, Hera immediately offered a sharp argument in rebuttal. There can be no shadow without light. Since you ordered me to protect the light, I am simply following your command. Attendant, the blue dragon and white tiger are artifacts of my own creation. Do you really think they can pierce my mana barrier? Hera remained unflinching, responding with a steel-cold retort. I don't think that's the point right now. Even if I have to die here, my duty remains to follow your orders. Faced with the absolute loyalty of the female shadow guard toward his son, Father wasn't angry. On the contrary, his lips curled into a cold, mysterious smile. Very well, then what do you want? An extension of 5 minutes, sir. He looked at the attendant with a gaze full of approval. As expected, you've never disappointed me. But Father immediately hardened his face, remarking sternly, however, I can no longer feel the sharpness you once possessed. Knowing she had been somewhat distracted, Hera lowered her head in apology. Looking at Rason, who was struggling to break through behind her, a deep sense of admiration welled up in her heart. She told herself, the seventh young master hasn't wavered at all, even with death staring him in the face. And because of that extraordinary resolve of Rason Maon, Hera realized she was completely willing to risk her life to protect him at any cost. Father glanced at them both and declared coldly, you may be following my orders, but the fact that you pointed your blades at the family head is an unchangeable truth. Hera, without a hint of complaint, answered firmly, I accept your punishment for that. But Father just smiled enigmatically and said nonchalantly, but you have already been punished, because a talent like you is risking her life to protect that fool. Father coldly declared he would overlook this incident since there were no outside witnesses. Witnessing that terrifying pressure, Hampton slumped to the ground, his whole body trembling with fear. The boy blamed himself for being weak, thinking that if Hera hadn't risked her life to stall for time, the young master might have been in danger. He wondered if someone like him was even worthy of being a shadow guard by Rason Maon's side. Just then, Rason Maon's breakthrough process was complete. The powerful burst of mana made both Hampton and Hera's eyes widen in amazement. Even Father had to harden his expression in surprise. Before everyone's eyes, Rason Maon slowly stood up, 3 glowing magic circles rotating around him with authority. He offered a confident smile, looked straight at his stern father, and spoke firmly. Please excuse the delay, Father. This incompetent son of yours can finally welcome you properly. Father spoke in a low voice upon seeing the 3 glowing magic circles around his son. It seems you've actually achieved the 3rd magic circle, haven't you? However, you exceeded the time limit you set for yourself, but your shadow guard made up for that shortcoming. My shadow guard is also part of my own capability, and since you recognize that, you granted me those extra 5 minutes. Father, aren't you curious about how I achieved the 3rd magic circle? Faced with his son's curiosity, Father only replied with an indifferent counter-question. Do I necessarily have to know? Rason smiled confidently, rotating the blue mana with his hand, trying to convince him. With the method I've devised, we can cultivate a series of low-level mages, bringing great benefits to the family. But Father remained unmoved. His face darkened with authority as he questioned coldly, let's see, why should I care about that? The sharp look from his father made Rason Maon only manage a wry smile, not daring to utter another word. He realized deep down that this chilling composure was the demeanor of an absolute existence. Father leisurely turned and walked away, dropping a comment nonchalantly. Rosaline is waiting for you. I'm done here. I'm leaving. Watching his father's retreating figure, Rason understood that Father was extremely confident in his own power. He didn't need any shortcuts to rule the world. Returning to the grand castle of the family, the close guard stepped up to Father's side and asked, You seem to be in a good mood, sir? Father smiled slightly and replied, The boy waited for me in a desolate place. The guard nodded in understanding. It seems the young master knew for sure you would come. Father explained slowly about Rason Maon's keenness. He knew beforehand that he would run out of time, so he deliberately found a place without witnesses. This kid is quite cunning. Hearing this, the guard asked curiously, If you say so, then it seems Hera opposed you, sir. Yes, she did exactly as I ordered. Father thought to himself that Hera knew full well that the previous wave of pressure was just his illusion, but he was truly satisfied with them both. Father replied indifferently that raising a child didn't seem so bad after all. However, he immediately ordered the guard to secretly investigate how Rason achieved the 3rd magic circle. When the guard asked why he didn't just ask the young master, Father simply stared out the large window and answered coldly, I don't have enough time. Back in the meadow, a system notification suddenly popped up, confirming that Rason Maon's understanding of the great sage Albedo's grand magic had increased significantly. Rason opened his eyes, feeling the 3 magic circles around him, and thought to himself that he had finally reached the 3rd circle. At the same time, his heavenly eye began providing new information. The system notified him that Rason Maon had learned the Tier 1 ultimate magic called Interaction from Albedo's book. Looking at his hands, he wondered to himself that he had never heard of this type of magic before. The system continued to instruct that Tier 1 ultimate magic interaction could link directly with Tier 1 attribute magic. Rason Maon immediately associated it with the ice magic he was currently learning. He calculated to himself, what would happen if I combined the 1st tier ice magic, Ice Crystal, with Supreme Magic? Thinking as doing, he immediately cast it. Rason Maon activated his dual eyes, unleashing both the 1st tier Ice Crystal and the synergistic magic. A bone-chilling blast of cold air erupted, making Heir shiver in surprise, wondering why it had suddenly gotten so cold. Was this truly the young master's power? Even Rason himself was completely stunned by the frost he had just created. He wondered, is this really the might of a 1st tier attribute magic? The destructive force felt at least equal to a genuine 4th tier spell. Witnessing the massive, brilliant, and formidable ice flower standing right before her eyes, Heir was left completely speechless. She approached Rason, trembling as she asked to confirm, "Young master, the magic you just used that was 1st tier ice magic, right?" Rason Maon simply turned his head and replied calmly, "That's right." The concise answer left his silver-haired maid frozen. Her heart was in a tumult, overwhelmed by this unimaginable power. Our young master is so talented. Seeing Heir's shocked expression, Rason gave a small smile, trying to play it off. "It seems my mana went out of control because it was my first time casting it." That explanation made Heir widen her eyes in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, closed her eyes slightly, and replied respectfully, "I see. Please continue to do your best." Yet, deep down, Heir knew the truth wasn't that simple. Over the years, she had met countless brilliant mages, but at the young master's age, even Lord Duke Cha in his youth could not have been this strong. Heir silently analyzed the situation. Rason claimed his mana had spiraled out of control, but that explosive surge of energy hadn't damaged his magic circles in the slightest. This abnormality, which defied all conventional laws, left Heir completely convinced. She told herself that she had finally found the true master to whom she could pledge her absolute loyalty. That night, under the quiet full moon, Heir sat alone in her room, writing a coded report to send back to Lord Duke Cha. Young Master Rason used more power than he could control. However, his extraordinary physical constitution handled that surge of power. His heart should have been shattered, yet it was unharmed. His magic circles should have sustained damage, yet there wasn't a single scratch. Heir carefully tied the secret message to the falcon's leg and released it into the vast night sky. She stood by the window, watching the bird disappear into the night. He created the force of a 4th tier spell using 1st tier magic. Heir stood silently in the dark, thinking that her destiny seemed to be shifting, just as the prophecy of the deceased had foretold years ago. The next morning, a serious-faced Rosalind pointed her finger and firmly requested of Rason, "This time, it's my commission, so please support me with everything you've got." Noticing his friend's determination, Rason smiled and agreed. Sure. The group's confidence grew even more now that Mirang had officially returned. The Beastkin girl smiled, throwing her arm around Rudia with excitement. "With me here, we'll finish this commission in the blink of an eye. Let's go, Rason Maon." But just before they set off, Heir suddenly stepped forward and bowed to announce, "Young master, I cannot accompany you on this mission." The maid explained that she had to carry out another order from Lord Duke Cha. Seeing this, Rason asked if she was being punished for stalling last time, but Heir flatly denied it. Watching his maid prepare to leave, Rason called out softly, "Heir." Rason Maon stepped forward, gave her a warm smile, and promised, "I will become stronger so that you won't have to take the blame for me anymore." The master's sincere words deeply touched Heir. She bowed respectfully to say goodbye and quickly left. After parting ways with Heir, Rason's group began moving toward the Grandel family territory, specifically the desolate, golden reed fields. The group walked together through reeds taller than a person. Suddenly, Rason Maon stopped in his tracks, alert. "Wait," Rudia asked in confusion what was happening. He gestured for everyone to keep quiet. The wind blowing through the reeds rustled unnaturally. Rason Maon's eyes flared with violet lightning. He realized the ambush had begun, and the group immediately reached high alert. Immediately after, eerie growls echoed as 2 strange creatures wielding spears stepped out from the shadows. Seeing their blue scales and the murderous glint in their yellow eyes, Rason realized the opponents were a pack of ferocious lizard men. Howls for blood echoed across the reed field as the group, was quickly surrounded by the monsters from every side. However, Rason Maon showed no fear. Facing the swarming ring of lizardmen, Rason Maon silently assessed the situation as extremely dangerous. He told himself that the Grandel family would surely send someone to protect Rosalind, and the group's only task, right now, was to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Yet, Rosalind, standing right behind him, immediately saw through his thoughts. She asked, "Rason, are you counting on reinforcements from the family?" To Rason's confused counter-question, "Aren't they coming?" Rosalind poured a bucket of cold water on him. "No, I made a promise to my father, that even if my life were in danger, I would have to overcome every situation on my own. If he was stuck like this, would they all be wiped out?" His friend's revelation left Rason completely stunned. He couldn't help but wonder if a daughter-obsessed father like the head of the Grandel family could really make such a ruthless promise. Before he could think further, the lizard men madly swung their spears and charged at them. Rason only had time to shout a warning. "They're coming." At that split second, heart-stopping moment, a figure suddenly swooped down from above like a lightning bolt. Rason Maon was startled to realize it was Mirang. With the terrifying physical strength of the beastkin, she roared in anger and delivered a brutal punch straight down onto the head of the lead lizard man. Seeing their companion taken down in an instant, the surrounding lizard men could only tremble in fear. Mirang cracked her shoulders with a pop, her beastly eyes glowing with murderous intent. She coldly issued a challenge. "Come on, you monsters!" Looking at his friend's powerful back, Rason gave a confident, relieved smile, silently exclaiming, "That's Mirang for you. She never lets me down." With Mirang's powerful assistance, Rason thought the group could completely handle these lizard men on their own without needing reinforcements from the Grandel family. Mirang continued to sweep through the reed field valiantly. Suddenly, Rason noticed one extremely major abnormality. He wondered in shock why all those lizard men were madly ignoring everyone else to attack only Mirang. Behind the reeds, Rason discovered the one pulling the strings behind this ambush. It was a lizard man wearing a blue cloak and a skull necklace, laughing wildly. Immediately, a system notification appeared, confirming its identity as a CC lizard man, an abbreviation for high class that Rason Maon had used in his original novel. Rason Maon quickly stepped next to Mirang and asked why the monsters were only targeting her. The Beastkin girl's casual answer, "Because I killed their mother," left Rason Maon completely stunned, asking why she would do such a thing. Mirang's face hardened coldly, her beastly eyes glowing as she firmly replied that the weak must die. It was the law of nature and needed no reason at all. Finishing her sentence, she clenched her fist and lunged forward to continue slaughtering the lizard men, telling Rason to just sit there and watch. But the number of lizard men pouring in was still too high. Even with the terrifying physical strength of the beastkin, Mirang was starting to tire. She gasped for air with difficulty, not understanding why they kept bringing their whole family tree to attack her. Observing from afar, Rason realized the lizard men seemed to completely ignore everyone else and were only obsessively targeting his friend. A pragmatic thought flashed through his mind. The wisest choice now would be to abandon her and run for his life. Because the laws of nature in this world were inherently cruel, a place where the weak were always weeded out, and there was no such thing as the strong protecting the weak like in fairy tales. Even though this world still had righteous heroes ready to sacrifice themselves for others like Casin, Rason Maon understood that he was definitely not one of them. Yet he quickly brushed that thought aside when he realized one extremely major anomaly. Lizardmen were supposed to be low-level creatures. They shouldn't be intelligent enough to plan group actions, hiding, ambushing, and the like. Sensing something fishy behind this, Rason Maon decided he had to investigate this matter thoroughly. He turned to tell Rudia and Rosalind to protect him, then immediately closed his eyes, focusing all his senses to activate his heavenly eye to scan the surrounding information. Instantly, a stream of hidden information about Mirang's past suddenly appeared before his eyes. It revealed that the Beastkin girl had once picked up and raised a human child. Back then, Mirang had no idea how truly fragile humans were. With the rigid mindset of the Golden Tiger tribe, she always believed that everyone had to strive on their own to grow, and that child would eventually have to be the same. Yet, that child's innocence and warmth had gradually to thaw the frozen heart of the Beastkin woman. The child had personally woven a cute little flower wreath to place on Mirang's wrist, and she named the little one Luma. Back then, Luma was only 4 years old. The frail little human child always clung to Mirang, hugging her tight. The child's innocent warmth began to melt the heart of the cold-blooded gold tiger beastkin, drawing a gentle, happy smile from her. To raise Luma, Mirang didn't shy away from hardship, single-handedly carrying a giant wild boar back through the silent, dark night. The love she held for the human child was truly profound. Yet, the moment she returned, Mirang was startled by a horrific sight before her eyes. In the gloomy forest, a lizard man was crouching, calmly chewing on a blood-stained, severed little arm. On that wrist, the familiar flower wreath that Luma had woven herself was still attached. Witnessing such a cruel scene, Mirang's pupils constricted in absolute shock. Her fury exploded instantly. Mirang lunged like a storm, throwing a brutal punch that crushed the monster's head in a heartbeat. Under the pouring rain, she collapsed to the ground, wailing in unbearable agony. Since birth, Mirang had always believed that the weak must die, that it was the law of nature. But Luma's death was too painful for her to accept. The grief of losing her loved one transformed into a towering inferno of hatred, as Mirang could not forgive those cruel lizardmen. Thus, to make them feel the ultimate pain she had endured, she slaughtered every lizardman in the vicinity, found the lizard queen their mother and killed her. Even so, the rage within her had not yet subsided. Mirang continued to hunt down the remaining lizardmen to exact her revenge. The battle against the 7 lizardmen continued, fierce and relentless. Their agonizing screams echoed across the entire horizon. Watching the wave of monsters rushing in like a flood, Rosalind couldn't help but exclaim in worry, "These lizardmen, they're endless." Standing beside her, Rason silently observed the fight, watching Mirang recklessly diving into the slaughter with her face splattered with blood and eyes blazing with wild ferocity. Rason quietly recalled what his friend had once said about the weak having to die by the laws of nature. Now, he fully understood the true meaning behind those cruel words. However, Rason Maon quickly realized that Mirang's stamina had truly reached its limit, while the enemies kept swarming in as if to drain the last of her strength. To end this battle, Rason Maon knew they had to eliminate the one pulling the strings. It was that lizard man, CC, hiding in the shadows. Without a moment's hesitation, while the monster's attention was focused on Mirang, Rason immediately activated his wind element magic and dashed off like a gust of wind. With terrifying speed, Rason closed in on his target in a flash, catching the lizardman CC completely off guard. Sensing the impending danger, the mastermind monster only had time to scream in panic, "Wait! Kill him! Now!" But it was already too late. Rason decisively activated Tuan Ka's martial arts technique. First form, myriad shreds. He poured all his power into the strike and declared coldly, "It's too late." Witnessing Rason's terrifying strength, Mirang was stunned, thinking to herself, "This guy." Meanwhile, the surrounding lizardmen shrieked in panic, seeing their leader lying dead in a pool of blood. With their head gone, the monsters scattered in chaos. Watching them flee, Rason analyzed, "They're running like headless chickens now that their leader is dead. Time to catch the one behind it all." His sharp gaze pierced through the dark bushes where the mercenary, Antoine, was lurking with blood-red, murderous eyes. Realizing he had been spotted, Toan jumped in terror. Facing his enemy, Rason stated coldly, "I've dodged assassins' blades 100 times. Even with my eyes closed, I could avoid your attack." Insulted, Antoine roared, "Shut up," and swung his sword, charging wildly. But Rason Maon was a step faster. He closed the distance and landed a brutal punch straight to the mercenary's gut. The mercenary spat blood and was easily defeated. He hurriedly raised his hands, shouting for surrender. "Don't play games with me," Rason replied. "Do you really think surrendering means we'll spare you? Looking at the emblem on your armor, you're just a freelance mercenary, aren't you?" The mercenary realized in horror that he couldn't keep up with this kid's speed. He trembled, thinking, "When did he get behind me?" Rason Maon held his hand, crackling with electricity, right against the mercenary's face, and threatened him coldly. "Move one finger and you're dead. Now, answer me. The lizardmen have a grudge against Mirang, but they haven't touched the rest of us. Do they have some kind of retribution protocol? Looks like the effect of some magic. So, you attacked us knowing exactly who we were?" The mercenary fearfully denied it. "No, I was just paid a lot of money." Rason pressed him. "Then who paid you?" The man pulled out a small pouch containing a glowing red magic stone and begged tremblingly, "I swear I don't know anything else." Just then, Rosalind's voice called out from afar, "Who is he?" Rason Maon calmly replied, "Just a mercenary." He tossed the confiscated red stone to Rosalind, telling her to take it. Looking at the sparkling stone in her hand, Rosalind asked in surprise, "Is this a mana stone?" Rason Maon explained, "That's what's being used to control the lizardmen. Destroy it." Looking at the stone, Rosalind fell into deep thought, her heart swelling with a mix of admiration and wounded pride at Rason Maon's superior ability. She realized that there was a mercenary pulling the strings behind the scenes, and she hadn't detected a thing. Ignoring her thoughts, Rason turned away and coldly sent a warning to the mastermind through the mercenary. Go tell the one who hired you this. If you want to know about me, come ask yourself. Stop acting like a coward, hiding in the shadows. We despise it. And if you do this one more time, I will find you and take care of you personally. The spine-chilling threat made the mercenary shake uncontrollably. Yes, I understand. That night, by the warm campfire, Rason Maon and Mirang chatted under the silent night sky. Rason Maon pondered. Paid to kill Mirang? Likely. It seems an intelligence agency is trying to gather information on us. Rosalind asked anxiously if the people behind this would be willing to kill them just to achieve their goal. Rason Maon calmly explained that since they were descendants of the three great families, from now on, every power in the world would try to test them. She turned and asked if that was why he told her to destroy the monostone earlier. Rason Maon smiled and confirmed it. He wanted to show everyone that he was the one who made the final decisions, someone capable enough to lead even her. Through this, every intelligence agency would now know who held the real authority. Rason was clearly better suited to be the successor than even the only daughter of the famous Grandel martial arts family. His arrogant declaration left Rosalind stunned. Rason continued. Even though they were used as pawns, the enemy dared to strike right on Grandel territory. This made Rosalind suspicious, and she asked if her father had secretly allowed this attack to happen. Rason's answer was firm. Exactly. The head of the Villa-Tudor family understands that too. Rason yawned and analyzed further. Even though Rosalind had promised the Grandel head she would overcome the trials alone, that promise was hard to keep because Grandel couldn't survive without her. To find the culprit, he started narrowing down the factions. It had to be an organization capable of negotiating with her father, possessing the ability to use monostones for mind control, having access to freelance mercenaries, and knowing Mirang was traveling with them. Based on those facts, Rason asserted that there were only 3 suspicious intelligence agencies: Night Sound, Little Cat, and Red Mist Flower. Seeing Rason Maon casually analyzing everything in the dead of night, Rosalind asked curiously if he was intentionally saying these things so the people lurking nearby could hear. Rason Maon smiled and admitted it, knowing that everything he said would be whispered and spread everywhere. Hearing that, Rosalind was speechless at her friend's devious nature. She grumbled helplessly that Rason was truly a troublesome guy, and if they were enemies, she probably would have gone crazy a long time ago. Rason Maon teased her, asking if they weren't enemies anymore. Seeing her confused expression, he smiled warmly, confirming that they were indeed friends now. Watching Rason's back as he strolled toward the tent, Rosalind stood frozen in the night. Suddenly, her chest felt tight, and her heart began to race in confusion. Her face turned bright red as she wondered what was wrong with her, screaming internally that the person who made her heart flutter definitely could not be such an annoying guy. In the stillness of the night, a giant purplish-gray python suddenly lunged from the bushes, hissing violently, intending to swallow its prey. But its opponent was a giant wolf monster. The white wolf stood towering in the darkness, its eyes glowing fiercely. Before the snake could even strike, Raon Zeehart moved like lightning. With a claw-sharp hand, he clamped down firmly on the monster snake's neck. The giant serpent thrashed in agony, but the monstrous strength of the wolf-like beast completely overwhelmed it. With one brutal squeeze, Raon Zeehart crushed the snake's head instantly. Meanwhile, in a desolate, bone-filled canyon, Rason Maon's group was marching silently forward. Hampton, carrying a heavy backpack, voiced his concern, warning that the path to Manton ahead was wide open, with nowhere to hide. Rason Maon continued walking with total composure. He turned and asked Hampton if he had prepared everything as instructed. That simple task? Leave it to me, Hampton replied, quickly opening his pack to show off the April herbs and the shimmering silver seawater vials he had collected. The young boy nervously asked if the group was at risk of another ambush. Rason reassured him that the surrounding area was safe, save for some strange, dragging marks on the ground. The comment made Hampton break into a cold sweat, asking fearfully what the young master meant. Rosalind, standing nearby, crossed her arms and noted that it was currently April 13th. Rason nodded slightly, knowing she had figured it out, and warned the group about the appearance of the April white wolves, ferocious beasts that moved like the wind and vanished like mist. Hearing the name, Rosalind shouted in utter shock, "You even know about the April white wolves?" Facing her surprise, Rason Maon only replied calmly, "What's wrong? Am I not allowed to know?" His attendant, Hampton, standing behind, was equally confused and broke into a cold sweat, asking what on earth that was. Rosalind fell into thought. She couldn't understand how Rason knew such details, for this was an incredibly intelligent and powerful wolf-type monster that had only appeared in the northwest of the Von Grandel territory 2 years ago. While the atmosphere grew tense, Rudia naively asked a question that left everyone speechless. The April white wolf. I wonder if it tastes good when grilled. Just then, a frantic Rosalind rushed over to confront Rason Maon, as the April white wolf was just a temporary name coined by the von Grandel family and had never been officially announced. Cornered, Rason awkwardly made the excuse that he had read about it in the library, but Rosalind immediately dismissed it, since the information was only 2 years old. So how could it appear in ancient books? Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Rason offered a mysterious, cold smile and warned, "We are rivals before we are friends. Don't think I'll tell you everything." The remark left Rosalind deeply frustrated. She loudly insisted that the motto of von Grandel was fair competition and transparency. Rason Maon nonchalantly dismantled that argument by pointing out that her own family was also hiding information about these wolves. Stung by the truth, Rosalind could only stammer an excuse that they hadn't researched it thoroughly yet. Rason Maon replied coldly, "If you want to know a rival's secret, you have to pay the right price." Oof, saying that might make her sulk. Huh, Rason Maon. Unable to negotiate like Casin usually did, Rosalind turned away, declaring she would find the truth in her own way. Watching her determined back fade into the sunset, Rason Maon smiled with satisfaction, seeing she truly looked like a successor of a martial arts family. Immediately after, he turned to ask Hampton what would happen if the April herbs were boiled with the silver seawater. Hampton excitedly explained the formula. When combined with high-purity refined salt at exactly 82 degrees Celsius, the mixture would turn into a glowing, shimmering blue liquid. The boy excitedly suggested naming it the Rason Maon potion, causing Rason Maon to pout and grumble about why he didn't just call it the Hampton potion. In reality, Rason Maon knew well that this was the potion created by the alchemy genius Popona in his novel's original plot, and the only purpose of this potion, made from April herbs, was to return the April white wolves to their original form. While Rason Maon's group continued their challenging journey, back at the main mansion of the Maon family, head of House DK Cha felt a familiar presence behind him. He spoke. "You don't seem very comfortable, do you? I give you permission to reveal yourself." From the shadows, the shadow guard Heir silently slid out and knelt behind him. "Even after watching this 1,000 times, I'm still impressed. How do you do that without using magic?" Heir replied respectfully, "That is merely a simple matter for the Shadow Clan." DK Cha sighed. "But you are a special case among them. You can see I have aged quite a bit." Heir looked up at him with cold, glowing emerald eyes. "Yet you haven't aged a day since the day we met." Her words, suddenly, brought back a tense memory from the past, back when she had tried to take DK Cha's life while he was still young. DK Cha continued, "I almost died because of you back then. That's just a shameful past now. Besides, didn't you try to kill me when I asked you to serve Rason?" Heir replied indifferently, "Because I have the authority to kill you at any time." DK Cha's eyes narrowed, and he pressed, "Do you still resent that decision?" "I have resented it until recently." The answer left DK Cha astonished. "So, not anymore?" Heir confirmed firmly, "That is correct." "Then," she said sternly, "I have something I need to tell you." Heir began to report her strange findings. A few years ago, young Master Rason Maon drank tea with Lady Sosu every day. That tea was brewed from keratin flower stems. Technically, you could brew tea from keratin flowers, but it wasn't recommended because it was toxic and could cause allergic reactions in people with specific constitutions. DK Cha asked coldly, "So what?" Heir continued, "Young Master Rason Maon knew that, yet he still drank the keratin tea with Lady Sosu every day. At the time, she was suffering from a special disease, a disease that had only recently been named green grain. It is a rare disease with a 100% mortality rate and no known cure. Yet, Lady Sosu has improved so much that she is now completely recovered. It is quite absurd, isn't it?" Hearing this, DK Cha was stunned. He turned and asked, "So, you believe that is not a coincidence?" Heir nodded. "And there is one more thing," she asked quietly. "Do you remember when there was a plague in the Heiran region?" "You mean the girl from the Fire Clan beside Rason Maon?" When a violent magical eruption suddenly broke out, Rason Maon realized Rudia had survived the fierce battle thanks to the bone armor, also known as the Protagonist's protection privilege. It was almost an ultimate rule that prevented the protagonist from ever getting hit. He wondered why the Heavenly Eye was showing him this scene right now. Did it have some hidden meaning regarding Rudia? Just then, the Book of Magical Layout suddenly appeared, floating in front of him. Rason Maon realized the system was giving him a chance to fill in the blank, to alter the probability of the fundamental reason why Rudia could use that immense power. Wearing a confident smile, he quickly grabbed a pen and wrote over the ancient page, The fundamental reason is because the fire god Phoenix protected Rudia with all its heart. But as soon as the sentence was finished, a massive, brilliant golden flame erupted, engulfing his body. Rason Maon screamed in excruciating pain. What the hell is this? The system continuously displayed emergency notifications about a serious lack of probability. Although he could extend the creation privilege to write one more sentence when the probability level was met, the page was gradually being incinerated by the flames. Rason clutched his head, feeling as if it would explode. He realized the probability was completely messed up, and he had to quickly come up with a different setup to salvage the situation. Just as the image of Rudia and the fire god Phoenix appeared mysteriously, Rason realized he needed to write a new setup in the layout book to resolve the probability deficit. He quickly took the pen and wrote, "Because it is difficult for the Phoenix to intervene directly in human affairs, it can only lend its divine power when Rudia is firmly determined to sacrifice herself." Immediately, the system chimed with a confirmation notification. The probability had been met. Seeing the shimmering golden dust gathering in his palm, Rason caught his breath, relieved that he had succeeded. He slumped down, panting, and clutched his aching, heaving chest. Sure enough, the gods could not easily intervene directly in this world, but always required a special condition. What he had just discovered was that Rudia's ultimate power only truly erupted when she was willing to sacrifice herself. Just then, Hampton's panicked cry cut through his thoughts. His attendant, carrying the heavy backpack, ran over, nervously asking loudly what he should do next. Rason's eyes narrowed with alertness. He knew the April White Wolves would soon attack the group this very night. Without hesitation, Rason ordered, "Hampton, give me those vials." Hampton obeyed, quickly opening the backpack and taking out the glowing blue potion vials that had been prepared beforehand. Right then, the rustling of footsteps and the sound of sharp claws touching the cold ground sounded nearby. The April White Wolves had officially appeared, tightly surrounding the group around the campfire. "They're here!" A desperate warning shout echoed. A giant wolf, with bulging muscles and blood-red eyes full of killing intent, steps out, roaring violently. Facing the pack of ferocious monsters, Rason remains incredibly calm. He throws a towel over his shoulder as mana and powerful purple lightning begin to crackle and spark around him. Rason silently assesses that every white wolf here is very strong, and because they have the habit of moving in packs, this battle looks like it's going to be quite troublesome. Rason quickly assigns tasks to his teammates to deal with the 7 wolves. He calls for Rosalind and Mirang, handing them the blue potions he just crafted, and instructs, "Just splash these potions on them. As long as you make sure they touch the potion, that's enough. You can even throw them directly at them if you like." He then turns to Rudia. At this moment, she has already gathered flames in her hands and asks him for his lead. Rason gives a decisive order. "Use fire magic on the wolves that have been soaked in the potion. Use any magic with high precision. I just need a layer of fire attribute mana covering them." Immediately, the pack of white wolves growls fiercely and charges wildly toward them. The alpha wolf lets out a terrifying roar, targeting Rason directly. Facing the monster's razor-sharp claws lunging at him, Rason remains completely composed. He tells himself that, in the end, they are just monsters he created, and he will follow his plan perfectly. He immediately activates defensive magic, and the system displays the status, applying cold current and intermediate body-strengthening combat magic. Yet, the beast's brutal swipe still tears through the skin on Rason's arm. He grinds his teeth in pain, inwardly shocked. Ugh, their attacks are piercing through my defense. Seeing Rason injured, the wolves grow even more crazed, roaring and rushing forward. Mirang and Rudia immediately move into defensive stances to hold back the pack. Looking at the surrounding wolves, Mirang flashes a cruel smile, her beast-like eyes glowing bright. "Even if you all jump me at once, you're just a bunch of puppies, and I know how to deal with pets like you." Mirang's confidence startles Rosalind, who turns back and shouts, "Mirang!" The pink-haired girl freezes, completely stunned by the sight before her. Immediately, Mirang unleashes the full power of her beastly strength, transforming into a giant tiger beast with bulging muscles and powerful orange and black fur. Mirang's appearance as a half-tiger instantly flips the battlefield situation. Mirang roars with disdain. "Too weak. You better run back to your mommy." The ferocity of the Tiger Clan makes the monsters cry out in hopeless fear. Not stopping there, the more Mirang fights, the more intense she becomes. She lunges into the middle of the wolf pack. "Call all your friends here, I'll eat every single one of you." Realizing the wolf pack is now completely distracted, Rason acts immediately. As soon as one white wolf lunges, he throws the blue potion directly at it with lightning speed. The magical liquid quickly soaks into the monster's flesh. Rason turns and yells, "Rudia, now!" Receiving the signal from Rason, Rudia concentrates all her fire attribute mana, condensing a massive, burning fireball in her hand. She decisively launches the powerful stream of flame toward the target and shouts, "Fire spark." The violent fire instantly engulfs the white wolf covered in the potion. Watching the accurate attack, Rosalind quickly steps back to defend. While observing the thick cloud of smoke and dust, she anxiously wonders, "Great, it hit, but did it actually work?" But from the flames, a massive shadow with glowing eyes suddenly steps out, standing tall. Seeing the entity slowly emerging from the smoke, Rason flashes a smug smile. Success. In contrast to his calmness, Rosalind is completely shocked, trembling as she mutters, "The April White Wolf." Emerging from the ashes is no longer a ferocious wolf monster, but a bald old man with gray skin and a muscular body. The alpha wolf lets out a terrifying roar, charging straight at Rason with intense killing intent. In this precarious situation, Rason quickly dodges the lethal blow and shouts, "Hampton, now!" Receiving the ultimate order from his master, Hampton clearly responds, "Yes, young master." The boy swiftly pulls the shimmering blue potions from his luggage and puts all his strength into throwing them at the pack. The potions fly through the air and shatter right over the head of the charging white wolf. Under the influence of this special potion, the entire surrounding pack starts to fall into chaos, collapsing one after another as they are poisoned. Realizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity has arrived, Rason immediately calls out to Mirang. The tiger beast woman immediately replies, "All right." She swings her massive fist, landing a brutal blow on the head of the writhing wolf, and roars in fury, "Take this, you scumbag." Not giving the pack a chance to recover, Rason quickly orders the fire mage, "Rudia." Immediately, Rudia steps forward, gathering all her fire attribute mana until it blazes on her hands, and yells, "Fire spark." But the alpha wolf, thanks to its keen instincts, manages to dodge by a hair's breadth. Seeing the attack miss, Rosalind, standing nearby, can't help but grit her teeth in frustration and scream, "Damn it, it missed!" The violent flames sweep across the empty space. Realizing the beasts are trying to counterattack from different directions, Rudia hardens her expression and shouts an order to the group, "Scatter." A massive explosion of fire erupts in the night sky. Standing beneath the brilliant glow, the pack of white wolves looks up in absolute terror. Witnessing the precise attack, Rason immediately turns to praise her. "Well done, Rudia. You really are a genius." Receiving praise from her master, Rudia blushes with happiness and replies, "Hey hey, I love being praised." The ferocious wolf fur slowly disappears, revealing a group of shirtless men who are trembling as they look at their own bodies. They burst into tears, realizing they have finally returned to being human. Immediately, the men kneel on the ground, bowing repeatedly to Rason's group. The leader cries out emotionally, "Thank you for freeing us from this curse. You are the saviors of REBORN." Hearing the strange name, Rason arches an eyebrow and asks, "REBORN?" The man cries while hurriedly explaining, "Yes, we are the mages who once lived in the REBORN region." This revelation shocks Rason deeply. He stops to ponder, "Wait, REBORN? That's the country that is currently frozen. How could they still exist?" Memories of the lonely, frozen kingdom flash through his mind. And the reason that happened was because of Avelia Maon's horrific massacre. Rosalind clearly announces her true identity. "My name is Rosalind von Grandel, the only daughter of the von Grandel family." Hearing the prestigious name, von Grandel, the White Wolf leader trembles in shock. Rosalind asks sternly, "I understand you have been under a curse, but why didn't you surrender? If you had surrendered, you would have received leniency." Right at that moment, a blue system notification suddenly appears before Rason's eyes. Lidan, the god of strategy, is very interested in this situation. The sudden appearance of the manipulative god makes Rason flinch and turn back, a high sense of vigilance rising in his heart, wondering what Lidan is plotting at such a sensitive time. Answering Rosalind's question, the White Wolf leader bursts into tears, painfully explaining, "Because we were afraid. If we had surrendered, the von Grandel family would have chopped all our heads off." Rosalind immediately shouts a denial. "Grandel would never do that." Seeing his friend's innocence, Rason steps forward, coldly extinguishing her delusion. "You see, Rosalind, the von Grandels worship domination and power. The world and the ruling families aren't as good as you think they are." Rason continues to question her. "How do you think they usually handle things like this?" Rosalind nervously explains the procedure. "Because it happened in territory managed by the von Grandel family, we would probably report it. Then the information department would compile the news, and the judgment department would make a decision." Not letting her finish, Rason's eyes harden with cruelty. He exposes the harsh truth. and then the information department would confirm the info and cleanse them to clean up the mess. The cruel truth leaves the White Wolf leader and the others completely stunned in absolute fear. Rosalind breaks out in a cold sweat, shocked to realize the reason the von Grendel family hasn't touched this pack isn't because they are powerless. She trembles as she asks, "Then why?" Rason explains the reason von Grendel hasn't intervened in one short sentence. Because they are lazy. Rason calmly continues, "It's not just the von Grendel family, but Maon and the others are the same. In the original plot, von Grendel would have wiped out the April White Wolf tribe a few years later without a second thought, completely indifferent to their plight or suffering." Rosalind asked thoughtfully, "So, you're saying von Grendel would have deliberately abandoned them?" She argued that the warriors wouldn't have gained any rewards or praise for suppressing the pack anyway. Met with Rason's silence, Rosalind insisted loudly that if there was nothing to be gained, then they wouldn't be doing it for profit. It was about upholding the laws and justice of the world. But Rason Maon coldly shut down that delusion. "That's just your way of thinking. You're still too naive and haven't seen enough of the real world, young lady." Rosalind asked angrily, "What are you trying to say?" Rason Maon calmly analyzed, "This April White Wolf incident is indeed strange, but the current damage isn't enough to be a real problem yet. But if the wolf pack becomes significantly stronger and people start talking about them, what do you think will happen?" Rosalind was stunned as she realized the issue. "Are you saying others will hunt them for their reputation?" Rason Maon nodded. "Exactly. In other words, they're being ignored simply because they aren't famous yet." But Rosalind interrupted, asking, "What if they surrender?" Rason Maon's eyes turned cold and cruel. "Then they'd be slaughtered." "Of course. The fact remains that they've already killed people." His words made the men of the REBORN tribe tremble with fear. Rason Maon pointed out that this was also why they hadn't revealed their real names. Hearing this, the White Wolf chieftain burst into tears, preparing to confess, "My name is Gree." Immediately, Rason Maon raised his hand to stop him. "Wait! Don't reveal your family name. If you do, they'll wipe out your entire clan." The chilling warning left the White Wolf chieftain completely frozen. He trembled, bowing his head to hide his tears, and corrected himself. "My name is Grena. As I said, I'm a mage from Raiden." Grena choked up, admitting the sins of the past. "It's true we killed livestock and people every April." Rason Maon bowed his head in pain, acknowledging that even though they were cursed to turn into wolves, they still had to pay the price for the crimes they had committed. He trembled as he recalled the horrific memory of the first time he had been transformed into a ferocious white wolf beast. In a state of mindless madness, he had brutally murdered an innocent boy. When the child's mother ran over, crying and pleading before her son's corpse, the wolf monster inside him had cruelly taken her life as well. When dawn came and he regained consciousness, faced with the bloody nightmare he had created with his own hands, Rason Maon had been consumed by regret. He knelt on the grass, clutching his blood-stained head, weeping and cursing himself as a coward for not having the courage to take his own life in atonement, after taking the lives of innocent people. Hearing the tragic story, Rason Maon mused silently, wondering why they had been inflicted with such a bizarre curse. Rason Maon revealed in pain that it was all because of a holy artifact his clan had fought to protect for generations. Because the villainess Anbreka couldn't seize the artifact, she flew into a rage and cursed his entire tribe to turn into wolves as punishment. The name Anbreka sent a jolt of shock through Rason Maon. While Rosalind stood behind him, muttering blankly that she had never heard that name before, Rason Maon realized with a jolt that Anbreka, also known as the Black Rose, was the only antagonist with power capable of rivaling the protagonist, Casin, among the villains he had created while writing the story. Looking at the current situation, Rason Maon broke into a cold sweat, telling himself it was starting to feel far too dangerous. He could vanish at any moment if he kept helping Rosalind with her missions. Rason Maon stretched and sighed with relief, telling himself that at least everything ended peacefully, without any major trouble. However, he was immediately overwhelmed by a series of system notifications appearing one after another. The Phoenix Fire God kept praising his cleverness. Rason Maon smiled faintly, realizing the Phoenix seemed to be very fond of Rudia, and he was lucky to have a god favoring him. However, the excessive favoritism from the system's constant spam of praise made Rason Maon grab his head, crying out in annoyance, "That's enough." Returning to reality, as night fell, Rosalind curiously asked Grena about the holy artifact that the REBORN tribe had been protecting all this time. Chief Grena hesitated, appearing uneasy. He bowed his head, apologizing that he couldn't reveal the secret to outsiders. But to repay the group for saving their lives, Rason Maon decided to reveal a part of the ancient prophecy. He recited the 3 conditions of the Chosen One. one who possesses two opposing powers, one who inherits the full impact of two clashing threads of fate, and finally, one not born from a mother's womb. Hearing this, both Rason Maon and Rosalind were astonished. Rosalind broke into a cold sweat, shocked, wondering to herself if such an extraordinary person could exist without being born. Does such a person really exist? Chief Grenna confirmed that only those who met all three of these harsh conditions were qualified to possess the holy artifact of REBORN. Rason Maon, standing nearby, asked how one could prove they were qualified. Rason Maon explained that when the ice walls of REBORN melted from the winds of the northern sea, the path to the holy artifact would officially open. Seeing that everything was now clear, Rason Maon smiled, remarking that it sounded very interesting. He asked if the villagers would return to REBORN to continue protecting the holy artifact once the curse was lifted, receiving a nod of confirmation from Grenna. Rason Maon declared calmly that he might visit them soon, not forgetting to introduce his true identity. I don't change my name when I go or return. My name is Rason Maon. The name Rason Maon left Chief Grenna completely shaken. He widened his eyes in horror, trembling as he stammered, You are the seventh young master of the Mason family? Fear engulfed the villagers. Grenna asked nervously about their fate, since they had accidentally caused many deaths while under the curse. Facing that question, Rason Maon casually turned to Rosalind and told her to decide the verdict herself. Rosalind spiraled into an intense internal struggle. On one hand, she knew they had truly killed people and even attacked her group. On the other hand, all those crimes were caused by Enbreka's cruel curse. After a moment of deliberation, Rosalind sighed and made her final decision. She would temporarily postpone the verdict for them. Rosalind turned to Grenna and the villagers, declaring firmly, I must report this to my father first, because I am not wise enough to pass judgment on your crimes. Rason Maon silently watched his friend, analyzing in his heart. It wasn't really that Rosalind lacked wisdom, but that she was afraid to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Because, right now, the lives of the entire REBORN tribe depended entirely on what she said. Rason Maon sighed, wondering if this was truly the scenario the scheming god Leiden wanted to see. Clearly, Rosalind still lacked the sense of responsibility of a true ruler and the courage to make a definitive decision. Seeing his friend, looking utterly confused, Rason Maon spoke up when Rosalind turned to ask for his opinion. Your decision is fine. By the time we report this to von Grandel, they will have already returned to REBORN. It'll be hard for them to execute anyone, right? Because these people won't be on their territory anymore. And since REBORN is under the jurisdiction of the Masons will handle this case. Hearing that, Chief Grenna and the tribesmen couldn't help but be amazed and sigh with relief that their lives had been spared. Just then, a blue system notification suddenly appeared before Rason Maon. Phoenix, the fire god, has granted you the breath of the phoenix. Looking at the golden, fiery feather hovering in his hand, Rason Maon was absolutely astonished. He recalled the original plot. This priceless treasure was supposed to belong to Rudia in the middle of the novel. It was an ultimate source of power, allowing the wielder to unleash flames of destruction, rivaling 6th-tier magic, easily reducing any enemy to ashes in the blink of an eye. While Rason Maon was lost in thought, and the group had not yet left von Grandel territory, an unexpected incident occurred that made him jump and shout out loud. Seeing Rason Maon frantically hide his flaming hand behind his back, Rosalind raised an eyebrow and asked, It seems you want to get the holy artifact from them, right? Do you have any clues? Rason Maon deflected evasively. I only have a few vague ideas. Hearing this, Rosalind suddenly pulled out her emergency whistle. Her face turned sharp and stern. I could have them arrested by blowing this emergency whistle right now. They could be executed just for attacking me. Rason Maon's face hardened. What are you trying to say? Rosalind held the whistle to her lips. Tell me the truth. How did you find the April white wolves, the silver sea water, and the April herbs? Rosalind insisted on knowing the secret immediately, asserting that if she killed the villagers right now, he would never get the holy artifact. Rason Maon held his head in stress, realizing he couldn't get out of this without paying a price. After thinking for a while, he agreed to tell the truth on the condition that she keep it a secret. Rosalind immediately swore on the name of von Grandel. Rason Maon calculated silently. He couldn't explain everything, but he also couldn't convince her with a complete lie. Rason Maon decided to mix 30% fiction with 70% truth. He began by saying he knew a famous mage in REBORN. As he spoke, Rason Maon channeled his magic to make sparkling blue ice crystals appear in his hand. He revealed this was the first-tier ice technique, ice essence. Rason Maon explains that not many people know about his elemental magic, and this is the trump card he wants her to keep secret. He insists that no matter how much he desires the holy relic, he would never have revealed this if he didn't trust her. Seeing the ice crystals in his hands, Rosalind is deeply moved. She promises not to betray that trust and tells him he can rely on her. Rason Maon continues. This ice magic comes from Norin and asks Rosalind if she knows about it. Rosalind nods, confirming she has heard of the name. Rason immediately asks if she wants to know who he learned it from. Rosalind curiously wonders who in Rodden would know Enron ice magic. Rason nonchalantly drops the name of the Ice Witch of the North Sea. Rosalind is so shocked her face pales. Just as she is about to scream, Rason quickly covers her mouth. He gestures for her to keep quiet and urges her to calm down, emphasizing that he needs her to show him a level of trust that matches his own. Rosalind blushes as she removes his hand, worriedly asking in a low voice about his relationship with the wanted criminal. Rason calmly replies that she was the one who taught him the ice magic, so he won't reveal anything else. Rosalind has no choice but to accept it, and tells him to continue. Rason thinks to himself that he actually gave the Ice Witch exactly what she wanted. It was a secret deal between the two of them. However, in a corner nearby, his attendant Hampton has heard the entire conversation. The boy's eyes widen, and he breaks into a cold sweat in horror as he realizes a shocking truth. The gentle librarian Heir Maon is actually the infamous Ice Witch of the North Sea. Seeing Hampton standing frozen, Rason Maon and Rosaline turn to look. Caught eavesdropping, Hampton is terrified and immediately falls to his knees, begging Rason Maon for forgiveness. "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't mean to eavesdrop or anything. It's just that you were speaking so loudly. Or maybe my ears are just too sensitive. It's not anyone's fault." Rason Maon looks at his weeping attendant, thinking that Hampton clearly knows the identity of that person as well. As for Rosalind, she intently watches Rason Maon's expression, struggling with her thoughts. She tells herself that what Rason said is likely true, and if she keeps digging deeper, she will definitely get bogged down in incredibly troublesome secrets. Thinking this, Rosalind decisively says, "All right, I'll assume you gave her something truly terrifying." She quietly asks, "And then what?" Rosalind's words leave Hampton, standing behind them, in shock. The boy breaks into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Something truly terrifying?" Cutting off the boy's train of thought, Rason continues to explain that in return, he learned ice magic from her. That is the reason why someone who initially had no talent for elemental magic like him could cast Enron's ice magic. I wonder if this explanation has finally shut this difficult young lady up, he thinks. To prove his words, Rason produces a shimmering blue ancient book and declares that this is the proof Enron's beginner ice magic textbook, written by the Ice Witch's own hand. Rosalind curiously takes the book, gently flipping through the pages, unable to help but marvel at the powerful magical fluctuations within. Rason Maon speaks in a serious tone. "The only reason I showed it to you is that there is a significant pact between me and the Ice Witch, and that matter is absolutely not trivial." Hearing the logical explanation, Rosalind nods slightly. "Fine, I acknowledge it." Their quick compromise leaves Hampton, standing to the side, scratching his head in confusion. Rason Maon continues to reveal that the Ice Witch once told him a few things about REBORN, and in that story, she also mentioned Anbreka. This information leaves Rosalind incredibly astonished as she presses, "The Ice Witch is related to the Black Rose?" Facing her question, Rason only closes his eyes and smiles mysteriously, replying that he himself doesn't know the details. Hey, she's completely bought it, right everyone? Rason slowly continues to explain the ancient prophecy of REBORN. According to legend, when that fortress wall melts because of the wind from the North Sea, the path to the Holy Relic will officially open. As soon as he heard about the REBORN wall, Rason immediately remembered Heir Maon and silently guessed that she would be the one to melt it in the future. He looks at Rosalind and reasons, "If it weren't for information from her, how could I have known about the April herbs and the silver seawater in advance?" Rason's highly logical explanation leaves Rosalind completely convinced. She hugs the book and nods, admitting, "That sounds reasonable." Deep down, Rason understands the complex connection between the Ice Witch of the North Sea, the villain Anka, and the curse of the April White Wolves. Rason realizes these three factors are now completely linked. That is why I told Hampton to prepare the April herbs and silver seawater beforehand. Hampton steps forward excitedly and clearly confirms, "That's right, he was the one who ordered me to do it." Meanwhile, Rosalind clutches the Norin magic book tightly to her chest. She turns her face away, her cheeks suddenly flushing with shyness as she remembers an unwritten rule in the world of mages. She stammers in her thoughts, I heard that for a mage to personally give someone else a book they wrote themselves is extremely rare. It's almost impossible, unless there is a very deep emotional bond between the two. Rason Maon continues to argue that, for a mage to personally write and hand over their own book means they have put their very life on the scale, because if someone found that book, they could completely find a way to counter that magic. Therefore, for an ice witch who is being hunted as intensely as Evelia Maon, giving away a book she wrote by hand carries a truly immense meaning. Hearing Rason's sensible analysis, Rosalind blushes shyly. She bows her head slightly and says thank you for his honesty. Rosalind turns to walk away, declaring that she will also reciprocate that trust by deciding to believe him. However, she doesn't forget to remind him that she still hasn't forgotten what Rason Maon did to her when they were young. Wow, she really holds a grudge, doesn't she? That really is a terrible memory she can't easily forget. Hearing this, Rason can only scratch his head and offer an awkward, self-deprecating smile. He thinks to himself that his current soul isn't the one who caused that, but he still feels incredibly guilty. Rosalind decisively declares that from now on she will truly trust him, but she still wants to ask one last question. Is that holy relic truly that important to him? Rason Maon looks straight into her eyes and seriously asserts that it is extremely important, because he knows everything would become meaningless if he couldn't complete the mission that his two predecessors, Anbecto and Sel, had entrusted him with. Hearing Rason's firm answer, Rosalind breathes a sigh of relief. Rason then adds a final lethal blow, asserting that he would never reveal so many secrets to anyone else but her. Rason Maon's sudden words make Hampton, standing behind them, stare in astonishment, while Rosalind is completely overwhelmed, her face flushed with embarrassment, her heart pounding incessantly. Suddenly, a blue system notification window appears before Rason Maon's eyes. Joker has been completely convinced by Rason Maon's words. Joker is beginning to develop feelings for Rason Maon. Looking at the notification, Rason Maon can't help but widen his eyes in shock, cold sweat pouring down in confusion at this sudden status change. The system continuously displays urgent notifications. Joker's script has been decided. Joker's alias has been completely rewritten. And what surprises Rason Maon the most is the line that appears right after. Joker's nickname has been changed to Rook. As soon as the system announces that Rosalind's nickname has officially changed from Joker to Rook, Rason Maon is dumbfounded. He wonders, why a Rook? In a deck of cards, the Joker is a wild card that can completely turn the tide of a match. But in chess, the Rook is an incredibly powerful piece, second only to the Queen, and capable of checking the opponent on its own. If Rosalind represents the Rook, could it be that this world also contains a king or a queen? However, Rason tells himself that this Rook might not be as simple as in a chess game. Cutting off his thoughts, Rosalind turns her face away, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she speaks. She promises to keep all his secrets and decides to open up to him a little more. Rosalind's expression darkens as she recalls the painful memories of her childhood. She honestly confesses that even though she said she forgave him in the past, in her heart, she hadn't truly been able to do it. But now, she asserts that her feelings for him will no longer be shaken by the past. Rosalind clenches her fist, shyly admitting she had lied to him for the past 7 years, but now, everything is even. Hearing the cute confession, Rason simply replies with a calm thank you. Both of them happily fist bump to make things even. Rosalind quickly urges the group to hurry off to Screen Mountain. She is curious to see what the Maon family has arranged there. As for Rason Maon, he breathes a sigh of relief that he and she have moved past their old conflict. After days of non-stop walking, the group finally arrives at the towering Screen Mountain. Looking at the clear path ahead, Rason silently comments that the martial artists of Groundel were not just talking big when they cleared all the obstacles along the way. Since only he and Rosalind were permitted to climb the mountain, Rason Maon told Hampton to take the others to the nearest safe area to rest. Before beginning the climb, Rason sat down to unpack his supplies. He thoughtfully handed Rosalind some paralysis antidote, instructed Kofa on a 2-to-1 ratio, and gave her a tonic to sharpen her vision. Rason Maon's thoughtfulness and his long-winded, meticulous instructions made Hampton, standing nearby, think to himself that his master sounded exactly like his own grandmother back home. Rason continued to explain that this medicine was distilled from the Maruto plant. It had the ability to amplify any scent of the user's choosing, which would help them deal with the hidden challenges ahead. Hampton timidly held out a dark-colored ring and whispered that it was a memento from his grandmother. The boy explained that the ring was imbued with a powerful blessing, capable of protecting the wearer from all kinds of dangerous toxins. Looking at the treasure in his valet's hand, Rason Maon hesitated for a moment, asking if Hampton was truly sure he wanted to give him such a priceless heirloom. With an earnest look on his face, Hampton pleaded for him to accept it. He explained that only when Rason wore it and returned safely to give it back would he be able to truly rest easy. Understanding the boy's loyalty, Rason smiled faintly, agreed, and promised he would definitely return the ring to him. After putting the ring on, Rason waved goodbye to Hampton and Rudia, then began the climb with Rosalind. As they strode along the rocky trail, Rosalind glanced at Rason and remarked that he was truly an incredibly difficult person to understand. She wondered if Rason Maon was fundamentally a warm person, or someone cold to the bone, because at times, he acted like an emotionless machine, yet at other times, he was filled with humanity. Hearing his companion's observation, Rason gave a radiant smile, and confidently asked if perhaps that was his special charm. His narcissistic response made Rosalind blush in anger and shout, "What kind of charm is that?" To change the subject, she quickly turned to warn him about the challenges ahead. Rosalind explained that to reach Mount Binfeng, the two of them first had to cross a treacherous mountain range, filled with illusory charms and complex magic mazes. Even if they arrived, they might end up losing their minds. Seeing the serious look on his companion's face, Rason gave an enigmatic smile, causing Rosalind to irritably demand to know why he was laughing. Rason casually replied, "I was just thinking about how hard you've been studying. Getting complimented." "Huh?" Rosalind proudly patted her chest, asserting that it was only natural since the head of the Maon family had trusted her with this important task. Seeing Rason Maon's indifferent nod, Rosalind became even more annoyed, telling him not to look at her with that mocking gaze again. Rason Maon laughed, and asked if she wasn't going to let him laugh. This made the pink-haired girl scream in frustration that his apology looked even more like he was mocking her. Returning to the task at hand, Rason Maon asked about the plan to find the Sun Tribe. Rosalind confidently said she had heard they really loved gold, and that as long as they were paid handsomely, they would happily lead the way. Hearing this, Rason Maon pointed out a fatal flaw. It sounded good, but where were they supposed to find them? Were they supposed to fish for them with gold? Rosalind stooped to observe the path and explained what she knew. The Sun Tribe often wandered around patrolling the entrance to the mountain, so they would surely run into them if they just searched around here. Looking at the vast, desolate space before him, Rason sighed helplessly. He bluntly pointed out the impracticality, noting that if they searched blindly in such a vast place, who knew when they would actually find them? Rason Maon looked at his friend and flatly exposed the truth. "You're just reading from books, right?" Having her secret exposed, Rosalind could only remain silent, feeling ashamed. Seeing her embarrassment, Rason Maon gently comforted her, saying that this was completely normal and she didn't need to feel ashamed. Refusing to lose to his teasing, Rosalind turned around, face beet red, and retorted, "Well, do you have a better way?" Rason Maon explained slowly. "The Sun tribesmen have extremely keen senses of smell, and they are very respectful of each other's territory and livelihoods. But try looking around. Do you see any signs of territorial markers?" Rosalind scanned the area and shook her head. "I don't see anything." Rason Maon smiled and asked, "Then how do they mark their borders?" He stepped toward a nearby ancient tree and muttered, "In my opinion." As he approached the tree, Rason sniffed the air and thought to himself, "As expected." He turned to tell Rosalind that while the books didn't mention it, the urine of the Sun Tribe was notoriously foul-smelling. However, a normal person wouldn't be able to smell it. Rosalind was incredibly surprised and asked, "How could you possibly know that?" Rason Maon casually explained that their urine was a rare and precious magical ingredient, so it was understandable that warriors wouldn't know about it. While speaking, Rason Maon reached out to unbuckle his pants. "Anyway, I'm about to relieve myself. Could you turn away for a moment?" His sudden action made Rosalind flush beet red. She hurriedly covered her eyes with her hands and shouted, "You could have just told me to turn away. Why did you have to give such a long-winded explanation?" I had to explain clearly to my teammate what I was doing. Rosalind, still covering her face, hesitantly asked, "Do you mean that if you pee here, the Sun Tribe will automatically come to us?" Rason Maon shook his head. "No, just that wouldn't be enough." Rosalind asked curiously, "Then what else do you need?" Rason smiled slightly and pulled the vial of medicine Hampton had prepared earlier from his pocket. He explained, "Do you remember what Hampton said earlier? This medicine made from the marut plant has the ability to amplify any scent the user chooses. If I pour this vial here, just as Rason poured the magic solution onto the ground, a thick cloud of white smoke erupted, accompanied by a pungent, foul odor that made even him wince and cry out, "Ugh, that's disgusting." He quickly adjusted his clothes and told his companion, "Now we just have to sit and wait. Their sense of smell is sharp. They'll be here in no time." Rosalind asked skeptically while holding her nose, "In such a vast area, they'll be able to smell this?" The books never recorded any of these weird tricks. Who would write such crude methods in a book? Rason Maon could only laugh it off. Well, you've got a point, it does smell a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? Just then, the sound of rustling footsteps echoed. Rason immediately pulled Rosalind into the bushes. They're coming, hide! From the forest, 3 short, hairy creatures of the Sun tribe slowly emerged. They constantly sniffed the air. What is that smell? It's so strong. As soon as they pinpointed the source of the scent, all 3 immediately fought over it violently. It's mine! Get away! They then frantically pounded their hands on the ground to monopolize the scent. Witnessing the bizarre scene, Rosalind asked blankly, "What are they doing?" Rason Maon whispered, "They want to hoard the scent so it doesn't drift too far." Rosalind glanced at him suspiciously. "Are you going to tell me you read about this in the library, too?" Rason Maon replied nonchalantly, "That's right. The Maon family writes down everything." Suddenly, the 3 Sun tribesmen stopped and turned their eyes toward the bushes where the 2 were hiding. A green-haired one with bright, excited eyes rushed over, pointed at Rason Maon, and cheered. "Is it you? The master of that wonderful scent? I've never smelled anything so good in my life." Rason Maon smiled smugly. "I apologize. It was a bit rude of me." The green-haired tribesman then made a request that left him completely stunned. "Can you give us a little more?" Rason asked, bewildered. "Wait, you mean you want me to pee some more?" Immediately, another tribesman in a red hat excitedly pulled out a giant glass bottle and shouted, "No, put it in this bottle." Witnessing the whole farce from the beginning, Rosalind stood by, blushing and speechless, thinking to herself that this was truly too bizarre. They're actually fighting over that? Geez. The green-haired tribesman happily held the large glass bottle in front of Rason and yelled, "Put it in this bottle." Facing their strange obsession, Rason could only ask in confusion, "Why on earth do you guys need my urine?" The green one excitedly explained that territorial competition had been extremely intense lately, and he believed this super strong scent would help him create a powerful territorial marker to intimidate his rivals. However, Rason Maon had no intention of fulfilling that weird request. He glanced at the other 2 dwarves and then decisively pointed at the brown-bearded dwarf in the red hat who was holding a wooden staff behind them. "I want to deal with that one, not you." "Me?" Taken by surprise, the brown-bearded dwarf stood there in a daze. "You mean me?" Rason went straight to the point. "Good. Have you climbed Mount Bin Fong before?" Hearing the question, the brown-bearded dwarf shrugged confidently, asserting that Mount Bin Fong was like his own backyard because he was born and raised right on this mountain. Seeing this, Rason Maon offered for him to be their guide. Standing behind them, Rosalind still had to hold her nose. "Standing here is no different than being in a latrine." The brown-bearded dwarf narrowed his eyes and named his price. "But my service fee is very expensive. Do you have enough money?" When Rason Maon asked how much, he held up 3 fingers decisively. 3 million. Per hour, of course. The exorbitant price made Rosalind extremely uncomfortable. She grumbled, asking why he wouldn't budge at all. Watching the other 2 dwarves whispering to each other behind them, Rason Maon simply replied calmly, "The older they get, the greedier they become." Rason Maon still silently valued the abilities of this guide. The Mountain Guardian clan charged fees based on their actual capability. Seeing Rason agree so easily, Rosalind still felt annoyed. She crossed her arms and grumbled as she walked beside him that the price was way too expensive and that he was far too arrogant. Hearing the pink-haired girl's complaints, the brown-bearded dwarf immediately stiffened, his ego wounded. "If you think it's too expensive, then forget it. I can leave right now." He muttered that the older people got, the more pretentious they became. Seeing the guide ready to walk away, Rason Maon remained completely calm. He chuckled and pointed out a fact. "If your scent of urine were stronger than mine, those mountain guardians wouldn't have been so surprised." The remark hit the mark, causing the brown-bearded dwarf to freeze. Sweating profusely, he admitted that the boy's scent was indeed much stronger than his own. Rason Maon quickly pulled out a sparkling blue potion vial and made an enticing offer. "So, what if I taught you how to create that scent?" "Of course, using your own urine works." The dwarf swallowed hard, looking at the magic potion with greedy eyes. Rason explained that by adding just 1 drop to the urine, their unique scent would be amplified many times over. "However, this medicine is very expensive," Rason added. "But if you guide us to the dungeon, I'll give it to you for free." The deal was too good to pass up. The brown-bearded dwarf's attitude did a complete 180. He eagerly snatched the potion, grinning from ear to ear. "Heh, just leave it to me. Even if the mountain had walls, I'd find a path for you." Rosalind glanced at Rason with admiration and blurted out, "I just think you're incredible." Rason looked back at her, surprised, and asked, "What's wrong?" The three of them continued walking along the cliffs of the barren Screen Mountain. To gather more information, Rason asked the dwarf guide if there had been any unusual changes in the area lately. The dwarf paused, pointed toward the blue sky, and said, "Changes, you say?" "Yeah, there have been." He told them to look up. Rason followed his finger, seeing only clouds floating by. He secretly marveled at the superhuman eyesight of the mountain guardian tribe as the dwarf pointed out a small black dot in the air. The brown-bearded dwarf explained anxiously that it was a bald eagle. It hadn't been like that before, but recently it had grown abnormally large and started hunting and eating his own people. Rason Maon was puzzled, as normal bald eagles didn't eat people. The dwarf guide suggested that this strange transformation might be due to a newly formed dungeon in the Screen Mountains. Hearing this, Rason turned to Rosalind and said that this dungeon was their target. He had hit the nail on the head. He asked the guide to lead them to the dungeon. Seeing how brave the two young people were, the dwarf warned them awkwardly. Leading the way wasn't difficult, but the giant eagle could swoop down and attack them at any time. Before Rosalind's worried question of whether it would stalk them the whole way, the brown-bearded dwarf confirmed it decisively and trembled as he recounted the tragic scenes where several of his tribesmen had perished under the monster's sharp claws. Realizing the immediate danger, Rason made a sudden decision. "Then, let's stop for today." His sudden choice left Rosalind baffled, and she asked him why. Rason Maon firmly declared that they would temporarily withdraw and meet back here in 1 week. The scene shifted to a majestic, roaring waterfall where Rosalind was training her movement technique, leaping gracefully across protruding logs. Seeing Rason Maon sitting deep in thought by the rocks, she hopped down and asked what he was plotting that made him postpone the trip for a whole week. Wasn't he afraid that a long night leads to bad dreams? Rason Maon calmly explained that this mission had no time limit, so she didn't need to worry. He believed this was a test, deliberately set up by their father, and unlike the previous ones, they now had information about it. Rason posed a thought-provoking question, between being given the answer and finding it for yourself, which was easier? Rosalind crossed her arms and replied sarcastically, "Obviously, having the answer ready is much easier." Rason scooped some water from the waterfall, smiling mysteriously. "But if it's that easy, it doesn't make sense, right? Our father probably made it even harder than the Shadow Desert mission. That bald eagle is proof. So, we have to hunt it first." Rosalind curiously asked if he had a plan yet. Rason Maon calmly admitted he did. He slowly poured the water from his bottle and revealed that he would use a Tier 2 ice magic spell called Ice Bolt. He explained that this technique would allow him to perform highly effective long-range attacks. You can't catch a bird by chasing it, right? Deep down, Rason thought, "Father must be wanting to test my long-range attack capabilities through this challenge." Witnessing his confidence, Rosalind couldn't help but ask skeptically if he really thought he could hunt that giant monster with just a Tier 2 spell. Rason Maon only replied that he wasn't sure, but immediately after, he smiled, asserting that he had his own way. A week later, at the towering Screen Mountain, the brown-bearded dwarf guide firmly announced that it was time to start. As they walked, Rosalind had to cover her nose and frown, complaining that the stench here was even worse than before. The guide leaned on his staff and marched ahead, warning in a serious tone that this barren area was the most frequently attacked, which meant a terrifying attack was about to happen. Watching Rason walk nonchalantly, Rosalind secretly guessed that he must have a plan and was likely trying to test something with his Tier 2 magic. Just then, the giant eagle suddenly appeared in the sky. Sensing imminent danger, the guide panicked and leaped away to hide, not forgetting to shout that Rason should do whatever he wanted because he was only responsible for guiding them. Standing alone in the open clearing, Rason focused intensely. Through his heavenly eye, he completely sensed the thick killing intent locked onto him. As the giant eagle, with glowing red eyes and sharp talons, dove straight down from the sky to crush him, Rason immediately activated his Tier 2 ice magic, Ice Bolt. Rason Maon decisively fired an ice arrow straight through the giant eagle's head. The eagle was gone before it could even gasp. Witnessing the scene, Rosalind sighed in relief. She remarked in amazement, "Is that the eagle? It was easier than I thought." Rason Maon responded calmly, "Yeah, that's it." Yet, just as Rosalind thought everything was settled, Rason Maon warned her in a serious voice, "But it's not over yet." His words left the pink-haired girl bewildered. Not over? Immediately after, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. The giant eagle's carcass suddenly shuddered and rotted away at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the massive beast had completely turned into a cold, dry skeleton. At that moment, the brown-bearded guide stepped forward slowly, leaning on his staff, and said excitedly, "Finally, the bald eagle has been taken down. Now we can safely enter the dungeon." But contrary to his relief, Rason Maon's eyes suddenly narrowed with killing intent. Without warning, he channeled magic power into his fist and swung a brutal blow directly at the guide. The sudden brutality left Rosalind completely horrified. She lunged forward to grab his shoulder and shouted to stop him. "Wait, what the hell are you doing?" Rason Maon turned his head slightly and asked coldly, "Hey, don't you see it?" Rosalind asked, utterly confused. "See what? Didn't you just attack a mountain guardian?" But before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in shock. Right before their eyes, the body of the brown-bearded dwarf that had been struck down suddenly dissolved into thin air, turning into a cloud of white smoke before being blown away by the wind. Witnessing such a bizarre sight, Rosalind stood frozen. She stammered, unable to believe her eyes. How can that be? Just a moment ago, Rason looked silently at the empty space before him, realizing that the guide from earlier was actually just an illusion created by magic. "I didn't expect them to set a trap," Rason muttered to himself. "It seems they won't hand over the items easily. Now we're left without a guide." Watching the white smoke fade into the air, Rosalind was filled with confusion. His body turned into smoke? I've never heard of the Mountain Guardian tribe being able to turn into smoke. Despite her surprise, Rason remained extremely calm. "It's very simple. He isn't one of the Mountain Guardians. Follow me." With that, Rason walked away leisurely, leaving Rosalind to tag along behind him. Approaching an empty patch of ground, Rason crouched down to observe the beast tracks on the dirt and remarked, "There are still tracks here." Looking at the shape and size, he guessed these were the footprints of a monster. He fell into deep thought, analyzing the danger level of this area. Think about it. What kind of monster would live on a mountain this size, and one that considers bald eagles as prey? It must be a pack of hyena-like beasts, at least 10 of them, Rason said sternly. In this situation, we can't face them head-on. If there were that many, they should have been able to sense their aura. Could they have been summoned by magic? Rason nodded in confirmation. Exactly. He might have used magic to disguise himself as a guardian. Seeing how sharp he was, Rosalind asked curiously, "When did you start suspecting him?" Rason Maon's eyes sharpened, and he replied firmly, "From the first time I met him today." Memories of the dwarf guide flashed through his mind as Rason explained the man's fatal mistake. He had a magic stone embedded in his staff. But as far as I know, the Mountain Guardian tribe hates modern technology. From that moment, I was just waiting to see when he'd show his true face. Approaching a bush, Rason swept the fallen leaves away and said, "And if you look closely here, you'll see a magic circle. When the caster dies, the spell hiding the circle also vanishes." Rason Maon stood up straight and summarized the situation clearly. In short, an imposter posing as a guardian summoned monsters to kill us. But looking at the magic circle under his feet, new doubts arose in Rason's mind. He pondered, if what he needed to summon the monsters was the death of the bald eagle, then there are still some points that don't make sense at all. Rason mused, if that imposter is really a sorcerer, then why did he attack me like that while knowing about the summoning spell? If he really wanted to hurt me, he could have easily set up an incredibly sophisticated trap. Clutching the magic wand with the red magic stone taken from the imposter, he grew even more suspicious. The strangest thing was that even though he was extremely vigilant, all around him, there was no reaction from any traps or magical fluctuations. Looking at the smoking skeleton of the eagle, Rason realized that the eagle becoming stronger was not something arranged by their fathers. Seeing this, Rosalind asked anxiously, "What should we do now? Keep going without the escort from the Rason clan?" Rason replied calmly, "Yeah, if we accept help from them, the result we want might not come." He thought to himself, if this was just a mission for Cell and Albedo, it must have been hidden carefully so the Rason clan wouldn't discover it. Just then, Rason Maon suddenly spotted ancient glowing runes on a large tree. The glowing ancient characters appeared clearly on the cliff wall. These were the instructions that would guide those who came after. Meanwhile, in a quiet, secret room, the head of the DK Cha family was leisurely sipping a cup of hot tea. He frowned slightly, complaining with dissatisfaction to the person opposite him. "Can't you brew better tea than this? What a waste of good tea leaves." Then, DK Cha coldly asked the Grandel family head who was sitting in silence, "Why did you drag your old self here this time? Have you ever drunk tea brewed with carotene flower stems?" The Grandel family head replied in confusion, "I don't even know of any flower by that name. What nonsense are you spouting again? Anyway, isn't it time to tell the truth? What are you hiding at Binfong Mountain?" Facing the rapid-fire questions, DK Cha only replied coldly, "I don't know either. I only told them what was in the prophet's diary. I haven't even touched it myself." The Grandel family head's face hardened, releasing a wave of purple pressure filled with anger as he questioned him. What if something happens to my daughter? Contrary to his friend's anxiety, DK Cha leisurely sipped his hot tea and replied indifferently, "Didn't you promise not to raise her wrapped in velvet and silk? With this attitude, she will never surpass Rason Maon." The provocation made the Grandel family head angry. He leaned in close and threatened in a low voice, "If my daughter gets into trouble, the first person I'll break the neck of is you." DK Cha remained completely calm. "Suit yourself. But if the prophecy is true, many things are about to change." Meanwhile, in the Wilderness Mountains, the real trial had arrived for the young duo. A giant ape monster suddenly lunged out, roaring fiercely. Rosalind, fast as lightning, unleashed a powerful kick that brought the monster down. Even after taking down countless enemies, Rosalind was still panting with exhaustion. "We've already dealt with a bunch of monsters, but how much further is it to Bin Fong Mountain?" Rason Maon judged that they should probably find a place to rest for the night. The two decided to choose a deserted cave on the mountainside as a shelter under the crescent moon. Rosalind asked worriedly, "Are you sure it's safe to rest here? There's no way out of this cave." Rason Maon calmly reassured her, "It's fine, the monsters won't come in." In reality, thanks to his celestial vision, Rason Maon secretly knew that this cave used to be the dwelling of an ancient spirit beast from a long time ago. Its powerful aura still lingered around, making the monsters outside terrified enough to run away, not daring to come near. 3 days later, having overcome countless ordeals, the two finally dragged their bodies before the majestic Bin Fong Mountain, standing tall amidst the clouds. A blue system notification screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. "Find the key and open Bin Fong Mountain." Rason smiled confidently. Just as he thought, he decisively reached out to activate his secondary space magic to retrieve an item. His action left Rosalind standing next to him completely shocked. She widened her eyes, screaming in surprise. "That staff?" Rason walked leisurely, holding the wooden staff with the red magic stone that he had confiscated from the impostor earlier. Rason Maon firmly stuck the wooden staff into a hollow stone slot on the cliff. It was strange, it fit perfectly into that hole. He secretly realized that defeating that fake guard was definitely the first step of this mission. The ground began to shake violently. The towering cliff in front of them suddenly cracked open, making Rosalind, who was standing behind him, jump in surprise. From the rubble, a massive, ancient stone staircase slowly emerged, leading straight to the summit of Bin Fong Mountain. Rason Maon turned his head slightly and said firmly to his friend, "Let's go." Rosalind quickly followed Rason Maon up the stone steps. She grumbled to herself, feeling as if she were being led around by him like a pathetic little puppy. The two of them stepped deep into the Wilderness Mountain summit area. But just as they reached a clearing, Rason suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with surprise. Right in front of them, a giant entity stepped out from the darkness. It was a skeleton wearing a dark black suit of iron armor, its glowing red eyes filled with killing intent. The bizarre creature held a massive greatsword, constantly emitting gloomy roars. "Return, return," Rosalind exclaimed in horror. "A black armor knight." Rason stated in a serious tone that this was definitely the guardian for this mission. He secretly assessed the strength of this monster as being at least equal to a 5-star martial artist or a true 4th-tier mage. Looking at the formidable opponent before him, Rason analyzed that Rosalind was only a 4-star, and he was a 3rd-tier mage. This battle seemed like it wouldn't be easy at all. Seeing his friend ask worriedly what it was, Rason replied calmly, "A black armor knight." Rosalind curiously asked if he had read information about it in ancient books. He simply answered that he knew just by looking at it. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent, Rosalind stiffened and asked if there was any way to deal with it. But instead of answering, Rason Maon suddenly reached out to take off his outer black trench coat. His sudden action made Rosalind blush beet red. She panicked and yelled, "What on earth are you doing?" Yet, Rason remained completely calm as he removed the coat, revealing an incredibly toned body with bulging, flawless muscles that could make anyone swoon. Rason Maon decisively declared that he needed to be serious in this battle, so he didn't need this black coat anymore. Seeing the coat thrown to the ground, creating a loud boom that sank the stone floor, Rosalind was completely stunned. She realized with a tremble that the coat weighed at least 500 kilograms, and was extremely shocked to learn that Rason had been wearing such a heavy thing throughout their mountain climb. Freed from the massive burden, Rason turned around, and an intense blue mana erupted violently, surrounding his body. Rason clenched his fist, his eyes glowing with confidence and arrogance as he declared, climbing this mountain was truly too boring, and finally, he had met a worthy opponent. Casting aside his heavy black gear, Rason immediately plunged into a life-or-death confrontation with the Black Armor Knight right at the summit of Bin Fong Mountain. The battle was incredibly intense. Rason Maon, despite having torn skin and panting with exhaustion, still had eyes blazing with determination. Witnessing his friend's terrifying strength, Rosalind, standing outside, was deeply shaken. This must be Rason Maon's skill. Maybe he's even stronger than Casin, but the monster didn't give them time to think. It swung its massive greatsword down in a fatal blow. Rason, fast as lightning, backed away to dodge. As soon as he created a safe distance, Rason immediately condensed glowing mana. Using second-tier ice magic, Rason focused intently and quickly saw through his opponent's opening. Its weakness was the core, located in its torso. An ice arrow tore through the wind and shot straight into the energy core on the skeleton knight's chest. The accurate strike made the monster roar in pain, its gloomy voice echoing, "Return, return." As the layer of ice began to spread, locking its body down and leaving the enemy no chance to counterattack, Rason shouted decisively, initiating a series of attacks. Rason Maon consecutively fired a barrage of wild ice arrows, frantically bombarding the black armor knight, but it blocked them all with its sword. Right under its feet, a blood-red magic circle suddenly glowed brilliantly, emitting a bizarre light. Witnessing that scene, Rosalind, standing outside, couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Did he draw a magic circle with blood right on the floor? Not letting the enemy complete the magic array, Rason decisively activated his first-tier ice magic, Ice Prison. A bone-chilling cold air immediately covered the area, freezing the greatsword and the entire body of the black armor knight instantly. Taking advantage of the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity while his opponent was restrained, Rason channeled all his remaining magic power, perfectly combining his second-tier ice magic, Ice Piercer, with his first-tier ultimate interaction magic. He pulled back his magic bowstring, condensing a series of powerful, glowing ice arrows. The ice arrows tore through the wind, their devastating power causing its giant body to shake violently. However, the overexertion also caused Rason Maon's body to suffer severe backlash. He collapsed to the ground. Rason Maon clutched his battered chest, feeling the excruciating pain ravaging his body, as if his whole body were burning. 4 of my ribs are broken. Witnessing Rason Maon's terrifying power and his sacrifice, Rosalind was completely stunned. Thoughts suddenly surged through her mind. Was that the new research developed by Menon? Now everything was clear. To hide that research, they had made Rason pretend to be her student. The dark-armored knight let out a faint, groaning roar. Go back, go back. Then, its glowing red eyes faded completely, and it collapsed to the ground, turning into sand and dust. Seeing the giant stone-like enemy had vanished, Rosalind hurried over, anxiously instructing Rason Maon, who had begun meditating. Let me guard the area for you. You should meditate, or control your mana to recover. Rason Maon closed his eyes, replying wearily, Thank you. A system notification suddenly appeared. It confirmed that Rason had begun using the new meditation technique of the Grandel family, combined in parallel with basic magic cultivation. Seeing the blue mana flow, and the brilliant red flames swirling around his body, Rosalind stared in wide-eyed shock, wondering how he could perfectly execute 2 conflicting techniques at once. However, Rason Maon quickly opened his eyes and stood up. Seeing this, Rosalind urged him to focus on recovering more, as there was no immediate danger nearby. Rason Maon shook his head and replied, That's exactly what's strange. This trial isn't over yet. Facing his confused friend, he explained that he believed this entire challenge had actually started the moment the fake mountain guardian appeared. Rason Maon recalled the guide's words about how the bald eagle had suddenly grown abnormally strong. They should have found answers after defeating it, but in reality, nothing had happened. As he spoke, Rason bent down to pick up his dark armor. Seeing him prepare to put it back on, Rosalind curiously asked if he really wanted to wear that heavy thing again. Rason Maon nodded in acknowledgement. Controlling his martial soul was still very difficult for him at the moment. Deep down, Rason began to piece the facts together. He told himself that if this mission was even more troublesome and complex than Cell's trial, the person behind it all must be none other than the great sage, Albedo. Just then, a blinding burst of light exploded right in front of them. Rosalind was stunned to see that the dark-armored knight had completely vanished, leaving behind a glowing, orange-yellow spherical stone hovering in midair. Rason Maon immediately approached to examine the item the monster had been guarding for so long. It was the Thunder Dragon Stone. This was the legendary stone used to seal the Thunder Dragon, an ancient species of thunder-wielding dragon that had long been extinct. The significant thing was that this Thunder Dragon had never been mentioned or appeared in the original novel he read. It only existed as world-building information. Rason Maon pondered deeply, beginning to use his synapses to connect a jumble of clues. From the fact that Pingfeng Mountain was split in two, to the life-or-death battle with the giant dark armored guardian, Rason Maon realized that obtaining the Thunder Dragon Stone had been too easy, and the reward was far too great compared to the risks they had just faced. Looking at the hovering stone, Rosalind moved closer, and remarked that the stone's aura was truly unusual. Rason Maon nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is a strange object. But as he watched the brilliant yellow lightning streaks continuously zapping across the stone, a terrifying thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If this entire trial was truly created by the great sage Albedo, then the space around them was actually a fake dimension created by magic. Realizing the immense danger, Rason Maon's expression changed, and he shouted, "Rosaline!" She turned around, startled, and asked, "What is it?" Not having time to explain much, Rason Maon urgently ordered, "We have to run right now. Let's get out of here." Rosalind hurriedly turned to run, but before she could take a few steps, she slammed into an invisible wall and gasped in pain. Rason Maon realized in horror that the exit was blocked by a barrier. Standing before the glowing hexagonal energy wall, Rosalind asked anxiously, "Can't we break it with a 4-star martial soul?" Rason Maon flatly denied it, saying, "This barrier even absorbs martial soul energy." He closed his eyes, feeling helpless, and cursing his own exhausted state, while his ribs screamed in protest, wondering if there was really no other way. Just then, a light bulb moment went off in Rason Maon's head. He opened his eyes and called out to Rosalind. Watching his friend looking at him with concern, Rason Maon gripped the Thunder Dragon Stone, which was sparking like a short-circuited outlet, and said in a low voice, "If this method actually breaks the barrier, you must leave here immediately. Don't look back." Rason Maon's sudden warning left Rosalind extremely stunned. She shouted back, asking what he was talking about. Deep down, Rason quickly realized this was a test of wits from the great sage Albedo. He must have anticipated Rason's calculations and intentionally set up this illusion to create pressure, forcing him to find a way out immediately. Albedo had disguised the Thunder Dragon Stone as a dangerous trap to force Rason Maon to give it up, but he was determined not to back down. Rason immediately activated his intermediate combat magic, Body Refinement, to increase his physical resistance to the maximum. He braced himself against the raging lightning surrounding him, telling himself, "This is the test to prove whether I am worthy of receiving the Thunder Dragon Stone or not." Witnessing its master's recklessness, the Holy Grail Pookie flew out in a panic, loudly warning that his mana was completely out of control and urging him to calm down quickly. However, Rason refused to give up. He believed that anyone who couldn't seize the treasure right before their eyes was absolutely unworthy of inheriting it. Despite his vision fading from the pain, Rason strained himself, reaching out to touch the glowing stone. A terrifying, thunderous explosion rang out, plunging everything into darkness. A while later, Rason slowly opened his eyes and woke up. He looked around, bewildered, wondering where he was. Before he could regain his composure, Rosalind rushed over, grabbed his collar, and shook him hard. "Wake up!" Caught off guard, Rason could only cry out in panic. Stopping to look around at the lush green meadow, Rason asked blankly, "Where am I?" She sighed, confessing that she had racked her brain, tearing her hair out, deciding whether to save him or escape on her own. Rosalind admitted that if it were the old her, she would have certainly rushed to save him immediately. But this time, she chose to trust his words. Hearing this, Rason went blank and asked, puzzled, "My words?" He paused as the memory of his warning before passing out came back clearly. "Rosalind, if this method actually breaks the barrier, you must leave here immediately. Don't look back." Rosalind explained that as soon as she escaped Pingfeng Mountain, she saw Rason Maon fly out, as if struck by a powerful force. Rason Maon asked in surprise, "And you caught me?" Rosalind clutched her hip, painfully admitting she might have broken 1 or 2 ribs from the impact. Seeing this, Rason quickly told her to sit and meditate so he could help heal her. However, Rosalind advised him to worry about himself first. That was when Rason Maon realized something absurd. He wondered why his body felt extremely healthy when he should have been suffering from serious injuries after the battle. He silently called Pookie to ask what happened, and immediately realized a massive amount of extreme lightning attribute mana was automatically flowing into his body. To check the source of this energy, Rason immediately activated his auxiliary space magic. He reached into the cosmic space portal and pulled out an item that made Rosalind, standing beside him, gasp in astonishment. That stone. She curiously asked if this was the reward that the head of the Maon family had prepared for him. Looking at the Thunder Dragon Stone glowing in his hand, Rason smirked and replied that he wasn't sure either. He determined that the bald eagle's abnormal size was usually a sign that a nearby dungeon had been triggered. Rason Maon explained further that the place they had just entered was actually just a fake space created by magic, and the real Pingfeng Mountain was over there. This revelation made Rosalind's jaw drop in such surprise that it almost hit the ground. She wondered if there were really so many people in this world who possessed power on the same level as his father. Rason Maon replied thoughtfully, "Perhaps only a few people can do that." Deep down, he began to question his father's true purpose in sending him here, and did he know about the existence of Albedo or the followers? Previously, his father had always viewed combat magic as something mediocre, while Albedo was the very person who founded it. Rason Maon told himself that if his father really knew about Albedo, he wouldn't have treated combat magic like that. Holding the glowing stone in his hand, Rason Maon walked on, thinking that everything was truly absurd. He would definitely ask his father clearly as soon as he returned. After getting the Thunder Dragon Stone, Rason began to look anxiously at the road ahead and turned to ask Rosalind, "So, how do we get down the mountain now?" He thought to himself that without the help of the mountain guardians, going down would be extremely difficult, not to mention that both of their physical conditions were currently terrible. "Let me try this time," Rason Maon asked in surprise. "You? Try what?" Rosalind didn't explain much, only asking back, "You still have the Naruto potion, right?" Looking at his friend's overly confident, suspicious expression, Rason could only silently agree. Afterward, both of them quickly found their way back to the village, at the foot of Pingfeng Mountain. Just as they stepped into the doorway, Hampton's young attendant excitedly brought out a large bowl of medicinal tonic to greet him. "I'm so glad you've returned safely, young master. Please, drink this, it's a special tonic." Rason took the bowl, smiling as he thanked Hampton. Seeing this, Rosalind, standing nearby, pouted slightly and asked if there was any for her, but the moment he took a sip, Rason immediately winced and stuck out his tongue as if he'd been poisoned. "Ugh, this is awful." Just then, Hampton hurriedly pulled out a letter sealed with red wax and reported, "Young master, there's a letter from the family for you. It seems your father wants to speak with you privately." Rason and Rosalind opened the letter together. He thought to himself that this private conversation definitely had to do with what happened at the Ridge of Rocks recently. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from a dark corner of the room. The young master startled and turned around. Rason realized Heir had been standing there silently the whole time. It turned out she was the one who had given the letter to Hampton. Heir stepped closer and warned him in a serious tone, "Young master, something seems to be stirring in your dimensional space." Hearing his attendant mention his dimensional space, Rason asked in surprise, "Dimensional space?" Heir explained, "It's a faint but incredibly fierce aura." To clear up his suspicion, Rason immediately led Heir into his private room. He channeled his mana to open the dimensional space and pulled out the Thunder Dragon Stone, which was crackling with brilliant yellow electricity, and asked, "Heir, is this what you were talking about?" Looking at the magic stone, Heir confirmed firmly, "Yes, I can sense it. It's very dangerous." Rason Maon curiously asked if she could also sense the source of the lightning energy inside, and she nodded in response. Heir's expression hardened immediately as she warned, "That aura is powerful and intense, like a volcano about to erupt. It will definitely be a huge threat to you." But Rason just offered a confident smile, tilting his head as he asked with a challenge, "Isn't it up to me to decide how to control and use that threat?" Rason Maon's resolute attitude suddenly sparked a deep memory in Heir's mind. She silently recalled the old warning from the family head, Duke Mason, "Never doubt the bloodline of the Mason family." Heir looked at Rason with deep admiration. She told herself that lately, every time she looked at the young master's back, she caught glimpses of the badass, commanding aura of the former family head. So this was the pride of the bloodline that Duke Mason had once mentioned. As for Rason Maon, he stared intently at the Thunder Dragon Stone, crackling with fiery lightning in his hand, and fell into deep thought. Since this stone was prepared by the great sage Alberu himself, he surely wouldn't have given him something dangerously suicidal. He wondered if an actual thunder dragon would emerge from this stone, even though in the original novel he had written, dragons had never appeared once. According to the world-building rules Rason Maon remembered, thunder dragons would devour and absorb mages to grow, but their growth rate wasn't very fast, meaning it wasn't the most efficient evolution method. But it was precisely that irrationality that made Rason smirk, smiling with excitement. He told himself that this only made things much more interesting. After all, Alberu was the one who founded combat magic, the skill set most underestimated by this world. He secretly thought he was truly curious to see what that great sage had actually done with this Thunder Dragon Stone. Rason arrived at the Mason estate immediately following his father's summons. Bowing respectfully, he spoke, "Rason Maon has arrived as you called, father." Duke Mason stood with his back to the stained glass window and said slowly, I didn't call you here today in my capacity as the family head. Before Rason Maon could wonder why, he turned his head slightly and said sternly, "Just call me father." The unexpected request left Rason Maon frozen for a few seconds in shock. Quickly regaining his composure, Rason replied respectfully, "Yes, father." As Duke Mason prepared to explain the reason for the summons, Rason proactively interrupted. "Since you called me here as your son, I would like to ask you one thing first. Did you already know what I would receive from the Ridge of Rocks?" Duke Mason narrowed his eyes and asked in return, "Are you asking if I was the one who created that place?" The family head asked slowly, "So, who do you think designed it?" The counter-question from the national father made Rason Maon's hair stand on end with vigilance. Duke Mason paced slowly and analyzed. "If you ask that, you must be suspecting that someone else did it, right? Even though there is only one person who knows the secret of that place, so, what did you see there?" Rason silently assessed his opponent. He was truly a legendary mage who was incredibly difficult to deal with. He asked firmly, "How can you be sure that only one person knows that secret?" "I'm saying there might not be just one person," but Duke Mason immediately extinguished his doubt with a cold affirmation. "No, there is only one. Unless the Mason family has two heads." Rason Maon took a step forward and pressed his father. "Is there a secret mission that only the head of the Mason family is allowed to know?" A tense silence blanketed the room. Rason thought to himself, if he couldn't clarify this, sooner or later, he would face death because of the plot's return variables. He hardened his expression and stated firmly, "Please allow me to be blunt, but if you want me to speak to you as the seventh young master, then I will." Rason then presented his final argument. "You said only one person knows that secret, which is the head of the Mason family. So there must be a secret that only the family head knows, but you don't know that secret." The bold statement made Duke Mason narrow his eyes. He asked coldly, "And how do you intend to prove that?" Rason Maon steadily recalled the past. "Father, when you told Rosalind to go with me to the Ridge of Rocks, you said I would receive something equivalent to Rosalind, but this is the true reward I obtained." As he spoke, Rason channeled his mana to open a small dimensional gate. "Father, do you know what this is? According to legend, a thunder dragon is sealed inside here." Looking at the legendary stone emitting an astonishing source of lightning energy, Duke Mason couldn't help but ponder and admit, "This is also the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. If you need it, I will give it to you." But the family head firmly waved it off. "No, that belongs to you." His father's affirmation made Rason Maon smirk, smiling with satisfaction. "Thank you, father." Witnessing his son's cunning smile, Duke Mason silently remarked, feeling helpless, "This kid, he just wanted me to say with my own mouth that it belongs to him." Quickly regaining his stern look, Duke Mason continued to press him. "And then? I still haven't heard you answer my question. I asked you, who do you think designed that place?" Rason's question made Rason pause. In his heart, he knew the correct answer was the great sage Alberu. But Rason analyzed that if he blurted out the truth about Alberu and the crossover, his head would definitely explode from a giant heap of trouble. He needed to find another answer that was both persuasive enough for Duke Mason and wouldn't cause any more headaches for himself. Thinking of a perfect plan, Rason began to act with a dead serious face and started telling a story. "A beautiful woman appeared in my dreams. She is a member of the Mason family, and she claims to have two hearts. She also said it was an omen delivered through a dream." Rason's shocking revelation caused Duke Mason's expression to change completely. His pupils contracted in extreme astonishment. That night, under the quiet crescent moon blanketing the Mason estate, Duke Mason stood silently by the window, his heart in constant turmoil, as he thought about what his son had said. He whispered to himself that the child had mentioned the progenitor of the Mason family, who had appeared in Rason Maon's dream. Duke Mason immediately summoned Heir and the Oracle, Gray, to the main hall to clarify his suspicions. Standing before the two, he commanded in a low voice, "Heir, tell me, what did she say?" The sudden question left Heir a bit bewildered as she asked back, "You mean?" The most painful and dark memory in the family's history suddenly returned, haunting them, amidst the angry screams of the crazed crowd. "Kill her! Burn that witch alive!" The progenitor of the Mason family, with long, matted gray hair, was tied tightly to a wooden stake. The Oracle, Gray, slowly explained to Duke Mason that the progenitor had predicted the annihilation of the Mason family back then, and to prevent that tragedy, she said that a true descendant of the Mason family needed to appear. She sighed sorrowfully, saying that because the chance of a descendant of the progenitor appearing was almost zero, the Mason family was effectively doomed. If that descendant truly appears, Duke Mason continued to probe, asking if the progenitor had mentioned how they would appear. Gray answered sternly, "It would be an irrational appearance, breaking all normal physical laws and logic. Duke Mason's face tightened in deep thought. He commanded coldly, "Repeat her last words." Oracle Grey. The memory of the funeral pyre once again returned with intensity. The progenitor of the Mason family was tied to the stake amidst sky-high flames, screaming her curse crazily. "You arrogant and despicable wretch! The sword whose existence cannot be explained will sever every vein in your body." She roared in extreme pain amidst the ring of red fire. And then, the one who fills the void of that existence will be the one who makes the flower bloom. The cruel fire consumed everything, leaving only cold, smoking ashes beneath the cloudy sky. Back in the quiet secret chamber, Rason stood silently before the antique portrait of the matriarch, whispering softly, "A beautiful lady of the Cloud Clan, who claimed to possess two hearts and served as the reason for our very existence." Gazing at the crescent moon shining outside the window, Rason Cha offered a meaningful smile. The matriarch who birthed the Rason family said that she appeared in his dreams. Meanwhile, at the Autumn Manor, under the peaceful night sky, a woman with vibrant, arrogant red hair stepped slowly out of the shadows. The door to Rason Maon's room creaked open, revealing glowing, demonic red eyes in the dark. "My little brother, I heard you finished your mission well, didn't you? And you even received an official invitation from Grandel." This sudden appearance left Rason stunned. She gave a sharp smile, pointed at him, and said, "Rason, I heard you acquired something interesting, right? I'm truly disappointed. To think you'd secretly keep it all to yourself, without sharing with your dear sister." Leaning close to his face, as he feigned innocence, Persa Maon wore a sinister grin and demanded, "Show it to me, the Thunder Dragon Stone." Her demand made Rason Maon tighten his face in guard. He asked, "Did father tell you?" Persa Maon smirked, laughing cryptically. She paced around the room and replied, "That's right. You know father never spends time on family. So when I was called, I had high expectations. But then, he suddenly started talking about the Thunder Dragon Stone. Let me ask you one thing. Why would father suddenly invite me just to tell me you acquired the Thunder Dragon Stone?" Facing his sister's cold, probing gaze, Rason Maon remained silent for a moment, before giving a direct judgment. "I can only assume you have some information related to this." His answer made Persa offer a satisfied smile. "That's right," she explained slowly. "Because I never told anyone except my shadow guard, and I never thought father would know." Persa leaned close to Rason Maon's ear, her red eyes gleaming with mystery. "Do you remember the 10-year ritual, little brother? Back then, I said I brought back the wings of Cynthia." Rason frowned slightly and repeated, "Didn't you say that as if you had just achieved a great feat?" Persa Maon gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Indeed, but compared to the contributions of Avelia Maon and Saron, it was nothing. Bragging about that was truly foolish, wasn't it?" Her admission left Rason completely shocked. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized a hidden truth. So, that mission wasn't just about obtaining Shinpia's wings, correct? Seeing her brother's startled expression, Persa Maon smirked, laughing maliciously and confirming firmly, "Exactly, that's my little brother." Rason immediately pieced the events together and speculated, it must have been a mission to retrieve an item so valuable that the Cloud Clan wouldn't care even if they had to confront the temple. But if the temple really kept such a treasure, they surely would have set up defenses so tight not even an ant could slip through. Persa tilted her head, looking at him with curiosity. "So, what do you think they prepared? If it were just a few holy nights, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. The reason you can declare your achievement so confidently is because swordmasters were sent there too. Right?" Rason's sharpness left Persa incredibly surprised. She looked at him with glowing, intrigued eyes, thinking to herself, how can this kid guess everything so easily? She even had a twisted thought about cutting his lips off to keep for herself. Sensing the killing intent making his neck cold, Rason Maon tremblingly reminded her, "Hey, don't go cutting off any of my parts." Persa laughed with amusement. "Oh my, is my expression that obvious?" "You guessed right. There were indeed swordmasters there, at least 20 of them." Seeing his sister's serious face, Rason Maon swallowed hard and asked in a low voice, "Did you kill them all?" Persa Maon smiled cruelly and replied decisively, "Of course." Memories of the bloody battle from years ago flooded back, amidst the temple burning fiercely. Just then, a swordmaster in armor rushed in like a madman, swinging his blade and screaming with rage, "Die, you murderer from the Cloud Clan!" Yet, facing the close-range attack, Persa Maon remained completely calm. She easily sidestepped the sharp blade in the nick of time. With ghostly footwork, she moved continuously, creating illusions that made it impossible for the swordmaster to touch her. He gasped for air, terrified, and exclaimed, "How can a mage move like that?" The swordmaster put all his strength into a powerful slash, but his blade only hit one of Persa's false illusions. He panted, laughing triumphantly, thinking he had actually killed the third young lady of the Cloud Clan. A magical light flared up, and the swordmaster laughed maniacally within the illusion, never realizing that Rason Maon and her subordinates were quietly approaching right behind him. Her subordinate asked if they should finish him off, but Persa just coldly replied, "Let him laugh until he dies." Back in reality, Rason pondered that both the Swordmasters Guild and the Holy Kingdom remained completely silent after that raid, proving there was some compelling situation that prevented them from speaking up. She revealed that the place was originally used to keep items forbidden by both the Holy Kingdom and the Swordmasters Guild. Rason turned pale in surprise, realizing the seriousness of the situation. In Persa's memory, she had personally activated a massive magic circle, creating a heaven-shaking explosion to break the temple's solid defensive walls. When the dust settled, a secret dungeon entrance appeared before them, causing her subordinate to exclaim in shock. There, Rason Maon discovered extremely dangerous forbidden drugs, including Sun Sampura, Mandela's Tears, and Aliso powder. Hearing those names, Rason Maon went completely still. He asked in astonishment why such terrifying, forbidden drugs would appear in a sacred place like the temple. Rason Maon explained that was the reason both those forces dared not utter a single word, because in reality, this place was a smuggling route for forbidden drugs involving the Swordmasters. Although, perhaps they were just low-level employees who didn't even know what they were transporting. Rason Maon privately speculated that his sister's raid and theft of that treasure were the reasons the Holy Kingdom and the Swordmasters Guild dared not protest. Thinking back to the disgusting stench while burning the corpses of the addicts there, Rason Maon couldn't help but shiver in disgust. She grumbled that she almost hated her father for giving her such a monstrous task. However, the most important thing was that besides the wings of Sinfia, Rason Maon had also seized an encrypted ancient text, revealing that after successfully decoding the book, she discovered information powerful enough to shock the entire continent regarding the Dragonstone. What was written in it? Rason continued to ask, curious. Rason Maon slowly explained, mostly about the Dragonstones, just like the one you have. A Dragonstone is actually sealing a dragon inside, but to awaken it, you need something called a nest. Hearing this, Rason Maon quickly guessed his sister's intention. I assume you want that nest, don't you? Receiving a nod from Rason Maon, he asked, then why don't you go get it yourself? Sometimes you're strangely smart and foolish at the same time. That remark made Rason tense up, and he asked, what do you mean? Rason Maon stepped closer, radiating dangerous pressure, and asked, think about why I would give this precious information to you. Isn't it obvious that you might become my rival? There is a very strange dungeon. Although it is artificial, it requires extremely bizarre entry conditions. Rason quickly grasped the information and asked, restrictions on age, right? Rason Maon nodded in admission. Quite strange, isn't it? Yet, she could not have expected that Rason was already one step ahead of her. He calmly uttered the name. I suppose it's the Cloud Bakery, isn't it? The name he spoke left Rason Maon completely shocked. Her glowing red eyes widened in surprise as she asked, how did you know? To avoid revealing his secret of reincarnation, Rason Maon glossed over it, explaining, I just happened to find out. Rason Maon repeated, full of suspicion. Happen to? If you say happen to, you must know about that place, right? Rason brushed it off. I don't know the details either, but I apologize in advance. Rason looked her straight in the eyes and firmly declared, I need a nest too. His brother's blunt declaration made the smile on Rason Maon's lips vanish completely. A deep, fierce, crimson aura suddenly exploded around her body. Rason Maon looked at Rason with eyes as sharp as razors, gritting her teeth. So you won't hand the Thunder Dragonstone over to me? Do you really think you can control its power? Facing the terrifying pressure from the primary candidate, Rason Maon did not flinch. A glowing blue mana surged around him, silently asserting that he was no longer a child to be bullied. Rason's extraordinary determination made Persa secretly assess him with surprise. This kid is stronger than I thought. If it were Casin Maon, he would have fainted already. Looking at Rason with excitement, Rason Maon gave a sinister smile and coldly declared, you're just making me want to kill you even more. Facing the cruel crimson aura from Persa, Rason remained perfectly calm. But I know you can't do that right now. The Thunder Dragonstone is mine, and I will find a nest for it myself. After the tense confrontation with his sister, Rason returned to his room and thought all night. He asked himself the question, what was the safest and best way to reach the Cloud Bakery? Finally, he made a bold decision. If you can't outrun the danger, keep it close to you. After all, the greatest threat is sometimes also your best friend. Thinking, he acted. Rason quickly picked up a pen and wrote a letter, tied it to a messenger falcon's leg, and set it free. The recipient was none other than his best friend. At the ancient, iconic estate, Casin was busy practicing his swordsmanship when a servant rushed over with news. "Young Master Casin, there's a letter for you from Rason Maon." Taking the letter, Casin was extremely surprised and excited. A letter from Rason Maon? Shortly after, inside the main hall of the mansion, the family head, Garcia, was slowly sipping tea before asking his son, "All right, what does your friend say in the letter?" Casin answered straightforwardly. He said he wants to explore an artificial dungeon called the Cloud Bakery, and he wants to invite Rudia, another friend of mine. Seeing his son's absolute determination, Garcia asked in a deep voice, "Even if I forbid it, you're still going, aren't you?" Casin replied firmly, "But father, I don't believe there is any reason to stop this." The head of the house warned sternly, "What if it's a trap set by the Mason family? Don't forget that the Masons and the Exes are arch rivals, and competition isn't always fair. It can often be ugly and dirty." However, Casin remained steadfast. He looked his father straight in the eyes and replied, "I understand what you mean, father, but there won't be any traps." Garcia continued to point out the extreme risks of the trip. "I've heard that place has age restrictions. So, once you're inside, the family won't be able to help you. What if Rudia and Rason Maon work together to kill you? Repay kindness twofold, repay vengeance tenfold, that is my life motto." This confident response from his son pleased the Zay family head immensely. He smiled slightly. "Good," but Casin didn't stop there. He said seriously, "And father, you insulted my friend earlier. If I go in there and nothing happens, I expect an apology from you." Garcia, hearing this, didn't get angry. On the contrary, he burst into a hearty laugh. "It seems I've really angered you, haven't I, son?" He happily agreed. "Fine, I'll do that." But immediately after, the family head's expression darkened, and he continued sternly, "Actually, I do trust Rason Maon. However, I cannot trust the Mason family." When Casin curiously asked what he meant, Garcia coldly replied that he wouldn't reveal anything further until the preliminary investigation was complete. Many days later, at the meeting point on the edge of the forest, Rason Maon and Rudia were already waiting. As soon as she saw the familiar figure, Rudia waved and called out joyfully, "Casin, long time no see. I thought you'd vanished since it's been so long." Casin, in his majestic knight's armor, strode forward. "Rason Maon, Rudia, I thought you two were still on your journey." Without wasting time, Casin immediately asked if the group had located the Cloud Bakery. Rason nodded in confirmation and spread out a map to point it out. "Of course, the workshop is located here, in the northern basin within the Xay family's territory, so I assume you're familiar with it." But as soon as he heard the name of the place, Casin's expression changed abruptly, his face showing obvious tension as he gritted his teeth and asked, "That place? Are you sure there's an artificial dungeon there?" This intense and unusual reaction from his friend took Rason Maon by surprise. He thought to himself that he had never seen Casin look like this before. Rason asked curiously, "Is there something wrong with that place?" Casin replied in a low voice, "That city is ruled by the drug queen, Heir. It is the greatest stain the Zay family has always wanted to cover up. Addicts lie scattered in the streets, and robberies and bloody crimes happen as often as daily meals." Hearing this, Rason Maon frowned and asked, "So, you mean it's like a lawless zone?" Casin nodded firmly. "Exactly. It's a place where the law is a luxury." He analyzed further, saying he didn't think the group should bring the Zay family swordsmen along. Before Rason Maon's questioning look, Casin explained frankly that to bring Zay swordsmen to the northern basin, the group would have to move as a large contingent, which would definitely attract unnecessary attention from enemies. Rason Maon nodded in agreement. He reasoned that bringing a large force could make Heir see it as a declaration of war. Even though that wasn't the group's intention, the criminals in the basin would definitely feel threatened. Hearing this, Rudia held up a letter and innocently suggested, "Then why not just send a letter to Heir?" Faced with Rason's confusion, she explained that they just needed to send a letter informing her of their arrival and telling her gang to stay out of the way. Rason Maon immediately rejected the idea firmly. "No, that won't work." When Rudia asked why, he explained sternly that if the heirs of two famous sword and magic families went to send a letter, asking permission from someone like Heir, their noble houses would lose all face. Casin also agreed with Rason Maon, asserting that they absolutely could not bow down to Heir. Seeing that Rudia still didn't understand why that would be considered bowing down, Casin explained frankly that sending a letter beforehand was no different than lowering their status and begging her for permission to pass through her territory. He silently praised his friend's pride, thinking to himself, Casin is truly worthy of being the protagonist of this world. Casin declared loudly that the group would simply walk through the main gate. There was no need to report anything in advance. Their sole purpose in coming to the basin was to complete the Fire Mage Paw's request. However, neither of them knew that in a hidden corner nearby, Persa Mason was sipping hot tea and quietly observing them. Seeing the young master of the Zay family accompanying her younger brother, she smirked wickedly, thinking to herself that her disadvantaged younger brother had finally learned to use his brain to recruit allies. Meanwhile, at the gloomy hideout in the northern basin, a cold darkness blanketed the ancient castle. The mistress of this lawless zone, the drug queen Heir, was leaning back on her throne, leisurely taking a long drag from her pipe, exhaling a faint blue smoke. Heir's face hardened with dissatisfaction. She coldly criticized the quality of the latest batch of 5-spice herbs as being too poor. The reprimand caused her goblin subordinate, Depp, to tremble and kneel on the ground, hurriedly apologizing. When Heir demanded the identity of the person who harvested these poor-quality herbs, Depp panicked and confessed it was a farmer named Kurago, who had worked for them for the past 7 years. Heir's eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent. She remarked coldly that 7 years was indeed a long time, but it was a pity that his work had gotten worse and worse. Without a hint of mercy, Heir ordered Depp to bring Kurago's head to her. Heir coldly declared that it was time for that farmer to retire, because the 5-spice was the flagship product that helped her rule this place. If such low-quality goods were allowed to hit the market, her long-standing reputation would be completely ruined, and customers would abandon her entirely. Changing the subject, Heir asked Depp if the letter from the Fire Mage PA had been sent yet. Depp hurriedly confirmed, but couldn't help asking nervously if she was referring to the third lady, Persa Mason of the Mason family. Heir calmly reassured him that there was no need to worry too much. Because this basin was located within the Zay family's territory, no matter how gifted Persa Mason was, she could not use her power here arbitrarily. However, what puzzled Heir the most was the reason why a proud heir of the Mason family would proactively send her a letter. Looking at her cunning subordinate, Heir smiled wickedly and told him that she trusted his scheming mind to find the answer. Receiving the compliment, Depp bowed proudly. Heir looked out the dark window, wondering if Persa's letter was actually a warning, forcing her to act wisely in the face of upcoming events. The subordinate Depp bowed respectfully. Yes, I believe so. Persa would also think that you would interpret it that way. Heir smirked, giving a cold smile. So, she's provoking me? As if she wants me to kill all those kids after they touched her pride. Seeing the drug queen starting to get angry, Depp hurriedly offered a plan to calm her down. In my opinion, it's best to treat them kindly for now. Because among them, there is one whose identity hasn't been verified yet, but one is definitely a descendant of the Mason family. Depp continued to analyze his sinister plan. He has long had a reputation as a degenerate. If we spread the word that he was treated lavishly in the pleasure district, he would certainly be disgraced and have no face left to look at anyone. The Mason family's honor would fall to the bottom, and the family's fury would be directed entirely at that failed 7th son. However, she was still curious about the identity of the person accompanying him. But I wonder who the other one is. Depp replied, It's very likely a descendant of the swordsman family. You mean the genius of the Zay family? The goblin trembled, cold sweat pouring down in a panic. Yes, if we harm those two, it would be no different than bringing disaster upon ourselves. They would definitely use that as an excuse to destroy us. Heir pondered thoughtfully. Persa is indeed an old fox, but Persa Mason isn't the type to play games like this, which means she has a reason for setting this up. Depp hurriedly nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I'm not sure yet, but according to my network, the goblin's face suddenly turned incredibly sinister and cunning as he revealed shocking intelligence that a great war between the Say and Mason families is about to erupt. Meanwhile, under the quiet crescent moon, Rason Maon sat deep in thought by the blazing campfire. Suddenly, Casin stepped up from behind and asked in a serious tone, Rason, is there some kind of grudge between the Maon and Say families? The sudden question startled Rason. A grudge? Deep down, Rason Maon began to feel extreme anxiety. Wait, a grudge? Could it be that the memories of the original plot suddenly flashed vividly into his mind? It was that torrential rainy day years ago when the cruel truth about the massacre was finally uncovered by the Say family. Rason was deeply worried. If things kept going in this direction, the only future was the destruction of the Mason family. Standing next to him, Casin sighed softly and continued. My father has shown murderous intent many times whenever he mentions the Maon family. I don't even know the reason why. His best friend's words put even more pressure on Rason. He silently concluded that if he had to face a powerful force like the Sei family head-on, his chances of survival and his family's were virtually zero. To change the impending doom, he made a firm decision. At the very least, he had to recruit Casin to his side, because he knew clearly that the reason the head of the Sei family held such hatred was that DK, the father, had killed the eldest son of the Sei family in the past. Of course, that was absolutely not an intentional act, because DK didn't even know that the person he had just killed was the eldest son of the Sei family. Even that unfortunate eldest son himself, until the moment he died, did not know he was part of the prestigious Sei family. His mother, Lai Den, had been determined to hide her child's true identity until the very end. Years ago, when Kasia left to live in seclusion for training, Lai Den discovered she had contracted a strange, incurable disease called the green seed. Sensing that death was near, she had quietly taken her child away to raise him herself. But ironically, the son that Kasia later struggled to find had accidentally received a one-way ticket to the afterlife at the hands of DK. By now, Kasia had probably partly realized that her long-lost son was dead. After that tragedy, the Sei family officially sent an ultimatum, demanding the Maon family apologize. Rason understood that the massive drama between the two great families was about to officially begin. But the Maon family at that time refused to yield, causing a cruel war to officially break out between the two powerful forces. Seeing Rason Maon suddenly silent, Casin softly asked, "Why are you suddenly so deep in thought?" Rason Maon jumped, breaking into a cold sweat, and awkwardly replied, "Oh, sorry." To change the subject, he sighed and continued, "Honestly, I don't know exactly how everything happened, but one thing I'm sure of is that we just need to do our best in our own positions. If a conflict arises between Sei and us, we must try our best to resolve it." Hearing that, Casin replied thoughtfully, "Always prioritize talking first. However, not everything in life can be solved with words." With blood-red eyes full of murderous intent, Casin spoke in a serious tone, offering a hypothetical. For example, in an extreme case, if war breaks out between the two families, without waiting for his friend to finish, Rason firmly interrupted, "That won't happen. Our two families have fought many times in history, and if that day really comes, I will pour everything I have into becoming the pillar of the Mason family." Casin was unfazed and stated clearly, "And I will be the sword of the Sei family, but promise me that we will keep our honor." Rason Maon smiled back. "All right, let's do our best with our own honor. No need to worry too early." Rason's encouragement made Casin bloom into a very radiant smile. He said, with relief, "Thanks to you, I feel much more at ease. Rason Maon, I'm really happy that you're my friend." But just then, a blue notification box slammed right in front of Rason's face. Handex's incarnation. A deep emotional shift is taking place in the key character, Casin. Looking at the text, Rason Maon froze for 5 seconds, cold sweat dripping down. Handex? If he remembered correctly, Handex was? In Rason Maon's memories, Handex was the destroyer of everything, the supreme evil entity that specialized in wiping out every living soul in this world. In other words, he was the terrifying god of destruction. Rason Maon stared at his best friend in shock, his heart racing. So he is his incarnation? Right then, the system sent a second shocking notification. Handex's incarnation is mentally dependent on his friend, Rason Maon. Rason couldn't help but shiver upon realizing the shocking truth. Was Casin the one the god of destruction had descended upon? Everything seemed to be going too far, making him want to go crazy. In the quiet of the night, Rason, Casin, and Rudia quietly walked along the trail. Rason whispered a warning. "It seems like the northern basin has started keeping an eye on us." Casin asked in surprise, "You mean the drug queen?" He pondered and analyzed further. "Think about it. Since we got here, we've been strangely safe," Casin replied thoughtfully. "That's true, but we haven't leaked any information either." Rason sighed. "For some reason, I have a feeling my sister leaked the information." Hearing the name of that witch, Rudia, who was standing behind them, suddenly flew into a rage. Casin asked in confusion, "The third young lady, why would she do that?" Rason Maon broke into a cold sweat, remembering his sister's cunning and crazy face. He awkwardly replied, "I'm not sure. Nobody can predict her twisted bloodline." Suddenly, loud, crisp clapping echoed from the darkness. The view was truly astonishing. From the bushes, a group of people wearing black cloaks and creepy clown masks slowly stepped out to surround them. The leader smiled. Indeed, the heir of Mason. "Hello to you all." Casin fast as lightning stepped forward to shield them. "Who are you? Take off your masks and reveal your identities." Looking at his best friend's heroic back, Rason silently marveled that he could always rely on the main character. But the masked leader bowed and refused. I'm sorry, but it's our rule to never remove our masks. However, I can promise one thing. He held out both hands in a conciliatory gesture. If you listen to us calmly, we won't harm you. Rason Maon narrowed his eyes and asked back, Your rules, huh? The leader confirmed decisively. That's right. We are the guards under Queen Heir, who rules this northern basin. Therefore, our movements are a state secret. I hope you understand. Rason analyzed inwardly. Wait, if the second young master of the Say family is with me, he should count too, right? It seems Persa completely ignored reporting about Casin to them. Cutting off his train of thought, the masked leader bowed respectfully and introduced himself clearly. Allow us to introduce ourselves officially. My name is Depp. I am the mastermind of the Northern Basin. Hearing that, Rason smirked and replied casually, All right, it's understandable that you have to keep your identities secret, because you all only do dirty work anyway. The sharp sarcasm made Depp and his accomplices jump in surprise. He replied awkwardly, Thank you for understanding, but Rason Maon's eyes suddenly darkened with danger. He coldly warned, But those who aren't actual members, take off your masks right now before I cut off all 10 of your fingers. The murderous threat made the underlings behind him tremble, sweating in fear. Standing nearby, Casin silently watched his friend's terrifying expression. Rason glanced at Depp and flashed a cold smile. And you will pay for daring to lie to me even though you knew who I was. I'll give you one last chance. What's your name? Under the suffocating pressure, the masked man hesitated and replied, My name is Depp. Rason Maon walked toward him leisurely. Oh, Depp, is it? He smiled and reached out his hand in a friendly way. Nice to meet you. I'm Rason Maon, the 7th young master of the Mason family. Rason's proactive action took Depp by surprise. A handshake? He hesitantly reached out to take his hand. But the moment their hands touched, Depp's eyes immediately widened in terror. A dry, crisp crack echoed painfully. Rason Maon exerted force, crushing the bones in Depp's hand. The extreme pain made Depp collapse to the ground, screaming in agony. Witnessing Rason Maon's brutal action, everyone present was completely stunned and speechless. The masked underlings all around also broke out in a cold sweat, simultaneously falling into a state of shock at the terrifying power of the 7th young master. What are you standing there for? I'm talking to you. Take off your masks. The murderous aura enveloped the entire space, making the Northern Basin underlings tremble in extreme fear. They realized in terror that they had completely miscalculated. What the hell was going on? Is he completely different from the rumors? What are you standing there for? I'm talking to you. Take off your masks. Under the 7th young master's terrifying pressure, the masked people were in a total panic. Rason Maon quickly saw through their strength. He silently concluded that, sure enough, the ones behind weren't swordsmen or mages at all. As the first mask was ripped away, it revealed the terrified face of a middle-aged man with a mustache. In Rason Maon's memories, he was actually a professional news reporter. The next one to be unmasked was a young man, crying like a toddler. He turned out to be a professional paparazzi. Rason immediately connected the dots and realized the true identities of these people. They were reporters for the news outlet. He silently thought about Heir, the drug queen ruling the Northern Basin, known as the most decadent and depraved hub of pleasure. Rason Maon began to analyze her sinister plot. If he walked in there and let Heir handle him, it would only work in her favor. She wanted to stage a scene of Rason Maon indulging in wild debauchery, embracing beautiful women, and drowning in alcohol. These reporters would capture those authentic images without having to fabricate a single word. Because once a truthful article was published, the Maon family would have no excuse to intervene or cover it up. With the 7th young master's already terrible reputation, turning him into someone shunned and despised by society would be incredibly easy. Facing Rason Maon's terrifying silence, the masked man whose hand had just been crushed looked up, trembling in confusion. 7th, young master of Maon, why are you doing this? Rason Maon stared at the man, kneeling before him with a cold, threatening gaze. Do you really not know? If you pretend not to know one more time, I will crush your spine. Just then, a system notification appeared before Rason Maon, exposing the imposter's true identity. It turned out this guy wasn't Depp, but rather Duran, a low-ranking warrior from the Northern Basin. The real mastermind, Depp, was somewhere else. Seeing through the trick, Rason smirked, a sinister grin spreading across his face. If you dare to lie to me again, it won't be you who pays the price, it'll be Depp. And when that happens, Depp should prepare to lose his life. He turned his gaze toward a black crow perched on a nearby branch. Rason coldly delivered his final warning through the crow. This is the final warning. Show yourself. Depp, I'm giving you 3 minutes. No sooner had he finished speaking than the black crow took off, disappearing into the silent night sky. Elsewhere, Depp was trembling, clutching a magic orb. Seeing Rason's defiant smirk reflected inside, he gasped in horror. Does he see through everything? Breaking into a cold sweat, Depp realized in a panic that he had completely underestimated his opponent. Word was that this delinquent young master had changed a little, but this was more than just a little. Glancing at the 3-minute countdown, Depp panicked, not daring to waste a second. The goblin frantically rushed out, starting his escape by leaping out a window. While running for his life, Depp cursed in frustration, devastated that his diabolical plan had completely fallen apart. He had wanted to show everyone his disgrace, naked, panting, drugged. That was what the reporters were supposed to see. But reality had been cruel. At this moment, both 7th Young Master Rason Maon and Casin stood tall in front, radiating a cold, overwhelming aura. The two paparazzi reporters could only stare with wide eyes, their faces pale as sheets from fear. Riand, the purple-skinned goblin, finally had to show his face. He knelt on the ground, trembling as he begged, "I am Depp. It is an honor to meet you. Please forgive me for deceiving you." But Rason only looked down coldly. "You have deceived the Maon family. Do you think I will forgive you?" Understanding the ruthlessness of the Maon house, Depp gritted his teeth in desperation and decisively pulled out a sharp knife. The goblin's sudden action terrified the reporters behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, Depp chopped off his own finger to atone for his sins. "Is this enough to pay for my mistake?" Seeing the severed finger, Rason remained completely unfazed. He said coldly, "I allow you to reattach it." Having received such mercy, Depp sighed with relief, bowing down to the 7th Young Master's intimidating dominance. He hurriedly suggested, "I would like to personally lead you, as per Queen Henker's orders. Would that be acceptable?" However, Rason Maon firmly refused. "No, I have no business with the drug queen. All I need to do is find the mission my father assigned and head back." Hearing the name of the family head, DK Cha, the reporters behind them immediately went wild, scribbling down all the drama in their notebooks. Depp broke into a cold sweat, nervously asking if there was anything belonging to the Maon family head within their territory. Just then, Casin stepped forward, his eyes burning with killing intent. He shouted coldly, cutting him off, "Watch your mouth. This isn't your territory, this is the Zai family's territory." Casin's powerful intervention terrified Depp. He realized he couldn't possibly stall the young masters of the two most powerful families right now, even if it were Queen Henker's direct order. The goblin hurriedly knelt down. "My apologies. Please forgive me. You are absolutely right. This is indeed the Zai family's territory. So you are here to find the mission from Lord DK Cha, aren't you? Please overlook my rudeness. I won't delay you any further." Depp and his subordinates hurried to bow their farewells. "Then we shall take our leave. May you successfully find your mission, return safely, and quickly fade back into the shadows." After the group from the northern basin retreated, Rason smirked, looking completely confident. News of this quickly reached the castle of the drug queen, Henker. Hearing the report about Rason Maon's search for DK Cha's mission, Henker took a leisurely puff from the pipe in her hand, the blue smoke swirling hazily. She coldly remarked, "He's lying." Depp, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "I think so too. If he were really here, DK Cha would have stopped by at least once." Henker frowned slightly, her golden eyes flashing with sharpness at the mention of the name DK Cha. She knew full well that he despised this place, and if this land weren't under the Zai family's control, she and her cohorts would have already been sent to the grave by him. However, Depp worriedly pointed out another perspective. The purple-skinned goblin analyzed, trembling, that DK Cha actually had nothing to lose in this. On the contrary, he was trying to prove that he was capable enough to set a secret mission here without anyone knowing. Furthermore, the 7th Young Master was also trying to flaunt his own power. Depp surmised that perhaps that was why he deliberately dragged his father, the head of the family, into this, rather than just acting on his own. Depp's analysis intrigued Henker. She immediately saw through the hidden intentions of the young master of the Maon house. If an heir were to sell out the current family head, it wouldn't make any sense, but if a son were to sell out his own father, it sounded much more convincing. That kid is clever. She covered one eye slightly, a sinister smile appearing as she admitted that she really wanted to pull Rason under her wing. Henker stood up decisively and announced she would be going out for a while. Seeing this, Depp hurriedly knelt at her feet, nervously asking where she intended to go. Henker casually replied that she just wanted to see that interesting kid for herself. Depp panicked and warned her that even if the opponent was just a child, he still carried the terrifying blood of the Maon family. But Henker only glanced back coldly, looking arrogant. "So what? What does being a Maton matter? With that, Henker walked slowly down the dark corridor, leaving Depp kneeling alone in the room. She thought to herself that this rebellious seventh young master of the Maton house had truly sparked a great deal of interest in her. But what surprised her even more was that Rason could make Casin, a genius of the century, resign himself to being a background character, acting as a stepping stone for him to shine. Under the silent crescent moon, Rason Maon, Casin, and Rudia stopped for a meal at a deserted restaurant. While enjoying the delicious food, Casin nodded and remarked that this place was actually quite good. Setting his fork down, Rudia stretched lazily, complaining that he was about to pass out, while Rason Maon quietly agreed. Rason Maon even noted that the food here didn't just stop at good, but was surprisingly excellent. Casin continued to lift a piece of meat to his mouth, agreeing that the flavor was as if someone had put a great deal of special effort into it. However, what Casin found even stranger was that an excellent restaurant like this had absolutely no other customers besides the three of them. Realizing something was wrong, Casin jumped to his feet. The fact that the vice commander had retreated immediately after, receiving the group's warning, showed that the person in charge here must have had a hand in it. Casin stepped out into the middle of the hall and loudly announced his identity. "I am Casin Zai, the second young master of the Zai family. Step out and show yourself." As soon as the declaration ended, the candles around them suddenly flickered out, plunging the entire space into murky darkness. Rason Maon thought. It started. While Rudia was still confused, asking why the lights went out, a massive magic circle suddenly glowed brightly beneath their feet, covering the entire restaurant and leaving the group in shock. Standing in the middle of the glowing circle, Casin broke into a cold sweat, on guard, his hand gripping his sword as he wondered what kind of magic this was. Observing the strong fluctuations of mana, Rason silently judged that for a massive magic circle like this to cover an entire large restaurant, it proved that the opponent had made extremely thorough preparations to capture them all. Just then, the screeching of a wooden door shattered the silence. Rason Maon's face tightened with intense focus. He thought to himself that the person behind all this had finally decided to show up. Here they come. From behind the slightly opened wooden door, a small hand gripped the frame, followed by a timid voice. Rason Maon and Casin stared in shock. Casin asked softly, "Who are you?" To the group's astonishment, stepping out of the dark room wasn't a powerful drug queen, but an adorable little girl with short, silver-white hair and glowing pinkish-red eyes. She shyly clutched the dirty, white camisole dress she was wearing. Walking barefoot, she bowed slightly to greet everyone and timidly introduced herself. "Hello everyone, I'm Sinvia." Casin looked at the girl, calling herself Sinvia with suspicion. "Sinvia? Even though your clothes and limbs are dirty, your complexion is way too healthy for that appearance." The girl stammered a defense. I just do chores for my mom," Rason Maon immediately countered, exposing her. "Your voice is also way too clear. Looking that scruffy, your voice should be a bit raspier, shouldn't it?" Casin turned to ask his friend Rason Maon. "You felt it too, right?" Rason Maon replied nonchalantly, "Of course." Rason Maon pointed out the truth. "This is a hallucination trap. The person who created this must have spent a fortune." The girl continued to act, weeping. "A hallucination trap? I'm just here doing chores." Rason Maon strolled forward and continued his analysis. To set up a detailed trap like this in the drug queen's territory, it must have taken a long time to prepare, right? It would also require several skilled mages. Something of this scale, if the real drug queen didn't know about it, she might as well quit and go home to raise fish. Or, this is a trap that she ordered to be built herself. Rason Maon's sharpness made Casin's jaw drop. He thought to himself, "As expected, Rason saw it too, the thing I thought only I could see." Casin's childhood memories flooded back. Since he was little, he had occasionally seen things others couldn't. Although his father called it good eye power, this strange ability caused him quite a lot of trouble. Everyone around him feared that ability of his, and his mother was no exception. She was once so terrified that she dropped her teacup when faced with her son's eyes. That was why, seeing that Rason Maon also had the ability to see through the hallucination trap like him, Casin felt a deep sense of empathy. Casin smiled confidently, thinking himself lucky to have met Rason Maon. Just then, the girl Sinvia slightly curled her lips, breaking into a sinister smile. "Oh my, two young masters? You two are more interesting than I thought." Rason Maon and Casin tensed up, alerted. Sylvia leaned in to look at them with glowing, magical eyes. "Is seeing through my trap making you feel excited?" The girl stood up straight, and a massive burst of red and black malice erupted around her body. "All right, that's enough fun. I should introduce myself properly." Immediately after, the illusion faded away completely. Stepping out of a burning red and black aura was an incredibly alluring woman, with long black hair and sharp, glowing golden eyes. She smiled arrogantly and declared, "I am Heir, ruler of the Northern Basin." Casin frowned, probing, "Is that appearance of yours magic?" Heir, in the little girl's form, pressed her hands against her cheeks coquettishly. "What's wrong? Do these two forms suit your tastes better?" "Oh my. It seems you like the youthful type, don't you?" Her teasing left Casin and Rason speechless, but they didn't let themselves get caught up in her games. Casin asked sternly, "Regardless, it seems you put quite a lot of effort into this trap. Is this place used to deal with outsiders like us?" Heir turned slightly, admitting nonchalantly, "Originally, yes, but you two ruined it by exposing the trap." Casin boldly pointed out the flaw. "If you wanted to deceive us with illusions, you shouldn't have made the food taste so good. It was too perfect, which doesn't fit a dump like this." Heir smuttered at the practical compliment from Casin. "Oh my, being praised by a young master of the Swayton family is truly an honor." Standing beside him, Rason observed silently, questions rising in his heart. Did she reveal herself just out of curiosity, or is she hiding something else? "I did indeed spend a lot of effort building this trap, because I don't want any trouble if someone dangerous appears. But it seems I've been fooled. I'll probably have to get rid of all the architects." Heir's gaze suddenly hardened. She stared at Rason Maon, a man once envied by the world. "Seventh young master, let me ask you one thing." Rason Maon replied calmly, "I'll only answer if the question is worth answering." "So, you really are a member of the Swayton family, huh? Tell me, is the Swayton family head's mission really hidden here? No matter how many times I think about it, it sounds like a scam. It's impossible. Who would be stupid enough to use DK Cha's name to talk about it?" Rason Maon smiled slightly and cut her off calmly. "Enough talk. Yes or no?" Heir glared with immense pressure, answering only with those two words. Facing the pressure from the drug queen, Rason smiled mysteriously. "Half true, half false." Heir burst into loud laughter. "Haha, is that so? So that means DK Cha didn't directly tell you to come and take his mission, right?" Her bluntness left Rason Maon secretly amazed. She dares to call DK Cha by his name without hesitation? Sure enough, this woman's guts are not to be underestimated. Heir walked around the hall barefoot, pondering. "But I find something very strange. From what I've heard, the seventh young master is a hopeless philanderer and glutton." She glided past the two of them and continued. "They said you were rotten from birth, but from what I can see, you're very normal. Strangely normal. Your eyes and your mana are very clear. I didn't expect you to be so upright." Rason Maon glanced at her and asked coolly, "Does that disappoint you?" "No, just the opposite." The enigmatic answer from the drug queen startled Rason Maon. Heir, in the form of the white-haired girl, smiled sinisterly and said firmly, "All right, tell me what DK Cha's mission is. Even if I don't believe it, I want to hear it." She reminded him that even though he was the seventh young master of the Swayton house, he couldn't ask for help in the Northern Basin without paying a fair price. Then she leisurely pulled out a hand mirror, saying it would be troublesome if others saw her true face. Seeing that, Rason Maon curiously asked if the child's face from earlier was her real face. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Heir nonchalantly admitted that she had slipped up by revealing such a huge flaw, allowing him to see it, and expressed regret over that. However, deep down, Rason was extremely cautious. He looked at her and told himself that he still couldn't know what the drug queen's real face looked like and absolutely couldn't trust a word she said. To continue the transaction, Heir proposed that if Rason Maon handed over the recording stone, she would agree to help him. Without a moment's hesitation, Rason Maon firmly revealed their group's next destination. "The place we're heading to is Sekli's cookie factory. There, we will." But before he could finish his sentence, the smile on Heir's face vanished instantly. Immediately, a massive surge of pressure exploded, causing both Rason Maon and Casin to stand there, shocked and shaken. The crushing wave of aura made Rason Maon break out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, shocked, wondering why the drug queen bristled instantly at the mere mention of the sly cookie factory. Heir had completely lost control. Her body radiated a fierce crimson mana as she glared and roared, "How do you know about that place? There's no factory by that name here." Facing her fury, Rason offered a faint, confident smirk. He replied casually, "How do I know? Because I named it." Then, he calmly advised her to cool down, noting that she was starting to talk nonsense. The white-haired girl radiated a menacing crimson aura. "I suggest you watch your tongue from now on, kid. Depending on your answer, I might just send you to meet your ancestors right here and now." Yet, Rason Maon stepped toward her, completely unbothered. "Is that so? Then, let's see you try." He smirked, his smile enigmatic, and countered, "You know her, don't you? Still can't figure out why she sent that letter to you personally." Rason's claim only made the white-haired girl burst into provocative laughter. He. She glared with her reddish-pink eyes, teeth bared in an arrogant grin as she looked at him. "Is it that funny? What a cheeky brat. If I'm not even afraid of DK Cha, what makes you think I'd be scared of Persa?" Rason remained composed, continuing to push his argument to pressure her. "I understand you run this city, but you shouldn't be speaking like that. Persa Maon has subordinates here. Don't tell me you haven't realized that yet. You are the drug queen, after all." Deep down, however, he was laughing bitterly. Naturally, he was bluffing. He had intended to intimidate her with Persa's name. Just then, the white-haired girl narrowed her eyes and asked indifferently, "Have you ever heard of the word PL?" The sudden question left Rason Maon bewildered. "PL?" The girl smirked, explaining, "It stands for a pathological liar." This modern term left Rason stunned. "Huh? I've never used that in my work before." "BL, an old friend of mine used to say that a lot." "Curious," Rason pressed. "Your old friend?" The girl scratched her head, offering a nostalgic smile as she replied, "I used to have a friend. That person taught me many strange words. Anyway, your lies are quite interesting. Usually, I'd cut out the tongues of those who like to spout nonsense. But I happen to like you. You look cute, too. I won't ask how much you know about the cookie factory anymore, because I feel like that would be more fun." The drug queen's mischievous smile quickly shifted into a probing gaze. She switched to interrogation mode, pressing Rason Maon. "But how can you prove Persa's subordinates are here? I want to hear your reasoning." Rason smirked, replying with a carefree attitude. "Do I need to prove it? Believe it or not, it's up to you." Seeing his unwavering stance, the white-haired girl asserted, "I'll tell you right now, I know for a fact Persa doesn't have any subordinates here." However, Rason Maon immediately shattered her confidence with a tricky counter-question. "If you were so sure, you wouldn't have asked me to prove it." Stung by his insight, the white-haired girl stepped back slightly. "I put a lot of effort into creating this matrix. No one can enter here, except for us." Rason chuckled, leisurely explaining, "I didn't say they were inside here. After all, a matrix is just magic, and the Maon family is very good at magic. Even if they can't enter, they can observe from afar." Rason Maon's logical explanation left the white-haired girl skeptical. If that were true, I would have sensed it. Rason immediately poured cold water on her claim, sarcastically asking, "So, is that all the drug queen's ability amounts to?" The provocative question made the white-haired girl's expression harden. She glared at Rason Maon, secretly surprised by the unshakable presence of the young man from the Maon family. She smirked. "Is that so? Seventh young master of Maon, want to make a bet with me?" Rason Maon narrowed his eyes. "A bet on what?" The white-haired girl held up a finger confidently, issuing a challenge. "For this bet, let's assume Persa Maon's super-skilled subordinates, the ones who can see through the matrix, are actually here." Watching her suggestive tone and the way she mentioned Persa, Rason analyzed the situation and realized she was certain of her victory. Believing Persa's subordinates weren't actually present, but she's still pushing, he thought. "Surely they can point out the life force of the matrix for you, right? Provided that the mages of Maon are as good as you claim." Rason Maon smirked confidently and confirmed, "Of course." Yet, deep down, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Damn it. Faced with his stubbornness, Heir, in the form of the white-haired girl, pointed at the glowing magic circle beneath their feet and firmly threw down the gauntlet. "Then try to escape from this matrix. If you can do it, I'll believe everything you said." She gave a devilish smile, her reddish-pink eyes glowing with excitement as she continued. "I also won't ask any more about what you know about the cookie factory. But if you don't make it out within 24 hours, Rason's face tightened, cold sweat running down his cheek as he finished her sentence. "We'll die in here." Casin, standing nearby, was also breaking out in a cold sweat, adding in a serious tone, "Because the matrix will consume us." Seeing the grave expressions on the two young masters, Heir laughed with amusement and confirmed it. Instantly, the light from the formation on the floor flared up violently, frantically activating a massive illusion matrix that engulfed the entire room. Heir leaned in close, her face cunning, her red eyes glowing with a demonic and sinister light. "But even I will have trouble if you brats actually die in here, especially you, Rason Maon. So, if you don't escape after 24 hours, I'll come to save you, but in return, if I have to save you, you'll have to become my subordinate." Rason Maon. Immediately after, a puff sound echoed. Heir's body suddenly transformed into a white cloud of smoke and vanished into thin air, leaving Rason Maon and Casin stranded in the middle of the massive matrix. Rason Maon just stood there, staring at the glowing magic circle beneath his feet, the drug queen's arrogant declaration echoing incessantly in his mind. The subordinate standing beside him, Rudia, was utterly bewildered. Looking around anxiously, she tremblingly asked, "Is this a matrix? How are we supposed to get out of here?" Casin analyzed in a serious tone. "We have to find its heart." Rason silently understood. Normally, a matrix has many nodes, but the fewer the heart nodes, the more valuable the matrix. And the most difficult type of matrix is before he could even finish his thought, a puff sounded, and the formation beneath their feet suddenly shifted strangely. Casin's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Its color and shape just changed." Rason looked at the ancient characters constantly shifting on the glowing walls, silently concluding that this was a matrix capable of automatically changing its shape and heart nodes every minute. A matrix reaching this level of complexity must have been painstakingly crafted by at least a 7th-rank mage, costing at least 1 year of continuous work and an enormous sum of up to 500 million gold coins. The sophistication of the formation left Rason Maon with a massive headache. He realized that even his heavenly eye ability was useless here. He couldn't sense or locate any heart nodes. Facing this inescapable trap, Rason understood that almost everyone who accidentally got locked in here would surely perish, as this was truly an illusion matrix of the highest level. Yet, instead of fear, Rason loosened his tie, cracked an excited smile, and silently marveled. Truly a queen. She's on a completely different level. At that moment, Casin stepped forward, observing the glowing matrix beneath their feet, and said in a low voice, "My family taught me many ways to break a matrix, but even in my family, I've never seen one this sophisticated. Even in the Maon family, rarely does a matrix reach this standard." Turning to look at Rason with his face as tense as a pulled wire, Casin asked, "Rason, how do you intend to find its heart?" Rason sighed and replied, "With our current abilities, it's hard to determine." "Casin, do you have any ideas?" Casin pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I still can't see it. If I focus and increase my power, I might be able to, but that would take a lot of time." Seeing his best friend's reaction, Rason broke into a cold sweat, silently mocking himself. "So, this is the difference between the protagonist and the extras? I don't even know where to start." Unable to rely on Casin, Rason turned to ask the black-haired girl, "Rudia, is there any way to solve this using your magic?" Suddenly, put on the spot, Rudia broke into a cold sweat and replied flustered, I've never studied anything related to matrices. Even your sister gave up on me." Painful memories resurfaced of the time she was hit on the head by Rason Maon's sister for doodling during a matrix class, leaving Rason Maon speechless and silent. However, Rason quickly regained his confidence. He slowly took off his overcoat and declared, "I have a faster and easier way." Casin asked, bewildered, "What way?" Rason Maon smirked and explained, "A power more suited to breaking a matrix than magic or swordsmanship?" The mysterious comment startled Casin, who guessed, "Don't tell me martial arts." A fiery battle aura began to flare up around him. Rason casually loosened his blue tie and firmly confirmed, "I'm sure you already know. I studied martial arts during my time in Von Grandel." Watching a powerful surge of energy begin to swirl around Rason Maon, Casin's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, "Did you learn how to control your martial soul?" Rason Maon calmly replied, "Actually, it's been a while." Casin focused intently, unleashing his full power, causing the fiery battle chi to erupt violently, shaking the very space around them. Sensing the terrifying pressure from his opponent, Casin was stunned, realizing, "Wait a second. This energy, is this the martial soul of the War King Magner?" Rason firmly confirmed. "That's right." The shocking truth and his friend's extraordinary strength left Casin incredibly excited, instantly turning into a fanboy and cheering brilliantly. "Wow, Rason. I always knew you were a genius. You're amazing." Rason Maon thought to himself that he never expected to receive such praise from Casin. Standing before his friend's blazing battle chi, Casin couldn't hide his excitement, asserting that based on his knowledge, martial souls and mana were supposed to be two opposing energies, yet Rason had managed to fuse them perfectly to achieve the impossible. He enthusiastically expressed how proud he was to be friends with Rason Maon, leaving the 7th young master feeling awkward and telling him not to exaggerate. But in his heart, Rason told himself that now that he had a powerful ally like Casin by his side, he could finally do as he pleased. Without wasting another moment, Rason Maon focused intently and immediately activated his intermediate combat magic enchantment. He mused that if enchantment was meant to strengthen both body and soul, then destruction was meant to completely shatter an opponent's physical and spiritual form. Right after that, Rason decisively activated the secret martial arts technique inherited from Tutankhamun, Vanjiao. A fierce, fiery surge of energy erupted, enveloping his arm. Witnessing the astonishing martial soul energy swirling around, Casin was completely stunned, cold sweat dripping as he realized Rason Maon's true strength was beyond anything he could have imagined. Standing nearby, Rudia watched with wide, bewildered eyes at the shimmering aura radiating from Rason Maon. With a sharp gaze and iron will, Rason Maon channeled all his power into his fist, shouting as he triggered Tutankhamun's secret technique. With a deafening boom, Rason Maon's fist slammed directly into the glowing magic circle on the ground. The overwhelming destructive power from his strike shattered the drug queen's ultimate illusion matrix into 100 pieces. Sparkling magical shards scattered through the air. Seeing the shocking sight, Casin's eyes widened as he blurted out, "The matrix has been destroyed." Rudia smiled with relief, asking if they had truly succeeded. Amidst the debris, Rason panted heavily. As dust settled, a wooden door slowly creaked open. The voice of the drug queen, Heir, sounding like the young girl Sylvia, echoed with astonishment. "Oh, I gave you 24 hours, yet you managed it in 7 minutes." The girl skipped out excitedly, waving her arms as she yelled, "You've done the impossible. Even thinking about it, it just makes no sense." Moving close to Rason Maon with large, mesmerizing, sparkling eyes, she pouted and continued, "You've really surprised this cute little girl. I mean that honestly." Seeing her pouting act, the group stood frozen in silence. Casin secretly thought that her tone was even more surprising than the Matrix being destroyed. Meanwhile, Rudia stood behind them, completely won over by how cute Sylvia was. Heir smiled faintly and opened a blue magic circle in front of her. "Since you've made me so happy, I've prepared a big gift for you." Watching her continuously reach into different magic circles while muttering, "Not this one, and not this one either." Rason Maon realized with surprise that she was using subspatial magic. He thought to himself that her previous change in appearance must have been thanks to magic as well, proving that this lady was definitely no pushover. Just then, Sylvia's eyes lit up with excitement. "Ah, here it is!" She joyfully held up a fresh green sprig in front of Rason Maon and exclaimed, "Ta-da! A cute gift from Sylvia." But as he looked closely at the long, glittering, leafy branch, a blue system notification suddenly appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. It was a notification for a morphine herb, a powerful painkiller categorized as a prohibited substance by all 3 prestigious families. Discovering the true nature of the gift, Rason's face paled, cold sweat running down his cheeks as he stammered. Rason Maon immediately recalled the settings regarding this dangerous herb. It was a highly potent painkiller extracted from morphine in the real world, capable of completely eliminating all sense of pain, even if the user were to have their limbs severed. However, its addictive nature was so high that all 3 great families had firmly listed it as a banned substance. Rason Maon's face hardened as he questioned sternly, "Are you giving banned drugs to the descendants of noble families? It might be considered a narcotic, but its pain-relieving effects are beyond debate." Sylvia smirked, fixing her glowing red, seductive eyes on Rason to entice him. "If you use it, I guarantee you won't regret it." Looking at the poisonous plant in her hand, Rason silently judged that a straight-laced guy like Casin would definitely refuse because of his unwavering beliefs. To verify, Rason turned to ask, "Casin, what do you think?" Just as he predicted, Casin's face grew stern as he made a firm decision. "I think we should take it and destroy it." Casin glanced at Rason and asked in return, "Rason, what about you?" Rason mused, explaining, "I think there's a deeper reason. Why would the drug queen give away trash like this to noble descendants?" Her sharp analysis deeply amused Sylvia. "I like your intelligence, Rason Maon. Sylvia truly likes you." Seeing the drug queen's coy behavior, Rason could only sweat helplessly, wondering why she kept up that childish way of speaking. Meanwhile, Rudia stood behind, praising how truly cute the girl was, smiling with a hidden meaning. Sylvia spoke up, "Ah, one more thing. Let me lead you all to Sly's cookie factory." Under the silent night with a crescent moon hanging high, the group of 3 walked quietly on the cobblestone path toward the cookie factory. Leading the way, Sylvia turned back to remind them, "All right, you 3, listen up. My name is Sylvia now, so don't get it mixed up." Casin asked skeptically, "Don't the people here know that Sylvia and Heir are the same person?" Sylvia explained nonchalantly, "Well, only a few close subordinates and some tight-lipped people know." Sylvia winked, playfully sticking out her tongue, and proudly declared, "I am the mascot of this neighborhood and the cutest girl in this place." Sylvia's overly narcissistic expression made Rason Maon cringe. "That's creepy." He quickly regained his composure and probed, "Then, Can you tell me why the mascot of this neighborhood, Sylvia, is leading us? Sylvia walked leisurely into the night, explaining in a serious tone. Because that factory is very dangerous. Its owner is a cunning person. Luckily, he knows my true identity. Hearing this, Casin's mind raced and he concluded, in other words, our safety is only guaranteed while we're with you, right? Sylvia confirmed firmly. That's right. Rason Maon asked Sylvia. There aren't many places in this city that your influence can't handle, right? Sylvia admitted immediately. That's true, but unfortunately, Sly's cookie factory is one of them. The owner there is very eccentric. Rason asked curiously. Eccentric? Sylvia smirked, her eyes glowing with hidden meaning. He has a very bad habit. Have you ever heard the name Sly Rimmon? This name made Rason Maon stop in his tracks, suspicion rising in his heart. Riemann Sly was common enough, but the name Riemann Rason thought, wait a second, he immediately thought of the April white wolves he had encountered last time. Those miserable mages who were turned into savage white wolves, and the one who cast that cruel curse on them was the Black Rose. Rason Maon was shocked to realize a staggering truth. The surname of the Black Rose, Ambrika, was also walking on the dark path. Casin called out to Sylvia, while Rason began questioning her about her identity. What is your official public status? Sylvia turned back and replied nonchalantly, yeah, I'm the next successor to the Northern Basin region. The answer left Rason Maon wondering, then why do you have to create a fake identity, and even invent a daughter who doesn't exist? Sylvia dismissed it coldly. None of your business. Her indifferent attitude made Rason Maon freeze, thinking to himself that this lady was truly difficult. Sylvia pointed forward and announced, we're almost there. To get to Sly's cookie factory, just turn into that alleyway. It's about 5 more minutes. Looking at the dark alley ahead, Rason worriedly told himself he just hoped she wouldn't lead them somewhere hellish. But as soon as they stepped into the alley, both Rason and Casin froze for 5 seconds in astonishment. Before them was a scene of utter ruin and misery. Many impoverished, ragged people sat sprawled along both sides of the path. Each held a pipe, taking long drags and exhaling eerie, misty green smoke. Seeing Rason Maon's group pass, a junkie laughed mockingly. Kids? Heh, wanna hit? This stuff is amazing. Witnessing such decadence within her own territory, Casin was furious. How could father allow a place like this to exist? If it were me, seeing the fierce reaction from the young master of the House of Sly, Sylvia smirked, smiling seductively. Surely the young master of the Sly family has never seen a sight like this before, right? Why do you think the Sly family lets us do whatever we want? Before the silence of the 2 young masters, she walked barefoot in front and explained, because even those of us who have rotted away need a place to gather and live. Even though the C family always claims to be the light, Sylvia explained slowly, where there is light, there will always be darkness, and light never allows darkness to exist beside it. That is why the poor, the broken, and those who have abandoned their dignity and have nowhere else to go gather here in this dark alley. But ironically, when you gather such people into a society, everything functions quite smoothly and trouble rarely happens. Of course, to those who belong to the light, this place looks very strange, but those who belong to the darkness still live fine in their own way. It's just that when the darkness tries to blend into the light immediately pushes the darkness away. Hearing this, Casin turned to ask if she was implying that his group was the light and she was the darkness. Sylvia replied calmly that she didn't exactly mean that. She was just talking about basic things. Rason Maon, walking behind, nodded in agreement, silently thinking that what she said wasn't wrong. The House of Sly, famous for its integrity, would never let this small, dilapidated den exist openly in its territory. That was why they gathered all these people in the Northern Basin region. Rason analyzed silently. The reason the head of the CIA sent Casin here was definitely to help him understand more about the hidden corners of this world so he could see and feel everything for himself. But what made Sylvia even more curious was that while the young master of the sword-fighting family was lost in deep thought, this young man, Rason Maon, was strangely calm. He walked nonchalantly, as if he had known everything beforehand, unable to suppress her curiosity. Sylvia smirked and asked, have you been here before? Come on, be honest. You're hiding your real age, aren't you? Rason Maon just smirked back. You talk a big game. But Sylvia immediately poured cold water on him, revealing, technically, I'm at least 170 years older than you. Actually, I'm even older than that. This shocking revelation from the drug queen left Rason Maon completely frozen. He and Rudia wondered in astonishment. She's actually 170 years older than us? He secretly thought that, no matter how old Sylvia was, she still looked much more childish than him. After all, just how terrifying is this drug queen? Before long, the group stopped in front of a massive industrial building looming in the night. Sylvia gestured and announced, "We've arrived. This is the place you wanted to see, the candy workshop." Looking at the fortified structure, Cain nervously asked if they could really get inside. He wondered if he could actually find any clues about the lightning dragonstone here. Without keeping them waiting, Sylvia stepped up to the rolling iron door and knocked in a strange rhythm. Seeing this, Casin realized that this knocking rhythm was surely a secret password to open the door. Immediately after, the iron chains rattled as the door slowly rolled up, revealing a dark space inside and a sleepy voice echoing out, "It's late, you know." From the shadows, a short, fat man with a thick, gray beard, wearing a monocle and a red cloak, stepped out leisurely. Holding a bottle of liquor, he chuckled while looking at Sylvia. "What's with that cute look? Have you finally decided to become my doll?" Thanks to his heavenly eye, Rason Maon instantly identified his opponent. "So, this is Sly Remion." But before Rason could speak, a sickening, pungent stench suddenly hit the group square in the nose. Rudia quickly covered her nose in complaint, while the others winced and gagged because this guy, Sly, was truly foul-smelling. Just then, the crisp sound of high heels clicking echoed from behind, accompanied by an oppressive aura of red and black. "That's enough, Sly. Stop those disgusting games. I told you to quit that sick hobby of yours." To Sly's surprise, the mature and alluring drug queen, Heir, stepped out from the shadows. She placed a hand on his shoulder and gently issued a threat. "Keep talking like that in front of the descendants of prestigious families, and you'll lose your head one of these days." Sly's expression changed as he turned around and asked, "Descendants of prestigious families?" He peered through his monocle to scrutinize Rason Maon's group. Instantly, a massive wave of pressure exploded, causing both Rason Maon and Casin to jump in terror. Feeling the crushing aura, Casin broke into a cold sweat, realizing that this guy was truly powerful, and Rason Maon silently agreed. Retracting his aura, Sly took a sip of his drink and asked Heir if the families knew these kids were here. "They do. That's why I brought them here." Heir coldly warned the butcher in front of her. "Don't try anything with them, Sly." Sly let out a grunt and chugged his liquor. He wiped his mouth and replied carelessly, "Don't worry, I value my life quite a bit." But Heir smirked mockingly. "If you really valued it, you wouldn't have done that at Raiden." The provocation stung his pride, and Sly's face instantly darkened. He glared threateningly. "Huh, keep your mouth shut, while you still have the chance, before I turn you into a doll." Facing the butcher's threat, the drug queen maintained her haughty demeanor. "I've told you so many times, just try it if you can, but be prepared to have your head chopped off first." Witnessing the tense verbal sparring between the two powerhouses, Casin, standing nearby, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What exactly did Sly do at Raiden, and did those dolls have something to do with her? Meanwhile, Heir leisurely lit her pipe, took a long drag, and slowly exhaled a hazy blue smoke, not forgetting to add a sneer of contempt. "When are you going to stop smoking those cheap cigarettes? There are so many better things out there." Sly glared at her, gripping the bottle tightly, and coldly retorted, "Oh really? Then tell me, how many children have you killed for those better things? Trying to pick a fight now? Are you tired of living?" Heir smirked maliciously, and happily made a suggestion. "Weren't you planning to kill me and turn me into a doll? If so, I'll cater to your taste and become Sylvia for you." Her teasing was like pouring gasoline on a fire. Sly flew into a rage, "Shut your mouth," and hurled the bottle hard at her. The bottle shattered right in front of Heir. "What's wrong, Sly? Don't you like killing kids anymore?" Sly panted with fury, while Rason Maon's group stood silently, watching from afar. Heir glanced at the butcher and gave a mocking, disdainful laugh. "Ah, I get it now. You're just pretending to be shy in front of the descendants of those families, right?" Extreme rage erupted. Sly gritted his teeth, and green mana surged around his body, filled with murderous intent. He roared madly, "You damn hag, I'll kill you right here." Despite his aggression, Heir remained completely calm. She leisurely took a puff of her cigarette and coolly poured cold water on his rage. "Stop acting tough, Sly. You know very well, that's impossible." Watching the confrontation, Rason's sweat dropped, observing pensively. He realized that every action Heir took was secretly implying one thing. If he wanted to complete his mission, he had to kill Sly. That was why she deliberately listed all the crimes of this butcher in front of them. To verify this, Rason decisively spoke up, popping the bubble of tension. "Heir, it sounds like you want us to kill Sly, right?" The sudden question caught Sly by surprise, and he whipped his head around. Facing Rason Maon's question, Heir smirked wickedly. "Oh my, is it that obvious? Realizing he was being used as a pawn, Sly roared in fury. What kind of twisted game are you playing? Henker, have you forgotten our promise? Henker glanced at him, coldly extinguishing his rage with one contemptuous remark. Oh, believe me, I haven't forgotten. That's why I haven't killed you yet, no matter how disgusting you are. Insulted, Sly gritted his teeth and glared, threatening, remember this well. You aren't the only one holding back. At that moment, Rason Maon's heavenly eye suddenly activated, displaying Sly's crimes clearly before his eyes. Rason Maon glanced at Casin, thinking his best friend was likely seeing the same thing. Immediately, a system notification appeared with a jolt. Sly attempted to turn Unboka into a doll. Rason Maon quickly pieced together the clues. Sly's conspiracy had actually failed completely. In the past, he had cruelly murdered Unboka's mother and sister, Aloha, forcing him to flee everywhere to save his life. Later, Sly sought refuge in the northern basin governed by Henker to hide. However, Rason Maon immediately noticed something unusual. If Sly was really hiding from pursuers, why didn't he hide his face or identity at all? Rason's eyes narrowed as he realized the truth. This is definitely a trap. A trap set to lure Unboka Rimion out. Facing the lunatic in front of him, Rason thought that this guy was truly beyond saving. He walked leisurely toward Sly's hideout and calmly exposed him. This seems to be your lair, Sly. Judging by the flow of mana, you've prepared something like a trap. However, Rason pointed out that this trap didn't seem intended for his group. He bluntly asked if he had fled after committing his crimes. Hearing this, Sly smirked arrogantly, admitting he had committed the crimes, of course, and the only thing he regretted was not being able to have the child he truly wanted. Seeing Casin and Rudia standing nearby with looks of disgust, Sly coldly brushed it off, telling kids like them they didn't need to know much. Rason Maon didn't bother to care either. He replied dismissively that he didn't want to know, as matters involving the Rimion house only brought trouble. The name Rimion made Sly incredibly shocked. Sly glared at Rason Maon, scrutinizing him and asking if he knew any other Rimions. Rason Maon smiled, confirming and revealing that he had encountered the April White Wolf pack. Rason Maon leisurely explained that a sorcerer named Unboka had created those monsters with an extremely keen sense of smell, specifically to hunt down prey. Seeing Sly's expression change, Rason was certain that this butcher knew the full story of this incident. Sly looked clueless, like a deer in headlights, and asked, "Oh, you know Unboka?" Rason Maon smirked, silently analyzing the blood relation between the two. But then I discovered Unboka has the surname Rimion. This is Sly Rimion, and that one is Unboka Rimion. Could this just be a coincidence? Just then, the sound of heavy iron-clad footsteps rang out. Casin stepped forward decisively and called out to Rason Maon. His eyes burned red with murderous intent. He coldly declared, "I have no intention of forgiving him, because I have seen all the crimes he has committed." Witnessing the special vision of the Zhai family heir, Henker smirked with interest. Interesting. The Zhai heir can actually see things like that? Opposite them, Sly laughed maliciously. Heh, Xai, is it? Immediately, green mana surged wildly in his hands, as the butcher roared aggressively. Alright, let's get warmed up. But lightning fast, Casin flipped in midair and dove down with breakneck speed, catching the butcher completely off guard. Focusing all his killing intent, Casin decisively activated the first technique of the Sai family's secret sword style, water-filling swallow, delivering a fatal strike directly towards Sarkly. The powerful slash landed square on target, causing Sarkly to cough up blood in agony. Watching his best friend's terrifying strike, Rason Maon squinted slightly, deep in thought. I thought I'd gotten much stronger, but it seems Casin isn't the same person he used to be either. While Henker silently observed, Sarkly suddenly smirked with a sinister look. He floated leisurely in midair, easily dodging Casin's attack by a hair's breadth, and began to mock him. Not bad, kid. You almost took me down just now. But it'd be a disgrace to die at the hands of a brat like you. He glared at Casin, who was still in a defensive stance on the ground, and commented, "So, you're a mage? And not just any ordinary one at that." Observing his opponent from a distance, Rason narrowed his eyes, concluding that he was a sorcerer just like Unboka. Not letting the butcher even stutter another word, Casin focused all his killing intent, his blade erupting with violent, red lightning. He decisively activated the second technique of the Sai family's secret sword style, 100-Blade Song. Seeing the terrifying surge of energy exploding, Rason Maon was completely shocked and blurted out, "That technique, it's in Rason Maon's memories. That's the legendary demon-slaying sword." This was the ultimate power that helped the Sai family end the power struggle that had lasted for 1,000 years against the Maitan family, allowing them to sit firmly at the top of society. Facing the overwhelming sword aura, Sarkly still ferociously dove down from above, roaring wildly. Useless, brat! But Casin was one step faster. In the blink of an eye, the butcher's body collapsed to the ground. Watching the decisive finish, Henker raised a hand to her mouth, smiling with amusement. Oh my. Casin pointed his sword straight at Henker and coldly declared, Queen of Drugs, I'd like to punish you right here too, but for now, I don't see any of your crimes being as severe as his. Besides, it seems Rason Maon is setting up an even bigger chess game. That is the only reason I'm sparing you right now. Remember that well and never cross the line. Hearing the threat from the young master, Henker flashed a sinister smile, looking every bit like a descendant of a noble family. But kid, even your father let me be. So what right do you have to kill me? Looking at Sarkly's corpse lying motionless in a pool of blood, Rason realized something wasn't right. He thought to himself, this scenario, something is off. According to the original work, when Sarkly died, his blood should have soaked into the ground, and then a shimmering mist should have risen from the blood-soaked soil, turning Sarkly's cloud bakery into a real dungeon. But right now, absolutely nothing of the sort was happening. Rason Maon pondered. Could it be that something needs to be triggered? Let me ask one thing. Did Sarkly use opium often? Henker shrugged and replied, who knows? I've never cared about anyone else's private life. But looking at the color of his blood, it doesn't look like he used that much. She sniffed like a puppy and stated, I smell painkillers. Hearing this, Rason turned and asked, is there any drug that turns blood blue? Henker answered definitively. Yes. Henker smirked and explained, that's the best stuff for pain relief. Her words immediately made Rason think of the image of little Sylvia in the past, happily holding up a green branch. Hey Rason, a gift from cute Sylvia. Rason Maon realized, is she talking about morphine grass? Without hesitation, he turned and said, Henker, can you throw that morphine grass branch onto Sarkly's corpse? Henker replied casually, that's easy, and used spatial magic to toss the branch. Immediately after, Rason Maon turned to call Rudia. Can you use fire magic to burn his corpse along with that herb? Receiving the request, Rudia answered clearly, sure, and immediately gathered blazing flames in her hands, launching them straight at the target. The violent fire erupted fiercely, incinerating Sarkly's body along with the morphine grass. The thick, toxic smoke made Casin, standing nearby, wince and cover his nose. Rason Maon turned to call Casin. Can you use your sword aura to slice through this foul smoke? Hearing Rason Maon's request, Casin was extremely confused and asked back, slice through it? Casin broke into a cold sweat and hesitated. This level of difficulty is a bit beyond me. Because in the Psi family, the technique to slice through invisible things like smoke requires a swordsman to reach the level of 4-star sword aura or higher. Meanwhile, Casin had not yet reached that 4-star threshold. Seeing his friend's hesitation, Rason stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and smiled warmly, encouraging him with full trust. Casin, you can do it. Believe in me. Instantly, a blue system notification window appeared before Rason Maon's eyes. Handex's incarnation is breaking the limit wall through a wordless divine message and the Creator's will. Rason Maon's words of encouragement suddenly rekindled a deep emotional wound from Casin's past as a cold voice echoed, no, you can't do it. Memories of a harsh childhood flooded back clearly. That day, young Casin was straining himself, practicing until his face was bruised and blood was leaking from the corner of his mouth. Standing opposite him, his strict, ever-scolding master, the man with his eyes covered by a white cloth, constantly rained down cold rebukes. Focus on what you can do at your current level. You've only just touched 3 stars, yet you're trying to do what can only be performed at 4 stars. Beaten and sprawled on the cold ground, Casin resentfully thought that Rosso did nothing but scold him, but the master still coldly ordered him to stand up, fueled by a mix of anger and resilience. Yet, in his heart, he knew perfectly well that he was no match for him. With a single decisive parry, Rosso had knocked Casin's wooden sword flying into the sky. The wooden sword hit the ground with a dry thud. Rosso coldly pointed the tip of his sword at the throat of Casin, who was kneeling helplessly on the ground, and delivered a brutal warning. If this were a real battlefield, you would have died 5 times over. In Casin's memory, the cold warning of his master, Rason Maon, still echoed. Know your own limits. Even while gasping for air from exhaustion, Casin at that time understood why his father had chosen Rason Maon to be his mentor. Rosso had lost his sight at age 16, yet he still kicked aside bitter adversity to rise up and become a legendary 9-star swordsman. Every time he was scolded by his master, Casin wasn't discouraged. Instead, he gained more motivation to promise himself to try harder and become stronger. Returning to reality, Casin gripped the hilt of his sword, and a crimson battle aura, like fire, suddenly erupted violently, enveloping his body in his majestic knight's armor. He understood that slicing through smoke was impossible for an ordinary 3-star swordsman, but Casin had a reason to believe he could do it. He glanced at Rason Maon, and in return, he was met with a super reliable smile from his best friend. Receiving this invaluable spiritual support, Casin's red eyes glowed with determination. He decisively raised his flaming sword high. Casin inwardly resolved that he could do it. Thanks, Rason Maon, for saying that. Contrary to his friend's confidence, Rason Maon stood completely frozen in surprise. A true 3-star, he panicked, realizing a terrifying variable. Why is the true concept appearing right now? It wasn't supposed to appear until the middle of the story. A true 3-star possessed terrifying power equivalent to a normal 5-star. Witnessing the rapid progress of the two young masters, Henker's face hardened in astonishment. She gritted her teeth, thinking, what did these brats eat that they could become this strong in such a short time? At the same time, Casin gathered his strength and swung his sword. His powerful slash decisively swept away all the toxic smoke. Immediately after, Henker evaporated without a trace. Rason Maon stood silently looking around, smiling slightly when he realized the foul stench of the morphine grass and Sarkly's corpse had completely vanished. Suddenly, Rason Maon's heavenly eye flickered. He turned his head to look around, guarded. Where did Henker go? A system notification box suddenly appeared floating in front of him. Notification. Dungeon activated. Sarkly's Cloud Bakery. Looking at the glowing text, Rason Maon smirked, smiling triumphantly. Finally, the dungeon has been activated. Meanwhile, under the glowing full moon, the Prophet Grey was frantically running barefoot across the desolate fields. Grey trembled, thinking, I have never seen such a thing in my entire life. I must immediately go see Garcia, the head of the Psy family. What on earth is that bastard thinking? Sarkly's blood and a sword technique capable of slicing through even a scent. When all three elements converged, the artificial dungeon called Sarkly's Cloud Bakery was officially created. Rason Maon walked slowly to the large bookshelf. He reached out to gently push a book aside, revealing a large crack in the brick wall behind it. The group, Rason, Casin, and Rudia, curiously peeked inside. Rudia couldn't help but gasp in surprise when she saw a mysterious space appearing behind the wall. Rason Maon suddenly startled, his light purple eyes shrinking in vigilance. The room was filled with a grim, eerie atmosphere that sent shivers down one's spine. In the suffocating silence, a frantic heartbeat thundered. Inside, a chair stained with dried, pitch-black blood sat alone beside a rusty chainsaw caked in gore. In the corner of the room stood two golden statues of human heads, their eyes bulging and mouths agape in expressions of agony. Below the stone pedestal, ancient symbols glowed with a sinister light. This place was unmistakably Sly's horror doll workshop. Meanwhile, under the quiet light of a crescent moon blanketing an ancient mansion, the head of the Choi family was focused on writing with precise strokes of his brush on a white sheet of paper, gently sketching out fluid characters. He whispered softly, "It's been a while." Instantly, a massive beam of white light suddenly descended from the sky. Choi looked at the figure who had just appeared and spoke calmly. "Henka, it's been a long time since you last used that form to come and see me." Stepping out from the halo of light was the drug queen, Henka, appearing as a barefoot little girl with white hair. Without any pleasantries, she hardened her expression and went straight to the point. "I'll be blunt, Choi. Why did you send your precious son into my territory?" Faced with her questioning, Choi remained completely unfazed and asked back, "Why? Did something happen?" His indifferent attitude drove Henka mad. She glared, pointed a finger directly at Choi's face, and screamed in rage. "Yes, your son's power just skyrocketed from 3 stars to 5 stars in the blink of an eye." Choi smiled deeply. He concluded that his son's dramatic improvement was surely due to the influence of his good friend. Hearing this, Henka, in her white-haired little girl form, asked in surprise, "Good friend? Do you mean Rason Maon?" Choi nodded nonchalantly, asserting that the Menon boy possessed a very special source of power and that his son had actually relied on him quite a bit. Even so, Henka remained skeptical. She believed there was no way anyone could jump 2 levels that quickly. Choi slowly explained that in the past, it would indeed have been absurd, but once a certain level of cultivation is reached, a genius's growth speed accelerates at a dizzying pace. Choi's calmness made Henka extremely frustrated. She writhed in annoyance and shouted, "Ugh, honestly, your son isn't ready for that kind of massive growth." Henka spoke sternly, pointing out that Casin was still too young, and had barely achieved any notable accomplishments. Based on her experience as a drug lord, the only way a swordsman could grow strong so quickly was by using stimulants, and extremely toxic ones at that, which would carry devastating side effects. Yet, faced with her concern, Choi kept his mysterious smile and added lightly, "That wouldn't be the case if Rason were by his side." Choi's constant praise of the other boy deeply annoyed Henka. She threw a tantrum, sat down on the floor, and grumbled. Rason, why do you keep bringing that brat up? I am trying to warn you that your son might have gotten involved with illegal drugs." Seeing her antics, Choi leaned over and sarcastically asked, "Doesn't it seem contradictory for a world-renowned drug lord to be talking about illicit substances?" His jab made Henka's expression turn cold instantly. She glared with a warning. "Choi, I'm not joking. Watch your words before I truly lose my temper." However, the aura of the drug queen could not shake the head of the Choi family. Choi nonchalantly challenged her. "And if you lose your temper, what then? Do you think you have the guts to attack me?" Insulted, Henka curled her lip and replied, "No, but I can certainly harass your son." Henka smiled sinisterly and reminded him, "After all, he is still in my territory." Contrary to that threat, Choi remained extremely confident, stating he knew for sure she would never do that. When Henka curiously asked why, Choi smiled nostalgically and replied, "Because you were once my most precious comrade." The answer left Henka speechless, and she sighed in frustration. Choi looked out the window and muttered in a low voice, "Rason, that boy truly possesses a supernatural power." Choi concluded that Rason Maon's power was influencing everyone around him. Hearing this, Henka, in her white-haired girl form, stood up indignantly, mocking that such an absurd thing couldn't possibly exist, and suggesting that Choi had grown senile in his old age. Choi replied calmly that everyone is born with their own unique talents. Henka waved her hand and grumbled, "You are always so stubborn, never willing to back down from what you believe is right." Choi smirked, reminding her that she was the one who used to praise him for that very trait, saying it made him the Choi family head he is today. Immediately after, a surge of black and red resentment flared violently. Henka returned to her seductive, mature form. She coldly mocked him, saying she never thought he would become such a stubborn, senile old man that he couldn't even be reasoned with. With a pop sound, Henka vanished into thin air, leaving Choi alone in the room. Looking at the brush on the table, Choi pondered to himself, "So, is that brat Rason Maon truly that special?" Meanwhile, at Sly's Cloud Bakery dungeon, Rason stood silently before a wheelchair covered in dried blood and the rusty chainsaw. Looking at the grim scene before him, Rason thought to himself that he had created this place for only one purpose: to serve gifts and opportunities on a silver platter to the protagonist, Casin. But as he looked closely at the pitch-black bloodstains on the chair, Rason realized Sly's true intention here was to turn Anboka into a doll. Sly knew for certain that one day Anboka would come to this place, so he had prepared a ruthless trap waiting for her. However, the butcher Sly knew all too well that with his own strength, he couldn't even dream of pulling off such a crazy scheme. Sly's insane plan was finally revealed. He was willing to sacrifice his own life to make this trap functional, aiming to target Anboka until the very moment she finished him off. He really was a madman, but one thing still weighed on Rason Maon's mind. Anboka was clearly a dark mage, so why did Sly design this dungeon to trigger only when a swordsman's blade passed by the scent of blood? Just as Rason Maon was pondering, the system suddenly issued a notification. Inconsistency detected and analyzed. You have been granted the opportunity to repair a fragment of the damaged consistency. Rason let out a sigh of relief. His hypothesis was correct. The system information panel continued to explain in detail. Sly's Cloud Bakery was actually both a man-made dungeon and a trap he created to ensnare Anboka. He wanted to turn her into a doll at any cost, even if he had to sacrifice his life. However, this trap required the assistance of a swordsman to activate. Rason Maon quickly opened the layout book to make revisions. Initially, he planned to set it so that Anboka was not actually a dark mage, but a magic swordsman. But he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing it could affect other consistencies of the world. Time was running out. In a desperate situation, Rason decided to take a gamble. He wrote, "Anboka has a companion who is an excellent swordsman." The system immediately accepted this new setting. Rason Maon waited anxiously, wondering if it would work. But the very next second, he froze completely when the system notification panel added a new line. "The name of that swordsman is before an empty box waiting for a name." Rason could only cry without tears and scream, "How am I supposed to know that? What the hell is this?" Rason was completely helpless before the system's ridiculous demand. If it were before, he would have easily overlooked such small details. Who would care about the name of some random swordsman? The game's difficulty was clearly increasing, and the system was demanding too much of him. Just then, loud cracking sounds echoed repeatedly, and the surrounding space began to shatter into pieces. Rason Maon realized with horror that the world was collapsing due to a serious consistency error. In a life-or-death situation, he tried to rack his brain, but no swordsman's name appeared in his mind. He needed a relatively famous name. The sound of shattering grew more intense, and there was no time left. Rason Maon immediately put his pen to the paper, writing hastily. He wrote, "The name of that swordsman was never revealed, but Sly was fully aware of their existence." Rason sighed, telling himself this was just a cheap loophole. But in this situation, he had no other choice. Instantly, the system notification appeared, confirming that the damaged part of the consistency had been successfully repaired. Thanks to this, the creator's privilege was activated, allowing him to write one more line. However, he had only 10 seconds to do it. Rason sighed with relief that was too close. To clear this dungeon without affecting the world's consistency, Rason quickly wrote another setting. Sly's Cloud Bakery is designed to hunt Anboka, making this place a dangerous trap for mages and swordsmen, but relatively easy for martial artists. In the original plot, Casin cleared this dungeon thanks to the company of Dupont, a giant warrior. Even though Dupont wasn't a professional martial artist who fought with his bare hands, still, his appearance was perfectly within the expected range. A dense fog suddenly billowed out, quickly blanketing the entire area. Rason frowned at the gray mist, wondering where the hell this had come from. Seeing this, Rudia quickly asked if he wanted her to use fire magic to burn away the fog and show off a little, but Rason firmly refused to be outdone. Casin also asked if he should use his sword aura to cleave it in two, but Rason Maon's answer remained no. Casin wondered why, and Rason explained that countermeasures against swordsmen had almost certainly been set up here already. Hearing this, Casin nodded thoughtfully, but confidently added that he asked because he felt he was stronger than those defenses. The protagonist's confidence made Rason Maon break into a cold sweat. He thought to himself that hearing such things from Casin was truly terrifying. He said, since he was leading, the group should just follow his lead. Casin readily agreed. Rason Maon observed the surroundings and determined that the mist itself wasn't poisonous. But just then, Rudia suddenly held her nose, complaining about a strange, overwhelming odor. Rason recalled the original plot settings. This fog was actually extremely dangerous. Yet, ironically, all three of them were completely fine and unaffected. Seeing Rudia stick her tongue out in disgust at the smell, Rason Maon told the group to look around for a bit. The Holy Grail, Pookie, suddenly floated out beside them. Rason Maon asked it quietly if it recognized what this was. Pookie flatly stated that this was clearly the mana of a dark mage, and they were even absorbing that energy. Rason realized this was Death Aura, a lethal energy that was fatal to swordsmen who used internal power. But when he looked over at Casin, he could only stay silent, telling himself that the protagonist's aura was truly on a completely different level. Casin looked calm and was not affected in the slightest by the Death Aura. Rudia quietly ventured deeper into the gloomy room. As she passed by two giant golden statues of human heads, she suddenly froze, as if she'd been triggered. The two lifeless golden statues suddenly moved their eyes, rolling them upward to stare straight at her. The eerie sight made Rudia scream in terror, causing Rason and Casin to spin around and fall backward. She pointed with a trembling finger. The statues, their eyes are moving. Rason Maon, they're monsters. Casin approached to observe and nodded slightly. You're right, he said, turning to Rason Maon. Do you really think there's a way to handle this strange room? Rason Maon firmly replied, I'm sure of it. Rason stepped forward, placing his hand on the brick wall, noting, the way these bricks are arranged is also very unusual. Could you take a look at them? Casin, I can sense a faint flow of mana. Accepting, Casin quickly crouched to check the wall. Rason Maon walked away quietly. He thought to himself that this nest didn't exist in the original story, but Casin would definitely be able to solve this place on his own. The most important thing for him right now was to find the nest filled with those glowing, shimmering feathers. However, Casin quickly called out, There's a secret room here. Looking at his friend's speed in finding paths, Rason could only feel helpless at how unreasonable this game hacking was. Just then, a series of golden rays, like sharp arrows, fired rapidly. Casin was forced to swing his sword with lightning speed, flipping and dodging the deadly attacks. As Casin approached, the treasure chest emitting black smoke, a gloomy, cold voice suddenly rang out from the void. Do not touch the treasure. Anyone who dares touch it will never be able to close their eyes again. The eerie voice startled Rason Maon. From within the chest, a massive dark entity slowly rose. It was a spirit-type monster capable of high resistance to dark magic. The monster roared and lunged at them. Casin and Rason Maon immediately took defensive stances, but right in the middle of the tension, a violent burst of flame suddenly erupted from behind. The sudden attack made Rason Maon stare back in confusion. The dark priest monster shrieked in the raging fire. Its spiritual body gradually dissolved into nothingness, along with a faint curse. "I curse you all." The person who had just acted was none other than Rudia, and she had done it with ease. Seeing his friend's smug expression, Rason Maon smiled helplessly and praised her. That was obvious, but well done. Rudia was praised. She was thrilled. Rason analyzed silently. Right, these spirit-type monsters are extremely weak against Rudia's fire magic, but the joy was short-lived. Rason suddenly shuddered, his sharp eyes scanning the area vigilantly, as he realized a terrifying truth. The death aura around them became even, thicker and worse right after that dark priest vanished. The source of this death aura was still nearby. He rummaged through his memories of the original plot. To clear this stage, the protagonist, Casin, was supposed to find 4 types of herbs representing joy, anger, love, and sorrow, along with corresponding scrolls. When placing those herbs into the mouths of the 2 golden statues and lighting them, a secret treasure would appear, marking the end of the Cloud Bakery. But Rason narrowed his eyes in thought. Everything seemed trivial compared to such a dangerous artificial dungeon. Even a tough nut like the drug queen. Henker had to shudder in fear when the Cloud Bakery was mentioned, asking suspiciously, "How do you know about that place?" Clearly, Henker knew this place hid an even more terrible secret. Just then, a cold black wind hissed violently, enveloping the whole group. Casin's face hardened with vigilance. "This energy, can you feel it, Rason?" Rason Maon gritted his teeth and confirmed, "Yes, this is death aura, thick as glue, completely different from the weak energy of Sally earlier." Suddenly, a savage, maniacal laugh echoed from the darkness, making Rason Maon jump in surprise. The voice came from within the black smoke. A scarred face with an orange glowing eye patch, Sally gradually became clear. The butcher roared madly. "You brats, do you think you can kill me? I still have a whole mountain of children left to turn into dolls. You got arrogant just because I faked my death, without letting them react." Sally lunged forward with a towering black resentment, screaming in fury. "There's no way I'm dying before I catch on Boca." Rason Maon immediately recognized the dark energy covering Sally. He was shocked to realize this was the forbidden dark magic he had used to take his own life, and then resurrect from the dead. "You're a lich." In reality, they are created by using dark magic on themselves. They will never age, and as long as their mana crystal isn't destroyed, they can live almost eternally. However, the price paid is incredibly brutal. They are forced to work hard, to steal the blood of victims, to continue refueling the death aura inside their mana crystal to maintain their existence. Dark mages who use this forbidden magic to become a lich gradually lose all emotions and the sense of self they once had as humans. Eventually, they completely turn into monsters, just hollow husks of their former selves. Casin gritted his teeth and shouted, pointing his sword straight at the butcher, "Did you intentionally let us kill you?" Sally crossed his arms in front of his chest, responding sinisterly, "That wasn't my intention at first, but my plan has changed." The butcher laughed maniacally. "It's been a long time since I've had someone other than Boca." Seeing his opponent's eerie smile, Rason analyzed the situation. In the original plot, Sally was supposed to have died. He guessed that maybe he had turned himself into a lich right after that, and chose to live in hiding to wait for an opportunity. Because Sally didn't want to turn Casin or Dupont into dolls, he chose to hide to avoid being discovered, making it easier for Casin to get the reward. Now everything was clear. Rason looked straight at the butcher and asked coldly, "Sally, the reason you became a lich and revealed yourself to us, is it because you want to turn us into dolls?" The butcher curled his lips, admitting with a sinister smile, "Exactly. Especially you, the young master of a magic family." His reveal made Rason Maon freeze for 5 seconds before shouting, "What?" Sally was lost in his crazy memories, having once personally styled the hair of a beautiful little girl with green hair. He recounted leisurely, "She was once a very beautiful child. Her eyes were truly perfect for making a doll." Looking at the bright green eyes of the girl in his memories, Rason couldn't help but shudder in disgust. Sally glared at him and continued, "Your eyes are just as bright as Boca's." Rason Maon cursed silently. This bastard really is crazy. Without letting them react, Sally pointed directly at Rason Maon and laughed maniacally. "Rason Maon Mason, I will add you to my precious collection." Realizing the life and death battle was about to begin, Rason Maon quickly turned to his best friend and said, "Casin, find the mana crystal, and what about you?" Rason replied firmly. I'll try to hold him off. Facing the butcher-turned-lich, Rason silently judged that he was certainly very strong. But compared to Ibelia or Persa, to Rason, compared to Persa, he was nothing at all. Fighting L actually makes my heart race with excitement. A burning aura of mana surged violently around Rason. Sly stood opposite him, unleashing an ominous aura while coldly asking, "Are you ready to become part of my collection?" Rason Maon smirked and replied, "It won't be that easy." Seeing the boy's confident expression, Sly hissed, "No. It's exactly that look on your face. I have to turn you into a doll at the very moment you're most terrified." Facing the crazed butcher, Rason calmly asked, "Where did you hide the mana crystal powering your necromancy? And what will you do if I tell you?" Rason Maon pointed directly at him and declared, "I'm going to destroy it, of course." Hearing the boy's naive answer, Sly was stunned for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "Bwahahaha. I suppose it's because you're just a kid. But I like your honesty. Still, do you really think I'd tell you?" With that, the butcher roared aggressively. But at the very last second, a violent blast of flame suddenly surged forward, swallowing Sly in a raging fire. Struck head-on, Sly shrieked in shock and agony. "Fire magic?" Rason turned back in surprise and called out to his friend, Rudia. From the shadows, Rudia stepped out with flames dancing on her hands. She declared clearly, "Rason is the one I have a contract with." Seeing someone in his way, Sly quickly extinguished the flames. He glared with killing intent and roared, "I should kill you before things get too troublesome." But just as Sly prepared to strike, the butcher's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in surprise, "What? What is this? What is this strange energy?" The sudden change in his opponent left Rason Maon stunned. What was happening? Rudia stood nearby, her eyes glowing with determination. She whispered, "I was too weak to protect my father once, but this time, I will keep Rason Maon safe." Rudia's eyes suddenly glowed a terrifying, vibrant red. The system immediately displayed a shocking notification. Rudia has activated the demon-slaying eyes. Immediately after, a massive, glowing red eye with a vertical pupil appeared floating in the air. Witnessing that terrifying entity, Sly completely crumbled. Trembling in extreme fear, he backed away, wailing pitifully. "Ah, don't look at me. I don't want to disappear yet." Rason stared in shock at the giant eye behind his friend and realized it was the demon-slaying eyes. The glowing red demonic eye radiated a terrifying pressure that shook the very air. Facing this monstrous entity, Sly fell apart completely. He collapsed to the ground, sobbing in terror. "Ah, don't look at me. I'm not ready to vanish." Standing amidst the turbulent energy, Rudia, with her glowing eyes, began chanting ancient, bewitching spells. The power of the curse took hold, causing Sly's body to crack violently. The butcher clutched his head and screamed in despair. "Ah, ah, ah, no. My body." The giant demonic eye suddenly released a beam of intense red energy, swallowing the butcher whole. He gritted his teeth and roared with resentment. "Damn it. I never expected to be defeated by the likes of you brats." However, the sheer amount of mana drained Rudia completely, and she collapsed. In a flash, Rason lunged to catch his unconscious friend, calling out her name in a panic. "Rudia." Rason Maon held Rudia in his arms, glancing warily toward the rubble. Cruelly, Sly had not been completely destroyed. He struggled to his feet, glared at the two of them, and growled, "You damn brats, what did you just do? I've never seen magic like that before." Facing his opponent's persistence, Rason replied coldly, "Isn't it obvious? You lost a battle of magical power and were pushed into a corner." Sly laughed viciously. "You think I don't know that?" Not giving him a chance to recover, Rason immediately activated his time control skill, Slow Flow, while simultaneously casting a high-tier ultimate magic. In a blur, Rason dashed forward with terrifying speed towards Sly, leaving the butcher only enough time to gasp. "What the hell is this?" Immediately, Rason activated an intermediate combat magic enhancement. Rason Maon then decisively unleashed a powerful flaming roundhouse kick, striking Sly squarely. Not letting his opponent regain his senses, Rason Maon quickly landed and accelerated again. Behind Rason Maon, a beast-shaped battle aura flared intensely. The system immediately displayed a notification. Tu Tangent Ka Secret Martial Art, 10,000 claws activated. The shockwave blew Sly away, causing the butcher to scream in agony as lightning crackled across his body. Rason walked slowly toward the defeated foe, but Sly, lying flat on the ground, laughed excitedly. "Impressive. I never expected a mage to be able to move like that. This only makes me want you even more." Crawling along, the butcher thought wildly, "I never imagined a mage could possess such skills." Sly's face twisted in madness as he kept screaming, "How beautiful! 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 Too beautiful!" Annoyed by his opponent's insanity, Rason walked over coldly and stomped down, crushing the butcher's head into the ground. He said dismissively, "Shut your mouth." Even with his head crushed under Rason Maon's foot, Sly's voice sounded ominous. "You know you can't kill me, don't you?" Rason replied indifferently, "True, but at least I can do this." Sly asked curiously, "What are you trying to buy time for? It won't change the fact that you'll eventually become my doll." A wave of backlash pain hit Rason Maon, causing him to grit his teeth. Sly's voice still sounded like he was watching a play. "How interesting! To think I'd get to witness a mage practicing combat magic with my own eyes." Just then, Casin's loud voice cut through the tense atmosphere. "Rason Maon, I found the mana crystal." In Casin's hand was a special basket containing the glowing red mana crystal. Seeing their opponent's power source captured, Rason stood tall, looking down at Sly, who lay defeated on the ground, and declared calmly, "It's over, Sly. Why don't you just give up?" But the butcher on the ground only gave a twisted smile. "Heh, I should have found that mana crystal much faster than you." Sly's cryptic words made Rason Maon narrow his eyes in suspicion. "What the hell are you talking about?" Rason Maon was suddenly startled as a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. "Wait, don't tell me you were hoping Anbo Sia would destroy this mana crystal?" Sly struggled up and laughed sinisterly. "Ha ha ha, that's right. That basket is actually a special sacred artifact. Exactly 5 seconds after you take the mana crystal out, the mana inside will explode. The blast is powerful enough to wipe out every living creature in this place." Looking at the basket in Casin's hand, which was starting to glow with an ominous red light, Rason broke into a cold sweat. Yet Sly walked toward him casually and shrugged indifferently. "But that doesn't matter. At least Anbo Sio's doll will stay here with me. Ha ha ha. But it would be such a waste if I had to be buried with a bunch of brats like you, wouldn't it? I'll capture you, and we'll live forever." Facing the threat from Rason bowed his head slightly and said in a low voice, "Sly, let me ask you one thing. What is it?" Rason Maon looked straight at him and made an unexpected proposal. "Will you spare my friend's life?" Sly pondered for a moment before shrugging in agreement. Sure, why not? You're the one I want the most anyway." Rason Maon reached up to brush his hair and said calmly, "Then, do you mind if I make one request before I become one of your dolls? If you accept, I will take my own life with whatever expression you want me to have." Rason's offer of self-sacrifice thrilled Sly. Really?" The butcher leaned his twisted face in close, laughing madly, and made his final sick request. "Then can you cry for me? I want to preserve the moment your tears fall." Sly looked at Rason Maon and asked coldly, "Fine, what do you want?" Without hesitation, Rason Maon replied calmly, "I walk the path of magic. As one who carries that bloodline, I want to see a mana crystal created by a lich with my own eyes. You must understand my true desire, because you have researched magic yourself, haven't you?" Hearing this, Sly asked skeptically, "Do you mean you want to die with me?" Rason Maon closed his eyes slightly and replied gently, "Of course not. It's because I truly care for them. If my sacrifice can save them, that's all I want." Rason Maon's decision to sacrifice himself left Casin absolutely shocked and heartbroken. Casin screamed in fury, "I absolutely cannot accept this. I am the one who carries the will of the sword. I will kill you myself to restore order to this land and protect my childhood friend at all costs." Witnessing the stubbornness of the young master, Sly snorted coldly, How noisy." Then he decisively waved his hand, releasing a burst of dark grudge energy. The basket containing the red mana crystal flew out right in front of him. Sly walked over slowly, picked up the basket, and smiled as he remarked, "It seems you two share quite a strong bond. Youth is truly precious. I like that. I trust you will keep your promise." Then, the butcher held out the glowing basket in front of Rason and declared firmly, "Of course, I will certainly uphold our agreement. I'll give you exactly 2 seconds." Rason Maon took the basket, calmly replying, "Thanks, but you have to guarantee the safety of my friend." Sly agreed indifferently. "Fine, I'll do that." Lying helplessly on the ground, Casin still tried to shout in desperation, "Don't do it, Rason. I won't accept this." But Rason still silently turned and walked away, clutching the basket that was glowing with red lightning, preparing to trigger the destructive explosion. Watching the 2-second countdown, the corner of Rason Maon's mouth curled into a confident and arrogant smile. He whispered to himself, 2 seconds. Your 2 seconds and mine are completely different. Sly, your carelessness will cost you your life. Sly lifted the basket containing the brilliant red mana crystal, smugly asserting that he would definitely keep his word and give Rason exactly 2 seconds. Seeing his friend's reckless decision, Casin screamed in desperation, refusing to accept this sacrifice. Yet, Rason Maon still calmly accepted the glowing basket and started counting. 2 seconds. His lips curled into a confident, arrogant smile. For Rason, 2 seconds isn't the same amount of time for everyone. The system immediately chimed with a notification for the activation of the slow flow skill. As time seemed to stand still, Rason lightning fast opened a subspatial portal. Witnessing his unexpected action, Sly's eyes went wide, and he hurriedly lunged forward to stop him. But it was too late. From the subspace, the black jar that Rason Maon received from the cunning god, laid O'Neon, appeared. Rason Maon quickly threw the glowing red mana crystal into the jar and shouted loudly to draw attention. Sly rushed forward crazily, intending to deliver the killing blow, but the black jar had already been set firmly down. Instantly, the red mana crystal inside the jar exploded violently, shooting a brilliant red beam of light straight into the sky. Realizing that the deal had completely fallen apart, the lich Sly clutched the cracking jar, which was emitting red lightning, and screamed in helplessness and despair. Impossible. Are you kidding me? The horrific backlash of power caused Sly's body to crack and quickly dissolve into dust next to the black jar. Looking at the cold pile of ashes, Rason smiled coldly in farewell. Goodbye, Sly. You will never be able to resurrect again. Seeing that the explosion had been miraculously contained, Casin sat up and asked in shock what that thing was, because the noise inside sounded absolutely terrifying. Rason Maon turned back and explained nonchalantly that it was a special magic artifact, and it had completely absorbed the mana crystal's explosion. The ceiling began to crack and collapsed violently. Looking at the falling debris, Casin shouted anxiously, "We need to find a way out of here. The building is about to collapse." Carrying the unconscious Rudia, Rason analyzed calmly. He wouldn't create a separate exit for an artificial dungeon. He wanted to bury all of Unboka's remains. Hearing that, Casin smirked. "Is that so? Then I just need to smash a path open." No sooner said than done. Casin gathered all his strength into his blade, decisively unleashing the true killing sword technique, creating a heaven-shaking explosion that blew away the entire cloud bakery in the middle of the night. As the dust settled, the group escaped safely under the quiet full moon. Casin stabbed his sword into the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. Watching his best friend's display of brute strength, Rason couldn't help but be shocked, wondering, he already learned that move? That power is truly terrifying. He carried Rudia as they walked away and silently reflected that, regardless, it was thanks to Casin that they got out safely. But right at that moment, a loud cracking sound suddenly rang out from the black jar left on the ground. Rason Maon started in surprise and looked down. Huh? What's happening with that jar? The black jar suddenly cracked and collapsed to the ground, revealing something that looked like a giant bird's nest woven from the roots of an ancient tree. Immediately, a blue system notification appeared before his eyes. Notification: Dragon Egg Incubator. Rason Maon stared in shock at the sparkling nest and exclaimed, "A dragon egg incubator, it really looks like a real nest." Under the quiet full moon, Sylvia stood from afar, looking at the ruins of the Cloud Bakery, and said in complete amazement, "How did you all get out of there? Don't tell me you actually killed Sly." The next morning, under the warm morning sun, Sylvia led the group back to her small wooden house. She joyfully spread her arms to welcome them. "Ta-da! Welcome to Sylvia's home. Rest here for a few days before you go." But immediately after, she leaned close to Rason Maon, wore a cryptic smile, and whispered, "We can talk about the incubator you just got." Her words made both Rason and Casin start in surprise. Huh? Rason Maon broke into a cold sweat, his heart filled with extreme bewilderment. How did this old hag sniff that out? The group stepped inside the house, and the sound of chopping food from the kitchen rang out crisply. Sylvia was currently standing on a small stool, intently preparing a meal for the group. Glancing at her mysterious smile, Rason couldn't help but ponder. He looked at the small back of the drug queen and wondered vigilantly, "Henka Ka, just what kind of monster are you?" He remembered their conversation at the ruins earlier. At that time, facing Sylvia's astonishment, Rason Maon, who was carrying Rudia, had calmly replied, "We did it. Isn't that what you wanted?" "That's true, but I didn't think you could actually do it." Looking at her expression, Rason secretly concluded that this woman was definitely not just the ruler of the Northern Basin. He smirked and asked, "So, you broke into Sly's artificial dungeon just to try and help us?" Sylvia scratched her head and laughed sheepishly. "Well, I suppose." Rason broke into a cold sweat and asked further, You know what happens when an artificial dungeon is destroyed from the outside, right? Henka, in the guise of Sylvia, smiled confidently and mysteriously. If I know, it seems you have enough strength to make it happen. He couldn't help but ponder while looking at the drug queen's back in front of him. Something like this is nothing to her? And then there are the illusion circles and transformation magic. You've got quite a few cards up your sleeve. At this moment, Sylvia suddenly approached and grabbed Casin's hand. She smiled seductively. A woman needs to have her own secrets. That's the bait that creates her brand. Suddenly approached, Casin hardened his face and asked, "What are you doing?" Sylvia didn't answer, only using her small hand to squeeze Casin's arm tightly. Just a quick check. Seeing that scene, Rason, standing nearby, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Thinking in astonishment, Casin clearly tried to push her hand away, but she was able to stop him so easily. Sylvia let go, crossed her arms over her chest, and muttered, "Strange." Casin frowned and asked, "What's strange?" Sylvia replied, "I can't feel anything." Casin asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" Sylvia didn't explain further, but she mused to herself, "Does this mean that man was right after all? I've lived long enough to meet countless geniuses, but he left and gave birth to something special." Suddenly, Sylvia turned her head and looked straight at Rason Maon. Her pinkish-red eyes glowed seductively, accompanied by a sinister smile. "I will be watching you, Rason Maon." Her declaration made Rason extremely tense, a sense of extreme vigilance rising in his heart. What on earth is going on? Many days passed at the small wooden house, and the group sat together around the cozy dining table. But Rason Maon had completely lost his patience. "What do you mean? I've been asking about the incubator for days now. But why do you keep dodging the question?" Contrary to his anger, Rudia and Casin were still busy eating deliciously. "How's the food, Rudia?" Rudia happily replied, "It's super delicious." Rason yelled in a rage, "What on earth are you plotting?" Sylvia calmly held up a finger to stop him. "It's not the time yet. First, the crescent moon needs to rise." Rason Maon asked blankly, "The crescent moon?" Right at that moment, Rudia held up her empty bowl and cheered. "Give me another bowl," Sylvia happily replied. "Sure." She leisurely turned back to the steaming pot on the stove, adding indifferently, "I'll explain every detail the night it rises." Suddenly, Sylvia turned her head back, her pinkish-red eyes glowing seductively. She smirked sinisterly and asked a killer question. "Rason Maon, you possess a thunder dragon stone, don't you?" The sudden question caused the whole room to fall into a deathly silence. Rason, Casin, and Rudia were all completely frozen in shock. A close-up of Rason's face showed his eyes wide with horror, cold sweat running down his cheeks. He was utterly shocked, wondering, how could Henka know about that? "Come here, Rason Maon. Let's go. Just the two of us." Rason raised an eyebrow and asked skeptically, "Go where?" She replied gently, "To the highest point around here." Rason Maon immediately guessed, "The central tower?" But just as her small hand gently grasped his, Casin, standing from afar, hardened his face with vigilance. He looked straight at Henka and declared loudly, "Henka, I swear on my family name that I will never forgive you if anything happens to Rason Maon." But the young master's threat only amused the drug queen. She playfully stuck out her tongue, teasing, "Oh, how terrifying." Turning to Rason Maon, Henka suddenly turned serious to confirm, "Rason Maon, you have the Thunder Dragon Stone with you, don't you?" Rason Maon paled, breaking into a cold sweat as he admitted, "I do. But how did you know?" "I've never mentioned that before." Seeing Rason Maon's bewilderment, Henka stood on her tiptoes, leaned close to his ear, and whispered enchantingly, "You see, in Rason Maon's memories, dragons are the most superior and supreme creatures in this world. They live for an incredibly long time, and from the moment they are born, they are inherently the strongest beings alive. Their power is so immense that they can survive without food or water, and depending on their lineage, they can wield elemental magic that far exceeds human limits. However, in the original novel written by Rason Maon, dragons had never actually appeared in the main plot, existing only as a few, brief, superficial notes in the world-building. Yet now, under the starlit night sky, Rason was facing a shocking truth. There was a flesh-and-blood dragon standing right in front of him. Walking on air amidst the starry night, Rason couldn't help but be amazed, wondering how he could walk above ground with no floor beneath him. Was this some kind of high-level magic? Leading the way, the white-haired girl Henka turned her head slightly, wearing a cryptic smile as she declared that this was a good spot. Hovering amidst the clouds under the crescent moon, Rason Maon called out and asked, "Henka, what do I need to do?" But before he could finish his sentence, A terrifying wave of pressure suddenly hit him, leaving him stunned. Right before Rason Maon's eyes, Henka's small body suddenly erupted with a surge of red lightning, transforming into a massive, fierce, red dragon. Witnessing this transcendent entity looming in the clouds, Rason Maon gasped. A dragon! This overwhelming pressure was far beyond anything he had felt facing regular beasts. The giant red dragon leaned her head, dripping with saliva, toward him, baring sharp fangs as she growled. "Why are you so surprised?" Contrary to his initial panic, Rason Maon quickly regained his composure, wearing a confident smile. He decisively activated his subspace magic to retrieve an item. Watching the magical light erupt, the red dragon narrowed her eyes with curiosity. Soon after, Rason Maon held up the Thunder Dragon Stone, which was glowing with brilliant yellow lightning inside the nest, right in front of her. But the very next second, Rason suddenly swung his arm, decisively dropping both the nest and the Thunder Dragon Stone into the deep void below. His bold move left the giant red dragon completely shocked. She stared in panic, eyes wide, and the red dragon chased after it while roaring in horror and rage. "What the hell? What do you think you're doing?" But Rason Maon just offered a faint smile and replied calmly, "Sorry, Henka." Panting heavily, the red dragon clutched the stone in her talons and gritted her teeth, cursing, "You brat! What the hell do you mean by that?" Rason Maon still stood, hovering in midair, arms crossed confidently, and replied, "I just wanted to test how important it really is to you." The red dragon's rage erupted. She roared violently. "So that's why you dared to pull such a crazy stunt? Dare to do that again, and I'll kill you." Facing the murderous threat, Rason smirked arrogantly. "I also realized you can't kill me right now. That stone is indeed very important, but the fact that you went to the trouble of bringing me all the way here means you can't do this yourself." Rason Maon thought to himself that standing up to the powerful father figure, DK Cha, all this time had made him much bolder. He calmly added, "And you can't kill me, because I have to be the one to awaken it for you." Before the boy's sharpness, the red dragon could only grit her teeth in frustration, exhaling furious puffs of white smoke. She had to concede. "Fine, you're right. It's true I want to hatch it. But that Thunder Dragon Stone isn't actually that important to me." Rason Maon smiled, arms crossed confidently, and delivered a psychological blow. "But to me, it's more like a choice. You're the one who wants to hatch that Thunder Dragon, while I don't have time to work for free." Rason Maon smirked, laughing triumphantly as he asked, "So what's left between us?" Before his persistence, the red dragon growled, conceding, "You're quite gutsy for a brat." "All right, what do you want?" Rason Maon casually asked in return. "What could a dragon possibly do for me?" Immediately, the red dragon's talons condensed a blinding, shimmering light. She asked indifferently, "Will this do?" Before Rason could react, the light from above suddenly poured straight onto his head. The magical power transfer happened so quickly that Rason Maon was caught off guard. He looked down at his trembling palms, asking in shock, "What is this?" The red dragon slowly explained, "Dragon tears," appearing on the palm of Rason, now a shimmering blue gem with intricate gold filigree. Rason Maon muttered in confusion, "Dragon tears." The red dragon continued to instruct, "Whenever you find yourself in a life or death situation, call my name into these dragon tears." Rason Maon asked curiously, "And if I do that?" The red dragon replied nonchalantly, "I guess I'll come save you." Having received such a high-end insurance policy, Rason clenched his fist against his chest, looked up, and asked, "Should I call you Henka?" The red dragon narrowed her eyes and replied, "That's just my alias. My real name is Phaser. I am a fire dragon." Rason Maon smiled and replied decisively, "All right, Phaser. From now on I'll be counting on you." "All right, Phaser. We have a deal. So what do I do now?" Phaser slowly instructed, "Take the nest and the Thunder Dragon Stone. Then let the stone absorb the moonlight." Rason Maon held the nest containing the stone up toward the night sky and asked, "Like this?" Immediately, Phaser began chanting an ancient spell in the dragon tongue. He was amazed to see the moonlight being frantically sucked into the Thunder Dragon Stone. The stone began to crack into large pieces. Seeing the process go smoothly, Phaser wore a satisfied smile. From the rubble of the shell, a light yellow baby dragon with big, round eyes, surrounded by small sparks of lightning, officially stepped out. Rason Maon was completely shocked, thinking, "A thunder dragon." The baby dragon tilted its head at him, letting out an adorable cry. Looking at the tiny creature clinging to his hand, Rason smiled with delight. He thought to himself that it was much cuter than he imagined, because he thought a legendary thunder dragon would look terrifying. But the very next second, the baby dragon suddenly opened its mouth and roared. A wild blast of thunderfire was unleashed directly into Rason Maon's face, leaving him stunned in utter amazement. Immediately after the baby dragon's unexpected lightning hiccup, the system flashed an emergency notification, activating defensive combat magic and auto-healing for Rason Maon. Rason Maon couldn't help but tremble and gasp, thinking that if not for his defensive magic and the timely help of the Holy Grail, Pookie, he might have been done for right there. Pookie was furious, shouting and scolding the mischievous baby dragon. The little dragon just tilted its head and chirped coo innocently. Rason Maon turned to the fire dragon Phaser and questioned if she had known about this beforehand. Phaser nonchalantly denied it, explaining that the first hiccup was proof that the baby dragon was extremely healthy. Looking at her expression, Rason Maon thought she definitely must have seen this coming. Phaser continued sternly, "This thunder dragon is even more special than fire dragons, and they play a vital role in the survival of this world." The little dragon excitedly flapped its wings, hovering. Phaser affirmed that they were unique compared to other dragons. To Rason's curious question about what she meant, Phaser replied dismissively, "That's all you need to know for now," and told him to feed it well. Hearing the word nurture, Rason broke into a nervous sweat. Phaser explained that dragons grow in stages, and it would take another 100 years for it to evolve to the next stage, so he probably wouldn't live long enough to see it. Just then, the baby dragon suddenly flew in front of Rason. It smiled brightly and declared clearly, "I grant you the honor of raising me, Master." Rason Maon could only sweat, smiling helplessly at his new pet's overconfidence. Just then, Casin ran over from afar, breathlessly shouting his name. "Rason Maon, I was so worried about you." Seeing his close friend approaching with murderous intent and a gleaming weapon, Rason Maon panicked and said, "Calm down, put your sword away." Casin glared at the white-haired girl standing in front, coldly questioning if she had done anything to harm Rason Maon. Facing Casin's suspicion, the white-haired girl smirked, a wicked smile playing on her lips. She coolly replied that something had indeed happened, but it was actually Rason Maon who had done those things to her. Her suggestive words left Rason completely flustered, and he hurriedly asked, "I did what?" Watching their confused expressions, the white-haired girl suddenly blushed, hugging her cheeks shyly as she dropped a bombshell. "He stole my most precious treasure, and he did it while constantly threatening me." A small, pale yellow baby dragon flapped its wings, hovering in the air as it let out a cry. "Master?" The appearance of such a strange creature left Casin, standing nearby, to ask in surprise, "What is that?" Rason Maon calmly explained, "That's a lightning dragon." His answer made Casin gasp. "A lightning dragon, you say?" Before he could even process it, the little dragon snuggled against Rason Maon's shoulder, crying out repeatedly that it was hungry. Rason turned to Fa, confused, and asked, "What does it want from me?" Fa nonchalantly explained that lightning dragons grow by eating lightning, so he had to feed it lightning. Hearing that, Rason winced. "Why me?" At this, Fa casually revealed a truth. "It takes 300 years for a lightning dragon to reach maturity. You are its first guardian." The little dragon kept nuzzling Rason's neck, crying that it was hungry. Just then, Fa coldly added a warning. "If it dies before you do, you'll die along with it." This sudden threat made Rason Maon jump in surprise. "What? Why would I have to die?" Fa tilted her head slightly, her red eyes glowing with a bewitching light, and replied calmly, "Because I would kill you myself." That night, inside the quiet wooden house under the starry sky, the group finally got to recharge after such a grueling time. Rudia, Rason, the baby dragon, and Casin were all fast asleep. However, in the dead of the night, the wooden door suddenly creaked open unexpectedly as a mysterious guest quietly slipped inside. Under the flickering candlelight in the dim room, Fa and a hooded man sat opposite each other. The man spoke in a low voice, "The lightning dragon has awakened." "And its master is Rason Maon?" Fa narrowed her eyes, confirming coldly, "Exactly. He is the best friend of your son." The hooded man then revealed his face. It was Garcia, the head of the Garcia family. He looked at her and asked coldly, "I know a human is needed to help hatch a dragon egg, but doesn't that person usually get sent to the afterlife as soon as the task is done?" Fa immediately explained, "But that boy, do you know what that means? He is completely qualified to be a dragon's guardian." She smirked, a sinister smile appearing as she continued, "I would have killed him if I didn't like him." Garcia narrowed his eyes. "So, you like Rason?" Fa nonchalantly admitted, "Yes, he's an incredibly interesting child. There's something very unusual in his heart, something that belonged to an old friend of mine a long time ago." Hearing this, Garcia asked curiously, "An old friend?" Fa closed her eyes and smiled mysteriously. "No, I won't tell you. Dragons have many secrets after all. Garcia stared pensively at the burning candle. He said slowly, this world may seem eternal, but in reality, it isn't. It follows a repeating cycle of destruction at periodic intervals. Fa continued. It destroys everything, and then starts over from the beginning. That's known as the Handi's effect. Looking at the eerie, glowing red spiral symbol that appeared, Fa added, I don't know much about it myself, as it belongs to the realm of the gods. Garcia muttered, Handi's, but this world won't just lie down and die. There is always a will to destroy the world, and conversely, there is another will seeking to protect it. Fa laughed coldly. How ironic, just like humans. Fa spoke leisurely. They experience many conflicting emotions at once, for example, love and hatred. And the lightning dragon is the embodiment of this world's will to protect itself. That's why they are so extremely rare. Perhaps only one is born every 10,000 years. Do you understand now? Garcia's face turned grim with shock. You mean a crisis that could destroy the world is imminent? And a lightning dragon, an opposing force created to prevent that destruction, has chosen Rason as its guardian? Fa laughed, looking radiant and excited. Exactly. Isn't it interesting? I wonder, can a human really control a lightning dragon? Fa glanced toward Rason Maon, who was fast asleep beside the baby dragon. She thought to herself, this is the most interesting time in my dragon life. Like you said, I can feel a special source of power within Rason Maon. I'm not sure what it is, and he doesn't seem to realize it yet. But I can clearly feel a great divine power hidden within him. When Garcia asked about this great divine power, Fa nodded, confirming that Rason even possessed a precious holy relic. She sternly reminded Garcia to keep an eye on Rason Maon, also revealing that some kind of epiphany seemed to be descending upon his son as well. For a human, this was an incredibly rare, serendipitous opportunity. When that great divine power and that serendipitous opportunity combined, it would create a massive boost, causing the potential hidden within Casin to explode in a terrifying way. Finishing her story, Fa turned around and declared that she would leave to get some sleep, as she was exhausted after spending so much energy hatching that lightning dragon. Watching her small back, Garcia asked in a low voice if this would be their final meeting. Fa turned her head slightly and replied casually, I intend to take a deep sleep that lasts at least 100 years, but who knows? Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again before you kick the bucket, Garcia. Hearing his old friend's humorous remark, Garcia smiled beneath his hood and said goodbye. The little girl floated up into the air and wished for Garcia to still be alive and healthy in 100 years. But just before she vanished completely, Fa paused, suddenly remembering something, and asked curiously if Garcia had found his missing eldest son yet. The question touched his deepest sorrow, making Garcia's face go dark and melancholy. He was silent for a long time before replying in a low voice, the boy seems to be dead. Faced with Fa's surprise regarding the cause of death, Garcia gritted his teeth in hatred and spat out the name of the Maon Clan. Understanding her friend's pain, Fa closed her eyes in contemplation and made a request. Please try to avoid war in the Long Sun region, as I have chosen that place to rest. Receiving a nod of promise from Garcia, Fa smiled in relief, not forgetting to tell him to take good care of the Northern Basin region before she completely dissolved into the void. The wooden room suddenly became incredibly silent once Fa left. Sitting alone by the wooden table under the flickering candlelight, Garcia slowly pulled down his hood, revealing his black hair and a stern, thoughtful face. He whispered a sincere thank you to his old friend, the Heaven Emperor Mirage. Fa. Under the night sky filled with the crescent moon, the small wooden house lay peacefully in the middle of the wild forest, carrying secrets and the coming storms of the future. 3 days had passed since that day. At the shining space gate, Casin had officially set off to return to the Garcia family, and Rason had also begun his journey back to Mason. However, the peaceful life of the seventh young master was quickly turned upside down by the arrival of a new member. The baby lightning dragon kept opening its mouth and screeching at the top of its lungs, Master, I'm hungry. Feed me. Come on. The little dragon's pestering left Rason Maon completely helpless. He lay exhausted on the bed with dark circles under his eyes, lamenting that he hadn't even caught a minute of sleep. Yet, the lightning dragon remained on the bed, continuing to use its innocent tone to torture him. Master, I grant you the honor of feeding me. Rason clutched his head in pain, desperately asking what it wanted to eat. But the answer was always, I don't know. Master, you pick. Feed me now, master. It only made him more insane. Amidst a severe headache, a spark suddenly flashed in Rason Maon's mind. He suddenly remembered that his father, Duke Cha, was a man of vast knowledge. Rason Maon wondered if perhaps he also held the secrets regarding this species of lightning dragon. Thinking is doing. Rason immediately headed to the main estate of the Maon family. Just as he entered the grand hall, the family head, DK Cha, with a cold demeanor, glanced at his son and said slowly, "Looking at your face, I know you've come here to ask for my help." Rason Maon smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, that's right." However, his father's unexpectedly gentle attitude made Rason Maon break into a cold sweat. He remarked, "Father, your attitude has completely changed. Is there a problem with the dragon perched on my shoulder?" DK Cha calmly guessed the issue immediately. "It's complaining that it's hungry, right?" Rason Maon sighed and confirmed, "Yes, but I don't even know what to feed it. Even searching the library didn't help at all." DK Cha questioned in a low voice, "So, that's why you came to me, instead of thinking it through yourself?" "Yes, because I am currently on a pilgrimage and cannot waste any time. Even though I knew asking for your help might disappoint you, I thought it was the best way to save time." Contrary to his anxiety, DK Cha smirked, smiling with satisfaction, and gave him firm praise. "Well done." The sudden compliment left Rason Maon stunned, asking, "Pardon?" DK Cha slowly explained, "Even if you tore this whole continent apart, the number of people who know about dragons can be counted on one hand. That means the family library has absolutely no records of it. The lightning dragon has only appeared a few times in human history. I am a kind dragon, an extremely kind one at that." The dragon then pouted, thinking to itself, "But this kind dragon is currently starving to death." DK Cha smirked deeply. He looked at the little dragon and patiently explained to his son, "A dragon born with a specific attribute will grow by absorbing that very elemental mana." Rason turned pale with surprise and asked, "Elemental mana?" His father nodded, confirming, "Yes, because it is a lightning dragon. You must feed it lightning attribute mana." His father's requirement made Rason Maon break into a cold sweat. He thought to himself, "Lightning attribute mana? That is the hardest attribute to learn, for humans, and I would definitely spend my entire youth trying to master it." However, DK Cha immediately threw a bucket of cold water on him, shaking his head and continuing, "However, you cannot feed it lightning attribute mana created by humans. You must find that energy source in nature." His father's explanation left Rason completely frozen, screaming internally, "Oh my god, does that mean I have to go chase after lightning bolts in the wild?" An image of him miserably holding a lightning rod in a thunderstorm, with the little dragon happily flying beside him, popped up ironically. Cutting off his son's train of thought, DK Cha sternly declared, "Rason Maon, I have a mission for you." Rason Maon hesitated, "But I'm currently on a pilgrimage." DK Cha made a firm decision, "I will extend your pilgrimage by 1 more year." The sudden decision left Rason incredibly excited. His father continued calmly, "The appearance of a lightning dragon is an extremely rare and abnormal event." Rason Maon quickly regained his serious composure. He bowed and firmly requested, "Please issue an official written order so I can record and store this mission." In his heart, Rason couldn't hide his extreme joy. He shouted excitedly, "Yes!" Having his pilgrimage extended by a year meant he would have plenty of time to freely develop his strength without being monitored by the family. He smirked, smiling confidently, and asked, "So, what is the mission?" DK Cha replied in a low voice, "The Northern Sea. Go to the Northern Sea. You have 1 year." Rason Maon asked, bewildered. "The Northern Sea?" DK Cha continued to instruct. "Somewhere in the Northern Sea, there is a place called Elo Island." Understanding the challenge awaiting him, Rason Maon bowed, a confident and arrogant smile curling on his lips. "Yes, father." He looked into the distance, silently resolving in his heart. Elo Island. Huh? This is the starting shot for a new crazy journey. The newly hatched dragon kept pestering him for food. "Food! Give me some food!" Rason Maon was sitting at a luxurious dining table and pointed at the normal plate of food in front of him, saying, "Here, eat this." But the little dragon immediately scoffed. "Dragons don't eat those things! Bring me some lightning!" Rason Maon nonchalantly chewed his steak, coldly warning, "Shut your mouth. If you keep causing trouble, I'll starve you to death." Threatened, the little dragon held its head high, acting arrogant. "I won't die, even if you starve me, because I am an almighty dragon." Seeing how stubborn it was, Rason narrowed his eyes, annoyed. "Oh, is that so?" The little dragon still refused to lose, continuing to shout, "Don't compare me to you weak humans." Looking at that arrogant attitude, Rason smirked, smiling deviously. Hearing that is actually a relief. He continued leisurely, "Because I had prepared some wonderful food for you, but I guess I don't need to do that anymore." Hearing the words wonderful food, the little dragon was startled. "Wonderful food?" Rason Maon smiled with his eyes closed, pretending to agree. "Yes, I was worried you were like us weak humans, but since you are a great dragon, I don't need to feed you anymore." The master's dismissal left the little dragon completely frozen. It hung its head in dejection, muttering, "Dragons get hungry too." Rason Maon still chewed his meat nonchalantly and replied coldly, "But you won't die of hunger, whereas I'm about to starve to death." Rason added a fatal blow. "You just said you wouldn't die," the little dragon complained indignantly. "But being hungry hurts. You know." Rason chewed on, asking coldly, "So what? You'll just have to endure it. As long as you're alive, it's fine." "Cornered," the little dragon cried, curling up in a corner, feeling sorry for itself. Dragon is so hungry. Seeing that it was still stubborn, Rason took a sip of water, silently resolving to see who would outlast the other. 1 week later, at the Cloud Mansion, the maid Heir was squatting down, feeding a golden catfish on the balcony. Inside the room, Rason Maon was lazing on the bed, studying an ancient magic book. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. "You have acquired rank 3 ice magic, Hammer of Ice." At that very moment, the little dragon, after a week of starvation, finally surrendered. "I'll listen to you, Master. I'm a kind dragon." Rason Maon glanced at the little dragon curled up at the foot of the bed and asked coldly, How can I believe you?" The little dragon looked up with big, round, begging eyes. "You can believe me. I'm a super adorable and well-behaved dragon." The little dragon lay on the bed, starting to act spoiled. "I want to eat lightning." "Zzz-it, zzz-it. Lightning is delicious." Rason Maon smiled playfully and asked, "If I give you lightning to eat, will you obey me properly?" The little dragon patted its chest, promising smugly, "I promise. I always keep my promises. I am a very reliable lightning dragon." Seeing how cute it was, Rason Maon took out a glowing blue magic item and said, "A reliable lightning dragon. Huh. All right. From now on, your name will be Justy." The little dragon happily agreed. "Agreed? Justy? All right. Now let's go find you some lightning," which made the little dragon go crazy with joy. Rason Maon pondered the upcoming challenge. The island in the northern sea, huh? While the little dragon, Justy, rubbed its cheek against him, acting spoiled. In the sun-drenched garden of the mansion, the maid Heir approached and asked, "Young master, have you confirmed the inventory space?" Rason nodded. "I've checked it," Heir suggested. "I want to see it one more time." Rason agreed and opened a dark portal glowing with blue light. After observing the mana fluctuations, Heir nodded, remarking, "You really have prepared everything necessary down to the last detail." Heir turned to Hampton. "Hampton and I will wait for the young master at the village of Van Perrick, located near the northern sea." Hampton asked, bewildered, "Van Perrick?" Heir nodded, confirming, "Yes, it is a bustling port city near the northern sea. According to Hampton's investigation, some new types of herbs have just been discovered in that area." Rason made a firm decision. "All right, I'll go there first. You and Hampton wait for me at Van Perrick." Heir bowed and accepted the order. "Understood, young master." Just then, the former librarian Heir Maon, with her long, elegant blue-gray hair, appeared. She bowed gracefully. "Welcome, seventh young master." Rason Maon raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Are you no longer calling yourself librarian Heir Maon?" Heir Maon lowered her gaze slightly and explained, "As of today, I am no longer a librarian. According to the contract I signed with the head of the house, I am to escort you from A to Z for the entire coming year." Rason Maon asked back, surprised, "A contract?" Heir nodded in confirmation. "Yes, but the specific details of this contract are strictly confidential." Seeing she didn't want to disclose them, Rason Maon didn't press further. "All right, if you say so." Rason Maon handed Heir Maon a chocolate bar as a welcoming gift. Heir Maon took it but coldly declared that she wasn't easily bought with sweets. However, the moment the little dragon Justy flew over, the former librarian immediately melted at his cuteness. Justy chirped a happy greeting, boasting that he was very cute, causing Heir Maon to blush and admit he was cuter than she had expected. The carriage began to roll, clattering across the snow-covered land. Inside the warm carriage, Heir Maon leisurely enjoyed the chocolate bar while Justy drifted off to sleep on her lap. Looking at his companion, Rason Maon broke into a cold sweat, nervously asking if it was really okay for her to keep her current appearance, given that her identity as the Frost Witch was still being hunted down relentlessly. Heir Maon softly called out "Young Master," making Rason Maon startle and turn back. She began using her knowledge to introduce the upcoming route. The white, snow-covered land outside the carriage window was the Aurora Wilderness. Crossing this, we will reach the North Pole. and the sea beyond that is collectively known as the Arctic Ocean or the Northern Sea. However, the North Pole is not the end of the North. Beyond that vast northern sea lies an unexplored land, a mysterious continent that humans have never set foot upon. Avelia Maon looked out the carriage window and explained further that, because it was impossible to create a teleportation gate through the Aurora Wilderness, the group would have to travel on foot from here on out. Avelia Maon then coldly confirmed and warned that they were facing another, more serious problem. Right at that moment, the carriage horse reared up in terror, letting out a sharp, frantic whinny. Rason hurried to open the carriage door and stepped out to check what had just happened. Right next to the carriage, a giant block of ice had just slid past. Looking closely into the transparent ice block, both Rason and the small dragon, Trusty, widened their eyes in shock as they discovered a small, blue-colored W being completely frozen inside. Why is there a small 1 here? Avelia Maon slowly approached, her sharp red eyes observing the entity completely frozen inside, and she remarked, "Young master, this small W is not a wild W. How did she know that?" Avelia Maon didn't answer immediately, but took a leisurely step forward. She gently placed her black-gloved hand on the surface of the ice block, channeling her mana to create a blinding white light that flared intensely. With just a light touch from the former librarian, the giant ice block instantly cracked and shattered into 100 pieces. Avelia Maon pointed at the carcass, lying motionless on the snow, and said, "Take a close look at this carcass. This mark belongs to the Gen clan." Looking at the strange symbol branded on the beast's wing, Rason Maon's expression shifted, his face drained of all color as he muttered, "The Gen clan, even though the Gen clan wasn't a particularly illustrious noble house, they were one of the most powerful and feared forces in the northwest of the continent. The power that helped them dominate the region was an extremely special ability, the skill to train and spiritually bond with monsters, something that the people of this world often called taming ability." Avelia Maon nodded slightly to confirm. "That's right. The Gen clan is located in the northwest of the Vedia continent, on the other side of the Black Sea." Rason Maon thought thoughtfully and then asked a question. "So why did they appear here, in this Black Sea region? I don't know the exact reason. However, the fact that they didn't bother to hide their mark proves," Rason Maon smirked, answering his friend confidently, "proves they have no reason to hide it." He squatted down beside the W-Ven carcass and glanced at Avelia Maon, asking tentatively, "You really have no clues?" Avelia Maon shook her head indifferently. "I don't know. At least from what I know, there is no treasure worth them going to such lengths to protect in this Arctic and Black Sea region." Her gaze hardened coldly as she declared, "If any more aggressive little one appear, I will destroy them all with my own hands." The Ice Witch's overbearing statement made Rason Maon tremble with cold sweat. He forced a smile and replied, "Sure, thank you." While Thomtam couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, how lucky it is that she is on our side. At the same time, in the magnificent library of the Maon mansion, Persa was lazily leaning back, reading a book. Hearing the report from her subordinate, she narrowed her eyes coldly and asked again, "What?" "Sendo. Say that again." The masked subordinate, Sendo, was kneeling on the floor, urgently reporting, "The 7th young master is currently on his way to Van Perik." P closed the book and pressed, "And why is he going there?" Sendo respectfully replied, "That is a direct order from the family head. He has allowed the 7th young master to extend his journey by another year." "Did father order him to go to Eel Island?" Sendo knelt respectfully and replied, "I apologize, my lady, I do not know about that." Tosa suddenly let out a cold remark, "No need to apologize, because I'm sure it's Eel Island." Then she narrowed her eyes and asked, "Who is he going there with? Hera and Hampton?" Sendo immediately brushed it off. "It's not like that. I heard that recently Rudia had an awakening of a special ability, and to hone that ability, she is training under the guidance of Lady Avelia Maon." Persa Maon's eyes glowed red with suspicion. "Then who went with him?" Sendo bowed his head and reported, "We haven't received any official information about that, but a few days ago, Avelia Maon resigned." "I see. You mean that ice-type girl definitely went with Rason Maon, right?" Sendo decisively confirmed that all clues pointed to that conclusion. In her heart, she analyzed that it was definitely because her father always liked self-confidence. However, he would not issue an absurd or impossible challenge out of the blue. She turned to her subordinate and asked, "Isn't she currently wanted?" Sendo hurriedly confirmed, "That's right, my lady. Her real name is Avelia Maon. She once slaughtered the lord of the Labadan region and froze the entire castle." Standing by her desk, Persa crossed her arms in thought. She told herself that Avelia Maon's decision to leave with Rason Maon and abandon her safe position as librarian certainly meant that the terms of the pact between them must have been convincing enough. However, Persa Maon suddenly turned stern. The problem is that the village of Von Perik is right on their route. The Han group is currently there, right? Sendo knelt on the ground and replied, yes, that's right. Under Lady P's orders, all contact with the outside world has been blocked. No one enters, no one leaves. We were hoping to keep this secret for the next 3 years. Seeing that the situation had changed, Sendo urgently suggested, how about we immediately move them to another location? But Persa Maon stood towering behind her desk and firmly rejected. That is impossible. Using large-scale teleportation is not a feasible option at this moment. Sendo reported that Rason Maon's group still had to use the land route, but time did not allow for that. Persa Maon nodded thoughtfully. I understand. It looks like I have to go there myself. As she finished speaking, flames burst out violently. Persa Maon decisively activated teleportation magic right from her seat. Witnessing her mistress's explosive departure, her subordinate Sendo could only break into a cold sweat, crying without tears, thinking to himself, Lady Persa Maon, if you keep popping in and out like this, I'm going to write reports until my hands cramp. Meanwhile, in the middle of the white desert, Avelia Maon suddenly stopped in her tracks. Noticing the abnormality, Rason turned and asked, Avelia Maon, what's wrong? Avelia Maon's face hardened with vigilance as she sternly warned, something is coming. Rason Maon and the little dragon trustee looked confused. The very next second, Rason's face completely changed as he felt a terrifying surge of energy fluctuating violently around them. This mana fluctuation was a giant pillar of fire suddenly struck from the high sky right in front of them. From within the fiery aura, a familiar figure gradually emerged, making Rason Maon gasp in surprise. Sister Persa Maon. Persa Maon stepped out of the flames. She was panting heavily with fatigue but still smirked arrogantly to greet him. So nice to see you again, my little brother. P glanced at the former librarian and sarcastically asked, do I really have to explain that to you? Librarian Avelia Maon observed the sister, who was sweating and panting. Rason analyzed to himself that he had never seen her this exhausted before. Could she have teleported an extremely long distance? That meant the situation was so urgent that she had to force her body beyond its limits. Facing the third lady's provocation, Avelia Maon still stood calmly in front of Rason Maon and decisively replied, Third lady, I am no longer a librarian. Currently, I am guiding the 7th young master as a guide of the North Sea. This guidance is protected by a direct pact with the family head, and I would also like to inform you that I cannot disclose any details about this pact to you. Persa waved her hand slightly, conceding to the other's firm attitude. Oh, okay, fine. The sister's concession made Rason Maon silently assess. Even Persa couldn't easily harass Avelia Maon, and he couldn't help but wonder who would win if the two of them really dueled. However, Persa Maon quickly regained her stern expression. She pointed forward and asked, Anyway, you two are heading to Van Perik village, right? Seeing them remain silent, Persa Maon smiled with a conspiratorial air. But now that we are here, I have no other choice. Her sister's unusual attitude made Rason Maon break into a cold sweat, anxiously asking back, What are you planning to do? Persa Maon leaned in close, her smile even more cunning. Little brother, do you still remember the Han clan? Immediately after, a horrifying memory suddenly flooded his mind. It was a giant, fiery explosion that erupted violently, incinerating an entire vast valley before his helpless eyes. That painful and dark memory caused Rason Maon to completely lose control. A violent, blue mana burst intensely around him. Rason Maon gritted his teeth and glared in fury. But seeing her younger brother's rage, Persa Maon became even more excited. She leaned her cunning face in close, wore a wicked smile, and whispered, I love that look on your face. Rason Maon angrily questioned P about the tragedy of years past. You wiped out the Han place, and now you can still stand there and smile? Facing her brother's indignation, Persa Maon smirked provocatively. Exactly. I taught you a very valuable lesson. That is the feeling of extreme injustice when one is weak. I guess you've carved that into your heart, right? But instead of rushing in to attack, Rason lowered his eyes slightly and replied coldly, Thank you, sister. Because thanks to you, I have made a vow to become stronger. Looking at her brother's expression, Persa Maon laughed with delight. I love the way you glare at me like you want to kill me, while your mouth says thank you. It makes me crazy with joy. But right after that, her face suddenly sank, and she wore a mysterious smile. But are you sure those people were completely wiped out by me? Persa Maon's counter-question left Rason Maon completely frozen in shock. What was that? Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, replaying the events of the day. Persa Maon appeared in Heir. It turned out the truth behind that year's tragedy was completely different from what the world believed. The people of Heir weren't actually slaughtered. They were forcibly driven from their homes by Sendo, one of Persa's close subordinates. Sendo kept urging the panicked crowd, "Hurry and move out. We don't have much time left." The system continued to show the next notification. The village they were forced to relocate to was Von Periknong. This shocking revelation made Rason Maon's eyes widen. What? Quickly regaining his composure, Rason looked his sister straight in the eyes and declared, "Because I know you're only good at threats, and have never actually sent anyone to the grave." The younger brother's reveal made Persa slightly flustered. She broke into a cold sweat and asked, "How did you figure that out?" Rason Maon answered nonchalantly, "I read the traces." Persa Maon retorted, "What traces?" "I cleaned up every possible trace." Rason Maon coldly exposed her. "I didn't sense the characteristic death energy radiating from you, the energy that always leaks out when someone dies at another's hands." Rason wondered why he hadn't noticed this irregularity before. Was it because Persa had disguised herself too well, or simply because he hadn't been in his right mind at the time? Hearing her younger brother's dissection, Persa was incredibly shocked. She asked, her jaw dropping, "You actually noticed that?" Rason Maon replied firmly, "Yes, I did." Persa couldn't help but admire Rason's sharpness. "Wow. In the chaos back then, there's no way your mind could have been clear enough to realize this." Although she smirked and commented that his explanation sounded like a lie, she shrugged nonchalantly. Sounds fishy, but I'll trust you this time just to get it over with." Watching from the side, Heir Maon silently judged Persa Maon to be a ruthless, insane, and extremely unpredictable fire mage. However, she also noticed that this terrifying woman seemed somewhat friendly and lenient toward young master Rason Maon. Not wanting to waste time, Rason questioned his sister directly. "Why didn't you kill them?" Persa feigned a scratch to her head and replied, "Well, even I'm not sure." Persa Maon brushed her vibrant red hair and offered a careless smile. "At the time, I just felt like doing it. Thinking back, it is a bit strange. Right?" Rason Maon answered coldly. "Yes, it is strange." Persa Maon nodded in agreement. "Right, I think so too." But right after, she put a finger to her lips to signal silence, leaned in close, and made a mysterious request. "But regardless, can you keep the secret that the villagers are still alive from that fire element kid?" Persa's request filled Rason Maon with immense indignation, his heart churning. "She wants to hide this from Rudia?" He gritted his teeth and questioned, "But why? Do you know how much Rudia suffered after that day?" Persa coldly turned away and explained indifferently, "Her determination will disappear the moment she learns the truth." Rason's anger exploded, his eyes glowing with powerful blue electricity. He growled, "You want me to pretend that her father, who is still alive, is dead?" Facing her younger brother's rage, Persa Maon smirked with cruel, cunning intent. She looked at him and delivered a chilling threat. "Then, do you want me to run over there and kill him right now? Would that be better for you?" The insanity of his sister left Rason Maon completely stunned, only able to grit his teeth in helplessness. Standing in the middle of the cold, white, snowy desert, Persa Maon turned back to look at them. "Do you want to make a bet with me?" Heir Maon sighed as she looked toward the distant sky, remarking, "Did Miss Persa really accept that bet?" Rason nodded calmly. "Yes, because I put my life on the line. So she surely finds this very interesting." He slowly explained further, "This bet is actually easy to swallow." In his mind, an image flashed of Rudia sinking into deep darkness after learning the truth. Heir Maon lowered her eyes, pondering as she admitted, "To be honest, your sister Persa Maon is quite twisted, but sometimes taking a few hard, cruel hits from life helps people grow faster." Rason Maon nodded in agreement. "I agree that something like that can act as a catalyst. In fact, her awakening to kill demons was for that very reason." But Rason Maon's eyes suddenly hardened with determination. He continued, "However, what is driving Rudia to become stronger right now is no longer that obsession from that day. She is determined to become stronger so she can walk on her own 2 feet and protect me, a partner and a friend. That is the true motivation that helps her strive to rise." Rason Maon sighed, spoke in a serious tone, and pushed the matter aside. She deserves to know that her father is still alive. Hearing the sincere confession from her master, Heir Maon looked down, deep in thought. The young master truly has a righteous heart. However, the risk of this bet is too great. Rason glanced at his companion and asked, "Because I wagered my life?" Avelia Maon confirmed clearly. Exactly. If third young lady Persa Maon loses her mind, you're as good as gone. Rason smirked. Since I made a promise, it's completely valid. Then he tilted his head to look at her, teasingly asking, "Are you worried about me?" The sudden question made Avelia Maon flustered, and she turned her face away. The little dragon, Justy, beside them, watched in confusion. Blushing deep red, she tried to deflect. Not really, but Rason Maon smiled slightly. Regardless, thank you, but I am certain that Persa Maon cannot kill me. Avelia Maon asked skeptically, "Is there any evidence to prove that claim?" Rayson's eyes glowed with confidence, and he offered a mysterious smile. "Actually, there is, and it's not just because I have absolute faith in Rudia." Hearing Rayson mention another special reason, Avelia Maon raised an eyebrow. Curious. "What you're talking about? I'm not entirely sure yet." But he thought to himself that it was clearly Persa Maon's own logic. In the dark memories of the family, a subordinate lay in a pool of blood, moaning in pain. Ugh! Trembling, he looked toward the red-haired girl in front of him, desperately begging, "Miss Persa Maon, please, give me one more chance." Responding to the plea, the young Persa Maon, her dress stained with blood, only offered a crazed smile. Holding a sharp dagger tightly, her red eyes shining with coldness, she said gently, "All right, I forgive you." But the very next second, the cruel blade was driven straight into the subordinate's chest. In her mind, at that time, contradictory self-reflections echoed constantly. "I don't want to kill. I don't want to kill anyone. I know she doesn't really want to kill me, even if I bet my life on it." He turned to Avelia Maon. "I will tell you more when I have the chance." Then they walked forward together through the vast, white, snowy desert. Rayson declared firmly, "And now, let's head toward Van Nong." His eyes glowed with determination. He told himself, "First, I must meet Rudia's father." The group finally set foot before the gates of Van Nong village. Immediately, a large, bearded guard holding a giant battle axe stepped out to block their path and shouted, "Present your identification." Without any hesitation, Rason smiled and produced his ID card. Here, looking at the card, the guard muttered, Rason Maon." But the moment he recognized the illustrious name Maon, he nearly fell over in panic, quickly kneeling to apologize profusely. "Ah, please, enter, sir. Please forgive my rudeness." Rayson just waved his hand nonchalantly. "Don't worry about it." This caused the surrounding villagers to whisper in amazement about the reputation of the Maon family. Walking through the gate, Rayson smiled, telling himself that power really is the best thing. On the way, he had managed to piece together the clues, and realized the monsters that blocked their path earlier were actually arranged by his sister Persa through hiring a tamer from the Gen family. Just then, from afar, a middle-aged man wearing brown traditional attire with his hair in a high bun came running over, excitedly exclaiming, "Young Master Rayson." Rayson immediately recognized this was Rudia's father. He bowed respectfully in greeting. "Thank you very much for traveling such a long way to get here." Rason waved politely and replied, "No, it's nothing at all." Looking at the healthy man before him, Rason Maon felt relieved knowing he was truly still alive, and wondered how happy Rudia would be to hear this news. But thinking about Rudia's past, Rason Maon suddenly noticed something very unusual. He remembered back when she was little, Rudia often recklessly used the teleportation gate to beg the Maon family to save her father. The cost to operate a teleportation gate is not small. For a dirt-poor girl like Rudia back then, possessing such an enormous amount of money was completely impossible. How could a child, like Rudia, have enough money to use the teleportation gate so many times? Furthermore, around the Heir region, there should have been many other magical families. Why did she only aim for the Maon family? While he was deep in thought, Rudia's father happily raised his hand and suggested, "In that case, I will take you on a tour around Van Nong." Rayson flinched slightly before nodding in agreement. He told himself he would surely find answers to his questions once he spoke to them directly. As they sat down in the living room, Rudia's father asked politely what kind of tea Rayson would like. Before he could even answer, the attendant, Avelia Maon, quickly cut in, saying that the young master preferred iced black tea. Hearing this, Rayson just froze, screaming internally in agony because he absolutely detested iced black tea. Yet, when Rudia's father cheerfully brought out a glass of cold iced tea made from ice harvested from the north, Rason had to bite the bullet, awkwardly accepting the drink with a helpless thank you. Suddenly, Rudia's father bowed respectfully before Rayson, desperately pleading, "Please keep the secret that I am still alive from Rudia." Stunned by this bombshell, Rayson froze for 5 seconds, asking why. Her father explained that if this were to be exposed, all of Lady Persa Maon's guidance and training for Rudia would completely collapse. Rason Maon pondered for a moment, then touched his head, asking in a serious tone if he could ask one final question. Rason recalled the memory from years ago when a stubborn Rudia first sought out the Maon family to find a cure for her critically ill father. He looked directly at the man in front of him and pressed him on whether it was he who had instructed the girl to seek out his family. Without hesitation, Rudia's father firmly admitted he was the one who guided her, telling her that she could only save her father if she came to the Maon family and participated in the treatment process. Deep down, Rason realized all the chess pieces were finally connecting perfectly. It was all part of his sister Persa's meticulous plan to bring Rudia into the Maon family, and in the original storyline, Persa had even cruelly summoned Rudia to cut off one of the girl's arms herself. The only reason behind that brutal act by Persa Maon was simply to stimulate Rudia's potential and drive her extraordinary growth. The system immediately displayed a notification explaining the girl's brilliant future. Rudia would later become world-renowned by the title Demon-Slaying Mage, even with only one arm left. It turned out that having only one arm was actually one of the prerequisites to becoming a great fire archmage. Thanks to the favor of the Phoenix fire god, Persa Maon had known this secret all along, as the Phoenix itself had appeared in her dreams to instruct her. Startled awake from the vivid nightmare, she gasped for air, cold sweat dripping down. She muttered in shock, "The Han Rudia family? That girl possesses the demon-slaying eyes. Does her rage really need to be pushed to its limit to awaken those eyes? Is this a nightmare? Or is it a divine revelation?" Just then, her subordinate, Sendo, glided into the room like a ghost, asking anxiously, "Lady Persa Maon, are you all right?" Persa immediately commanded, "Sendo, go to the Heron region right now and find a girl named Rudia for me." At first, she didn't believe in that bizarre dream, but she had no other choice but to believe it after facing concrete evidence of Rudia's existence. Her curiosity surged. Persa Maon sat at her desk, intently observing a photo of the radiant young Rudia, silently wondering if the girl truly possessed the demon-slaying eyes. From that moment on, she was determined to nurture and train the girl at any cost. According to ancient magical research, when controlling high-level fire mana, using only one arm to draw a magic circle provides a superior advantage. This is because using both hands to operate a magic circle causes the mana to clash, leading to extremely serious interference. This interference phenomenon is amplified many times over from the 8th magic circle onwards. And the first person to discover this shocking truth was the Archmage Cheel. To prove his theory, Cheel even went as far as cutting off his own left arm while training his fire mana. This is a unique trait of the fire element, the perfect synchronization between the solitary circle in the heart and the flow of the magic circle from a single arm. For example, to activate 8th circle magic, the 8 mana circles and the magic circle of the single arm must move in complete unison. To achieve maximum efficiency and truly reach the peak of fire magic, a user must train with only one arm. Only by completing the magic circle with one hand can they reach the 8th circle. Lost in thought about that insane secret, Rason was startled by the sound of the father calling out to him. "Young master?" He flinched, then regained his composure and replied slowly, "I understand what you're saying. That is the resolve of a father." Rudia's father stood there silently. He accepted everything just for the sake of helping his daughter mature. Rason Maon glanced at him and asked in a low voice, "At least you believe that letting Rudia grow up in sorrow is for the best, right?" The father bowed and answered decisively, "That is our duty." But Rason immediately spoke sternly to expose him. "You also know full well that it is because of that duty that Rudia is withering away in sadness." He recalled the image of his friend. Something inside Rudia seemed to have shattered, causing the mana surrounding her to always be gloomy and filled with sorrow. Furthermore, she had awakened a monstrous power like the demon-slaying eyes. Rason Maon looked the father straight in the eyes and warned him coldly, "I am sure you also know that such extreme rage will eventually turn her into a monster." Faced with Rason's sharp exposure, the father could only stand in silence, sweating in torment. Rason stood up and said flatly, "That also shows that compared to Rudia herself, you love the duty of your clan more than anything else." With that, Rason turned his back and walked away, leaving the wooden house with Avelia Maon. He glanced back, throwing out a bitter judgment. "How arrogant of you." And so, he left the father sitting quietly alone in the dark room. That's the end of the video. If you guys enjoyed it, don't forget to hit like to support Gao. Thank you, and goodbye, everyone.